The young man named Li Jiang was just sitting comfortably at home, eating his, when he saw a notification from a game on his, idly scrolled for a bit, then accidentally tapped the agree button. Immediately after, thank you watching for vid, he transported to another dimension, which felt incredibly What was even more surprising was that besides him, there were many other people there too, all utterly bewildered and Li Jiang himself didn't know why he had ended up. Everyone was visibly uncomfortable with this cramped, crowded, and unfamiliar. He frantically swarmed a nearby gate, trying to open it to us. One of them suddenly grabbed Ji Zhang and frantically asked if he knew what was happening. Ji Zhang was caught off guard by the situation and couldn't. However, being able to interact with others meant it wasn't a dream or an illusion. He still felt no sense of logic. This was clearly not a part of. Just then, a magnificent goddess of light appeared. Everyone who saw her was amazed and began to discuss. Some even suggested it was special effects or a hidden camera trick, saying such a thing couldn't be. Goddess then stepped forward to explain everything. Welcome, everyone, to another world. First, thank you for accepting our invitation. You have been chosen to become warriors to save our dying. From now on, pay close attention and remember everything. This directly concerns your life. Not everyone can return. Only a select few can pass the trial. Seeing that people were still agitated and not understanding, the goddess continued. Return alive, you must overcome all the challenges. Strive to be the last survivor. First, this place where you are all standing is called the starting point or the waiting. Here, there are many essential items such as food, drinks, and a variety of weapons. Furthermore, in this world, each individual will have a special profession, and some will also have unique traits. It's quite similar to games or novels that Ji Zhang has seen. But there are a total of 4 tiers: common, heroic, epic, and legendary. With common tier weapons, those present must use them to protect them. Just then, a strange cracking sound was heard, making Ji Zhang's blood run. He turned to look and saw it resembled a monster's hand trying to break through the wall. But the goddess continued to explain the place. You have come from many places and have diverse personalities. This place was created to train you and help you. Just speak the words, and your status window will make things clearer. Everyone immediately followed her instructions. Ji Zhang was no exception. Just as the goddess had, the system panel opened up right in front of him and everyone else. The content displayed was each person's individual information. Besides the basic information, there were a few other things. For Ji Zhang, the title was none. He needed to try harder. Muscle strength was at level 10. Stamina and agility were both 11. Luck was 21. Tenacity was 12. Willpower was 14. Finally, magic power was. Additionally, at the bottom of the system panel were buttons for traits, advancement limits, and equipment. Ji Zhang found the information in the system panel utterly confusing. He didn't know if the stats were good or. Seeing the traits button, Ji Zhang suddenly recalled the goddess words earlier. Some people would have unique. Thinking this, Ji Zhang clicked. The status panel immediately displayed Ji Zhang's trait. Hidden eyes. Rank, heroic. It could be used to view the rankings and one's own talent. Seeing this, Ji Zhang looked. The status panels of everyone present were clearly visible before his. Furthermore, there was another section on the status panel. Overall evaluation. Just as the name suggested. Curious, Ji Zhang clicked on it. It displayed an overall evaluation of Ji Zhang's. His player stats were the lowest. Even with effort, it was uncertain if it would be effective. No matter how diligent he was, it would be difficult to surpass the standards of the third. Stats offered no hope. Wisdom and luck aside, Ji Zhang didn't need to wield a sword or test any other weapons. The ranking was 2. After reading it, Ji Zhang was so shocked he couldn't believe his. He froze for a few seconds, feeling as if he'd been buried in. Then he clutched his head in despair. Continue like. After transmitting all the information, the goddess disappeared. As soon as the goddess left, the protective barrier here was breached by the approaching monsters, and they swarmed. In chaos, Ji Zhang remained motionless, standing. He watched the panicked crowd. Ji Zhang accidentally saw the status panel of a very outstanding player named Park Dia. All of his stats were above 20, and even reaching. Ji Zhang then let out a sly, meaningful smile. Meat shield, here I. Without hesitation, lest the prey escape, Ji Zhang immediately stepped forward, grabbed a stick from the ground, and stood defiantly in front of Diakgu, striking a cool pose. Lead the way, it'll help. Can't just stand by. Even if it's wrong, I have to try it once. Diakgu, seeing Ji Zhang, who seemed a bit wobbly but had a brave spirit, was greatly admired. His move this time was indeed effective. Thank you watching for vid. But just as the two were not paying attention, a monster suddenly lunged from behind to it. Fortunately, thanks to their keen senses, Ji Zhang and Diakgu managed to. However, it scared them half to. To keep their small lives, the two first needed to get out. Ji Zhang, holding a weapon and running ahead, gave a slice. First, let's grab some pig. Then, Seeing two mini-monsters charge, Ji Zhang quickly grabbed the weapon in his hand and made short work of them, sending them back. Diakgu beside him was not useless. Another monster that wanted to attack Ji Zhang from behind, quickly blocked by Diakgu with his After finishing, he turned back with a concerned look, asking if he was. Ji Zhang felt very satisfied with the mistletoe he had climbed. The two, holding their whips, quickly fled out. After a while they saw a glowing. Both rejoiced, certain that it was the. Just as they were about to end, a young man's cry for help came from behind Ji. He was surrounded by a horde of goblins and was about to become their meal, with little chance of. Ji Zhang saw this scene and pondered without saying. Trembled, clenching his. Then he firmly charged towards the goblin. The young man thought he was about to be rescued. Ji Zhang had no such intent. His target was these bags of. After snatching them, Ji Zhang immediately turned and, abandoning the young man to his. Diakwu was shocked and surprised by Ji Zhang's act. As for the young man, he was utterly desperate. But in this dangerous, overlapping situation, the priority was survival, not acts of shit. After a tiring run, Ji Zhang and Dogwu were temporarily taking refuge in a small. Despite Diakwu's tall and strong appearance, he was actually like a fearful big kid. Ji Zhang, though appearing weak, might be. Ji Zhang explained to Diakwu that they first needed to figure out where they were. Based on the events, it seemed very similar to survival or combat, and to survive until the very end, the only way was to level up them, perhaps by killing monsters. And if they fought, they might gain perfect. In short, both of them needed to become stronger. Fortunately, they had all the basic necessities like shields, weapons, water, and food. At least their situation was a little better than. One person among them suddenly gripped Li Jiang frantically, repeatedly asking if he knew what was. It had been standing there from who knows when. Not a. Ji Zhang used his ability to quickly check the monster's information and learned it was. He motioned for Diakwu to be while he carefully picked up his weapon and quietly went out. Then gently stabbed it. Ji Zhang frantically stabbed the monster repeatedly with his weapon. Without. Diakwu felt a little scared seeing Ji Zhang. After a while of stabbing the monster as if pounding dough, it finally. Ji Zhang's muscle strength also increased by seeing Diakwu staring at him like a strange creature. Ji Zhang turned to encourage. Li Jiang was taken aback by the situation, leaving him speak. Diak's eyes lit up with determination as he felt encouraged and trusted. He asked Ji Zhang. He decided to place all his trust in him, unaware this very person would later devour his very bones. And after a while of talking, Ji Zhang looked at Diak's body and suddenly had an. He used a knife to cut and dissect the skin of the monster he had just. After sewing and stitching it together for a while, he scarf and gave it to Diakwu to wear. His tenacity also increased by. Diakwu felt deeply moved by Ji Zhang's gesture and profusely. In reality, Ji Zhang just wanted to make his shield. After finishing their business here, the two immediately moved. However, being able to touch another person meant this wasn't a dream or an illusion. A strange girl, crying hysterically, ran toward. It turned out she was being chased by a whole horde of giant goblins. Ji Zhang didn't think much and immediately told Diak to hide. He would stay and observe the situation for a while. However, looking at the goblins, Ji Zhang didn't know what. With such numbers, it was very difficult to defeat them. Ji Zhang spoke, summoning his status. The information displayed on it stunned him for a few seconds. Zhanga Ian, possessing mythical tier magic. Ji Zhang immediately turned his head. Diakwu saved that. He still couldn't find any logical explanation. This was clearly not a part of. Suddenly, she saw something and her eyes. Ji Zhang was standing at the bend, beckoning her. She nodded happily. Yes, she quickly ran toward. Giant Oros also. Through its eyes, it could clearly see Diakwu stand. It punched towards him, but he reacted in time, raising his shield to block the blow. He didn't expect the force to be so strong and let out a groan. Then it let out another. Ji Zhang leaped up. Now, he grabbed the dagger again and plunged it straight into the giant Oros, causing blood to. Just then, a radiant and majestic goddess of light appeared. Everyone was awestruck, murmuring in astonishment. Then he suddenly turned to look at the side. His face. He shouted, "Big brother, get out of." Monsters were swarming towards them. Hearing this, he widened his. A giant hand was reaching towards him. Suddenly, a blue beam of light quickly flew. It severed the heads of three giant Oros. Their heads fell to the ground, and blood splattered. Ji Zhang turned in surprise to look behind him. What was that? That thing from before. The young man, holding a sword, walked slowly toward. He bowed his head, his hair obscuring his. Some even suggested it was special effects or a hidden camera trick, thinking such a thing couldn't possibly be. Ji Zhang and he locked eyes, staring at each other without looking. His eyes glinted with surprise. What is this? Where did he come from? Divine Eye. The system's voice echoed, confirming stats, skills, and growth limit of player Kim Huin-Xiang. Immediately, the status panel appeared. Reincarnator Antinous. Seeing this line made Ji Zhang. What the hell? Reincarnation? Going back in. While Ji Zhang was focused on the status panel, Diakwu spoke. Thank you. I am Park Diaku. And you are? The other replied. I am Kim Hwin. The system joyfully announced.
Totale surprise.
Unbelievable. This player is so perfect that words fail. To accurately assess the hidden strength within this player, such as physical strength, stamina, and LLA proficiency, it's impossible to compare with player Li Jizhong. Ah, no. Comparing them would be an insult to him. I hope all players feel honored to speak with him. Luck, 23. Thank you watching for Stamina, 23. Epic. Proficiency, 28. Thank you watching for Seeing the monstrous status panel, Jizhong froze like a statue. No. How? The goddess then began to explain everything. Welcome, everyone, to another world. First, thank you all for accepting our invitation. He spoke. You fight very skillfully, don't you? You. Suddenly pointing at him, he snapped out of his... Diaku heard this and happily threw an arm around him. He's my big brother Jizhong. But I feel we can't compare to you. Didn't you take down those monsters in just one move earlier? You're amazing. Jizhong slyly thought. Should I peek at his... The golden trait panel flickered into view. Sword Mastery. Rank? Legendary. You are rewarded with bonus points for using the sword. Attack power increases proportionally with sword swing time at a fixed... Jizhong was both shocked and angry. He's truly lucky. It makes one so envious. However, Huin Xiang's expression was no less grim than... Jizhong saw that look and frowned. Yeah? Why is he looking at me so strangely? Does he know I peeked at his... First of all, he slowly spoke. He let out a breath and reverted to his fake friendly demeanor. I am Li Yizhang. You are Huin Xiang, correct? Thank you for helping us. Did you come here alone? It must have been difficult. He thought to himself, I need to play the role of Miss Congeniality. He also let out a breath and shook his hand. It was like that at first. But now I'm trying to gather the survivors. I've also considered setting up a base for the survivors somewhere safe. He smiled. Oh. You have been chosen to become warriors to rescue a dying... Huin Xiang tilted his head away and voiced his thoughts. About 30 people. Those who can fight. Actually, if I could form a team with like-minded individuals like you two, Diak Wu and Jizhong, it would be one. His expression turned grim, his eyes darting suspiciously. This guy is a potential threat. Knowing how to sweet-talk like that, is he playing the peacemaker? A survival base? Teaming up with guys like him might get me... He looked at his calm expression. But, Reincarnator Ant... The moment he saw that name, he recognized it instantly. This guy knows how to take over this place. Even the secrets of this world. There's no reason not to establish a good relationship. After such a lengthy evaluation, Jizhong agreed with Huin Xiang's suggestion. So, well, do as you planned. Diak Wu smiled. Wait, your job is to Yes, I'm the supervisor. Hearing his affirmative answer, he was a bit bewildered. Oh, you're already a supervisor? Truly At that moment, Jizhong finally noticed the girl he had just saved. Sitting behind a rock, hugging her, he suddenly remembered. Ah! She looked at the hand reaching out to her and saw Jizhong kneeling down, smiling at her. Can you stand up? If you don't feel well, it'll go. From now on, pay close attention and remember every word. Huinsong, standing nearby, turned to see the girl placing her hand on Jizhong's. He was Thank you watching for vid. Huinsong hurried over to them. Who is... Although she didn't understand why he was approaching her so stiffly, she stammered. Hearing this name, Huinsong's face lit up, and he enthusiastically introduced himself. Nice to meet you. Kim Huins. Jizhong, standing there, felt confused. What? Why did he suddenly become so Ha-Ian fearfully clutched his arm. While Huinsong asked kindly, Are you injured anywhere? She nodded. Yes. Was flustered. Ah, and also, if it's okay, can I call you Ha-Ian? If you ever feel unwell or uncomfortable, please. Ha-Ian became even more terrified, stammering. Yes. Fine. I'm really... Seeing their overly exaggerated reactions, Jizhong glanced. Concerns your lives direct. Not everyone can return. Only a select few will overcome the trial. Someone like him could change everything that happens in the future once the flow of time reverses. Therefore, perhaps he had already grasped everything he could. Then he looked at Ha-Ian, who was hiding behind him. Among them, there is certainly this... She stammered, but... Bit late. But thank you for saving me. She looked up.
Yizhang smiled.
It was the right thing to... With his handsome face and angelic smile, Ha-Ian shyly buried her face in his... Jizhong retracted his smile and assessed her.
Yonghai.
He looked at the girl who would later wear the robe of a sorcerer, possessing latent abilities as a magic.
Kim Huin Seong.
The warrior begins the second. Seeing the two standing side by side, her lineage is Seeing that everyone was still agitated and failing to grasp the situation, the goddess continued, I repeat once, a sinister smile formed in his heart. Hey guys, Let's fight together to the end. Shall we? Diaka's face sparkled like stars. Everyone is truly gathering here. Some are resting. Some are carrying, and this astonished him. Surprised? How did you find this? Winsong smiled gently. I just happened to discover it. These words sound very humble. But Jia Yang secretly saw through his lie. He knew it before. Jia Hai ran out with a playful expression. Brother Huin was kind and gentle. You're back? Winsong. Ah, seems you're back with the new. Jia Yang only heard him speak softly.
Yihia.
Hearing that, she giggled like an idiot. I was very worried because you were late. Hearing this tone, he was a little curious. So cute. Who? This moment, she noticed the others. But, who are these people? Outwardly calm, but inwardly flustered. He's tall. So tall. But no one else knew these thoughts. So Huinsong calmly replied, they are the ones who will rest here with us. Ji Yang looked at the stats panel in front of her. To return alive, you must overcome all challenges. He looked at her sweet, flattering expression again. Brother Huinsong. But looking at their actual ages, Ji Hai was 29, while Huinsong was only 20. This rendered Ji Yang speechless. But then he brushed aside the age issue and continued looking. Let's see. Statistical data. It's like a pile of garbage. Moreover, he was selfish. He glanced at her chattering away. Speaking of which, who are? Our shield boy spoke first. I am Park Dok-gu. Next to him is brother Li Jiyang. Beside him, as point being pointed at, she became flustered. Iai
Mazong Ayan.
Please take care. This shy, timid demeanor made Ji Hai fall. And she looked at her with contempt.
Yihia suddenly realized.
Oh, look, now she's judging. He looked at the sturdy shield boy, Park Dok-gu, with his large physique and weapon. He passed the initial assessment. Strive to be among the last survivors. Ji Hai then pouted at Dok-gu. That's why they say Dok-gu is a giant. Just a glance and it's clear he's been favored by monsters. Praised like that, he became excited. Yes, I've just taken down a few. It's all thanks to big brother Ji Yang standing here. Without him, we'd all be. Chai pondered, evaluating him again. Is that? Noticing that the death glare was aimed at her, Ji Yang became flushed. She returned to her beaming expression. Come on. Anyway, it's nice to meet. First, I'll guide you to the resting area. Since the men's and women's quarters are separate, Yang, you'll come with me first. Is that okay? Brother Huin Xiang. He nodded. Okay. Everything is up. She turned to him and smiled radiantly. I'm also very happy to meet you. He was not to be outdone, pushing aside those expressions and smiling even brighter than her. Yes, I'm also very happy. He thought to himself, a fellow. The others saw this and became. Some cheered, some cried tears of joy, and gave thumbs. First, the place where you are currently standing is called the starting zone or wait. He felt no joy, not for himself but for. Then he looked at Daiyaku, who was being friendly with an old woman. If this continues, it'll just become a meat shield. The next. Thank you watching for vid. Did everyone sleep well last night? A voice broke Ji Yang's, contrasting with his dissatisfied expression. Daiyaku was cheerful. I only slept soundly because I missed you. Hearing this answer, Huin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. At this moment he spoke. Brother Huin Xiang, I realized. How many people can actually fight? He calmly put on his jacket. He nodded slowly. I apologize, but how do you manage to maintain a place like this? This question made him lower his head slightly. Actually, things are not as good as they. Looking at the people struggling behind him, he continued. Food and water are both scarce. We lack combat personnel and have to take care of nearly 30. I'm afraid I can't hold on much longer.
Diang interrupted.
Brother Huin's. Here, there are many essential items such as food, water, and various. Huin Xiang didn't want to hear more and broke out in a cold sweat, covering his mouth. They are not a. He glanced. Not a burden. They are a burden. And am not someone who gives anything for. These words made the two react. Huin Xiang was silent, unable to speak. Daiyaku was flustered, not knowing how to ease the atmosphere. Quickly spoke. No, you're not thinking of leaving, are you? Big brother. He replied. It's not like. It's just that if we stay here, we don't get anything. He voiced his thoughts from the previous. Huin Xiang was. Suddenly, it was as if a light shone upon him. Even he looked at Diyang and Diaku as if they were surrounded by a shimmering halo. We will also stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Fight together. Of course, my friend here thinks the same way. Huin Xiang felt like he was seeing an angel descend and breathed a sigh of relief. That Xiang placed a hand on his chest. Actually, I understand to some extent what you, brother Huin Xiang, are thinking. Don't you want to survive and escape this place together? I truly understand and empathize. Furthermore, in this world, each individual will have a special class, and some will also have unique traits. is quite similar to what Li Jiang has seen in games or not. He coughed. Even if you call me selfish, I have nothing to. Huin Xiang shook his head gently and replied seriously. No, I can understand you. Of course you have your desire. Jiang turned to look at him, and he smiled wickedly. A person known as a benevolent peacemaker, always sacrificing for justice. Yet you're easier to negotiate with than I. Stepped towards Huin Xiang. If that's the case, then I'll also state your future plans. But in my heart, my dear reincarnator, I also want to have a hand. He looked directly into his eyes.
Mine.
There's no way I'll let you reap all the benefits.
Diang crossed his arms.
Your future plans, Huin Xiang. I want to have a hand in it. His eyes widened. So you already. Only a small number of players who have completed the tutorial can go to the continent. We inform you again. Only a small number of survivors will be qualified to go to the continent. Diang recalled the words of the goddess statue. At the starting point, the strange announcement clearly offered two choices: attack and survive. There are a total of 4 ranks: common, heroic, epic, and legendary. With common rank weapons, those present here must use them to protect themselves. Pretended to reach out towards the useless people. I don't know if a small number of people can monopolize the resources of the majority. But if your goal is survival, isn't it unreasonable to gather so many people who don't directly participate in combat? Even if they aren't eaten alive. Looking at the people writhing on the ground clutching their stomachs, Ji Yang spoke the truth that pierced Huin Xiang's heart. They'll die of starvation. Isn't that something anyone could deduce? Hearing this, he broke out in a cold. After a long moment, he dared to speak. I understand exactly what you're saying. Ji Yang extended his hand. Then let's have a pleasant cooperation. Ji Yang also offered his hand. That's exactly what I meant. But inwardly, he rejoiced.
Yeah?
Actually, you are a reincarnator, so we just need to combine. Ji Yang could see Huin Xiang's eyebrows sharpen. This guy. His gaze towards me has changed. I know I'm not strong. But who knows, I might be a useful talent in his. A mutually satisfactory agreement was reached. Or rather, a strategist or administrator. In the ORC, at that moment, a strange cracking sound startled Li. He firmly raised his shield in front of him and turned his head to shout. Boss, Jiang also replied. I know. Suddenly he saw Huin Song holding his sword and rushing forward. Leaped high, his eyes. A single sword strike instantly severed one of the ORCs. It roared in pain, and blood splattered continuously onto his face. But he was not afraid at all. Rather, he became more ferocious. Suddenly, it let out an even louder cry of agony than before. Huin Song planted his sword into the ground, striking a very cool pose as he faced the rain of blood he had. Meanwhile, Jiang calmly held his fan and exclaimed, The divine eye surely isn't cheating, right? Our brother Huin Song is truly skilled. Incredibly, Huin Song spoke. There seemed to be a few more ahead. They'll hold them off for a while. You too. Hearing this, Jiang understood. I know. Go Dioggu. Hurry and get the supply. Replied while rummaging. I got them all, boss. But there aren't as many monsters at the starting point as I. He turned to look and saw what appeared to be a monster's hand trying to smash through a wall. But the goddess continued to explain things. You have come from various places and possess different personalities. This place was created to train you and help you. He shrugged and leaned against a nearby pillar. I don't know either. Or perhaps it's some kind of sport. Could also be due to a natural calling for. Yosigu glumly lowered his head. Seeing his dejected look, he was silent for. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry too much. My calling will also open soon. After all, you've helped me.
Dioggu spoke.
Actually, I didn't do much. It's all thanks to you, boss. He replied. That's not true. While the two of them were talking, Huin Song was wiping away sweat on the.
Jiang smiled.
Without you, getting here would have been much more difficult. Sigu was deeply touched. Then suddenly his eyes widened. Boss. Following that shout, he noticed a glowing status panel in front. He was utterly astonished. Calling has opened. The panel shows 4 different types. Pre-profession. Some callings have been opened. To view the detailed guide, click on each icon. Warrior common pre-profession. Archer common pre-profession. Mage common pre-profession. General rare pre-profession. Thank you watching for vid. Jiang was overjoyed. Wonderful. Even faster than I looked at the last one. What is it? He brought his face closer and was very curious. Warrior common pre-profession. Stamina increased by 3 levels. Archer common pre-profession. An archer with long-range attack capabilities. Possesses basic knowledge of archery. Later, you can switch to melee classes like Thief and Assassin, as well as the ability to switch to higher-tier archer classes, such as Soul Archer or Magic Archer. Dexterity increased by 3 levels. Then he looked at the next one. Mage common pre-profession. Not a long-range calling that can use magic. allows you to possess basic knowledge of magic. Afterward, you can change to magic classes like Dark Sorceress, Alchemist, Summoner. Magic power increased by 3 levels. He thought it was okay. Not Jiang imagined the scenes. If he chose a calling, using an archer to shoot monsters from afar. Using a mage would increase his magic power soaring by 3. The last one is General. He curiously clicked to view it. General. Rare pre-profession. This is a calling with almost no combat ability. Players using this calling do not stand on the front lines. You will step back to grasp the situation and issue commands. Wider field of vision, no information about the calling classes that General can switch to yet. Intelligence increased by 1. What is this field of vision thing? While he was contemplating, Huinsong spoke. Has your calling? Li Jiang was he was a bit hesitant. Is it? Glanced at the panel. It looks like a very good calling. But it's actually a However, Diosigu was extremely excited. Hoo boss, choose General. Tame. Looking at that excited expression made him flustered. Then he imagined himself standing there holding a piece of paper and issuing orders to himself, becoming even more enthusiastic. Although he didn't say it out loud, boss, don't you think I'm exactly like this type of commander? Wow, if boss becomes a general, victory is certain. Just imagining standing and watching boss wave his hand heroically from behind is enough for me. But he just looked down. Actually, I'm more like a swindler than a commander. I don't know a single thing about military strat. But Huinsong objected. The awareness gained is too little. Other callings all increase stats by 3 levels. Jiang knew it clearly. As expected, he has intentions to stop me. Dioku shouted. Damn it, boss must be a general. He fell into thought again. Archer seems to suit Jiang. Diosiwu quickly rushed forward. I said boss suits general. It's general. Hurry and become the commander and give me orders. Huinsong gently interrupted. If I can provide support from afar, it would be very helpful. Hearing this, he exploded. Oh God, I told you boss must be a general. The calling that will save your soul is general. It must be general unconditional. But an archer, he shouted. Just as the goddess acted playful. As expected, it must be an archer. He nearly despaired. Seeing the two of them staring at each other as if they wanted to kill each other. Jiang, standing in the middle, became help. The two stood there arguing heatedly. Warrior. Archer. Commander. General. Oh wait. Archer. Warrior. Jiang wearily stepped aside. Haha. These two are so troublesome. They've completely muddled my... He looked at the status window again. That's right. This is you watching for vid. He reached out and pressed the button to choose a... Immediately after, his whole body felt as if something had entered it. His entire being emitted a... The two saw the power around him grow stronger and shine brighter. What's going on? Did he choose all? The two quickly ran over. Li Jiang, Big Yakgu and Hyunsong were genuinely nervous about his decision. Warrior or archer? Which one did you choose? Which one? Yakgu and Hyunsong stood on either side, shouting, it's the warrior, right? No, it's the archer. Jiang rubbed the back of his neck. He smiled. Yakgu collapsed upon hearing his choice. I can't believe you didn't choose Hyunsong, however, was calm. Jiang, may I ask why you chose me? Just chuckled. I just chose by feeling. He paused for a moment. So that's it. Even a second or two is enough for him to notice. Tonight, does he regret not choosing archer? Actually, I have my reasons for choosing this. I'm not suited for physical combat, so archer isn't quite right. Warrior isn't a bad choice either, but the accumulated points are too. He looked at his intellect of 19. Is mage the right choice? Something that helps me increase intellect isn't bad at all. This new magical knowledge is running through my head. One by one. Feels like I'm being filled with amazing. Then he'll try. Check the stat window. Immediately it ability stats. He mentally overall evaluation. Immediately the text jumped up. Overall, sufficient ability. It seems you are still very desperate. However, congratulations on finding your true calling. Player Jiang must find it very difficult to perceive magic with his own. It's good that your mana stat has increased by 3 levels. However, I advise you not to expect too much from leveling up as a mage. The more you hope, the more you'll be disappointed. Upon reading this, he immediately screamed internally. What a pity. Li Jiang. Even though I didn't expect, he happily clenched his fist and felt the flow of mana. Oh well, it's not that bad, right? I have to use it. He turned to look at Diakgu, who was despairingly sprawled on the... But Diakgu, have you made your choice yet? What's wrong with this guy? He stood up, scratching his head. Actually, there's shield bearer and priest. But I still haven't decided. Hyunsong and Jiang immediately spoke in unison. Shield looked a bit flustered. But priest but the two were resolute. Shield, although a little regretful, he obediently chose according to their suggestion. Young noticed. You've smiled, holding up his Then he excitedly said to him, "He'll listen to you guys and be a shield bearer." Ji-young crossed his arms contentedly. Excellent. Hell be a human shield in the literal. Hyun-sung spoke. Congratulations, both of you. Now let's head. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Wait a minute. What about dividing the rack? Ji-young picked up a sack. The two of us only need this much. But, before he could finish, Ji-young cut him off. Hey, alright. Hurry up and distribute it to everyone. Looked at the two bags in his, then shyly buried his face, bowed his head. Thank you all for giving me this share. Survive. Thank you watching for vid. A girl with a growling stomach spoke. Oh, why isn't Hyun-sung back yet?
I'm so hungry I'm about to faint.
But Ji-hai calmly chewed the bread in her hand. He'll be back soon. Be patient for a bit. She wasn't so calm. Oh, really? I hope he's quick. Just then, the skinny man behind her bolted up, ignoring him groveling and crawling on the ground. Ji-hai and Hee-yun continued to converse normally. How about you eat this first? It's leftovers from what I ate. Oh, yes. I'd be very grateful. Ji-hai glanced. Thank you watching for vid. Spoke. What are you looking at? Do you want? She broke it in half. No other. This is for you. And this is Hee-yun's share. She paused slightly. She tore the bread into small pieces. You don't do anything but lie there and demand food. Shovel it down, you worm. He was so crazed with hunger that he lunged forward, trying. Thank you, Ji-hai. Chomp 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 chomp. Thank you. Thank you. Receiving his satisfied words made her beam. Good boy. Very good. You should eat well like Gomein. This also caught Ji-hai's attention. They gathered around. Wow. The heroes are back. Wow. Wow. Hyun-sung. Ji-hai also smiled gently and ran over. Hyun-sung. The others were happy because they had. She took the bag. Deok-gu and Ji-young, you've worked hard too. He'll help you with this bag of rack. Hyun-sung showed no emotion. Yes.
Yehia smiled.
Alright. Please come back soon. Ji-young was speechless at this rosy atmosphere. Another guy came up behind him, grinning like an idiot. Ji-young, you should hurry and share with everyone. Quietly looked at the, then immediately turned his face away, leaving the guy's mouth agape in surprise. Deok-gu awkwardly followed. Big brother, are you really not going to share with everyone? He continued walking. I already said it. We didn't come here to do charity. He was still confused. Right, that's true, but it's still a bit. Ji-young furrowed his brow. If they want to eat, they should at least pick up a sword and fight. Maybe Kim Hyun-sung brought us here just to curry favor. Then he noticed Ji-hai over there distributing. She smiled. Ego. Thank you. Yes. You're well. Ji-young remained unmoved.
Li here.
If you look closely, when Kim Hyun-sung isn't here, she's the one responsible for managing this place. She's a typical example of a two-faced person. When Kim Hyun-sung is absent, she's no different from a queen. He imagined her arrogantly sitting on a throne. Perhaps that. He glanced at the people laughing brightly behind. A group of people smiled and others labored with difficulty. He looked at them with a puzzled expression. A guy looked towards Haun, who was clumsily carrying rocks. Hurry up. Please, miss. What if monsters? How can that Haun be so slow? Oh my. It's so irritating. Hearing the shouting made her dejectedly lower her head. Guy stood there yelling. If you guys don't manage to hand out the food in time today, you'll starve. Got it. They were scared. Yes, yes. This made Ji-young notice the pink-haired girl among the crowd. He glanced. Serious. He flashed a sly smile. I understand now why our Haun is being treated so poorly. He spoke. Hey, Deok-gu. He immediately replied. Yes, Big. Ji-young looked at him. Do you remember the Haun we met yesterday? He suddenly remembered. Yes. Is it the girl Big Brother helped? Yes. He held out a bag of. Give this to her and keep protecting her for me. Deok-gu was a little stunned upon hearing this. Yes. I understand. But why? Then he blushed as he realized. After that, he put on a look as if he knew everything. Oh, I understand, Big Brother. You can rest assured and leave this to Deok-gu. But Ji-young had no idea what he was thinking. Great, thanks. What's wrong with this? Haun on the other side was tired and covered in. His brows softened slightly. My Haun, how lonely she must have been. No one is as good to her as us, right? Right? He hastily nodded a few times. Then he flashed a perverted smile. Naturally, when you're at your weakest and most vulnerable, and someone helps you, you'd be very grateful, wouldn't you, Haun? I'm very reliable, aren't I? You're counting on me, right? Deok-gu waved. Hey, over there. Suddenly, a guy with glasses brought a loaf of bread to. He smiled. Here, eat this. Aeun nodded. Ji-young immediately felt something was wrong. Wait he stared intently at the guy. What the hell? Watching Sukwu happily laughing and joking in front of him, Ji-young thought, but what the hell? That bastard. Everything was. Ji-young's face darkened. He glared, thinking, how dare you approach my. Ji-young stood quite a distance from Sukwu and Ha-eun. He secretly turned his head and looked at them with sharp eyes, thinking, ha, what do you mean? Fine. What a bunch of freeloaders. In a place where they don't even have enough to eat them. Ji-young's face was still as black as a pot. He continued to think, suddenly treating her so well, isn't that too obvious? Is he doing that to achieve his own goals, or does he have some other intent? Gu was walking with a sack on his back. He turned his head and looked at Ji-young, saying, big. Ji-young annoyedly waved his hand, implying, keep. Gu seemed to silently understand something, and Gu then carried the sack and walked straight. Sukwu was still happily talking to Ha-eun. I'm quite close with Ji-hai. I secretly took this and brought it here for you earlier.
Ha-eun replied, dazed.
So, Sukwu held up a piece of bread and said, here. Ha-eun looked a little hesitant. She stammered, yes. Sukwu still held the bread in front of Ha-eun and said, don't refuse. Here, please take it. I went through a lot to get it. Ha-eun shyly said, then I. Ha-eun took the loaf of bread with both hands and said, thank you. For caring about me like this. Sukwu happily said, whoa. This is nothing. Ha-eun's face darkened as she bit into the bread, thinking, I'm so grateful. Truly. If not for Sukwu and Ji-young here, Ha-eun recalled when she met. Then she remembered his handsome face when Ji-young's. Ha-eun's face flushed again. She held the bread, eating and thinking. Speaking of which, Ha-eun bit the bread and wondered, what is he doing now? Sukwu turned to look at Ha-eun and said, there's something. Sukwu scratched his face, shyly smiling and said, if you don't mind, can we get closer?
Ha-eun exclaimed in surprise.
Ha-eun took the bread out of her mouth, thinking, he's saying he wants to get closer to me? Ha-eun smiled slightly and said, yes, I'd like that. Immediately after, Ha-eun suddenly felt something was. He looked down to find Sukwu's large hand ambiguously placed on hers. Ha-eun gasped. Sukwu's face looked like a pervert's as he chuckled and looked at Ha-eun, saying, Ha-eun's wrist was tightly gripped by Sukwu. She struggled, trying to pull away, saying, let go of me. Sukwu said, what's wrong? You just agreed to it. Ha-eun began to get scared. Her whole body trembled as she looked at Sukwu and said, why are you suddenly like this? Please let go. Sukwu clenched Ha-eun's wrist and raised it high. His face darkened as he said, this girl is really His expression then suddenly changed completely. He looked down at Ha-eun with disgust and said, why don't you understand it? Continued,
Ha-eun.
Do you think I'm doing charity?
Ha-eun's face froze.
Her lips trembled as she said, Sukwu stood up and said, there has to be give and take, right? Ha-eun looked at him fearfully and said, what do you mean? Sukwu continued, or should I just say it out? He squeezed Ha-eun's wrist tightly, making her scream in pain.
Pulled Ha-eun closer.
Sukwu's face was like an evil spirit's as he looked at Ha-eun and said, if you want to survive here, then be reasonable with me, you foolish girl. Don't you understand the situation?
Ha-eun screamed.
And no, please don't. Gu cracked his knuckles and approached, saying, hey. Gu spoke to Sukwu. You should let go of her while I'm still talking polite. Sukwu scowled. He looked at Gu with contempt and said, what? Who the hell? Right after he spoke, something came crashing down and Gu grunted. Humph. He punched Sukwu's arm directly, making him release Ha-eun. Gu had only thrown one punch, and Sukwu was already crumpled. He clutched his arm in. Gu's aura blazed as he cracked his knuckles and said, I didn't expect there to be trashy bastards like you here. Humph. I haven't broken it yet, so don't whine and play the victim like that. Ha-eun looked at Gu in delight and said, Before Sukwu could even compose himself, Gu grabbed him by the collar. He glared angrily at Gu and said, You swoosh. Ha-eun's face was stunned by the scene before her. Gu showed no hesitation as he punched Sukwu directly in the face, sending him flying quite a distance. He, standing not far away, suddenly looked utterly. The crowd slowly gathered to watch the commotion. What is it? What's going on? What is it? Seo-yun, meanwhile, quietly stood behind the. He took a bite of bread and glanced. Sukwu was hit, breaking his glasses and making his nose bleed. With just that, he shrieked like a chicken whose throat was slit.
Ha ha ha, blood im.
Sukwu sprawled on the ground, crying and whining.
Ha ha ha, boho, 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 boho.
Gu helplessly watched Sukwu whine and said, people are gonna think I just gave birth to a baby. Hey, Stop being so noisy. I haven't even used any strength. Sukwu still didn't listen to Diaku, making him start to get angry. He raised his fist again and said, "Hey, you're causing a bit of noise pollution. Shall I help you shut your mouth?" Haun panicked and quickly stood in front of Diaku, saying, "Stop." Haun looked up, flustered, and said, "I am fine, so please stop, Diaku. This is a bit too..." Jihai quickly pushed through the crowd, angrily saying, "Stop it." Jihai hurried to Sukwu, looked at him, and worriedly said, "What are you doing? Sukwu, are you..." Sukwu stammered, "I am..." Jihai then turned to face Diaku and angrily said, "Diaku, violence within our group is forbidden. What exactly are you..." Diaku turned his head to look at Haun and said, "He grabbed her hand and was harassing her. I just removed his hand. I saw it with my own..." Jihai looked at Sukwu in disbelief and said, "What did you say? Sukwu, is what Diaku said true?" Sukwu lowered his face and stammered, "No, it's not like that." Diaku said. He pushed up his glasses with his hand and said, "Of course, me holding Haun's hand was just a misunderstanding. It's not a crime." Diaku gradually lost patience, looking at Sukwu and saying, "This bastard. So you're choosing death." Jihai looked at Sukwu and said, "Sukwu, quickly explain the whole situation." Sukwu bent down, hugging himself with both hands, and said, "Me? I just wanted to get closer to Haun. She also reacted positively to my suggestion, so I think there's some misunderstanding." Jihai looked at Haun with a hint of annoyance and said, "Haun, please stop hiding behind him and speak clearly," is what Sukwu just said. Haun stood behind Diaku and stammered. Haun's face gradually turned pale as she listened to the whispers of the people around. "What's going on? What's wrong with them? I don't know. From what I heard, it seems they're fighting because of that." Whispers grew denser. How ridiculous. Even here, is she playing the role of a pitiful head? More sweat trickled down Haun's face. She looked at them blankly, thinking, all of them. Why are they looking at me like that? I didn't do anything wrong. Her face darkened. Tears began to... Haun remembered the memories of her parents' death. Abandoned by family. It's the same here as on... No one is on my... A tear fell to the ground. Haun said. That tears streamed down Haun's face. She sobbed, what he said. It's... Haun stepped forward, trembling, and said, But then he suddenly grabbed my hand. I mean, even if I wanted to get closer, the way he talked made me... I was a little surprised. Jihai frowned, looking at Haun, and said, I don't understand what you're saying. I stammered. Bibi. Jihai sighed and said, so that... Jihai continued. It's true that Sukwu wanted to get closer to you, and it's also true that you agreed. Haun's face lost all color as she said, What? But... Haun stammered because I didn't know that... That's what he meant. I'm sorry. Jihai said, Hey. Jihai's face darkened as she looked at Haun and said, Do you think crying like a child will solve... Jihai continued, the same goes for Diaku. Of course, in a situation like this, you intervened to save a woman from danger. I'm truly grateful. But before clarifying the matter, you shouldn't have acted so thoughtlessly. This time you were a bit too rash. Diaku scratched his head awkwardly, while Haun could only stand there, trembling like... Jihai crossed her arms and said, In this situation, who is the victim? Who is the perpetrator? It's not clear yet. Haun bowed her head and said, Jihai placed her arm on Sukwu's shoulder and said, Apologizing to me won't solve it. Jihai's face was full of sarcasm as she glanced. The person you need to apologize to is... She bent down and glanced at Haun, smiling as she said, It's the victim here.
Saugbu das arbas apropea pulogi.
Aeun suden listi. Thank you watching for vid. Jihai looked up again, her eyes full of challenge, looking at Haun. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kneel to beg for forgiveness. Haun could only tremble, and then her face darkened as she quietly uttered, so. Jing smiled, thinking now is the time. He stepped. Thank you watching for vid. He walked through the crowd towards. Jiyoung frowned in annoyance and said, What are you all... Jiyoung observed the situation and thought, I didn't think this many people would... Jiyoung raised one eyebrow, thinking honestly, whatever's going on between them has nothing to do... Jiyoung thought the important thing now is... He looked at Haun's worried face and thought that they've pushed Haun into a... Jihai said, Jiyoung, you've arrived just in time. Currently, Jiyoung stood in front of Jihai and coldly said, Jihai, are you even... Jihai paused for a beat, looking at Jiyoung, and said, What? What are you saying? Jiyoung said annoyed. Do you people think this is an amusement? Jiyoung glanced at the gossiping crowd behind him and said, If monsters discover this place and come here because of your noise, Who will take responsibility? The crowd's faces turned pale upon hearing this, and they quickly tried to avoid his gaze. They said, why didn't I think of that before? Could they really discover us? Sukwu was still clinging to Jihai. Jihai reached out as if to say something. But the situation now. Jiyoung continued, what is the situation now? I've been watching from afar and generally understand this. Jiyoung closed his eyes and said, Jihai, as you just said, this is a situation where it's unclear who is the victim and who is the perpetrator. Jiyoung said, you people are ganging up. Pushing someone into a corner like that, who would be the victim then? Jihai angrily retorted. But it's clearly Haun's. Jiyoung calmly looked at Jihai and replied, Jihai, can you confirm that Sukwu is truly innocent? With just this one sentence, he silenced. She began to get flustered, not daring to look directly at Jiyoung. Raised a hand to cover his mouth, smirking. He thought, of course not. If one could speak logically and with certainty. Jiyoung raised a hand to his forehead, glancing at Jihai, and said, I don't think everyone should gang up and bully an innocent girl like this. If Hyunsong saw this, he wouldn't be able to think favorably of this matter. Those words made everyone around them fall silent, unable to utter a. The others weren't much better. Everyone's faces were sweating, looking bewildered. And no way, if Hyunsong finds out, we're. Jiyoung then stepped beside Haun and said, furthermore, as I see it, stood beside Haun, smiling warmly as he looked down at her and said, she is absolutely not that kind of person. But in his heart he thought, barely, absolutely barely. Haun's two round eyes widened, full of surprise, as she looked at. Jiyoung coldly looked at Jihai, then frowned in annoyance and said, if, in school, you tell a friend you just met, let's get closer in the future, does that mean sleep? Jiyoung said, what does getting close and physical contact have to do with anything? Don't let yourselves be led by the nose. Think carefully. Jihai, speechless, didn't know how to refute and merely darkened her face, then uttered. The people around began to whisper again. Honestly, what he said isn't wrong at all. That's right. Thinking about it, what they said was a bit unreasonable. Jihai felt a little awkward seeing everyone's attitude begin to change. After that, the crowd incessantly praised Jiyoung, saying, that's right. Jiyoung is right. Honestly, isn't this going against Sukwu? That's right, I'm on Jiyoung's side this time. Ayun? She wasn't that good back then. Even so, it's a bit much. I think what Jiyoung said earlier was right. Does getting close mean sleeping together? How perverted. Go Jiyoung. That's right, Jihai is also too much. Jiyoung understands the problem very. The crowd then all cheered. Lee Jiyoung. Lee Jiyoung. Jiyoung looked at everyone, a little flustered, and said, what's wrong with it? Jiyoung covered his mouth and she turned back, angrily looking at Jiyoung, and said, Jiyoung, did you really want things to turn out this way? How outrageous. Jihai's eyes widened as if she had just seen something horrific before. Jiyoung looked at her with half-closed eyes, even smirking as if silently challenging. Jihai was a little stunned and stiff. Jiyoung thought, now the king of this. She imagined someone taking the crown off her. Jihai secretly thought, Jiyoung. Jiyoung sits on the golden throne, but the crown was taken by Jiyoung, and she couldn't resist. Jihai secretly thought. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet for a long time. All eyes were fixed on Jihai shyly blushed, looking at Jiyoung, and said, I. Jiyoung crossed his arms and closed his eyes. The other person stood with hands on hips and said, Sukwu, first you need to get your wounds bandaged. You two over there, please help Sukwu. The crowd was a little flustered and quickly nodded in agreement, saying, yes, sir. Coming right. The two didn't dare delay and immediately ran to help Sukwu stand. Jiyoung continued, oh, and before Hyunsong returns, everyone clean up this area and start your usual work, because what happened earlier might have alerted monsters. Diakgu, please scout the surroundings for me. Jihai remained rooted to the spot, her fists clenched, unable to do it. Diakgu, upon hearing Jiyoung's instructions, gave a thumbs up in reply. Understood, big brother. My big brother is truly something, Jiyoung said, and one more. He offered a gentle smile, looking at Haun, and said, Haun, could I have a word? Haun replied with a slightly flustered expression. When Jiyoung had gone quite a distance, everyone started whispering again. But is that girl really like that? Didn't you just agree with Jiyoung? That Sukwu guy is a pervert. But didn't she overreact? I didn't like her from the start anyway. Come on. I think Jiyoung was right, and what you're saying sounds like you're being coerced. Although Jiyoung was quite far away, he could still hear the whispers. He didn't turn around, but he smiled faintly, thinking, Haun, don't pay attention to them, because the important thing is that you are in a position favored by the one in. Jihai was beyond furious. She angrily bit her fingernails and glared at Ji-young as if her eyes would pop. Night had fallen. Ji-young walked to a table lit by a He sat down opposite Haun and said, "Please sit." Haun was still trembling. She sniffled. She trembled. Not daring to look Ji-young directly in the eyes, and said, I really didn't mean it that way, I just... Ji-young calmly replied, "I understand." Haun didn't do anything. Ji-young placed his hands together. He smiled warmly at Haun. "Also, I hope you can talk to me more Haun, with a few remaining tears in the corners of her eyes, looked at Ji-young and said. She raised her hand to wipe away the corners of Haun's lips began to part. The thing, Haun said, is like this. Suddenly, at that, she sat down. Her hands clasped together. She spoke in fear. That Sukwu. Ji-young also matched Haun's mood. He showed sympathy and said, "Yes, what about..." Haun began to explode, crying and gesticulating wildly. He grabbed my hand, and he yelled, like this. Ji-young appeared utterly sympathetic as he listened to Haun's story. "Oh my, he did..." Haun continued to babble in a panic. "It was like that, and then suddenly Diaku came. He hit him, and then Ji-hai was angry." Ji-young listened, understanding nothing. He thought helplessly, what on earth is she talking about? Then he spoke. Even though he didn't understand what Haun was saying, Ji-young thought, honestly, I can't focus on her words, but the important thing here now is empathy. Ji-young calmly faced Haun and said, "Haun, you were very sad, weren't you?"
Haun replied, "No."
Not. Haun had stopped crying. She smiled and sighed, saying, Now I feel much better. Thank you." Ji-young looked at Haun and said, "You don't need to thank me." In that situation, of course. Before he could finish, Haun said, "No, that's not what I..." Haun's cheeks flushed as she gave a faint smile and said, "Thank you for believing." Haun continued, Every time we meet you always help me, but I haven't done anything for you. Could I ask you, Ji-young, why you treat me so well?" Ji-young offered a practiced smile, silent for a minute. Then he said, "I just do what I think is right. If you ask..." Ji-young remembered a scene of his precious younger sister rudely kicking open the door and saying, "Li Ji-young, give me 10,000 won." Ji-young didn't even look up, just replied, "I'm broke." Ji-young said to Haun at home, "I have a younger sister about your..." He continued, "Every time I see you, I think of her." What Ji-young said was actually nothing like his sister's personality. Ji-young's sister was extremely excited and arrogant when she took his wallet, even saying, "If I find money, I'll take all of it." Okay. At that moment, Ji-young's face just darkened and he said, "Okay, my ass." He secretly thought it's all. Ji-young leaned his chin on his hand, nonchalantly thinking, that kid is nothing like Haun. But to empathize with her, he'll just have to. Flame not far away still flickered, casting light. Haun lowered her head and said, "I'm so sorry, I'll stop." Ji-young immediately said, "It's all right. And what about you?"
Atin raplia, I
have 2 older sisters, but I haven't been in contact with them for a long." Ji-young asked, "Is that so? And your parents?" Haun's hands trembled. She said, They're no longer." Ji-young spoke. "We're very similar." Haun, a little surprised, looked up at him and said, "Ji-young, you too?" Ji-young replied. Haun shyly said, right, we really are." Ji-young rested his face on his palm, smiling as he said, "Yes, that's right." He secretly thought having common ground is a prerequisite. Thought to easily empathize with someone else. Ji-young smiled and spoke. "If you don't feel uncomfortable, then Ji-young said, "We can express ourselves more freely. That's what I want." Haun replied with a hint of surprise. Haun became flustered again, starting to gesticulate wildly. Oh, yes. How do we do that?" Ji-young smiled and replied, "Let's start with easy topics, shall we?" Haun said, Yes. So, something comfortable." Ji-young said, "It'll be very comfortable." Haun clasped her hands, her face flushed, not daring to look directly, and said, Yes.
no.
I understand." Ji-young smiled triumphantly as his prey fell into. He secretly said, all-seeing eye. Immediately, status windows appeared before. He looked down at the window displaying Haun's information and thought, she still doesn't have a true calling. Ji-young then switched the window to a pie chart. Below the chart was the text, "You have strong potential. Even if you were to become a mage, you would become a different kind of mage than player Li Ji-young. Therefore, you don't need to worry too much." Ji-young thought, He looked at Haun, who was lost in thought. "It's hot in here, isn't it?" Then she shyly covered her face. Ji-young secretly thought, I need to make her become a mage quickly. After we get closer, should I bring up the topic of mage? He tapped his hand on the Suddenly, someone approached and spoke. Excuse me, may I disturb you for a moment? This caught the attention of both of them, making them turn their heads to the person continued, Jiyoung. Ah, Jiyoung, could I speak with you for a moment? The person spoke. Haun and Jiyoung both turned their faces towards the person. Jiyoung subtly recognized it. His face changed, and he let out a scornful smile, thinking, I knew she'd come eventually, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Jiyoung said, please step aside. I need to talk for a moment. Haun fearfully stood up, not daring to look up, and said, yes, I understand. Haun walked past the two. Their paths crossed. After that, Haun walked away without a word, leaving Ji-hai looking at her with some confusion. Ji-hai walked to the table and slowly sat down. Jiyoung looked at her and said, What's wrong? Ji-hai replied with a slightly flustered expression. I came to apologize. I sincerely apologize for causing a The two sat facing each other. Jiyoung spoke. It's all right. I also feel bad for overreacting. Ji-hai politely said, No, it's my fault. You, Jiyoung, were just doing what you always do. Jiyoung's face remained impassive. He crossed his arms and thought, Sigh. I really can't deal with this woman. Jiyoung spoke, Yes. Please can. Ji-hai lowered her face, not daring to look directly, and said, This time's resolution. Can I handle it? After thinking it over, I feel very bad for Haun. And Sukwu. Ji-hai said, If you entrust that to me. Before she could finish, Jiyoung cut her off. Do as you. Jiyoung looked at Ji-hai and said, Managing this place is originally your responsibility. Ji-hai, please forgive me for overstepping. This surprised Ji-hai. Ji-hai quickly said, It's not like that. That's not what I meant. Ziang closed his eyes and replied, Yes, I know what I'm saying. However, Ziang, he looked up at Ji-hai with sharp eyes, a smirk playing on his lips, and said, It would be better if you didn't meddle in my affairs like before. Ziang secretly schemed. Li Ji-hai, remember this. The only thing people like us, who have nothing, can do to survive is political Ji-hai remained silent for a long time. Ziang looked at her, thinking, If you want to grasp everything, so do I. So don't cross the line. Ji-hai said nothing, then suddenly stood up, which surprised Ziang. She walked over and sat down next to Ziang, making him extremely curious about her intent. Ji-hai took Ziang's arm with one hand and said, Ziang, I understand you now. I won't cross the line again. I apologize for bothering you. Ziang replied, It's not like that. Ziang appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was asking 7,749 questions. What is it? Why suddenly? Ji-hai chuckled. The two of them exchanged knowing smiles. Do you know what I'm really thinking? She said. Ji-hai's sudden action made Ziang feel a bit off. Ji-hai smiled wickedly, pleased, and said, I like ambitious. Ji-hai leaned closer, looking at Ziang and said, The more I look, the more certain I am that you're exactly my type. What do you say? From now on, shall we become closer? Ziang asked, puzzled. Are you intentionally trying to get close? Ji-hai moved even closer. She put her hand on Ziang's shoulder and said, Haiyan, aren't you trying to control me to keep an eye on that girl? If she's weak, even if she's not a snail, she will be. They'll take care of her later. At this point, I think I understand all your intentions. Ziang thought to himself as expected. He then smiled warmly at Ji-hai. Chuckle. Ziang thought, Ziang took Ji-hai's hand that was on his face and replied, It seems we're very much alike. Aren't we? Ji-hai smiled back, Yes, definitely. Ziang thought to himself. After speaking, the two exchanged a passionate kiss. Ziang secretly thought, She truly is my A few months later, a person was kneeling on a makeshift platform before everyone saw. The pervert, say you, with tears and snot streaming down his face, shouted, Everyone, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you. He continued, I want to extend my deepest apologies to Ms. Haiyan. Opposite him, people couldn't help but look at each other and whisper, Did you hear? Ms. Ji-hai has sided with Ziang. Oh, I heard. That's why Seiyu is apologizing. They continuously cast glances at Ji-hai, sighing. But it seems Ms. Ji-hai had no other choice. Honestly, Ziang's standing is now higher than Ji-hai's. Why is Ziang so overly protective of Haiyan? Continued, Haiyan. Who knows what that girl did to cause such a commotion now? That girl. Is she deliberately pretending to be foolish? A man, noticing Ziang nearby, cautiously said, Shoo. Be careful, someone might hear. Ziang's face was as cold as ice, showing no emotion as he looked at And in the evening, Ziang and Ji-hai sat by a warm fire. Ziang glanced at Ji-hai and said, Well, The pervert has been dealt with. Keep a close eye on. Jai-hai used her hand to hold Xiang's jacket on his shoulder and calmly said, I know. Basically, you want everything to end smoothly and for no one to cause trouble anymore. Jai-hai looked at Xiang and smiled. Then we need to create a situation where Hien is forced to rely on you. Xiang replied, that's right. Xiang said, ha. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled, saying, what do you really intend to do with that girl, Hien? You seem genuinely fond. Xiang remained silent for a long time, his face expression. After a while he calmly said, sis, you don't need to know. Jai-hai flinched at his She blushed, looked at Xiang, speechless, and could only stammer, in the morning. Xiang's expression was a bit awkward as he thought. What? How could that be? Why did he suddenly call her sis? Next to him there was also crying. Wah, 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 wah. The other person said, what on earth did he just suddenly? Xiang sat next to Hien, feeling utterly helpless. He thought, Li Jai-hai, I'm a political player here. Watch me turn this situation around. Hien wiped away her tears and said, honestly, this handshake went quite smooth. Hien brushed away a tear, looked at Xiang, and said, that girl. So, Xiang forced a smile and said, Hien has been complaining about her miserable fate these past few days. But, Hien looked at Xiang and whispered, brother, why am I so unlucky? The two sat in a corner talking. Hien looked at Xiang and said, I'm so lucky to have you here. Xiang replied, really? Xiang raised his hand, pointing a finger forward. He commanded, heed the sound. Respond. Summon. A moment later, a small flame erupted from Xiang's fingertip, making Hien exclaim, and Hien then smiled, utterly delighted. He recalled practicing with Dyaku and thought, actually, lately I haven't just been focused on Hien's training. Can I use a Kamehameha now? The energy wave attack from Dragon. Xiang looked at the small flame on his fingertip and said, Dyaku and I practiced together to get acquainted with each of our aptitudes. Mages and shield-wielding soldiers. Imagery. Imagery is very important. Suppose you want to create a spark like this, like a firework. You have to both imagine a real flame and shout the incantation. Xiang thought, the problem is, my incantations are all so lame. Home is like the navel of the universe. He let out a sigh and said, Hien has been in the same situation as me for several days now. You might not be able to use the methods until you get an apt. Xiang looked at Hien and said, even so, it'll be quick. Well, go hunting with Hien Xiang. So let's keep practicing together until then. Hien happily replied. She smiled brightly and said, just leave it to me, brother. They'll practice really. Xiang stood up and said, all right, that's enough practice for. Hien saw him preparing to leave and said, brother, actually, there are a few things I don't quite understand yet. Xiang looked at Hien and said, oh. Hien continued, yes, and my abilities have increased recently. Xiang happily looked down at Hien and said, oh, is that so? In his heart he couldn't help but exclaim, wow, indeed, my treasure is different. It's growing faster and faster. He looked at Hien with a hint of admiration, but his expression soon revealed his cunning thoughts. In that case, she'll have an aptitude soon, won't she? Excellent. Let's see how much it's increased. How far has it come? The status window appeared as command. The window began updating information. Xiang's expression suddenly stiffened as he looked at the status. It displayed, aptitude, mage. Basic. All of Hien's information appeared. Title, none. Needs more effort. Aptitude, mage. Basic rank. Method to become a mage, heroic. Xiang finished reading the lines on the window and began to think in a daze. What the hell is going on here? She's already become a mage. Xiang stared at Hien in astonishment. Hien, not understanding what was happening, could only call out, brother. Hien flashed a bright, innocent smile and said, I still don't know how to use. Xiang felt a little scared. He widened his eyes, thinking, lying. Since when exactly? Xiang looked at the girl. Ayan, did you lie? She looked up and asked him. He started jolting awake. I'm sorry. I was just thinking about other things. Are you talking about how to use magic? Yes, sir. I find it too hard to follow your instructions. Impossible. How can someone with such monstrous characteristics find it difficult to absorb magic? He secretly thought, Then let's practice visualizing one more time, shall we? Yes, brother. What on earth are you thinking? Xiang instructed Hien on how to use magic. First, you'll feel like fireworks erupting in your hand. Then, follow my movements. She raised her hand to follow. Small flame appeared on Hien's finger. Her eyes were full of anticipation. But then the flame quickly flickered. It seems I still can't do it, brother. You'll have to teach me more. He looked at her and whispered. It seemed like she failed on purpose just now. Can't I help her just one more time? For today let's stop here. I have something I need to do. Oh, then tomorrow. You promise me. The conversation was interrupted by a voice. The girl with brownish blonde hair was Park Hae-young, Lee Jae-hai's capable assistant. Do you have time now? He thought, wondering what she wanted, then replied, yes. He turned to Hyen and said, Hyen, see you. She agreed and turned. After she left, Xiang asked the woman why she was there. Hae-young awkwardly said, oh, it's nothing. I heard they're announcing the members for the next hunt today, right? If it's not too late, I'd like to go too. At this moment, the status window on her phone notified her. What? I don't know either. I initially recommended Hyen first, but reason. She interrupted, anyway, you still need someone to fight. Aren't I better than that clumsy girl? The young man secretly thought, why is she so disrespectful to a future mage? But upon reconsideration, she did have some potential as a pondered for a moment. Then he'll try to discuss it with Hyeseong first. But don't expect too much. Just your word gives me. Scene change. Everyone gathered in a forest to hear important announcements about the upcoming. Hyeseong stood on the platform and announced, all right, recognizing that it's very difficult to continue surviving here, we will sequentially decide on those among you who are capable of. Ayan, is that girl going hunting? What? She's involved with Xiang, haha. Xiang's preferences are peculiar, aren't they? Who knows what he sees in that child? Life really isn't fair, is it? I can also pull strings. Whispers and discussions about Hyen buzzed around. She just endured in silence. Brothers, thank you watching for vid. She painfully recalled each moment. My heart truly felt shattered into pieces just now. Brother Xiang is the only one I can rely on here. Yes, he'll get to see him to feel very guilty for lying to him, but I had to do it to get his attention. Tomorrow, he'll be able to experience our own world again and receive his. In the quiet, a voice suddenly broke her train of thought. Huh? Oh, you startled. It was Hae-young. What? Are you still here waiting for Xiang? Good heavens. You're no different from a stalker. Her tone was full of sarcasm. Oh no? Before Hyen could explain, Hae-young scoffed again. No wonder your eyes looked strange when you saw me earlier. Are you annoyed because I was talking to Xiang? Ms. Hae-young. That is not like that, Ms. Hae-young. She said hesitantly. What not like that? Anyway, you look so naive and foolish. By looking at your face, it's obvious. You like Xiang. Hyen was stunned. I'm telling you. Do you really think Xiang values? Hyen trembled. Huh? What does that mean? It's nothing. I just happened to be lucky enough to attend a meeting with Xiang at first. You must have misunderstood something if you think Xiang like. She smiled triumphantly. Foolish children like you probably don't realize. But I know exactly what kind of person he is. Someone like Xiang won't trust anyone at first. He easily gets bored with everything. If he doesn't need something, he'll heartlessly discard it. Especially weak, whiny children like you. You're the easiest to get tired of. Hyen was scared. Will he abandon me? No, he won't. No. Brother Xiang isn't like that. He's different from everyone else. She still believed in Xiang and responded. She stammered, Brother Xiang isn't that kind of person. Hae-young looked at the naive girl. There. That expression again. Now you must know why Xiang chose you, right? Huh? What do you? Hae-young pointed at the girl's face. Because you're an easy pawn to control and easy to discard. Treat you a little kindly, and you cling on like this. Those who were kind to you will eventually leave one by. Stop it. An image of someone flashed in Hyen's mind. Hae-young's voice brought her back to reality. Before Xiang abandons you, quickly devour that juicy. Otherwise, I and everyone else will seize it. Stop it. Her inner self didn't want to hear anymore. Besides, Xiang is a better match for me than a simpleton like you. Understand, you fool? Yahello provoked. That voice echoed, cutting through the gloomy atmosphere. So for the next hunt, we will take Hyen and Park Hae-young along for testing. Yahello deliberately provoked Ayan. Xiang truly is. He added me to the vanguard team just as I asked. Ayan's face darkened. She didn't want to hear Hae-young's words and Yahello approached Ayan. So, can you move aside now? I'm very busy. See you on the hunt. Oh no, if you even make it there, that. Hae-young left triumphantly. Ayan stood dazed. Slowly, 2 lines of tears streamed down her. She pondered, still unable to believe Xiang was such a. He had clearly promised to hunt with her, and to train together treated her like family. Always forgave her when she made mistakes and said they would strive to. He thought, she recalled Xiang's words. Her heart ached as if being cut. Tears wouldn't stop falling. Brother, Hyen is absolutely not that kind of person. She felt foolish and naive. Even though he knew she was like that, Brother Xiang. he truly cherished. The people keep saying lies and wicked things, so I won't listen to her. Hyen still wholeheartedly trusted Xiang, despite the gossip around. Please don't abandon me, brother. Please, please, don't treat me like. Many images appeared in her mind. Xiang seemed to transform into another person. He and Haiyang were discussing her. To be honest, I'm sick of that foolish girl. Treat her a little kindly, and she misunderstands, clinging to me. So annoying. Many voices rang out, driving her almost mad. Too much. Shut up. All of you. I don't want to hear. I don't want to see anything. You deep, bad, ugly things. Go away. I don't want to. Stop it. Please stay with me. Images of Xiang becoming more intimate with Haiyang made Hyen lose control. Don't listen to that person. I hate that. Please. It hurts too much. Stop it. She was helped. That woman's words echoed in her mind again. To be honest, Xiang is a better match for me than a simpleton. Hyen's feelings at this moment were like thousands of shards cutting deep into her. She could only helplessly watch the person she loved with someone. A few minutes, Hyen Seong announced the details of the upcoming hunt. Since there wasn't enough food and water for the entire group, everyone needed to fight if they wanted to survive. Hyen Seong decided to train everyone so they could all overcome the challenges. He looked over and called. Instantly, a flame appeared in his hand. Everyone was astonished. Thank you watching for everyone. As you all know, this is not the earth we once lived on. Divine Eye, attributes, class. In other words, it's like a game world, and in this place I am a. He then recounted his journey from an ordinary person to becoming a mage. Initially, he was also afraid of the monsters just like everyone. But if you fight without fear, everyone will have the strength to overcome. All of us must be more proactive. Only when the group becomes strong can we survive. And after hearing this, everyone agreed and responded to Xiang's call. That's right. We can do it. Everyone, let's cheer up. Wow. Amazing. They'll join. Hyen Seong felt that everyone's reaction was very good. Xiang, however, thought that sooner or later, someone would object or overreact. Diaka didn't care too much. Even so, it's better than starving to death, right? After that, everyone was divided into teams, going in pairs. Hyen and Park Haiyang. She proudly stepped forward. Cheers and shouts of welcome filled. Haiyang approached Xiang, wanting to shake hands. Let's cooperate. As he shook her instantly, his eyes filled with menace. His threatening tone made Haiyang break out in a cold. He pressed close to her hand. You just pushed. Hearing this immediately terrified, he leaned in close, warning Haiyang. It's just a warning, but can you be sensible and cooperate more harmoniously? If you touch Hyen again, you'll have a hard time living here. Do you understand? He asked again to ensure Haiyang had clearly heard what he said and would obediently. She trembled. Yes. Upon hearing her answer, he immediately changed his demeanor. He became cheerful and welcoming, as if nothing had happened, then smiled brightly and shook Haiyang's hand. Yes, yes. Then please help me. I must keep this within my limits. No, I want to get closer to Hyen. Even if it means trying to stimulate such an unusual child. But why isn't Hyen up? He looked down, searching for the. Xiang was surprised to see Hyen standing dazed among the. Her expression made him break out in a cold. He felt bewildered. Huh? What is it? What just happened? Was there a misunderstanding? Diaku looked worried. Brother? What's wrong? Cold sweat. I'm just a little tired. Tomorrow is the hunt, so you should rest well today. You always think about the team members. You should also think a bit about the. Yaku kindly shared his food with him. Haven't you been eating well lately? Me? I'm not worried about you at all. What? But just eat my bread. Hyen below heard their conversation. The girl looked up and gave a gentle smile, but this only made Xiang more. It feels like I did something. Haiyang stood aside, glancing. She recalled his tone and words earlier. Can you be sensible and cooperate more harmoniously? If you touch Hyen again, you'll have a hard time living here. Do you understand? She was anxious and furious. Oh, I've been caught. I was so close. While I'm here trying to please that girl Jai-hai, I've put in so much effort to climb to this position. While she was thinking, Jai-hai called, Mr. Haiyang, can you do well on tomorrow's hunt? Moreover, cooperating with people like Xiang will be very beneficial. Haiyang showed her attitude. Now even she's cooperating with him. So that's it. You mean I should serve Xiang as a maid? Necessary. Isn't this what you like? Sister Hai, what's wrong with making an impression on someone capable? I'm not the type to take risks, so I want absolute safety. Haiyang helplessly agreed, cursing silently in her heart. Damn it. I've definitely been. The scheming woman looked over and saw everyone asking about Xiang's situation. Recalling, she had suddenly burst in. In the blink of an eye, she defeated Jai-hai and ascended to power. She was definitely not simple. Damn it. I was imagining failure. She grew more anxious. Will I eventually be eliminated by that Xiang? Then it'll be nothing but a useless, Stinky dog. If that happens, all my efforts until now will have been for. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Haiyang was determined not to let Haiyan defeat her. Damn it. No way. I can't let this go on. Absolutely. Xiang must notice me. Only then can I survive. Next day, everyone gathered to discuss the hunt. Haiyan and Diaku would. Xiang, Haiyan, and Haiyang would provide support from behind. Haiyan reminded Haiyan and Xiang to be careful. Everyone would actively assist to help the two of them adapt to the. While Haiyan was explaining the combat methods, Xiang looked over at seeing her calm expression. The expression I saw yesterday must have been a mistake. Perhaps I've been too focused on Haiyan lately and have been over. The girl suddenly looked toward. Her sweet smile eased Xiang's worries. Haiyang stood there, witnessing it, looking displeased. Xiang ordered them to set off. A new journey was about to begin. As the hunt began, a rumble echoed. Monsters. Xiang immediately struck, killing a monster with one. Xiang fighting nearby was restrained by a monster. Haiyan and Haiyang saw this and felt worried. A little after being restrained for a while, Xiang forcefully delivered a fatal blow, killing the monster. Haiyan looked at him with eyes full of admiration. Haiyang, on the other hand, stood by, a monster's corpse. Diaku was surprised to see it. Whoa, why are there so many small monsters today? Haiyan had a bad feeling. He warned everyone to be careful. Diaku to the left. Immediately, a gigantic monster flew. Diaku. Luckily, you blocked it in. The monster had immense power, almost overwhelming Diaku. He lost his advantage, struggling to resist. It grew increasingly. Turned to everyone for help. Deal with them quickly. I can't hold out much longer. Xiang turned to Haiyang, telling her to quickly finish off the monster. But she was paralyzed with fear. Just stab it with the spear you're holding. What are you doing? Stab it quickly. Haiyang panicked even more. Damn it. It's more terrifying than I thought. Ah, no. Get a grip. Haiyang. I have to do well. I have to perform well this time. Monster. That damn monster. There's nothing special about. She tried to stay calm as she faced the monster. But when it turned its head to look, she immediately. Yang stood aside, irritated. TSK. Always acting tough like. He stood behind Hai. Suddenly he grabbed her. He whispered, if you do this again, well, I'll go. You understand? Xiang's words terrified Haiyang to the point of. He urged Haiyang. Come on. Hurry up. Put your strength into your. The tips of their spears immediately pierced the monster, causing it. It's not dead yet. Don't let go. Haiyang was terrified. Xiang looked at her with a judgmental. He immediately formed a plan. Leaning into Haiyang's ear, he said, just imagine it's meat. She meanwhile thought Xiang had gone crazy. The monster cried. The very next second it fell down dead. Haiyang also collapsed. Thank you watching for vid. She gasped for breath, terrified. Still trembling, haunted by the earlier. Xiang stood there, witness. This is the first and last time I'll help. Xiang gripped his spear tightly. Here, you can't expect help from others. Luckily, today was just an adaptation training. He widened his eyes. Next time, you have to survive on your own. Does everyone understand? Haiyang was scared. From the beginning, a person like Xiang shouldn't be trusted. I've been expecting something from this person until now. It might even be my turn next. Xiang patted Haiyang's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. Of course, everyone has worked. Haiyang glared furiously at. Haiyang stood by, watching both. Her eyes were elsewhere. Haiyang and Haiyan sat by a fire, talking to each other. Under the firelight, they discussed who would take the next shift. Next, it's Diaku. Haiyan went inside and called Diaku. Diaku, it's time for your. Diaku sat up. But your stamina is really good. You're worrying too. Xiang, lying nearby, opened his eyes. He suffered from insomnia, tossing and turning. I guess I can't sleep because of this. He thought even more. After this hunt, which way should I go to survive? At first, that strange guiding sound said, what kind of place is the con? Where is this place? And why did I fall? Xiang thought more and more. Then he thought of Haiyan. Come to think of it, Kim Haiyan is a regressor. So does everyone know what exactly happened to Kim Haiyan? In the thank you watching for vid until he came. Xiang, perhaps too tired from his thoughts, stopped and dozed. He lay there but no matter what, he couldn't fall asleep. What time? While lying down, he looked. Haiyan was standing in front. Xiang rubbed his eyes, thinking he was hallucinating. He was stunned when the person in front of him was actually her murderous gaze made him break out in a cold. Panicked, he closed his eyes, hoping it was just a delusion. No, that's right. I must have just woken up and seen. It's just a mistake. Yes, it is. It's an illusion. Haiyan is very gentle. He heard a rustling. Haiyan was getting closer and closer. She touched his. You're so cute when you sleep, brother Xiang. So adorable. She looked at him with infatuated and possessive eyes. Suddenly, she flashed a sinister. I will absolutely not give you up to. After speaking, Haiyan's eyes were full of possessiveness as she stroked Xiang. He lay there, only able to silently pretend to sleep. His heart pounded uneasily because of this terrifying. Xiang sighed. A look of annoyance was clear on his. Haiyan anxiously asked Xiang, "You look so tired, brother." He flinched.
Ach, I'm a bit tired.
But it's not. He glanced over. He saw Diaku and Haiyan chatting cheerfully. Haiyang, on the other hand, stood holding her weapon, watching from kept playfully teasing her. She looked shy and flushed. He recalled her appearance from last night. There was definitely something unusual. Haiyang seemed to be deep in thought. She unconsciously brought a hand to her. His eyes were wide with surprise. He seemed to have just realized something. Could it be? Is it because she's been spending a lot of time with Park Haiyang lately? Is that? Haiyan suggested, "Today let's go a little deeper. If anything goes wrong, come back here immediately. Okay?" Does everyone agreed with his suggestion? Yang glanced over and saw Haiyang with her eyes closed, seemingly deep in thought. Haiyan, meanwhile, quietly clasped her hands and walked behind. Her eyes weren't looking straight ahead but only to the left. He decided he needed to check on the. Everyone advanced together. Haiyan and Diaku led. The remaining three walked behind. Everyone had their own thoughts on their face. He looked at Haiyang calculatingly. At his "Thank you watching for vid." He gently kicked it toward the stone. She cried out, "Oh dear, are you all right?" He supported her. Her face was full of confusion, and she could only manage a few sounds. "Ah, In her heart, she wondered, "What's going on?" He glanced towards. Behind her a murderous aura emanated, just like a large monster with glowing eyes and sharp fangs, ready to pounce on them at any. Seeing this, he was so terrified he couldn't close his mouth, and sweat streamed down continually. It wasn't a hallucination. Haiyan was jealous of Park Haiyang. She stared intently at the two with angry, lifeless eyes. He mumbled, pale with fear, No, I just wanted to be normal friends, that's all. Definitely not like." While he was still trying to figure out, did I make a wrong move? Where on earth did she hear about that? A huge question mark appeared on Haiyang's face, clearly showing her indignation. She gritted her teeth. Her eyes widened. Veins appeared on her face. She looked extremely angry. Is he trying to test me or something? How dare you use me, you bastard? Do I look that fun? Just you wait, Xiang. We'll see how long you can look down. The group continued to advance. Suddenly heard a sound coming from behind, but when he turned his head, there was only silent space. Nothing was. Haiyan raised his hand to observe. "I have a feeling it's getting very close. From now on, lower your voices. It's very sensitive to human voice." Yaka's face grew more serious. He listened intently to what he. Feeling an unusual aura around him, he instinctively turned. He suddenly spoke up. "I sense something around here." The other person was surprised. "What is it?" He saw monsters lurking. Haiyan unexpectedly interjected. He brought a hand to his mouth and calmly said, "I've been sensing something around here this whole time, but we haven't been attacked yet." Diaku helplessly said, "Ugh. This is so annoying." Xiang was too fed up to grabbed his shield and ran to the lead. What on earth is up ahead? Everyone rushed after him. Xiang tried to run as fast as possible to catch up. "Hey, wait. Don't be wrecked." Suddenly, both of them froze. The two couldn't help but be surprised to see an underground staircase appear before their eyes. Both of them were wide-eyed with undisguised surprise. Only Haiyan remained calm, staring intently at the stair. He closed his eyes, concentrating on visualizing its image. It was like a basement, hiding inside, his face showing a pathetic expression. "Oh, Haiyan, it's a good thing you're an investigator and not an actor. All right, let me handle." They all stepped down the stairs together. Doubt was evident on everyone's face. Before them were monsters. They were large, with bald heads, a single eye and sharp teeth. Notably, they had two large fangs that grew outwards, making them look. They suddenly charged to attack. Dioku quickly raised his shield. "Big brother, my shield isn't made of vibration." Yang chanted to summon his power. Navaranoi, power to destroy, and gripped his weapon tightly. The spear blazed fiercely, emitting sparks, ready for battle. His face showed concentration and determination. His eyes gleamed with strong will. Fire. Suddenly, a monster wielding a sharp wooden stick lunged to attack, catching everyone off guard. Damn it, where did it come from? I'm going crazy. It was attacking more ferocious. Forcefully kicked Dioku, causing him to cry out in pain. He worriedly turned to look at him, not noticing another monster closing in beside him, preparing to attack. The time he noticed, the monster was very close. Panic flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, Huin Xiang lunged forward just in time and severed the monster. Everyone descended the stairs together. Suspicion was clearly visible on everyone's face. Before their eyes were the monsters. They had large bodies,
bald heads.
Only one eye and razor-sharp teeth. Specifically, they had two large fangs growing outwards. They looked very ferocious, suddenly charged forward to attack. Diaku quickly raised his shield to block. Big bro. My shield isn't made of vibration. Yang chanted an incantation to summon power. Navaranoi. Power that can destroy. The weapon was firmly gripped in his hand. The spear was fiercely ablaze, creating sparks as he prepared to fight. His face showed clear concentration and determination. His eyes burned with strong will. Fire. Suddenly, a monster holding a pointed wooden pole charged to attack, catching everyone off guard. Damn it, where did it come from?
I'm going crazy.
It's attacking even more furious. Forcefully kicked Diaku, making him cry out in pain. He worriedly turned to Diaku, not noticing that another monster was closing in beside him, preparing to attack. When he noticed, the monster was already very close. His eyes clearly showed pain. Luckily, Haiyan Seong had lunged forward in time, severing the monster, rescuing Xiang. He put his two arms around Xiang and anxiously asked Haiyan, "Are you?" A sudden scream erupted from behind, making everyone freeze and Xiang. Haiyan Seong turned his head. Both were stunned to see the person standing before them. That person stammered, I'm sorry. The person standing before them was Park Haiyang. She was continuously I fell just now, so I couldn't catch up. You scared. Diaku and Haiyan widened their eyes in astonishment. She scratched her cheek, hesitantly saying, I was also going to rush to help, but I accidentally threw my spear. Yang looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. He gritted his teeth in fear. Sweat poured down him. Damn it. Because of the noise, the monsters are swarming toward. Everyone simultaneously turned and ran. Footsteps pounded. Xian Shang, with a determined expression, summoned his azure glow sword, yelling loudly to everyone, "I'll lure them away. You all hurry back to the But Haiyang alone remained still. Her eyes stared intently at Xiang, her face far from cheerful. A shadow of gloom seemed to cling. Xiang saw this and shouted in a panic at both of them. What are you doing? Xiang. Hurry up. You two. Haiyan turned to run with the others, but Haiyang still looked over, her gaze never leaving Xiang, with a face that seemed far from innocent, gently etched her current emotions onto herself with her own. Immediately after, the scene became utterly chaotic due to the monsters. Their roars were extremely ferocious. Xiang spoke to himself internally about the current situation. Xian Shang, honestly, why did he have to lead them along for no reason? No, Dok-gu and Haiyang still have a higher chance of survival. Alright, He quickly turned back towards the monsters, his eyes gleaming with intense focus as he activated his mind's eye art. He called out to Dok. Ji Yong stood bravely amidst the ferocious, growling giant monsters. Their roars seemed to tear through the air, but he maintained his composure. An incantation rose from him. Oh God, Navaroni. And his voice was warm yet powerful, each word etched into the space. Burn them all. Focus your power to incinerate the. As he chanted, Dok-gu responded with a highly excited expression. Alright, kill them all. Jiang froze, thinking to himself, is this really the time for small? Finally, at the very end, he shouted the last incantation, his voice echoing louder and stronger than ever. Blaze, a brilliant fireball appeared in his hand, immediately launching towards the monsters as he yelled. The fireball shot forward like an arrow, slamming into the leading monster. The monster in front screamed in agony. A ear-splitting ugh. Its giant body seemed to be incinerated in an instant, turning to ash in a Jiang saw the result and joyfully cheered in his mind, a triumphant smile on his face. Excellent. Strike. Dok-gu, seeing this, couldn't help but praise him. As expected of the. Before he could fully rejoice, Dok-gu began to look around. His eyes swept over the entire scene, suddenly realizing something was wrong. Only the two of them were left. Dok-gu said in confusion, Huh? Boss, why are we the only ones here? Jiang immediately replied. Dok-gu asked him what about the little girl and Xiang. At this, Jiang suddenly snapped awake. He spun around to where he thought the two of them had been standing, his face filled with extreme worry and panic, eyes wide. And of course no one was standing there. Only the ruined landscape and smoke remained after the monster realized the situation was becoming serious. A feeling of extreme anxiety surged in Ji Yang's heart. He whispered to himself, what is it? Seriously, Haiyang. He turned back to Dok-gu to ask about their whereabouts. Where did they go? Dok-gu could only stammer, his eyes darting back and forth, his face full of guilt and confusion. When did they disappear? They were clearly with us earlier. So what do we do? Jiang could only reassure him. No, it's not your fault. I should have been more observant. He fell into thought again, worried about the two of them. If it were just Xiang, it would be fine, but the problem is Haiyang. If she gets lost in a place like this, I definitely won't be able to. Jiang temporarily stopped thinking. He told Dok-gu, first we should go back. They're probably just lost somewhere. Dok-gu nodded in agreement. I understand. The two began to search. Then Jiang said, I don't know when they got lost. Dok-gu replied, agitated, clearly, up until the monster. As he ran, he continuously asked himself questions and doubts he couldn't comprehend. His eyes were full of thought, his tense face clearly showing confusion and worry. How strange. No matter how slow Dok-gu is, how could two people disappear at once without anyone noticing? What exactly his mind reeled with a series of unanswered questions about Haiyang and Xiang's inexplicable disappearance. Suddenly, a scene abruptly flashed in his mind, blurry like a dream, yet eerily real. It was an image he never wished to see. A hidden fear suddenly became a haunting vision. In that illusory sight, Xiang lay crumpled on the ground, her body terrifyingly still, without a trace of life or reaction. At the same moment, Jiyang's gaze was drawn to Haiyang's figure. She stood there, merely observing the scene with a completely blank expression, her eyes empty, devoid of any emotion, like a cold statue amidst the brutal scene. No movement, no words, just deadly silence. A chilling sensation ran down Jiyang's spine. He murmured uncontrolled words, his voice fractured in his throat, both a question and a desperate denial. Before he could calm himself, a surge of dark purple light unexpectedly spilled out from a narrow alley, casting shadows on the ruined path where Jiyang and Dok-gu were walking. The light was not the color of ordinary magic. It carried a gloomy, bizarre, and threatening aura, as if devouring the surrounding space. Each time it passed, the air seemed to grow heavier, carrying a strange, demonic energy. Jiyang suddenly felt an extreme unease. It wasn't just ordinary worry, but a premonition of ill omen, a harbinger of death closing in. His heart pounded in his chest, as if wanting to leap. That feeling of extreme unease resonated in Jiyang's mind like an alarm bell. He repeatedly uttered a single word in his head, like a haunting refrain. Each repetition. Could it be? Could it be? In that state of mind, he quietly spoke, Hey Dok. Of course, Dok-gu immediately responded, his tone quick and ready. Yes, the brief moment between panic and ill premonition, Jiyang quickly regained some of his composure. He looked at Dok-gu, who was still waiting for orders with absolute trust in his eyes. First, you go left. They'll search ahead and then return. Jiyang suggested. Dok-gu immediately responded, his voice without a hint of hesitation, showing absolute obedience and trust in his boss. I understand. As Dok-gu, without delay, began to head left, his shadow quickly merged into the darkness of the alley. Jiyang was left alone. He stood there, his entire body frozen, his eyes fixed on the strange dark purple light that was still flickering, pulling him in with a hypnotic allure. His anxiety was not just ordinary fear, causing sweat to break out and soak his forehead, streaming down his temples. The unease had transformed into a raging wave, overwhelming all other thoughts. His mind was again filled with questions, but this time not of doubt about the situation, but a vehement denial of the worst possible scenario. It can't. Please, don't let it be what I'm thinking. Please. Without any hesitation or doubt, Jiyang immediately turned around, running straight towards where darkness enveloped the area with a gloomy, eerie glow of dark purple light. Each of his steps was heavy, yet full of determination, as if he were racing against fate itself and his worst premonitions. He didn't care about the danger ahead. All he wanted was to find Haiyang and Xiang, and hope that everything wasn't as bad as he was imagining. The path leading deeper into the dark night seemed to swallow him whole, but Jiyang did not. In another alley, Xiang, with a focused and cautious expression, gently placed the last stone onto the damp brick floor. A tiny clack echoed in the silence. She slowly stood up straight, raising a hand to wipe the beads of sweat from her. Then she contentedly looked back at the path of small stones she had carefully left behind until now, stretching out like a guiding thread through the ruined maze. Good, this should be enough, right? It really works when scouting ahead. Xiang smiled faintly with pride, thoroughly satisfied with what she had just. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from behind Xiang, without a sound, as if materializing from thin air. It was Haiyang. Her voice rang out, clear but with a terrifying coldness, like a merciless accusation. Clearly, your leg is perfectly fine. You were just pretending to fall, weren't you? Brother, were you planning to? Xiang flinched, her entire body trembling slightly. She spun around, her eyes wide with shock and panic. But it was too. The moment Xiang turned, the space around them both changed strangely. A purple light field, carrying a sense of oppression and death, slowly spread, enveloping them. Around them now was a different territory, an invisible net created by pure magic controlled by Haiyang. This net was like an inescapable prison, tight and impenetrable. Xiang cried out in panic. No, Haiyang, you what? Why are you? She quickly realized something was wrong. Xiang's face was pale with fear, sweat pouring down her face, soaking her hair. What is this? Is it magic? Xiang quickly thought, her face panicked and fearful, sweat completely drenching her face. Haiyang only spoke softly, her voice still gentle, frighteningly calm amidst the intense tension.
I'm sorry.
It didn't make sense no matter how she thought about it. She stopped. Then Xiang shouted angrily, What are you saying? You idiot! Haiyang's emotionless face became even more terrifying and ominous in this situation. The little girl's eyes were empty, yet contained a cold glint, like a sharp knife ready to strike. She spoke in a whisper, but each syllable was filled with menace and deadly danger. Before she could react, an invisible gust of wind, sharp as a blade, unleashed from Haiyang's magic, flew towards Xiang. This gust was not just wind, but a pure energy entity, aimed directly at her. Before the excruciating, flesh-tearing pain arrived, the horror made Xiang only utter a faint sound, a choked gasp in her throat. Immediately after, she collapsed to the ground with a dry thud. Her legs were in one place, horrifically separated from her body. Fresh blood began to stain the brick. Yet Haiyang, upon seeing this scene, merely looked at her indifferently and callously, without a hint of remorse or pity, as if looking at an inanimate object. Horrible pain, beyond human endurance, overwhelmed Xiang. She screamed in agony, her desperate cry tearing through the silent space. Who's there? Me? Save me. Come on. Xiang desperately pleaded for help, trying to crawl, using her hands to move her mutilated body, longing to escape this place, this living nightmare. But Haiyang only smiled faintly, a smile utterly devoid of warmth, instead filled with a cold, cruel reassurance. There's no use, I've used magic to block the sound. So, the monsters can't get here, so you can rest assured. Haiyang's ironic reassurance only terrified Xiang further. She reached out to Haiyang, her eyes gleaming with utter despair and pain. Shut up. No, please. Why are you like this, Haiyang? Physical pain flooded Xiang's body to the point where her words became weak and shaky, her voice faltering, broken, as if her breath was about to leave her body. Finally, tears streamed down her face, fading her once bright eyes, replacing them with emptiness and despair. She softly pleaded, her voice like a final sob. It was my fault. It was all my fault. Save me, please. Haiyang felt extremely annoyed witnessing her despair. Casually, she picked up a twig, which she used to control her magic. So noisy, aren't we? It's best to shut up. Save me, please, get me. Xiang hadn't finished her sentence when her mouth was abruptly covered. A transparent pink liquid, looking like a thick jelly, immediately covered her mouth, completely blocking any sound she could make. She could only make unclear MMPH sounds, struggling, and Yang leaned down towards her and looked directly at what she considered her triumphant achievement. How does it feel, Xiang? Does it hurt a lot? But you have to suffer just like I. Her expression became utterly cold, yet full of malice. The little girl's eyes were now like two shattered gemstones, without any light. Just looking at her face at that moment was enough to make one shiver with fear, as if facing a devil in an angel's guise. Her voice also slowly became ominous, each word like a drop of ice falling into space. You tried to steal my brother. It feels like a knife piercing the malice subsided slightly, but she slowly stood up, her small feet rising gracefully on the blood-stained floor. And besides, if you were still alive, I'd feel uneasy. Xiang lay sprawled on the ground, her entire body trembling violently from extreme fear and pain. She screamed in silent agony, her pleas and resistance echoing only in her mind, unable to escape through the transparent film blocking her mouth. Please. Haiyang raised her hand, brushing back her innocent, jet-black hair to reveal her small face. She offered a gentle smile, looking like an innocent angel. But clearly, this was a fake smile, concealing a malicious scheme and chilling cruelty within.
I'm sorry, Xiang.
Though it was only a few blunt words from Haiyang, it was enough for Xiang to understand her impending fate. A terrible despair descended, completely engulfing her. She trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks, mingling with. In her final moment of despair, She extended her trembling hand towards Haiyang, like a fragile ray of hope that might stop the little. Please don't. These were all her unspoken words. Haiyang surely knew exactly what she was doing. She clearly saw the silent pleading in Ziyang's eyes, but she showed no signs of hesitation or sympathy. In her emotionless eyes, there was not a single wind blade. The incantation was not yet complete, but just those two words were already fully imbued with dread and deadly power. Ziyang's eyes widened to their extreme upon hearing it, as if she truly couldn't believe Haiyang would cruelly do this to her. Someone once considered a comrade, a friend. Save me. Her last words emerged, a desperate cry, but it couldn't escape outside, blocked by the invisible. Haiyang gently flicked the twig in her hand, as if doing something utterly normal and harmless. Then, once again, sharp, blade-like gusts of wind, carrying surges of magic, reappeared and rushed towards Xiang. They swept past her like invisible but brutal slashes. You. Her painful cries erupted as those seemingly harmless gusts passed across her. Suddenly, a voice called out and approached simultaneously, carrying urgency and relief. Haiyang flinched, spinning around towards the sound. Her eyes widened when she recognized it was Ji Yang, the brother she had just mentioned. What a relief, he said, seemingly relieved to see her still. Oh, that's great. But before he could finish his sentence, a horrifying sight met his eyes. Ziyang's arm, severed by Haiyang's attack, suddenly flew out and even Haiyang herself, who had just committed the crime, hadn't expected Ji Yang to find her at this desperate moment. She stood there, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at him. Their gazes met in a fateful instant. Yang became more shocked than ever by the horrific scene before him. His face was ashen, drained of all blood. His lips could only tremble slightly, uttering her name, his voice lost from extreme horror. Ha! At this moment, Ziyang's fresh blood had splattered onto Haiyang, from her clothes to her innocent face, creating a sickening contrast. She looked at him with extreme surprise, a flicker of panic momentarily crossing her previously emotionless eyes. Ji Yang saw the horrific sight and paused for a moment. Haiyang, she stammered in fear. Oh. Ji Yang lay on the ground, struggling to reach out. He glanced down, his expression gradually twisting into a grimace. Damn it, curse it all. I knew it would be like this. Even though I tried to stop it before it happened, I didn't expect it to go this. He silently looked at the severed arm lying scattered on the ground, his heart in turmoil. I feel afraid, terribly afraid. Should I run away? Or pretend I don't know? Ji Yang dropped the staff in his hand and hardened his expression. He slowly walked towards her, leaned down, looking at her gently. Are you all right? Seeing his gentle actions surprised her. Then he pretended not to know anything. Xiang, what happened to her? This confused Haiyang. Yes? Xiang meanwhile collapsed, her tears ceasing to.
Ji Yang worried.
Ziyang's hands and legs. Why are they like that? In his heart he prayed ceaselessly. Please, Haiyang. It's a very simple question. Please answer. As expected, Haiyang also began to cry.
Brother Ji Yang.
He looked at Xiang, who was trying to drag herself towards him. Tell me it wasn't you who did. I don't know anything either, brother Ji Yang. I saw that I fell down here with her. Her unexpected answer greatly surprised Yang. Without batting an eye, sighed and lied. When I came to, I saw Xiang. She was already like this. He also pretended not to know anything. Ah, then what about you, Haiyang? Are you hurt? And her face darkened. Then she threw herself into his arms, but didn't forget to glance at the person struggling on the ground over there. I'm fine, brother Ji Yang. He gently supported her. Is that? He subtly smiled.
Ji Yang embraced Haiyang's head.
You're amazing, Haiyang. He couldn't hide his smug. Seeing them act out their own drama, leaving her to struggle like a mad woman, infuriated Xiang. You villains. You cruel you bastards. All of you. She could no longer maintain her composure. Immediately after, she collapsed. Seeing this, Haiyang quickly spoke up. Ah, Xiang. A trap might have been activated in Jion. Xiang was completely satisfied with her pretense and went along with it. Thinking back to the basement staircase just now, it's not surprising if this place has magic traps. Haiyang, perhaps you don't know, but I entered here through a wall created by magic. She looked in the direction he was going. At this point, his face finally showed tension. The script is complete. The problem, he looked at Ziyang's corpse. The cut is too clean. If left like this, Xianshang will definitely find. Pondered for a then opened his eyes again. She's dead anyway. The best way is to create. He looked. Thank you watching for Ball of Fire. As soon as he finished speaking, a billowing, intensely burning flame appeared directly in front of him. Continuous crackling sound filled. Haiyang cautiously stepped forward.
Ah, Brother Jiang,
He said, seemingly saddened. I really wanted to bring her body back, but am afraid we would be in danger. So there's no other choice but to dispose of her, he said. Jiang clenched his fist, as if with regret. At least we should do something for her. He looked at the blazing wall of fire. That's right. This is the best. Haiyang couldn't suppress the excitement in her heart, trembling slightly. She hid her face behind her long hair, pretending to cry a few times. Fu hu hu. But even that couldn't hide it from Jiang. She's not the only mom. His face became grim. Indeed, just okay Gu saw the two of them. He quickly ran over. Boss.
Cease.
Are you two all right? Hearing this, he only saw Jiang gently shake his head a few times. Okay Gu understood the meaning of that action and sighed. Anyway, death is unavoidable. Jiang then led them to continue walking. What about the monsters around here? Okay Gu followed. Perhaps Xianshang has lured them far away, so there's no trace of them left. With his abilities, hell definitely be right. What we need to do now is quickly return to camp. He said outwardly, but inwardly, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's not. Immediately after, he tiredly fell backward. Oh, the two of them cried out in fear. Boss.
Brother
Dok Gu quickly supported him. Boss, are you all right? Jiang held his forehead. Yes. Perhaps I used too much magic. Just need a little rest and it'll be. Dok Gu saw his condition and frowned deeply. This isn't good. We'd better set up a tent nearby to rest tonight. Sister Haiyang, is that all right? She stammered, tears falling. Ah, yes. Her tears fell profusely. Brother Jiang, could what happened just now have shocked him? She spoke. The three decided to rest in a corner. Dok Gu was trying to spin a wooden stick in his hand to make. After a while of effort, he finally succeeded, making him very satisfied. Phew. Oh wow. I don't know why, but honestly I feel a little regretful. Jiang quickly replied. About.
Dok Gu wiped sweat.
I mean that person named Xiang. She tried so hard, yet, Jiang cut him off. Dok Gu, we almost died because of that. Knew that, but Dok Gu was still a little sad. Even so, but, Jiang was serious. You should be grateful that we're still alive to return. But you can't be so cold-hearted. If it wasn't that person, but you or Haiyang who. He hardened his face and covered his mouth with his hand. I probably wouldn't be able to bear that. On hearing this, Haiyang and Dok Gu's eyes sparkled with stars. They looked at him with affection, which made him feel Dok Gu awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I would also be like that if it happened. Haiyang meanwhile blushed. Dok Gu pointed a finger at himself. Cough, cough. They'll go check around.
Jiang did understand.
Why? Is it really necessary to go? Outwardly, he was worried about Dok Gu, but inwardly he was screaming. Dok Gu, don't leave me alone with her. I'm scared. But Dok Gu didn't know anything and still acted heroically. They'll go scout. The scouting, alright? And besides, boss has used a lot of magic today. Excuse me, but do you have money to take care of him like me? Haiyang quickly spoke up. Huh? Leave it to me, Dok Gu. Dok again checked his own status, the status window. Immediately after, seeing his luck increase to 27 astonished him. Overall assessment. Big success like an ant's tail. We hereby confirm that you have received a relatively significant accumulation of physical, magical, and intelligence stats. It seems you've used your brain quite a bit. In particular, the physical level-up stat is recorded as increasing rapidly. However, player Ji Yang's abilities are still only like monster. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. My luck has increased. It's increased by 2 means the situation isn't so bad, right? Seeing his surprised expression, Haiyang spoke up. Brother Jiang, it seems your skill stats have increased a lot. He didn't deny it. What about you? She didn't hide anything and told him everything. I haven't changed much. Still, my magic stat increased a little. Physical strength and muscular strength also increased. He couldn't help but compliment her. You're really lucky. But as soon as he finished speaking, he secretly activated his God's Eye. Her status board clearly appeared, confirming player Haiyang's skill stats and level-up limit. Overall assessment. I am truly Ji Yang's loyal. A huge question mark appeared on his face. What the heck? This assessment. Haiyang subtly noticed the change in his expression and stammered, Brother Jiang. Hearing his reply, she sighed again. About you sad, brother? She asked him. Jiang, however, looked at her calmly. Honestly, it would be a lie to say I don't regret. Recalling that pale face still made him shiver. Even now, whenever he thought about what happened, he still felt a chill down his spine and his hands and feet would. He leaned his face close to Haiyang. for not getting hurt. It's truly a relief that you're safe and sound. Haiyang. He gently supported her head. Compared to survival, those trifling matters are basically nothing. His eyes don't thank you watching for vid, but Haiyang didn't notice it and was completely immersed in his comforting words. Oh, brother.
Brother Jiang.
Jiang whispered to himself, Haiyang. As long as you stay by my side until the very end. Even if we can no longer be human. The two hugged each other by the fire, in utmost.
Jiang gently reassured Haiyang.
Let's continue like. Noticing his intense gaze made her blush shyly. But that gaze was actually assessing. Brother Ji Yang's position and my sister's are good too. But if I treat her like a lover and quickly pull her towards me, that's not a bad idea. Her eyes sparkled. Brother. But a cough interrupted them. Cough. Diokegu walked over, scratching his head. Geez, I'm sorry for ruining your mood. This small action made Haiyang extremely angry, glaring, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and stammered an explanation. Huh? Oh, it's not like that. He replied, I don't know why I came back so quick. She ran away shyly immediately. Jiang didn't mind and turned to talk to Diokegu. You're back. Huh? What nonsense are you talking about? He laughed. About that, boss, don't even try to know all about boss liking sister Haiyang. What? Oh, come on. Seeing him laugh and sit down left him speechless. What is this dark-haired kid talking about? He shot Diokegu a glance. But you, why do you keep calling Haiyang sister? Don't you know she's younger?
Diokegu wasn't surprised.
Of course I do. But who calls their sister-in-law little sister?
Jiang did understand.
Huh? What the heck are you talking? Jiang clamped his mouth shut, his face helpless. What nonsense is this kid spouting now? Oh no, wait. He recalled her expression whenever he talked to other girls. Come to think of it, Haiyang has always shown affection for me like I always felt something. Then he noticed Diokegu smug expression. Could it be? She was misled by this. Diokegu confidently said, cough, cough, cough. Actually, even though I didn't say it, whenever you told me to take good care of her, I immediately knew your intentions and kept pushing you two together. Actually, I am. Hearing this, Jiang couldn't help but tremble. Wah! Diokegu exclaimed. Impressed with himself. Love expert Kong Wanho. North Diokegu is famous. Geez, haven't you ever seen it, boss? I'm very In short, I will definitely use all my heart and mind to diligently push you two together until you become a couple. Listening to him ramble endlessly, Jiang felt helpless. What the hell are you talking about, Diokegu thought Jiang was touched. You don't need to be overly grateful to me. But Jiang angrily clenched his fist. North Diokegu, you idiotic. Thinking of the scene where Diokegu dared to imagine him and Haiyang embracing emotionally on the bow of a ship made him even more annoyed. That means, from the very beginning, Haiyang and I were the male and female leads in the romantic film. Looking at Diokegu smiling like an idiot, Jiyang's face turned purple with anger. That kid. That stupid pig. Just you wait and see. The next. Thank you watching for vid. Jiang stood still, watching his household pig snore away. Sometimes, there are moments when I don't try to understand what people are thinking, and just want to live a little more. He walked over. Haiyang, Diokegu. Let's go now. Diokegu was still groggy. Huh? What is it? Has it already turned morning?
Jiang replied, that's right, kid.
We have to leave early. Hurry up and get. He looked at the person lying next to him. She rolled over. Ugh, I'm not getting up. I want to sleep more. But he still roused her. Haiyang, you have to get up. Suddenly, she opened her eyes as if wanting to kill someone. Jiang recalled her smiling face when she was covered in blood. Haiyang, this girl. It feels like getting closer to her means getting closer to the gates of. He broke out in a cold sweat of fear.
No, y canto nada.
Anyway, I can't avoid now to survive, he said softly. There's no other way but to approach. He gently patted her head. Come on, wake up. Be a good girl. Haiyang blushed. She also realized she had misspoken and awkwardly sat up. Oh, brother G. He was speechless. We have to go back to camp now. In his heart, he was afraid. She's even scarier now, looking like. Frowned deeply. Please, don't let anything else. At the camp, Di-Hai was enjoying being served by others. So comfortable, isn't it? She closed her eyes. A little. She took a sip of water. It's getting late. Everything is still going well. Isn't it? She looked back at the glass of water in her hand. The girl suddenly yelled, Oh, everyone look. Jiang is back. The person next to her also saw. Oh, he really is back. Hey, go open the. Di-Hai ran over. Move aside. The man looked a bit confused. She was overjoyed.
Brother Jiang.
You're back? Diokegu and Haiyang have also worked hard. He called back. tilted her head, looking around. Oh, where are Xiang and brother Xiansheng?
Ji Yang Efa dead.
Xiang is dead, and brother Xiansheng will be back. Her face darkened with fear. What happened? He didn't want to explain clearly to her. It's a very long explanation. Let's skip that. Why did everyone block the gate? Is something? Dihai rested her chin on her hand. About that, brother Jiyang, can we talk in private? He was surprised. Thank you watching for vid. Then he fearfully glanced at Haiyang, whose face was angry. Feeling extremely troubled, he walked over and patted her head. Haiyang. I'm sorry, but could you go inside first and wait for me? It seems to be something important. He'll be right in. But inwardly, he couldn't help but advise her. You mustn't kill Dihai Haiyang. She flinched and quickly spoke up. Yes, brother Ji. Dihai watched the two of them. After confirming they were out of sight, she turned back. When people die, they usually leave something behind as a last will. I think Xiang might have done something. How did she?
Ji Yang Siged.
There was no other way. Xiang made a noise where monsters were. We almost died. It was very difficult to get back. Do you want to know anything else? He said outwardly, but inwardly he denied it to himself. Lies.
Die understood.
Nothing. I can generally guess what happened. Haiyang, though far away, still turned her head to sneak a glance. She didn't ask me much. I feel relieved that this sister didn't bombard me with questions and was very perceptive. He was curious. By the way, I want to know why everyone closed the gates. She shrugged. No need to even. Yesterday morning, some people went out, including Yuzio. He immediately recalled that damn. Yuzio? Why?
Don't tell me.
Not only did he yell it outwardly, but inwardly he also felt extremely confused. Damn it. I knew something strange would happen. No wonder I always had a bad. Hai gently explained. According to him, he went out to help Xiansheng. He was puzzled. Huh? Help what monkey? Yuzio, that crazy, sick guy. He's clearly scheming something because he's losing his standing here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people among them was a man with a scarred. That's why everyone blocked the gate. Jiyang looked, nodded. That's right. Supposing monsters came, we couldn't let everyone die. Could we? Just then, he heard something and paid it. Jiyang was surprised. Yuzio. He led the way speaking, everyone's back already? But what he noticed was elsewhere. Who is that behind?
Ji Yang Siged helplessly.
The righteous ones die, while the troublemakers return alive and well. Truly a burden. Although that guy's face was terrible, what truly surprised him was the scarred face. What is it? 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 He broke out in a sweat, full of fear. What on earth? Seeing that man's sinister smile made him even more panicked. That bastard gives me the scarred-faced man just kept smiling. Jiang broke into a cold sweat. This is the first time I've seen these people. How many people went in with Yuzio, anyway? Dihai only noticed now. 7 people. It seems the other 6 couldn't come back. He could already imagine the scene at that time. Indeed, everyone died except Yuzio. Just looking at this bunch, I know they're no ordinary. The system immediately reported the situation of the scarred-faced man. Confirming player Jin host, seeing the information on the status board astonished. Jiang stared bewildered at the planned murderous intent displayed for him. What is this? He couldn't help but be curious. Murderer? Premeditated? Sister, call Park Daiaku and Zhang Hai in here. He didn't understand but still nodded. He glanced. They haven't shown their true colors yet. But always be on guard. Finishing his words, he secretly chanted, grant me the power to incinerate my enemies. But a voice interrupted. Jin Ho, the scar-faced man, initiated conversation, which he found strange. What is this? Did you just... He smiled brightly. First time meeting. I am Zhang Ji. He wasn't in a hurry to see through the man's facade. Nice to meet you.
I am Li Jiang.
But seeing him constantly smiling made him feel uneasy. What's this? He looks like a good person when he smiles. Is this person really a...
Gino smiled broadly.
I heard a lot about you from Seo. Are you switching to magic this time? With fire in your hands too. He hadn't expected him to be so friendly, so he was flustered.
Gino beamed.
I definitely have to see it sometime. This is my first time meeting a magic user. Ji Yang angrily glared at the idiot next to him. That bastard, Zhu. Seeing his unfriendly expression, Jin Ho burst out laughing. Ha. No need to be so... You guys talking about me? His glasses were fogged with sweat. Ahem. Jiang led them inside the others inside hurriedly greeted them with smiles.
Mr. Jiang.
Please come in. Everyone has worked hard.
Mr. Jiang.
Please come in. Is everyone He then put on his fake smile and laughed with them. Yes. Sorry for the trouble. Is everyone all right? They replied, yes. Jin-ho ran a hand through his hair. Haha, this place isn't bad after all. Very few people survive after leaving the starting point, so I thought, I truly didn't expect there to be an oasis like. He took in every word he said, then looked at him with a wary expression. What? An oasis? Does he want to seize this place or something? Huh? My divine sight seems to be more stable this time. I don't know if it's an omen, but my 5 senses are telling me to stay away. Dayaku and Hyen rushed over. Boss, what's wrong? Ji-young saw them. Dayaku. 2 of them, seeing a group of strangers, spoke up. However, neither of them showed any joy. Instead, they became extremely wary. Hyen even unconsciously stepped back, which made him even more suspicious. Look, these kids are surprised to see you so Jin-ho also perceived their actions, and the smile on his lips slowly receded. Ahem, quite unexpected. I thought I'd be more obvious. Ji-young hurriedly spoke up to mediate. I apologize, but I couldn't have predicted this situation either. If you feel uncomfortable, I apologize. Dayaku behind them looked extremely.
Jino merely chuckled.
Haha, no, not at all.
Ji-young.
I knew it would be like. Facing Ji-yang's puzzled gaze, he turned his face away. Come to think of it. Lately, I've heard rumors of killers hunting people instead of monsters. If I recall correctly, among them was an archer. It seems there was also someone skilled with a sword. He wasn't afraid of being exposed and continuously revealed information clearly identifying his entire team. Especially the one fully covered but carrying a huge wooden bow on his red eyes lit up.
Dont elle me.
You haven't met them but Ji-young gripped his spear tightly. Is this bastard crazy? Is he declaring himself a murderer and challenging me to a fight? He furrowed his brows tightly and stared intently at him. No, the air between them was thick with tension. They just stood there, staring at each. Ji-young narrowed his eyes. Want to meet? That gaze made the 2 behind him take a step. Dayaku and Hyen were also ready. I hope everyone is strong enough to defend themselves. Jin-ho's eyes were wide, laughing like a madman. Ahaha. Then he placed his hand on the sword at his. What's going on here? A voice rang out, interrupting the tense situation between both sides. Seeing who had arrived, Ji-young rejoiced inwardly. Hyun-sung, you. Thank you for. Jin-ho clicked his tongue. He didn't dare to make a move anymore, so he reluctantly forced a smile. Anyway, I'm also very happy to meet Ji. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. He's contradicting him. Hyun-sung looked towards him.
Ji-young.
These people, replied, Hyun-sung. It's good that you're safe and came with Seo. Sensing their gaze, Jin-ho quickly said, Ahaha, I've heard much about you, and now I finally get to meet you. But then his eyes suddenly I am Jong Jin-ho. I hope to get along with you, Hyun-sung. He unconsciously stared intently at Jin-ho's scarred face, only reacting when Jin-ho extended it. He wasn't very friendly, clenching his fist tightly. Young Jino. Ji-young, seeing that expression on his handsome face, couldn't help but find it strange. What's this? Seeing him pressing his lips together startled him. It's the first time I've seen him like this. Angry? Could it be that he's already met Jin? But seeing Jin-ho's blank expression, he dismissed that possibility. No, this is the first time Jong Jin-ho and Kim Hyun-sung had. At this point, he didn't dare to think further. If that's the case, before his regret in the first round, he was Kim Hyun-sung's opponent. His expression became even more sinister than before. Ji-young broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Hyun-sung's displeased He gently nudged him. Only then did he come back to his senses and shook hands with the other party. I apologize. I am Kim Hyun. He looked at the team of that scar-faced murderer. He's a murderer, a calculating murderer. According to the information from Jong Jin-ho's status window, 2 main points can be enforced. Does it even need to be said? He's a murderer. TSK. Madman. He continued to smile. It's truly my honor to meet you, Hyun-sung. I also heard from Seo that you're managing the base. In person, you're stronger than I thought. May I respectfully ask what your current rank is? Hyun-sung looked at him with half-closed eyes. To that extent, it's a bit difficult for me. He didn't press further. You must feel uncomfortable, I suppose. This line was a duplicate of previous content and has been integrated into for a smoother reading experience. Jin-ho didn't pay attention to the 2 of them and blurted out, impressive. So much prey here. No. Where did you find so many survivors? Ji-young assessed him with an emotionless face. Good at controlling his emotion. Second, looking at Kim Hyun-sung's reaction, it's clear. Hyun-sung met the murderer Jong Jin-ho in the first battle and he paused and thought of the scene of the 2 sides confronting each. This Jong Jin-ho fellow is the one who killed Kim Hyun-sung or those around him. It's he rubbed his head. It's nothing. I was just saying that. If you don't, can we stay together? Hearing his proposition, all of them flinched. Their faces remained unaffected by their expressions. Ah, of course, it's not like we're seeking charity. We also brought provisions. Of course, if everyone is dissatisfied. Hyun-sung interrupted. Immediately after, he changed his words. We always welcome survivors. This made Ji-young and Daihaku extremely surprised. What? He found it strange and stared intently at the two of them. Ah, thank you, Hyun-sung. I am Kim Hyun-sung. Please take care of us. A member of his team also spoke up. We will guide you one by. Spiky-haired guy approached to shake hands with him. I am Lee Ki-cheon. Please take care. He politely replied. I am Lee Ji-young. Please take care of me. But he felt something very familiar. What? This name sounds very familiar. Ji-young immediately gave an order. Daihaku. You and Ji, he will guide them. He whispered in confusion. Is that all right? Just now we were still. He glanced. First, if anything happens, shout immediately. He obeyed. Yes. If you say. He gestured with his hand to the new team. Hey, everyone follow me. This isn't a peaceful place. But it's still better here than running wild out. Jin-ho closed his eyes and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Thank you all for looking after. Ji-young looked at Hyun-sung's pensive expression and couldn't stop speculating. If they're enemies, it's better to keep them close. It sounds convincing but is illogical. It's a bit unexpected. He recalled the moment Hyun-sung first spoke. He had seen Jin-ho flinch. That Jong Jin-ho quickly backed down as soon as Kim Hyun-sung appeared. This shows he is very quick. Ji-young covered his mouth. A calculating psychopath. He and I have one thing in common. We are both calculating individuals. That's right. That's exactly it. I should be thanking him. He appeared at exactly the right.
Seriously? Lee Ji-young.
I don't know how you got so lucky. Your luck stat wasn't even that high to begin with. He approached him. Hyun-sung, there's something I want to talk. He looked like a sulking child. His gloomy expression made him hesitate a bit. Only then did he come back to his senses. Ah, yes. The two of them talked together. Do you know someone? Ah, that. Your expression looked like you'd met someone you knew. He pondered. A little. It's true I know them. But perhaps they don't know me. Why do I feel like I've briefly met all of them but seem to sympathize? Ah, sometimes there are such fated encounters. He immediately retorted. Not happily. Fated encounter, you say? Who knows, maybe with Ji. Ji-young winked playfully to ease the tension. Of course. I won't tell anyone about this. Basic skill of a consultant. Confidentiality. Hyun-sung immediately relaxed his guard and Ji-young chatted as they walked. Anyway, to return completely unharmed. Hyun-sung, you truly are a master. Praised, he became embarrassed. Ah, no. It was just luck. It seems Ji-young is the lucky. His face hardened. You had no problems coming here, right? He fell silent for a moment. Actually, there's something I want to talk about regarding. Hyun-sung was startled. Huh? What is it? Hearing this, Hye-in immediately had a bad feeling. His face drained of all. Ji-young spoke with tears welling up in his eyes. Park Hee-young is. Hyun-sung's eyes were wide, unable to believe what he heard. That, how can that? So then, he immediately furrowed his brows as if struck. I don't know either. She was attacked by an unknown man. Hyun-sung asked back, magic, you say? He crossed his arms. Yes, roughly so. For a novice like me, it's very difficult to judge accurately. But I clearly felt some magical power. Hye-in was sweating profusely and he covered his mouth and pondered. But Ji-young still didn't give him more time to think. At that time, after I said goodbye to Hyun's on the way back, suddenly, we saw Hye-in and Hee-young's. I found her in a dying state. All her limbs were severed. She was thrashing on the ground. Reaching out, Hyun-sung immediately realized something was wrong. You said all her limbs were severed?
Ji-young replied sadly. Yes.
Perhaps so. I thought it might be a trap by Danjian. But Hye-in began to become agitated. Meanwhile, one of the two observed the other's expression while the other pondered. Hell be suspicious. It's not a real trap. A regressor like him couldn't possibly not know. He sighed. Yes, I also wanted to bring the body along. Ji-young lowered his head, his voice trembling. I also, in that critical situation, I thought it was better to bring it along than to leave her body as prey for the monsters. I still keep thinking about that moment.
Sobi.
Hyun-sung had no idea he was pretending, so he awkwardly comforted him. Ah, I see. You've been through a lot. Hye-in also shed tears. Brother, are you all? Faced with these worried words, Ji-young merely secretly smirked. Today's situation is different from yesterday. He looked at the crying person next to him. A new suspect with a higher likelihood of guilt has appeared. replacing our innocent, pure heart. Remembering that scar-faced Jin Ho made him feel even more relieved. Thank you, Jin Ho. Even his calling is fitting.
Demon swordsman Yong.
The death of Park Hee-young and the suspicion of an escaped demon swordsman. Leader of the ruthless murderer gang, the psychopathic murderer Jong Jin's blood-stained wanted he couldn't hide the joy in his heart. He's the cult. Ji-young continuously tapped his fingers on his eyes still indifferently looked around. It had been some time since he told Kim Hyun-song about Park Hee-young. Then he looked at the large hand resting on the table. Of course, Jong Jin-ho is the most suspicious person. But he would absolutely not say things like Jong Jin-ho is the culprit who killed Park. Then it can be concluded that Jong Jin-ho killed Park Hee-young. This way it's definitely. He took a sip of water. I just need to pretend to know nothing. As expected, Kim Hyun-song has been secretly monitoring us and Jong Jin-ho. Remembering Hyun-song's murderous gaze when he looked at Jin-ho made him shiver slightly. Then I need to be more careful. In the end, Kim Hyun-song seems to have indirectly confirmed that Jong Jin-ho killed Park. His stoic face made Ji-young even more relieved. The one who will confront him directly. The mad killer. The culprit who killed Park Hee-young. Now there's no reason not to eliminate him. The problem is how to eliminate him. Ji-young placed the cup on the table and initiated conversation. Earlier, in that underground dungeon, I went back to look but found. Do you want to take on a challenge here with everyone? Hearing the two words challenge, Hyun-song came back to his senses and looked. Together? Seeing him hesitate like that, he still nodded normally. Hyun-song. Just in time, Hyein also just awakened to He propped his chin, observing every expression on the other person's face. Jin-ho also joined, so there should be enough people now. Now it's time for you to choose. He covered his mouth, hesitating. If those members join the same group, then we'll host a feast for Kim Hyun-song and Jong Jin-ho. There's no other way. But he closed one eye and coaxed in a gentle voice. The people present here are much stronger. Besides them, is there anyone more suitable? More than anything? This shouldn't be like Park Hee-young. Seeing his cold face made Ji-young even more delighted. Kim Hyun-song now believes Park Hee-young's death was caused by Jong Jin. He could already imagine the plan. They will surely be manipulated into becoming spearheads. This opportunity, this attack on Danjian, deliver punishment to the killer of Park Hee-young. The notorious group of murderers will be completely annihilated. Thinking this made him extremely excited. How about it? Enticing, right? Anyone can see it's a good deal. Trap is already set. He just needs to step into it. But now his expression was still dark and conflicted with his. It's not possible? He sighed. If it's not possible, then. Suddenly he interrupted him. That sounds Ji-young was astonished. Yes? Seeing him dumbfounded, Hyun-song repeated it once more. That sounds acceptable. Let's do it together. However, it would be best if we split into two groups. I never cooperated with Jong Jin-ho.
Ji-young smiled briskly.
Yes, I thought so too. A glimmer of relief rose in his heart. I also hate entrusting my life to a murderer. Then he saw him place his hands on the table and stand up. Then I'll discuss it again with Jin-ho. I need to prepare a few other things, so I'll need Ji-young, Dyaku, and Hyeon's help. No, not. Can you call those two? He also stood up. Yes, I understand.
Ji-young smiled faintly.
Good. Kim Hyun-song has also agreed. I need to work harder for the plan to succeed. Suddenly, a sugary voice rang out, catching his attention. Jin-ho, amazing. So he looked over and saw Jin-ho coolly carrying stones and helping others. They couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Jin-ho. Thank you for your help, sir. He modestly replied, ha ha ha. It's nothing. We have to help each. If you need help with anything, just call any time. Before he even finished speaking, they saw Seo distributing bread to other girls, which impressed them even more. Ahem. How thoughtful to bring food from outside. We can do this too. Jin-ho, take a break. You're so enthusiastic. Jin-ho pretended to be a gentleman. Ha ha ha. Not at all. It's not heavy work. It's better if we finish it together and then. After speaking, he and the others wiped their sweat. The atmosphere seemed strangely harmonious. Yang's face twisted. Madman. What's that? What's going on? Frightening. Cosplaying as a commoner, are we? Enjoying the joy of labor? But the aura he exuded contrasted with his outward appearance. What I want is to slit their Ji-young furrowed his brows tightly and shook his head. What exactly is he? However, there were still some others who didn't like them. They whispered with full dissatisfaction. Newcomers fighting, others bringing food. What game are they playing now? I mean, this time it will also. Ji-yang's face was emotionless. He heard everything. These people. Ha! How dare they speak so carelessly without knowing anything? I am the emissary of justice who will save you from that. But anyway, he shot up and walked towards his teammate. She happily ran over. Ji-young reached out and patted her head. Did you train today too? So good. Hyun. She giggled like an idiot. Yes. Today I improved a bit. I made the air. She couldn't contain her excitement, panting and holding his hand. This is all thanks to you. Ji-young looked at her clinging to him, becoming even more at a loss for words. Oh, look at that. She's getting more proactive, isn't she? Thanks to that, the people around me are also accepting my relationship with her. Then he looked at that proud, idiotic pig of a leader next to him. But what is this stupid pig still laughing about? Honestly, by the way, be Hyun's boyfriend. Huh? No, don't let that idiotic pig overthrow. Ayaku put his hands on his hips. Boss, how was your talk with Hyun-sung? I didn't think you'd be back so soon. You're too tired to express emotions now. Anyway, because of that matter, Hyun-sung wants to discuss something with us. Do you have free? Ayaku glanced at the two of them. I only have time, boss. Hyun also raised her head shyly. Of course. Can I ask what it's a? Ji-young smiled briskly. Perhaps it'll go down to the dungeon with Jang Jin-ho. As soon as the words were spoken, both of them were immediately startled. Daka didn't dare to trust Jin-ho and couldn't bear to let him go alone. I have a bad feeling about this. He softly pretended to be very reluctant. Me too. But this plan is really important. I think we should keep a bit of distance at this. He clapped his hand to his chest, insisting firmly. Well, keep our distance. Don't worry too much, brother. I want actively talk. Seeing her surprisingly obedient made Ji-young find it a bit funny. You can talk to him, Hyun. Then he paused for a moment before adding, but as for Zhu, stay as far away as possible. She seriously nodded. Yes, brother. Then, I won't pay attention to him anymore. He was satisfied. Thank good. Three of them walked heavily to another. Zhu's group also noticed their act. They only saw that although the three were together, they seemed strangely disconnected. Ji-young glanced at Jin-ho also noticed and raised his eyes to look at him. Between the two of them, there was a thick scent of gunpowder in the. Dayaku tapped the tree trunk beside him. He gently bumped the tree, making it give a dull thud, then smiled brightly. I'm here, brother. Hyun-sung immediately stopped what he was doing. Everyone's here. But Ji-young realized something was off. He still said excitedly, what's this? Are you hiding delicious? His expression was like an old lady hiding money. Brother. Hyun-sung merely chuckled and exhaled. This is placed the small bag on the log. I have something I want to give Ji-young was immediately enlightened. Could it? Hyun-sung noticed his gaze. A light shimmered under his hand. The three of them saw it and their eyes lit up. Ji-young laughed until his cheeks turned red. I trust everyone. On the table were two bracelets. A gold ring and a gem-encrusted ring. He picked up one of the bracelets. Everyone looked at the items on the table very attentively. But Ji-young seemed more interested than anyone. He couldn't help but cover his mouth in exclamation. His eyes sparkled as he looked at them. Dayaku exclaimed in surprise. Wow! Where did you find it? Hyun-sung slowly recounted. Actually, before we got separated, I accidentally discovered a treasure chest. It was in the ring that everyone's eyes could no longer hide their excitement. Dayaku admired him. Wow, a treasure chest. It seems there are many high-quality items here. Ji-young unconsciously raised his hand to his mouth, smiling brightly like a child seeing candy. And it seemed everything he thought was clearly visible on his face. Wow, as expected, you did very well on the return. Hyun, meanwhile, quietly stood observing from the side, amusedly watching the found items. Hyun-sung spoke up, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Alright, first let's check the information. He wondered, where do we look? The status window displayed the items, which were dwarf steel, magic healing, magic shield. He smiled. It seems the owner of this bracelet has already been determined. He unconsciously touched his nose. Lost in thought, he mused, then this bracelet will be Link. He put on the bracelet. His cheeks flushed with excitement. He'll use it. Thank you, brother. I haven't done anything yet, but I will definitely repay you. His sincerity touched Ji-young smiled. He sighed. It really suits this. Although the choices were fewer, all remaining items were good. But he especially paid attention to the magic shield ring. Each time it's charged with magic power, a magic shield can be used twice a day. It truly can't be compared to an ordinary grade bracelet. The divine healing ring was also good. But it would be better if Hyun used. He glanced at Hyun. His expression was quite pensive. This child, Hyun, for some reason. Meanwhile, she also seemed very interested in the healing ring. If I get hurt, he'll know how to use healing magic on my. She pointed at the healing ring on the table. Then he'll use this one. He rejoiced inwardly. Good, Hyen chose that ring. This one is mine. He awkwardly picked up the last ring. Then he'll use the remaining. Couldn't delay any longer. Both of them had already put the rings on their hands. He exclaimed, can we really receive items like this? It's fine, I also have one more. Even if items with special abilities are worn together, only one ability will be active. He affirmed that my decision to give it to everyone was correct. He sighed. So that's how it is. Dayaka said we haven't done anything. Both of them smiled brightly. From their eyes, one could see their deepest gratitude. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Hyun-sung gently smiled. That smile shone brightly like sunlight, making the person facing him feel comforted and reassured. He gently placed his hand on his chest, as if listening to the beat of his own heart. It's nothing. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. We're teammates now. After hearing the two words teammates surprised Ji-young. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his. Seeing him close the bag, he pondered deeply. I'm not foolish enough to be fooled by such kind words. Perhaps Kim Hyun-sung is using this method to make us stand out. But I don't care. The important thing is that these regressors intend to journey with. Frankly, the future of mages is already determined. Compared to sturdy armor, my abilities are a bit vague. I don't make mistakes when hunting. Besides intelligence, I have no other value. Even people like me are scattered across the continent. Hyen and Dyaku, in his eyes, were small and adorable like children, always relying on their older brother, Ji-young. He continued his train of thought. But if I want to bring Park Dyaku and Hyen along, I am indispensable. In the future, Kim Hyun-sung's kingdom will grow even stronger. He can use me as an administrative. Ultimately, Kim Hyun-sung will have no choice but to take me along to entice those two. So I must continue to prove my usefulness to secure that position. He also smiled brightly, placing his hand on his chest as if feeling the warmth of his heart. Yes, we are colleagues. As he said that, in his heart he confessed excellent colleagues who protect and care for each other. It feels like my mind is a little stronger. Even if it's hard to keep up, I must follow little by little to gain benefits. That's the clear sound of the. Dyaku laughed delightedly. Giving a thumbs up in agreement, he said, brother, that's a wonderful sound. But when do we Everyone attentively listened to Hyun-sung's words. As soon as possible. But I have a bad feeling about Jong Jin-ho's team. To be on the safe side. You are not Jong Jin-ho's teammates. I want you to fight with the mindset of Ji-young wondered, well, reluctantly think, but will he truly become an enemy? He bowed his head. His hair fell over one eye, making him seem even more solemn. That's right. It's fine for now, but it's good for everyone to prepare individually. And because you don't know what will happen immediately after we go under. He nodded. His gaze was understanding and firm, as if he understood everything. Dyaku suddenly proposed, making everyone turn their gaze towards him. Haha. It's been a while since we cheered together. Everyone, come here. Let's count 1, 2, 3. Then shout. All of them placed their hands on top of each other's hands. Each touch was like a connecting bridge transferring strength and faith, helping everyone overcome the challenges. At the count of 1, 2, 3, everyone raised their hands to the sky. Everyone smiled brightly, filled with hope for a bright future and affirming their camaraderie. Ji-young first smiled affectionately. Then, a sinister smile bloomed. My face darkened. Just wait until you're judged by the regressors' justice, because I will lay out a beautiful path for you. While Jin-ho was absorbed in admiring his sword, Seo approached. Brother Jin-ho, can I attack the dungeon with Kim Hyun-sung? He replied, Ha, Seo. Anyway, this is a good opportunity for us. He brought the sword closer. His face became sinister and mysterious. Seize the opportunity, then end with the worst outcome to kill. At this moment, Hyun-sung also approached him. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ah, good morning, Hyun-sung. Everyone, he said seriously. Thank you for accepting our proposal. He smiled slyly. It's nothing. Anyway, we need to attack the dungeon to find clues. Suddenly, he grinned widely. On the contrary, we should thank you for your proposal. Hyun-sung glanced from the side, clearly understanding his entire plan. He was openly disdainful. The manipulative A moment later, the entire team had descended into the dungeon. Jin-ho and Ji-young were pretending to chat amiably. Hyen quietly walked beside him. Jin-ho said curiously, you seem to have been here many times. I never thought there would be an underground dungeon here. We just accidentally discovered it. I'm sure you've heard the first part already. But the condition to clear this floor is to survive or he continued to explain. I think the condition for survival here means surviving until someone succeeds in attacking the dungeon. If this assumption is correct, then someone must definitely attack the dungeon to survive. Even so, we couldn't wait. Just in time, Jin-ho also arrived. Wanting to take advantage of this good opportunity, I formed an attack. He looked confused and forced a smile. Actually, I never thought of that. But it seems interesting. That's just speculation. But what did Jin Ho do on it? Jin Ho was surprised. Huh? Oh, I just did things like butchering. What about you, Jiang? He smiled contentedly. Haha, I don't want to say. While the two were chatting, Seo looked at him with an annoyed expression, exactly like looking at an enemy. He thought inwardly, at this level, the vigilance here seems to have decreased significantly. Suddenly, Haiyan pulled his. Jin Ho saw that. Seizing the opportunity to tease, he said, oh, come to think of it, Jiang and Haiyan often go together. Could it be that you two are? Hearing this, both of them were startled as if hit where it hurts. She blushed shyly. He stammered, her hand still clutched his sleeve tightly. Her cheeks flushed red. Her heart beat so fast and hard that one could almost hear it. He awkwardly cleared his throat a few times to dispel the awkward. He was extremely flustered. Seeing Jin Ho's triumphant gaze, Hyun Song's emotionless face, and Dyaku's embarrassed expression, he panicked even more. He didn't know how to explain this relationship. What should I say? A close brother-sister relationship or a developing relationship? Oh, just let it be. Anyway, I already said it was a relationship where I was forced to be close with Haiyan. Interrupting his train of thought, she spoke up shyly, yes, perhaps that's how. Oh. Everyone cheered excitedly. Dyaku laughed with delight. Hyun Song nodded in agreement.
Gino clapped continuously.
Truly a match made in heaven. Meanwhile, he was powerless and too exasperated to. So gritted his teeth. His sinister gaze fixed on that joyous atmosphere. Hearing the 4 words match made in heaven, she was so excited that she unconsciously dug her nails into him, making him tremble with pain. He could only curse those other people in. Group continued to advance. As they were about to arrive, the two leading the way, Dyaku and Hyun Song, suddenly stopped. Before their eyes appeared a gloomy and deadly space. Purple lights emanated, making the place eerie and mystical, causing anyone who looked at it to shudder. So, we will enter to. Everyone descended the steps one by one. Everyone's face was extremely tense and vigilant. As soon as they arrived, there was a gate before their eyes. Dyaku used his strength to. Suddenly, the status window appeared. The words Rare Grade Survival Quest made Ji Yang freeze in. Looking at the status window before them, everyone's face became. Peering before them were monsters, led by a hideous 3-headed monster. The monster flicked its long, dangling tongue. It let out a. His eyes widened. His pupils gradually constricted. Sweat ran down his cheeks, clearly showing his anxiety and tension. What is that thing? The ferocious swarm of monsters scattered everywhere at terrifying speed. The sound of claws scraping against the stone floor echoed, like predators searching for the fattest and most delicious prey to tear. Jiang realized the situation was extremely dangerous, so he urgently urged his teammates. Everyone, we need to escape from here. Suddenly, a terrifying sound like thunder tearing the earth apart rang out, deafening them. The entire space shook violently, causing earth and rocks to rain down. Extreme fear was clearly visible on each person's pale face. That sound came from the gigantic steel gate behind them. For some unknown reason, it suddenly slammed shut with a crash like a collapsing mountain, completely blocking their only escape route. At this moment, the entire group was completely cornered by the ferocious monster. Seo Jun spoke in a heavy, desperate voice. Damn it! The steel gate. Jin Ho turned and shouted, his tone trying to hide his fear, encouraging his teammates. Don't run. We can win this.
Ji Yang immediately activated Divine Sig.
He then scanned these terrifying monsters. Detailed stats soon appeared clearly in his vision. Name, Evolved Monster. Strength, 12, Normal. Stamina, 16, Normal. Durability, 16, Normal. Magic power, none. Intelligence, 3, Normal. Luck, 10, Normal. Dexterity, 15. Finally, Divine Sight displayed. Overall assessment. Large head and body, but intelligence and eyesight are not commensurately developed. It has low intelligence and poor eye. Jiang gritted his teeth angrily. Muttering, he said, damn it. An evolved monster. Although its inclination is still the same. They're bigger, and the problem is there are too many of them. Can we really fight them? A single meat shield won't be enough. Hyun Song, on the other hand, was much calmer. He calmly reassured them with astonishing confidence. We can. Ji Yang looked in surprise at Hyun Song's reliable and steadfast back. Then, as if reinvigorated with strong motivation, he resolved, if Kim Hyun Song says so, then we can surely defeat them. I'll put my trust in this fake regressor. He shouted out a signal. Dyaku. Dyaku heard the call and immediately understood. He replied with a ready spirit, understood. Jin Ho, Hyunsong, and Daiaku gripped their weapons and shields tightly, forming a solid horizontal line, their mindsets ready for. Suddenly, Jinho and Hyunsong's eyes met in the tense. The two of them stood facing each other in silence, filled with killing and air froze. Intense killing intent emanated from the two. Hyunsong's icy gaze fixed intently on Jinho without. Jinho, full of arrogance, glanced at him with contempt, then declared, "Let me lead the." Finishing his words, he gripped his sword and large shield tightly, charging straight towards the monsters with fierce. Jinho and Hyunsong both remained solemn and silent. They just silently watched his fierce. Jinho secretly calculated meticulously in his mind. I must use magic power sparingly in case of emergency. Suddenly, the person in front of him, like a whirlwind, darted forward with overwhelming. Huangsong gripped his gleaming longsword. He looked majestic and distinguished, like a god of war, charging towards the monster. Jinho immediately noticed the unusual commotion. He glanced back in surprise, wondering, what the hell? But Huangsong wasn't aiming for the monsters. Instead, he unexpectedly swung a lightning-fast, sharp sword strike towards Jinho was just as quick, raising the sword in his hand to block it in. Jinho's nirdindinyantli. Kim Huangsong, why did you suddenly jump in? Huangsong replied playfully with an unreadable tone. I'm curious to know just how strong you really. Jinho chuckled confidently in response. Aren't you being too cautious? Then he swiftly turned around, instantly striking down a monster. Fresh crimson blood splattered everywhere. Huangsong fell into deep thought. His razor-sharp gaze never left Jinho, tracking his every. Yet, Huangsong still sensed another monster rushing at him from the side with terrifying speed. He calmly swung his sword with an elegant motion, delivering a deadly, precise strike that instantly took it. The monster's screams of agony echoed throughout the space. Along with it, the strong, acrid smell of fresh blood permeated. Zhang observed Huangsong's decisive yet unflustered movements. Each sword strike was astonishingly accurate and effective. Zhang marveled inwardly, just as expected. He didn't become a regressor for no reason. But they are real people. Then he glanced at Dokgus' excited, battle-ready expression and scoffed inwardly. That pig of a teammate must feel Afterwards, Zhang unexpectedly saw Doku, radiating a powerful aura like a true warrior, step forward and swing his weapon with an agile motion. A sharp sword strike took down another monster amidst its pained screams. Zhang gasped in surprise. Inwardly, Zhang enthusiastically cheered for Doku. Go, you chubby pig. You can do it. Doku, now you're not just a meat shield. He looked at Dokgus' valiant appearance and sudden surge of power, whispering praises filled with pride. You're shining. Shield warrior. That's the epitome of a shield warrior. Then he glanced elsewhere. And on this, Earl's clear, bell-like voice echoed amidst the chaotic space. Please grant me the power to defeat them, and the strength to fight alongside Oppa. Mysterious energy, like soft ribbons, gracefully swirled around Hyan's slender body in response to her. She slowly opened her sparkling eyes. Her fair hands quickly and gracefully performed a dance, creating a luminous magic circle. She softly called out the spell's name in a solemn tone. Brilliant emerald light pierced through the gloomy, dark space, making the ferocious monsters freeze and glare. And Hyan launched her wind bomb straight towards the monsters with terrifying power, blowing them away like dry leaves and creating a powerful, swirling vortex. Zhang's eyes glowed like meteors, deeply impressed by this magnificent sight. He silently exclaimed, "Amazing! Excellent work, Hyan. You seemed to say some strange words when you chanted the incantation, but still, I have to praise you. Excellent work." He saw through Hyan's intention. Our dear Hyan always knows what to do. She deliberately annihilated the monsters on our side and left the monsters on the other side to chase after Jinho's faction. Ha! How wonderful! How truly amazing! Perhaps we've struck gold in this. Thinking this, Zhang turned around sharply. He said appreciatively to her, "Hyan, thank you. Thanks to you we can rest for." Then he moved closer to her, whispering secretly, "But even if Jinho and his lackeys beg you for help, don't do it." The girl smiled gently like a spring flower in bloom, obediently replying, "Yes." Zhang, cunningly like a fox, thought to himself with a triumphant expression, "Well, use this opportunity to eliminate." Meanwhile, Kichion on the other side was struggling desperately with the vicious monsters. He cried out in despair, "Miss Hyan, please help us." This side too, Seo pleaded like a child. "Please use that magic again." Miss Hyan, following Zhang's instructions, quickly came up with a plausible excuse. "Wait a moment. I need to recharge my energy to use magic." Seo earnestly begged in a desperate tone. "Please, hurry." While he was completely oblivious to his surroundings, a gigantic three-headed monster suddenly lunged forward like an arrow, his sharp claws aimed for Seo. He screamed in terror as if on the verge of death, running away in extreme. Jae-jun on the other side was hit by another monster's hammer-like blow to his back. The searing pain intensified. Seo couldn't escape either and was struck by a thunderous punch to the. Seeing this chaotic scene, Ji-jang thought happily, "How wonderful! Even the monsters are on our side." He softly said to her, "Hyen, isn't this great?" Hyen, watching those people suffer, replied with satisfaction, "Yes." Ji-jang, standing behind them, feigned encouragement. "Just bear with it a little longer. You can do it." Kicheon glanced at him with a suspicious look, then urged, "Ji-jang, aren't you done yet? Come over here and help." Ji-jang ignored these words, continuously encouraging them. "Please wait just a little longer. You can do it." He held his sword up to the sky, cheering with seemingly sincere words. "Come on. You must live for them. Keep fighting. We can." Kicheon and Jae-jun's group on the other side completely lost patience, cursing him directly. "Damn it. Stop with the nonsense. Use your magic. Use magic now, you bastard." Ji-jang still pretended not to hear, replying with a feigned comforting tone, "We're almost done, everyone." Inwardly he scoffed, for every 5 people, 1 is His mind suddenly conceived a wicked and malicious idea. And today, that trash is. Oh, he raised his head and softly called out, "Fireball." His hands immediately moved like lightning, focusing power to create a blazing red. Afterwards, he launched it towards the monsters with malicious intent. The orb, carrying the terrifying destructive power of hellfire, made the monsters scream in pain and scatter in all directions. Jinho's group felt a burden lifted from their shoulders, exclaiming, "It's." However, a moment later, the intense heat in the space, like a steel forge, instantly extinguished their victorious smile. Monsters, already fearsome and menacing, were now enveloped in blazing flames, making the people even more wary and terrified. The monsters, seemingly powered up, growled menacingly, slowly advancing towards Jinho's group with a more terrifying aura than before. They screamed in utter fear. "Damn it, they're coming for." Ji-jang looked at the monsters, seemingly clad in fiery armor, and whispered with satisfaction, "I reluctantly used this skill to bestow upon them a beautiful cloak of." He inwardly gloated like a fox, looking at the chaotic and desperate scene before him. "He'll give them a name. Their name is Blazing Monsters. You wretched killers." That skill, which seemed like Jinho's last resort, was actually Ji-jang's insidious and malicious scheme. Seeing the plan unfold exactly according to his malevolent wishes, he thought gleefully, "Finally, justice has Along with the scorching heat wave and the horrifying appearance of the gigantic monsters, Ji-jang couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Fire fiends. They look truly terrifying." The system window of the Eye of Truth displayed. Status. Name, Evolved Fire Fiend. Age, 6.
Disposition, Incendiary Instinct.
Rank. Low-level monster with poor intellect and sight. Stamina depletes by 1 point every minute. Even Ji-jang himself, the creator, felt perhaps it's due to the artificial flames, but its life force is also surging. To be honest, creating fire fiends was quite a gamble. But after a brief moment of contemplation, he thought, it's the perfect gift to put Jinho's group in a bind. Especially when Ji-jang observed the other group panicking and screaming loudly. "What the hell is this? Damn it. You guys are just making things." Ji-jang skillfully pretended to be flustered, bowing humbly to admit fault.
"I'm sorry.
"I didn't think this would." They, furious, couldn't stand it and interrupted him, shouting, "Stop talking nonsense. Go put out the fire, you bastard." Ji-jang remained motionless in place, only repeating, "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." "Wait a moment. Just a little." But those around him didn't notice the deep, triumphant gaze he cleverly hid, along with the satisfaction in his heart. "What will you do now, Jinho? You have to show off your tricks now, don't you? Hurry up. Use magic like a crazy magic swordsman. Go on. Swing your sword. Show off your flashy tricks now.
Jinho frowned, sternly ordering in a decisive tone, "Don't panic.
Maintain for." No sooner had he spoken than he saw Seo hastily fleeing for his life behind them. Jinho immediately shouted angrily, "Seo, I told you not to run. Come back." Jang nodded, understanding. He thought contemptuously, "You want to hide your true nature until the end, don't you? You're really making me wonder if you want to live honestly and straightforward." At that moment, a terrifying monster grabbed Kicheon tightly in its claws. It lifted him high and slowly burned him with its dazzling Jae-jun anxiously screamed in despair. "Damn it, no."
Kicheon.
Kicheon's cries for help echoed throughout the space.
Taeyun.
Save me. But Jae-jun could only stand below, helplessly cursing softly. Kicheon. Jin-ho, as the responsible leader, turned to them, begging Jijang. Misa. Jijang pretended to turn his head away, sighing wearily. Oh, why is my energy recovering so slowly? Dokgu anxiously called out to him. He softly probed Jijang. Aren't we gonna save him?
Hihang replied bluntly. No.
If you rush in, you'll be in danger. He gripped the gleaming sword in his hand, instructing Dokgu. No matter what happens, don't do anything useless. Let Hyen and I handle it. You just defend from behind. Dokgu obediently replied, Understood, brother. However, his inner thoughts completely contradicted his words. Just a little lie. Let's just ignore it. As long as we're safe, that's all that matters. Kicheon on the other side was being fiercely burned by the intense flames, almost losing the strength to hold on. He screamed in desperate agony. The tall, imposing monster blazed with intense heat. No one dared to approach and save the wretched Kicheon. They could only watch him slowly burn to ash. Jae-jun mourned his teammate deeply, shouting with heartbreaking pain. No.
Kicheon.
Jin-ho gritted his teeth, witnessing this tragic scene. He was completely helpless, unable to do it. Jijang's eyes widened. He watched with a look of intrigued interest. He scoffed inwardly. He would have lived if Jin-ho had charged in. What a pity for him. Such a pity. But the situation is looking good for Jijang looked at the three terrifying blazing monsters. He silently bade a final farewell to the unfortunate Kicheon. Next life, finish your noodles, my At this moment, he glanced at Hyen as if signaling secretly. She nodded slightly, indicating understanding. Hyen gracefully stood to the side, beginning to focus her magical power to cast a potent spell. Shimmering blue energy quickly enveloped her entire body. Hyen softly uttered the spell's name in a clear voice. Water. Immediately after, a powerful torrent of water poured down directly onto the fiery monster. Jijang turned to her, appreciating. Thank you, Hyen. You did well. You played a huge role in this battle. She smiled gently, replying, It's nothing. Oppa. Inwardly, Jijang felt relieved. All right, round 1 is Jun stood silently to the side, his body trembling with Then he suddenly turned around, charging straight in one direction with determination. He fiercely grabbed Jijang by the collar, his eyes still tear-filled from the deep emotion over his teammate's tragic death. Jae-jun shouted furiously, His voice choked back a painful sob. Just because of you. His intense emotion startled Jin-ho and Seo, immediately drawing their attention. Jae-jun's heart-wrenching wail echoed throughout the silent space. Just because of you, Kicheon. Dokgu and Hyen couldn't help but turn to look with worried. Hyen was so scared that her face was pale as paper. She softly called out in worry, Oppa. Jijang noticed that if they hadn't meticulously planned this in advance, he almost believed it was her genuine reaction. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Hyen's acting is so. Jijang deliberately furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of deep remorse.
I'm sorry.
But it was unavoidable. The hands gripping Jijang's collar trembled with fury. Jae-jun's words, filled with furious resentment, were ground out through clenched teeth. What did you say, you bat? Jijang's voice was deliberately choked out brokenly. It was unavoidable. I am truly sorry about Kicheon's death. But I tried my best. Because Kicheon was the last one to die after I used magic. Jijang was so angry his whole body trembled. Tears choked in his throat. You damn bastard. You think you can just wash your hands of it? So Jijang coldly lowered his eyes and continued in a calm tone. And no longer bothered to hide his true emotions. A cruel, mocking smile spread across his face, and he whispered, We survived. Jae-jun shouted angrily, furious that no one knew Jijang's detestable true colors. He continued cursing with utmost furious resentment. Bastard. Then, he delivered a powerful, hammer-like punch to the side of Jijang's. Seeing this, Dokgu cried out in alarm, Brother. Hyen's eyes widened in fear, shouting. Dokgu angrily questioned Jae-jun, What are you doing? How dare you hit our brother? Hyen trembled, challenging him. Do you want to die? Jijang fell onto the cold ground from the blow. He thought inwardly, It hurt so much. Damn it. But outwardly, he had to continue his flawless act. He weakly and tremblingly waved a hand towards them, softly reassuring them. Jijang had completely anticipated this, so he calmly calculated. Given the situation, it's right that I take that punch. Also, don't forget to keep acting weak. Thinking this, he lay motionless on the hard ground, his entire body trembling like a leaf. His voice was pitifully wretched. I'm the one who ruined everything. Couldn't be. Sobi? Jae-jun looked at Jijang's detestable, fake expression, and the fury in his heart blazed even fiercer. He cursed venomously, "You damn bastard! You really are." Just as he was about to charge forward and give Ji-Jang another beating, Jin-Ho timely spoke up to stop him. "Jae-jun, don't say anything." Jin-Ho cast a stern look at Jae-jun, saying, "I understand how you feel, but arguing further won't help." Jae-jun retorted defiantly. At this moment, Jin-Ho leaned close to his ear, secretly advising Jae-jun in a low voice, "Change of plan. Once Kicheon died, this hunt is practically over. Now let's make amends with them and end this hunt. If you understand, don't say anything." Saying this, he stepped back and slowly approached Ji-Jang. He bowed his head to admit fault.
I apologize? Yeah.
He glanced at Jae-jun's resentful, downcast expression behind him, then continued to explain, "My subordinate didn't mean any harm. He's just shocked by the loss of his old friend. Please understand." Hearing Jin-Ho call his name, Jae-jun, though knowing this was for the important greater good, still couldn't accept it and shouted in protest, "No, I will never accept this. This bastard did it on purpose. He did it on purpose. He deliberately messed with." Ji-Jang suddenly slammed his head hard onto the cold, hard ground, continuously admitting fault with a remorseful voice. "I apologize. I am truly sorry, everyone. This is all my fault. It's my—" Quite surprised by his intense reaction, Dokgu softly called out in worry, "Brother." Ayoung gasped, "Oppa." Huang Song couldn't hide his surprise, exclaiming. Ji-Jang bowed his head, his entire body trembling. He choked out, "If only I had tried a little harder. If only I had been a little stronger."
Kicheon.
"No, everyone, the whole world. I could save every—" Sparkling tears streamed down his cheeks like pearls. Ji-Jang seemed completely immersed in the role of the tragic protagonist. He held a sharp sword pointed at his own neck. Then, tormented, he cried out, "Oh God! Oh God! A wretched person like me deserves to die. Worthless scoundrel! Scum! I will atone for Kicheon's death with my own death. Farewell, everyone. Take—" Huang Song rushed over at lightning speed in a panic.
Yank.
Dokgu urgently tried to stop him, begging, "Stop, brother. You did nothing wrong. Only Hyen was the sole person acting in this play with him, and she performed with superb immersion." "Oppa!
You can't do."
Oppa!" Ji-Jang cast a gaze filled with deep regret at the three of them. A little touched, he thought inwardly, the murderer's act. What a delightful sight. It's wonderful to see everyone gather around me when things go. Jae-jun raised a hammer-like fist, glaring with murderous intent, ready to pounce on Ji-Jang like a wild beast. "You lunatic! You must!" Jin-Ho sternly warned in a low voice. "Jae-jun, didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Do I need to repeat my—" Seo stood quietly behind them. He had remained silent as a stone statue until now, but he suddenly spoke in a sly tone. "That's right, Jae-jun. I think everything should stop here. I already said it. That guy is cunning." He stepped forward, adding fuel to the fire with malicious intent. "He stole my future wife, Hyen. By doing that," Jae-jun was startled to hear this, thinking, "Future wife? What?" Seo calmly advised, "If you keep provoking him, you'll endanger us. Just bow and apologize." At this moment, Ji-Jang cleared his throat, then hesitated.
Daeun.
"I was thoughtless. I don't know what to say to comfort you right now." He pitifully knelt on the ground, tearfully continuing, "I truly apologize." But the three teammates stood around him like bodyguards, casting cold, menacing glares at Jae-jun. Looked enraged, as if about to explode, but he couldn't do anything. He gritted his teeth, shooting a look at the helpless, bound by fate Jin-Ho, and angry thoughts and fury filled his mind. Damn it! What kind of messed up situation is this? Why am I the villain? He didn't believe Ji-Jang's sincere attitude was real. That guy's expression was definitely intended to mess. Jae-jun could do nothing else but reluctantly turn away with heavy. Ji-Jang remained pitifully prostrate on the ground, covering his eyes with his hands, inwardly mocking himself cruelly. "Oh God, what should I do? No one believes you, you idiotic, crazy Jin-Ho, passing by him, coldly glanced at Ji-Jang with a scrutinized. He stroked his chin, calculating deeply. "I want to take this guy down. But where does that talent come from? Should I pull him into my group? He looks pretty." Huang Song stood silently in a corner, and Jin-Ho's quiet calculations were all observed. He slightly furrowed his brow, carefully observing Seo walked past Ji-Jang, scoffing mockingly. I'm sure you're very happy." He smirked maliciously at Ji-Jang, then continued to provoke, "Because even if you cause trouble, everyone will rush to your defense." Ji-Jang now completely dropped that pitiful facade. He raised his eyes, filled with defiance. "Damn, Co, your tongue is sharp and venomous, but your guts are as thin as paper. Catching Jijang's cold gaze, Co startled and recoiled, and he hastily rushed to follow Jinho and Jaejun in front. Wait for me. Jijang's eyes, cold as a knife, followed Co's retreating. He rested his hand on his knee, exhaling tight. Then, he suddenly covered his face with his hand, his whole body trembling as if sobbing. But in reality, he was inwardly mocking Co. You lunatic. Seriously, what kind of pathetic, provocative act was that? Huang Song, seeing this, approached and gently asked with concern, Are you all right? He raised his head and replied, I'm fine, Huang Song. It's my fault. So I sincerely apologize. Inwardly, he lamented, actually, I'm in a lot of pain right now, Huang Song. Your Hyung is in agony. Huang Song didn't reply, only extended a hand to him with a caring. Jijang slowly extended his hand, touched, thinking inwardly, so warm, so warm. The luxurious warmth I can enjoy as a teammate of Huang Song. This moment, behind him, someone held a small stone in hand, with malicious intent. His main target was The stone was thrown with lightning speed. The powerful force made it shoot forward, making Jijang flinch violently. Jijang quickly glanced, feeling a shiver of fear towards that. After throwing the stone, Hyen looked furious to the point of tears. Her mind was filled with wicked thoughts. He'll take care of him, Jijang thought in frightened exclamation. Jijang's mind was filled with unanswered bewilderment. Ayan, are you planning something again? But he didn't know that Hyen was already poised to take out another stone. He belatedly realized, damn, I thought avoiding contact with the opposite sex was enough. It seems even touching me is Jijang pretended to be pitiful, his face pale as paper, his lips trembling incessantly. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of fresh, red blood, then tremblingly called out in a weak voice, Hyen, Ju. Seeing this, she was alarmed, rushing over and calling. Hyen's tears welled up, pearl-like tears streamed down her cheeks. She went to grab his shirt with trembling hands, sobbing incoherently, her voice broken. Are you all right, brother? Her voice suddenly dropped. Her eyes turned terrifyingly cold. She spoke cruel thoughts in an icy tone. I will avenge you, brother. I will definitely avenge you, because a fool like him deserves to be punished. Yes. Jijang saw her reaction and felt uneasy. A chill ran down his spine. He quickly reassured her in a worried voice. It's all right, Hyen. I was in the wrong. So there's nothing else to do, is there? Jijang noticed Hyen's change in that moment. Her clear eyes had turned as dark as an abyss. Her eyes are scary. He gently stroked her head, his fingers running through her soft hair while carefully thinking, if Hyen were to act and cast spells on them, then the pain I just took would be wasted. This violent act happened to me, so this time it's their turn to attack. He patted her shoulder reassuringly, the gentle pats as if to calm the storm within her, while calculating his next move. I think I just need to spark something to keep things happening. Hyen's choked sobs echoed in the silent space like a mournful bell. All eyes converged on them.
Ayan's sniffling persisted. Yank.
Each call made Sio's face darken like a thundercloud. He gritted his teeth, jealousy clearly etched on his expression caught Jijang's attention. He smirked, thinking with a hint of malicious amusement. Enemy. What's this? It seems things will be easier than I thought thanks to that detestable pervert. Sio, provocation is my forte, you know? Watch and suddenly, Jijang shrieked, his cry seemingly piercing the suffocating atmosphere. Sio, seeing his next action, his eyes widened, his face pale with Jijang now feigned pain, his face contorted as if in terrible pain. He collapsed onto Hyen, leaning weakly on her shoulder like a withered willow branch. Then he complained in a pained whine, oh, I'm in so much pain. His body suddenly seemed to lose all strength and clung to her, his heavy body threatening to collapse. He shot a provocative look at Sio, his mischievous, sparkling eyes scoffing at him inwardly. What? How about that? Jealous? Sio? Hyen was bewildered, her eyes sparkling with worry as she softly called. Suddenly, Jijang felt a powerful tug from behind. His feet stumbled like a drunk. He could only gasp in surprise. His entire body fell with the pull. Jijang was too stunned to comprehend what was happening, his eyes wide with surprise. Then he felt a small hand, soft and velvety, supporting his waist. Hyen supported him and pulled him closer. Her warm breath tickled his hand. She worriedly asked in a gentle voice, Are you all right? Jijang noticed their current posture was a bit awkward, so he stammered incoherently. Everything that was happening didn't align with any script he had imagined. Only a single persistent thought lingered in his mind. I didn't want this. Hyen kindly said, you can lean on me a little longer. Jijang, faced with her kindness, could only awkwardly respond. Jang belatedly realized. I should stop pretending to be pitiful now. But anyway, I've achieved my— He glanced at Sio's face, flushed red with resentment, but also weary from resignation, and inwardly mocked. His expression makes it look like I just stole the one he loves. I'm sure his eyes are about to pop out of his head. He smirked and cast a provocative gaze at him, his eyes sparkling mischievously. His mind continuously mocked. You're jealous. Jijang deliberately squirmed to provoke him, laughing inwardly. You're dying of jealousy, aren't you? Come here, come on, come on. Come to me, you bastard. Come to me. But Sio could only grit his teeth and watch, his whole body trembling with— Jijang softly said, Thank you, Hyen. Am I not making things difficult for you?
Ayan gently replied, No, brother.
This is nothing compared to the help you've given me. At this moment, Sio seemed unable to bear it any longer. His throat felt like 1,000 needles, and he cleared it, speaking while suppressing his anger. Ahem.
Miss Ayan.
He looks quite heavy. If you're not comfortable, please allow me to— Ayan's expression immediately changed. She coldly and distantly refused. But I don't want you to. Mind your own business, Mr. Jijang clicked his tongue, interrupting with feigned remorse. Damn. It's my fault. Jinho, standing in front, suddenly glanced this way, his sharp eyes, as if probing for— Jang only noticed Sio trembling, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. His mind was filled with mocking thoughts. Oh my God. Look at his trembling hands. From the start, if he had self-control, he wouldn't have done wrong to our Hyen in the shelter. Now is the time. Come on. Hurry up. Suddenly, screams from the monsters echoed like thunder in the dark. Immediately, it attracted everyone's attention. The atmosphere suddenly became as taut as a plucked— Come on, everyone. Prepare to fight. Dokgu, Jinho, and Huang Song immediately took the vanguard. Their steady steps moved forward. They gripped their weapons with a serious demeanor, standing in front like steel. Zhang softly said, his voice gentle but decisive, Hyen, can you go to the front and follow Dokgu to eliminate those monsters? They'll be there soon. Hyen was still worried, her sparkling eyes showing concern. But brother, your body— Jijang immediately reassured her. I won't push myself too hard. So don't worry and go forward. Seeing this, she agreed, alright. Jijang watched Dokgu and Hyen's backs as they gradually moved away. The Eye of Truth immediately displayed precise figures. Dokgu's current distance. Suitable. 20 meters. Jijang's mind began to calculate. Every variable was meticulously considered. If I take a punch by provoking— Every step was carefully arranged in his mind. Even if the pig's agility stats are a bit lacking at this distance, he'll be even more capable of blocking subsequent attacks. And while he does that, Hyen will use healing magic on me. He looked at Huang Song and Jinho, who were calmly dispatching monsters with skilled movements. He knew he had the success rate of the plan firmly in hand. Even if I get attacked— No, I still have the energy shield Huang Song gave me. As for the monsters, Huang Song and Jinho will be able to handle them themselves. Thinking this, he advanced behind Sio with silent steps like a hunting leopard, then grinned sinisterly. His cold laugh made Sio startle and whip around, his eyes wide with surprise. Sio saw Jijang slowly approaching him with an air of confidence. He didn't know that an insidious scheme had been secretly orchestrated by Jijang long ago. Well then, Jijang approached and placed a falsely friendly hand on Sio's shoulder, his fingers pressed down like claws. Then he softly called, Sio. Jijang's next target was him. Time to turn Sio into the— He leaned towards him. His warm breath tickled his ear. He whispered provocatively with a wicked smile. Are you Just as Jijang had accurately predicted, Sio snapped like the final straw. His body trembling with rage, he decisively swung his sword at him and yelled in a panicked voice, You! Jijang was extremely satisfied with his reaction. He inwardly gloated. It's here. Finally. Sio cursed bitterly with furious resentment. You bastard. Then he slashed straight into Jijang's stomach. The sharp blade pierced through his skin. Dark red liquid immediately spurted out like a crimson spring, soaking his— Although this was part of his meticulous calculations, Jijang couldn't help but inwardly groan, deeply regretting his reckless decision from moments ago. Damn, it hurts. It hurts like hell. Li Jijang from 3 seconds ago. Damn, he gasped out broken breaths. He calmed his swirling mind. Endure. I can endure. As long as we can get rid of Sio here. His mind waited for everyone to look his way. Attention. His painful cries echoed through the space like a wolf's howl, making the group jump and look over with horrified eyes. Gu and Hyen also heard that desperate scream. Hyen was bewildered, her brows furrowed. She softly called out in worry. She muttered, bewildered. What was that sound? Seo, at this moment, was eager like someone who just won a huge victory. He called out, Ji. He happily pointed to Jijang's pained, trembling form, then boasted in an excited voice, I finally did it. Guys, I took care of this bastard.
Liang.
Jijang couldn't help but mock him inwardly. For someone who defeated the weakest of the 4 gods in our group. His voice sounded so. Jinho's emotions were unreadable. His face darkened like a thundercloud. He only called in a deep voice, Seo. Jijang heard this and thought, Jinho. Among the cards you hold, at least one. Jijang knew Jinho wasn't happy about Jijang being taken down like this. So he thought it's an ideal trap. Jinho now raised his head, his eyes that seemed to burn everything, glaring at Seo and asking in an icy tone, what the hell did Seo still hadn't noticed the dangerous gloom on Jinho's face. He continued to boast joyfully like a child who had just received candy. I said I did it, didn't I, brother? Oh, I did it. Jinho was furious. He gritted his teeth, cursing softly, his voice trembling with rage. Damn that guy. Then, as if exploding with fury, he raised his head and shouted loudly, his voice echoing throughout the space. This crazy bastard. His intense agitation even made Huang Song turn to look in surprise. Jijang inwardly scoffed. Even though I'm in agony, it's over. It's really over. Their group is truly hope. Jijang knew exactly what Jinho was scheming. Outwardly, that bastard Jinho will eliminate this crazy, rebellious element from his. It looks like he's trying to show us that he has no intention of fighting my group. Not a chance, Jinho. You have to fight us, you know? Jinho, at this moment, gripped his weapon with a fierce aura, rushing towards Seo like a predatory. Jijang gasped for breath from the severe injury, struggling to follow everything with his vision blurring. His mind still tried to stay clear. Good. It's time. He glanced over, silently pleaded with anxiety. Huang Song. Don't let things go according to Jinho's. He also saw Dokgu and Hyen running towards him with insane speed. Both their voices echoed. Brother. Jijang smiled faintly as his body gradually lost strength. Blood flowed out more and more. He thought with a hint of satisfaction, excellent. Excellent. Our dear elements are all. Suddenly, a familiar, ghost-like shadow appeared behind him. Meanwhile, Jijang, unaware, waited with hope. He patiently waited for Hyen with eager eyes. Hurry up and come here. Suddenly, furious curses echoed like thunder, filled with hatred and rage. Hey, you damn piece of trash. You finished him off. You finished Kichion. You bastard. Jae-jun seized this opportunity. His eyes bloodshot like a monster's, viciously slashed him in the back with all his strength and Jijang froze, feeling like lightning struck his head. He looked with disbelief. He hadn't expected this at all. His eyes filled with extreme surprise, as if he had just seen a. Then, instantly, his entire body collapsed onto the cold ground. Dark red liquid pooled around. Hyen stood frozen in shock like a statue, her face pale, as if electrocuted. Unable to utter a single, she ran with stumbling, trembling hands checked Jiang's condition. Her mouth screamed incessantly in extreme panic. Like a mad, Jiang lay curled up on the cold stone floor. His body trembled in spasms like autumn leaves in a cold wind. Dark red blood from deep, gaping wounds soaked his torn clothes. In his ears, Hyen's choked. Desperate sobs echoed. No, my. Gu stood not far away, his face tense like a taut string about to snap. His hands clenched into trembling fists. He cursed under his breath. Those bastards. Brother. He was about to charge and beat those bastards when Jinho suddenly appeared, looking even more frantic and aggressive than Diogu. He shoved Diogu aside, pushing forward with a furious expression. He roared, damn it, those blockheads. The sword in Jinho's hand let out a shrill whistle as he leaped high, aiming for Seo and Jejun, and swung. The cold steel reflected the weak light around them. A terrifying shout echoed throughout the cave. Both of you, in an instant, a figure flashed past like lightning. The movement was so quick that the sword clattered from Jinho's hand. Jinho was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. When he regained his senses, he realized it was Huang Song. He stood there, sword in hand, blocking Jinho's path, his eyes as sharp as. Jinho lost his balance and landed on the ground, his body sliding a distance across the rough stone, leaving raw, red. He glared defiantly at Huang Song opposite. Then he clicked his tongue softly. He swung the long sword in his hand again with a fierce stance, preparing to charge forward once more like a cornered. Jun and Kichion witnessed this dramatic scene. Both trembled and recoiled, their faces pale as paper. At this moment, Huin Song shouted loudly, his voice firm as a command, Diogu, take care of Haiyan and Jiang. Ilendo. Diogu turned his head and responded with a determined look. Jejun, though frightened, still cursed loudly, his voice trembling but full of indignation. That wretched Jinho. Hey Seo. Seo stood still as a stone statue, his eyes fixed in one direction with a determined and resentful gaze. He shook his head in refusal. No, brother Jejun. Jejun looked at him, puzzled. Seo stared intently at Jiang's unconscious form, his face contorted with fury. He still hadn't given up his initial intention. He'll leave after I finish off that wretch.
Liang.
You go ahead.
Sheun reluctantly replied. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Alright, I get it. And besides, you look really cool right now. I'm sure brother Kichion in heaven would be happy. Jejun turned and left, his hurried footsteps echoing on the stone. He left Seo with one last sentence, alright? Do my part too, okay? See you later. Seo promised confidently, his voice firm, just leave it to me. The dual sword user Seo will leave after taking care of these bastards. On the other side, Diogu knelt anxiously beside Jiang, his trembling hands gently shaking him. Brother Jijang, open your eyes. You can't die like this. Jijang was too much in pain to speak, only hearing these words and cursing silently in his head. I'm not dead, you inconsiderate fool. Next to him, Diogu and Haiyan's desperate wails and cries echoed constantly. If you die, then, no. Jijang grew a little impatient, thinking irritably, you too, please use a recovery spell instead of just screaming. Just then, Diogu remembered, his eyes lighting up as he said, oh, that's right, sister, the ring, the recovery ring. Hurry, throw it over here. Quick, quick.
Yang silently praised, pleased.
Good. Well done, little pig. Haiyan continued to cry, losing control. Brother. Diogu also grew anxious with her. He urged, calm down. The ring. Haiyan snapped back to reality, quickly taking off the sparkling ring she was wearing. She put the ring on her finger, then clasped her hands together, murmuring continuously in a trembling voice. Recover. Please recover. Immediately, a warm golden stream of energy from the ring enveloped Jijang, making even his weary self let out a soft exclamation. He watched his severely injured body miraculously heal in no time, thinking, this is really amazing. Diogu saw that he was more lucid and quickly leaned over to ask, brother, are you alright? Haiyan beside him joyfully called out, tears still on her cheeks. Brother. Jijang weakly replied, his voice faint but clear, I'm fine. Thank you, Haiyan. Jijang, having returned from the very realm of death, felt a bit overwhelmed. He mused, wow, I almost died. Next time, I really need to pay attention before. Suddenly, Seo screamed like a wild beast and lunged forward with two swords at dizzying speed. Fortunately, Diogu spotted him in time. He used his large hand to push Seo's face away, cursing softly, you bastard. How dare. At this moment, though Jijang was still on the ground, he saw monsters closing in, their eyes burning red like embers, their sharp claws rushing to tear them. Yen saw them too. She stood up, ready to. Jijang remained on the ground, but he held the shining ring in his hand, a smirk on his face as he thought, all right. On the other side, Diogu had already created a large spherical dome, with golden energy erupting brilliantly, taking down all the monsters with his powerful energy. Jijang struggled to his feet, thinking with satisfaction, just as expected. I've recruited the right people, haven't I? Diogu, seeing this, looked around anxiously. Huh? Then he suddenly realized Haiyan's figure was no longer there. He turned to Jijang and reported, sister. Jijang heard this and glanced towards the distant exit, thinking, she must have gone to find Jijun. Haiyan picked perfect. Diogu bowed his head, his tone repentant. Cough. I'm sorry. It's my fault. If I had arrived a little sooner, I'm sorry for being late. I'm sorry for not being able to. Jang placed a hand on his head and comforted him.
Don't worry.
Jang gently told him, I was careless too. And thanks to Haiyan, I've only just realized a little bit.
So don't worry.
More important, before he could finish, Diogu burst into tears. Jijang, like an older brother, coaxed him, don't cry, little piglet. You're too old to be crying. Who cries? Jijang thought regretfully, it was just a miscalculation on my part. But, whatever. Diogu, despite crying, still retorted, and is there a rule that adults can't cry? Jijang sighed. How would I know? You're just too noisy.
So don't cry.
Diogu, like a younger brother arguing with his older sibling, said, I think you're getting too arrogant. Jijang asked in surprise. Huh? Are you arguing with me? Aren't you? You little... Jijang helped him stand up, letting out a relieved... Footsteps echoed on the cold stone, like war drums, as someone rushed through the desolate, dark shelter. Jae-jun ran at top speed, gloating silently. That idiot Seo. Watching him get revenge for Kicheon is exhilarating. But that's all there is to it. No way. Why do I always get tangled up with this blabber? His face showed irritation as he thought of someone else. And Jinho too. That damn guy. I knew from the start that friendship wasn't in his dictionary. But to leave me like this? Damn it. Even so, the best thing to do is follow Jinho and cooperate with him to deal with Hwinsong. After that, he'll tear Jijang into pieces. Suddenly, his foot tripped over some invisible... Jae-jun fell flat on the ground, bewildered. Huh? Yen had caught up without him knowing, appearing like a ghost. Her eyes, cold and emotionless as ice, widened. Hello. There's no time, so he'll finish this quickly. Her hands were already preparing a powerful, glowing magic circle, ready to take his life at any moment. Jae-jun cursed in his head. How embarrassing. Crazy. She's crazy. She's not normal. That bitch. That crazy... Hyen reached out, forcefully gripping Jae-jun's mouth. Open your mouth. Jae-jun's eyes welled up with tears. He thought in trembling fear. Help. What is she doing? Damn it. Hyen immediately threw a gas bomb into his mouth. The explosion echoed through the cave like... After that brutal torture, Hyen innocently asked, Does it hurt? Brother hurt too. Why did you do that before?
Yoon screamed, begging for mercy. Spare me.
She coldly replied, But my brother must have hurt even more. Poor my brother. They'll get revenge for you. Jae-jun vomited his red blood. He thought in trembling fear. Crazy, crazy. Hyen looked at the fresh red liquid stains on her clothes and said softly, Ah, your blood got on me. How foolish. My brother won't like this if he sees it. You really deserve to be punished.
Yoon, low terrified, called big for mercy loud.
Help me. I don't want to end up like Keech. Hyen's red eyes gleamed with madness and murderous intent. Her emotionless face and cruel threats made her as terrifying as a predator. I have to finish this quickly. This is the end. Today, I'll only punish you a little bit. Don't be naughty again. Okay?
As minus et
I won't be naughty again. I want. So don't do this anymore. I can't die like this. After coming here, I've realized how worth living life is. Coming here was truly meaningful, but he didn't know. All his wicked thoughts were transparent to Hyen. I survived. Whatever happens, as long as I don't fail. There are still a ton of people I haven't dealt with. That's right. When I get back, I'll deal with Kim Hwinsong first as planned. Next, I'll finish off this woman too. After that, it's Seo. His wicked schemes swirled in Jae-jun's head. After I've stolen all the items here, one day I'll become a criminal. I'll realize Kicheon's dream. What do you think, Kicheon? What a great plan, huh? Hyen murmured. Gas bomb? After the fatal blow, Jae-jun collapsed, breathless. Hyen sat casually before his corpse, innocently exclaiming, Oh, is he? On the other side, Seo was forcefully pinned to the cold ground, crying out and he angrily threatened, Hey, let me go, you bastard.
Leon, you rat.
Do you think my brothers will leave you alone? Jae-jun, seeing him restrained by Diogu, sneered, Heh, funny. Seo yelled back, cursing. Is it that funny? My brothers will take Jinho's life and deal with you all. He lifted his head, meeting Jae-jun's gaze through his broken spectacles. Lying, I won't spare Hyen either. It'll make her regret not choosing me. Every day. Every single day.
As minus faith.
Go ahead. But it seems your beloved brothers have already abandoned you and fled far away. Seo asked, stunned. Jae-jun slowly delivered the shocking news. Didn't Jinho tell you? Ever since Kicheon died, the plan was cancelled. You're the only one still clinging to it. Jijang grabbed Seo's chin, forcing him to look up at him. He was bewildered. What? Why would you? What are you talking? Jijang felt immense satisfaction seeing Seo's current expression. Oh, I could die laughing. His expression is so pathetic. This situation is so much fun. He lowered his eyes, replying disdainfully, You blockhead. Do I have to spell it out for you? Jinho abandoned. Jijang patted his face a few times, then said with an appreciative look, Seo, actually, I'm very grateful to you. Jijang couldn't help but look down on him in his heart. The person Jinho considered a guarantee is this stupid? TSK. He softly continued, Actually, from the beginning, he tilted his head, teasing him. Thanks to a nuisance like you, Hyen and I made a lot of progress. Seo cursed furiously. You bastard. You mean you? Jijang smiled brightly, stood up, and said, you did the same. Seo trembled, watching him raise his sword. He urgently begged. Jijang found it laughable. At this point, there's no need to hesitate. He indifferently lowered his gaze, uttering a cold remark. Jijang couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation. This isn't the first time. A single stroke brought down, severing Seo. He suddenly recalled the familiar faces, filled with fear before his sword, and thought, fair enough. They were all people I brought. I denied their pleas and tricked them into my... He still clearly remembered their desperate cries for mercy back then. So this time, he knew what he should do. It was the same then. I just needed to stay calm and reassure myself. Jijang opened his eyes wide and struck again. His clear mind reminded himself, as I said, I don't need to hold back. This is also the same. These are all necessary. I should think about it logically. A fresh, foul-smelling red liquid made him softly exclaim, oh my god, another loss. He turned to reassure Diogu. There's no need to be afraid, Diogu. This is a place where you either take lives or have yours taken. And if I can do it, you can do even better. No matter what it is, you'll be better than me. At every Diogu, who had been silent until now, suddenly looked up and called. Then he asked a seemingly unrelated question. Are you? Jijang exhaled and replied, ha. I don't believe in gods. I just try my... At this moment, the system displayed a notification. A new floor has been unlocked. Please choose the floor you wish to... Jijang slid his hand across the system panel and chuckled softly. It seems we gain experience points for dealing with people. Whether on Earth or here, the world is truly cruel. Isn't it? But hearing him call, he replied. Jijang turned his head to glance at him, saying in a tone that was both an instruction and a threat, you shouldn't die. Ever. Diogu and Jijang slowly walked away from that place. The shelter seemed to hold only their two figures. Diogu glanced over, seeing Jijang intently staring at the dimly glowing system panel in his hand the entire way. His steps were mechanical, as if his mind was racing with thoughts, and he asked, brother, are you still thinking about your class? Just like I said, pick the coolest one. Jijang let out a long, weary sigh and replied, I'm getting a headache here. They're all cool, kid. There are too many choices. Jijang deliberated, his eyes drooping as he looked down at the panel. This time they're all good. Which one is optimal? I think it'll save profit and regressor for... Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed on the dry ground, along with Hyen's high-pitched, worried cry, brother. Hyen appeared like a whirlwind, her hair fluttering. She threw herself forward with all her strength, embracing Jijang tightly. Choking sobs broke through the silence. Brother. Jijang felt the trembling in her small body. He gently reached out to support her, a warm smile gracing his lips as he called. Her red-rimmed eyes looked up with extreme worry. She paused, then asked, are you hurt anywhere? You're not injured, are you? You're okay now, right? Hick, that's Seo. What happened? Jijang gently comforted her with a soft, warm tone, then replied straightforwardly. Hyen felt so relieved that she almost blurted out the darkest thoughts in her head. That's good. Suddenly, Diogu spoke with suspicion, his sharp eyes fixed on Hyen. Now that I think about it, sister, where did you... Hyen panicked, her voice stuttering. Oh well, before I found out, Jang thought generously, I should speak up for her. Then he spoke to cover for Hyen. Did you run off to help Huin? Hyen didn't understand his intention. Thinking he misunderstood, she hastily explained, no, brother, I'm not that obsessed with Huinsong. Then suddenly, Hyen's entire body trembled like autumn leaves in a cold wind. She clenched her teeth, her words becoming chaotic and emotional. That person, that Kim Jae-jun, he harmed you, so I got fear. The more she spoke, the more she buried her face, tears streaming down as she confessed, and before I knew it, I accidentally finished him off. I'm sorry. Diogu, seeing this, panicked. He quickly waved his hands. No, that's... Well, I'm the one who should apologize, sister. I understand what you mean. He thought it was all his fault. His earlier question to Hyen had agitated her. He hastily corrected himself. Honestly, I wanted to chase him too. You know that, right? I really understand how you feel. So please don't cry, okay? Hick, I really can't stop thinking about it. About what I should do. Sister, it's over.
So, don't cry anymore.
Diogu, seeing she wouldn't stop crying, turned to Jijang for help. Brother, don't just stand there. Do something. What are you doing? Come here quickly. Hyen continued to sob, saying in a choked voice, "I'm really sorry. Sorry, brother." Jijang thought helplessly, "What are you apologizing for?" Our kind, lovely reached out to pat her head and said, "It's all right, Hyen." Jijang was touched in his heart. "You were so enraged because you saw me injured? Thank you." He pulled her into a hug, comforting her. "It's all right. TSK." A funny comparison popped into his head. She's like a time bomb, both warm and gentle. So embraced by Jijang, Hyen wept as if all the emotions she had suppressed for so long were finally Diogu watched the scene awkwardly, unsure whether to look or turn away. Jijang felt a bit embarrassed, so he gently coaxed, "That's enough." Jijang, realizing he couldn't comfort her himself, turned and called, "Diogu, come here and comfort Hyen." Unexpectedly, as he turned, he met Diogus' mischievous and scheming Jijang's face darkened. He thought angrily, "That damned bastard. He set me up on purpose, didn't he?" At this moment, steady footsteps echoed from afar. Simultaneously, Huin Song's familiar voice rang out, so everyone is hearing his voice. All three of them turned, their eyes fixed on the approaching Huin. Jijang, seeing that he was safe, softly called, "Huin Song." But looking closely, he still noticed Huin Song's struggles and thought, "That Jinho guy isn't easy to deal with at all. How embarrassing. If he were a good person, I might have been impressed. But, well, compared to our Huin Song, he's just performing some childish magic." Huin Song only saw the three of them, then turned his head, searching, and asked, "Where are the?" Jijang replied calmly and terrifyingly, "I took care of all of them." He didn't forget to ask Huin Song, more importantly, "What about Ji?" Huin Song said nothing, just gave a slight nod. However, all three of them understood the meaning of that. Diogu softly said, "That's good. They were our enemies anyway." Then Jijang slowly explained, "That's right. This was inevitable. It seems they had planned it from the beginning. If we had fallen into their trap, perhaps everyone in the shelter wouldn't have been safe. I know it's not easy, but I hope everyone will see it as something that had to be. Even so, I know not everyone understands. I think so too. But there's this moment." Huin Song suddenly spoke, "You did the right thing. In the future, many difficult situations like this might." He lifted his head, offering Jijang a sympathetic look, then continued, "No one out there would condemn you for making a decision like this. I don't know if I can comfort you much, but I hope you'll get." Jang couldn't help but feel relieved. It's good that he took it so calmly. "You're truly comforting, Huin Song." All three of them softly said, "Yes. Thank you, Huin Song. Thank you, brother Huin Song. Thank you, brother Huin." Huin Song's gaze shifted to Jijang with genuine concern. "And also, are you feeling any better, Jijang? Your wounds?" Jijang felt that warm concern. He replied with a smile, "Yes, I'm fine. I'm very healthy." He continued gratefully, "But if it weren't for the ring you gave me, I probably would have ascended to heaven. I wonder how many times you've saved me." Then Jijang smiled gently at Huin Song, a smile radiating deep sincerity and gratitude. "I will never forget this." Huin Song saw that pure and genuine smile. His eyes softened like spring water. He thought with a hint of exasperation, "This kid, is he that?" The air around them seemed to be soothed by these warm emotions. Huin Song then softly said with thoughtfulness, "Everyone must be tired, so I think it's best if we rest somewhere nearby." Diogu agreed. "Agreed. Let's go. Brother. And sister too." Jijang turned and called, "All right, Hyen, let's go." She immediately replied, "Yes." Jijang couldn't help but feel a warmth spreading in his heart. They had developed a certain bond like a real team. We fight together. We face dangers together. And we overcome them together. It seems he also thinks we've grown close, just like me. Thinking this, he glanced at Huin Song just as Diogu was playfully teasing him. "Hey, brother Huin Song, isn't your face a little red?" Huin Song just chuckled softly and replied, "You're imagining things." Jijang also felt a bit overwhelmed. "I can be certain that even after leaving this place, Hell still maintain a good relationship with us. Just thinking about being on the same ship as Kim Huin Song, the safest and most comfortable kind of ship, makes me feel like this is a." Lost in his own thoughts like this, a smile unknowingly bloomed on his lips, radiating contentment and happiness. Jijang asked himself, "Or should I say I finally feel a little more relieved?" He looked at Huin Song with a hint of gratitude in his eyes, silently thinking, "You've worked hard." They wandered for a while and finally found a rather secluded. They diligently started a fire from dry branches and leaves. The flame flickered and danced in the darkness. Then they sat around it to warm themselves. Jang stood up and moved closer to Huin Song. The firelight reflected in his eyes as he softly called, "Huin Song." He turned and asked, "What is it?"
Yang hesitated.
He continued, "I've unlocked a few new classes." Huin Song exclaimed, "That fast? Were you planning to tell me?" As he added more firewood, he replied, of course. I was just about to ask for your advice. Because there are so many choices that, after speaking, Ji Zhang immediately opened his status. System panel displayed. View unlocked profession. The system immediately displayed. Several professions have been unlocked. Click on each option to view detailed explanations. Ji Zhang said in a measured tone, currently, I have 5 types. Summoner, Magic Lancer, Wallach, as well as Alchemist and Fire. Ji Zhang thought with satisfaction. And this time they are all rare. There must be very few rare professions. He took the loaf of bread from Huinsong and replied, thank you. He thought to himself with relief, I didn't know what I would do if I got a scam profession or something. But luckily, that's not the... He glanced at Dok and suddenly had an idea. The commander is like that. Ji Zhang opened his information panel and said, let me read the detailed explanation for you. Starting with profession. Summoner. Rare. Instead of fighting directly, a summoner is a profession that fights by using summoned disciples, spirits, or monsters. Summoners can become stronger, leading to increased mana and affinity with summoned beasts. You can upgrade related professions such as Tamer, Spirit Master, and Monster Summoner. 3 stats are increased. Stamina +1, Intelligence +1, and Mana +. He had his own thoughts. To be honest, I like this one the most, because the disciples can appear and fight for me. Nothing feels safer and more comfortable than... Ji Zhang skimmed through to check the Magic Lancer profession. Although I'm not very clear about the affinity part. An intermediate profession that can use magic and a spear simultaneously. You will possess average knowledge of spears and magic. Profession can be upgraded. Not yet clear. 2 additional stats are agility +1, mana +2. He thought to himself suspiciously, this seems a bit impossible. Using my body doesn't suit me. Ji Zhang continued to skim through. Next, Wallach, without noticing Huinsong's slightly unusual expression. A high-tier profession capable of using dark magic. It possesses a completely different level of magic, enough to reverse the very concept of magic you once knew, by casting spells from the power of demons. For that reason, some religious organizations vehemently oppose dark magic. But in return, its destructive power completely overwhelms other professions.
Manach 4. Ji Zhang hesitated.
This is truly appealing. But the ending leaves me a bit uneasy. He scrolled further. Finally, the alchemist and the fire mage. Even the 2 Ians sitting next to him began to ponder. What to do? Everything looks... Profession. Alchemist. Basically, the alchemist profession focuses more on understanding and researching magical knowledge than combat. They can absolutely find new directions and developments related to casting talismans, spells, and mana. You will possess basic knowledge on how to create homunculi. Golems and alchemy, you can upgrade professions like apothecary, alchemical mage, and homunculus specialist. Spirit +2, mana +2. D. Rang felt this profession suited him the best. Since his spirit stat is higher than his mana, this is truly the most suitable profession. Although becoming an apothecary is a bit concerning, I can create something similar to a mana potion to supply the lack of mana. He then looked at another profession. Next, the fire mage. Well, clearly, to possess great fire elemental power, a lot of mana needs to be consumed. The added stats are mana plus. After quickly browsing through the professions, he looked up and said to Huinsong, that's all, I'm very curious what you're thinking. Huinsong glanced at him and hesitated. I'm sorry. Huinsong said honestly, D-Rang, your mana is a bit, not very high, so the spear soldier would be a bit. You're not good at using spears. D-Rang smiled on the surface, but thought with disappointment. D-Rang was unconvinced and immediately grabbed a spear to perform a few moves. Huinsong maintained his initial opinion, thinking to himself, D-Rang is terrible with spears. He's definitely not suited for combat. Only Dioku and the Tuian cheered enthusiastically. That's our brother, so cool, big brother. D-Rang thought disappointedly, at least I can take care of myself. But perhaps from his perspective, I'm truly pitiful. So heard Huinsong say, as for the fire mage, because the mana consumption is too high, I think there are still many risks. As for the Wallach, judging by the explanation, it seems this profession might put you in a dangerous situation. I think it's best to choose between the summoner and the alchemist. D-Rang agreed, actually, I think so. D-Rang tried to imagine if he chose Wallach, it would be a bit pitiful, but if this world had a setting similar to the Middle Ages. Some religious organizations would hunt down Wallach D-Rang like mad dogs. He thought of the prospect of being chased away with countless curses. Heretic, seize him. God's scouring iron will come down upon your head. He vowed, I would never want to put myself in such a humiliating situation. I must. Seeing Huinsong's enthusiasm, he thought, but this cute kid is trying his best to give me suggestions. But, Huinsong looked up and added, but I think maintaining a summoned beast also consumes a large amount of mana. Since your spirit stat is quite high, what I mean is alchemist is really not. Huin Song continued, speaking of alchemists, they can create certain types of divine elixirs and not just make medicines. If you need a summoned beast, can also create a creature called a homunculus, so it will be much more useful in actual combat. It's not like summoning, but creating an artificial being. It will be very effective if you have enough mana to maintain the catalyst. Zhang nodded in understanding. Now I get it, you're really passionate about it. He looked at the system panel and thought, this profession is rare, right? A rare profession doesn't appear He considered carefully, first of all, even though the characteristic of a priest is healing magic, I'm sure they are still limited in divine power in that situation. High-quality divine elixirs created by alchemists will surely be very necessary. If this is indeed a rare profession, divine elixirs are likely and indispensable. Question popped into his mind. Should I try living the life of an alchemist? Zhang turned and smiled at Huinsong. Alchemist, it's definitely a good. However, he still couldn't make a decision, but I can't give up on the summoner. Because alchemists can also create substitutes. I really don't need to think about it. The tranquil atmosphere by the fireplace was suddenly pierced by a deep voice. What are you talking? Ioku slowly raised his head, fixing his determined gaze directly at Zhang. A gaze that carried an unshakable seriousness, and then continued in a voice without any hesitation. You are forced to choose the. As if sensing the hesitation in Zhang's eyes, Ioku tried to persuade him with a more urgent voice. Each word clearly emphasized. You, the. However, from the other side of the flames, Huinsong glanced over with a look of complete disagreement. His eyes as cold as ice. No, it should be the atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly tense. The two of them were now like a dragon and a tiger facing each other in the dark night. Eye to eye, neither willing to back. Zhang was caught in the middle, clearly feeling the surging waves of tension from both sides, and couldn't help but curse inwardly with helplessness. Damn it. Here we go again. Ioku excitedly thought, just imagine, wielding the power of darkness to destroy monsters, imagine Big Brother becoming a warlock. Everyone can see that Big Brother would be more suited to being a dark and sinister warlock, right? Everyone started whispering, this guy is jumping on the warlock bandwagon again, warlock like a. Huinsong immediately retorted. But in others' eyes, Ioku lost his enthusiasm. Who cares? I just need to kick away those who chase Big. He imagined Zhang displaying his power and sighed, honestly, warlock doesn't suit Big Brother's benevolent personality. But the image of Big Brother wearing a black cloak is too cool. Just thinking. Zhang didn't say anything, but he protested inwardly. Why are you forcing me like that? I'm being dragged into this. Huinsong said indifferently, even so, he can't become a war. He proposed according to his own wishes, absolutely not. It's clearly better to be an alchemist. Ioku cleared his throat unhappily. Huh? Zhang suddenly remembered. That's right. Our Huinsong can't admit. The two argued back and forth. Ioku insisted, no, Big Brother will be a warlock, definitely. Huinsong retorted, alchemist. Hearing this, he reaffirmed warlock. Huinsong also refused to back down, alchemist. Zhang smiled affectionately but regretted it endlessly. I shouldn't have asked. The two continued to argue fiercely. One word for him, one for you, warlock, alchemist, warlock, Huinsong and Ioku were like fire and water, facing each other without giving in. Unable to win against each other, they both turned and called out in unison, sister. Haiyan. Haiyan started, quickly replying. The two nominally sought her opinion, but it felt more like mental intimidation. What do you think, sister? What do you think? She stammered, Under Zhang's waiting gaze, she softly replied, I can't choose. She imagined Zhang in the style Huinsong preferred as someone with the scholarly demeanor of an alchemy. Haiyan blushed as she pictured the other option. Using the power of dark. The more Haiyan imagined, the more excited she became, bursting into laughter. Zhang thought to himself, what is this kid thinking? He rubbed his chin and spoke. It's a tough choice. I really think the Wallach class carries more risks, but the rewards are also. Gu kept trying to persuade him. That's right, boss. It's what you said about high rewards. Become a Wallach. Join the dark side. Boss. Wallach. Huinsong simply called out. He took a book from his bag and spoke, here, this is something I got very, very coincidentally, but it's an item specifically for alchemists. The other two watched with wide, stunned eyes. Then dangled the offer, if you choose the alchemist class, they'll give you this as a gift. This is Ramus Tucker's Introduction to Alchemy. A hero-grade item, exclusive to alchemists. The great alchemist Ramus Tucker was a renowned itinerant alchemist, and while alive, was part of the Republic Army. He was famous as a leading researcher in biology and alchemic medicine, but one day, for unknown reasons, he was known to have been purged. He may have died, but the knowledge of alchemy he left behind for future generations is still passed down to this day.
Intellect 1, Mana 1.
Zhang was astonished. What is? Huin Song held up the book and asked, what do you think? Don't you want? Li Jiang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh, that's so cool. I can't Diogu, not ready to give up, quickly interjected. Wait, brother Huin Song, this isn't a gift. This is bribery. Bribery with an item. That's not fair at all. And where did that come from anyway? Ji Jiang immediately replied, back then it was in the treasure chest with other. Huin Song carefully rubbed the book. I'm not an alchemist, so I can't read this book, but it's a hero-grade item. It's useless to me, but for you it's very much worth looking forward to. He thought with satisfaction. There, well done. Huin chuckled slyly, his mind deep in calculations. Finding excuses is hard. Isn't it? From the beginning, the ring and necklace you gave us were likely not easy items to find here. Even if Huin Song is a regressor, it's hard to believe a treasure chest would appear right where he thought about Huin Song returning to this world. Though I don't know if our little Huin Song returned with his inventory, or if he uses some kind of shop we haven't accessed yet. Seeing him pull out so many items, he probably has more items in his bag than. Huin Seong made an enthusiastic proposal. Kijang, please, become an Doc Gu incessantly pulled Li Kijang towards him. Brother, Warlock, choose. Yen also boldly added, brother, choose whatever profession. Li Kijang softly spoke, closing his eyes. All right, I've thought it through, and my mind is made up in this situation. Without complex analysis, Li Kijang made his decision. Clearly, it was better to side with Huin Seong. Sorry, Doc Gu, he thought. Outwardly, he spoke gently. I think becoming an alchemist is the best option. I swear it's not because of the. Huin Seong was delighted. A wise choice. Thank you.
Amidst Doc Gu's utter collapse,
Doc Gu cried out in pain. How could this happen a second time? Huin Seong gloated. System quickly updated with a series of notifications. You have upgraded to the alchemist profession. You have gained basic alchemy knowledge. Checking player Lai Kyoang's stats and promotion level. Basic alchemy knowledge. Method, basic alchemy research. First crafting method. Li Kijang thought with satisfaction, not bad at all. Overall, it seems you've chosen a pretty good path. I don't have much to say, but watching you try your best, my heart aches. It seems you've also received an item you don't deserve. I hope you can understand Ramus Tucker's alchemy, otherwise it would be a shame for a hero-grade item like casting pearls before. Li Kijang smiled nonchalantly, his mind still deep in thought. It's not like I don't know where this came from, so it's fine. Suddenly, he saw Huin Seong's eyes filled with happiness and gratitude. Huin Seong hugged the book to his chest, his eyes looking at Li Kijang filled with Li Kijang could only give in. This kid. Do I look a bit more useful? He didn't pay much attention, only knowing now I'm the stock you're interested in, alright? I'm no longer that rarely useful manager. Alchemist Li Kijang is standing on the stock market. I've dug into a gold. Huin Seong handed Li Kijang the book.
Congratulations, Kiang.
Doc Gus's voice still held a hint of sadness. What a shame. But if brother has chosen that, then Hai Yen also joined in. Congratulations, brother Li Kijang.
Li Qiang politely replied. Thanks, Doc Gu. Ai Yan.
Thank you too. I gratefully accept your gift. Huin Se. Li Kijang accepted the book happily. Though constantly being the recipient like this is a bit embarrassing. I will try my best to live up to your expectations. He couldn't help but laugh. No, actually, I feel happier being able to help everyone, Huin Seong. You're too kind, Huin Se. The happiness Li Kijang truly aimed for was, I will help your stock soar to the top, so you must continue to invest in me. On pages filled with words and representative symbols. While everyone else was fast asleep, Li Kijang sat silently by a small fire, reading him. Turning each page, his face showed no emotion. So this is alchemy. I still don't have any equipment. Practicing will be a bit difficult. I probably need things like specialized catalysts for alchemy. And that pig is so noisy. It's dead. He was absorbed in thought, not noticing that Huin Seong had woken up. Also, if this profession requires catalysts and similar equipment, it seems like a profession that relies quite a bit on items. This is going to be quite expensive. For now, I guess I can only combine it with the spells I'm currently. Huin Seong approached, asking concernedly, Aren't you asleep yet, brother? Li Kijang turned his head and simply replied, Oh, I could. Li Kijang flipped through the pages, saying, There's a lot of alchemy knowledge I need to get acquainted with. In his heart, he thought, Look, I'm working very hard, oh mighty and. Turning to look at Huin Seong's sparkling eyes made Li Kijang a little uncomfortable. But he looked so satisfied, it makes me a bit uneasy. He's not planning to treat me like a potion-making machine. Li Kijang leaned back. Ahem. Oh, speaking of which, the survival quest isn't finished, right? Because, based on the current situation, there don't seem to be any boss monsters. Huin Seong replied, Oh, I think so too, brother. I can't help but feel like we're in the final stage of the tutorial. Seong clasped his hands seriously. Tomorrow, when we go deeper, maybe we'll find some clues. Li Qijiang looked at him meaningfully. You're right, I agree.
Li Qiang understood.
First, he confirmed that there were no boss monsters here, and further, through Seong's words, Li Qijiang vaguely realized. So there's an exit in a room with warm, flickering firelight. The pile of documents lay on the table. The guide from that damn starting point said,
Li Qiang understood.
The continent is a place where only a few survivors can set. Somewhere, someone was silently watching. It seems we've finally found. Sanji maintained an indifferent attitude. The sword and shield will replace that. She continued to explain, although we haven't reached the true stage of this place yet. Even so, she knew, but I have a feeling we've moved one step. Qijiang's group walked and chatted. What about a ginseng god after bathing? Fresh and clean. What do you call someone who has been a bookworm since childhood?
Diok gu nonchalantly answered. Naive.
Now it's my. Seong suddenly asked, what kind of bag do you bring to bargain at the market? Diosigu looked confused. Carry a bag? What do you mean? I don't understand. Seong's eyes sparkled, looking serious. Carry a bargain? Diosigu chuckled to himself, thinking, Seong, where did you learn all that nonsense? Li Qijiang turned to Hai Yen and quietly asked, do you find it funny at all? She shook her head thoroughly. No, it's very bland. Li Qijiang thought with satisfaction. Our Hai Yen is still more interesting. Nevertheless, he still thought, but I'm glad everyone is more relaxed. After experiencing countless encounters, at first, everyone was worried about how to escape this dark. Thinking this, Li Qijiang faintly as Li Qijiang smiled, Hai Yen also happily smiled. Li Qijiang gently patted Hai Yen's head. This is why being with a regressor is so. Suddenly, something ahead made everyone's. The large door in front caught his attention. This door, the exit Seong mentioned yet. Seong smiled faintly, and Li Qijiang helplessly thought, look at that brat. In his heart, Li Qijiang silently resolved. All right. The four of them nodded in understanding. Diosigu rushed forward first. Li Qijiang quietly called out, let's go. To the mysterious. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized. After the door, Diosigu was stunned. This is. Why are we in another strange.
Li Qiang frowned in confusion.
Mysterious? Where are we? What the hell? This isn't out. A strange circular symbol carved in the middle of the room caught his attention. And that thing in the middle. A magic. The system immediately displayed a notification. A rare mandatory quest has been initiated. Everyone has received a new notification. Rare quest. Complete. 0 out of. Li Qijiang was surprised. This is. Diosigu immediately pointed. Oh brother. There's another door. He immediately rushed towards that door, trying to push it open. Hey, it's not moving at all. Li Qijiang quickly said. Diosigu, don't touch everything so carelessly. Come back here. There must be some condition to open the. Continued to point out, and we have to leave here to complete the dungeon sweep. In his mind, he was trying to figure it out. What will be the method of completion? First, Seong said there were no boss monsters. For some reason, that magic circle looks like a.
Suddenly, Li Qijiang noticed
Seong slowly took a step. A surge of magic emanated from his. The magic quickly combined with the circle on the.
Li Qiang understood.
So all you have to do is transfer mana.
Seong immediately replied. Thác rai.
I had a feeling it was related to mana, so I tried it. It seems that's the correct answer. Li Qijiang only cried out inwardly. That's too obvious. The system reappeared. Rare mandatory quest completed. Rare quest. Completed 1 out of 1. Survive January. Diosigu called out admiringly, brother.
Li Qiang proudly replied.
His eyes coldly. Song stood to the side. The corners of his lips slightly up. Looking at his happy face, Rang only thought his expression was like. He knew, and this is where it truly began. Ian's round eyes stared intently. So beautiful, he agreed. Its sparkling dots of light in various shapes emanated from the magic. Though this scene was a bit of a hassle, the outcome was truly beautiful. Large door in front of them slowly. The blinding light made him cover his eyes with his. Sanji said softly through the mic on this side. Congratulations on safely returning from the tutorial. He adjusted his collar, realizing that person. Sanji stepped forward, her voice devoid of emotion. I am the person in charge of this tutorial dungeon. The Vice Guild Master of the Azure. She politely introduced herself. Beep. My name is Lise. She removed the mic from her ear. She cheerfully greeted. It's truly an honor to meet. Sanji's words still echoed in his mind. The person in charge of the tutorial dungeon. It felt like she was trying to get close to us. What's going? Daku rushed forward and asked proactively, the person in charge of the tutorial dungeon. What do you mean? Could it be that you were the one who brought us here? Sanji simply replied, no, let me introduce myself. She began to introduce herself in more detail. I am the vice guild master of a free guild established under the sacred edict of the goddess Benigor. The guild's name is Azure, and I am also the manager of this tutorial dungeon. One day, we were also summoned to this place and forced to undergo a similar. Simply put, we arrived a little earlier than everyone else. However, we still haven't figured out why we were brought to this. Towards the now open doorway, Sanji added, moreover, once the tutorial dungeon is completed, it is our duty as managers to guide those who have completed it out. There were many people sitting dazed on the ground, as well as rescuing the surviving people still in. She quickly added, further. Zhang listened silently without any emotion. Of course, we will teach and support you in adapting to the environment. The place where you will live from now on, we will also provide you with basic living space. He spoke up and asked, basic living space? Let's put that aside for now. Does that mean the door to the tutorial dungeon isn't always open, right? Sanji enthusiastically replied, that's right. This door only opens for 3 days after completion, but we don't know. She extended her hand and said, I will lead you out. Before that, please hand over your weapons. He thought in surprise, what? Our weapons are rented? We will discuss the details further after arriving at the Azure Guilds. Her eyes held a hint of a smile. Miss Wazian, please start searching for survivors inside. I will escort these people to the base. Now please follow the. Ji Zhang silently made a request, mind's eye. Check the stats and talents of the player. Sangji, the system quickly updated. Status, name, Li Sangji, age 33, ideal mediator aura, rank, holy knight, hero, profession effect basic grasp, knowledge of techniques, has basic knowledge of shields, has intermediate basic knowledge of swordsmanship, has advanced basic knowledge of swordsmanship, has basic knowledge of divinity, has intermediate basic knowledge of divinity, title iron-blooded, strength 82 hero, stamina 90 hero, endurance 91 hero, mana 77 rare, spirit 30 common, luck 33. Hero, agility 52 rare, blood gold ability, consumes mana to temporarily increase endurance and stamina. For knights, stamina usually increases by 3, hero-grade holy equipment, iron-blooded, knight-exclusive hero, unlocks legendary. The system began to provide information. Overall, her stats alone are very impressive. It seems her potential is already close to its peak. Her endurance and strength stats can still increase, but other stats are very difficult. She's not bad at all, but somehow her stats make people feel regretful. Even so, you should never underestimate her. Comparing player Li Ji Rang with her is basically impossible. After looking, he silently assessed, those stats are nothing to scoff at, but if she wanted to, she could kill us without any problem. So why is she so? Looking ahead, he suddenly said, temporarily, it seems Haiyang Sung has no overly negative reactions. Ideal mediator doesn't give a bad feeling. So I don't think I need to worry, but she doesn't care whether people die during training, so her treatment of us is too. Fully equipped soldiers were walking around. Is it just because we are the team that complete? Glancing at them, he thought, it seems they are arranging things faster than I expected. Well, it's only a matter of time before the people in the dungeon are rested. He mumbled, thinking back, he'll leave without a final farewell to Li Ji Hai. Ji Zhang walked towards the door step by step. It wasn't his concern. Bright light and gust of wind pulled, rustling, making him gasp in a bird noticed their appearance. Several cage-like feathers fluttered down to the ground. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy, looking towards the blinding, peaceful town under the evening twilight. That's when we believed we had survived. Sanji turned back and said, we're lucky today. Griffins are rare, so you don't often encounter them. It must be delicious when grilled. Daiaku moved towards a stall with longing. It must be delicious when. Sanji suddenly remembered. Huh? Oh, speaking of which, you must be very hungry. We were planning to treat you to a meal. But this is a special occasion, so I'll buy anything you want. Daiaku asked with anticipation, huh? He happily called his teammates, big brother, sister, there's grilled squid here. Ji Zhang politely refused, I'm full. Daiaku then reminded him, hey, if you have the chance, eat well. Give me another portion over. Walked past, chuckling. Huin Song suddenly noticed Huin Song's expression. Haiyang Sung. What is he thinking about? Why does he have such an expression? He called out, Haiyang. Huin Song turned his head and asked, did you call me? Actually, Di Rang didn't know what to say. Well, it's nothing. Smiled brightly. I just wanted to say that he'll be counting on your continued help from now on. He reminded himself inwardly. Haiyang Sung. We've come this far. You can't leave me. Huin Song's eyes widened in surprise. Di Rang cried inwardly. They'll do my best. You know that, right? Right? He smiled. Thank you watching for vid. Under the evening twilight, his eyes were sincere as he said, okay. I'm also looking forward to your help, Wooden wheels rolled down a bustling crowd passed by incessantly on the D-Rang's group was eating and drinking merrily in the carriage. D-Rang's expression was relaxed. His chin propped on his hand, he thought, it's so comfortable, so comfortable. He changed his mind, actually, being treated this well is a bit unusual, but he'll enjoy it. Sanji's voice rang out, oh, speaking of which, it seems you conquered that dungeon quite quickly. Hearing this, D-Rang asked in surprise. Really? Isn't that the normal speed? Sanji replied with a smile, no, it usually takes about 6 months to conquer a dungeon. But you managed to do it in just 3 months. It's truly extraordinary. He added, this might even be the shortest conquest time in the world. Dayaka's eyes widened in surprise. Sanji, are there dungeons elsewhere too? She continued, yes, the Republic and the Alliance of Nations also manage some tutorial dungeons. We, the Holy Empire, currently manage 3 tutorial dungeons. Ji Zhang's expression was thoughtful. Sanji's voice echoed. He'll explain in more detail later, but she continued, many people come from various places, each assigned their own space and undergoing different tutorials. Ji Zhang didn't seem to pay much attention to her. His gaze shifted to the crowd outside the carriage. He watched them intently. That person must be a native. Their attire and robes look like from the Middle Ages, though I don't remember very clearly. Suddenly, Sanji seemed a bit hesitant, her eyes shy. Normally, we're not allowed to ask what happened inside. But I'm really curious, how did you conquer the dungeon so? She looked slowly at the 4 of them with suspicion, and only with a small group of 4. Hearing this, the 4 of them looked back at her with confusion. Kim Huinsong clasped his hands and calmly replied, many things happened, but we succeeded because each of us played our roles well. At the refugee camp for the survivors on the 1st floor underground, there is a shelter. Please rescue those there. Hearing this, Sanji exclaimed in surprise. Dioku quickly chimed in with excitement, he built that place. Thanks to him, the survivors could gather. We left behind those who couldn't fight and formed a team to conquer the dungeon. That place is not only a safe haven, we even built a fortress so everyone there is living well. There's also enough food. Hearing this, Sanji hesitated for a moment before expressing admiration. I see you are newcomers, that's truly amazing. Ji Zhang maintained his calm demeanor, he thought to himself. He shifted his gaze outside to the crowd. Ji Zhang's lips curved into a slight smile. The reason they are so friendly to us. Kim Huinsong, this sly fox, he thought smugly. Well, everything is... He then recalled the scene from before, the soldiers blocking the people in front of the dungeon, their faces filled with anxiety. Where is this? Who are you? They replied angrily. We told you to gather quickly and follow instructions. First, line up. The crowd became even more panicked. Hey, what are you trying to do? Let us go home. The soldiers still responded indifferently, your home no longer exists. Ji Zhang mused, normally people would react like this after surviving a dungeon, they would cry and... He recalled the grand announcement paper about the 4 of them. What about us? They conquered the dungeon in the shortest time, and they even built a shelter for the survivors. A new wind is blowing across the entire land. Azure is preparing to rise again, actively recruiting. A large guild in the Empire causes tension. Super rookies, the bright spot of the world. At this point, Ji Zhang realized the issue. We are super rookies whose value is rapidly increasing. Ji Zhang continued to think and imagine. And they are a large organization trying to recruit us. The image of many people interviewing them. Team leader Kim Huinsong, do you have any comments? Huinsong replied coolly. There are about 30 people in the shelter. I hope everyone can rescue them, we believe in everyone. Ji Zhang thought to himself, they are improvising. This sly returnee, what other reason could he have for recounting our achievements? Of course, he's playing it down to increase our... He didn't allow his mind to relax for a moment, constantly analyzing the situation. Their treatment of us is very different. We are the elite class. From the start, being in the raid also gave me the best option. Being on the same boat with a returnee is the best. After a long time, they arrived at their destination. Sanji reminded them carefully. Step down carefully. Sanji introduced, this is our base. Ji Zhang looked up in utter surprise. It was a magnificent and luxurious path. Sanji said, please come in. Ji Zhang continued to think, this isn't even the main headquarters, and it's this. He became even more curious. They are the golden eggs. Father Min just needs to slowly figure out the intentions of this adorable returnee. Ji Zhang thought to himself, whether it's Azure or somewhere else, no matter who he goes with, we will walk on a path paved with flowers. As soon as the door swung open, a crowd of strangers inside shouted loudly. The heroes of the raid. Their astonishment, the crowd became even more excited. The strongest guild in this land. The guild carrying hope and dreams. Welcome to Azure. Ji Zhang was stunned. What is... Seeing their expressions, Sanji quickly explained. I'm sorry if I startled you. We just wanted to organize a wonderful party for you.
Ji Zhang scoffed inwardly.
I was so shocked I thought a monster appeared. Bring the person who planned this here immediately. Sanji continued, you must be tired. Let's head to the banquet hall. She said to the cheering crowd, we will start preparing the food. Tell the temporary staff to stop what they are doing and prepare some food. Ji Zhang seemed a little disappointed. The people welcoming us are just temporary staff? Well, thank you. At this moment, Sanji was on the phone with someone. Oh, is that so? Okay, in that case, Ji Zhang became even more curious. But didn't she say she was the vice guild master? If it were a company, that would be equivalent to a vice president. Why does she have to do all the simple tasks? He glanced around the room, dazzling and astonished, and everything looked incredibly grand and magnificent. Then his gaze shifted to a look of mockery, thinking of the words no. A group of cheering people were hiding inside, watching the four of them. They seemed quite pleased with this preparation, whispering to each other. Investing in appearance was indeed a wise choice, just as Chairman Kim suggested. The person next to him added, Miss Lee Sanji, she doesn't know how to make a good first impression. Showing Azure's status from the start wasn't bad either. Look at them, aren't they excited and happy? The next person added a few more words. Choi Go-moon is always right. The future of Azure will be shaped by these people. Well, join them sooner or later. If I were 10 years younger, I'd be standing there. Among the crowd, a person appeared who seemed extremely annoyed. He gritted his teeth, looking terrified. Shortly after, the banquet table was set in the magnificent a large chicken leg was placed on a gleaming golden. They began to eat raven. Daiaku exclaimed, this dish is so delicious. In front of them was a lavish table of food, but D-Rang still seemed very calm, thinking to himself, it's delicious, let's assume so. They look great and seem to have a lot. He continued to observe his surroundings, scrutinizing them. I must commend them for their effort to perform well in front of us. Even the cutlery is gold, but this guild, I already thought they were a bit suspicious earlier, from everything being a bit ostentatious to the vice guild master doing all the simple tasks. He picked up a spoon and sighed helplessly. There wasn't any clear evidence at all. Absolutely. Suddenly, he noticed the difference in the spoon he was holding. D-Rang looked at it with indescribable intensity. Wait, what is this? Isn't this spoon pure gold? Why is it so A thought flashed through his mind. Could it? This moment, Sanji suddenly spoke. Oh, speaking of which, I haven't even asked for your names yet. Can you tell me your names? Hearing this, they immediately introduced themselves. I am Kim Hwinsong. So D-Rang was stunned and thought, why are they telling their professions right away? They continued to introduce themselves. I am Park Daiaku, Shield Warrior. I am Deng Haiyan. I am
Dirang calmly calculated.
There shouldn't be any problem, right? After thinking, he also revealed his name.
I am Li Qirang, Alchemist.
Then he continued to ponder. Because I'm the one who changed my profession twice, unlike the three. D-Rang seemed immensely pleased and thought to himself. What do you think? You want to recruit me, right? But Sanji's expression turned a little pale. She stammered, Alchemist? I understand. You must have changed your profession for the second time, Hector. Seeing her attitude, D-Rang was stunned. What the hell? Why does she look so disappointed? He looked resentfully at Hwinsong, anger bubbling within him. Hwinsong, didn't you say alchemists are great? This guy. I'm really wondering if this scoundrel just wants to turn me into a medicine factory? If they don't treat me well now, they'll have to make them treat me well. First, they'll just trust this lovely returnee. A medicine factory, as long as I don't become that, it's fine. I want to get to the point, but now is not the right. On the other side, Daiaku was still happily eating and exclaiming, this is so delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food in a long. As he ate, he continued to tell, my grandmother said not to trust people who give you free food, but I'm so hungry now that I don't care anymore. Seeing this, D-Rang felt a little envious. Alright, Park Daiaku, your simple mind is sometimes. Suddenly, Hwinsong spoke up. Actually, it's true what Park Daiaku said. We are very grateful for the meal, and there's nothing to complain about. But his eyes became sharper as he looked at Sanji, asking the reason for her kindness towards them. Because you need us. Hearing this, she pursed her lips and thought to herself, they really want to probe us. Finally, she admitted, you are amazing. I didn't expect you to figure out our intentions through these gestures. To put it simply, we want to recruit you into our. Four of them didn't seem very surprised. They quietly listened to Sanji continue. Of course, it's difficult for you to give an answer right now. If you all agree, we have prepared very favorable conditions. Zhang was a little curious. That's right, let's see what you've prepared. Although it's also very obvious. She continued, the conditions we have prepared will be very favorable for everyone. Hwinsong seriously asked her. First, I want to discuss the details. Replace Ji Zhang was extremely shocked. What? Wait, Sanji replied to Hwinsong's words. Of course. If that's the case, I will explain in detail so everyone can understand better. The land called this continent. Ji Zhang was still looking at him intently, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Huinsong, are you serious? Do you want to join them that much? Since when did you switch to their... Ji Zhang clutched the gilded spoon in his hand, furious. So they only look good on the outside, and everything here is fake? Sanji's voice echoed. Besides us, the Holy Empire also worships the goddess Ben. Ji Zhang continued to speculate. I guess Kim Huinsong, this returnee, is only interested if there's something worth keeping secret from us. Perhaps in his past life he was also a member of the Azure. He watched Huinsong without taking his eyes off him for a second. But he nodded too much. Even if he wanted to approach them to exploit them, Huinsong, if you keep this up, you'll be He was extremely annoyed but didn't dare to say it out loud. So he kept it to himself. You should show some suspicion and play mind games with them a little. You shouldn't agree to everything they say. What benefits does the Azure Guild offer? Ji Zhang sighed helplessly, propping his chin on his hand. Annoyed. It's so frustrating. I don't understand what he's... Ji Zhang let out a helpless sigh, his hand supporting his chin in frustration. I'm so annoyed. I don't understand what he's thinking. Huin Seong stood to the side, a slight smirk on his... Seeing Huin Seong's happy face, Li Keqiang only thought, his expression is like... Huin Seong knew, and this is truly where it all began. Hai Yan's round eyes stared intently. It's so beautiful, Li Keqiang agreed. Sparkling specks of light with distinct shapes emanated from the magic. Although this scene is quite a spectacle, the outcome is truly beautiful. Large door before them slowly. Dazzling light made him shield his eyes with his... Li Sanji softly spoke through her mic on her side. Congratulations on safely returning from the tutorial. Li Keqiang was startled, realizing that Li Sanji stepped forward, speaking emotionlessly. I am the manager of this tutorial dungeon, Vice Guild Master of the Blue. She politely introduced herself. Beep. My name is Li. Removing the mic from her ear, she happily greeted them. It's truly an honor to meet all. Li Sanji's words still echoed in Li Keqiang's mind, the person in charge of the tutorial dungeon. It feels like she's trying to get close to us. What's going on? Doc Gu eagerly rushed forward and asked, the manager of the tutorial dungeon? What does that mean? Could it be that you're also the one who trapped us here? Li Sanji only replied, no, let me introduce myself. She began to introduce herself in more detail. I am the Vice Guild Master of a free guild under the Holy Theocracy, established in the name of the goddess Benigor. The guild's name is Blue. I am also the manager of this tutorial dungeon. One day, we were also summoned to this place and forced to undertake similar challenges. To put it simply, we arrived a little earlier than everyone else. However, we still haven't figured out why we were brought to this. Turning towards the open door, Li Sanji added, furthermore, once the tutorial dungeon is completed, it is our duty as managers to guide you, the team that has completed it, out into the outside. Many people sat dazed on the ground, as well as to rescue those who are still alive and immediately added, in addition, Li Keqiang listened silently, without emotion. Of course, we will teach and support you in adapting to the environment where you must live from now on. We will also ensure that you are provided with basic living. He immediately asked, basic living space? Hold on. Does that mean the door leading to the tutorial dungeon isn't always open? Li Sanji enthusiastically replied. That's right. This door only opens for 3 days after completion, but we don't know. She extended her hand and said, I will lead you outside. Before that, please hand over your weapons. Li Keqiang was surprised, thinking, what? Our weapons are confiscated. We will discuss the details after arriving at our Blue Guild. Her eyes held a hidden meaning as she smiled. Ms. Wazian, please begin searching for survivors inside. I will take these people to the encampment. Now, please follow the... Li Keqiang silently made a request. Mind's eye. Check player Li Sanji stats and app. The system quickly updated. Status. Name. Li Sanji. Age. 33. Spirit. Ideal mediator. Rank. Holy Knight. Hero. Profession effect. Basic grasp. Sword skill knowledge. Has basic knowledge of shields. Has basic knowledge of intermediate swordsmanship. Has basic knowledge of advanced swordsmanship. Has basic knowledge of divinity. Has basic knowledge of intermediate divinity. Title. Iron Blood. Strength. 82. Hero.
Constitution, 90, héros.
Endurance. 91. Hero. Mana. 77. Rare. Intelligence. 30. Common. Luck. 33. Hero. Agility. 52. Rare. Blood Gold ability. Consumes mana to temporarily increase endurance and stamina. For those with the knight profession, constitution often increases by 3. Heroic Saint-grade equipment. Iron Blood Shield. Hero exclusive for knights. Releases legendary. The system began providing information. Overall, her stats alone are very impressive. It seems her potential has almost reached its peak. Her endurance and strength stats can still increase. But other stats are very difficult. She's not bad at all, but somehow her stats make one feel regret. Even so, you should never underestimate her. Comparing player Li Qijiang to her is basically impossible. After reading Li Qijiang silently assessed, those stats are nothing to scoff at. But if she wanted to, she could kill us without any problem. So why is she so looking ahead? He suddenly said, for now, it seems Huinse-ong doesn't have any overly negative reactions.
Aptitud. Ideal mediator.
It doesn't create a bad feeling. So I don't think I need to worry. But she didn't care if people died during training, so her treatment of us is too. Fully equipped soldiers walked back and forth. Is it just because we are the team that complete? Glancing at them, he thought, it seems they arranged everything faster than I expected. Well, rescuing the people in the dungeon is only a matter of time. He mumbled. Come to think of it, they'll be leaving without saying a final goodbye to Li Jihai. Li Qijiang took a step closer to the door. It's not my concern. The brilliant light and rustling wind started. A bird noticed there. A few feathers fluttered down to the ground. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy as they looked towards the dazzling, a peaceful town under the evening sun. That's when we believed we had survived. Many images and sounds appeared in his mind. Is he back? Jiang, the regressor of the divine realm. Kim Hyansong, the leader of the Blue Guild. Even though I had originally thought he was just a nobody in his previous life, he was actually a nobody who held the position of guild. Park Diokegu, who logged in from the real world to the domain just to be Jiang's meat shield. He must always be the one handling important moments. Li Sanji, the vice guild leader who joined the domain from the real world. Hyansong, remember to come back.
Li Jiang, a guild member.
While eating meat in the real world, he was pulled into the domain. Honestly, you're always so reckless, she had said. Yun Haiyan, the strongest mage in the domain, who came from the real world to the domain to protect. Jiang's eyes became serious. Perhaps it's the guild leader. Thinking back, he was originally a legendary player. So powerful that the system couldn't even evaluate his stats. He would surely become a famous figure later. He felt conflicted. In a guild on the verge of collapse like this, he would have enormous influence. I'm not sure if his goal is to save the world, or if it's more straightforward. The higher his position in the guild, the more beneficial it would be. There's a very high chance he wants to return as guild. Jiang raised his wine glass to his lips, hiding his expression. Even if it's just my guess, that's the most logical reason to join such a pathetic guild. Moreover, his attitude also shows that he understands Sanji very well. I can deduce based on. Turning to the present, Sanji happily said to those at the banquet table, thank you everyone. I hope you can all relax and rest comfortably. Tomorrow, would you like to meet with the Human Resources Department to discuss things again? Seems everyone has finished eating, so I'll lead you all to your guest rooms now. Hyansong nodded slightly and replied. On the way, Hyen asked Jiang, did you enjoy your meal? He smiled brightly and replied, it was all right. How about you? She said excitedly, I really liked those meatballs. I think I can even make them myself next time. Jiang chuckled with interest. Is that so? I'm really looking forward to trying them. Hyen laughed back. She walked beside Jiang, her eyes sparkling. He, however, was still deep in thought. I bet he wants to return to the Blue Guild to secure important positions for the whole group. And it seems our regressor has already thought everything. Jiang slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at the person in front. He mused internally.
Kim Hyeonson.
You're really in. Jiang pursed his thin lips, a barely discernible smile playing. He walked down the corridor with everyone. He wondered internally. You've got it all planned out. The image of a giant snake coiling around a castle appeared in Jiang's mind. The Blue Guild. What a juicy. The bunch of keys in Sanjay's hand said to everyone, these are the guest keys. If you need any help, just let me know. They'll be leaving now. I hope you gentlemen have a peaceful time. Jiang spoke up, catching Sanjay's attention. Thank you, Vice Guild. He bowed slightly in thanks, a hint of awkwardness on his. She nodded slightly in response. Jiang thought to himself with satisfaction. I didn't forget to make a good first impression. After Sanji left, he said to everyone, looking at the numbers, I think this is my room. What do you all want to do? We can go rest in our individual rooms. Seeing everyone silently looking at him, Jiang suddenly wondered. Why are they looking at me like that? His gaze flickered towards Diokegu. Don't go sniffing around. Hyansong looked at him with a seriously meaningful expression and asked, how do you feel about this place? Pursed his lips, his expression stiffening. Don't use your eyes to ask me that question. Just ask directly, Hyansong. If this continues, Perhaps mind reading will appear on my next class advancement. Jiang forced a smile and suggested, how about we go inside and talk? He thought to himself. He must be very curious about my thoughts, right? Hyun-sung awkwardly replied, ah yes. If you think so, that's told himself. Perhaps the regressor can still listen to Jiang's opinions, right? As they entered the room, exclamations continuously rang. Diokegu, the most excited one, spoke up. It's a real room, brother. A real room. There's a bed, and blankets. Jiang nodded, saying then sighed, taking in the interior. It seems that while playing mind games with them, he'll be able to enjoy my time here. Oh, there's even a bathroom here. Jiang casually told Hyun-sung, feel free to sit wherever you like. He awkwardly replied, alright. Thank you, Jiang. Jiang thought to himself. It seems our adorable Hyun-sung is very worried, anticipating my... Jiang sat down, crossing one leg over the other, and pondered, then chuckled internally. To think I can make a regressor this anxious. It's truly a ridiculous situation. He cleared his throat and spoke. Jiang said seriously to everyone in the room, perhaps this sounds coincidental, but I never thought I'd see a structure like this. He scratched his cheek and gave an embarrassed smile. This kind of VIP treatment. I'm really not used to it. But in his heart, he thought something else. Actually, I really like... Okegu scratched his head, saying to Hyen, me too, big sis. But contracts and empires. I hate dealing with such headache-inducing stuff. Hyen nodded in agreement. I feel the same way. A voice spoke up.
Diokegu and Dayan.
You two just need to think about it a little more. Hyun-sung said with conviction, we are in a position where they want to treat us well. And this will surely apply to other organizations as well. After the first round of negotiations ends, other organizations will definitely send us something. We should consider which organization will bring us the most benefits. But I can't help but think this guild will be better than the... Paused for a moment, then continued, while we still don't know what the terms will be. A place that needs us will naturally treat us well. Don't you think so, Jiang? Jiang didn't answer, but thought to himself. There's no other way. Kim Hyun... His eyes flashed.
Kim Hae-on-son.
You're really crazy about the Blue Guild, aren't you? Is that so? So, should we choose this guild then? After a moment of silence, Jiang finally spoke. Yes. Okegu tilted his head and asked, is that so? So, we'll choose this guild then. Hyen also chimed in, wherever you go, Jiang He was also a little curious. I wonder if any unexpected benefits are waiting for me this time? Seeing Jiang remain silent, she tilted her head and called softly, Appa. He narrowed his eyes and spoke. Hyun-sung stopped abruptly, looking up when he heard Jiang remark, I don't think this place is too... He then became slightly flustered when he heard Jiang say, but we won't know for sure until tomorrow. For now, having the freedom to choose is still the best for us, because we have nothing left to lose. Seeing Hyun-sung's expression, he chuckled inwardly. How He nodded. Ah yes, that's right. Jiang is right. We also need to consider a few more things about our future. We should definitely consider that too. Of course, we'll choose the side that benefits us the most. Jiang, meanwhile, laughed heartily to himself. Oh dear, my dearest Hyun-sung, were you scared because you thought I might not choose the Blue Guild?
Don't.
He thought to himself. If our adorable regressor wants to choose the Blue Guild, then it will be the Blue Guild. Although he's quite easy to convince, seeing that he could become a regressor means he's definitely not a fool. When Hyen saw Jiang tremble as he stood up, she asked anxiously, Appa, are you all right? He vaguely realized. My leg has gone. Jiang laughed heartily and made a decision. All right then. Since it seems we're done talking, I guess we should rest in our rooms and then explore the guild together, shouldn't we? Everyone enthusiastically agreed. I think you can just rest. That's right. You should rest, brother. Or we could... He cut them off. It's fine. I can't spoil everyone's fun. Let's meet in front of my room in 15 minutes. They'll see you all later. Jiang thought to himself. More importantly, returning to the Blue Guild might be the key to his success in his second life. But humans... Who wouldn't want to be treated? Hyun-sung bowed his head. They'll head back to my room too. Jiang replied with his hands in his pockets. All right. Hyun-sung. See you. He replied softly, yes. Jiang knew that what was important now was the negotiation. I must negotiate success. He looked at Hyun-sung's expression from earlier and his solitary figure, feeling a strange pang in his heart. Damn it. Why does he look so sad? Hey, if the negotiations go well, remember to secure a position for me. In a nearby room, a key slid into the lock and gently Hyun-sung opened the door. Light from inside cast a pale hue on his... The room was simply and cleanly furnished, yet still exuded elegance. The orange light of the setting sun passed through the large window, printing itself onto the click. Hyunsung's hand rested on the now closed. His heavy footsteps echoed softly on the Then he leaned out the window. Hyunsung's gaze looked into the distance. His memories returned. Hyunsung's urgent voice rang out. Guild leader, please, run. They'll be here any moment. You have to escape even if it's just. Hyjin firmly refused. No, I want retreat alone. They'll fight to the end. Seeing her trembling and struggling to stand, he said in a low voice. The surrounding space turned gloomy. Only Hyjin's voice echoed. Please forgive me for this sin. She turned her head, her face covered in tears. Her voice became hoarse as she called. Guild, seeing legs dangling in midair. A voice screamed in despair. This bastard. You killed her. You killed Big Sis. Tears streamed down the other person's face. Whether it's today or tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We must protect. The Empire has massacred its. A voice exclaimed. Guild leader. The scene is horrific. Those masked figures are here again. The other person, holding a short sword, declared, humanity will ultimately be. Blood splattered everywhere. A few drops even hit Hyunsung's face. I'm sorry, Guild. Before him was the sight of everyone lying strewn. Hyunsung stood there alone, his back completely solid. Returning to the present, he bowed his head inside. Hyunsung trembled, uttering each word in broken gasps. I'm sorry. This time, I will definitely. That terrifying image reappeared in his mind, making him break out in a cold. Hyunsung's hand slammed hard against the door in front. Tears suddenly fell, uncontrollably. He clutched his aching forehead and cursed. Images of Jiang, Hyen, and Diokegu smiling happily appeared in Hyunsung's mind. This time is different. I can. Hyjin with a composed expression. This time I will definitely save all of us. He remembered her. Hyunsung's face was filled with determination. I will definitely. Outside the room, several birds perched on tree branches, singing melodic. In the room, someone stepped out of the bathroom. The warmth of the steam filled the. Jiang took off his bathrobe and quickly changed his hand gently pulled the doorknob from the inside. Hyen pressed her head against the door, hearing a rustling sound. She looked suspicious. Jiang suddenly opened the door. Seeing her, he asked in surprise. Hyen? She awkwardly asked. Did you sleep well? He felt bewildered. What is it? Why is she here? Jiang nodded and replied. And you? Are you waiting? Hyen looked up at him and smiled shyly. I want to go to the interview. Her eyes sparkled. Huh? She stammered. By the way, you smell really good today. Rang thought to himself. Will it be? After that, they gathered at the waiting area for the interview. A person opened the door and called out. Mr. Kim Hyunsung stood up and said to them, I'll go first. Rang and the other two nodded and smiled. Yes. Good. The three sat in silence seriously. He thought to himself. If it's a group interview, I might just barely pass. How The sound of applause echoed faintly.
Dirang feltunisi.
That applause. Could it be? It's not just a simple interview, is it? Are they planning to conduct tests or something? Hyunsung returned. A voice rang out. Next. Miss Hyen. After she went inside for a while, there was another round of applause. Rang speculated unhappily it must be. I hate this. As Hyen came out, Dioku stood up. Next. Mr. Dioku. The haunting applause made Rang's mind a mess. His face darkened. Even Dioku felt like everything was about to be exposed. Exposed like a deceptive playing card in front of his team. But Rang still reassured himself. At least my stats have improved a lot compared to before. At this moment, a voice rang out next. Mr. Dirang. He stood up and said, Here I come. In the depths of his heart, he pondered. Am I not very skilled now? I also have a high spirits. Rang felt extremely confident. Also, I have mana. Dioku doesn't even have any. He'll probably receive a similar way. At this moment, he was standing in the. Everyone's eyes on the rows of seats were fixed on Hyunsung also smiled friendly, looking toward. The others also looked at Rang. There were chuck. He propped his chin on his hand. His gaze fell upon the person. A voice rang out now. Mr. Dirang. If I remember correctly, your profession is. You said you are an alchemist, right? He nodded in confirmation. Yes. Initially, I was a mage. But then I chose alchemist when I advanced to my second profession. Because I was allowed to choose between alchemist and mage, I didn't follow the normal mage path. Someone cleared his throat and called his name. Ahem. Mr. Dirang.
Dirang replied confusedly.
Yes. He felt confused inwardly. What? Seeing someone covering their mouth and laughing, Rang felt annoyed. Did he just? The man wearing glasses spoke up frankly. I'm saying this because you are still young and inexperienced. But alchemist is not necessarily a good He asked if you had high mana and were rich, perhaps the story would be different. But, may I ask, what is your starting mana stat?
Dirang answered bluntly.
If you ask, my stat is... He burst out laughing. 8. That's quite humble, considering you've changed professions twice. It's indeed a bit. Quinsong, sitting beside him, spoke slowly. I expected it to be at least 10. Perhaps your mana growth stat is a bit low. Rang tried to remain calm. Don't be discouraged. He explained, yes, it doesn't increase as fast as my spirit. At least, it's still better than the mage in my team. He nodded.
Miss Jung Hai-yan, yes?
Then, the interview ends here. I understand what you want to... They didn't even let him take a test. Sanji spoke to cover the situation, suggesting why don't we move on to negotiating the contract. She offered a price, 1,500 gold, equivalent to $150,000 on Earth. Like others, your contract duration is 7 years, with an annual salary of 700 gold. What do you say? Of course, we can renegotiate the annual salary, and we will also provide everything you need within our capabilities. The person next to her interjected, only if you join with the... Zhang was stunned.
Yi.
Sanji turned sharply to the side. Wait, Guild Master Li Xiaoho, what are you doing? Why are you being so disrespectful to him? Xiaoho cleared his throat. What am I doing? You know very well, don't you? Vice Guild Master Li, he retorted, frankly. He's a bit different from the others. But spending 1,000 gold on an alchemist is indeed a waste. It would be great if he didn't waste our resources. Sanji cleared her throat.
Li Seo.
He maintained his nonchalant attitude. Calm down, Vice Guild Master. What Guild Master Li said is not wrong. You know that too. We are offering so many good terms just for the others. He wouldn't even have a chance if it were another guild. I'm sure it's just luck that he joined their team in the rookie dungeon and was carried by everyone. I've met so many people like him to the point of Li Xiaoho bowed his head in silence but cursed inwardly. These brainless idiots. Are they trying to make me look like an... He looked at each person's information and couldn't help but chuckle. Their status stats didn't have any skills like mine's eye. They shouldn't know that my dormant abilities are below average. The only reason my score is low is because of a support-type profession like alchemist and my relatively low mana. But they are currently overlooking the most important. Zhang asked, are these all the terms? Sanji replied enthusiastically, no, not yet. Of course, there are countless benefits and necessary insurance policies, as well as life insurance which will also be provided. She listed other things including wedding subsidies, childbearing benefits, access to many facilities, and various other insurances. Not only that, we will also prepare a research room for support-type professions like Kijang here. And if you wish, we will even assign another alchemist to train you privately. Furthermore, the person behind her spoke worriedly, Vice Guild Master, such conditions. Sanji interrupted. Mr. Zhang is also a member of the team that completed the recent challenge. I believe in his potential. That's what the Azure Guild can offer you at this, she said with all sincerity. However, as I said earlier, the terms can be renegotiated at any time later. Zhang remained silent, pondering. At least Li Sanji's attitude isn't that bad. I'm truly satisfied that she showed respect and continued to persuade me. The problem is the troublemakers beside. The other person still tried to persuade. Even so, Vice Guild Master. I don't know how close he is to Kim Huinsong, Jung Ha-yen, and Park Dok-gu. But isn't it normal that members of a team that just completed a dungeon challenge go their separate ways? I think we should lower the negotiation amount in the contract a bit. Don't you think so? Chairman Kim, that's right. Paying him 1,500 gold just to recruit the other three is... He sighed inwardly. They are like burnt bread. No, moldy bread is more like it. But what they said is not entirely unreasonable. Zhang's thoughts were a bit chaotic. Just as they said, this is the outside world. A place where the bonds of teammates, those who went through life and death together, will no longer be effective. I'm sure this is very common. There will surely be many cases where dungeon expedition team members will split up to join other teams, chasing money and personal confidence flashed across his face. But what about us? Things like that won't happen to... Zhang remembered the crowd sitting outside. But what about people like Huinsong, Ha-yen, and Dok? Remembered his appearance. A greedy Park Dok-gu declaring, brother, money is precisely the best thing in the innocent appearance of Dung Ha-yen would refuse Then there was the provocative appearance of Huinsong. A Kim Huinsong willing to trample on Zhang's words as if crushing.
Zhang cried inwardly. I can't imagine.
Damn it, we are closer and more empathetic than you think. Do you really think they would stand by if I were insulted like this? Even though this was making me furious, I still felt happy. If things turned out this way, I'd rather they ignore and scorn me than anything else. That would be much more comfortable. The other group felt confused seeing his side. After a moment, Jijang smiled friendly. Frankly, I'm not entirely sure, but it sounds like good terms. I understand everyone has considered this character. The man wearing glasses nodded. Honestly, that's how it is. Jijang, no matter where you go, no guild would offer a contract with such good treatment to an apprentice alchemist. However, if you can persuade the other three, we might even raise it a bit more. What do you think? Jijang maintained his smile and replied. Seeing this, he slammed his hand on the table in anger. What do you? He scratched his head, feigning indifference. What I just said was meant positively, but I'd like some time to think about it. He raised his voice in warning. We hope you can provide an answer as soon as possible. Once the tournament next week begins, we won't have much time. Jijang caught the key word. Those sitting behind covered their mouths and whispered. What is it? He's not going to refuse, is he? It would be embarrassing if he fell into the hands of another guild. Honestly, we're a bit lacking in crafting professions. If trained a little more, he could still be useful in creating potions. Hearing these words, he spoke with a slight hesitation. Until then, I hope you'll speak well of us to the other three. Jijang smiled and nodded. Yes, of course. They'll take my leave, he thought to himself. Tournament. Could it be that we'll receive more invitations from other guilds as Brother Haisong mentioned? Seeing him leave, Sanji stood up and called out, Brother Jijang. She took out what she had prepared and handed it to him. Here is the introduction booklet for the Azure Guild and the original contract. I thought it might be helpful if you reviewed it while Jijang took it and nodded. Yes. Thank you. He'll look at it, Xiao said grimly. Truly a brazen rookie. The future of the Azure Guild is truly. Jijang turned and left. It's not necessary, nor worth. His expression turned somber. After all, this entire situation will be completely upended in the next few. Leaving the room, Jijang was still pondering. 1,500 gold for the contract. With an annual salary of 700 gold. On Earth, that's equivalent to $150,000 and $70,000. Honestly, these benefits are truly too generous for a new. And this also means they're offering such benefits with intent. I simply don't like being treated as an afterthought. These idiots. If they were truly desperate, they should have been more sincere. Daku saw him coming out and called out, Brother. He asked, Did you see how well they treated us? Tuian beside him added, They seem like good people. Haisong stood up and said, Hey, Jijang. I think from their perspective it's like they're taking a gamble. They must be under pressure to recruit talent. It seems manpower is the most crucial factor for them.
Yang chuckled inwardly.
Yeah, dream on. They're only treating you lot that. He asked. It might be too early to decide. But what do you think? I think it would be better if they secured our group's benefits here instead of going to another large guild. Daku smiled. As long as you agree, I agree. Tuian also nodded. Jang stared intently at Haisong. Just as I thought. Daku is loyal and the adorable Tuian won't betray me. The problem is Kim Hai. He looked at Haisong's worried face and knew that in this oaf's dictionary, there was no concept of pulling back or being cautious. He was absolutely supportive and above all impatient. Jijang analyzed the situation. Of course, even I think choosing Azure is the most reasonable option. It's better than going our separate ways or being crushed by the large guilds. A small fish living in a big pond. If you have to start somewhere, sitting on the head of a snake is better than drowning at the tail of a dragon. Because Haisong and the Tuian have enough skills to make it happen. But it's still not like. Jijang lowered his head slowly and said, I think it's best to think about it more. Haisong was startled. You don't like this guild? He shook his head and replied, No, not exactly.
Yang smiled slyly.
I think we can negotiate for more benefits. The more, the better. And there's already a way to do it, isn't there? Right. The group's eyes widened in surprise as they looked. Song chuckled softly. Yes, I think I know what you. A spark flashed in both their eyes. Exactly. Prove our worth. Azure has already used its priority. Now they are in a position where they must let other guilds see our group skills and have a chance to recruit us. He seemed a little flustered. I was a bit hasty, Brother Jijang. He smiled. It's okay, Haisong. There's no need to sign a contract too soon. We're a group that completed the beginner dungeon in an unimaginable time. It's entirely possible we'll receive more attractive offers. And when that happens, the longer the negotiations drag on, the more anxious they'll become, and all we need to do. Haisong pursed his lips and smiled as if he understood. Deliver a finishing blow to show them our. Jijang gave a cold laugh. Once again, prove how much we're worth and be clear. Understand? Do you like my answer? From the start, you could have asked for a bit more for yourself. My Daku scratched his head and said sheepishly. Oh, I was just asking to be sure. But are you planning to go somewhere else? Hyen also shouted, Don't. Jijang hugged Hyen, patting her head, and smiled faintly. No, I want to stay with everyone. And of course, with Haesung too, right? He nodded. Yes, even though fate has brought us together in such a strange... Haesung said to the other three, I want to stay with everyone too. Jijang thought to himself, you should. You damn... He turned away with a sly smile. He'll earn a lot of money for you. Daku suddenly suggested, I think so too, brother and sister. Should we go grab some draft beer and snacks? Jijang laughed and shook his head. After we finish our work. And now? Focus and work hard to prove your... He looked at Hyen and said, you too, Hyen. Do you understand? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Jijang and called out. Hyen buried her head in Jijang's chest and whispered. If so, please go on a date with me today. You'll train hard if you agree to date me. He gave a wry smile. Ha! We can do that after the recruitment drive. I need to train more. She whined and pestered. I don't know. What? Ayan. You. He thought to himself. She's really making things difficult for me. Jijang furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Is she usually this obedient? Raised her head in surprise when she heard him say. Then Jijang said to everyone, in return, you all should go together. Can you two go? Haesung. Haesung, still not understanding what was happening, instinctively replied. Sure. I'm free anyway. Daku reminded him from the side. Hey, be more perceptive, brother. Then the two quickly changed their minds. I apologize. Thinking about it, I should go train more swordsmanship, so I probably can't go. I also need to train my body. So you two go have some quality time to... Jang called out after them, no.
Dongo, Doggu.
It's okay. He gently called out the name of the pouting girl beside him. Jijang cupped her face, making Hyen face him, and gently said, listen to me. Right now, everyone needs to train more. Are you insisting on going out with me even though you know that? Are you sure you're okay? Hyen lowered her eyelids and mumbled. Yes, because training can wait. Being with you is more important to me. That's basically... He was at a loss and said, all right. He sighed inwardly. I can't blame her. She's too on... Hyen-sung rubbed his nose awkwardly, wondering, have I been a bit dense lately? Diokegu clicked his tongue. I just want to be with you. Just the two of... Mused to himself. It's true that I haven't paid much attention to Hyen lately. But anyway, our skill demonstration will face great difficulty if Hyen doesn't focus on practicing magic. And that's bothering me. And I won't allow that to happen. At all costs. I will make all three of them succeed. And the director of this stage will be Jiang's ace. And I'm sure the Blue Guild's judges understand. Jiang looked at Hyen's unusual expression. Only then can our group demand more. Suddenly, he cupped her chubby cheeks and asked, my little Hyen, do you want to hang out with me that much? There's no other way. Let's go somewhere to eat. All right?
Ayan stammered in reply.
Yes. That's a great idea. Jiang looked at the other two. Because I can show them that I also have brains. I also have to train hard. But you all have to give it your best too. Okay? Because you are the main actors. He chuckled, his eyes crinkling, and said, Diokegu. Hyen's face flushed with embarrassment as she buried her head in Jiang's chest and whispered, after we eat, let's take a walk around the park by the city lake. Okay. Said with a generous tone, all right. Today, let's do everything our Hyen wants. She looked up, her eyes sparkling, and asked, really, brother?
Jiang nodded confidently.
Hyen, hopeful, made another request. Later, can we separate from Hyen-sung and Diokegu and go out alone? Just the two of us. He smiled once. Jiang's smile gradually turned cunning as he thought, let's shoot a captivating movie together. A few days later, plumes of black smoke continuously billowed from the room. But people walked past without anyone paying attention. In the room, Jiang was sitting at a table reading a book. Diokegu was lying on the bed, intently watching something. Mixed in with that, there was also a sniffing. He let out a long yawn that brought tears to his eyes. Jiang turned to Diokegu and asked curiously, are you looking at an advertisement? He looked back and replied, that's right, brother. The restaurant here is expected to have incredibly delicious dishes. Because they have a master chef park or another chef who is also a world-renowned. Diokegu's face became excited. I think the dorms there are even better than here. We'll achieve great success in a place like that. I really wish my grandpa and grandma could see how much I've grown. Jiang stared at the ceiling. It's a good thing those two can't see you in your current. He cried and laughed at the same time. Being treated this well makes me feel special. It's not a bad feeling at all, brother. Jiang said casually, you feel that way too, don't you? From now on, you'll be treated even. Diokegu was so happy his voice broke as he asked again. Really, brother?
Jiang nodded in confirmation.
And they both looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, Diokegu became silent. He stared intently at Kegu, lowered his voice and asked, "Hey, brother." Jiang's smile faded as he asked. "What?" He asked doubtfully, "Is Big Sis Hyen really alright?"
Jiang felt confused.
"What about?" Kegu scratched his head and said, She's been locked in her room crying for days. It's like you should pay more attention to her." He slowly replied, "Even if you didn't tell me, I'd still." Jiang knew that Yun Hyen was currently suffering a huge shock because Li Jiang had bowed his head, still muttering. "But this is necessary. There's no other way," he thought to himself. The sweeter and more delicious something is, the harder it is to let go. Hard to pull away from. Diokegu mumbled, "I know, but it's like, you're being a little too." Jiang snorted and shoved a piece of bread into Diokegu's mouth. Annoyed. "I told you not to worry. I understand Hyen much better than you do, so why do you keep complaining? That's enough. If you have time to chat, eat more to strengthen your physique or something else. Keep training until the recruitment showcase. Got it, you chubby rascal? And by the way, why do you keep sneaking into my room all the—" He casually took a bite of the bread and said, "I understand." He propped his chin on his hand, lost in thought. "As I said, I understand Hyen better than anyone. As well as Hyen's importance to our team, right?" Jiang thought of her. More than even the regressor Hyen Song. The reason this team is so valuable is because we have a powerful future mage with legendary level growth potential. He fell into thought. Growth potential is like a dormant ability within the body. Players with higher growth potential will have their stats increase fast. Data appeared before Jiang's eyes. Luck, 27. Heroic grade. Intelligence, 31. Heroic grade. Just like my two stats, luck and intelligence. The only two stats that reached heroic. Couldn't help but exclaim. She's in a period of dizzying mana growth. And also, during our date a few days, even advanced to the second tier of her profession, elemental mage. The profession that both Hyen Song and I recommend. His hand, holding a quill pen, moved continuously. The problem, he lowered his eyelids slightly. Hyen can grow even more, and faster than she is currently able. Li Jiang looked at the densely written paper on the table. That was the effect of the potential development level Yung Hyen possessed. That was why he had written a formula sheet to cheat in the novice dungeon. Project name, Yung Hyen's put. He pondered. It was almost like making a prestigious star obedient. Every time Yung Hyen made progress, he just needed to reward Yung. Li Jiang calculated for different steps. Conversely, if Yung Hyen didn't do well, he would act cold towards Yung Hyen. And the result after that was, he imagined the two of them sitting on a couch. Yung Hyen leaned on his shoulder and whispered, "Brother, getting to go out with you, just the two of us like this. I wish time could." Li Jiang gave a forced smile. "Me too." But Yung gave a kind smile. "Let's not meet again, okay? At least until the recruitment fair. If you score 100 points, then I'll go out with you." Li Jiang made a promise and assured.
Don't worry.
"It's only for a short time. If our Yung Hyen does well, I will reward Yung Hyen. Do you understand? Promise me." Her face turned pale as she cried out. What? Why? What? Yung Hyen uttered each word. "How ridiculous. Damn it." While he sighed. "Just as I predicted. She has become a diligent student striving for." He held it in his hand, his eyes darting back and forth. At this moment, he was only trying to help Yung Hyen fully utilize her developmental potential. She would become stronger, and she would also be rewarded by him. It was an opportunity for her to kill two birds with one stone. Jiang said to Park Diaku. "I simply kept my distance from her because she couldn't concentrate if I was around. Do you think it's good for someone to cling to the person they like without studying or preparing for an exam?" Park Diaku pouted defensively. "That's true. But she's been crying so miserably these past few days. It's natural to be worried." Li Jiang slowly said. "Even though it's only been 3 days, I do feel a little guilty towards her."
Jiang remembered Lisani.
The place where we demonstrate our strength is where the leaders of the Blue Guild and recruitment teams from other guilds will. They stared intently at the other person's back, who was sitting on horse. He lowered his gaze and snorted coldly. "If she keeps clinging to me and messes everything up, it will be detrimental to Yung Hyen. After all, we've decided we'll stick together if this plan succeeds."
Li Jiang continued.
"Besides, Yung Hyen also needs to learn to live without me. I can't always be by her side, so this is a good opportunity too." Park Diaku clasped his hands behind his head and lay down. "Well, the more I think about it, the more I feel that Sister Yung Hyen really likes you." He burst out laughing. "You two are truly a beautiful couple. What a rare sight these days." Li Jiang closed his eyes in frustration. The problem is her feelings are more than that. From the beginning, if it weren't for this chubby guy's arrangement, we probably wouldn't have spent such peaceful days in a close sibling relationship like now. He thought of Yung Hyen's expression, holding a cold knife and asking, "Brother, in the past you used to indulge my every word. But lately you haven't been like that, right? More than anything, you don't play with me anymore." Li Jiang shook his head coolly. "No, I want be at peace no matter." He knew that, ultimately, when the two key members, Jung Haiyan and Hyunsong, displayed their strength at the recruitment, Li Jiang had reason to be confident. But we can demand even more, maybe 2, 3, or even 4 times as he rested his chin on his hand, unconsciously smiling. This means we can live more comfortably. On the day of the performance, flags fluttered in the wind, and the sound of the orchestra was incredibly. The announcer's voice echoed, "In just a moment, the tutorial raid team's performance will officially begin. Please quickly take your seats. I repeat, in just a moment, the tutorial raid team's performance will officially." Someone said to Li Jiang and his group, "There are 15 minutes left until it starts. Everyone please quickly move to your designated positions. Raid team, this way, please follow." He walked while looking around. Nice, it's definitely different from the tutorial. Li Jiang looked at the massive buildings and couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly high class. Even though I don't particularly like those old geezers, I have to admit we feel safe." The crowd watched the scene before them intently. Someone's voice burst. Li Jiang searched among the crowd. "It's the people from the shelter. Let's see." Li's eyes swept around. Then he was disappointed. "Not here. It's a bit disappointing. Even though I don't want to admit it, there are times I truly miss her stubborn." Li Jiang took steps towards the light outside, thinking to himself, if both of us were here, making those old geezers from the Blue Guild kneel and surrender would be a flick of the. However, as soon as he stepped to the door, his eyes widened in surprise. Seeing the packed stands and hearing the cheers, Li Jiang couldn't help but smile. Right, that's it. This is how we are. At least everything should reach this." Sanji leaned slightly forward and spoke loud. "To our beloved raid team members and distinguished guests from all corners of the world. I am Li Sanji, Vice President of the Blue." Her voice echoed everywhere. "It has been a long time since we foreigners were last in this." Li Sanji continued, "We, the organizers of this event, still feel like aimlessly wandering through the tutorial dungeon was just yesterday." On the stage appeared a figure with elegant long red. That was Chahira. She leaned back in her chair, Li Sanji's voice still ringing out powerfully. "Nevertheless, the doors to the tutorial dungeon are open this year, and because of that, more new heroes are setting foot in this." Chahira's plump red lips curved, and she gave a cold, sarcastic. Li Sanji said with all sincerity, "From the bottom of our hearts, we sincerely thank all the esteemed guests from all over the world gathered here. A deep thank you to the members of the new raid team, and everyone present." Her voice was full of gentleness but also fortitude. "We and the Blue Guild hope that the grace and light of Saint Benegor will always be with everyone. Thank you sincerely." Jin Young and Karina also sat there calmly. The announcer stirred up the lively atmosphere. Indeed, this raid team conquered the dungeon in the shortest amount of time, and they have also attracted a great deal of fame for themselves. Please give a warm round of applause to today's protagonist. The crowd immediately cheered, and Li Jiang and his teammates waved and smiled in unison. Please support. On this side, Jung Haiyan was extremely anxious, her face turning. Li Jiang also looked towards that side. There she is, my beloved Jung Haiyan. It seems she's looking. Turned her head slightly and met Li Jiang's gaze, while he thought, I wonder if you've practiced a lot. Good luck, my dear Jung. But when he saw blood flowing from Jung Haiyan's nose, he gasped in fright. What's wrong? She's having a nosebleed. Has she practiced to exhaust? Park Diakgu hastily shouted. Brother, brother, Jung Haiyan is over there. Brother. Then he also noticed something strange. Huh? Why does she look so warm? Park Diakgu clicked his tongue. Good heavens. She must have practiced incredibly.
Li Jiang, stop worrying.
Is she overtraining? She doesn't look well. At this moment, the announcer looked towards Jung Haiyan. From this moment, the 20th performance will begin. The first performer is a novice mage, Ms. Jung Haiyan. Ms. Jung Haiyan, please signal me when you are. Her whole body went cold. Jung Haiyan's eyes blurred. He will definitely be very disappointed in me if I. The more she thought, the more uneasy she became. He will surely say that I neglected my training and think him a useless, pitiful idiot. It must be true because he likes capable people. If I fail, then he won't meet me and. Jung Haiyan gripped her staff tightly. I don't want that. Anything but that. I hope I do well. Announcer continued. Ms. Jung Haiyan, please signal me when you are ready. She remembered Li Jiang's warm chest when she hugged him. I don't want him to be disappointed. Jung Haiyan's eyes became hazy, tears streaming down. I don't want to be abandoned. In her mind, she remembered the backs of those two. The announcer saw Jung Haiyan had no reaction and hesitated. Excuse me, Ms. Jung. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook, startling him with. The crowd in the stands also panicked, holding onto their seats. Damn it, An earthquake. Li Jiang gripped the armrest tightly, worried. Ah, damn it, there can't be any mistakes. This will determine the team's efforts. Please, Jung Haiyan. He closed his eyes, silently praying. Let's try our best together. At this moment, on the stage, Jung Haiyan was raising her staff high in her hand, and a bright pink magic circle was radiating light. She mumbled 2 words. Jung Haiyan's face became expressionless. Her lips moved to utter. A flash of light appeared from the deep blue, followed by a gigantic fireball falling at extreme speed with intense.
Li Jiang's pupils constricted in surprise.
He stared dumbfounded at the scene before him and cursed under his breath. Then came a massive boom, and flames shot up. Rocks and debris flew everywhere. Li Jiang covered his ears with his hands, his face filled with extreme pain. My ear. He gritted his teeth, enduring, sweat pouring down like rain. My eardrums are about to burst. Jung Haiyan, please be. In the stands, Karina smiled. In the middle of the arena, after the explosion, a large crater had appeared, and several patches of fire were still burning. Li Jiang stared intently at the scene below, his eyes filled with astonishment. Li Sanji and Xiao Ho shared the same expression of. At this moment, Jung Haiyan was breathing heavily, exhausted, sweat still dripping down her. Then she looked up, her eyes sparkling with happy tears. Jung Haiyan called out. Li Jiang heard it and froze, his face completely He lowered his head, cursing under his breath. Then Li Jiang waved his arms and legs excitedly, shouting incessantly. Oh my God! Oh my goodness! My beloved Jung Haiyan! Come here quickly! The absolute best! My beloved Jung Haiyan! Superb, truly top. If he wasn't embarrassed, the people around him would be. Li Jiang yelled. Everyone, that's her, our team's mage. Hyun Song and Park Deok-gu were speechless. How can he act like that? I truly admire him. There's no stopping him. Seriously, Li Jiang jumped with increasing enthusiasm. That's right, I told you she's a genius mage. Jung Haiyan and I am Li Jiang. Please give us lots of support and attention. But in his heart he was numb. The crowd suddenly cheered wildly, joining in every word of Li Jiang. He was satisfied when he heard someone say, yes, she really is a genius. A genius mage has appeared.
MS Jung Haiyan.
Please spend some time with our. People were running towards Jung Haiyan, yelling as they ran. Go away. We claimed her first.
MS Jung Haiyan. MS Jung Haiyan. Li Jiang watched, emotion surging.
Thank you for doing well, Jung Haiyan. I am very grateful to you. At this moment, her eyes were teary as she ran towards Li Jiang, calling out, brother. Jung Haiyan ran and cried tears of. Jiang's expression dark. She was hugging him, and the crowd was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering, what should I reward? Crowd cheered continuously. She truly is a genius. A genius mage has appeared.
MS Jung Haiyan.
Please spare us a few minutes, Ms. Jung Haiyan. If you don't like the Blue Guild, you can join our. Up above, Jin Young spoke. Karina, give me that mage's profile immediately. She immediately replied, understood. Strat stroked his chin and sneered. This is getting interesting. She ran to him happily, calling his. Li Jiang reluctantly showed a cheerful face, welcoming the girl. He didn't know what to do. In his mind's eye, Jung Haiyan was crying tears of joy as she ran towards him with open arms. He could see the happiness and excitement of meeting the person she liked in her. At this time, her status reached Legend 41, which surprised him because last week she was only 31. A section called Overview appeared. Extremely impressive. She is showing an incomprehensible growth rate. Player Li Jiang is very. Because by clinging to a talented genius like her like a parasite, you can survive. I also hope you are never separated from this girl, favored by the magic of nature. And also, you should be careful of other women so as not to be. Li Jiang angrily cursed the person who wrote the but then quickly thought about other things. Even the most stressed people in this area only have magic power around 60 to 80, so I'm not too worried. Before he could finish thinking, Jung Haiyan unexpectedly rushed over and hugged him tightly, making him. Everyone present witnessed and discussed their relationship. The manager reminded everyone to follow the order and return to their. Girl called him. Li Jiang was a little embarrassed.
Sorry, Jung Haiyan.
You worked too hard. It must have been difficult. She burst into tears. No, brother. No. It wasn't difficult. Perhaps the girl had had a tiring week, which was why she couldn't help but be emotional and cry tears of joy when she. Then she expressed her wish for him to reward her. Li Jiang was awkward, not knowing how to answer. He had considered this situation but didn't expect her to demand it like. To him, Jung Haiyan was very vulnerable. Her eyes were tightly closed, At this moment, her face seemed to be demanding something. Everyone continued to discuss their relationship when they saw. Thought it was quite an interesting sight that the girl didn't change her I'm yours attitude even with everyone's. He glanced at the crowd was surprised by his next act. He felt that Jung Haiyan's actions and the current crowd effect were very good. Well done, Jung Haiyan. He raised his hand to caress her face and praised her. The girl deserved it for one surprise after another. He suddenly bent down and kissed her hair, expressing his feelings. Hyun Song and Park Deok-gu sat in a corner, only able to feel helpless. Ah, youth! The two young people were staring adoringly at each other. Jung Haiyan's face was flushed red. So, their relationship was officially announced. Seeing the stunned faces of the crowd, he thought smugly. If you want Jung Haiyan, you also have to accept me. We've certainly painted a beautiful picture. A public display of affection was a great success. Although he chuckled inwardly, his face clearly showed resignation. She joyfully hugged him tightly, catching him off. Jung Haiyan was so excited that she called Lee Jiang Appa. She hugged him tighter and tighter, making him flustered and only able to tell her to let go. Even though he had predicted the outcome, he couldn't avoid the situation. The young man shouted in helplessness, wanting her to let go, while the girl adamantly refused to release. The two of them gave the crowd another opportunity to gossip. Their eyes expressed awkwardness as they witnessed the young couple's next. It will be the turn of the new swordsman. Everyone is eagerly. Park Deok-gu waved to Jung Haiyan. Welcome back, sister-in-law. Li Jiang could only stand there. Next, it was Hyun Song's turn. He took off his jacket with an overwhelming charisma and handsome appearance that attracted all. He said goodbye to everyone and prepared. Looking at Hyun Song at this moment, Li Jiang couldn't help but whisper, "Damn it, he's so handsome." Park Deok-gu teased the couple Jung Haiyan and Li Jiang. I think I should also look for love. Watching you two makes me feel like a third wheel or something. Li Jiang interrupted, Deok-gu, you also need to step up and find a girlfriend. Huh? Forget about that, focus on the match. Jung Haiyan, his face showed a smug expression. It will surely be an anticipated sight. Hyun Song's performance will be a duel against a skilled swordsman. Although called a duel, the opponent's stats far exceed Hyun Song's on the schedule. This seems disadvantageous to him, like just a training. The countdown began. Both he and his opponent looked very. Li Jiang sat in a corner with a look of amusement. Dear retreater won't think that. As the countdown reached the last number, the call to begin rang out, opening a dramatic battle where the two sides were unevenly. Two rushed at each other, delivering swift, fierce attacks. Su-sung quickly overpowered Hyun Song with his. He thought he could easily defeat Hyun Song but was mistaken. Despite his efforts, Hyun Song was still able to block the attack with a provoking expression. Su-sung was furious. How can he be so strong? Hyun Song quickly escaped the sword's blade, surprising Su, and even more surprisingly he launched a counter. Gaining the upper hand, he switched positions with Su-sung. This time, Su-sung was at a disadvantage. Su-sung couldn't deny it and exclaimed that Hyun Song looked truly. Li Jiang stood by, watching the match with amusement. He was also quite surprised and a little worried for Hyun Song. Good. He's doing very. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen him fight so seriously. Even for someone like me who knows nothing about swords. Looking at Hyun Song, it doesn't seem like he's being overwhelmed or. Back to the match, the two of them were now rushing at each. Both swung their swords, brushing past each. Looking at his opponent with murderous intent, Li Jiang thought if he wanted a fight like this, he would crush his opponent under. But he will be a monkey with a stick by showcasing his. So he'll probably just exchange moves back and forth. Looking at the people praising Hyun Song, felt that those who knew a little about swordsmanship would see him as a budding genius. Looking this, you must be very surprised. It's a big mistake to think that Jung Haiyan is our only real prize is someone. As he thought this, Hyun Song raised his blade, preparing for his next. He gripped the sword tightly in his. He swung a powerful blow down upon Su. Everyone thought he had finished Su-sung off, but what surprised everyone was that he dropped his eyes, full of killing intent, were enough to make people. Li Jiang was deep in thought while Su-sung breathed a sigh of. Suddenly, Hyun Song unexpectedly threw a powerful punch, attacking Su-sung before he could. Su-sung used his strength to send Hyun Song flying. A blue flash of light struck Hyun Song, sending him painfully crashing. Continuing the battle, Hyun Song was sent flying far away by Su-sung's. Everyone watching was an expression of shock and surprise. Su-sung ran over with a worried face and apologized for being a bit too. He replied to Su-sung with a satisfied smile, showing no anger or pain. Su-sung witnessed his grace and angrily exclaimed, "You're not hurt at all. This guy, you're something else." Li Jiang was overjoyed. "I knew you could do it." The referee announced the result. That was the performance of candidate Hyun Song. He showed everyone his dexterity, keeping his true strength hidden from his opponent. Distinguished guests, please note, You will meet the candidates after the performance ends. Please kindly remain in the stands. Everyone was praising Hyun Song's clever combat intelligence. If so, then Jung Hyen will be rated 1 level. But for the major guilds, Hyun Song's performance was enough to make them scramble to recruit. Back to the arena. This time it was Park Deok-gus turn. From ancient times, warriors and healers have always been important elements in a team. We proudly present the golden shield of the raid team, swordsman Park Deok. He nervously walked. Lee Jeong and everyone on the team reassured and encouraged him. They all trust. He gave a thumbs up in reply, his face resolute and calm. Before he could even be happy, he had to face his opponents. The opponent fighting Park Deok-gu was several times larger than him. He was a gigantic monster. The referee commented while Park Deok-gu struggled. As you are witnessing, the main purpose of this performance is to test endurance. The candidate will pass if he can withstand the monster's furious attacks for 3 minutes. To ensure safety, we have restrained the monster's legs. Please rest assured. After the performance concludes, candidate Park will be treated by medics immediately. Then came a barrage of punches from the monster, landing on Park Deok-gus' face. He knew Park Deok-gus' endurance was excellent, but was this too much? Park Deok-gu and the monster looked at each other. Next, they quickly rushed into battle. It looked like angels facing devils. He charged with his shield, while the monster ran towards him with its terrifying. After a fierce battle, the surroundings became a chaotic mess. Park Deok-gu and the monster lay exhausted on the floor, laughing. He sighed. He turned to encourage the monster. Hey, that was a great fight, brother. He raised his hand, wanting to high-five. The monster also smiled and responded. Below the stands, everyone applauded warmly. Only Jung Hyen didn't understand what was happening. Hello? What's with this loving atmosphere? The referee praised Park Deok-gus' magnificent performance. Next, it was Lee Jiang's turn. Jung Hyen and Hyun Song motivated and cheered. Even Park Deok-gu, who had just taken several punches, ran over to cheer. It's your turn, isn't it? I believe you can do it. Go for it. Seeing everyone like that, he felt happy and more spirited. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Hyun Song. I'm going. The referee announced the next match. Candidate Lee Jeong is a rare alchemist in teams. We are eager to witness this candidate's skills. Mr. Lee Jeong, please signal us when you are ready. This was his first time fighting as an alchemist, but he felt no need to make a fuss. After all, the leadership already knew his skills. Lee Jeong raised his hand, signaling he was ready for them. Remembering the past, he was indignant. Those guys even said catalysts were very expensive. They couldn't lend me any more. Those bastards clearly wanted to trip me up. Luckily, I asked Park Deok-gu to find me a wooden. He chanted a spell to summon. Please respond to my plea. He finished chanting, but nothing appeared. Perhaps he had. According to Lee Jeong, basic alchemy is give and take, requiring more stamina than mana. So he tried again. Fire vortex. A sparkling blue whirlwind appeared. Everyone exclaimed, "Oh!" Upon witnessing this, you have to admire his performance. He uses blue magic because he's from that guild. The vortex continued to move, a spectacular. Then it dispersed into a powerful blue fire mass. That's right. Using an alchemic circle definitely creates a better magic spread effect. It seems even stronger than my usual fire, but it's too difficult. I won't be able to use this in a real battle. Damn it. The performance ended. Lee Jeong bowed to the audience and returned to his. The announcer didn't forget to comment. Thanks to your hard work, all the demonstrations have been complete. I have asked our valued guests to remain in their seats and follow the necessary procedures. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became chaotic. Jiang's group felt helpless and scared as they watched them run. There's nothing to fear, guys. Everything is going according to plan. Then countless people ran over, cheering. Some wanted Jung Hyen in their league. Some wanted to do sit-ups with Park Deok-gu. Others invited Hyun Song to be their swordsman. The rest wanted to recruit all of them to their side. You all must trust. Some people invited Lee Jeong to their team. The red-haired girl offered a contract fee of 2,000 gold coins. The white-haired man bid 3,000. Another girl offered a whopping 4,500. Another person bid up to 6,000. He calmly thought, from those who always tried to defeat me, from those who always flattered me. My God, everything can change instantly. Then came the scene where Jung Hyen and Lee Jeong were surrounded. The crowd vied to recruit them to their teams, offering different conditions. The atmosphere was livelier than ever, but also quite exhausting and difficult for these candidates. Jeong looked at the people who had once scorned him. His hand embraced his face was dark, filled with killing intent and sarcasm. Dear Blue Guild, do I look like an idiot? A strange voice rang out. A girl with long, reddish-brown, shimmering hair, a mysterious smile on her lips. Her appearance stunned everyone. What would you do if you knew I, the explosive wild card of the party, preferred to savor sweet. It's truly delusional if you think you can win us without me. Especially at the price you first negotiated. Jiang was startled. Before he could fully understand what was happening, she lunged forward, raising her leg in front. Thought he was about to take a devastating. Everyone was stunned, not knowing what would happen. Thank you watching for vid. The girl delivered a powerful kick that dented the wall behind. She greeted Li Jiang and dominantly called him cute. This woman expressed her desire to talk to him. Her face clearly showed possessiveness. He didn't know where this woman came from to find him. What was her objective? Hyun Song stared at her. While she was greeting everyone, Li Jiang felt scared and bewildered. The red-haired woman wanted to talk to him. Should we talk a bit? Just me? Everyone was surprised and perplexed. He felt uneasy, not knowing what her intention. This woman made him wary. What kind of power is this? I thought I was going to die. Is she the leader of a major? He used his mind's eye to check her identity. Jiang was utterly shocked by the sight before him. This girl's power is too high. This person. What are these monster-like stats? Strength 90. This woman was the strongest person he had ever met. This couldn't help but surprise him. She's the strongest person I've ever met. Is she a monster? And what's with that title and tendency? I don't like anything I can't control. VIP lady? Where did she crawl out from? Anyway, she turned her head and she's someone who changes in unpredictable ways. Oh dear, look how disrespectful I'm being again. When I get excited, I just rush forward without. She turned to extend her hand to Li Jiang. Mr. Li Jiang and Ms. Jung Haiyan. Correct? It was truly a pleasure to witness your performance. I am Cha Hira, president of the Red Mercenary Guild. We are one of the 3 largest guilds in this holy empire. Her name was Cha. Li Jiang didn't know how to. He was still thinking about the identity of this red-haired girl. Suddenly, she looked like a saint, just as I thought. Sticking close to Jung Haiyan was indeed a good. Thinking this, he also replied to Cha Hira. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Li Jiang. Please. Before he could finish, Jung Haiyan buried her head into him, her face darkening, making him wonder what was. She whispered to him, "Don't shake that person's hand, brother. That person is strange. Her clothes are strange too. Before, she even tried to kill us. Brother." Li Jiang extended his hand to shake Cha Hira's, while Jung Haiyan sat shivering, trying to stop him. Because the red-haired girl was an influential figure who could help him a lot, he wanted to shake hands to build a good relationship. He made a bad impression. It would be very difficult to live and many other things. Ignoring Jung Haiyan's plea, he resolutely shook hands with the fiery red-haired. She also friendly offered to shake hands with Jung Haiyan. Looking at the girl in front of her, Jung Haiyan couldn't help but feel. She hid behind Li Jiang, shooting a hostile glare towards Cha Hira. Seeing this, he stepped in to defuse the situation. I'm very. Red-haired lady, seeing this, offered $2 million to persuade. Each person gets $2 million with an annual salary of $500,000. What do you think? Li Jiang calculated. $2 million at this world's exchange rate is about 20,000 gold, compared to the 1,500 gold, $150,000. The Blue Guild initially offered. Hyun Song, can't we go there? His eyes also somewhat answered, of course. Even so, $2 million per person is truly a huge sum. For me, it's 15 times better than the Blue Guild, so it's natural for me to listen to her finish. Cha Hira understood Li Jiang's thoughts, looking at his expression and saying, "You seem very pleased with this price, don't you? How adorable. By name, you probably already know that our Red Mercenary Guild is a guild focused on close newcomers like you probably know this already. But here, priests or talents who can use high-level magic are very precious. So, the executives in my guild are constantly nagging me to be more proactive in cultivating mages."
Li Jiang immediately understood.
She wants to reform. Ahira came here not expecting much but coincidentally witnessed talented individuals like Jung Haiyan and Li Jiang. He could be an alchemist, a magical profession, and also heal like a priest in human. Therefore, she thought the two of them were very suitable for her proposal. Looking back at the people from the Blue Guild, Li Jiang felt that siding with this woman would be a beneficial choice, as the Blue Guild only regarded them as trash. The dominant red-haired woman continued to state her conditions. However, this offer of mine is only for those with magical professions. Our guild is currently overloaded with close combat warriors. Even having to let go of a talent like Hyun Song pains me quite.
Li Jiang calmly reconsidered.
For him to increase his value by 15 times and stay by Jung Haiyan's side, he would have to push Hyun Song and Park Diaku. Because of the overload of close combat warriors, Cha Hira asked for his opinion on whether it would be okay if only he and Jung Haiyan. He pondered deeply. This was a very difficult decision for him. Everyone became awkward, and then his answer surprised everyone. That is an extremely interesting proposal. Without a moment's hesitation, the group was stunned, interjecting into their conversation. The red-haired lady suspiciously asked if he was being true. He replied, I am being very truthful. I am also very happy to hear you offer such conditions. It's just, to be honest, brother, what are you saying?
Li Jiang. Yung Hai.
No one could believe what he had just. His answer was carefully calculated. I understand Chahira's background. She herself is the most perfect sword and shield. If I were her, I would also put more effort into nurturing mages like Yung Haiyan rather than close combat war. His next statement surprised everyone even more. We've become closer while completing the tutorial, haven't we? If you can't accept all 4 of us at once, then it's too bad. I can't accept that. As he spoke, he hugged Yung Haiyan. Hearing this, Hyun Song remained silent. Park Diaku wiggled. Brother, why are you so afraid of such a person? Really? Li Jiang felt a bit awkward. But a regressor is not something that can be bought for $2 million. Moreover, how could Hyun Song think that he could negotiate with his own foolish? Chahira's face darkened at this moment. Interesting. You act like you're very interested, but then you turn around and, I don't see you as the type to be easily attracted by such. My principle is not to try to change anyone's mind once they've changed it. But this time it's truly embarrassing. Especially you, Li Jiang. Her tone was full of menace. Scared. Chahira looked at him with disdain. Your face isn't my type. Looked at her in a. The red-haired woman glared. And, our genius mage here should learn to control her bloodlust. She scared Yung Hai. Closely, little one. Look closely at what happens to your precious things if you recklessly try to defeat. Li Jiang, not understanding what was happening, was cursing under his breath when she advanced and lifted his chin. He begged her to let go, but Chahira glanced at Yung Haiyan. This is your punishment. Before he could think, she unexpectedly forced a kiss on him. Yung Haiyan stood there. His inner self was screaming in helplessness, unable to resist. This woman is Yung Haiyan is still standing there. Yung Haiyan is here. Help. Yung Haiyan is watching. Damn it. The twisted her tongue in Li Jiang's mouth. He was furious, unable to resist. Frantically prayed that Yung Haiyan would understand. She was terrified and horrified by the scene before her. No matter how much she thought, she never expected this day would come. His inner self screamed in helplessness, unable to resist. This woman is Hayang is still standing there. Hayang is here. Help. Hayang is watching. Damn it. Used her tongue to writhe in Diang's mouth. He was furious, unable to resist. He fearfully begged Hayang to understand. She was horrified by the sight before her. No matter how much she thought about it, she never imagined this would happen. Witnessing the one he loved kissing someone else, Diogu was just as panicked as. After a moment, she released him, handing him a necklace with a red gem and smiling triumph. Collapsed after what just happened. She, however, happily turned to the pink-haired girl. All right, I intended to play with you a bit longer. You lose control and become so bloodthirsty again. I won't let it slide. Reconsider your behavior. This time, Chihira is just warning you. She was dazed. Li Qijong felt pathetic. Am I her toy? How could she do that in front of Heian? Who knows what Heian will. Before he could finish his thought, he reflected. Wait, why is she so quiet? Is it because this was so sudden? I need to get my thoughts straight. Damn it. Everything's a mess. What the hell is this? She looked at him with satisfaction, not forgetting to tease. That's my. Well then. See you next time, baby. He sighed in relief, tension clear on his. He was still skeptical about the gift she left. This is a very rare energy pendant. It helps increase one's mana power, greatly amplifying their magical influence. The excavation site hasn't been identified, but currently its power is greatly enhanced. He stared thoughtfully at the. Seems the spoils aren't bad. He gripped the pendant tightly in his hand. Of course, I'm still just a clueless teenager. But I noticed she gave me a gift even though I refused to negotiate. I almost wanted to call her big. He felt a bit awkward, but was lucky not to leave a bad impression on Chihira. Before he could think too much, he quickly put the pendant in his pocket so the little girl Heian wouldn't find it and get strange ideas. Now, he needed to stabilize this. He went to apologize to everyone for the mess that had occurred. He reassured them and planned to leave, but couldn't escape the suffocating crowd surrounding him, inviting him to join their teams. Li Qijong was utterly exhausted but could do nothing more than greet them, as each guest held valuable potential, and he couldn't treat them in. Some people commented, that's a really good way to prove it. I have a feeling you're the pure, refreshing breeze that will change society's attitude towards alchemists. Haha. He didn't feel happy hearing these. Nevertheless, he still put on a cheerful smile and laughed in response to their words, trying to act skillfully, so as not to leave a bad impression on it. The group, witnessing this from the side, felt sorry for Li Qijong. Diogu was very annoyed with the woman who had just held the alchemist. Seriously, she looks like an animal. I mean she's never argued with our seniors before. It's really irritating. Don't you think so? Come on, man. Say something. Kim Hyun-sung's silence made Diogu feel helpless. Kim Hyun-sung observed thoughtfully. It seemed he had thought of something. He replied, this doesn't seem like a bad thing. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know about this? The blue-eyed young man put on that handsome face again. Nothing has bothered me too much yet. It's just my intuition. Lee Ki-jong carefully considered Chihira's offer. To be honest, from my perspective, I'm sure that even if I refuse the Red Mercenary Guild, maintaining contact with Chihira isn't a bad thing. Heian glared at him, making Diogu confused. Are you alright? There was a small accident. But Chihira, she's one of the strongest people in the country. Heian looked utterly dazed after witnessing the scene. Huh? Did something happen? I'm fine. Goodness. She must be so shocked. Lee Ki-jong seemed unconcerned by her jealousy. That's what makes it interesting. Thinking about it that way, I should actually be grateful. If the price of antagonizing the leader of such a large guild is just my lips, then I got off pretty easily, didn't I? But what's wrong with Heian to act like that? She's making me. From a distance, 3 people approached their group. Leading them was a woman with long blonde hair, followed by 2 old. Their expressions didn't look good. The Azure Guild?
Ake maema miste Liki.
He calmly smiled lightly and provocatively raised an eyebrow, enough to melt the hearts of countless young maidens. Madam Vice Leader of the Azure Guild, have you considered changing the terms of the contract yet? Watching their twisted expressions was truly a refined pleasure. They must have realized those terms were strange from the beginning. They would definitely think so, especially seeing the difference between spending over a week with them and today's negotiation. Talking with Kim Hyun-sung made them feel awkward. What are your hobbies, Miss Heian? My hobby is him. Heian likes to play with me, you see. You all seem close, haha. Exactly. I like playing with you too, Kim Hyun-sung. You don't need to be embarrassed, right? The entire group was hesitant and dependent on Lee Ki-jong. I am very grateful for everyone's invitation, but I will contact you again after discussing it with Lee Ki-jong. Please excuse me. Don't you see? A few months ago, I was still, brother. They must think. Lee Ki-jong's status in Kim Hyun-sung's guild is higher than about that. Can we go inside to discuss a bit more? I think we need to talk further about the contract terms. Sanji looked flustered. With this offer, Lee Ki-jong still appeared cooperative. Of course, Ms. Lee. He turned and said to the others, well then, they'll be gone for a bit. Heian, go back with Kim Hyun-sung. Her eyes were blank, still shocked by what had just happened. Seeing her like that, he now began to feel pity for his precious Heian. Heian, I need to think about how to handle this situation. But first, I have to finish negotiating. Ki-jong entered the room, facing an atmosphere filled with Sanji sighed hesitantly. First, Lee Ki-jong, however, was eagerly waiting. All right, go ahead. How much will you increase it? Lee Ki-jong lifted his head, the sharpness of his jawline evident. His eyes were full of implicit meaning and cunning as he listened to her presentation. The contract fee is 10,000 gold, and the annual income is 5,000 gold. And we will provide new hero-grade weapons, and rare-grade armor and accessories. Ki-jong tried to suppress his laughter, hiding his eager emotions. No, I can't laugh yet. Hold it in. But I'm just thinking of the scene where the protagonist confronts the antagonist in Death Note. Additionally, we will build an alchemy furnace exclusively for you, young Mr. Lee. He quite liked these things. Sounds reasonable. Anything, that's it? But even that didn't satisfy him. Oh, and we will share the profits from items obtained in dungeons and hunting grounds proportionally. Only that? Is that all, Azure Guild? And, of course, we will provide you with free upgrades and repairs for your tools by the guild's professional blacksmiths. He felt that wasn't enough. Really? That Lee Ki-jong was utterly disappointed. Is that all you're capable of? Huh? Azure Guild. You claim to be the leading Vanguard Guild. I asked what your level was, and this is all you have. Vice Leader Sanji also felt confused by his silence. We can also extend the contract period by 3. At this point, Sanji decided to make her final offer. All right, in that case, just you will. Instead of adding you to an existing faction, I will allow you to establish a new, independent team. As soon as Sanji finished speaking, Mr. Lee Seoho immediately reacted. Lee Ki-jong was drawn in by this. That's right, just a little. The authority of the team leader will be like that of our management team's head. His heart was now filled with excitement. Just a little, and even though you are new, we will fully delegate all team management decisions to the team leader. Lee Ki-jong covered his mouth, trying to hide his excitement. Just a little more. Just a little. Furthermore, we will restructure the management team to consist of non-combat members. At this moment, he truly couldn't hide his smile anymore. He exclaimed in praise. That's right. Excellent. Very accurate. Wonderful. Just a little. Sanji put all her effort into continuing, and we will nominate Mr. Li Qijong as the leader of the non-combat management. His joy was almost at its peak. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. Yes, exactly. Just a little more. Just a little. In that moment of overflowing emotion, Mr. Li Xiaoho couldn't stand it anymore. He slammed his staff onto the ground. A wave of power emanating from his staff enveloped the entire room. Startlingly, he turned pale. What? He felt an instability within him. Bloodlust. I can't breathe. Did I go too far? Sanji was astonished by his actions and spoke up to stop him. He paid no attention. This damn bastard. Have you gone mad? Stop it right now. A mere glib-tongued wretch like you dare. This time, his mouth had gone a bit too far, pushing Li Qijong into a state of 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts despair. No, I can't, gasped, panicking. The old man still didn't stop. How dare you manipulate my Azure? Team leader Li Xiaoho. Sanji screamed to stop him, but it was no use. That brat dares to touch the all. Li Qijong was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. That's right. I've heard about it in the past. Li Xiaoho was frantically unleashing power from his staff to attack him. That son of a bitch is the head of the management. This damn stagnation. Doesn't he want to share his position with me? Li Qijong gritted his teeth in anger. His was fixed on the old man with murderous intent. I need to step in and teach him He continued to curse at him. You beggar. You've stirred up everything. Do you think we want to invest in you? Sanji was furious. Liso. This is an order. Immediately retract your energy. Now. Even the old man with glasses was scared. Team leader Li, it will be very troublesome if other guilds hear or see this. Please withdraw. There's no need for this. Li Xiaoho smirked, showing no intention of stopping. All I need to do is eliminate him without anyone knowing. At any Li Qijong, controlled by the old man's power, angrily clenched his fist. This crazy, outdated brain. Just why? When he heard the provocation, Li Xiaoho was surprised. Sanji was even more panicked. Mr. Li Qi, currently his head was spinning, but he still tried to endure. Go on, crazy old man. Try to kill me and see if you. When he heard that, the old man paused slightly, but his attitude remained arrogant. You think I can't? Li Qijong collapsed, his entire body trembling. Everyone was stunned. Liso. Yet he still didn't surrender. He looked at the old man with defiant eyes. Will my big sister Chihira leave you alone if you kill me? If big sister Chihira saw this, Shed definitely burst out. Upon hearing her name, Li Xiaoho was immediately intimidated. What did you say? It can't be Chihira. The mercenary. He wiped the sweat from his face, a triumphant smirk on his lips. That's Li Qijong emphasized each word clearly. Mir. Senari. Queen. Chihira. My big what? He was so frightened he was drenched in sweat. He heard the name everyone fears. Finally, he retracted his energy. Now I can breathe normally again. This damn old fossil. He suddenly became so meek when Chihira was mentioned. Her influence on this continent is more terrifying than I. Grasping this general's weakness, he immediately counterattacked, glancing at the cowards in front of him. Of course, she didn't just carve me up. It's just that Madame Chihira and I have a rather special relationship, you see. He took out a red gemstone. Big sister Chihira is very playful. Just the other day, she said she missed me and even gave me a gift. It was quite a shock. Really? Our big sister Chihira is the. Faces turned pale. Whispers began to ripple through the room. Li Xiaoho seemed hesitant. Whether it's meaningless or not, you just stay there and wait to die. Actually, it really is meaningless. I don't know who she is. We only met for the first time but I know Chihira is truly powerful. Powerful enough to crush each and every one of them to dust. Capitalizing on the previous kiss, Li Qijong quickly regained the initiative. Besides, I'm quite sure your eyes aren't just for decoration. You also proof that she and I are quite close. This made the old man gape in astonishment. Those who are scared can leave, but this shrimp-headed fool is still stubborn to the end. Even so, I ask, what is your relationship with the mercenary queen? Give me a more convincing answer. Whether she and I know each other or not, it's true that we have contact. So, of course, he'll be taking advantage of her from now.
Li Qiang slowly stepped closer to Li Xiaoho.
Perhaps it's because he's old, but he doesn't really understand anything. Doesn't he not need to know? That's our private business. People who have gone from friends to lovers. The important thing is the Azure Guild. The ones holding the negotiating power this time are being threatened by a newcomer who wields. He stepped closer and closer. It's true that the most scared dog barks the loudest. He looked directly at Li Xiaoho and smirked. And you can't let the public know about this. What now? If Chihira finds out what happened, then the Azure Guild will be in huge trouble. Li Qijong deliberately emphasized the consequences he could cause. Now, the one whose face was turning ashen was Li Xiaoho. He trembled, gritting his teeth. In his heart, he was mocking the old man. Stop grinding your teeth, old man. Do you want false teeth or something? Sanji narrowed her eyes and reminded him. Team leader Li Xiaoho, please stop. He just remained silent. The Azure Guild will have no choice but to follow my will. I still have one more card to threaten them with. Li Qijong pretended to remember something. Think carefully. Yes, this is just a rumor. But don't you think something important is currently missing from the Azure? This fool is going crazy. And one representative has to do all the simple tasks. They listened, unable to hide their confusion. What do you? Xiaoho seemed to have had his weak spot hit. He began to retract his fierce and cunning demeanor from earlier. It's clear that even Chihira of the magnificent Red Mercenary Guild was here to propose marriage. Li Qijong seemed to have victory in his grasp. He smiled. Then the guild wouldn't have any way to conveniently hide. Where could that person be, anyway? Fishing in troubled waters, he provoked again. The guild leader of the Azure Guild. That hearing the two words guild leader, Vice Leader Sanji's expression immediately changed. So you noticed our guild leader's absence? She stammered. Did you hear that from someone? Did I really guess right? The previous one also belonged to Kim Hyun-sung. So it's good. Anyway, clearly, something big has happened here. Things are getting more and more interesting. Time to get ready for some well, with big sister Chihira and everything. It's all quite predictable. No, I don't know anything at all. Despite this, with his extensive experience in manipulation, he calmly spoke without missing a beat. Just blurt it out and assess them later. Or something like that. That'll work. Li Qijong knows absolutely nothing. Sanji tried to evade the topic. That's how it is, young Mr. Qijong. We will go into detail after you join. In case you misunderstood, our guild leader is definitely still alive and... Before she could finish her sentence, the foolish old faker Li Xiaoho truly hadn't shed tears until he saw the coffin. This treacherous bastard. You not only want to demean the mercenary queen, but our guild leader as you should know your place. How dare you challenge the leadership of the Azure Guild? You arrogant, despicable bastard. One has to commend him. Though he's a fake, his cursing is more vigorous than market vendors. Even Sanji couldn't stop him. Liso. Everyone shook their heads in exasperation. This guy's exploded now. Seriously. Everyone knows the image he created for himself is false. He tries to act like he sacrifices for the Azure Guild. But what he fears most is losing his authority. Li Qijong had no time to argue with this madman. What a nuisance. Him kneeling and begging me to join isn't enough. I don't know the details, but I don't think he'll be able to exercise authority like that given the current situation of the Azure Guild. What a pathetic old, leisurely provoked Li Xiaoho, treating it as entertainment. You should also let go of your remaining negotiating power. In return, the Azure Guild will lose its chance to return to a golden age. But, looking at your actions, I don't think you'll regret it at all. Will you? The old man was so angry he was trembling, almost wanting to bite Li Qijong. Shut up, you arrogant idiot. Do you think we don't see that you want to drain the Azure Guild dry like Asura? A perfect example of the demon of this era, Li Xiaoho. Li Qijong slammed the You're the ones who want to drain the Azure Guild dry. Clearly, my side just wants to pick up the scraps dropped by the false regressors. He widened his eyes. Listen carefully. I didn't come here to fight. I came to negotiate. No matter how much you've been resting on your laurels, don't you think acting like this and completely ignoring your superiors is quite despicable? Huh? Each of his words was fatal, leaving the old man unable to Li Qijong put on an innocent, harmless face again. Didn't you already assess the situation and identify the problem? One more word and he might be sent packing permanently. You bastard! The old man was so enraged he swung his hand to strike him, but he easily dodged. Sanji quickly held him back. If you wanted to show me the unity of the Azure Guild, cheap and deceitful, then you've done a very good job. No, extremely successful, Mr. Li Xiaoho. People like you are destroying these guilds. You're holding a grudge, aren't you? What? We call people like you stagnant water. He then chuckled, his expression unable to be more mocking. His breaking point. He could no longer keep his composure. Li Xiaoho struggled free from her and lunged out like a mad. He suddenly grabbed Li Qijong by the bastard. How dare you? He stumbled, feigning alarm. Do you think you know everything by doing? Everyone was buzzing at this sight. Sanji couldn't stop him in time. He was so angry his body was trembling. Someone like, how dare you? He yelled with all his might, saliva flying everywhere. Spouting nonsense when you know nothing about my Azure. This is truly beyond words. Li Qijong coldly watched the old man going mad. My Azure Guild. What utter nonsense. Sanji rushed out. She pulled Li Xiaoho back. Have you gone mad? Li Xiaoho? Let him go right now. But he was absolutely furious. Let go, Sanji. They'll finish this brat. He kept yelling the vice leader's name. Perhaps he really lost control. Or maybe they've known each other for a very long time. Li Qijong smiled, still calm. What's wrong, Mr. Li Xiaoho? There are things that exist even if you don't. Got him hooked. He's definitely going to regret this. I don't care how you look at me. You know very well about Kim Hyunsung and Haeun. I know very well you don't want me. Very clearly. But even Li Qijong grabbed the old man's wrist. You shouldn't show it like that. Even when using the cessation rule, you've gone too far. He raised an eyebrow and looked directly at the old man. I am not your subordinate. Do you understand? Even after saying all that, the old man still strained his neck. You bet. Xiaoho had gone too far, causing Sanji to lose all respect. She looked at him with angry eyes. I told you to stop, didn't I? This is your final. Only then did he stop. The vice leader is really having a tough.
Li Sanji.
She's the type of person easily influenced by emotions. That's what I don't like about a commander like her. But he brushed off his clothes where Li Xiaoho had grabbed him. Take him away. Sanji was no longer gentle as she had been.
Li Qiang silently assessed her.
She could be considered the conscience of the Azure Guild. And also the only normal person here. And if those two continue to walk on eggshells like that, it'll only benefit me. Xiaoho was led away unwillingly. Let go of me. Presenting such a righteous Li Sanji only helps to cut short the reign of the former king Li. Remain stubborn. Just you wait. Brat. It'll make you regret joining the Azure Guild and standing against me. Those threats didn't even make him flinch. Go ahead and utter your last words like a B-grade war criminal. Li Sanji was feeling extremely concerned about what had just happened. Are you alright? I truly can't believe things turned out this way. I apologize on his behalf for that behavior. Truly, team leader Li certainly has a hot temper. But it's rare to see him so utterly unreasonable like this. She still tried to defend the old man. Big sister Sanji, you've had a tough time. Is he really not alright? It's not that. It's just. She thought back to the absent guild leader, whose absence caused many disadvantages for the entire guild. Guild leader, what are we to do without you here? The situation within the Azure Guild is not looking good. With the guild leader's long-term absence, perhaps he's becoming more and more anxious and sensitive. Although everyone else is the. But Li Qijong had a different thought. No, I feel they're more likely celebrating his departure. It seems they've also suffered quite a bit of frustration with Li Xiaoho. Even though those old farts truly give her a headache, she still deludes herself into thinking they're her family. I absolutely must bring her over to my. As the vice leader of the Azure Guild, I sincerely apologize for what you had to go through today. And please, regarding what happened today. Sanji bowed her head and sincerely apologized to him. He had no intention of making things difficult for her. I understand, Vice Leader. No need to worry. Furthermore, I am the one who should apologize. The truth is, I spoke without considering the honor of the Azure Guild, Mr. K.
Don't worry, Vice Leader.
I will definitely help you weed out this group. She sighed, her face looking extremely tired. Thank you.
Don't worry.
Oh right. You don't need to worry about anything related to the contract. On the outside, I'm forgiving and kind. But inside, I still harbor intense ambition. So, hurry up and help me advance. Hearing this, Sanji was so happy that flowers seemed to bloom around her. So, may I take that as you're interested in our contract? He smiled. Yes. However, my value has definitely increased a lot thanks to Li Qijong still had many schemes in his head. Please remember that what you said was about the position of a director. No guild leader. No military power. No money. It'll let you have a taste of the treasures of the false regressors and the Red Mercenary Guild. Then you'll have to give me the position of a director, won't you? On the other hand, this is nothing short of a course. Actually, we were planning for your team to become our main military force. And it won't take too long to create a new organization. Sanji blushed. And he was satisfied with that. Yes. I also can't guarantee that those empty-headed fools won't send me to hell from now on. A terrible vision appeared in Li Qijong's mind. Him tied to a tree to be burned, and his friends locked in iron cages. Poor Li Qijong. To prevent something like that from happening, I need to have power immediately. I don't just intend to talk. If this is a political battle, I'd be absolutely honored. I will gradually lay down my political foundations, which is why I need power to keep myself. Sanji interrupted his train of thought. However, we cannot prepare hero-grade items immediately. I hope you understand. Nevertheless, we can certainly stabilize your position as quickly as possible. What? Hero-grade items are that rare? Lee Kijong recalled the hero-grade book Kim Hyun-sung had given him. Astonished. He'll give you this hero-grade book as a gift. Kim Hyun-sung pulled that book out of his pocket as if it were nothing, so I still thought this was normal. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Kijong. Also, I truly apologize for what just happened. The chaos earlier has ended, so people are gradually leaving. No. I apologize for causing such a disturbance. It must have been very difficult. I'm sorry I couldn't help. No, it's not the time for apologies like this, but I want to invite you to a meal before the induction ceremony. Let me know when you're free. No. You don't have to do that. Thank you, Vice Leader. I will discuss this with my teammates and tell you later. Oh my, she's a model citizen. Kijong walked to the door. Well then, goodbye, Vice Leader. Expressing sentimental emotions amidst tough fields is the key here. A pure young man, completely unresentful despite the recent difficulties. Miss Kijong, take care. Sanji sighed, watching his back. That's right. Little by little. Unable to fill the deep wounds in her heart. Lee Kijong turned away. He sighed, leaving with an unreadable expression. When she noticed his emotions, she couldn't help but be surprised. A feeling of unease swelled in her heart, growing larger by the moment. I should have done more to help him. I'm sure this will never happen again. Lee Kijong had already guessed the thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment. So predictable. For whatever reason, it will haunt her mind forever.
Lee Sanji.
It's best if you just keep feeling guilty toward. Stepping outside, Lee Kijong sighed but the cunning face behind it was truly chilling. Exploiting others' kindness is so. Walking down the hallway, he was happy to have achieved what he wanted. Quickly. Let's go. Now I have to make that absurd thing a reality. He seemed very determined about. Lee Kijong returned to the group's gathering place and discussed what had just happened. Kim Hyun-sung, who was drinking water, paused. Are you talking about the red mercenaries? Why suddenly? Who was eating also stopped. I have something to discuss with the Red Mercenary Guild leader. Haein and Diogu were surprised to hear this. You mean Chihira, don't you?
Kim Hyun-sung.
Haein immediately objected, her face full of worry as if she feared losing something important. Appa, no, you can't go. Appa. Diogu, sitting next to her, also didn't support it. You and Big Sis are both here. But to go to that woman who took your purity. Lee Kijong was puzzled. What are you all talking about? It's not like that. I'm just doing my best to help the guild. Haein trembled, speechless. Diogu also felt awkward. May I ask? I think it would be great if someone protected us. I'll give you more information after I've thought it through. He cheerfully presented his opinion. Kim Hyun-sung also found it reasonable. I understand. Kijong smirked, looking at the naive Kim Hyun-sung who always listened to him. You like that, huh? You like your older brother going to make peace with the mercenary guild leader to help you? What an adorable. Haein's trembling cries rang out. Diogu next to her was surprised. Lee Kijong now realized a bigger problem was right in front of him. Now that I think about it, I still haven't settled things with Haein. She sobbed. Appa, you can't. No. Tears streamed down her face. You're abandoning me for that woman. I don't want to.
You're so foolish.
No way Appa would do that. No. Haein cried piteously. It would be best if someone gave me a user manual for Haein or. This is awkward.
Lee Kijong kulden ralagsan mura.
I thought I knew Haein better than anyone. Kim Hyun-sung also looked helpless. Deal with this. He put his glass of water down on the table and approached Haein. How can I handle this? Even when I'm being reckless, my reputation for smooth problem-solving gets spread. Consoling this girl lately hasn't worked either. Even if she complains, no still means the game's difficulty increases when there's a crybaby, jealous, and overthinking girlfriend on the team. This problem is extremely important for the guild. No, actually, for me. If I'm found lingering here, I'll be in danger. He gently went to her side. Haein. She was still. That's shameful. Haein doesn't have the power to protect me right now. I don't need an army, but I do need authority. Lee Kijong took Haein's hand. I'll go right after talking to Haein. No, actually, authority is what's essential, right? And you don't have it, so I'm going to get it now. Don't you see? Kim Hyun-sung and Diogu were both worried. Yes, take care. And Haein too. If anything happens, just let me know. Yes. What benefits me will benefit you, Haein. And the three of them will understand. So why don't you understand? Lee Kijong felt utterly helpless. The two walked hand in hand down the long hallway. Normally she would blush, talking as if on a date. The gentle, profound handhold. It seems the issue with Chihira truly was a shock.
Lee Kyang similet, comforting her.
Haein, don't worry too much. But she was still scared, trying to pull him back. Please don't go. Nothing will happen. Then take me with you. It would be better to go a thing back. The two haven't really talked much lately. Throughout the magic training period, they were actually very close. I'm also sure she's very lonely. So, he still tried to reassure his little girlfriend. Don't worry too much. Taking a walk like this and indulging her will be. But a gloomy aura quickly spread from Haein. She, hysterically, pulling Lee Kijong's hand back. No.
Don't go.
Seriously, Appa. Do you want to drive me crazy? Kijong was stunned by Haein's violent reaction. Haein was furious. You won't listen to anything. Lee Kijong was confused. Haein, if someone says something, you should obediently listen. He broke out in a cold sweat, feeling that things were spiraling out of control. Oh, what's wrong? She was still sobbing. Please.
Don't.
An intense aura emanated from her. Her eyes, now looking at him, were filled with possessiveness. Please.
Don't go.
Seriously. If you go. If Kijong was scared. I used the wrong method. Damn it. For that reason I got goosebumps. Haein was angry with herself. This girl is beautiful but foolish. Anyway, you idiot. You're so stupid, you know? But then, to use this method on him is... But it seems like a good idea. He swallowed hard. Just as Haein seemed to have completely lost her mind. It's all because of you. You stupid thing. But, right? It's all for him. He will definitely... He will definitely like it a lot. This is the best way for Haein. Gently pressed Haein against the wall. Surprised. A scene that could easily make one blush. Haein quickly returned to her original state. Brother. Her face became radiant with expectation. Her heart pounding. This method is indeed very useful. Look at, she's back. Actually, I wanted to have a purer, more romantic development with Haein. He leaned close to her ear and whispered alluringly. She widened her sparkling eyes, her face burning red. Haha, I want to abandon you. Lee Kijong stroked her hair and looked at her cunningly. Abandon you? Why would I do that? They'll have everything. He really is a greedy Do you think I'm crazy? Why would I discard an asset like you? Appa. Haein became shy from this sudden intimacy. I love you, Haein. You see, I don't have to choose between a legendary grade mage, a top 3 guild master, a false regressor, or a shield, because they'll have everything. In Lee Kijong's mind, he's a charming boy with big, round, sparkling eyes. From the very beginning, the one who should worry about being abandoned isn't you, but Haein was moved, bursting into tears and burying her face in his chest. Appa, 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 I love you. Appa, I really, really love you. So please, Appa, Appa, Haein. Lee Kijong hugged Haein close. I just want to protect you, and I don't want you to get hurt. Half of it was sincere. She hugged him tightly, sobbing but now calmer. Me too. I feel the same way, Appa. He gently stroked her back. Yes, that's why this is necessary. I want to maintain a good relationship with that woman. Because I need power. Power to protect you. Hearing this, Haein became agitated again. Appa, if it's about that, I can too. She recalled Chihira's mocking image. Our esteemed genius mage should learn to suppress her bloodlust a little. Shouldn't she? Look closely. See what will happen to what you cherish if you dare to challenge. Haein became unstable. Help. For him. Stronger now. Haein cried, looking incredibly adored. She cupped his face, looking pitiful. My poor Appa. Poor Appa Kijong. For me and our teammates, he has no choice but to sell himself to that woman. This action made him shiver. She's thinking something strange again. But for some reason, I have a hunch that it's a good thought. That's right. I truly am a pitiful person with no choice but to abandon my beloved and sell myself. Oh dear, truly too pitiful for this young. But I know what you're worried about. Those past incidents will never happen again. Promise, Haein. The two hugged tightly, as if preparing for battle. Appa. Sadly, both Lee Kijong and Haein lacked the power to protect each other. I love you, Appa. The two kissed passionately, and the two were forced to part ways. As Haein watched her beloveds retreating back, she swore to herself. Appa, Appa. Haein was incredibly excited. My dear Kijong, I just had my first kiss with Appa. I need to cleanse him. He's been defiled by that woman. If I become stronger than even Chihira, I will surely. The two separate. My goodness. Haein was still crying. But because of this, she gained even more determination. To become even stronger than that woman and protect him. She thought of that as her motivation. Lee Kijong placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her and felt a sense of relief. That's a good expression. Something to look forward to. Realizing her powerlessness, Heian will actively train from now. She imagined Chihira seizing Li Qijong, who was desperately crying for help. Damn it! Heian! Save me! She bravely stood up to face that woman. I will protect her beloved Li Qijong from the threats of this world. Finally, he had resolved this matter. This way, Heian's condition will be stable for a while. Now then, it's time to go meet my new man. In the middle of the night, Li Qijong went to meet Chihira. Arriving at the city gate, the guard outside saw. Guard immediately recalled when Chihira had forcefully kissed him. I came to see Chihira. Jiang took off his hood. The first step was done. He didn't know if she would like it, but he would wear the necklace she gave. All that was left was to see if Chihira liked the conditions he proposed. He was led inside to wait. But damn it, what kind of building was this? It was truly massive. Just like those they weren't as deceitful as the Blue Guild. It gave him a feeling, quite mysterious, as if masters resided here. He stood alone in the vast, dark waiting room, illuminated only by flickering flames. Jiang couldn't help but feel nervous. Calm down. He had prepared thoroughly. He knocked on the door. Is anyone? Silence was his only He felt anxious and continued to knock. What? She couldn't possibly be out. And suddenly the door burst open. Someone had kicked it hard. Damn it. I told you to bring the documents. Jiang was shocked. I'm dead. Kira angrily ruffled her hair. God, I told you not to bother me when I'm He never would have guessed this kind of opening. Kira frowned, annoyed at being disturbed in the middle of the night. Newcomer. Huh? You are. Meet again. Sorry. Did you change your mind? She stretched and smiled as if nothing had happened. He sighed. Not yet. But, not yet? Then what do you want? I even got woken up by you. Now he was talking to her. But he still didn't know how to lead in. Kira placed her hand on Jiang's shoulder. You know, I really hate those bastards who deceive everyone around them and then gauge their reactions. I'm sure you haven't given up on your little lover, and you're only here because you can't forget that passionate kiss. What exactly is your purpose? She moved closer, making him a little uncomfortable. He couldn't predict her thoughts, but her personality was direct and straightforward. He should try to win her over like any other woman. He took a breath. Esteemed Lady Chihira, be my patron. He looked up confidently. An awkward silence fell between them. Kira didn't understand. He rubbed his head awkwardly. Oh dear. So embarrassing to say it twice. Sponsor me. Please don't refuse. No. No matter what, she smirked. What do you? She turned and stepped inside. Sounds fun. Follow me. No one has ever spoken so openly to this mercenary queen, but honestly, your face is exactly my type. Kira sat down on her huge, extravagant bed. I rather dislike those with stone faces and rigid speech. She seems friendly. Though he wasn't sure, something was better than. She patted the spot next to her, signaling Jiang to come in. Now come sit next to me and act cute. Kira waved her hand. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Jiang looked in terror at the woman in front of him, not daring to think about what she wanted him to do. Seeing this, Kira explained, what's wrong? You asked me to sponsor you, right? Then why don't you come here and do some cute things for me to see if I... He sweated nervously because she had misunderstood his intentions. No, that's not what... Thought to himself, damn it, I'm not that kind of man. The perplexing woman looked at him. So what do you mean? I just mean that if you invest in our team, both of us will benefit.
Li Jiang.
Do you think I'm asking this because her previous investment offer could only happen if both Ji Yong and Ha Ian participated. Others would have to be put aside. Or just him alone would be fine, but if he didn't, she immediately became serious. But you want me to sponsor your entire team? Are you kidding? Why would I support you when you've already joined another guild? It would be better for me to play around with you a few times, you boy who's my type, and then give you a few coins. Don't you think?
Ji Yang inwardly fumed.
Damn it. Don't attack so relentlessly. Despite that, he calmly replied to the woman. Of course, I'm well aware of that, guild leader Chihira. However, I wouldn't ask you to become my sponsor without any benefit. She quite liked his answer. How cute. The way you're so assertive makes it seem like you're very confident about your proposal, huh? Of course, guild leader. Outwardly he said this, but inwardly he was cursing her. She had been treating him like a toy this whole time. He thought that, in any case, being by her side offered many benefits, so enduring a little humiliation wouldn't be an issue. Obviously, receiving her protection like this wasn't a bad choice. As long as it benefited him, setting aside his pride and becoming her cute little puppy wasn't so bad. Although this cost-benefit analysis he was doing was making him devalue himself. Even after imagining many scenarios, he still couldn't bring himself to become Hira's toy. He had set a bigger goal for himself. The red-haired lady looked at him with seductive eyes. Alright, let's see. Tell me, what do you have besides this body? Having just completed the tutorial, confidently replied, I will arrange for guild leader Cha Hira to invite both Jong Ha Ian, the mage you have your eyes on, and our guild leader, Kim Huisung, to become your. Then he continuously presented the advantages of accepting his proposal. You've already seen their performance, so you surely know their potential very well. In the future, those two could even develop to be ranked among the strongest on the continent. Currently, expanding your connections with such individuals will undoubtedly greatly benefit the mercenary queen later on. Their appearances are also very striking. So, you can be confident that they will bring absolute satisfaction to the mercenary. As he was still rambling, she showed a bored expression. It seemed she had guessed his objective and wasn't very interested. So, Jiang awkwardly asked, What? Is there something you're not satisfied with? I'm asking you, so what? He was bewildered and worried his plan might not succeed. Why is it getting difficult again? Damn it. This is infuriating. He frowned in annoyance. Whether they develop or not, what does that have to do with me? I'm already one of the strongest people on the continent. She recalled the past. To be honest, I can use mages from spellcasting guilds or magic towers to compensate for any personnel shortage. Our mercenary guild has enough money to do that. The same goes for melee warriors like Huisung. In fact, our guild currently has more than enough talented swordsmen. Ira glanced at him. Of course, those two have attractive aspects, but we don't crave them enough to bring them in at any cost. Moreover, allies means they're not entirely my people. What I need are talents who are completely dedicated to the mercenary life. People who will devote their entire loyalty to my guild, not just their strength and appearance. Hearing this, he froze. Damn it. I had thought of a countermeasure for this situation. Jiang was thinking of possible developments and solutions. He didn't want to be controlled and become her dog. Before he could find a way, the woman called him. Listen, Li Ji, if you keep fabricating or rambling about ridiculous things like investors or whatnot. As she spoke, she flashed a teasing, then just come here obediently and do some cute acts to charm me. I promise you won't be disappointed with the reward. Alright? I might even give you more gifts. Who knows? If you do well, I might even sponsor your whole team. Hearing this, he immediately couldn't believe this woman saw him as such a person. He gritted his teeth in anger, unsure how to react. He had a feeling Hira would still act this way no matter what he said, still seeing him as a toy, like her. Then he squeezed the pendant she had given him earlier. He regretted it a little, but there was no helping it. Even if he was angry, he had no better option. He began his next plan. Look, mercenary, his action stunned her. He said nothing, but immediately threw the gifted necklace at her. She had no idea what his goal. Seeing the necklace she had given him discarded, she felt confused. You, what is this? His expression was serious. It seems I've let you trample all over me too much. You treat me like a doormat, don't you? But I don't need this. He acted as if he didn't need it, to make her see him different. What the hell? Are you crazy? I don't need gold or silver, or a piece of jewelry like. His voice was sharp. What I need is you. The woman revered as mercenary queen Cha Hira. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Need your power and your. I'm not interested in anything else. Although he said that aloud, inwardly he was slapping himself. Right then. Actually, I'm interested in a whole lot of other things too. It's a shame to lose that item. Can she give it back? Hira's attitude changed. My face darkened, looking extremely terrifying. Hey you, what do you think you're doing? It seems you still don't realize your position after receiving so many good offers. He clearly replied, my position? Of course I know it. I have it engraved in my bones. Then switched to plan C. I know I could be wiped out instantly without a trace with just one word from you. I know I could be dealt with in the middle of the street without anyone knowing. Countless images and mocking words from many people about him flashed in his mind. He felt like a puppet who could only obey others' commands. I know I'm a member of a famous team, but I also know I'm just a novice who can't do anything on my own. No, everything. He emphasized each word to her. He knelt, placing his hands on his knees. There, he immediately switched to the final plan to win her over psychologically. That's why I need you. Mercenary Queen Cha. Then, with a sugary voice and sparkling eyes, feigning affection, he called out. The lady was stunned to hear. Just as he was wondering if that trick had worked, Hira spoke. Li Jiang. You're quite cute. For a child throwing a tantrum, you're quite amusing. You're the first man who dared to act like that with me, Li Jiang. To be honest, his recent trick was mimicking a scene from a web novel from the 2000s. She gently lifted Ji Yang's chin. Not many dare to be so confident in front of me. The more I see you, the more I like you. All right, I've changed my mind. She told him to stand up. Do you have many other prepared items? He stammered in reply. Yes, of course, guild leader. Seeing this, she said, if that's the case, why don't we exchange things of equal value? That's the basic principle of alchemy. All paths in this world are the same. Just one or two teams can't change anything. If you want my protection, you must exchange something of equivalent value. She rested her chin in her hand, crossing her legs as she looked at him. So he frantically thought that he hadn't failed yet. He tremblingly replied, yes, the next item, a percentage of the profits from the medicinal potions I concoct and sell. As he spoke, he showed her. She wondered where he got such a precious book and how the profit percentage would be calculated. His answer stunned her. Ji-young would only give her 1%. After that, he continued to ramble. I know that might be a bit much, but I'm still not sure if the potions I make will sell well. However, the market out there is boundless. With just a little trick, you can sit on a pile of money. I'm sure you can grasp victory in your hands. It might sound absurd, but through my hands, it's very convincing. Do you all know? She wanted to hear him. Your side can form an alliance with our team. I know, with the Blue Guild. He imagined a handshake confirming the cooperation between the two. She listened, disbelieving. What? Who are you trying to fool with your blood? He spoke earnestly. I'm very serious. Our team will become stronger. Soon, we will be the next generation to lead the Blue Guild. And then the Blue Guild will be the representative guild for the entire kingdom. And we will always stand shoulder to shoulder with the Red Mercenary Guild as reliable. As he spoke, he produced a letter. Your side can establish a close relationship with us through investment. Seize this opportunity before any other guild or faction. Hira still found it hard to believe. Do you think you're a prophet? What makes you so sure that everything you say will happen? He couldn't tell her the truth because he was a regret. Told her the last. He held out a scroll. I can provide you with mages according to your desires. This is the comprehensive list I've compiled, detailing many names. All you need to do is look through it and close the deal. He thought. What kind of negotiation is? She looked at it in surprise. This reaction was exactly what he expected. If he kept negotiating, he would very likely fail. Among them are mages who have completed the tutorial just like me. They are currently under the Blue Guild's management. There are also many outstanding individuals. He thought to himself honestly, those guys from the survival camp are no different than trash. As for those who came from other regions, they're slightly better. What the heck? She can't verify it anyway. He'll just exaggerate as much as I can. I planned it all before I came. Hira found it quite interesting. That's quite interesting. But can you do what you say? Of course. His face showed full confidence. The reason I'm so confident is this. First, I will become an executive of the Blue Guild, holding the negotiating power of the Blue Guild in my hands. And the second thing is She was angry at his outlandish words. Don't be so evasive. He couldn't reveal that he possessed a mind's eye. The core rule of alchemy is quid pro quo. You said that already. He smiled smugly. I think so too, guild leader Chahira. I won't reveal anything more for a long time. If you want to know that badly, then accept my offer. He said this, but he hadn't even considered whether she would accept. Hira was deep in thought, weighing her up. Ji-young imagined the scene if she agreed. If she were a typical manhwa character, this would be great if she agreed. But this is difficult. He thought she was using all her intellect to consider his own. He was dazed. What should I do? What if it doesn't work? Red-haired lady was thinking so intensely that fire seemed to burn in her eyes. He sweated profusely. He mentally prepared for failure. I knew life wasn't a dream. I'm definitely screwed. I knew it, and I still ran headfirst into it. Li Jiang, you really are He was lamenting inwardly. Goodbye, Yun Yang. What? A pig. Thank you watching for my beloved regressor. I'm about to embark. At this moment he felt like collapsing. Suddenly, she replied, 3%. It jolted him awake from 7,749 imaginary scenarios. Hira held up 3 fingers indicating 3%. She wanted a 3% share of the profits. At this moment he was dumbfounded. She demanded, my profit percentage will be 3% instead of 1%. Besides that, a list of useful witches and melee. She crossed her arms and told him, and I will decide what the method of protection will be. The method? Didn't you want me to protect? She twirled her hair and explained. I swear on my honor, Chahira, the mercenary queen, no one will dare touch you again. In return, I will decide how I will do it. All right? Deal? He was still skeptical about her. Then he asked about the method of protection she intended to use. I'm sorry. But could you tell me how? You'll know by the end of today. So, do you agree or not? Answer me now. He felt she was trying to put him at a disadvantage. But anything was better than a failed agreement. There was no reason for him to refuse. So he replied, yes, I agree. I'll leave it to you. We can talk about this later. You can go. She smiled, called him sweetheart, and waved good. He sighed in relief, and though he looked relieved, As he left the room, he was still deep in thought. Did it work? Is the deal really? Suddenly, a group of people appeared out of nowhere in front. They went in and asked Hira about Jiang. Big sister, what do you think about Li Jiyang's offer? Understood. What you want is what we want. He secretly eavesdropped out. Suddenly, one of the underlings spoke. I will stake my life to protect Li Jiang. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised. He knew his objective had been achieved. Now he could leave with peace of mind. He walked away and discarded his robe with an air of arrogance. Quick as a flash, he changed his attitude by 180 degrees, becoming as joyful as a child. Gone was his previous cold CEO demeanor. Mission accomplished. Sister Hira. He felt full of energy. His heart soared. Oh wow, I'm finally being called sir. I'm so
Huy Sung.
Ayan. Diogu. I found us a helper. Wait for me to come back. He was informed of a new title, new lover of the mercenary queen. He gazed at the title thought. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at it. The method she meant. Don't like me. What is that? I said, don't like me. Why would she do that? He panicked as he endured the current. He didn't know what she meant. I'm the lover of the bloodthirsty tyrant. My first 2 weeks had passed in a blink since he agreed to her proposal. His negotiations with the Blue Guild went very smooth. Almost everything he wanted happened. As soon as I opened my personal account, I was paid immediately. The management position I was promised was also given to me right as he greeted the girl amiably. He thought, finally, today is the day we move to the base. Is the last thing we're waiting for a hero-grade item? Actually, until the last minute, I wondered if joining the Blue Guild was a good idea. But the more I learned, the fewer bad things I saw about the Blue Guild. Firstly, unlike other guilds, power was concentrated in the hands of the guild leader. According to the Blue Guild's organizational chart, the guild leader was at the head. Next was the vice guild leader. Then came the business administration department, the medical and welfare department, the mobile headquarters for combat strategy. The lowest was the mobile forces by the Blue Guild's organizational system was divided into many parts, making it easy to operate without needing higher-ups. They established a 7th clan for him. He loved that. The clan leader was none other than our cute regressor, Kim Hui. That wasn't the most important thing. He sat cross-legged in the car, happily resting his chin. Special administrative staff wouldn't need to participate in combat. That was his position. After some fantasizing, he mused, honestly, I feel like it was fabricated. First of all, the important thing is that my position is similar to Lee Seoho's. That crazy old man. Actually, I'm happy because they created a position for me so he looked at the magnificent scene before him. It's quite unusual for a guild member from a combat clan to hold a management position. Anyway, though it's a bit difficult, the Blue Guild is being quite considerate to me. As he opened the door to the room, someone ran up to stop him politely.
Mr. Jiang.
That room, he turned his head to look. Before he could understand what was happening, a pile of items fell on him. That's the food storage room. Since you are the lover of the mercenary queen, this is your Hui Sung quickly helped him up. Are you all right? Ah yes.
Thang Diu. Huy Sung.
No. At this moment he felt so embarrassed he didn't know where to hide his face. He inwardly chastised them. They didn't need to send so many. Inside were countless sparkling valuable items. They could be used as much as he liked. He felt this was truly adorable. I don't know if they're retaliating against me for being arrogant. But I guess they think broad investment would be better if they intend to do. Hui Sung stood up and looked at him. Thinking back, it seems like it's been a while since I last saw you, Mr. Jiang. Haha, that's right. I've suddenly been very busy. He forced a smile. Ha Ian stood silently to the side, speechless. Because the Blue Guild had become closer to the Red Mercenary Guild, they achieved rapid, outstanding success. The reason was his efforts. His position in the guild also. The 2 staff members from earlier were standing there, gossiping about his private life. He felt exhausted. Wow. Again. Huh? Packing that pile is part of my job. But it really is. What can you do? You're the mercenary queen's new lover. I guess the queen has been talking about this herself all along, telling everyone that Li Jiyang belongs to her, and anyone who touches you will be dead. Wow. I feel a bit sorry for Ha Yang. I heard those 2 used to be close. He knew the red-haired woman would spread rumors for them to gossip about, so this was unavoidable. Those people continued to gossip. I know. I understand that everything on the continent is different, but Li Jiyang is a bit. Why did he do that right after escaping the tutorial? Shoo. He heard that. He stood to the side, hearing everything, and felt extremely wronged but could do nothing. He secretly thought to himself, of course, I got what I wanted because no one would be crazy enough to provoke the mercenary queen and her lover in the city-state. But only one person who dared to do all the things no one else would. That was her cold-blooded image appeared in his thoughts. Besides her, no one would dare touch. Ha Yang's face at this moment looked like the epitome of defeat, as if she had just lost something. As Cha Hira started to become aggressive with her gifts and rumors spread, Ha Yang's expression was as if she had truly lost. Recalling that scene, no matter how he apologized or explained, she still cried her eyes out and ran away. I fear I threw an atomic bomb at everyone present. I felt the girl turning away in tears. She probably couldn't accept the truth that she couldn't do anything to help. Told her he had nothing with Hira and convinced her that she was the one he loved most. Seeing this, the girl blamed herself for not being able to help him and decided to become stronger to protect the one she loved. Zhang Haiyang began to quietly spend a lot of time practicing math. He thought about her, focusing on training is good, but if she loses control, it'll be a huge headache. I can't look after her 24 hours a day. After thinking, he sighed again.
Hui Sung spoke up.
Thinking about it, Ji Yang, could you tell me what you said to the Mercenary Guild president the other day? Thinking back, I apologize. I should have told you sooner, Hui Sung. I was quite busy back then. So, he had also wondered when Hui Sung would. I just told Cha Hira to sponsor us. And she agreed. I don't know why she's doing those things for me, but this is just a dirty trick by the mercenary leader. He picked up the letter and read, I'm grateful to you. I hope you will accept it. Lovingly sent to the most wonderful person in the world. From Cha. Hui Sung knew, but he was surprised because that woman wasn't what he thought. In his mind, she was very cruel. She could kill him if she didn't like him. Considering everything, I feel relieved that you made a good impression. Yang smiled at the blue-eyed guy. He thought to himself he must be quite confused and proud, because Cha Hira is different from what he felt that if he did well and allied with Hira, he would reap many great rewards. Except for that title, lover of the mercenary. Yang seemed to be standing by the lake with Diogu, closing her eyes, concentrating on practicing spells. It seemed the girl was training in elemental magic. Meanwhile, Diogu was wiping away sweat, looking quite tired. It seemed he was building a new. In the room, the space was enveloped by worry and Sanji's face held a hint of sadness. She looked at Seo Ho and began her question. Mr. Seo Ho, is there any more news from the military? He raised a hand to scratch his chin and replied awkwardly, Sanji. No, Ms. Lai Sanji. Nothing special. The latest news reported that they've reached Zone. Hearing his report, Sanji's mood dropped once more. But she calmly replied, Zone C of the temple. Huh? So they've gone quite far. By now, they must have run out of food. Please inform the guild master that we will send more food and other necessities. Seo Ho avoided her gaze and replied, yes, with a face that still wasn't completely calm. She said loudly, Seo Ho. But just as she finished calling out, she immediately pressed her lips together, falling silent, her eyes showing confusion as she pondered. Sanji then looked at the only man in the room again and softly called, Uncle Seo. He laughed when she called him uncle and leaned his head a little closer. It's been a long time since I heard you call me that, Miss Sanji. She sighed, lowered her face slightly, and instructed him, he'll be taking the new recruits to Lindell. At that time, please take care of everything here. She also carefully added, Uncle, don't torment the new recruits anymore. You need to control your temper. Being called out like that, Seo Ho feigned annoyance, looking away, and offered an excuse. I didn't mean to make things difficult for them. I only do it for you and this blue guild. You don't understand my good intentions. He moved behind Sanji and placed a hand on her shoulder. His words held a hint of nostalgia. Even though we're not blood relatives, having overcome so many difficulties in the tutorial, we're like family. However, it's only you and I who are like. Seo Ho's voice, full of affection, suddenly changed as he recalled another familiar face. But as for Seo Ung, Sanji seemed to understand what he was about to say when she heard this, so she deliberately closed her eyes, feigning tiredness. Seo Ho quickly changed his tone. Anyway, they'll take care of everything here and contact Seo Ungjun. But you don't need to worry about anything. She then slowly stood up and added a few more words. I understand. Well, I'm going to a meeting now. If Seo Ungjun responds, please inform me immediately, Uncle. He stood with his hands behind his back and replied, all right, let me know when you arrive at Lindell. She responded one last time, all right, I'm going. Sanji had left the room. Seo Ho finally revealed the cunning expression he had hidden beneath his feigned kindness. He curled his lips, showing a deep, dangerous. His leisurely hand began to gently stroke the armrest of Sanji's chair. He seemed to be talking to someone. Yes. As he spoke, he displayed his arrogant and haughty personality by plopping down into his superior's chair. His tone also changed, reeking of deceit. The vice guild leader wants us to resupply food and necessities to the guild master's army. Of course not. Just pretend to send. The other end of the line continued to ask. Seo Ho scoffed contemptuously upon hearing it. Sanji? No need to worry about her. You need a puppet like her for the plan to go smoothly. We must ensure that Du Sungjin cannot return alive. If he comes back, things will get complicated. I'm sure you gentlemen don't want such a bad thing to happen. Do you? I hope for your cooperation. The other end of the line chuckled genially and replied, I understand. By the way, I heard there's a new recruit causing you quite a bit of trouble. How do you plan to handle? Seo Ho's expression changed slightly when asked that. His demeanor also became awkward. Wan Yong, do you think I'm the kind of person who would let a newcomer like him do whatever he didn't come up with any complicated plan. He just said simply, just throw him into a dungeon, and he'll be gone immediately. A guy like that is nothing to worry. Seo Ho proactively changed the subject. He extended an invitation. Perhaps we could have a meal together sometime? He'll bring some hero-grade items that Mr. Ito likes. Please give my regards to Mr. Ito. All right. The conversation ended. Seo Ho remained seated, his shoulders slumped, indicating he was not in a good mood. More accurately, he was extremely angry. His face was scrunched up, his jaw set and teeth. At the same time, in front of the large training ground, many soldiers were gathered. They were muttering among themselves, creating a buzzing. Among them, of course, was Ji Yong. Unlike everyone else who gathered in groups, he stood completely separate in a corner. Just then, Yoonji noticed. He bowed 90 degrees and greeted him very formally. Greetings, Executive Lee. Ji Yong waved, encouraging him. You've worked hard. Yoonji replied, not at all. Ji Yong thought to himself with amusement, well, what a beautiful sight. Then he smiled brightly at Yoonji and awkwardly explained, I'm not officially an executive yet. Yoonji chuckled and firmly asserted, but from what I can see, you'll soon become a pillar of the blue. Hearing these words, Ji Yong was overjoyed. This guy knows how to get by in this society. So, both of them laughed loudly in a corner, looking at each other with good. Yoonji continued to ask Ji Yong, anyway, what brings you here? He honestly replied, I have a little time before I. Ji Yang's gaze changed. It was no longer as relaxed as before. More precisely, he was very judgmental as he recalled the previous gossip and lectures. The survivors, or should I call them trainees? I just thought I needed to check on them. He stopped himself here, holding back a somewhat malicious thought. If there's still a second later, Ji Yong returned to his friendly, amiable smile and said to the other person, since I've been given an undeserved position, it'll show everyone in the Blue Guild how diligently I work. Yoonji hesitated, full of admiration. I understand.
You're truly amazing, Executive Lee Ji.
After hearing that, he secretly judged in his head. This guy probably got to this position entirely through flattery. What's so amazing about it? As both stood there, a long-haired young man suddenly shouted, everyone will receive invitations from guilds or register to join one. Please abide by our regulations. Ji Yong naturally looked towards the voice. Observing their attire and demeanor, he mumbled to himself, that guild must be the blacks. A boy sighed helplessly and replied to the announcement, yes. Meanwhile, a foot was slowly stepping in. The strong and dignified footsteps immediately drew all. The boy who had just sighed earlier now turned back with an astonished gaze. Crowd was no less agitated. That's not letting anyone guess. The person who made the loud announcement earlier continued. Let me introduce. Stood with his hands clasped, very dignified. Standing parallel to the friend who had just finished chatting with Ji Yong, he declared grandly, this is Lee Ji Yong, Special Combat Operations Executive Inspector of the Blue Guild. Show him respect. The crowd below became even louder.
Lee Ji Yong?
Wait, isn't that Lee Ji Yong? Why is Lee Ji Yong there? Earlier I saw Hui Sung and two others. Don't tell me the whole assault team has become executives of the Blue Guild. I should have joined the assault. Ji Yang's face appeared solemn, but his mind was full of sarcastic and annoyed thoughts. Assault team, my ass. You can't even conjure fire from your fingertips. Do you think the assault team is a joke? And it's only me and Kim Hui Sung who are executives. As Ji Yong was lost in thought, someone muttered right next to his ear. So jealous. He's really something. Ji Yong slowly swept his gaze across the crowd standing before. Various expressions were displayed. Some looked on with glittering admiration. Others seemed a bit unwilling, bowing their heads and gritting their. Ji Yong continued to observe for a moment longer. He carefully noted every gesture, every expression. He suddenly felt immense joy deep down. Wonderful. Power. He raised a hand to hide his somewhat smug and arrogance. Ji Yong slightly lowered his gaze. For now, his eyes were filled with triumph and cunning. Following the right person is truly a. The words continued to run through his mind. We were sent here together, and came here together. But the difference between me and them essentially is, Heaven and thank you watching for vid. It was almost as if his current self was telling everyone that his past choices were not wrong. Ji-young thought, then looked up at the vast sky, where twilight was slowly descending. What a wonderful among the people standing there, Ji-young particularly noticed the disdainful attitude of a short-haired girl, a familiar figure. If you're jealous, you should find a regressor for yourself to exploit. What are you looking at? Is there a Seeing that the girl still hadn't taken her eyes off him, Ji-young started to feel a bit awkward. He stared back with wide eyes and an open Ji-hai squinted more and more, scrutinizing him. Ji-young had to try to stay calm. Wait, after a moment he suddenly realized the familiar face. Lee, seeing her, he suddenly remembered when they were together in the dungeon. She had brought a small satchel to where he was sitting. He had made a big decision. Ji-young looked back. Ji-hai began to explain, you were trying to deal with Jin-ho and his team while raiding the dungeon. I thought you were the type who hated gambling, didn't I? You seem quite serious about it, still making armor this late at night. Ji-young gently replied, of course.
I don't hate gambling.
Although, seeing him silent, she proactively continued. Ji-young smirked and winked at Ji-hai. I'm not stupid enough not to join a winning gamble.
Yahello left delicately.
That's why I like.
Ji-young stopped smiling.
He became serious, looking at Ji-hai, and asked, stop talking useless things. Do you want to join us? She immediately refused. Greed leads to. She deliberately leaned close to his face and sneered, if you're a rascal, don't try to walk like a crane, right? Ji-young replied very leisurely. Rascals have their own way of. Looking at Ji-hai's deep, knowing smile, Ji-young felt a little longing. It would be such a waste not to bring her here. She's smart and cunning. I've been so busy lately. So I'd really like to have someone like her working with me. It would be a waste for another guild to. While the crowd was still buzzing, Ji-young walked over and spoke. You're here, executive.
Ji-young gastly turned, forcing a smile.
Her addressing him by his title made him quite embarrassed. Vice leader. There was no sign of tiger head.
Ji-young sighed in relief.
Luckily, that old man wasn't with her.
Ji-young's eyes crinkled in a smile.
He didn't know if it was unintentional or deliberate, but her announcement was exactly what Ji-young had been hoping for. I believe I've already told you this. You can add anyone you like to Team 7. I give you permission to do. They'll support you fully, so please continue to work hard. Responding to her sincerity, Ji-young earnestly replied, yes, thank you very much. At this moment, a warmth spread through him. Meeting Lee Sanji after a day of encountering strange people made him feel much more at. He encouraged himself, reaffirming his resolve. I will work hard, mother. Meanwhile, Lee Sanji turned to face the crowd and clearly declared, everyone, thank you all for always working. Her sincere demeanor, Lee Sanji captivated everyone's attention. You were all forced to come here and have faced many hardships. Even though it was only for a short time, thank you all for your efforts during this period. Now everyone will proceed to Lindell, the city of. Her voice echoed to each person. Some of you may have already contacted one of the guilds I just mentioned, and some of you may even wish to establish your own guild. Otherwise, some of you may prefer to live a life free from Ji-young pressed his lips together, waiting, a thought crossing his mind. Is Lee Sanji planning to choose someone here? At this moment, Lee Sanji continued her presentation. There are many ways to live your life in this world, but I have a piece of advice I want to share with all. Suddenly, she became serious. Her voice also lowered, filled with concern. Lee Sanji emphasized, please just survive. As her admonition ended, Lee Sanji immediately turned to leave. Just as she turned, she met Ji-young's astonished. He felt a slight fear at this familiar gesture. His eyes narrowed as he silently judged. How I thought she was going to choose someone out of pity. But I also understand her thinking. Even I find it difficult to find someone to add to the list. Now I understand her better. Suddenly, someone shouted. Jin Xianchong heard someone urgently calling his name loudly and turned to look. The voice rang out. You're going up there alone? You're too self. The freckle-faced blonde youth stormed forward, enraged. You promised us you'd come with us. You said you'd take care of us. But you joined a guild alone. And now you're ignoring us. I'm disappointed. Ji-young was utterly shocked by the situation. He stiffened, staring intently at the young. Ji-young felt awkward as he watched the young man confront Jin Xianchong. What the hell is this? How can he be so shameless? It's ridiculous how thick-skinned he can be. Furthermore, he's that bastard who cursed my beloved Hien and fawned over young Jin-ho. The young man was still pleading with Jin Xianchong. Jin Xianchong, you're not going to abandon us here, are you? Hearing this, Ji-young felt even more disgusted. Jin Xianchong tried his best to create a shelter for them and even shared his food. What more do they want now? Why should he keep looking after? The young man stubbornly continued to blame Jin Xianchong. But you promised to take care of us, so you have to see it through. Di Jiang was fed up. He subtly glanced over, gauging Jin Zuanchong's expression. Damn it. Are you his lapdog? Has he no shame? That's why I told you to abandon them from the start. Such a soft. Seeing Jin Xianchong remain utterly silent, Di Jiang started to feel scared. Why isn't this guy saying anything? I'm getting a little worried. The crowd below now joined the young man, wailing pitifully. Jin Xianchong, please. That's right. Jin Xianchong, please. We only came here because we followed you. You can't abandon us like this. They're right. You have to take care of Jin Xianchong. Don't leave us. Jin Xianchong.
These shouts annoyed Di Jiang.
Jin Xianchong, please make them shut up. Do something. Jin Zuanchong's face darkened, but he still didn't react. The crowd grew more unruly, shouting louder. Xianchong. Jin Xianchong. Di Jiang also wanted to yell, but he suppressed it, thinking, Jin Xian. Finally, Jin Xianchong reacted. He deliberately stomped his foot hard on the ground. The young man from earlier suddenly did a 180-degree turn in his attitude for some reason. I apologize. Jin Xianchong didn't show any formidable expression. He simply conveyed, with a decisive attitude, it seems our acquaintance will end. At Jin Zuanchong's gentle response, some people revealed their astonishment. Excuse me? Are you? Only Di Jiang covered his mouth, chuckling with delight. Now this is satisfying. The young man lost his sense of reason in his anger. He lunged forward and grabbed Jin Zuanchong's collar. You're kidding, right? Right? Jin Xianchong, tell me you're kidding. But Jin Xianchong firmly replied to him, I think it would be better for you to go out and live your own life from now on instead of staying with me. Even though it was only for a short time, I enjoyed being. The young man clutched his head, dumbfounded. What? What the hell? What is this? How could you? Jin Xianchong continued to gently encourage him without reproach. You'll be safe in the... But the other man was still in shock, yelling as if accusing him. How can you say something so irresponsible? Hearing this, Di Jiang couldn't help but react. He exclaimed in his head. Di Jiang's irritation was clear on his face. Irresponsible? Is he crossing the line? Jin Xianchong, let me handle this. Having held back until now, he openly expressed his angry and harsh attitude. We have no obligation to take care. I guarantee that you will be safe in the city. Even if you don't have the most comfortable life, at least your life won't be threatened by monsters. The man still stubbornly resisted to the end. What? Who are you to speak to me like that? You're nothing but Jin Zuanchong's servant. Hearing this, Di Jiang fumed in his mind. What the hell did you just... Di Jiang tried to calm himself to maintain the most harmonious tone possible. I'll say it again. Neither Jin Xianchong nor I have any obligation to take care of you. In fact, we're strangers, aren't we? The young man adamantly argued back. You bastard. Who do you think built the stone wall in the camp? As soon as he finished speaking, two words automatically popped into Di Jiang's head. Now you're going to say that? And you weren't even the one who built it. Yen was. Di Jiang let out a slightly mocking laugh and continued. I understand. If you really feel that... And he suddenly tossed a cloth bag onto the ground and clearly declared. Take. The young man quickly snatched the cloth. He approached Di Jiang and awkwardly said, I didn't want to do this, but... Thank you.
Di Jiang responded courteously. You're welcome.
He continued to smile warmly and advised. Well then, I wish you good luck in surviving. Take care of yourself. He bowed his head, both to show gratitude and to hide a sly smile. Yes, of course. You take care of yourself too, Di Jiang. I hope we meet. Having dealt with this group, Di Jiang sighed in relief. Greedy bastard. Next time, there won't be a next. Watching the young man gleefully sneak away, clutching his bag of money, Di Jiang became even more certain. Because you will all start fighting among yourselves and harming each other. And obviously, I lied about 5,000 gold. I didn't even give them 50 gold. Li Jiahai, standing nearby and observing everything, let out a giggle. Her laughter immediately drew Di Jiang's. Looking at Li Jiahai's somewhat conceited demeanor at that moment, Di Jiang was a bit puzzled. What's wrong with Li Jiahai? Why is she imitating me and focusing on me as if she's saying I haven't changed? Does she want to come with me? Should I be honest with her? Actually, I wanted to meet you. I wanted to tell you about my new business proposal. Li Jiahai maintained her relaxed smile. Her hand gently brushed her. It seemed they were using telepathic communication to converse. Li Jiahai initiated. I really don't need to stay with you. Di Jiang looked at her, still bewildered. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. Sister Li Jiahai, I know you're all you've got, so why are you acting so confident? Or have other guilds already contacted you? Sister, you're making me worried. Next time we meet, promise you'll recognize me. Don't make me worry. As he stood deep in thought, Li Sanji suddenly walked towards Di Jiang and praised him. You truly are kind, Di Jiang. In this selfish world, seeing her approach, he immediately prayed, me. Di Jiang gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head. Oh no, vice leader. So we're going to Lindell now? Li Sanji smiled and replied, yes. But please understand that due to the current situation, we'll have to walk there. It won't take too long, but please tell me if you have any concerns about hearing this. Di Jiang flinched. His face turned pale. What? Oh, yes. In his head, he was actually silently cursing. This bitch. You got me too used to riding in a carriage, and now you're telling me to walk? Are you kidding me? From a distance, Jiaogu came running with a bright smile. Brother. Another small arm was waving enthusiastically. Di Jiang is standing there dumbfounded. Jiaogu and He Yen had arrived. Jiaogu proactively greeted. Hello everyone. What are you all doing? Someone teased. You're kicking up dust everywhere. Jiaogu. He Yen's mood was also uplifted. Jiaogu was excited. I'm hoping we can sail this boat if we have some free time. It'd be a waste not to use it after I made it. So I decided to bring it along. Di Jiang looked at the boat, mesmerized. Damn it, how is it so good? But he still reminded Jiaogu, honestly, no one would doubt your strength if you didn't do that. How do you plan to carry something this big the entire way? You still have to carry other things. He showed no hesitation, eagerly accepting the responsibility. Oh, I'll drag it the whole way so it also helps me train my stamina. If you get tired, you should get on the boat with sister. That way it'll be twice as effective. He Yen chimed in from the side. Agreeing, that's right. She expressed herself eagerly. But something still felt off. Because He Yan's face was slightly darkened at that moment. I'm really looking forward to riding with you. Di Jiang also sensed something. A sudden unease swept over him. For some reason, I don't want to get on that boat. At this moment, Jin Zuanchang's eyes were fixed on the boat, but his mouth called out. He seemed to sense something too, so he just whispered, Di Jiang. He asked with full curiosity, I think we're about to depart. Why don't we put the boat with the rest of the luggage? Di Jiang, standing beside him, also agreed, adding, he's right. Don't be stubborn, hurry up and pack. Then Jin Shenchong turned back and asked again. He looked directly into Di Jiang's eyes and showed a sincere attitude. Thank you for helping me earlier. Di Jiang waved his hand and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. No need to be his heart. Di Jiang was now happier than anyone. I accidentally got brownie points from him. Thanks, you bastards. You're starting to think you can't proceed without me. Aren't you? Just keep thinking that, Jin Shen. In the vast forest, someone's legs were aching and trembling with every passing. The complaints echoed in his head. Damn it. Who said it wouldn't be long? I'm exhausted. The sun is about to set. It was Di Jiang's team members, led by Li Sanji. Jiaogu was the most energetic. He continuously punched the air and chattered away. So today I tried writing a new spell. I tried combining wind and water elements. So, if I stretch out like this, really? You're amazing. I saw the girl use it with my own eyes. She used a spell and the lake suddenly split in half. I thought Moses had come back to life. Di Jiang, tired and hearing the constant chatter in his ear, silently cursed. Shut up, fatty. But everyone was very keen to participate in Diaogu's stories. I think you mean Moses. Diaogu chuckled. Yeah, Moses. Moses or something. Di Jiang was utterly fed up with this scene. He couldn't even force a smile. Who leads an expedition by walking like this? I need to earn more money to buy a carriage to transport them. As fatigue surrounded him, Di Jiang suddenly felt a sense of relief upon seeing He Yan's endearing demeanor. He silently thought, at least He Yan seems better. I think the fatty takes good care of her. Jiaogu is very good at taking care of He Yan's morale. I guess being with them like this isn't so. Suddenly, Di Jiang unconsciously looked over at Jin Shenchong, who was pressing his lips together, deep in thought about. His eyes at this moment seemed to hold many hidden thoughts. This made Di Jiang a little suspicious. He looked so confused. Was his first world an apocalypse? I'd better gaze thoughtfully at Jin Shenchong. Di Jiang shifted his view and immediately caught He Yan's happy expression. The two contrasting feelings made him laugh. On the other hand, He Yan looks like she's enjoying her honey. Sanji announced loudly. We're almost. Di Jiang also temporarily cast off his fatigue. That clock tower over there. That must be Lindell, place where people from Earth live out their lives in the holy Lindell, the city of freedom. Diaogu excitedly cheered as the unfamiliar scenery appeared before his eyes. Bring Diaogu here. Di Jiang was somewhat speechless as he stood before a clock tower. This is the beloved front yard of our adversary. Until the adversary gives me a house in the front yard. He felt certain intentions stirring within his house. In front was extremely spacious. Lindell beyond the sky. Lindell's luxury apartment. This adversary is rented for.
Dijang's adventure continued.
While Di Jiang felt curious and amused, Jin Xianchong remained silent and the clock tower still did its work, quietly ticking away each. At that moment, Jin Xianchong suddenly felt a bit tense. His eyes were filled with. The clock tower before his eyes was suddenly engulfed in a sea of. That image suddenly flashed across, making him shut his eyes tightly to collect him. Just then, a cheerful laugh rang out from behind him, making him glance back and temporarily forget the dark. Diao Gu was putting his arm around Di Jiang's shoulder and humming a tune. There are always beautiful days in life.
Dijang looked disgusted.
You're being ridiculous. He-Yan's eyes crinkled in a smile as she joined Diao Gu. Sing along. Seeing everyone enjoying these peaceful moments, Jin Xianchong also unconsciously smiled. Tomorrow the sun will shine. The sun will shine tomorrow. He joined in. I've never heard that song before. So he suddenly resolved. I can do this. In this lifetime, I will not let tragedy repeat itself. He pressed his lips tightly together and slightly furrowed his brow, looking straight ahead. His determination was clearly visible in every feature of his. Will make use of you. Finally, Jin Xianchong was able to push away the thoughts troubled by sad reflections. He confidently walked in with silent encouragement for himself. Come on, let's go home, Jin Xian. It was called a house, but in reality it was no different from a smaller version of a. Inside the main hall there was even a. Everyone clearly showed excitement and enthusiasm. A bright smile briefly appeared on everyone's face. Finally arrived. Jin Xianchong stepped in with the mindset of someone prepared to confront the tragedy already set in motion within this very. It was also the stage where our beloved adversary would open the main. But because he himself had become stronger and more resolute, Jin Xianchong felt a slight amusement. He lightly curved one corner of his lips and whispered, and its name is the City of Freedom. Lindell. Jiang looked around, thinking it feels similar to traveling abroad. There are even rooftop cafes. People around were chatting animatedly. Selling items. We have rare items. Looking for hunting companions. Accepting monster hunting requests. After walking for a while, sensing what Di Jiang was trying to understand, Li Sanji turned back and spoke. I haven't had a chance to tell you. Lindell is a place where many Koreans live. Di Jiang continued, you told me that people from all over the world are summoned. She continued to explain to him, yes, usually Japan, Korea, and Taiwan are summoned to the Holy Land. In Lindell, it's mainly Koreans, while in Daewon, it's mainly Taiwanese. Japanese people live in a place called Salia.
Afterwards, Dijang replied, I see.
What about the Republic? Sanji walked and spoke. Chinese and Russians are summoned there. Of course, many people from various countries are summoned to different, quite distant regions. Hearing this, he silently thought, it's almost like returning to Earth. The voices of the people around rose again with the same content. Looking for a priest to join a hunting party. Looking for a priest. Please inform me if there is a priest with divine power above the hero. Di Jiang was also quite curious about this matter, thinking, many people are looking for a priest. I guess it's probably because their numbers are relatively small. If only we had one too. Then he quickly walked over to Jin Xianchong with a cunning expression. Suddenly, he realized, his eyes became angry as he yelled. Di Jiang looked after the girl who had just bumped into him and shouted, you bitch, stop right there. He angrily thought, damn it, my. Immediately after, he checked his pocket and sighed in relief. Ah, it's still here, thank goodness. Seeing his flustered look, Li Sanji turned back and asked, is everyone okay?
Dijang replied, infine.
I guess there are slums nearby. Hearing this, she stammered, yes, it's a bit unpleasant, but such things happen very often. She added, the city has policies to restrict the slums, but their effectiveness isn't as hoped. Di Jiang said, is that so? But in his mind, he thought more deeply. They just want to hide it. The wealth gap here is too. Seeing Jin Xianchong keep looking in one direction, Di Jiang wondered, why are you staring over there? I'm suddenly worried. You're not planning to open a charity. Suddenly, Diaogu pointed forward and shouted excitedly, brother, is that the blue building over? Di Jiang was astonished. Wait, really? But he calmly replied, it's blue, not brew. Li Sanji smiled and said, for a magnificent, luxurious building. They stopped. Li Sanji spoke, we've arrived. Thank you for accompanying us all the way here. Di Jiang seemed a bit shocked, thinking, damn it, this is. Turned out he found it too ostentatious. It looks truly. Li Sanji subtly turned around, a slight smile playing on her lips as she looked. A voice rang out, welcome to the Blue Guild. The whole group immediately cheered with joy. Blue. Hearing this, Li Sanji said with a hint of surprise, you finally remembered the correct name. Jin Xianchong replied, yes, I apologize for always getting it wrong. She shyly stammered in response, it's completely. Di Jiang thought with a sly look in his. Jin Xianchong is counting on you. Stepping inside, everything looked truly There was even a dedicated drink. Diaogu gasped in excited astonishment. This is so cool. Brother, come over. Excitedly pointed towards the counter and said, I think we can drink alcohol here. Let's have a round tonight. Hien added, yes, this place is also used for dining and hosting members of other guilds. It's very suitable for exchanging cooperation or sharing information. Di Jiang appeared normal. Oh, he was satisfied with this place. A slightly brighter expression appeared on his face as their headquarters are indeed very good. It doesn't look like a guild on the verge of collapse at all. Still, I don't feel like this place is my home yet. Li Sanji continued to introduce underground. There's a dining area. Please feel free to use it. Diao Gu became even happier. Awesome, she added, and on the second, everyone was excited about this, especially Diao Gu and Li Sanji led them into a room. Individual rooms have been prepared, and there are still many empty rooms, so please feel free to choose the one you like. It was Diao Gu's voice again. Absolutely amazing. Di Jiang changed his thoughts, muttering to himself, damn it. This place is definitely my home. As he was happily grinning, Hien looked at him and spoke. She shyly said, it feels like we're newlyweds. The whole group froze. Di Jiang awkwardly tried to deflect. Come to think of it, aren't there a bit too many? Hien continued, I think it would be fine if brother Jin Shenchong and I each take a room, and big brother and big sister share one. Di Jiang replied to her, Hien, what about the room next door? We'll be right next to each other. Diaogu stood aside, thinking, don't try to do foolish things. Hearing this, Hien stammered, next to you. Suddenly, Diaogu interjected, you two have to share a room before he could finish. Di Jiang immediately cut him off. Yes, the room next door. You like it? Saying that, he silently thought, please, Hien, I'll be in danger more than once if I share a room with you. For the peace of the world, I cannot do. Seeing her expression didn't look very happy, he immediately comforted her. They say we won't get tired of each other if we use separate. Hearing this, she also felt more at ease. Yes, even though there's no way we'd ever get tired of each other. She thought, did I just save the... Li Sanji stood in the middle and introduced. Additionally, other facilities like the training room and fitness area are located behind the building. Di Jiang replied, okay, thank you. Li Sanji added, although they are used for group training, everyone can also use them privately if requested at the front desk. So please feel free to use them. And for you, hearing his name mentioned, Di Jiang spoke up, yes. Li Sanji continued, I've prepared a private space for you at the end of the hallway. Please follow. As he walked, Di Jiang thought, don't say something Suddenly, the group stopped, their faces showing a hint of surprise. Li Sanji's voice rang out again. From now on, this will be your private research. Sanji pointed to the laboratory. You will work here. To prevent you from encountering difficulties due to impurities during your research, we have also prepared a disinfecting artifact. Seeing this, he became even more excited, thinking. Sanji further instructed, to prevent any incidents, this place is also equipped with protective magic. He secretly rejoiced in his heart again. Is this real? But she seemed a little worried about her preparations. Originally, we wanted to design this research room to be a bit larger, but since this is our first time preparing logistical facilities, well, hearing this, Di Jiang hesitated before replying, no, this is already very good. I'm very grateful. Looking at the items on the table, he silently thought, they even displayed all of Chihira's fruits. This is the first time I've been treated like this. Back on Earth, I never even had a private. Yao Gus's joy was evident on his face. This is so cool, brother. It looks just like a scientist's lab. Yen also happily followed along. You're so... Di Jiang continued his cheerful thoughts. I wonder if there's any alchemist on this continent who started off as well as I did. Even though Chihira's gifts are much better than everything here, holding the item in his hand, he recalled the past, thinking, at least I'm not treated like a burden. With these material conditions, I can create anything I... Thus, Di Jiang's resolve grew stronger, and he fervently thought, I will do my... Realized he needed to reciprocate somehow. They've provided me with the best conditions. I can't shamelessly accept everything without doing anything useful. As he was thinking, Diaogu spoke up, let's go celebrate. But because his will was boiling with determination, Di Jiang declined his invitation. Sorry, Diaogu, you go ahead and eat first. Diaogu wondered, why, brother? He replied, I want to research a few more things. You and Hien go grab something. Even though Hien and Diaogu seemed disappointed, he remained steadfast in his resolve. It was hard enough to be recognized as an alchemist. I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. I still have many things I want to research. He became even more determined as he thought of his mother. Mother, I will do my... Sanji spoke, I was also planning to host a meal tonight, but it seems we'll have to wait. So he'll head out. Hearing this, Di Jiang also bid her farewell. Thank you, Vice Leader. Li Sanji waved to the group. Okay. Keep up the good work. The whole group saluted her in unison. Farewell, Vice. Diaogu looked dejected. Well then, I'm gonna go train too. Besides, I still have a few things to arrange. What about you, sister? And Yen was a bit flustered. She quickly replied, I also have many things to look into. At this moment, Jin Shenchong finally spoke. In that case, he calmly uttered a few words. We'll visit the slum. Hearing that, the whole group seemed to be struck by lightning. Di Jiang appeared to be the most shocked. How reckless can he be? Jin Shenchong, this ox, must be stopped. He can't be allowed to waste himself like this anymore. He chuckled and asked Jin Shenchong, what do you mean, the slums? He replied, I have some business. Di Jiang gave an awkward laugh. Is that so? But in his head he silently thought, business? Do you want to be a savior or something? Jin Shenchong, I'm about to die here. You idiot. If you have nothing to do, please spend time taking care of the... Diaogu also spoke up. Honestly, you're a bit too kind, brother. Di Jiang silently judged. It seemed everyone misunderstood Jin Zuanchong's intention. He then explained, no, it's not that. Before he could finish, Di Jiang seemed to be guessing something, thinking. His face was calm, but his mind was full of curses. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. He continued to ask, so? Then he cursed inwardly again. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Jin Shenchong continued. A lot of people were in the square earlier. Di Jiang again speculated. Di Jiang, don't say something. Diaogu continued Jin Zuanchong's words. It's true, it was crowded. It seems everyone is looking for a team. Jin Zuanchong's intention was heard. I want to go there and find people to cooperate. Everyone was even more surprised. Di Jiang exclaimed inwardly. Diaogu excitedly clenched his hand. Really? That sounds thrilling. I'm really looking forward to it. Meanwhile, Di Jiang stood there, finding it strange. What the heck is... Suddenly he subtly smiled. His eyes sharpened as he spoke. Okay, I understand. Good luck to you. Diaogu and Hien also advised Jin Shenchong. Take care. Please be careful. At this moment, Di Jiang finally realized his wish. So that's what you wanted. Jin Shenchong replied to everyone. Thank you, everyone. He turned and walked away, bidding farewell to the group. Goodbye. Di Jiang seemed to realize something, thinking intently, so that's how. His eyes were slightly more unusual than the dilapidated slums. The figure of a girl holding a pile of items was. Her ethereal figure appeared under the bright moon. The pink-haired girl was flying over the rooftops, gnawing on food in her mouth, while below were the people of the slums. Di Jiang's voice rang out again. There's a fifth. Again, the figure of the girl holding a bowl of porridge in her. She sat down. Under the moonlight, her face slowly became clear, revealing Sun Haijang. In her hand was a piece of... And perhaps this girl was the one Di Jiang was thinking of, referring to our team. A notification appeared. You have discovered a new recipe.
Goblin Molar, Mana Essence.
Reward. Successfully obtained an unidentified emotion amplification potion. Wisdom +1. As he researched, Di Jiang thought, when crafting potions you need a great deal of finesse. Before conducting actual experiments, one must research countless theories and perform experiments in tests. A notification continued to appear. You are trying a new recipe. He spoke up, explaining the question he had just posed. Why, you ask? Because the experimental ingredients are incredibly rare and expensive, considering the amount of money I've spent on each experiment. The items bubbled in the solution. A notification appeared. You have failed to create a new catalyst mixture. Ingredients are decomposing. Seeing this, Di Jiang wiped his forehead, extremely annoyed. Damn it. Again? No matter what you're crafting, an alchemist must be extremely After a series of failures, he regained his composure and thought, but this is common for alchemy. He took out the incredibly expensive ingredients from the He held it in his hand with a terrifyingly resolute expression. From now on, it's time to spend money. This is 1,000 gold. Because Di Jiang ran his own classes, he didn't have to worry about ingredient costs like other alchemists. He eagerly resumed his research. First, he'll pour all the ingredients in to find a new recipe. Finally, there was a result. A notification appeared. You have discovered a new recipe. Hearing this, he was incredibly excited. Excellent. A notification appeared about the recent experiment. Hidden wood herb, mana essence. Reward. Successfully obtained an unidentified emotion amplification potion. Wisdom plus. His eyes stared intently into the test tube as he thought, I just need to focus on the results. He'll skip the theory and go straight to the A drop of liquid was just added to the solution. Immediately, the result notification appeared. You have successfully created an emotion amplification potion mixture. Your wisdom has increased by 1 level. Jiang was even more overjoyed. I did it. That is a rare grade synthetic emotion amplification potion. The emotions of the potion's drinker will be amplified. Please read the warnings carefully. Abuse can lead to a... He held the potion bottle in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I succeeded. I only made this for fun, but it'll be useful eventually. Besides, immediately after, he worked even harder to craft more potions. His face was filled with enthusiasm, and results continuously appeared. You have successfully created a restoration potion mixture. You have successfully created a vitality potion mixture. You have Thank you watching for Amos Tucker's introduction to alchemy and basic potion crafting recipes. Wisdom +3, magic power +2.
Jiang silently thought. Excellent.
Now I can craft almost all the potions sold in stores myself. Both my wisdom and magic power have increased too. This really is buying stats with money, and just for this much I've already spent 2,000 gold. Standing before the pile of achievements he had just created, Jiang silently thought, it's true that with money you can even buy more money. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Brother, you have a pack. It was Diao Gu and He Yen. Seeing the two of them, he asked, He Yen, you're here too? Did you two disinfect before coming in? They immediately replied, yes, we did, brother. Of course they did. Jiang continued to ask Diao Gu. Then Diao Gu, why are you bringing me a package? Isn't that someone else's job? Meanwhile, He Yen stood next to him, looking at him with admiring eyes. He's wearing a lab coat. Diao Gu scratched his head, stammering, brother. He was holding a stack of packages, looking flustered. This is the only way I can see you, brother. If I didn't do this, there would be no other way to meet you, even living in the same house. Isn't it really hard for us to see each other? So please let me put these packages here. Seeing this, Jiang spoke up, you can put them anywhere in this room. Thanks, Diao Gu. Then he silently thought, don't act so foolish. Hearing this, Diao Gu exclaimed emotionally, no need to thank me. At this moment, He Yen spoke up, asking, brother, have you eaten yet? Hearing this, he was a little surprised but replied to her, not yet. What about you, He Yen? Saying that, he pondered, now that I think about it, I've spent too much time focusing on experiments. He Yen took out a large box and handed it to Jiang. Well then, I actually prepared a lunchbox for you. Seeing this, he was surprised. He Yen cooked. The lunchbox was, both of them immediately brightened up, their eyes shining. Jiang rejoiced. Wow, it looks so delicious. Seeing that expression, He Yen also cheered up. I tried hard to make those meatballs, but I don't even know if they're good. She shyly continued, I made it while thinking of you, brother. I hope you like it. Hearing this, Jiang turned to look at her with affectionate eyes. My little He Yen. Thinking about her cooking for me, she seems so cute. Aside from her crazy moments, He Yen is truly a good... Then he immediately began to enjoy the food she had prepared. Then I will enjoy this with all my heart. She enthusiastically replied, yes. Suddenly, Diao Gu collapsed unconscious. He hesitated, not yet daring to put the food into his... Worriedly thought, what's wrong with that kid? Diao Gu? Diao Gu stammered in his mouth, meatball, but he didn't finish his sentence, which made Jiang even more panicked. What about the meatball, you damn... He turned to look at the food in front of him, only now finding himself curious. What kind of meat is this? At this moment, He Yan's face was a bit pale, and she spoke. Her scary face leaned close to Jiang, urging him to eat. Brother, Diao Gu already ate it, why aren't you eating quickly? Or do you not like what I made? Is that it? Hearing this, Jiang immediately denied it in a panic. Huh? No, it's not like that. Saying that, he thought to himself, trying to calm down. Is it me? Or does this meatball really smell strange? Still seeing no movement from him, He Yen again urged. If it's not that, then why? Let me feed you, brother. You'll eat it then. Jiang trembled, stammering, I think I'll do it, mice, but she held a fork in her hand and said to Jiang with a terrifyingly sweet smile. Say, brother, we're just like newlyweds. He worriedly thought, what is this? Is this really a meatball? What did she put? Jiang was terrified, thinking endlessly. He Yen. And He Yen kept urging him. Hurry up and say, brother. Suddenly, Jiang's voice rang out. What did you do? After that, there was no other sound, only He Yan's voice. Jiang's eyes slowly... He Yen was agitated. Are you awake? She excitedly said. Thank goodness you suddenly fainted. I was so... She still didn't know the cause of this tragedy and continued to ask. It's just... How tired you must have been. Jiang, meanwhile, tried to think, don't ask, don't ask. If anyone saw this, they'd die of curiosity about what she put in those meatball lumps. But because I was so afraid Hai Ian would do that, let's end the meatball mystery here. I'm also glad I could wait. Hai Ian added, Dioku isn't awake yet. It was then that Ji Jiang noticed him. Oh Dioku, I thought he was the bed because he's so soft.
Don't worry,
He held a vial of medicine he had just created and fed it to Dioku, saying, we have the vials of medicine I made. But I'm also a little. I've never tried them on real people before, so I'm quite anxious. Haiyan admired him even more. That's amazing. You're the. Dioku slowly opened his eyes, stammering, brother, that just now was. After hearing the story, Dioku became extremely agitated. He said, you said I fainted. Thank you. I owe you my life once again. Ji Jiang replied, owe me my head. Stop acting, and suddenly, he became even more excited, radiating a terrifying aura as he screamed. I'm not acting. It was real. And the taste was amazing, gee. But this is incredible. Energy and endorphins are flooding my whole. He laughed loudly. I knew you could do it. You've done so many things lately, and I suggest you can make this kind of potion too. Can bring people back from the brink of death. Ji Jiang calmly replied, it doesn't have that effect yet. It's just for healing wounds and restoring. Hearing that, Dioku laughed and scratched his head. I don't quite understand, but it seems great. With this, it's only a matter of time before you get rich. Ji Jiang smugly affirmed, of course, I've focused on medicines that can make money. Then he immediately thought of his motivation. And I also made a promise to Chihira. To continue moving forward after supporting Chihira and my adorable reverse actor, I need to earn money for my. Suddenly, Ji Jiang changed the subject and asked, now that I think about it, how is Huinziang doing? Dioku replied, oh, Huinziang, he trains with me at the training house. But as soon as he finished his course, he immediately went back to the slums, bringing a lot of food. Hearing that, Ji Jiang found it a bit strange and asked further, is that all? Does he do anything else every day? Dioku honestly recounted, I'm telling you, even though he's usually a good person, he's overly concerned about the people in the slums. Sometimes I see him frowning, and I can tell he has a lot of worries and he wasn't too surprised by this, simply remarking, is that so? He speculated, I guess the recruitment didn't go too well. Is there some kind of problem? Thinking this, Ji Jiang turned to Haiyan and said, I think I should go there myself. Dioku was surprised. You're going? Jiang stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, I think it would be better for me to check it out myself. But actually, he had another thought in his mind, and I'm curious who they are, their talents, and things like that. Dioku pondered for a while, then said, I think it might be dangerous. Immediately, Haiyan excitedly told him, I'll go with you. Hearing this, Ji Jiang was surprised and asked back, you want to? Then he thought for a moment, it's fine. I guess there's no one better to protect me, even though she almost killed me just. Seeing this, Dioku reluctantly declined. Well, if you're also going, then I won't need to worry anymore. I won't join you, but since it's still dangerous, please be careful. And the two of them turned and walked away, replying to him, don't worry about us. Let's go, Haiyan. She softly obeyed him. In Ji Jiang's mind, a thought emerged. Huinziang, I will help you. So wait. He glanced at a vial of medicine on the shelf and picked it up. Just in case, it's better to be well prepared than not at all. The two of them boarded a cab. Coachman's voice echoed through the streets as Ji Jiang was engrossed in watching the scenery outside. Lost in. Feels like a city tour. These houses are nice at first glance, but I've gotten bored after seeing them so much. Outside are incredibly beautiful modern houses. At this moment, the coachman asked them, why are you heading to the slums? Ji Jiang replied, no big reason, we just arrived in the city not long ago, so we want to look. The coachman immediately said, you must have received a good offer from the guild. Hearing that, he gave an embarrassed smile. It's a bit shameful to say it about myself, but yes, that's right. Then the coachman continued, I usually try to avoid this. He told them, as you know, the slum area is always a bit dangerous, and the environment is a bit difficult. Outside, at this moment, was filled with impoverished vagrants. Haiyan immediately said to Ji Jiang, the atmosphere is completely different from the West. Looking at those people, complex thoughts arose in Ji Jiang's mind. I don't know if they're too afraid to beg or if they've lost the will to beg. But all I see are lifeless bodies lying on the ground. They must have reasons for such actions, but I feel foolish for worrying about the day. He investigated the people there and thought to himself, their stats are all useless too. This area isn't as bad as neighboring districts, thanks to the maiden, but there's still no good reason to come here. Suddenly, a hint of alarm appeared in his thoughts. The maiden. A surge of power appeared from somewhere. Ji Jiang seemed to recognize it. He thought, legendary divine power. What is this? Legendary rank? So that means it's that woman's. Looking at the figure of a woman from afar, Ji Jiang's expression at this moment was clearly one of extreme astonishment. Activated his power mind. Immediately, information on Sun Shijiang appeared. You are viewing the stats and growth limits of player Sun Shijiang. Name: Sun Shijiang. Age: 32. Disposition: optimistic volunteer. Class: Sun Priest. rank, hero, class benefit, average, divine power, and strength 30, normal, endurance 30, hero, stamina 12, rare, sacred power 69, legendary, wisdom 45, hero, luck 45, hero, dexterity 28, normal, traits, growth limit, equipment. In his mind, 2 words burst out. Damn it. A notification appeared. Overall evaluation. Do not approach her. She is too pure for player Ji Jiang to corrupt. The notification went on to say that she was born to be a priestess. Even if her skill stats were comparable to player Ji Jiang's, she still had legendary skill stats in sacred power. Ji Jiang was even more astonished when he repeated those 4 words. Legendary sacred. More information on Shi Jiang continued to appear. The supplicant of the saints bestows light attributes upon themselves and others. This trait will remain active until divine power is Ji Jiang wondered. Sun priest? Suddenly he shouted loudly to the coachman. Here. Well, stop here. Seeing his hurried demeanor, the man replied, all right. He ran while thinking to himself. Hai Ian also ran after him, observing his appearance. Meanwhile, Ji Jiang continued to speculate, and in his mind, an image of Shi Jiang, Sun Shi Jiang in priestess form, unless my eyes deceive me. I'm certain that's her. The birth of a legendary priest. Amidst the bustling street, Ji Jiang thought incessantly. Our regressor talent has been searching everywhere. It's incredible that he knew a legendary rank priestess from his previous life. I want a priestess in the team too. I will help you, Huin Xiang. Just someone's voice called out. Shi Jiang. Shi Jiang was a little dazed in her mind. Seeing a group of well-dressed people standing in the slums, Ji Jiang secretly scoffed. What are these flies doing here? A man with glasses approached Shi Jiang and said, Son Shi Jiang, our guild can do more than just donate. We will save all the poor people in this. Hearing this, Shi Jiang flatly refused. I will accept help, but I have no intention of leaving this place. I want to continue taking care of these people myself. I'm sorry. The man seemed disappointed and tried to persuade her. Then we will establish a charity organization for you to manage, so. Before he could finish, someone immediately interrupted. Shi Jiang, don't be like. Looking at her, Ji Jiang thought, competing to recruit her. Huh? Huin Xiang, your friend is quite popular. But where is Huin Xiang? Didn't he come? He and Hai Ian stood aside, observing Shi Jiang, and he thought to himself, furthermore, a priestess is already rare, and she's a priestess with excellent stats who doesn't belong to any guild yet. Hai Ian stood next to him, a little worried. Brother, this place is really chaotic. But Ji Jiang continued with his own doubts. Everyone must want to recruit her. Not just Huin Xiang. Everyone is probably trying to act like a damn saint. How do I approach? Another group of people approached Shi Jiang, smiling, and said, Priestess, hand the porridge over to us, we'll help you distribute it. Hearing this, Shi Jiang happily gave it to them and replied, Thank you for coming today, Black Swan Guild. Distribute it. As soon as they helped, they immediately revealed their true colors, showing annoyance, pinching their noses and grimacing. Damn it, here, Ji Jiang stood aside, observing everything, and utterly detested those hypocrites. Look at those guys, they're clearly acting, aren't they? Why don't they just leave? I can do much better than them. He put himself in that situation and believed he would be different. I'm certainly not annoyed that they went before me. I'm just astonished that these scoundrels, who look like they've never participated in charity work in their lives, are trying to curry favor with that priestess. He analyzed the personalities of those people. Personality. Utterly calculating analyst, title, charity hater. Personality. Loudly ambitious. Self-righteous narcissist, title, philanthropy disguster. Personality. Filthy hypocrite. Personality. Selfish entrepreneur. Then he turned to the poor people. These poor people are also hypocrites. They lay scattered on the ground, constantly begging. Priestess, more. I need more porridge. Priestess. Sniff. Wash my hair. Priestess. Give me the newspapers. I can't reach them. Ji Jiang judged them extremely lowly. They're demanding such trivial things. Do it yourselves, you're not even His face showed boredom at this dismal scene. It feels like I'm observing the final stages of a re-education camp. Shi Jiang was still trying to pull the crowd away. Yes, wait a moment, I'm coming. He looked at her again and thought, and that priestess reminds me of someone in my... Shi Jiang remained calm and gently said, Oh no, the newspaper is all faded. We'll get a new one. Okay? The ragged person below looked up and stammered. Thank you. But you'll come again tomorrow, won't you, priestess? And please bring me more porridge. Holding a bowl of porridge, she smiled and replied kindly, Yes, of course, I'll come to help tomorrow too. All right, open your mouth for some... Ji Jiang was helpless in this situation. He secretly sneered in his mind. What a miraculous scene. A priestess caring for the abandoned. Looking at Ji Jiang's face, she seemed satisfied, but in Ji Jiang's eyes, it was not a good deed. She's just an easygoing person taking care of a bunch of lazy pigs. Isn't she? I had planned to join that troop to recruit a priestess, but I've changed my mind. Firstly, I can't do what those idiots are doing. He tried to think of a way to approach the girl, and it would also be disadvantageous for me to do what those other guilds are. Thinking this, he and Hai Ian slowly approached. As he walked, he looked around. Is this the slum? He secretly calculated, in this situation, the best option. At this moment, Shi Jiang noticed him and softly spoke. You must be a guest, right? Suddenly, he interrupted. Everyone here really looks like pigs, don't they? And his purpose was to As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of everyone standing there turned pale. Shi Jiang was utterly shocked, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and asked again, You just... Ji Jiang sneered. Didn't you hear? He repeated what he had just said. Everyone here is... Although she had heard it, Shi Jiang still wanted to give him a chance to repeat himself. You just said what? Ji Jiang showed annoyance. Heavens. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Those people don't look... Shi Jiang's face went completely pale, and she stood still. Ji Jiang, meanwhile, continued to think to himself, I understand why Huin Xiang hasn't recruited this person yet. It seems I've found the main problem. Well-dressed crowd angrily yelled and clamored. How rude. Apologize right now. Nobody here deserves to be insulted like that. That's right. Right. Take it back immediately. Wait, are you from the Azure? Hearing this, the crowd burst into wider mockery. Azure Guild? What's a rotten guild like that doing here? Damn it, what do you want? We're from the Nuajia Guild. Apologize right now, I said. The Azure Guild should explain what's happening. Faced with such insults, Ji Jiang remained calm. What are those guys doing? They must be completely Suddenly, Shi Jiang clasped her hands together and prayed as if God had spoken. She stood before the impoverished crowd and spoke. Share food with the hungry. Share clothes with those who have none. Pay attention to the poor. And offer them peaceful greetings. These are the weak, abandoned by society for various reasons. They are good people and worthy of... Her gaze became more resolute, and she challenged Ji Jiang's recent act. And from the perspective of a priestess whose duty is to save those young people, I cannot accept your recent insulting act. She threatened, if you utter another rude word, I will not stand idly by. So please apologize to these people and leave. Despite her words, Ji Jiang remained calm, trying to gauge the girl. So, that priestess' priority is to save the rejected. He looked at Shi Jiang's dignified appearance and concluded, she's obsessed with helping the poor and doing charity. So there's no way she'd have time to join a guild and work for their purposes. Therefore, I can't make her change her mind the same way those other guilds. Seeing that he said nothing, she repeated her words. Why aren't you saying anything? I said apologize. Suddenly, Ji Jiang smirked and slowly spoke. He stated firmly, what if I don't want to? He thought to himself, we respond with the nature of a twisted... She angrily exclaimed, You're doing... But before she could finish, Ji Jiang immediately voiced his thoughts. That sermon was fine, in theory. But do you really think all these people deserve help? Those pieces of trash who can't do anything for themselves and just wait for you to bring free food while rolling on the ground? And all those good people, they're just pretending in front of you. Weakness doesn't equate to goodness. He looked at the weak crowd and sneered at them. Those people are just taking advantage of you because life here is more convenient than out in the world. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't ask you to do things even a child could do. Shi Jiang became even angrier and shouted, Shut up! Who gave you the right to criticize them like that? They only came here as a last resort because this society gave them no choice. Nobody here chose or wants to live this kind of life. Hearing this, he thought to himself, I think you're wrong about this. Wouldn't it be better if you stopped being stubborn and came? She seemed more serious and truly angry now. Shi Jiang calmly said, and furthermore, I think it's only natural if someone like you can't understand them. This country prioritizes strength and talent, and those who can't keep up are treated no differently than trash. Someone born with innate talent like you, who can easily join a good... She looked him straight in the eyes and challenged, won't understand the lives of those who don't have such advantages. Am I wrong, young master? Hearing this, Ji Jiang seemed a little surprised. Noticing his change in expression, Shi Jiang continued, and looking at how you go around causing chaos, you seem to have too much free time, don't you? It seems the true trash of society, she concluded, truly a pathetic fellow. The people standing behind her chuckled softly at him, while Ji Jiang stood rooted to the spot, thinking. The group of people laughed even. Ji Jiang trembled with... He recalled his painful past. Player Ji Jiang's talent level is the lowest. A failure whose special talent lives with benefits. All growth limits are terrible, the results are too clear. Thinking this, he smiled. This time, you're wrong, priestess. You have no idea how difficult my life has been. If you say things like that, it'll be hurt. Believing she had won this argument, Shi Jiang said, that's all you have to say, right? Then goodbye. Just as she finished, Ji Jiang uttered an even more astonishing remark. Azu, hearing that, she was utterly shocked and immediately turned around, exclaiming, continue to mock her, now I understand. You're the one who makes those people behave like, pointed directly at her. Then he delivered a highly damaging conclusion. If those people are dirty pigs, then you are the zookeeper who accustomed those pigs to their. At this moment, Shi Jiang truly lost her temper. She leaned close to his face and screamed. What did you say? He, still very calm, replied, see? Somehow you're just like them, cowardly making excuses for yourself, even though you know I'm right. Am I wrong? She cursed even more furiously. At first, I didn't see it. But the Azure Guild certainly seems rotten. The poor only exist because of you elites, because you ignore those beneath you and only care about those who bring you benefits. Hearing this, he sneered, are you saying those people are the reason Lindell is collapsing? What a joke. Charity is just for your own self-satisfaction. He looked straight into her eyes and said, then, should I show you the real reason why Lindell is slowly decaying? The truth you've always avoided. It'll help you realize it. He stood in the middle, spread his arms wide, and shouted, from now on, everyone here, I will hire all of you. With this decision, Shi Jiang was astonished. Why are you suddenly hiring people? The hypocritical crowd also hurriedly spoke up. Hey, Azure Guild, who gave you the right to make such a sudden decision? Ignoring their words, he continued to lay out his plan. Let me think. All right, I will provide jobs ranging from construction to medical experiments. Thought it through carefully. It might be hard work, but as long as your body is capable enough, everyone can do it. I will pay more than 30% above normal wages, and hot food will also be included. The crowd continued to express their frustration. Are you out of your mind, Azure Guild? Yeah, we're here. Ji Jiang continued to announce even more benefits. Oh, I also need to include a few bedrooms. I will allocate accommodation to each person based on their diligence. All right? Unable to shut him up, they grew even angrier. Damn it, this is why Big Guild. They eagerly questioned Ji Jiang. Hey, what are you trying to do without any discussion? He brushed aside their words and resolutely shouted. Are you going to keep living like a leech, relying on others, stuck in a rat hole for the rest of your life? People seemed a little swayed by his offer. Seizing this opportunity, he delivered a stronger psychological blow. Or will you seize this chance and become useful members of society, living in your own homes with hot food and beds to sleep? Shouted even louder. It's your choice. It's time for you all to work for yourself. The crowd suddenly grew quiet. Ji Jiang also stopped. Elkos. In his mind, a strange thought appeared. I love you. Hi. Shi Jiang, meanwhile, became even more furious, shouting in exasperation. You're a fraud, aren't you? How can everyone fall for it? One of them suddenly spoke up. Are you serious? Another person also raised a hand and asked Ji Jiang, will you really pay us more than 30%? Will there be any meat in the meals? I'm tired of porridge. Shi Jiang frantically tried to stop them. Wait a minute. Everyone, he might be a scammer. Don't trust. Seeing the situation, Ji Jiang was secretly smug and delighted. Excellent, just as expected. But buckle up, priestess. It's time for you to wake up from your fantasy. Beggar asked again with a blunt tone, will you really hire me with just those conditions? Ji Jiang gripped his hand tightly and looked him straight in the eye. What? Of course. As long as you work hard, we, the people under the name of the Azure Guild, will always value you. He even persuaded them with all sorts of arguments. He even bluntly referred to Shi Jiang, who was standing nearby with a flustered expression. If you still don't believe, I will have this priestess become an advisor to the Azure Guild as proof. She was astonished and hurriedly spoke up. Hold on. Wait a minute. How can you just decide everything on your own? Another girl also showed annoyance and shrieked. She's right. This priestess must come to our Black Swan Guild. Someone swallowed hard, gathered all their courage, and declared, they'll do it. They'll do it. Other beggars began to raise their hands in agreement after the first person's declaration. Me too. If you really hire us. Gradually, more and more people joined in. In the small alley, firm words emerged. All right then. They'll do it. Me too. They'll do it. Jiang was extremely astonished. She turned to look with eyes full of doubt. Everyone? Why is this happening? Ji Jiang seized the opportune moment and concisely conveyed. Since things have come to this, I think you should just come with our Azure Guild, priestess. After all, you have to keep an eye on me anyway. Shi Jiang still hadn't changed her mind. She flatly refused. This has gone too far. I never intended to join the Azure Guild. Ji Jiang immediately chuckled to himself. Complaining like that won't do any good. but he still outwardly maintained politeness. It seems you really don't like me. Ji Jiang then subtly turned his head to look at Shi Jiang and gave a slightly mischievous smile. But I, on the other hand, like altruistic people like you. Deep down, he understood better than anyone. You're my healer. Without waiting for Shi Jiang's response, he turned to the beggars and clapped his hands, calling out, "All right, tomorrow everyone will start work. Remember to be here at 9 a.m. Dismissed. The crowd hurried away, but everyone looked at each other with worry. I wonder if I can wake up that. Shi Jiang slowly raised a hand to her forehead. She sighed. I still can't completely trust you. I have to thank you for giving everyone a job to do. Ji Jiang replied to her while playfully patting Hai Ian's head. Oh, you don't need to worry. After all, everything will turn out fine in the end. Hearing his words, she was a little confused. What? Ji Jiang suddenly asked. How long have you been volunteering? Shi Jiang also honestly replied, about 3 years, I guess. Why are you asking this? Ji Jiang continued with the next question. So, how many people, after being cared for by you, wanted to reintegrate into the outside? Seeing that she couldn't answer anything more and stood dumbfounded, her hands clenching her skirt, Ji Jiang knew immediately. He snorted a laugh. I knew it. Nobody truly wants to leave here. Don't you ever have these thoughts when you still didn't turn to face Shi Jiang directly? Instead, he merely glanced at her and uttered with a touch of sarcasm. He began to target the negative thoughts in Shi Jiang's mind. Do these people deserve my care? Maybe I should find a brighter future for myself. If I can't even change one person's mind, does this work truly have meaning? And also, there are other doubters, aren't there? The maiden, currently the envoy of Foxacanth. Seeing her gaze directed downward, her face sorrowful, Ji Jiang secretly gloated. Ah, I love this expression. Think more. Self-reflect more, doubt yourself more. Only then will you be in love. Shi Jiang now revealed the emotions she had kept hidden in her heart. I admit those thoughts have crossed my mind before, but I also can't just sit by and watch the homeless suffer on their own. No matter what their intentions are, neither you nor I can deny the truth that they are destitute people living at the bottom of society. And I am simply someone who wants to turn Lindell into a beautiful place without any. Ji Jiang sighed, then waved his hand with a look of exasperation. Ha! You're truly naive. Caring for these scumbags here is just a waste of your time. Although he was using harsh words, deep down, Ji Jiang valued her more than anyone. You don't realize how precious a healer you are. That's it. I won't just sit idly by and let you do whatever you want. Hearing this, Shi Jiang was slightly startled. He secretly wondered, what could she do to me? Is she a battle healer? I hate her expression right now. Unconscious questions appeared in Shi Jiang's mind. Now that I think about it, why is everything still as bad as before? Have I been doing it wrong all this time? What if he's right? Ji Jiang, meanwhile, was confident in his well-structured plan. As long as I make her doubt herself, half of my objective is Indeed, Shi Jiang was somewhat shaken. She imagined the beggars whispering to each other. This is the world. Why should we work hard? Aren't we already taken care of by Sun Shi Jiang just by sitting here, huh? At this moment, Ji Jiang observed Shi Jiang and secretly chuckled. I will expose the true nature of this real world to her when they're cheap labor and I get to enlighten Sun Shi Jiang, plus Shi Jiang's trust. Isn't this a super perfect plan? Absolutely brilliant, right? He even imagined Shi Jiang being subdued and bowing before him. I have always been deceived until now. From now on I will follow Lord Ji Jiang, the one who opened my eyes to the true nature of this world. Thank you for making me your partner, Ji Jiang. Just thinking about it, he covered his face in excitement. Truly hitting two birds with one. Then he rejoiced with the thoughts in his head. If only I could test my medicine on living subjects. Good thing I decided to bring the medicine along. At the same time, Shi Jiang still couldn't escape her confused thoughts. Are all people good? They're just acting in front of me. They're deceiving and exploiting. Thinking of those bitter words, she suddenly felt her heart clench. Her body trembled slightly. She tried to push away those words and recalled the difficult moments and austere appearances of the priestess, I'm so hungry. That made her assert, just that I don't have enough. Shi Jiang secretly offered a prayer. Oh Benigor, please guide this poor little lamb. I wonder when Lindell will become more beautiful. Story slowed down here. My name is Li Ji Jiang, leader of the Azure. Went to the slums with Hai Ian, the little love of my life, to recruit a 5th member to replace our esteemed regressor. We went to find Sun Shi Jiang, the priestess considered the legendary saintess envoy of Fox. At first, I was too focused on her ability stats, which is why I didn't realize Shi Jiang was being deceived by the homeless people in the slums. So I decided to expose and hire them to be drug testers for myself. But when I woke up, 3 days had passed. While Hai Ian was still sound asleep in Ji Jiang's arms, He had awakened with a mix of emotions. What kind of strange dream was that? He slowly reviewed his current state. My body is super weak now, but my mind is still very stable. In a swindler's dictionary, the concept of impossible does not exist. The truth is always hidden behind inflammatory and fabricated. Outside, birds were chirping melodiously, welcoming the Ji Jiang slowly stepped out. I slept very well. Is it because of the unfamiliar place? I feel so tired. Hai Ian always sneaks into my bed for days have passed, and I still haven't heard anything from Shi Jiang. It's understandable that I'm frustrated like this. I've had to stay here longer than planned because some people are actually working very hard. The previous evening, now employed beggars told each other, "Hey, Mr. Kim, take a break. Haha, leave it to us, Lord Ji Jiang." Thinking of that, Ji Jiang was also a little happy. Well, my drug tests were successful, so I can't say I didn't gain anything. However, even they'll give up soon enough. So it's fine. It's not easy for someone to change. They'll quickly want to return to their comfortable, pampered lives. What if I expose their true nature to Sun Shi? Ji Jiang made up his mind. Just wait, Huinziang. They'll bring you back to me. A little later, Ji Jiang stood before a half-built construction site nearby. It was the Lindell Slum Development Project. A light breeze carried a piece of paper with Ji Jiang's picture printed on it, accompanied by a large X mark. It was truly a wanted paper, accidentally yet intentionally, flew straight and slapped onto Ji Jiang's stunned. He smiled helplessly, just based on I could already predict everything with complete accuracy. You pathetic large guilds. He stood silently amidst the construction site, encouraging himself. That's right. Nothing is impossible in this world. I will become the sole ray of light for this world. I will become the most brilliant halo. This should be enough to convince Sun Shi. A few beggars were chatting as usual. Hey, Mr. Kim, how's work? Quit. I think wandering around every day and getting free food from the priestess is still better than working for those weak bosses. I told you, didn't I? This place is a paradise for people like. Their words made others despise them. Oh, residents of the slums. You truly are pathetic sheep, only knowing how to rely on the revered priestesses. As usual, Shi Jiang appeared and distributed food to them. Some reached out their hands, begging, just one more bowl. Please. And oh, merciful priestesses, save this world. But now, at the same time, even these parasites are helping me. Sister, you won't just stand by and watch these people, will you? You'll come and scold them. A beggar, drunk to the face, raised his dazed eyes to look. His voice slurred. Oh, look who. Seeing Ji Jiang, they immediately uttered sarcastic remarks. Is that weak boss? He really deserves to. We're both ill-mannered and disdainfully arrogant. Look at that, he's so feeble. A man should have strong thighs. I don't know what he can do with those weak legs. He looks like a dried gourd. I wonder if he's even a man. Huh? Coo. You're right. He's rich, isn't he? If he's so rich, he should go eat some eels or. Ji Jiang clenched his fists in anger but only dared to grumble inwardly. Sister. Look at how rude they're being to me. He moved his feet towards where Shi Jiang was standing. In his mind, he was still hoping for a glance from her. Sister, these pieces of trash are rudely scolding me even though I haven't done anything. So she'll get angry at them, right? Finally, he approached her. He crossed his arms with a confident, relaxed posture. Priestess, I have something I want to show you. Will you come with me for a. Shi Jiang asked back with curiosity, what is it? He closed his eyes and replied casually, you'll know when you. Shi Jiang pressed her lips together tightly. Her eyes showed a hint of confusion. He led her to an alley. Inside, a man was sticking out his tongue, trying to catch the last drop of wine. Look at. They quit their jobs and went to harass me and other women. They only worked for 3 days before quitting. What? You still don't understand? This is their true nature. They only pretend to be pathetic in front of you because you treat them well. Ah, who? He was yelling, and in Ji Jiang's mind, things weren't much easier. Do you think pretending not to understand will. Seeing Shi Jiang remain silent, he emphasized further, they are essentially drunken sexual harassers. So tell me who is really dragging Lindell down right now? Me? Or those pieces of. Accused beggars frantically clasped their hands in defense. Their voices were now slurred and incoherent. Priestess. This effeminate guy is trying to kill us. Priestess, we would never do such things. Our beautiful priestess can continue to live here because of you. And this wicked scoundrel. Are you trying to seduce our beautiful priestess? Only effeminate guys do things like. Jiang tried to persuade her further, you see? You can't keep letting them deceive you. In his heart, he was extremely delighted. Idiots. You're digging your own graves. Sister, what will you say now? But suddenly, Shi Jiang spoke up, her voice stern and tense. That's PT. Ji Jiang thought she was on his side, so he rejoiced inwardly. Exactly. But when he heard her clearly again, he immediately, his face went pale. His throat dry, he asked again. Ji Jiang raised her hands in prayer with an extremely sincere expression. How pathetic. They must be in so much pain. How much pain must they be in to drink this much alcohol, just to forget their suffering? Seeing her reaction, Ji Jiang was utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Are you drunk too? So he continued to use his arguments to refute, priestess? You're wrong. They are sexual criminals before he could finish. Ji Jiang cut him off. You're the one who humiliated them first. You called them pigs? Didn't you? Launched into a lecture. Is it fun? Someone with as much power as you wouldn't understand if you haven't experienced it. Ji Jiang was utterly confused. What? Look at them. They really did that. Humph. Burning down other people's homes seems to be your hobby. Huh? You already know the truth, so why are you still acting like this? You heard what they said earlier. He looked at Ji Jiang and patiently explained further. They are the ones who turned Lindell into a mess. They are criminals who enjoy playing the victim. They are the cancer cells of society. The current awkward situation made Ji Jiang blame himself. Damn it, I was too careless. I forgot an obvious. Hyung, faced with these words, simply continued to speak gently. No, they are merely wretched, pitiful people, trying to resist someone powerful like you. I'm not saying they're innocent. But you are the last person who should say that about, because you are the one who received special privileges. Hearing this, Ji Jiang could only feel helpless. He had been too careful. She deeply believes in the Lindelgoth faith. Why did she so strictly draw a line between good and evil from the very beginning? So, if one lives in a dilapidated house, they automatically become good people. And if they live in a comfortable, warm home, they become bad. Thinking this, Ji Jiang grew even more confident in his own viewpoint. What about those who have been sexually harassed by them? If I am a powerful person as you say, then what about those of their same social standing? Would you also justify their actions in that case? Being visibly tired, she sighed, utterly disillusioned. Ah, you are truly slandering. In her eyes, everyone deserved to be loved and cherished. Everyone here was part of a big family. I know them very well. They may be lazy and impulsive, but they have never harassed each other. Even if I truly doubt what I'm doing, I have never doubted the fact that they live very peacefully. So, please stop slandering. Ji Jiang lost his composure and made no effort to hide his disdainful smirk. How amusing. That's just the tip of the iceberg. A respected priestess like you truly only chooses to see what you want to, don't you? Are you interested in conducting an experiment to find the truth? Hyung refused flatly. No, why should I? If you want to, go do it yourself. You're the only one who seems to have all the free time, because what you're waiting for will never. Ji Jiang was determined not to give up. Though it was difficult, he was absolutely certain in his mind. You're still being stubborn, aren't you? Then you'll have to use stronger measures. Hyung gradually became resolute and showed her disapproval openly. If you intend to continue this, I must ask you to leave. Ji Jiang grimaced at her reaction. Damn it. I didn't expect Sun He Jiang to be so hard to convince. All of a sudden, a glass wine bottle was thrown from behind, hitting Ji Jiang with a thwack on the head, making him cough up. One of the 3 or 4 beggars from before pointed a finger at him and yelled imperiously. You snitch. How dare you tell tales about us? You're the reason she's been looking at us so strangely lately. Ji Jiang looked at the drunk, acting crazy man and cursed silently in his head. Curses grew increasingly outrageous and poured out. You think you're hot stuff because you're in a major guild, huh? What else did you tell her? Suddenly attacked by 3 men at once, Ji Jiang was momentarily flustered. What should I do? I've used up all my elixirs. Damn it. Faced with this situation, he pleaded softly. Hey, wait, hold on.
Don't hit me.
But these men weren't easily appeased. No way. You dog. Today's your death anniversary. Seeing the situation was tense, Ji Jiang had to swallow his pride. It looks like he'll have to flatter these scoundrels to get this over. He came up with a single plan. He feigned an apology. With swift movements, he bowed slightly, his head raised with a look of utter misery. His small mouth stammered. Hey, wait, hold on. Sirs, please stop. Please. I apologize for calling you animals. Please, just. But one man, overcome with rage, lunged forward and delivered a painful punch to Ji Jiang's cheek. Shut up, you dog. You ruined our lives, you have to take responsibility. After taking a punch, Ji Jiang sighed, helpless and awkward. Damn it, these inhumane bastards. An overly aggressive man dragged the other 2 along, who also acted rashly. All 3 surrounded Ji Jiang, taking turns punching, kicking, and hitting him. They even smugly declared, Even the priestess said this is self-defense. So there won't be any trouble, right? You sissy. You idiot. Jijang lay sprawled on the ground, enduring it. Help me. As if this situation wasn't pathetic enough for Jijang, the sky began to pour rain down on him as he suffered the senseless beating. Jijang continued to curse. Hyung let those men do these things because she thought she had a higher status than them. Jijang didn't want to suppress them by force, so he called out for help to Hyung, who was still standing nearby. Priestess, priestess, help. But she completely ignored him. She even entertained judgmental thoughts. He deserves this. These sinners must be punished for their crimes. Li Kwijang of the Azure Guild wouldn't do such. Because of Hyung's overly lenient protection, the beggars became even more audacious and smug. They cackled and mocked him. Idiot! The priestess won't help you. Do you really think someone as easily deceived as she is would believe a guy from a major guild like you? Cut us some. Unwilling to resist these low-status men, Jijang could only scream in his head. Damn it, you bastards! It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Damn it!
Uyensung, ayan, dokgu, komes.
Jijang's endurance was not without reason. He was figuring out a way to make Hyung trust him. He needed to be good enough for the priestess to want to protect him. It would be even better if he could expose the true nature of these scoundrels. Seems I only have one op. After a while of punching and kicking to their heart's content, the men excitedly looked at Jijang, who lay curled up on the ground, soaked from the rain. Look at you, you sissy. What are you even? These men increasingly spewed idiotic yet arrogant remarks. I bet his face isn't the only feminine thing about him. Do you think he might actually be a girl? You know, like a girl dressed as a boy? We could probably sell him as a Jijang peeked open his eyes and cursed silently. A girl dressed as a boy? What the hell are they talking about? They must mean guys dressed as girls. He suddenly remembered his past, and his inner monologue flowed out naturally. I've always been confident wearing women's clothes. I even won the special prize in the university's cross-dressing contest. Of course, I'm not saying I like wearing them. I only did it because I was forced to. And I even won the cross-dressing contest back in college. Some guys harassed me back then, but of course I ruined their lives. I can do bleep and bleep. Okay, I called the police. The harsh reality is that the weak never receive any help. I wonder how those types of people still live so carefree in this. He recalled his past efforts, looking at these beggars who only knew how to cling to handouts and charity, yet were so brazen and shameless. He felt even more contempt. TSK, I've never liked speaking up for myself, but my life is easier thanks to scoundrels like you. Thank you, you bastards.
Yang's mocking.
Jijang's mocking smile made the three men both confused and annoyed. Is he crazy? Why is he suddenly laughing like that? I don't think we've beaten him enough. We need to hit him really hard to make sure he can't wait. Hold on. They began to change their line of thought. The three men huddled together to discuss. And in that time, Jijang stealthily moved away. Are you sure you want to do that? If we sell him at the slave market, we could, yeah, that's right, would get a lot of money from him. Haha, I'm all for it. Well, just blow it all at the casino anyway. You guys are truly hopeless. Alright, let's take. But just after they finished their discussion, perhaps little more than a minute later, when they turned to look, Jijang was nowhere to be seen. Huh? Where is he? Did he run? They dragged each other around, searching and cursing in every nook and cranny. Damn it, where did that dog go? You idiot! We lost him because of you. Damn it. Seeing them fumbling around like that, Jijang continued to sneer. Fools. Heh, I knew my agility would come in handy one day. A miserable cross-dresser. I don't even need expensive makeup, because I already have a fantastic set of magic. Rain continued to grow heavier. Heavy raindrops constantly fell onto the. Jijang finally returned, his life still intact. Thankfully, he was kneeling beside Hyayan's bed. Despite the girl being asleep, he continued to sob and wail. Sabe me, Ayanemon. Hyayan, wake up. Hearing the familiar whimper, she slowly sat up and rubbed her eyes. Brother, did you sleep well? What about? Seeing Jijang's face covered in mud and bruises, Hyayan instantly became wide awake. Brother, what happened to your? She held his face, tears welling up with worry. What happened? He ignored her sad, questioning gaze and softly said, It's nothing serious. Jijang brought his face a little closer to Hyayan's and asked her, Can you cast a transformation spell? She widened her eyes in confusion, looking at him, and replied, A transformation spell? Only for a short while, but certainly. But why suddenly? Jijang heard this and interjected. Transform me into a beautiful woman. The more fragile and delicate, the better. He thought to himself, if I'm going to do this, I have to do it right. I need to make those scoundrels obsessed. Hyayan went from confused to utterly bewildered. But why, brother? Of course, am willing to do what you ask. But I've never done that before. Although she said this aloud, what Haiyan really wanted to ask was, what the hell is he talking? Jang, afraid she would misunderstand, quickly protested. No, it's not like that. Anyway, just do it quickly. Oh, and remember to dress me in clothes that look like what people here wear. Okay?
Haiyan happily accepted.
Alright, please wait a. She began to chant the spell. Oh God, I wish, transform my brother into a beautiful woman. Jijang also clasped his hands in anticipation. I'm counting on you. I believe in you, genius mage. Yung. With each passing second, Haiyan became more focused. She lightly pointed her finger towards Ji. He looked up at the ethereal light slowly filling the. Jijang's body swayed freely in the space filled with Haiyan's magical light. In his head he muttered, this is it. His sinewy, slender hands now became smooth and delicate. Graceful fingers of long, flowing, lustrous hair billowed in. Small lips showed a deep, unpredictable smile. His gestures also became more elegant and Jijang had truly become a beauty in the blink of. He even feigned a coquettish tone, uttering suggestive words. In the name of justice, I will not forgive you. Fantastic. Now, Haiyan looked at this new form, mesmerized. Brother, you're so beautiful. You look just like a fox spirit. Her reaction made Jijang laugh. Haha, that beautiful. Huh? Let me. After seeing himself in the mirror, Jijang's face immediately fell. His gaze was utterly dejected. Huh? It's still me, Haiyan. I told you to turn me into a beauty. She quickly explained why she didn't completely alter his face. You were already handsome, brother. Haha, you're very handsome. Jijang quickly took his leave to resolve the mess in the slum. My body should be fragile enough now. Alright then.
Let's go, Hektarufian.
She innocently asked again. Huh? Go. He replied decisively, his determination burning fiercely. To watch the priestess teach those extremely irritating scoundrels a lesson. Haiyan chirped with delight. I'm coming right away. He. Brother, no, I mean sister. Hearing that, Jijang mischievously he proactively suggested to Haiyan, can you call her Ki? She obediently complied without any objection. But with good intentions, I'll use Sun Hijang to teach those bastards a lesson. And I'll use them to draw Sun Hijang to my side. Truly killing two birds with one stone. Keep drinking, you useless bunch. Keep it up. Haiyan, walking behind, giggled to herself. My brother turned into a sister. This is so. Thoughts surged in someone's head. A young woman, the pillar of my family, cannot tolerate injustice. What about those who sexually harass someone? Is it acceptable even if they do that to people of their same status? No way, they would never do that to their own. Of course, sometimes I hear rumors that they squabble amongst themselves. But since they're human, that's normal. There's no law forbidding them from arguing. Thinking this, Hyung then told herself not to help Jijang. No way, the priestess is easily fooled. Be quiet. Straighten up. And once I stop them from doing that, they'll return to their usual good nature. So, there's no way they can take advantage of me. I trust them. That's why I haven't given up on this place yet. I want surrender, but perhaps there was a turning point that suddenly changed Hyung's perspective. 10 minutes on a road in the slum, an empty wine bottle lay discarded on the ground, accompanied by curses. The three men were gathered together again. Their voices were all tinged with fear. Do you think that sissy will snitch on us to his guild? What should we do now? We're really screwed, so we have to catch and kill him before he runs away. One man suddenly recalled Hyung's kind and considerate appearance. Oh dear, please take this blanket. You'll catch a cold. Thank you, priestess. Haha, he told his two allies. The important thing is to make sure that easily fooled priestess doesn't suspect. No sooner had he finished speaking than an unfamiliar voice cut him off. What did you just? Three men turned and saw the young woman, Hyung, standing with her hands on her hips, looking fierce. Huh? Who are you? What did you just? The girl, Hyung, fiercely asked all three again. Did you just call the priestess easily? At the same time, Hyung was still doing her work. But suddenly, a desperate scream echoed through the slum, making her startle and turn her head reflexively. What was Haiyan, in her role as the supporting actress, rushed over, frantically calling for Hyung's help. Priestess, it's an emergency. There's a conflict between the residents, and someone is being harassed by some. She listened, barely daring to believe it. Her lips trembled. Ooh, you just said. In an instant, Haiyan led the way with Hyung following. While running headlong, Hyung was suddenly filled with uneasy thoughts. It must be a misunderstanding. That was my initial. It must be some kind of misunderstanding. I was sure of it. And what if they do that to people of their same status? Does she mean their actions are still acceptable if they do that to people of their same status? They are all members of a big family. They are good people who have helped each other through hard times. That's what I've always forced myself to believe. The more Hee-young thought, the more confused she felt. Her head pounded with surrounding thoughts. She ran, continuously appealing to the heavens. Please, God, please tell me this isn't true. I always thought that, before I witnessed it with my own eyes. A horrifying sight jolted Hee-young awake. Her eyes widened. Her whole body stood frozen. A few spatters of blood appeared on her pale face. In front of her, a shout rang out. Before her eyes, Ji-jang's straight back suddenly appeared. Along with the sincere advice she had ignored back then. The weak are not necessarily good people. Cruel truth. Hee-young finally witnessed with her own eyes the insidious and hypocritical nature of those beggars. He didn't notice her presence and savagely punched Ji-jang's face, cursing him terribly. Who are you to act like a judge of justice, you slut? Truly a cruel truth of reality. Hee-young now stood rooted to the spot. Her eyes were filled with disappointment and seeing the violent scene before her horrified Hee-young. Ji-jang, in his female disguise, naturally had to grit his teeth and endure the— I chose this path myself. His mouth pretended to scream. What the hell is happening? Seeing the priestess figure approach, he inwardly smiled. Welcome to the scene of mad— Ji-jang really wanted to say to Hee-young, Sister, you've never seen anything like this. Have you? You made me wait too long. Outwardly, it was a weak female voice. Ah, help me. Drunken scoundrels, red-faced, hit the woman no differently than they would an animal. They even cursed. You bitch, who do you think you are? Putting on an act. Ji-jang inwardly acknowledged. My spirit is even crazier than theirs. Yeah, you dog. Speak all your thoughts aloud. Louder. With more vigor. Say such ugly things that Sister Hee-young faints when she hears them. Keep saying whatever you want, you son of a— You bitch. Don't think you're getting out of here alive today. They continued to stomp on Ji-jang, a somewhat fragile female figure in the rain. Instead of feeling disgusted, he wanted to further shock Hee-young's eyes. See? You've seen it now, haven't you? The demons bullying the— Ji-jang, tough as nails, feigned crying and screaming. Help me. Someone help. Hick. Please. Hee-young finally couldn't watch anymore. She immediately rushed into the chaos, under Hyeon's assessing gaze.
Yun yelled. No.
Stop. Everyone stop right— What are you doing? She tried to push the scoundrels, but of course, being weaker, she was pushed down to sit. Priestess. Ji-jang saw this and felt endless sorrow. Oh my God. Even though this whole thing is terrible, this is reality. Don't worry about laundry money. He'll give you an even prettier dress. Is he really thinking about that right? The scoundrels were startled and stunned. Huh? Priestess? Why are you— Damn it. If only I hadn't pushed— Catching sight of Hee-young's death godlike face, Ji-jang put on an act again. Oh, she's looking this way. I must pretend to be in— Hee-young fell right into the trap. She genuinely rushed to Ji-jang's side and blamed herself. I'm so foolish. Because of my selfishness, I was truly too foolish. When I avoided looking at the truth, how many people suffered like this person? Does Ji-jang hear Hee-young's inner thoughts? Does he know she's building up a sense of guilt? He's still lying there, very pleased with his act. Excellent. Hee-young was now immersed in thoughts like, I wanted to create a beautiful Lindao where everyone was united as one. Lindao and the holy— Won't happen because this continent is too rotten. Power justifies everything they do, and they act for their own benefit. And there's no way to protect the countless people suffering under their oppression. I wanted to protect those— Hee-young cried, taking Ji-jang's small hand, pleading. That's what she feels. Hick, please wake up. They'll heal you right. That Ji-jang guy still wanted to act. Because the play is going exactly according to plan. I don't know what's happening, but it's time for me to deliver my ultimate line. It's going to be so epic. He feigned a stammer. Priestess, I'm sorry. He reminded himself at this moment, I am a sorrowful girl. I couldn't stand it anymore when I heard them insult you. That's why. Cough, cough. Look at Ji-jang pretending to cough to hide his flushed face from holding the priestess. Poor, sad Kisian. Injured. Pathetic Kisian. Kisian is like a trembling little rabbit. Hee-young wholeheartedly comforted little Kisian. Don't say another word. Everything will be better now. Everything is fine. Ji-jang, pretending to be little Kisian, was overjoyed.
Ah, excellent.
Very good. My tear ducts are almost dry from this flood of tears. He continued his act of the trembling rabbit. Hick, hick. It's okay, priestess. I'm doing. Please, you must leave quickly. His true thought was, of course, I'm not telling you to actually leave. Come collect your Hollywood award at the end of the month. It's time for me to hear your answer. Isn't it? Jijang's eyes held a deep anticipation. Hyung silently took a I am very disappointed in you all. She turned and spoke to the 3 scoundrels who hadn't run away yet. The men gasped in surprise. I pitied you and took good care of you. How could you? How could you do such a cruel thing? Please, leave this place immediately, she said directly to the scoundrel. Everyone knows Little Rabbit Kisian. Jijang was ecstatic. Making FC posters for my idol. This is recruit you first. Save time. Adorable. Can she? Hee yeah. Sister. You truly are a member of the Azure. Jijang couldn't stop laughing inwardly. I knew this plan would succeed. Ha. Sister. Now you understand, don't you? From the very beginning they were these kinds of people. Now do you believe me? Ha ha ha. The scoundrels were distressed. Priestess. Why are you suddenly saying such things? You've misunderstood. But Hyung was blunt. I don't want to hear any of your excuses. Jijang lay there, hiding his joyful. Please leave this slum immediately. This is no place for people with such corrupt and dirty hearts. Hyung said truthfully. The scoundrels were truly. That person named Kisian was genuinely happy. Sister. You're amazing. You're so cool. Sister. What do you want to evolve into now? Come to the dark side. Clap. Clap. Come to the dark side. Clap. Clap. Step on my precious life and come to the dark side. Clap. Clap. Ah. The corrupted priestess. Sister. Hurry and be corrupted. Hyung, at this moment, was like a prince lifting Jijang. As if about to kiss his. Jijang suddenly realized this wasn't good. Ah. This isn't good. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don et Alme.
Kisian has to look like she's in. Ayan watched from the side. Terrified. She's trying to cast a spell. Damn it. Ayan. 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 Stop her quickly. Stop her. Prevent her divine power from entering his body. That's Hayan's spell shot out in the right place. The great mage and the great priestess. A fierce collision. Little Rabbit Kisian sat in the middle, taking the brunt.
Yang flinchet.
Ah. Divine power is being rejected. How can this be? Is she in such critical condition that even divine power has no effect on her? Hyung, very panicked, covered her face, crying. Hick, hick, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Hick, it's because I didn't want to be hurt, because I wanted to avoid looking at the truth. That person was right. He always told me the truth. Oh, I was wrong. The one who always turned away from those who were truly suffering was none other than me. Hick, oh my God. Hick, hick. Jijang probably wanted to reach out and wipe her tears. Priestess. Sister. You understand now, don't you? What I told you. Ah, now you realize. Look at.
Surprise.
I prepared a little surprise for you. What do you think? Oh, how could she still be so nice? Hyung, seeing Jijang seemingly beyond saving, screamed in fright. No. Oh my God. Ah, Madam Hyung still wasn't satisfied. She even thought good people are always weak to these things. This is good. Next time I'll try it with Sun Hyung. But I'm very glad Hayan, the talented one, is here. If I went with that guy, we'd all be doomed. Hayan, seeing Jijang hurt and spitting blood, also stood in a corner crying. I don't want to use this spell anymore. She turned to look at the 3 scoundrels' sad, remorseful faces. Jijang was still not backing down. Still waiting for a fight. Exactly, you toilet-brained old men. Sister, now you've seen the light, haven't you? Those vile worms are waiting for you. Something's still missing. Where's the holy war, sister? I've seen this somewhere, and they'll use things like a book to hit people's. Priestess. Jijang barely managed to call out. Hyung immediately became anxious.
You can't die. Please don't die.
Please. Ah. You want die, sister. Jijang comforted her inwardly. Then who will. Now, back into character. Hick hick. I haven't been here long. But. I've learned so much since coming here. Hick. Hick. Even though I'm going to pretend I'm in agonizing pain, does it hurt now? You are a noble person. You are the one who wakes up earliest to care for others and clean up the trash on the ground. Bottles rolling on the ground. Tissues. And you even cook soup for everyone. Every day you distribute soup to everyone without discrimination. Regardless of rain or snow. Every day you do this. You have shared everything you have. You ignored fame and wealth and volunteered to help those people. The more Hyung heard Jijang confess to her, the more she.
Yank grinned vrilly.
Others help too. The major guilds will pay attention to those in the slum, and you will protect the peace of Lindao. I still remember you smiled and gave me bread when I was lying on the ground. Of course, I have no such memory. But I'll use this. He's pretty sneaky too. Huh? I respect what you've done for us. You are my benefactor. So please don't blame yourself for what happened. You are a respectable person. That guy who wrote the script is really good. Hyung lifted little rabbit Kisian's hand. Heartbroken. Oh dear. Am I a fool worthy of serving the people? I wanted to protect the— At this moment, she screamed. Hick, please. Someone, please come here and help me. Someone is injured. Everyone, please. Hick. Those from the guilds. Please. Someone help me. Please. Hyung screamed alone in the rain. Only Jijang knew. They all left after I got— This isn't real, is it? How could they? Why? Hyung cried in despair. I detest the strong who trample on the weak and destroy—
Sobe Hyung trembled.
The scoundrels had now changed their attitude. That guy began to raise his voice. What? You stupid whore. Look how pathetic you are. What? We're dirty? Finally, you're revealing your true face. You hypocritical bitch. Ha!
Yang smirk.
Thank you watching for vid. Hyung glared at them. And Jijang thought, I don't know how relevant this thought. Scoundrel grabbed Jijang's wrist and pulled him up. What are you doing? Hyung only wanted to save him. The scoundrels now revealed their true nature. Not long ago, you pretended to be kind and took care of us. Now you're calling us dirty and chasing us away. You damned bitch. Keep going. More. Only Jijang wanted to hear these words from them. But Hyung was pitiful. The people I cherished are detested. The other scoundrels, encouraged, shouted along. That's right, you hypocritical bitch. Actually, I never liked you from the start. Who are you to pity and help us? You dirty bitch pretending to be a saint. If you're so desperate for attention, doll yourself up and go to a— Hyung was trembling so much she couldn't speak. Have you finally woken up? Jijang looked at her, as if she wasn't pathetic enough, and still asked. Her scream began to tear through the sky. Hyung held her head, feeling deeply distressed. She began to think, oh my god, if only these people didn't exist in the first— If this is what has to happen. Jang, the villainous supporting character, was also thrilled inwardly. Black tears are flowing from her eyes. I love it to death. Come to the dark side. Come to the dark— Hyung, despite being insulted, still bravely intervened. No, please, let that child go immediately, you fools. Shut up, you bitch. They still held the wrist of the fake little rabbit, Kisian. The long-haired guy, standing with the bald guy behind him, chuckled. Looks like that idiot hasn't realized what's happening here. All right then. If you all die here, there won't be any witnesses, will there? He pulled out a knife. Does that Jijang woman know fear yet? A confused look is enough. Hurry up and help me. Knife was pressed against Jijang's cheek. He still thought inside. Huh? It's touching me. Hey, it's touching me. Gasp. Then, with tears welling up, he called out, Priestess. His internal sniffling sounded perverse. Kisian is about to die. The kind girl will die first. Quickly. Come to the dark side and save me. Of course, I'm slowly moving closer to the— Wait, Ayan. Calm down.
Don acte Rashli.
Control your bloodlust, Hayan. Calm down. Damn it. Sister. Come to the dark side. It seems neither Hayan nor I are normal people. This team really enjoys entertaining themselves with their inner thoughts. Then, suddenly he saw Hyung kneel down. Huh? What is she doing? Why is she suddenly doing that? Nobody understands. He knew what would happen next. She clasped her hands together. A halo of light shone only on her from somewhere. Praying right now? Is she praying while Kisian is about to— The scoundrel wasn't going to hold back any longer. He swung the knife high. You whores. You're all going to die today. You'll deal with this one— Madam Hyung still hasn't completely rid herself of her feminine thoughts. Kisian is about to die. Quickly deal with this. Out of nowhere, a swift strike instantly severed the man's head. Blood spurted everywhere. Hyung, who was kneeling, had to jump up and cover her face. Kisian, who was sitting, had to crawl. Hyung clearly saw the severed head fall right beside her. He looked— Thank you watching for vid. Other two scoundrels who had been laughing now looked up at Hyung, who was casting a spell. One of her hands was already stained with blood. The two wanted to turn to stone. First it was women, now it's— Hayan cheered with delight, utterly excited. My god. He didn't know what Hyung was about to say. But the system had already announced, player Hyung's profession is— I don't think I can love everyone. If all of you die here, there will be no witnesses. She clearly said this. The system reappeared, confirming player Hyung's stats. Profession, Dark Priest. Confirming player Hyung's stats. Profession, Dark Priestess. Kisian almost exposed himself as Hyung. What is this? It's terrifying. He sat back in a corner, looking at her back as if she had activated a cheat or VIP mode, and his head felt tingly. Hyung was preparing her— Damn it. A church bell, a flock of crows fluttered in from summit. Another man was decapitated, the one who wanted her to go down a dark path. But not to this extent. We're trying to build a happy family here. What are we going to do about this bloody scene? This is truly terrible. I don't want to have to do things like this. Sister Hyung, are you scared? Is Hyung being... I don't care about those people's lives. What I care about is how to clean up all their bodies. If the Azure Guild finds out, can I ask Hyayan to use cleanup magic to handle it? Now he's just sitting there watching the slaughter and biting his... But why does she look so happy? As if she wanted to do this from the start. Madam Hyung just keeps swinging her bare hands to take others' blood. Her face extremely satisfied. And you too, Hyayan. Why are you showing that excited expression? Have you been with her too long so you're empathizing with her? Why is everyone so strange? Jijang looked at Hyayan, who was incredibly joyful, just like a fan watching their idol perform. Okay, this stage belongs to them. Ah, brother. Suddenly, Hyayan's expression changed to fear.
Yank.
Your body seems to be emitting an... Wait a second. Did the spell wear off? No way. It seems karma is... Priestess, please spare us. Only the long-haired man was left alive. He fearfully backed away as Priestess Hyung's hands and white dress were stained with... There is no forgiveness. She had already charged at him with a death god's face. Does this crazy woman realize I've been lying all this time? This was probably Jijang's... Oh my god. I'm going crazy. If she finds out everything until now was an act, she'll kill me. I'm clearly a guy. I need to let the priestess swear. You bastards. And he'll cling to her. Save me, sister priest... Then he lay sprawled on the ground, whimpering. Stop.
Don't. Yank.
Good thing the dress was loose. Mine's back to normal. Ayan. Quickly, help me. Madam Hyayan imagined Jijang in his male form, rolling around like a bot. And then she fainted from happiness, with a no. Ayan. Wake up and help me. Damn it. It's almost over. Jijang could only cry out for help in Hyung stepped on a dead boat. Her face was impassive and tearfully indifferent. Well, meet in the abandoned one. Jijang had returned to his original form. He sat in a corner, his robe pulled over his head to shield himself from... Hyung saw the lump sitting there and happily ran over, then stopped. Ah, thank God. She's still alive. Jijang's face, though normal, looked nothing short of perverse. Hyung reeled back, wanting to ask. The disguised Kisian still didn't want to completely drop the act. He softly greeted her in his mind. Hyung-chan. Hisashibori. Japanese for it's been a long... What's happening here? Why are you here? Where is that girl from earlier? Have you been deceiving me all this time? Hyung was utterly panicked. She's found out. Jijang didn't know how he was going to escape, so he put on a sad face. I won't hide it from you anymore. I guess it's my turn now. His heart was already resigned to going to hell with those other guys. I only wanted you to see the true nature of this world. That's all I wanted. Oh God. Sister Hyung. We're very close, aren't we? How about I follow you from now? He put on a sad face. I won't hide it from you anymore, sister. It's probably my turn now. I've accepted that I'll go to hell soon with those guys. I just wanted you to see the true nature of this world. That's all I wanted. Shit. Her expression. That's it. Looking at that gaze, I can turn off the music. Jijang cried real tears. I'm going to die. I'm going to kick the bucket, damn it. I'm about to see naked chickens. Oh God.
Huin Sung.
Gu. A pair of pale legs ran toward... It was Hyayan, standing in front of Jijang. You mustn't don't kill him. Hick. Hick. If you kill him, it'll end everything. The girl was truly crying now. Ayan. Has Jijang ever been as strong as her? Even as brother, are you okay? Hick. She went to help Jijang. He just grunted. First, I need to cling to Hyayan. He only saw Hyung raise her deathly arm. Oh God. Here it Jijang, standing behind her, panicked. Ayan. Defensive magic. That defensive spell. Hurry. No. Don't get near. Little girl fumbled nervously. Finally, she hugged Jijang, who was still sitting on the ground, wanting to shield him from the incoming spray. Both opened their eyes wide, looking at the light in front.
Don't worry.
I won't hurt you, Hyung said softly. She's still casting a healing
Hat.
The two opened their eyes wide, looking at the light in front.
Don't worry.
I won't hurt you, Jang said gently. Are you still casting healing? Honestly, you two can laugh at me all you want now, elder sister son Hijang said, calming her agitated, because now I'm no longer a pastor or a saintess. I'm merely an animal butcher. Her face bore a look of loss. Is this a dating simulation? The system even appeared right away. Comfort mission. Console sister Sun Heejang while she's sad and raise your affection rating. Or something like that. Isn't it? I actually feel at peace after what I've done myself. Obeying the devil with these very hands. Ah, isn't that hilarious?
Hypocrite.
Even God won't forgive me. She looked at her 2 hands, covered in dried blood. Sister, you are. Heejang accepted the mission. Sister, don't feel guilty anymore. I think your choice was absolutely. The system suggested, Sun Heejang. If it weren't for you, No. That girl would have died at the hands of those scoundrels. You are a noble. You did nothing wrong. They are the ones who did. What should I say? What a coincidence, I'm also a swindler. Can you stay with me? That's right, you're a hypocrite, pastor. No, those beasts are the ones who did. Affection value, Sun Heejang, the ones who are wrong are those ungrateful beasts. I'm not sure if this is a good thing, but consider that you just helped Lindell clean up garbage to purify the environment. That will make you feel better. This is also a form of volunteering. Affection value increased. Will this approach work on her? How could it? I knew from the start she wasn't normal. He was still very perceptive. From now on, if you ever have to take someone's life to protect others, I will always be by your side. So, sister, please. The sun broke through the dark clouds, scattering the rain, as if to bear witness to his. Sun Heejang smiled, her eyes twinkling with 1,000 stars. This person. Sun Heejang looked as if captain. Work with me and let's create a beautiful Lindell, sister Sun Heejang. Heejang extended his. Sun Heejang slowly reached out her hand. She mused silently, this person. Is he a messenger sent by the gods to awaken me? If it weren't for him, oh great deities, I swear I will obey your commands and walk alongside this. She smiled through tears of happiness.
All right, Yank.
Let us together fight against the evils in this life and protect the weak. My benefactor, thank you for rescuing me from that darkness. Mission complete. The system acknowledged. With knowing glance, Heejang secretly smiled. You are observing player Sun Heejang's stats and growth. Sun Heejang. Age, 32. Alignment, righteous. Profession, dark pastor. Title, Goddess of the Abandoned. Overall evaluation. What the hell are you doing with the goddess, you piece of trash?
Bude.
Good. This guy's face looks like a monstrous rat. The 3 walked under the setting sun. Heejang led the way, while Jung Haiyan held Sun Heejang's hand and walked. Watching the 2 girls behind him laughing and chatting happily, he felt happy too.
Magutam genius.
I am invincible. A bright future awaits me. Heejang was delusional about his. Absolutely brilliant. Not only did I defeat the enemy, but I also managed to pull the saintess to my side. Sun Heejang chatted intimately with Jung Haiyan. I'm really looking forward to meeting the Blue Guild, you know. Jung Haiyan happily replied, they're all good people, sister. I'm sure Daiaku and Hyunsong will like you. Even though there were some unfortunate incidents along the way, the results are beyond my expectations. Hyunsong will surely be thrilled to meet Sun Heejang. I wonder what his face will look like then. He fantasized Hyunsong saying, Brother Heejang, did you bring sister Heejang home for me? And he would reply, yes. To repay you, I will guide you with all my heart. How's that? Hyunsong? I'm so useful, aren't I? Sister Sun Heejang, thank you. Jung Haiyan suddenly said, confusing Sun Heejang. She said, because you saved him. Although I was a little disappointed that I couldn't save him, you gave me a lot of motivation. Really? Sun Heejang didn't even know she was that helpful. Look at them. Does Heejang, walking ahead, feel mentioned but ultimately redundant? Like he's just a catalyst for the 2 girls to find. Sun Heejang poured out her heart. Wah. There's someone else besides Heejang who understands me. I'm so happy. This is probably a blessing from the gods and everyone else too. Is that so? Heejang heard everything, you know. She said that, so he was happy too. Little Jung Haiyan chimed in, that's right. It's all thanks, so let's do this together. Yes. The 2 girls held hands, determined to protect Heejang to the death. Their words and gazes showed a mix of joy and something else. Holy, how could they be so in sync? Heejang got goosebumps. Brother Heejang, a familiar voice called. Young man approached. Heejang was sure in his head it was Brother Hyunsong.
Jung Hairang grit.
Heejang groaned in his head. Holy moly. Hyunsong, I missed you terribly. I'm in this mess because of you. Hyunsong was very gentle. You talk a lot for someone who just met his soulmate. At first I was doubtful, but it really is you. I didn't expect to meet you here. I thought you'd be in the lab right now. Are you taking a walk with Jung Haiyan? Actually, the thing is, Hyunsong looked at Heejang, who was feigning embarrassment by covering his flushed face, with a hint of suspicion. I'm just complimenting myself and feeling embarrassed. It's nothing. I did this for you, you know. Don't be too surprised. Brother Jijang, that person is. Hyunsong noticed Sun Hijang staring intently at Jijang. She's just evaluating me, don't be jealous, don't be jealous. Jijang was still fantasizing, chuckling. Perhaps it'd be too troublesome if you're too grateful to me. Who is it? Hyunsong genuinely. Is Jijang still basking in the glow? What are you talking about? Sun Hijang shyly extended her hand to shake his. Ah, nice to meet you. My name is Sun Hijang. I'm just here for charity. Hyunsong thought in surprise, what? What's going on? But then he happily responded, nice to meet you too.
Im Kim Hyunseong.
I hope we can get along. She sensed something unusual about him. Why are you so rigid, Hyunsong? He didn't act this way when he met Jung Hyen. Don't tell me. She's not one of his old team. Little Kim Ziri silently hid behind Hyun. As soon as Jijang saw Kim Ziri, he immediately thought, why is this little girl here?
Dont elle me.
Eyes of the little girl looked up at him. The system window displayed information about Kim Ziri. You are viewing player Kim Ziri's potential and growth limits. Status. Name, Kim Ziri. Age 14. Personality. A troubled soul with a broken heart. Profession, archer. Professional weakness. Basic archery knowledge. Title, none. You should try harder. Strength, 10. Heroic. Dexterity, 30. Legendary. Stamina, 12. Heroic. Luck, 15. Heroic. Endurance, 4. Heroic. Wisdom, 15. Heroic. Magic, 10. Legendary 1. Trait, growth limit. Jijang was surprised. The system window continued with an evaluation. Overall evaluation. A future assassin prodigy. Nurture the sapling while it's young. Possesses legendary level dexterity and magic. Other stats are unmatched even by other players. She's a quick-witted child, but please don't dislike her. And don't have a bad influence on her. Even though her heart is broken, she's still an innocent child. After reading these lines, he felt even more surprised. I've never seen this before. No one else but Kim Hyunsong has all stats at heroic and legendary levels. I should have known when I didn't see him in the slums, even though he had left. Seeing Hyunsong's caring gaze towards Kim Ziri, Jijang quickly understood. I get it. This child is the one Hyunsong is looking. He silently crossed his arms, observing Sun Hijang's expression. Unfortunate shouts continuously echoed from below the stage.
Kim Ziri. Kim Ziri. Kim Ziri.
You've stolen my beautiful images of Kim Ziri and Sun Hijang were widely displayed.
Kim Ziri. Kim Ziri.
Sun Hijang. Sun Hijang. So this time, the chosen one is different. Cheers rose incessantly as Sun Hijang prepared to sing. Legendary Pastor Sun Hijang. Sing. The center stage is stained with fresh blood. Sun Hijang. Sun Hijang. Sun Hijang. Around her appeared many blood-stained figures lying. The crowd performed with incredible flexibility, constantly executing practiced moves. Sun Hijang began to sing. Tears fall. Keep slashing. Sun Hijang. Cut them all. Jijang also couldn't resist this mesmerizing voice. Sister, this is it. This is the concert. Shall be the fifth member.
Zista, Kim
Ziri below listened, a look of discomfort on her face. Requiem for the Sun Hijang continued to sing. Requiem, the darkness of shadows, the fate of death. Her aura grew more overwhelming. Only chaos can save those. Watching this performance, he couldn't help but imagine his dream. The dream team is complete. Now that I see it, Sister Sun Hijang's appearance is exactly my type. A cool beauty just like Kim Hyun. After a while of the two performing, Hyunsong stepped onto the stage and clearly announced, now I will reveal the fifth member of the Blue Guild, who will rank first and join the Blue Guild. Sun Hijang smiled and waved to the people in the audience below. Legendary Pastor Sun Hijang. In contrast to her was Kim Ziri's joyless expression. A new star suddenly appears.
Kim Ziri.
New member of Produce 2710. The new member of the Blue Guild. Jijang began to lose patience. Hurry the Finally, Hyunsong announced. Sun Hijang's eyes widened in astonishment. As for him, he couldn't believe what he heard. In Jijang's mind, a beautiful vision of Kim Ziri and Hyunsong flashed. Damn it! Hyun agonizingly clutched his head and cursed silently. I even cross-dressed to get Sun Hijang to join. This bad. Seeing the awkwardness between Hyunsong and Sun Hijang, Jijang couldn't help but wonder. Does he really not know her? Someone like Sun Hijang couldn't possibly have escaped the notice of our fake regressor in the previous life. No. Her flashed a strange smile. She was killed by someone in the slums. That's why Brother didn't find her. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. 2 jackpot lottery tickets have appeared before my eyes. I need to get acquainted with the child the fake regressor brought. With that thought, Ji-jang immediately greeted him warmly. Hyunsong, who is this child? He looked at Kim Ziri with gentle eyes. Oh, I forgot. I stumbled upon her in the slums. She said her name is Kim Ziri. I think she might have talent. She thinks very deeply and even has a profession already. She seems very shy, so it might take some time to get to know. Ji-jang laughed loudly in response, though the little girl's face showed no comfort. Haha, I understand. She just escaped the slums, too.
Hello, Kim Ziri.
Nice to meet you, brother Ji. Immediately after, the little girl moved away, making Ji-jang feel very awkward. It'll be hard to get close to this. Hee-jang saw the scene and let out a laugh. Hyunsong sighed, then looked at Kim Ziri's sparkling eyes. Soon after, everyone had to say good. Many things had happened, but in the end, everything was fine again. Let's go back to the guild for now. From now on, I just need to enjoy having a regressor by my side. Alright, clothes for new members. You're the best one to handle that, Ji-jang. Thanks, but I think you're also the best one to handle that. But my position is the safest in the team. A few days, Daiyaku and Kim Ziri were having an eating speed competition. Soup plate dropped onto the table, making a sound that drew everyone's attention. The little girl happily rubbed her stomach. Kim Ziri wins. Ji-jang saw this and thought, it seems they've become friends. Looks like that pig can be useful sometimes. A voice suddenly rang out. Hyunsong announced during the meal, I know it's a bit sudden, but I want everyone to go dungeon raiding together. Really unexpected? Ji-jang asked in surprise. Huh? Oh, are you talking about what you mentioned before? He nodded in reply, that's right. As I said, it's a dungeon called the Garden of Terror. The one who discovered the dungeon was very generous to allow us to explore it first. Ji-jang also saw no problem with this. Oh, that, Hyunsong added, but there's one problem. It seems another guild will be raiding this dungeon with us. So I wanted to ask for everyone's opinion. Hearing this, his expression suddenly changed. Huh? What an uninvited guest. Then he spoke with a tone of regret. Is that so? So which guild will be joining us? Damn it, I thought I'd get it all to my... Images of 3 major guilds appeared as Hyunsong spoke. The Red Mercenary Guild, the Mages Guild, and the Black Swan. Thinking of these 3 guilds, improper thoughts began to stir in Ji-jang's mind. I would risk my life to protect Li Ji-jang. If it's Sister Cha Hira's guild, I completely agree. Not, he subtly turned his face away. His smile now was truly cunning. I also want to see what the Black Swan Guild is like. Even if we have to share the spoils, we still benefit in the end. This is also an opportunity to increase the Blue Guild's. Hyunsong continued the matter. And we will divide the spoils according to each guild's contribution ratio. He still looked puzzled. Contribution ratio, huh? We probably want even work to... He rested his hands on the table and slowly said, exactly. But my goal in this dungeon raid is not money or items. It's experience. Ji-jang took a sip of tea, furtively glancing at Daiyaku. I see. Hyunsong, you want us to level up. He again imagined a lavish scenario. He'll leave it to you, Hyunsong. Okay. Carry us again this time,
Seo smirkte contemptuously.
He turned his head and spoke to Sung Yun. Thank you for following my instructions, Sung Yun. Although, unfortunately, other guilds interfered. She began to explain we couldn't do anything about it. We discovered that dungeon together. And the Black Swan Guild really wanted to come with. Seo Ho asked, you've heard about that person, right? The new member of the Black Swan Guild. Everyone is buzzing about that person. I also want to get close to teams. Sung Yun replied with an unfriendly tone. I didn't expect you to care about Hyunsong's team. Do you have a hidden agenda? He sighed. No reason at all. I think you watch too many movies. Seo Ho's next words made her flinch and look up. I just want everyone in our guild to have good items. Aren't you the one with a hidden agenda? I know you like that person in team. Sung Yun's face immediately flushed. How could you? A memory of Ji-jang resurfaced. I'm quite impressed. I don't think any new team has attracted this much attention. How's the training going? Good, brother. You know I'm strong. Their popularity is on another level. I'm sure they're even more famous than idols on Earth. It's not surprising. Their beauty. Next was his miserable image. He continued, do you think Sister Cha Hira would let him go if she knew I died? His mouth is really... Seo Ho stroked his chin, contemplating. I'm sure he can't do anything alone. He'll be the perfect source of money to provide for Ito. Go make money for me. Soon after, the day of the expedition arrived. A woman standing in the distance called out, Reporter Lindeo, you must draw us beautifully. Understood? Especially the Black Swan Guild. Awa! Oh my goodness. It's Kim Hyunsong in real life. He's so handsome. The crowd continuously shouted as Hyunsung's group approached. Oh my god! Lee Jijang is in the back. Jijang observed for a while but couldn't identify them. Who are these people? Reporter Lin Dao's confused expression while she secretly sketched them. They must be reporters hired by the Black Swan Guild. I have a feeling they'll spread misinformation about everyone except the Black Swan Guild. Do they really draw everything since there are no cameras?
That's sad.
How the leader of the Red Mercenary Guild suddenly approached warmly.
Yinseong.
Welcome. It's been a while since we last met. The last time I saw you was at the guild leaders meeting. That person, he smiled and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Choi Eun-ji of the Red Mercenary Guild. You must be Jijang. I've heard a lot about you from Sister Cha Hyera. It's an honor for me to join my brother-in-law. Jijang forced a smile, unable to feel truly taking in the surrounding atmosphere. He felt something ominous behind him. I think I shouldn't look back. The people nearby shouted in admiration.
Sister Jung Hae-ran.
Huh? Sister Sun, he curled his lips into a smile. Buffet. What a big guild. Everyone's stats are impressive. And they have good weapons too. This will really test our team. Pecha Abra, not far away, spoke up. You want to actually enter the dungeon? Jijang looked at her, confused. Excuse me? To others, Li Jijang looked neat-haired, smooth-skinned, cleanly dressed, and weaponless. Pecha Abra asked angrily, Huh? Are you playing? Then she approached and looked intently into his eyes. I know you're only here to leech experience points. Jijang was surprised to hear this. He couldn't help but feel scared looking into Pecha Abra's eyes. How does she know? Who is this person? The system window appeared. You are viewing player Pecha Abra's potential and growth limits. Status. Name. Pecha Abra. Age. 29. Personality. Calculating strategist. Profession. Rogue. Title. Queen of Manipulation. A calculating strategist and queen of manipulation? I understand her type of person. Maybe she's deliberately trying to provoke. Pecha Abra, seeing his silence, began to provoke him further. Huh? Why are you silent? Are you angry? Right? Oh right, it must be true. You pathetic person. You belong to the Blue Guild. It's not surprising. You even brought a child here? Zhang's face darkened with anger. Damn it, Pecha Abra. What kind of name is that? Nonsense. She continued to speak, even though she received no response from him. The reason I told Yangji not to go with the Blue Guild is, oh no, the Blue Guild came to cause trouble. I really hate her type of person. Who does she think she is, playing political games like Rare Grade Dungeon? You have entered the Garden of Terror. Confirmed. Participants. 24 out of 30. The game system window seemed to warn of the impending danger in this mysterious, in the dark and damp forest, where towering ancient trees reached up to obscure the sunlight. A fierce battle was taking place. Not with familiar monsters, but with the very flora transformed by dark magic. A variety of trees, flowers, and plants within, originally inanimate, now suddenly became animated and ferocious. Thick vines stretched out like gigantic pythons. Strange flowers opened their sharp, jagged teeth, and thorny bushes lunged with incredible speed, like skilled hunters. They moved with surprising flexibility and agility, weaving through every gap in the leaves, piercing through fallen tree. It seemed to make even a crowd of seasoned knights extremely anxious. The clash of swords against tree trunks as hard as steel, the rustle of dry leaves underfoot, and the eerie roars of the monstrous plants mingled together, creating a symphony of chaos. We must keep moving forward. This way, advance. His rear guard is slowing our advance. This unfavorable situation also partly showed that his troops were facing major obstacles. Even as brave warriors, dealing with such strange and unpredictable enemies as these mutated plants was draining their strength and morale. Every step forward had to be paid for with sweat, blood, and heightened vigilance. One must mention the story of a member of the Black Swan Guild, an assassin with the title Queen of Manipulation, a name both fearsome and ironic, for she was renowned for her excellent ability to manipulate and command, and she was now lost in a flood of memories. He recalled the moment when he and Pecha Abra, another assassin from the Black Swan Guild, had confronted each other before. She had spoken to him with a firm and certain voice, without hiding her contempt. I know you're here just to leech experience points. Because we are the ones with the lowest standing, she must be trying to stomp us down to elevate her influence within the team. If that's the case, it's best to hoist her with her own political. Subtly curled his lips, a knowing smile, as if he already knew the outcome of this covert confrontation. He was, after all, no stranger to internal rivalries. That's great. I never expected them to be friendly to us anyway. But as he was lost in thought, the rustling of leaves suddenly grew more intense. Not far from him, a gigantic petal monster, with vibrant but deadly dangerous petals, suddenly appeared. Its emerald eyes fixated on Daiaku, another member of the team, making him cry out, "Ha-you-ha!" Immediately after, the monster, without delay, swung its sharp leaf blade towards Daiaku with incredible speed. The impact, though not causing flesh-tearing pain because he managed to raise his shield in time, was strong enough to send him flying backward, startling him. Losing his balance, he tumbled onto the ground covered with dry leaves and roots. This was clearly a preemptive strike, aimed at disrupting their fun. Just as Daiaku fell, a figure swift as a cut dashed forward. It was Choi Eun-ji, another member of the team. He moved skillfully. With just one sharp strike, Choi Eun-ji easily defeated the petal monster. Its sharp petals vanished into thin air, leaving a void in the chaotic. After dealing with the threat, Choi Eun-ji didn't hesitate and quickly went to where Daiaku was lying face down on the ground. He extended his hand, waiting to help him up, his eyes showing concern. "Daiaku, are you alright?" Daiaku, still a little dazed after the impact, struggled to stand up, grasping Choi Eun-ji's hand to regain his footing. "Thanks, buddy." Choi Eun-ji looked at him with worry, but in his mind, he had a secret thought. How could he be so careless? At this moment, Ji-jang, who had witnessed the entire incident, let out a soft sigh of relief. He thought about Choi Eun-ji, who had just saved Daiaku. He said his name was Choi Eun-ji, didn't he? How lucky for Daiaku. He seems trustworthy. Ji-jang looked at both of them, his eyes sweeping over them. Then, a voice suddenly cut off his thoughts, its tone full of surprise and contemptuous doubt. "No way, please tell me I'm wrong. But aren't the Blue Guild members here actually not affiliated with any?" Ji-jang turned towards the source of the voice, his eyes narrowing to identify the speaker. And just as Ji-jang had predicted, it was Pecha Abra. The one who had previously spoken contemptuous words to him stood there with her usual arrogant demeanor, her sharp gaze sweeping across their entire formation, then stopping at a group of people in blue uniforms fighting in the distance. Could they be assassins hired to slaughter all the guild leaders? Pecha Abra still maintained her usual disdainful and contemptuous expression, her sharp gaze sweeping over the Blue Guild members fighting in the distance. Her tone became even more biting, full of mockery. If not, then why are they making the situation so dangerous, right? Ji-jang stood there, listening to every word Pecha Abra said. In his mind, a wave of indignation began to rise, and he immediately retorted in thought, using words full of hatred and sarcasm. "Damn it, what's with her acting like a superior bilingual? I bet she doesn't know any English. She only uses the most basic English words." The people next to her also noticed the abnormality in her words and attitude. They subtly moved closer, whispering concerned that her aggressive remarks might cause trouble. "Sister, someone might hear you. Speak softer." But Pecha Abra was no pushover. She glanced dismissively, then replied with an utterly contemptuous tone, accompanied by a scoffing laugh. "Let them hear it. Do you think if we're nice to that rabble, they'll listen to us?" Ji-jang grew visibly annoyed and angry with her, laughing at her, thinking she's got a At the same time, Choi Eun-ji had led Daiaku to a safer spot, away from the main skirmish with the monstrous plants. Daiaku still felt a bit uneasy about the recent incident, softly murmuring guiltily, "Sorry, it's my fault." Daiaku softly murmured guiltily as he was being helped. Choi Eun-ji looked at him, his gaze remaining calm and reassuring. "It's alright, you're new. This is normal." After ensuring Daiaku was stable, he called out loudly to everyone in the group, his voice echoing amidst the battle's noise. "Alright, why don't we take a break?" Everyone set up. The situation on Ji-jang's side was still very tense. He stood there, his entire body rigid, the anger rising to a point where it seemed about to reach its limit. Pecha Abra's twisted, sarcastic and mocking words once again rang out, aimed directly at his group. "Ji-jang, why don't we have the Blue Guild members at the rear guard? I think they seem a bit green." Every word from her was like adding fuel to Ji-jang's anger. It only made him want to burst into a rage, his facial muscles tensing with visible veins, signaling an impending outburst. But with an extraordinary effort, Ji-jang simply raised his hand, silently smiling, a smile full of hidden meaning and subtle contempt. He stared at her, as if watching a sad farce. "Humph, humph, laugh while you still." On the other hand, Hyunsong, who had witnessed the entire incident from beginning to end, maintained an icy demeanor. His eyes observed Ji-jang profoundly, without saying a word, without any superfluous movement. He seemed to be assessing the situation, and perhaps even the thoughts running through Ji-jang's mind. Hyunsong's silence only amplified the tense and mysterious atmosphere around. After a tense battle with the monstrous plants, everyone finally found a relatively safe clearing to set up camp. Temporary tents were quickly erected among the ancient trees. The knights gathered in one spot to rest and recuperate, preparing for the next leg of their journey. Some were still full of vitality, their eyes bright and ready for new challenges, but others were exhausted, lying sprawled and panting, drenched in sweat. Just then, Jijang, with a calm expression and a friendly smile, approached Choi Eun-ji. In his hand was a small, transparent green vial of medicine, glistening under the weak light of the forest. He offered the vial to him as a sincere token of appreciation. "Thank you for leading us, Eun-ji." He looked at the vial in Jijang's hand, his eyes clearly showing confusion and surprise. "Jijang, it's a recovery potion I concocted. It's more effective than any other available on the market. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you." Not stopping at Choi Eun-ji, he then offered similar vials to everyone else in the team, one for each, with a friendly smile and sincere eyes. This seemed to make those around him happy and appreciative. Their tired faces gradually relaxed, replaced by relieved smiles and grateful glances for Jijang. The atmosphere in the camp suddenly became much warmer and more calm. However, amidst those smiles and thank yous, he couldn't help but seize the opportunity to flash a contemptuous smile towards Pecha Abra. The smile was fleeting, but enough for her to immediately notice. Pecha Abra, who was observing Jijang with a cold expression, suddenly became annoyed. In his mind, a clever plan was gradually forming. He would use soft diplomacy to win over people's hearts, build credibility, and forge alliances before directly confronting Pecha Abra. Because, in a complex environment like this, words only carry weight when someone believes. Choi Eun-ji, who had just received the potion from Jijang, immediately looked at him, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. His words were not just ordinary thanks, but also a confirmation of Jijang's good nature, exactly as the person he respected most had said. "Thank you very much, you truly are a kind person," just as the guild leader said. Choi Eun-ji's praise further solidified Jijang's position in the eyes of. It also showed that he had successfully taken the first step in building his image and forging alliances. Choi Eun-ji remained excited, his eyes sparkling as he chattered endlessly, like a child who had just found his favorite toy. His words flowed like a stream, full of boundless admiration and gratitude. "My sister said that back when she was on Earth, you were the one who saved her during her hardest time. Then you two met again in this world, like destiny. What a beautiful story," he babbled, his face clearly showing his imagination, as if he was actually seeing his sister and Jijang face to face, incredibly affectionate and touching. Jijang, upon hearing this, could only blush and subtly lower his head, a wry smile appearing on his lips as he thought, "Sister Cha Hyare, what kind of weird rumors is she?" At that moment, Choi Eun-ji continued, his tone firm and full of responsibility, as if swearing an unbreakable oath. "For me, Choi Eun-ji, my sister's benefactor is my benefactor. I owe you this favor, and I will never forget it, even unto." He could only chuckle witnessing Choi Eun-ji's personality. "Well, since he's the type of person who's easily moved by these kinds of made-up stories, my job will be easier." Although they were just cleverly woven tall tales, this made Jijang feel relieved and more confident in his. Jijang responded to Choi Eun-ji's sincere gratitude, maintaining a natural and gentle expression. "Ha, it's nothing, Eun-ji. I'm the one who should be thanking you. But do you know?" When he heard Jijang's lingering question, Choi Eun-ji couldn't suppress his curiosity. His eyes widened, and he tilted his head, asking, "Know what?" Jijang simply raised his hand slightly, as if hesitant, then continued in a much softer voice, as if genuinely sad and finding it difficult to say. His face momentarily showed a somber expression, his gaze slightly lowered, creating a heavy atmosphere. "I don't really want to talk about this, but, Pecha." He abruptly cut off mid-sentence, as if implying that his story was so serious it was difficult to articulate, hard to put into words. Jijang pretended to look sad, even furrowing his brows slightly and sighing softly, making Choi Eun-ji feel extremely worried. "No, never mind. Actually, Eun-ji, who was honest and righteous by nature, was immediately drawn into Jijang's act. His eyes were filled with anxious urgency. The guild leader entrusted me with the task of protecting you. Tell me what happened." In that moment, a smug smile flashed in Jijang's mind, but he maintained his sad expression outwardly. His plan was unfolding smoothly, even exceeding expectations. "Got it." Then he spoke softly, his tone as if reluctantly forced to reveal a shocking secret, yet still full of trust in Choi Eun-ji. "Well then, if you insist." Jijang took a deep breath, as if steeling himself to face a heartache. He began to narrate, but his voice was choked, as if stifled by negative emotions. His face clearly showed sadness, even a hint of feeling wronged. Just now, when she mocked us, she said things like, he paused, pretending he couldn't continue, his eyes looking directly at Choi Eun-ji, trying to create the scene of Pecha Abra bluntly mocking him. You really think that bitch, Cha Hyare, can protect you here? His voice was choked and broken, as if genuinely pained to recall every single poisonous. Choi Eun-ji was immediately shocked to hear those words. His eyes widened, his face changing color with astonishment and indignation. What did you say? She actually said that? At this, Ji Jiang subtly lowered his face, concealing it, then slowly looked up. On his cheeks, tears streamed down, glistening under the faint light. These were carefully calculated tears, used to make the story even more believable. He choked back sobs like a true victim of bullying. Yes, and not only that, she also said our Blue Guild members are assassins hired by Cha Hyare to kill everyone here. Hick, hick. He continued to choke back sobs. But deep in his mind, a smug smile appeared. My awkwardness, my unforgettable gaze, and Eun-ji is looking at me. He gently wiped away the remaining tears on his cheeks, then looked up at Choi Eun-ji with a pitiful and wronged expression, his voice faltering, as if trying to suppress his emotions but still needing to speak the truth.
Ah, please don't misunderstand.
I'm sure Pecha didn't mean anything bad when she said those things. Perhaps she was just a bit too angry at the time. It seems I've told you something I shouldn't have. I apologize. He deliberately cut off his words, feigning regret, as if wanting to defuse the situation, but in reality, to add more persuasive power to his story, making Choi Eun-ji believe even more in his innocence and kindness. Before Ji Jiang could even finish his sentence, Choi Eun-jae's anger exploded. His face flushed red, his eyes blazing with indignation as he listened to his pitiful account. How dare she? Pecha, how dare you mock our guild leader? His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He couldn't believe she was so malicious and disrespectful. In his eyes, Pecha Abra daring to insult Ji Jiang, a kind person and his sister's benefactor, and also daring to disrespect their guild leader, was an unforgivable. He immediately exclaimed in thought, a smug smile appearing in his mind, even though his face maintained a pitiful expression. I knew Eun-ji was extremely loyal. Excellent. You're becoming more and more dissatisfied with her, aren't you? During this time, he'll continue to draw more allies. He couldn't hide his excitement and joy as his plan was succeeding brilliantly, far exceeding his expectations. Everything was going exactly as he had calculated. Even a moment later, in the resting camp, Ji Jiang had truly effortlessly become a harmonious, friendly, and grateful person to those around him. With his wise demeanor and skillful communication, he quickly gained favor, simply by appearing knowledgeable. I've brought the guild's mages to my side now, he thought as he chatted animatedly with a group of mages, who were listening to him attentively and admiringly. Remember to invite us to your next alchemy stone research sessions. Okay? Ji Jiang nodded with a bright smile. Of course. Pecha Abra couldn't take it anymore. She crossed her arms, stood a distance from Ji Jiang, and spoke loudly towards his back. Her tone was resentful and annoyed, as if restraining a fit of anger. Hey, why can't you stop going around trying to make friends like this?
Ji Jiang smirked triumphantly.
A sly, knowing smile appeared on his lips as he turned to face her. He feigned ignorance, his eyes wide with innocence. What do you mean? I truly don't understand, Miss Pecha. She retorted sarcastically. Oh, are you serious? Don't you see you're destroying the whole team like Pecha Abra, with a scornful face and sharp eyes, tried to put all the blame on Ji Jiang. She stared at him, her tone full of accusation and displeasure. You're slowing us down. She tried to portray Ji Jiang as an obstructionist, someone breaking the team's discipline and efficiency, aiming to diminish his credibility in front of others. But he wasn't someone to be easily bullied. He simply responded with a scoff of mockery, a sly smile full of insinuation and contempt. That smile was like a sharp knife thrust directly into Pecha Abra's true motives, exposing her greedy and selfish nature. Why don't you just tell me directly that you want to quickly swallow up all the rewards from the Blue Guild, right? Ji Jiang's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed directly onto Pecha Abra's, startling her. It wasn't just an accusation, but also a challenging question. A fatal counterattack, striking at her weakest point. Greed. She was immediately surprised, her eyes wide, her face suddenly changing color. Drops of sweat began to dot her forehead, running down her temples, clearly showing anxiety and panic. Ji Jiang's words had hit exactly what she was trying to hide, causing her to lose her composure. What? You just... At that moment, he put on an incredibly sarcastic expression. His lips pursed, his eyes full of provocation, as if inviting a direct confrontation. His voice stretched unpleasantly, emphasizing each word, making his speech heavier and highly provocative. Well then, if it's truly not like that, I really don't understand why you have such a hostile attitude towards the Blue Guild members. I truly don't understand. Ji Zhang's direct and sharp words were like a knife piercing Pecha Abra's dark heart. She immediately refuted him in a panic, her face pale, sweat pouring down, no longer able to maintain her initial arrogance. What is it? You Li Jizhang, do you think this is fun? Do you even know who I am? I'm with the Black Swan Guild, she said, secretly praying. Her eyes darted around constantly, clearly showing extreme fear. Don't expose me. Please don't expose this of mine. Ji Zhang was certain she had become more panicked when she couldn't deny it. A triumphant smile clearly appeared on his lips. We've hit her weak spot, he said to her again. His tone was sharp, each word like adding fuel to the fire, making the flame of fear within Pecha Abra burn even more intensely. Of course, I know. Of course. I know you're the kind of bottomless greedy scoundrel who wants to snatch things from none other than the rookies here. Aren't you? She immediately grimaced, laughing darkly. That smile contained both resentment and extreme discomfort. She tried to regain the upper hand. So, you're finally showing your true colors, aren't you? Who will support you? Chihira? Are you acting like this because Chihira is backing you? Immediately after, Ji Zhang seized the opportunity. He had been waiting for this moment the moment Pecha Abra walked into her own trap. It was time to present evidence for the words I had spoken earlier, he said softly, his tone full of confidence and determination, as if it were an undeniable truth. Of course, I'm not afraid of you at all. If anything happens, Chihira will definitely protect me. She burst out laughing upon hearing those words. You think that bitch Chihira can protect you from this far away? We're in a dungeon, you know. Do you think anyone will know the truth if you die here? Pecha Abra's words were not just mockery, but also a blatant threat. An affirmation that she was willing to do anything to achieve her goal. Right then, both Yunji and Huinsong heard everything, especially Yunji. Because of the information he had told earlier about Pecha Abra, her words now made him angrier than ever. Yunji's face changed, his fists clenched tight. And Ji Zhang knew everything was going according to his plan. He held his stomach and chuckled, the joy of victory clear in his eyes. Everything was unfolding perfectly. Can I take what you just said as a threat, Miss Pecha? Ji Zhang's words, though just a question, were extremely damaging, making her utterly flustered. Ji Zhang didn't give Pecha Abra a chance to react. He continued his assault, cornering her. His voice dropped, full of insinuation and mystery, as if revealing an earth-shattering secret. I finally understand why the Black Swan Guild seems so interested in joining this expedition. And to send none other than you. He lowered his voice again, as if trying to imply something. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering the final words. His words were like sharp knives piercing Pecha Abra's mind. The higher-ups of the Black Swan Guild want you dead here. These words shocked and terrified her. A thought popped into his mind. Continued his attack, his tone rapid-fire. Each word was like a poison-tipped arrow shot directly into Pecha Abra's nerves, provoking her to her limit. You're useless. And on top of that, you're causing trouble everywhere. They can't stand you tarnishing their guild's reputation anymore. Can they? Ji Zhang said rapidly. Every sentence was a powerful blow to Pecha Abra's pride and honor. Finally, he thought to himself like a challenging invitation, an extreme provocation. Hit me. He lowered his voice. His eyes gleamed shrewdly as he continued to delve into Pecha Abra's weaknesses. His voice was full of false sympathy, but in reality, it was a cunning attack. What's more, I heard you used to hold a high position. Were you demoted or something? These words were like a needle pricking Pecha Abra's emotional wound. She seemed to grit her teeth in anger, her face distorted with indignation. Hey Jizhang, do you have a death wish? He just chuckled upon hearing that, a half-smile full of provocation, as if he had hit her soft spot. Was I too accurate with my guess? I feel so sorry for you. It seems those assassins you're talking about. His voice dropped another notch, becoming even more mysterious and frightening. Are actually your subordinates who will ambush you from behind after we clear this dungeon. He chuckled mockingly. His eyes were sharp as knives, staring directly into Pecha Abra's panicked eyes. His words were not just a guess, but also a threatening affirmation. He provoked her again. His voice was like an invitation to a confrontation. Hit me. Come on, hit me. When her limit reached its peak, unable to endure any more provocative words, Pecha Abra frowned in anger, her eyes blazing with fury. In an uncontrollable, she unconsciously raised her fist, ready to bring it down on him. You bastard! Shut up! At this moment, Ji Zhang immediately hunched down, feigning to brace himself, as if weakly dodging, but in that instant, he quietly whispered words into her ear that only she could hear. An earth-shattering secret was revealed. Ah, I forgot to tell you this. Chihira isn't the one backing me. A triumphant smile, full of malice, clearly appeared on Ji Zhang's lips for a split second, before he quickly transformed into the image of a weak, pitiable boy. Tears streamed down his cheeks again. His face showed regret and self-pity. Hiccup. I'm sorry. This is all my saw Ji Zhang's act and became 1,000 times angrier. Pecha Abra growled, her eyes bloodshot, ready to lunge and attack Ji Zhang. What? Just as things were critical, a firm, cold hand suddenly reached out, grabbing her wrist, stopping all her act. It was Huin Song's figure that appeared. He stood there, his face still clearly radiating a protective aura. His gaze was cold as ice but full of determination. There's nothing to apologize for. Huin Song's majestic figure and dignified aura seemed to surprise and scare Pecha Abra. She just couldn't believe he appeared at this very moment. She said, as if he could see the sweat of her anxiety. At the same time, Yunji also walked over. His face was full of unease and worry as he witnessed the tense scene. Ji Zhang, are you alright? What happened? The ones backing me are... Yunji's voice rang out, full of indignation, interrupting the tension between Ji Zhang and Pecha. He couldn't suppress his anger upon hearing Pecha's insulting words. You bitch! How dare you insult my guild leader and Ji Zhang like that? You! Huh? Ji Zhang, are you alright? Ji Zhang, how dare you touch my brother? Ji Zhang? And even Huin Song also looked at him worriedly. Ji Zhang, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? And of course, Ji Zhang secretly smirked triumphantly in his mind. He had gotten what he wanted. The ones backing me are... my beloved Ji Zhang secretly reminded himself. A knowing smile appeared on his lips as he quickly wiped away his crocodile tears. This is why people must always behave appropriately, no matter where or when. Wiping away his tears quickly, he said, Thank you for helping, Huin Song. He replied to him, Can you tell me what happened? He started to hesitate, feigning to suppress his resentment and discomfort. Miss Pecha told me not to try to make friends with everyone anymore. She immediately jumped up. What? The scratching sound of a drawing pen on paper echoed, mingling with gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Everyone gasped as they witnessed the scene, especially the reporters from the Black Swan Guild. Someone quickly grabbed a pen to sketch that dramatic scene, capturing every detail. Seeing this, Pecha Abra laughed and yelled loudly. That's right. Exactly. Draw more of the story. I am the victim. Draw more. But the people's interest here wasn't Pecha, but rather Huin Song, who had just acted heroically in their eyes. Murmurs of discussion arose from all directions. Did you see that? Did Huin Song just protect Ji Zhang? Oh, my merciful Lord Benegor. Thank you for opening the door to a new world. He chuckled to himself, a triumphant smile. I knew it. Those Black Swan Guild reporters. They seem a bit different, focusing on Huin Song rather than taking orders from Pecha. I wonder if any of them are my fans. But they genuinely have good intentions towards the Blue Guild, unlike their idiotic leader. Should I try something? He then turned towards Huin Song. Once again, he put on a pitiful and weak facade towards him, immediately blaming himself. Tears streamed down Ji Zhang's cheeks again. Huin Song. Hiccup. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I keep causing trouble. Seeing this, he immediately reassured him. Huin Song's eyes were full of sympathy and determination. You have nothing to apologize for, Ji Zhang. As for the crowd, everyone admired this brotherly bond immensely. A series of gasps and expressions of emotion from all directions. I knew they would react. Things are getting more and more in my favor. Now, news about Pecha Abra gradually spread widely, by the reporters publishing the news. The content included Huin Song of the Blue Guild stating he couldn't forgive the Black Swan Guild for insulting his guild members. It's possible Ji Zhang is manipulating public opinion. What is his true purpose? You people are unbelievable. Hey, that Lin Dao paper. Do your work properly. As for you, let me go. Pecha Abra yelled irritably, shaking her hand free from Huin Song. He remained calm. I have something to tell you. Ji Zhang didn't do anything wrong. Even if there's a disagreement, you have no right to handle it like this. Huin Song looked at her with an extremely stern and respectful expression. Every word was firm and clear. This is clearly an abuse of power. If any member of my team has a problem as the leader, I should be the one to take responsibility. Meanwhile, Ji Zhang merely looked down at the. She immediately reacted with anger. The people around immediately chimed in. He's right. You're the one holding us back. Another person said we did need to slow down a bit, but thanks to Ji Zhang we weren't Knowing that no one was on her side now, she could only sigh in annoyance. It's infuriating. If the Blue Guild members were just a normal team it would be one thing. But for them to obstruct us so openly, how can I tolerate? Ji Zhang frowned at her words. He thought to himself, his tone a bit annoyed. She's trying to make it seem like she's doing all this for the common good. Damn it! How weak is the Blue Guild for her to dare look down on us like this? Yoonji, at this moment, also couldn't hold back anymore and yelled loudly. Obstructing us? If you just paid a little attention to the combat situation you wouldn't have said. Ah Yan's magic and Huin Song's efforts have eliminated so many monsters, and Ji Zhang has healed us too. This is the Blue Guild's first expedition, you know. I really can't stand it anymore. Yoonji yelled Ji Zhang was also pleased with his reaction at this moment. Yoonji, my dear. Ah, you did so well.
I'm so glad.
Huin Song reminded her one last time. Please don't let something like this happen again. If you have any disputes with our team, speak to me, the guild leader said, with words that were neither submissive nor reluctant. Her tone was full of dissatisfaction. All right.
Sorry, Huin Seong. Yi Zhang.
Ha, I'm really angry. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. From the end, still so foolish. I don't think you should be a politician, Pecha. The more you talk, the more people will hate you. Don't make things any harder for yourself. I wish Shed just leave the team already. The group began to walk as everything had finally been resolved successfully. Daku still walked beside him. His face held a hint of unease. Sir. Sorry for my mistake just now. As always, he reassured him. It's nothing. Consider it a lesson so you can do better next time. If I can do it, then you can do it too. After speaking, he patted his shoulder. Huin Song's voice immediately cut across the conversation. His voice rang out clearly, making those around him immediately turn their attention to him, bewildered. I apologize to everyone. Zhang spoke up to reassure him. His face was slightly surprised by this sudden apology. Huin Song, there's nothing to apologize for. I should be the one apologizing. We joined this expedition to truly gain experience. But Huin Song trembled with anger and indignation on his behalf. His voice caught, brokenly, as if he truly felt immense guilt over what had just happened. But I didn't expect you to be treated worse than a dog, to be mocked and taunted so terribly. This is all my fault. As the leader, I am truly sorry. Even he had to silently deny it. It wasn't that terrible. However, his voice grew firmer. His eyes gleamed with a determined light. He gripped his sword, a powerful, with a decisive flick of his wrist. Both his sword and his body emitted a safe yet fearsome blue aura. Strong and powerful. That aura enveloped Huin Song, making him look like a deity. From now on, things will be. Both Dayaku and Ji Zhang were surprised as they watched him from behind, their eyes wide with astonishment. It seems, the hero Huin Song is slowly revealing his true. I can't just stand by and watch either.
Yi Zhang subtly flashed a knowing smile.
A smile holding calculation and a desire for revenge. I will make you pay for trying to harm. The fierce battle continued. The atmosphere grew tenser and more urgent. More monsters, even more numerous, more ferocious, rushing out from the shadows. They were no longer mere plants and flowers, but horrific hybrid creatures with gruesome appearances. Their bodies were covered in terrifyingly sharp teeth, waiting to tear apart their prey. Their growls and screams echoed everywhere, making the air suffocating. Everyone issued a flurry of warnings, shouts to prepare for a new wave of attacks. Everyone, to your position. In a chaotic moment, a powerful sword suddenly swept across. The dazzling blue light of the sword sliced through each monster's body with ease, as if cutting through butter. The screaming monsters suddenly fell silent, then were cut to pieces. Their bodies disintegrated, revealing disgusting, slimy yellow goo. It was Huin Song. He darted into the midst of the monsters like a flash of lightning. The sword in his hand spun, creating perfect. That agility and power left everyone around them, including Yoonji, Dayaku, and even Pecha Abra, stunned. Before they could do anything, in just a moment, the area previously filled with terrifying, growling monsters was now cleared, leaving behind trails of filth. But because of Huin Song's powerful action, a reverse reaction occurred. Even more monsters, seemingly agitated by the disintegration of their kind, became even more enraged and wildly attacked those around them uncontrollably.
Ah, Pecha Abra exclaimed.
Oh my goodness! Huin Song just acted on his own. She turned back, seeing the monster vines approaching her. A smug smile clearly appeared on her lips, though still feigning a warning. Those vines are going wild. She warned, clearly smiling smugly. Make more mistakes. Go on. Go on. She was clearly smiling sarcastically, hoping Huinsong would make more mistakes, so she would have an excuse to it. Immediately, Haiyan drew his bow and simultaneously shot 3 arrows. The light of fire blazed on each arrow, radiant like falling stars, before they aimed straight at the charging monsters. A loud bang echoed as lightning struck down, merging with the rising flames, incinerating all the monsters in the blink of. Pecha Abra was immediately unconvinced. Her face distorted with anger as she saw the Blue Guild's effective actions. She yelled, trying to command the members of the Black Swan Guild. Damn it, Black Swan, what are you doing? Don't let them gain the upper hand. Shoot your arrows. Shoot them all down. But Ji Zhang chuckled to himself, a smile full of sarcasm and contempt. You guys are really trying your best. From the vanquished monsters, Huinsong unexpectedly leaped out. He flew in front of Ji Zhang. His eyes were sharp and serious. He softly reminded Ji Zhang, his voice low but clear. Please use the spell when I give the signal.
Yi Zhang replied, startled.
All right, the regressor said, if you follow my words, there will be light. Oh Lord. Ji Zhang uttered the spell, his voice powerful and power to protect. Ji Zhang's voice rang out before Haiyan began to follow up with her part. Power to keep what is mine. And right after that, Haiyan chanted her own spell. But there was a miraculous connection between their powers, as if they were becoming one. Fire. The perfect combination of fire and wind created a colossal fire orb, enveloped by a powerful swirling wind, creating a terrifying power, spreading destructive. Fire orb spun rapidly. Haiyan then smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with joy as they could combine their spells so perfectly. Ji Zhang also noticed it easily. A warm feeling rose in his heart too. You're happy because we combine spells? How cute. He thought to himself as a smile crept onto his lips. Interrupting this, Diak's loud shout rang out, full of shock, surprise and worry. Hordes of monsters from all directions were approaching closer and closer. And now they weren't just simple mutated plants, but numerous colossal monsters with terrifying red eyes, rushing forward one after another, creating immense pressure on the formation. Their growls echoed. They seemed to have been provoked to the extreme. At the same time, Huinsong landed on the ground unexpectedly, almost without a sound, startling everyone. He immediately spoke, his voice calm but powerful, commanding. Daiaku, take this. He maintained a cold but trusting demeanor towards the entire team. His gaze swept over each person. His words were concise but effective. Please lure the small monsters to the boss. You do the same, Yunji. Both Daiaku and Yunji agreed in unison, without a moment's hesitation, trusting Huinsong's leadership absolutely. Yes. No problem. Ji Zhang stood from behind. His eyes intently watched the ongoing battle. The scene was chaotic and desolate. But what he cared about right now wasn't the monsters, but Huinsong's fighting style and leadership. He moved powerfully, giving decisive commands, and displayed incredible adaptability. That's the Huinsong I know. That's true leadership. You make me so proud. I knew the regressor would carry us. But this is so pleasant that I just want to make some ramen, sit down, and watch the show, he thought candidly. A faint smile appeared on his lips, completely trusting Huinsong's ability. On the other side, Pecha Abra shrieked, her voice filled with panic and incomprehension as she witnessed Huinsong's surprising and effective moves. What the hell? What are those moves? Is he really a rookie? It looks like this is his second life or something. Ji Zhang only chuckled to himself upon hearing this. A smile full of mockery and triumph. You guys catch on quickly. Spot on. You've chosen the wrong opponents. We're not just a regular rookie team like you. Are you really going to let these rookies surpass her? Pecha Abra was trying to boost her team's morale, but her words were full of impatience and thoughtlessness. Ji Zhang, seeing this, grew even more triumphant. He knew the Black Swan Guild's true objective for joining this expedition. You must be trying to emphasize the fact that there's a rookie team here, and spread news that you successfully led the expedition despite being hindered by a rookie team, he thought triumphantly. Again, a cunning smile, a mocking expression etched onto his face. Ji Zhang's eyes gleamed shrewdly as he continued to directly attack Pecha Abra, exposing her and the Black Swan Guild's conspiracy. I don't think that plan will succeed anymore. Amidst the tense confrontation between Ji Zhang and Pecha Abra, a hand unexpectedly lightly touched glasses and pushed them up, revealing the intelligent and sharp face of a supporting character who finally appeared in the film for only 3 frames. This person's firm voice rang out, full of triumph. We've got a face of a Blue Guild member.
Yi Zhang.
This is breaking news, he said while writing down hot news. This must be a reporter, broadcasting Pecha's disadvantage with a cunning. Suddenly, the monsters, seemingly drawn by the commotion, began to advance towards the reporters, making them flee in terror. Everyone screamed. Shrill cries echoed throughout the camp. Everyone, monsters are coming. Run, everyone. Damn it. Everyone's warning cries turned chaotic. Fear spread rapidly as the monsters closed. The Blue Guild's tense battle was still ongoing. Huinsong continued to lead the team smoothly and perfectly like a brilliant commander. He constantly issued strategies and directed every movement. Next, to the right 45 degrees. Next, move straight ahead. But due to the suddenness of the situation, as well as Huinsong's rapid commands, Daiyaku, who was still a rookie, couldn't keep up. He was a bit clumsy, unaccustomed to the high-intensity combat rhythm. Huinsong, slow down a bit, but he adamantly told him to keep advancing, trusting Daiyaku's abilities and the necessity of the strategy. Keep advancing. Please just keep. A decisive voice rang out. All right, we've gathered them in one place, Huinsong. I'm done here too, Huinsong. All the monsters were gathered in one spot, exactly as he had directed, in perfect style, just when they thought everything was in place. But no, everything fell apart. Meanwhile, the giant flower in the center suddenly spewed streams of sickly green liquid from its flower head. Just looking at it was disgusting. This is definitely highly toxic. Anyone who gets hit will be screwed immediately. We need to be extremely careful, Huinsong. It's poison. Even facing danger, his eyes showed no hesitation. Every step he took exuded absolute confidence. He gestured and said, "I'll handle it, Jizhong." Understanding his intention, both immediately cooperated perfectly. Together, they majestically chanted the name of their ultimate skill. Flame Windstorm. Immediately, fire and wind swirled together, creating a powerful. The fire and wind orb surged forward, sweeping through the flower monster horde, making them shriek in agony from the terrifying heat and wind pressure. Jizhong excitedly thought to himself, "That's right. That really feels good to be carried by everyone." Uinseong, ayan. He smiled contentedly. At that very moment, Huinsong charged. His sword emitted a cold, sharp blue glow with every. Finally, the sword plunged straight into the flower monster. His eyes remained cold and terrifying. Whooshing sound echoed. The monster was easily sliced in. Jizhong, witnessing it, could only secretly admire him. Truly magnificent. However, something kept splashing onto our Huinsong's handsome face. This thing ruined the whole. However, miraculously, the liquid immediately vanished before it could even touch him. Huinsong turned to Haiyan. She had used her purification magic to neutralize the poison, making it vanish into thin air. Huinsong gently landed on the ground. The mere act of placing his sword down was enough to create a powerful gust of wind due to the immense. This is the Blue Guild. He flicked his sword to the. Behind him were all the members of the Blue Guild. A truly magnificent and overwhelming. Immediately, onlookers cheered wildly. Wow, wow, Huinsong, you really are a sword genius. Haiyan is so cool too. We were so foolish to think she was too young to do this. Blue Guild, everyone is amazed. Hearing those fervent praises, Haiyan smiled brightly in response. As for Yuri, she seemed rather unfazed. Huinsong humbly replied to everyone, "You're too kind. We're just imitating what everyone else did before." Yunji immediately said, "You're too humble." Jizhong smiled as he looked at both of them. I guess this is truly over. Finally, after the battle, the group continued their journey. Along the way, Yunji kept talking. I don't know if this sounds reasonable, but I truly think you guys are the future hope of the Blue Guild. Even if Pecha causes trouble again, no one can say we're a hindrance anymore, he murmured to himself. But suddenly, he accidentally stepped on a red notebook. This must be the notebook the reporter had dropped earlier while fleeing in a. He picked it up and tried to read the notes inside. He could only remain silent and sweat. Just then, Pecha Abra cried out, "Excuse me, Huinsong. I'm sorry for ruining the cheerful atmosphere." She paused to catch her breath. "Why did you run out of formation like that without telling us? Honestly, we were extremely startled." "Oh no. If you keep doing everything your own way, what are we supposed to do? We weren't told anything about." "You really think you can do anything just because this is your first expedition? Because it's your first time, you need to know your place and act cautiously. That's the absolute basic of basics. Do you understand?" Her questioning words were like knives stabbing at their spirits, making everyone gradually fall silent. No one dared to speak. At this moment, Jizhong closed the notebook in his hand. His eyes gleamed with calculation. Daiyaku immediately replied, "Pecha, what are you saying?" But before he could finish his sentence, Huinsong spoke up, his voice calm but firm. I apologize for not telling you beforehand. But I don't think there's much to worry about when standing on the Pecha Abra reacted, her voice sharp and challenging. However, it was still a mistake. Do I really have to send an official complaint to the guild for you to listen to me? Huh! Daiaku exclaimed, full of confusion. What is it? The eyes of everyone in the Blue Guild began to turn towards Ji Zhang, secretly hoping for a signal for help. They felt uneasy and didn't know what to do. Hyung, what should I do? Everyone is looking at me with pleading. All right, Huinsong, let me handle this. He began to walk towards Pecha and Huinsong, his expression remaining gentle, as if trying to mediate. Pecha, do you mind if I say a few words? Pecha turned to him mockingly, full of contempt on her face. What else do you have to say, Queens? Before we came here, we thought long and hard about whether we should participate in this Although we only came here to gain more experience, I was still worried that we would only hinder everyone because we lack so much experience. He paused for a moment, his eyes full of contemplation. I tried my best to be useful to everyone, but I thought all my efforts were enough. Ji Zhang's words left Pecha Abra flustered. She couldn't understand why Ji Zhang would suddenly admit fault and humble himself like that. Huh? Why would he suddenly? Then he continued, his voice a little sad. I tried to use all my abilities to do even, but now, thinking back, I finally realized what the problem is. As soon as she heard this, Pecha Abra reacted sharply. She felt insulted that Ji Zhang was implying there was some problem. What is it? You bastard! Are you saying him? But he immediately cut her off, not giving her a chance to finish her sentence. It's me. He placed his hand on his chest, his eyes full of guilt. The problem is Ji Zhang, he secretly told himself in his, not you, but Ji Zhang is the problem here. We've ruined the entire expedition ourselves, he thought again. She was surprised by his answer. What? Ji Zhang's face fell with an expression of guilt. More importantly, I think our team, in general, has caused trouble for this expedition. We didn't come here to do. I sincerely apologize to everyone. But I don't think I can bear to cause any more trouble for everyone like this. Huinsong. He stood silently, full of guilt. We've ruined everything. The peaceful expedition gone to waste. Because of our Blue Guild, corrupting it, he thought to himself. But Huinsong immediately spoke up, his voice firm and strong. As the leader, I don't think I can bear to see my team members in such pain anymore. I think the only right thing that we, the Blue Guild, can do is to leave the expedition. Ji Zhang immediately knew this was what he would say, because he's too kind. I knew Huinsong would say something like this, but someone will tell us to stay. As expected, Yoonji stepped forward and touched Huinsong's shoulder, stopping his words. What is this? The Blue Guild is not the one who should leave. Then he let out a loud shout. His voice echoed everywhere, full of power and decisiveness. As the expedition leader, I held back because we are allied guilds. However, I don't think I can hold back any longer. Pecha, I would like to ask you to leave this expedition team. Yoonji's decision immediately threw her into a panic. She immediately retorted. What? Did you really just say that? Are you really telling me to leave? Actually, I understand now. I knew you were on Ji Zhang's side from the very beginning. Now her emotions started to get angry to the point of raising her voice. She began to hurl malicious accusations. The mercenary queen said you would get something by treating her husband well. Ji Zhang watched everything. A triumphant smile was secretly poised to break out from his lips. I'm having such a hard time not bursting out laughing. But as long as I'm here, I still have to play the victim, he reminded himself, trying to maintain a pitiful Pecha yelled loudly again. Her tone grew increasingly frantic and out of control. Did she say you could become second in command after this is over? Or are you already in such a relationship with her? Ji Zhang nervously and timidly tried to interject into the tense atmosphere, playing his victim role. Pecha, I think you're going a bit too far now. But internally, he was overjoyed. It's like an 8-ton specialized truck crashing into the White House. Isn't it? All I had to do was place a bit of bait in the right place at the right time, and everything would unfold exactly as I. Ji Zhang tried to reassure again. His voice seemed worried. Ji Zhang has nothing to do with this. But Pecha screamed furiously, completely out of control. Shut up and don't interfere. You bastard. Damn Ji Zhang and all of you are crazy. Immediately, a fist lunged forward but punched Pecha. Terrifyingly loud bang erupted. The wall behind, struck directly by that fist, crumbled, shattering through the entire wall, leaving it no longer intact. And the source of that power was none other than Daiaku. He stood there, his eyes full of ferocity. What did you just say about my master? He growled in a frighteningly low voice. Say this one last time. Get out immediately. He directly chased her away, making her scared. Before she could say anything, she irritably walked away, her face still full of anger and reluctance. At the same time, the surrounding people immediately yelled for her to leave. That's right. Get out. Get out of here. Pecha, I think you're being a bit unreasonable right now. If you cause us any more trouble, I don't think the Mage Guild can work with the Black Swan Guild. And Pecha trembled with anger. Jizhong, you bastard. I will definitely never forget this day. As for him, he just smiled casually, as if that threat didn't faze him. Lin Dao Times. You saw that, right? The Mercenary Guild and the Blue Guild just cooperated to threaten the Black Swan Guild. If you don't want to die, write exactly what just happened. She immediately pointed at the reporter and ordered. I won't forget either, he secretly The information board appeared once more, announcing the completion of the quest. Rare grade dungeon. You have completed sweeping the dungeon. Confirmed. After Hao Tian departed, the expedition concluded. Moment after that Pecha left, he said, Yang Ji, do you think we can acknowledge Pecha and Hao Tian's contributions further? The guild really did make a mistake. That's why I'm asking for your opinion. Ji could only awkwardly pat his head and say, she did such a thing to you, and you still care about her? I'm even embarrassed trying to calculate my share of profit for each. Ji Zhang secretly replied in his mind, a cunning smile appearing. That's because all of this is part of my calculation. Acknowledge her contribution? As if the dungeon rewards are barely enough for us. So why would I give her anything extra? In fact, it's the opposite. In planning to demand compensation money from her later, he said, subtly smiling slyly. Of course, in a different The young man walked along the road, clearly fumbling around, searching for something. A voice suddenly spoke from behind him. Are you looking for? It sang, from the Ling Dai Times. Immediately, the young man flinched and turned around. This was after Jizhong had pulled the despicable reporter to his. Jizhong merely produced the red notebook he had picked up earlier, waving it back and forth in front of the reporter, causing the young man to panic.
That.
Jizhong approached, immediately reassuring him. His expression was gentle, but his eyes were full of calculation.
Don't worry.
I won't say anything bad about it. It must be hard being a reporter in a place where power is everything. Like this. He continued, his tone full of understanding, but in reality, he was sowing seeds of discontent in the reporter's heart. The continent's news is quite chaotic, you know. I remember once the front page news of a newspaper was about the breakfast menu of a major guild leader. A line of speculation rose in his mind, full of calculation. He moved closer to the reporter, making the young man agitated and worried. How can someone like you be satisfied? I'm sure you're not satisfied, but I think we can give you what you want. How about it? Why don't you work for the Blue Guild instead of the Black Swan Guild? The real reason reporters are suppressed on this continent where power is everything isn't because they lack power, but because they decide to work for the wrong. You want it? News sensational enough to overturn this entire continent. He looked at the reporter confidently, his eyes flashing with self-assurance and power. His words slowly shifted to a whisper as he leaned closer to the young man, like a mysterious and alluring invitation. A few days later, news was published that completely contradicted the information Pecha Abra wanted to write. She slammed her hand down on the table, looking incredibly furious, her face distorted with rage. Jizhong, she started tearing at her hair in panic and fear, unable to believe things had escalated to this point. Damn, they'll kill me. Those bastards will kill me. Her voice those scoundrels, they'll. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind her, steady and menacing. A voice spoke, extremely stern and cold, further emphasized by the whip in the speaker's hand. Seems you failed. Immediately, she looked as if she had seen a starving tiger, turning around with a pale face, utterly terrified. Can I speak with you for a moment? The person. In the village, the residents continuously discussed the new news, everyone talking back and forth, whispering to each other. Their words all leaned positively towards the Blue Guild. Ugh, what a mess. That Black Swan Guild should go to hell. The Blue Guild is truly different. Huh? Even surrounded by so many large guilds, they're not threatened and can remain stable. And that young man Jizhong seems good too. Exactly. Jizhong is definitely a symbol of resilience. A loud burst of laughter erupted. Ha 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 ha. It came from Jizhong, who held the latest news report in his hand. He was clearly very pleased, his eyes sparkling with joy. A symbol of resilience. Jizhong is perfect in every. Even from outside, his laughter could be heard clearly. Then, a knock came from the door. Jizhong's voice echoed into the room. It's Jizhong. Jizhong. The Black Swan from Physos is here to see you. Are you all? Jizhong's laughter immediately ceased. He chuckled darkly, his eyes turning sharp. I knew you guys would do. A blonde-haired girl entered the room, bowing her head to Ji Zhang to introduce herself. She must be one of the guild's subordinates. Hello, Mr. Ji Zhang. The leader will officially meet you soon. He immediately burst into joyful laughter, a radiant smile on his lips. Leader? That's right. Leaders must be responsible for their actions. The rhythmic sound of shoes entering, steady and confident. A clear voice spoke, and around the person was a brilliant aura, exuding an extraordinary presence. The blonde-haired girl said, I'd like to introduce them to you. The blonde-haired girl. When Ji Zhang turned around, he was surprised to see the leader, his eyes wide, his face showing extreme astonishment. Wait, their clothes billowed confidently and majestically as they walked, revealing short, orange-brown hair fluttering in their wake, the newly appointed leader of the Black Swan. Long time no see, Mr. Ji Zhang. Their arms were crossed sternly, and they greeted him with a I am Vice Leader Ji. Ji Zhang was so shocked his jaw dropped, looking at her as if a lightning bolt had struck his brain. It's you? Big Sister Ji Hai. Did you just say Vice? As the three began to sit down at the table, the atmosphere was silent for a moment, especially Pecha, who remained with her head bowed, her face filled with fear and humiliation. Ji Zhang's status board appeared, showing detailed information about his current condition. Pre-event. Commander. Title none. You should try harder. Overall assessment. Congratulations, player Ji Zhang. You've met your soulmate once again. At this point, it's not an exaggeration to call it destiny. But I don't recommend you meet her again, as I've said. I pity the children you two might have. Commander, I'm starting to have night. Ji Hai sat comfortably in the chair. She offered Ji Zhang a gentle smile. It's good to see you again like this. Don't you think so? He replied, You still call me that? Big sister, what's going on here? I didn't think you'd become their vice leader, Ji Zhang said with a surprised tone.
Yehia chuckled softly, a charming laugh.
Haha, I know you're trying to deflect because you're adorable. As for the person sitting here, no one needs to worry. She's been dealt with already. Ji Hai smiled brightly as she spoke about Pecha, who remained motionless in her chair, head bowed, not daring to look up. He sighed shortly after, his eyes filled with suspicion. He sighed again. Someone must have forced her, right? You always find a way to climb up. Suddenly, Ji Hai's expression darkened, but she maintained her smilia smile full of hidden meaning and mystery. I don't know what you're talking. Ji Zhang immediately replied seriously, his eyes sharp, looking directly at her. Do you really think I don't know? All of this is your masterpiece, isn't it, big sister? His voice accused with certainty. His arms crossed strictly, showing his firmness. Pecha's position and hers? A new member of the guild? Why such a sudden exchange? That means there's internal conflict within the Black Swan Guild, he thought fleetingly. He continued, his voice full of accusation. You deliberately sent her to the dungeon exploration team with me. Thought I'd deal with her for you. Pecha is nothing more than a pawn for you to climb up. You also used me as a tool to make it easier to eliminate her. At this moment, both Pecha and Ji Hai were silent. Pecha was terrified, while Ji Hai maintained her mysterious Finally, she complimented him, her tone full of praise. You're truly perceptive, aren't you? Ji Zhang frowned and sighed. He maintained a vigilant expression. I'm genuinely impressed, but I can't help but be impressed by you, big sister. In his mind, he asked himself, full of confusion, but what did I do wrong? Why did she use me like? Ji Hai crossed her legs, resting her chin in her hand, her eyes looking at Ji Zhang meaningfully. That's why I came to apologize. He whispered to himself, not believing a word she said. Apologize, my foot. Your ambitious and arrogant nature hasn't changed at all. I can't let my guard down. Even with our past connection, she still used me. He began to grow more serious, his voice decisive. It's not to prove you have no schemes against me. I will decide if I can trust you. She replied briefly, her tone calm. Then she turned towards Pecha, who was bowing her head and trembling with anger. Pecha, why don't you tell him? Tell him what what the Black Swan Guild can give him. Pecha immediately teared up upon hearing this, her sobs breaking out. Hoo. Still holding a grudge, she immediately thrust her fist towards Ji Zhang and yelled furiously. You bastard. You scoundrel. You really think you can get away with making me like, slap? A dry, sharp sound rang out. The slap was so powerful that she suffered a major impact, lost her balance, and fell to the Ji Hai continued to painfully hit and punch her, causing Ji Zhang to cover his mouth, his face pale with fright. Ji Hai still maintained her smile, but her eyes were frighteningly cold. I'm sorry. We probably didn't discipline her enough. After enduring for a while, she trembled and clasped her hands, begging in tears, her voice choked. Please Please forgive me, Miss Ji-hai. Please forgive me.
I'm sorry.
I'll never do it again, Miss Ji-hai. Forgive me. Hick. The status board began to write, confirming Pecha Abra's talent and development. Title, Most Hated Person on the Continent. Overall assessment. Her body is battered after repeated torture. At this moment, he could only think to himself, feeling both sorry and satisfied. I really didn't want things to go this far. But why does it feel so satisfying? Dark night. Ji-hai looked down at her, a smile still on her lips. Who's a good girl? Be a good girl now. Pecha trembled and began to speak about what Ji-zhang would receive, her words seemingly soft and weak. The Blue Guild will be added to the Alliance of Great and the share given to me in the Black Swan will be, hick, transferred to Mr. Ji-zhang. Cough cough, hick. Her voice was broken by sobs and trembling from pain. He rested his chin, smiling darkly. Everything was going according to Ji-hai smiled brilliantly with satisfaction. She immediately waved Pecha, who was trembling, out of the room. Well done. You may leave now. Of course, well, tell everyone this is compensation. Besides, the dungeon rewards and land deeds are all yours. Well, also promise to contribute to Kim Hyung-song's. She propped her hand again, observing Ji-zhang's reaction. So, is that enough to show my He mused internally. It's not bad. Actually, this is a good deal, especially the part about the Blue Guild joining the Alliance of Great Guilds. But you have other motives. They'll be so bothered if I don't ask her that. He began to reply to her, his tone a little cautious. Ji-hai immediately looked at him in confusion, her eyes full of bewilderment. Huh? He simply replied, his face instantly growing suspicious of her. It's too good to be. It's very suspicious. His face immediately became suspicious of her. Damn. Tell me. He thought to himself, why are you doing so much? I'm sure I'm not the only one you need to do this for. What about the Red Mercenary Guild and the Mages Guild? Her face darkened as she heard his question, but she remained calm. If it's just an internal power struggle within the guild, you don't need to create so many external enemies. It's dangerous. Why would you use me and ignore those dangers? He presented her with a series of questions, his eyes sharp, looking directly at Ji-hai. You, why? His inner voice, thought you hated gambling as much as I do. It would be different if you had a personal grudge against me. But I thought you were more rational than that. He stood up, still looking at her, his eyes full of vigilance. Why are you playing with me? His inner self asked, his voice deepened, putting pressure on his words and showing his seriousness. I truly don't want to think that you'll betray me after all this. I want you to tell me your true intentions. Are you my enemy? The question repeated itself inside him, filled with the hot teacup remained there amidst the tension between the two. She softly replied, her tone calm but full of hidden meaning. What if I am? He immediately reacted. What if it's personal? She looked at him with a serious expression that made him immediately react, his face showing extreme surprise. He said with a confused look as she stood up, Ji-hai's eyes filled with disappointment. I'm so disappointed. Don't you remember? The first time she approached, hugging him from behind. An unexpected action that slightly startled Ji-zhang. I told you I like ambitious. Don't joke around anymore. He brushed her hands away. Damn, so you actually want this body? He asked again. What does that have to do? Before he could finish speaking, she immediately replied, Ji-hai's eyes clearly showing the seriousness of her words at that moment, leaving him slightly stunned. Do you really think I'm joking? Ji-hai's eyes clearly showed the seriousness of her words at that moment, leaving him slightly stunned. Huh? Is that cutting through the tense atmosphere? Her voice rang out again, full of mystery. Do you want to hear something interesting? She began to speak, her voice lowering as she mentioned the past. I came to the Black Swan after some guidance. But it was the previous leader worked with Pecha and engaged in shady and brutal activities. Her voice softened. So the current leader and I initiated a coup. In the midst of that, I wanted to contact you. But I was too exhausted. I thought if you didn't look for me, why should I look for you? You must have been too busy. But I kept hearing about your girlfriend. Zhang became flustered upon hearing this, his face starting to show worry. Wait, is she serious? I genuinely thought meeting you was destiny. But for you, it was just a fun night. You wanted someone else besides me. How could I not be tired? He froze in shock as his face began to turn pale. Damn, it's a misunderstanding. His expression said misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? My foot. You even became the mercenary queen's lover when you already had two parts. Since then, you've never tried to find me. Don't you think that's unfair? She recounted, full of resentment. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat from panic. Damn, are you serious? So you're saying, you're jealous? I don't want her to become my enemy. I don't want her to become my... Do you really think I'd be satisfied just being a leader? At least a vice leader position would satisfy me. It's time for a coup. Ji-hai, in his imagination, was incredibly insidious at this moment. A chilling smile appeared on her lips. Oh, Mr. Ji-zhang cheated and didn't even bother to contact me? Alright, they'll play with you a bit. You handle the rest. Good. She's acting so recklessly because of jealousy. Ji-zhang turned pale, trembling with fear at the thought of it. Then Ji-hai walked around the back of the chair to approach him. You know, I don't care who you sleep with. In fact, if it helps me climb higher, I'll do it too. Do you know why? She posed the question to him, her eyes full of confidence. Because I know you'll eventually choose me. I'm the only one who can place you, a timid and greedy ambitious man, safely on the throne. Ultimately, you'll have to choose the one who can do that. And that person is me. Ji-hai gently reached out her hand, slowly using her index finger to lift his... Ji-hai gently reached out her hand, slowly using her index finger to lift his... She leaned down and lightly kissed his lips. At this moment, Ji-zhang showed no surprise at all. Doesn't she think I might not cooperate? She must know her own worth and how to use it. Now I know for sure. The reason the fake regressor chose Ji-hai to guard the high... Finally, she broke the kiss and stepped back. She raised her hand and gently touched his cheek, a tender gesture. So you know what our relationship is, right, Mr. Ji-zhang? Ji-zhang secretly thought, Ji-hai is very capable and useful. Then he replied, of course, they'll count on you to take care of things. Big sister Ji-hai, they'll go along with it. After a moment, Ji-hai walked to the door, preparing to leave. She turned back, her eyes full of hidden meaning. Next time, contact me first. I'd prefer it if it were personal. Ji-zhang then replied before she left the room. Let me ask you one more. Me, someone like you could have anyone you want. He looked at her from behind, awaiting her. You have too many questions. I don't know either. If I had to pick a reason, it's probably because I like you. Isn't it? After saying this, she put her hand on the wall and exited. Suddenly, both were surprised as a figure quietly appeared from outside the room. The figure gradually revealed itself. It was Hai Yen. Ji-zhang immediately yelled in surprise internally. Hai Yen! Hai Yen's face was stunned, anxious to the point of breaking into a sweat. Her voice trembled softly. Brother, why is Miss Ji-hai? Why are you two Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ji-zhang's face changed color, clearly showing his awkwardness. He instinctively covered his mouth. What should I do? I can't think of any excuse. Ji-hai gleefully ran to Hai Yen. Oh my girlfriend, were you waiting for us? Is that why you reject? She smiled brightly, her eyes twinkling. That's right, even I don't stand a chance. He has such a pretty girlfriend. Hai Yen still looked confused, not understanding what was happening. What oh dear nonsense. He thought with admiration. I could praise her to the heavens. Damn, Ji-hai, you're truly the best. I love you so much. Big sister Ji, truly intelligent, quick-witted, and very sensitive. Absolutely adorable. Hai Yen was still in a panic. She looked away, her trembling hand covering half her face. Sweat rolled down her cheeks. She was lost in her thoughts, mumbling, did I do something wrong? Or is it just a misunderstanding? Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced her. That's right. I'm so sorry, Ji-hai, but I've belonged to Hai Yen for a long time. She was shy, unable to resist being drawn into his embrace. Ji-hai became dissatisfied, giving a thumbs-down sign to show her disapproval. Ji-zhang Appa, you really disappoint me. Don't you know you shouldn't show affection in front of others? Humph. He still held her tightly, his eyes sparkling with love. But Hai Yen is the most adorable person in his eyes. She said mockingly, you're truly smitten with Hai Yen, aren't you? TSK. Seeing you two so passionately in love makes me happy. Hearing the words madly in love with him, she lay still in his arms, giggling like a child. She seemed completely smitten and utterly immersed in this romance. Ji-hai and Ji-zhang glanced at each other. Their faces broke into satisfied smiles. Though they appeared calm on the outside, deep down, they were as joyful as a festival. They high-fived each other like comrades, promising to cooperate and act to the very... Before this, no, more precisely in the near future, Kim Hyung-song's legion would fight against a monster army led by an enormous and ferocious demon lord. Beside it were hordes of monsters ready to attack at any moment. A great war would take place across the entire continent. The Grand Mage, before his departure, spoke incredibly cryptic. Salia's guiding deity had been killed. The Queen's life and death remained many heroes and helpless citizens had fallen. And I had lost many close comrades like... All of it was my fault. Kim Hyung-song cried out in anguish. These were tears of regret, pouring from the depths of his... enigmatic masked figure raised a hand to observe. A few feathers fell around him. What is? Angels appeared in the blood-red sky. They glared at the dark mage, who was also just a Kim Hyung-song struggled to stand, blood staining his robes. His trembling hand tightened its grip on the sword hilt. If he let go, he would probably collapse immediately. Why did you betray us? He replied indifferently, I only side with the winning party. This is the reason for everything. The faces of his comrades were all covered in blood and wounds. They seemed exhausted. So you're the one who caused so much death. He affirmed, this is my mission. Moreover, this decision is much better than siding with you fake heroes. You have betrayed us. He seemed to lose patience. Betrayal, betrayal. He angrily shouted. Don't you feel any guilt? He stared silently at his hand, his other hand still tightly gripping the dark weapon. I do. In the end, I'm just a human. Even though I had to kill many people, I always remembered the image of the girl he loved. She was a brown-haired mage. In his mind, she always smiled brightly. Hey, asking for affection from someone you just met. She was the type who smiled a lot. I even wanted to be with her for a long time. But in the end, we met such a fate. I felt it was definitely because she wasn't suitable to be turned into a weapon. He recalled the image of the helpless queen in tears. Those drops of blood not only stained her hands and face, but they were also deeply imprinted in her mind. I also regret that the queen had to personally kill her beloved subjects. But now she will always think you are the traitor. Forever. That's why I've been careful every step of the way to not make a single mistake. Hearing this, he could no longer remain calm. Who are you, really? How dare he looked at him. It seemed that behind the mask was a look of contempt. You don't need to know that. But there's something very strange. I didn't expect you to be so agitated. His next words were like spears piercing his heart. It seems the death of your loved one didn't affect you as much as the death of the innocent, huh? Is that so, hero? No, you're not the good kind either. Deceiver, fake hero. Those titles truly suit someone like you. He was completely defeated by those words. He trembled, bowing his head, as if sinking into a pit of despair. He murmured. Hyjin screamed. Leader. She wanted to stop him from doing something foolish. He was annoyed. How Kim Hyung-song frowned, glaring at him, unable to hide his hostility. He scoffed. What? Kill you? Don't be so boastful. You are a fraud. Why are you staring at me? Do you think you truly represent justice? Are you trying to comfort your? Seeing Hyjin's severely wounded arm and the warrior also bruised all over, he didn't want to argue anymore. TSK, fine, leave. They'll give you one last kill the one next to you. Hearing that unreasonable demand, he panicked, his pupils constricting. He glanced at the warrior next to him. The girl was utterly terrified, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. He then looked at Hyjin next to her. If not, he'll kill this woman. Or, he'll kill you instead. Really now? Everyone's life depends on your choice. She could only grit her teeth in anger, powerless against his mind. Losing control, he furiously grabbed his sword and charged to attack. He easily dodged the sword, as if he had completely read his movements. With a sinister look, he picked up with just one swing of his arm. A wave of dark energy erupted, sending him flying. Hit by that attack, he was injured, spitting up. He was thrown far back, looking very pained. She turned to him with a worried tone. A surge of dark energy gradually attacked her from behind. By the time she noticed and turned her head, he used magic to suspend her in midair. She could only struggle in vain. What are you waiting for? Kill her quickly. Let's see if she's more important than Hyjin. He couldn't listen anymore. You bastard. Let her, impatiently urged. He'll say it again. If you want me to spare her, then kill the one next. He was helpless. Stop. Stop it. If you're so good, just kill me then. The warrior seemed to have come to a realization. Im Allricht. Just the thought that I can't fight alongside you until the very end. Unable to accept his comrade's resignation, he yelled, Don't say anything more. Don't say those words. I will find a way to save everyone. I know there will be a way. We must not let him manipulate us. So, her small, blood-stained hand gently picked up the sword. Ho, no. To die by the leader's hand is already a great honor. He scoffed, oh, but suicide is strictly forbidden. If you commit suicide, Hyjin will die too. Kim Hyung-song, you must kill her with your own hands for it to count. Hyjin was agonizingly tortured by dark magic. He was on the verge of tears from frustration. You bastard. Before he could finish, she brought the sword up to his face. Please, you must survive until the end. Looking at the sword before him and his comrade's last words, he froze for 2 seconds. His face was blank, tears streaming endlessly. He must have never thought he would have to kill those he loved with his own hands. Those were also tears of self-reproach, blaming himself for being useless, for being unable to save. His head buzzed. The space around him darkened. Unable to accept the truth, he underwent a deep internal struggle. He clasped his trembling hand, pointing the sword's tip at her own throat. Even though she was about to face death, she still smiled. She probably didn't want Kim Hyung-sung or Haejin to feel regret over her passing. The masked man just stood watching from a slash. The sound of the sword marked the end of her life. Blood splattered in front of the mask. Haejin screamed in despair, tears streaming endlessly, her eyes filled with self-reproach. No, damn it. No, no. Her helmet fell to the ground, rolling in a pool of Sanji. A heart-wrenching cry echoed across the fierce battlefield. She lay still in Kim Hyung-sung's arms, a sword piercing her body. A satisfied smile graced her. As promised, he released. How touching. I didn't expect you to act so decisive. He still held Sanji tightly in his arms, her blood still on his face. He looked like a lost soul. His taunting words only plunged him deeper into despair. Well done, Kim Hyung-sung. Thanks to you, we've eliminated one more person. You're truly trash, just as I said. But the lives of your comrades next to you aren't important. He tapped his staff on the ground, and a surge of dark energy erupted. Ah well, they're dead anyway. Dark magic flared, forming a circle around him. He bowed as if concluding his performance. After achieving his goal, his face darkened. The eyes and mouth on his mask turned red. Dark energy swirled around him. With a satisfied mood, he departed. See you next. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, sitting up in bed. He panted, exhausted, as if he had truly just participated in a real. He looked around the room for a. He then realized this was his own. He raised his hand to his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. His face immediately darkened, showing clear back. He felt not. Thank you watching for vid. One truth was, the bastard is. He panted tiredly, vowing to himself that he would definitely find that. Hearing noise in the room, Dayak-gu thought he had woken up and loudly knocked on the door. Are you awake? Come out for Kim Hyung-sung had to clench his hands, suppressing his trembling as he replied. Okay, I'm coming right out. Dayak. Walking down the stairs, the boy was full of energy, chattering endlessly about everything. Meanwhile, he was lost in his own thoughts. Alright, times have changed. This is a golden opportunity. As long as that incident isn't repeated, I can save so many people. I must rectify all the mistakes I've ever made. More than any, I must kill Yong Jinhao, the leader of that criminal gang, as soon as possible. Those mad people don't deserve to live. And he'll be able to bring both Hai Yen and Jerry back to how. Still had his head bowed, deep in. And most important person in this chain of changes. As soon as Ji Zhang saw Kim Hyung-sung come down, he smiled. Oh, Kim Hyung-sung is here. Good morning.
Li Zhang.
That. The truth was, although his combat skills weren't particularly outstanding, his true value lay elsewhere. Kim Hyung-sung awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a smile.
I'm sorry.
I suddenly overslept. Ji Zhang handed him a bowl of rice. It's all right. Sometimes just be a normal person. Here, eat your. In his eyes, he was a brilliant guide. He had helped the entire team easily join the Blue Guild, established a relationship with the Mercenary Queen, and even allied with the three great guilds. Not only that, he was also the one who recruited and cared for the team members, while also guiding him on the right path, creating all conditions for him to succeed as much as possible. Initially, to him, he was just someone he had met by chance. But he was the one who had a profound impact on him in this life. Dayak-gu ate a large bowl of rice, quickly finishing it so fast his mouth didn't have time to recover. Seeing this, Jerry, not even finished chewing, quickly reminded him, don't eat Kim Hyung-sung's portion too. Ji Zhang was speechless. You pig, give back the food. Looking at him laughing and joking happily, he pondered. Why didn't I notice him in my previous life? Perhaps Ji Zhang died in the war. Noticing his unusual expression, he wondered, what's wrong with him all of a sudden? While everyone was happily eating, Sanji suddenly burst through the door, her face clearly showing. Everyone stopped eating, looking at her with bewildered expressions. Ji Zhang spoke up, vice leader. Seeing her, he remembered her words from his dream. His face saddened. He told himself no one will die this time. Ji Zhang and Hai Yen. Sanji. Haejin. I will definitely protect She panted, sorry to interrupt. She spoke in an urgent tone. Everyone listened attentively, especially Dayak-gu, who seemed more shocked than anyone. There's an urgent concerns our guild leader. Guild officials have held an emergency meeting to find countermeasures. Kim Hyung-sung and Ji Zhang. Both of you, please come to the conference room immediately. To achieve that, this moment is a critical. On the way to the conference room, only Ji Zhang and Sanji chatted. Kim Hyung-sung remained silent. He still seemed quite confused. Is it really that urgent? She replied, yes. He's trapped in the cursed dungeon. They'll explain the details in the meeting. He scoffed. What? Like some kidnapped princess? Suddenly, Kim Hyung-sung spoke up, cutting off his train of thought. Mr. Ji-jong. He startled him. You reassured him. Don't worry. Nothing bad will happen. He raised a hand to his neck, looking a bit shy. As soon as he finished speaking, he sped forward. He stood behind, looking at his back. That's right, no matter what happens. As long as our beloved regressor says it's all right, then everything will definitely be okay. He frowned, pressing his lips together, clearly showing his determination. I absolutely must do this. This is the most important moment since the beginning until the moment I will become the guild leader. In this, I will definitely make better decisions to protect everyone from that masked man and change the future. He clenched his fists, further affirming his will. I will defy everything, to regain my spirit and strive for every. Sunlight shimmered on his hair, illuminating his delicate face filled with determination. This could also be a foreshadowing of a good but challenging future ahead. Because that is the reason I regret. Long ago, even before the time of Goddess Benigor, in a certain village, there was a golden-haired saint of the god of fortune named Garrett, and a platinum-haired female saint who worshipped the god of calamity, named Juliana. One day, by the irony of fate, they embraced each other, sharing their strength with one another, enduring the criticism of the gods. Even though they knew their love would never have a happy ending. The gods were furious when they heard the tragic end of their love was that they were separated by a wall. They cried out in despair, trying to touch it with only the desire to feel a bit of warmth from the other. To protect themselves, they built a small temple to hide, but the gods separated them with a wall, forever immersing them in the pain of separation. They always longed to meet each other, even after a holy book was held up by a hand. That's why that dungeon is called the Cursed. Sitting in the conference room, Sanji sat in the center as the chairwoman. Everyone present in the room looked up at her. She was serious. Our guild leader is trapped in that. Ji-jong was utterly confused. Why would the leader? It seems the leader was excited about his decision. His face was delighted like a child. She recounted, he wanted to explore the dungeon he had discovered himself. But as soon as he opened the dungeon door, he was cursed by that dungeon. He groaned dismissively, lost his mind, or he continued. After we heard, we formed a rescue team. But since last night, we haven't received any news from them. So I plan to go to the cursed dungeon to rescue the guild leader.
Suddenly, Seo smiled mysteriously.
Ji-jong noticed this and grew. He gave a sinister smile, very pleased. Wow, he thought, is there anyone as blatant as him in this world? We will mobilize all forces, including Mr. Lee Si. Hearing this, his face stiffened and froze. He shouted in panic, Ms. Lee Sanji. If so, who will stay to protect the guild? She raised an eyebrow. Exactly, that's why while I'm absent, the Blue Guild will be managed by Hui-sung. He couldn't believe his ears. Wait, do you mean? Hui-sung was calm, not surprised by the vice leader's decision. Ji-jong, on the other hand, was so happy he instinctively covered his mouth, elated. Holy, everything according to plan. He wore a calculated smile. This is a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Our time has come. Everyone. Sanji confirmed. Can I count on you too? Yes, if you need any help, just let us. His face darkened. He frowned, gnashing his teeth in defiance. She was firm. Then he'll leave it to you, gentlemen. He gave a wry smile. He sighed. It's useless, Lee Sanji. They're too young. How can you entrust the guild to them? Moreover, we're in dire need of people. Why not bring Team 7? She snapped, shouting. What are you talking about? This is very dangerous. We can't bring them. The Cursed Dungeon is a hero-tier dungeon. A completely different league from the Garden of Ho. Seo Ho looked disappointed. Ms. Lee Sanji, if you say so, what's the point of the money we invested in Team? He stroked his beard, nodding mockingly. We recruited them precisely to use them in urgent situations like this. Their reputation is also gradually becoming known. Won't they help us a lot in this? He just silently looked at the man without saying anything, seemingly calculating something. Besides, that Ji-jong in the Blue Guild hasn't done anything useful. Isn't it time we made our money worth? He showed clear disdain for him. We're old and weak. Going there wouldn't help. Meanwhile Ji-jong aimed squarely at his. Instead of Ms. Sanji having to personally appear, before he could finish his sentence, a bullet flew through his head. Blood splattered everywhere, terrifying everyone. Anger blinded him. The one who fired the bullet was Ji-jong. Without lowering his gun, he calmly said, the useless one here is you. The man collapsed onto the table, making the person next to him tremble. too scared to close their. He sneered. Go. It turned out that was just a cool scene in his imagination. In reality, he was trembling with anger at the old man but couldn't do anything. You think I'd hand the Blue Guild over to someone like you? The Blue Guild belongs to us. No, it belongs to Hui. He smugly smiled, the smile of a victor. And what belongs to Hui-sung also belongs to me. The Blue Guild belongs. With his understanding of Hui-sung, he was sure the younger man would put on a serious face and say something like, all right, vice leader. We will join the rescue team. He was smug, impressed by his own insight. See, I knew it. Upright and righteous, always helping those. Didn't just talk. His strength always proved his words. Moreover, his appearance and charisma had swayed many. He was just that kind of person. I never thought I'd regret being teammates with him. But now it's different. There was a pause for about 2 seconds. That wasn't what he wanted to hear. His smile vanished. He wondered. Huh? Hui-sung? What do you mean? Hui-sung avoided his gaze. Flustered.
I'm sorry, Ji.
Hui-sung said apologetically, I should have told you sooner. I originally intended to continue exploring for the sake of our team's future career advance. Ji-young smiled as if unconcerned. But deep down, a sea of emotion surged. Oh, is that so? I never thought about advancing my career in such a dangerous dungeon. Or is he planning to steal something there? There must be a reason for him to give up such a good opportunity. Could it be that there's an item from his past life in that? He crossed his arms and sighed, reluctantly agreeing. If that's the case, I'll go along with him this time. The man chuckled. That's right, Ms. Lee Sanji, the new members are also eager to join. Why don't you bring them along? I appreciate their dedication. Another person interjected, laughing loudly. Mr. Lee Seo-ho is right. If we're spending this much money, we should get something worthwhile. Unable to listen to another word, she slammed her hand on the table, cutting off the conversation. Silence. She lost her composure. I'm very disappointed with everyone's performance today. Aren't you ashamed in front of the new members? Mr. Seo-ho's face clearly showed dissatisfaction. Others looked. Sanji's face darkened completely. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness enveloped her. If Mr. Sung-joon were to return and see the guild like this, I wonder how disappointed he. She stood up. Lee Seo-ho, I'm entrusting the guild to your care. Don't disappoint me again.
Dont beutrai my expectation.
He confidently cleared his throat. All right, just trust. Ji-jong thought discontentedly. Trust him, my ass. Looking at his cunning and calculating face, he told himself, I'm sorry, Sanji, but Mr. Seo-joon will die soon. During this time, I must pay special attention. When he glanced at Hui-sung's sharp gaze beside him, it was clear that the regressor had similar. Sunlight shone through the window. A black crow flew past. Ji-hai stood by the door, intently reading a letter. Humming soft. After reading the letter sent by Ji-jong, she wondered, is this a date invitation? She crumpled the paper in anger. What the hell is this nonsense? I want to beat him up so bad. She fell silent in thought, looking at the words in his letter. Mumbling. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. She seemed to have thought of. Crick. She opened touching the bright red potion bottle on the table. She breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Still some. She caressed the potion bottle in her hand. My blood-melt treasure. That bastard Ji-jong. I won't help you easily. You better be great. Zhang held a loudspeaker, announcing, hello, 1234. 1234. Hurry up, we don't have much. He shouted in frustration. Jerry, stop lazing around. Take this with you. Dioger, what are you doing disassembling that boat? Put it back right now. Ji-jong, please double-check if we've forgotten anything. Okay? And hi. A brown-haired staff member brought him a red envelope. Mr. Ji-jong, the doctor sent the diagnosis. He was surprised. Diagnosis? What diagnosis? Picked up the paper and a potion. Huh? This trick isn't bad, Ji-jong read, and I can count on you, right, Ji-hai? Suddenly, a chill appeared, making him stop. Oh, this feeling. He turned around, his face drained of all color. Behind him, Hai-in was staring terrified. Love letter? A lightning bolt struck her clear sky. No, it's not. Ji-jong hastily explained, fearing that another second's delay would lead to the worst possible outcome. You misunderstood. This is just the result of my diagnosis. Hearing that, her jealousy turned into worry. Diagnosis? Are you sick? No, not really. I just caught a slight cold recently. She raised her hand with the healing ring. Come on, Hai-in. Please put that healing ring away. He approached, put his arm around her shoulder, and changed the subject. Have you finished packing your things? We're about to depart. Yes, I'm ready. Phew, that was a close call. I almost screwed. This time, Ji-hai helped him again. Nevertheless, Hai-in still felt uncomfortable. Forest at night was truly terrifying. Puddles covered the ground beneath their. How disgusting. Ji Zhang struggled to walk through the muddy puddles. Sanji led the way, followed by Hui-sung. Once again, I sincerely apologize to everyone. I truly didn't want to put any of you in danger. It's all right. I'm happy to help the guild. Hui-sung was composed. In any situation, he remained calm and handsome. His Blue Guild has helped us a lot. We have to do something to repay them. Hearing his words, Sanji couldn't help but be moved.
Hui-sung, Yi.
They walked into the dark and eerie forest. He sighed, cursing inwardly. Hui-sung, you better explain clearly why you dared to drag all of us. Skeleton monster appeared before them, cloaked in a black robe. A blue light shone in its... That's a death aura. All the monsters here had the dark attribute. It made Jerry scream in fear, hiding behind his teammates. Why is he screaming so loudly all of a sudden? Everyone, please be extremely vigilant. Meanwhile, Ji Zhang and Hai Ian were still cheerfully chatting. I'm so happy to be taking a walk with you like this, hee hee. Haha. Really? You two are having so much fun. Are you at the market or? Sanji's spirits sank. If only I were a better leader, things like this wouldn't happen. I'm so sorry for putting everyone in this predicament. Why be shy? They're all so However, because the person who saved the guild leader will definitely be generously rewarded. She spun around, trying to cheer everyone up. Here we have Hui-sung, Ji Zhang, Hai Ian and Back Diogu. Where's Back Diogu? They realized his absence. Good heavens! Where did that pig go?
Yi Zhang varied.
Diogu. A mysterious woman with glasses spoke up. Diogu had to go back to get some things, so he'll catch up with us. Who the hell is this? He was surprised to see the girl. Who are you? I apologize, I haven't introduced myself.
I'm Skolamek Hwang Jung-yên.
She was a girl with slightly curly blue hair and glasses, looking very intelligent. Diogu's girl. All three froze simultaneously. Zhang and Hui-sung were astonished. Girlfriend. Hai Ian clapped her hands. Whoa, what? Diogu rushed over. I'm sorry, I was too slow. Ah, sorry. I haven't introduced her yet. She's my girlfriend. What kind of comedy is... Sanji explained, I apologize too. I should have introduced her sooner. Hong Dong-yen has been assigned to assist us in today's expedition. Hong Dong-yen said, haha, I apologize everyone. I was busy last time and couldn't attend the meeting. But I am an official member of the Blue... Nice to meet everyone. Diogu placed his hand on Hong Dong-yen's shoulder intimately. Please take care of her. Side characters trying to have a love life. Nobody asked. Hong Dong-yen suddenly screamed and threw herself into Diogu's arms. She held his hand. The surroundings suddenly turned pink.
I'm sorry, darling.
It's because I was scared. It's all right. From now on, you have to stay by my side. Okay? Diogu laughed loudly, acting protective of his girlfriend. It's even better if you hold my hand tightly. It made some uncomfortable. Damn it. Couples in love truly are beyond normal understanding.
Hui-sung sighed.
Last time, thanks to her, we were able to enter the Garden of Horrors. Ji Zhang, with an expressionless face, opened his status screen. Love between a human and a pig. That's enough. Don't overdo it. Wait, pause for about 2 seconds. Why does the male lead always speak such truths? Hai Ian was moved by the sight before her, and it felt like rain fell on her head. Darling, should we also? But Ji Zhang didn't pay much attention, whatever she... Wisdom 90 Hero Tier.
Mana 80, Hero Tier. Name, Hwang Jung-yên.
Age, 34. Personality, overly optimistic. Role, Scholar Witch. Trait, Supreme Memory. Skill, Excellent Recall. Wisdom +5. Those are her stats. From now on, I'll leave that pig to you. Okay. A mysterious witch was watching them through a crystal ball. Damn these lovers. I will curse all. Sense a very strange energy. Everyone, please pay careful attention. A gloomy voice enveloped everyone, making them frightened. Whose voice is so terrifying? Is it Juliana's voice? Did she get dog food, PDA, and get prepared to enter the dungeon? Everyone, brace yourselves for battle. After a long journey, they arrived at their destination. Damn it! I feel like every breath I take is demonic. And Angie summoned a holy book. She infused it with magic to open. As soon as the book opened, it was suddenly covered by a dark energy. I will curse all. Everyone was astonished. This is a hero tier. You have entered the cursed temple. Number of members. It suddenly transported Ji Zhang to a desolate white space with no one in sight. Where is? A terrifying voice echoed, startling him. What a disgusting... It made him recall his dark childhood memories. All day long, all you do is spout such despicable things. It's no wonder his parents abandoned him. Shoo. Be careful, someone might hear. Oh well, whatever. Just take the money when it's handed. Ji Zhang felt uncomfortable being affected by this negative energy. What is this? Is it a curse? Where is everyone? A rough, dirty, trembling hand reached out with a groan. I'm in so much pain. I thought you would save me. I thought you just liked my things and ran away. You wretch. You're not human. A shabby-looking young man, crying in despair, spoke to him. Oh God, if this continues, it'll go. Ji Zhang indifferently crossed his arms and sighed.
I'm sorry, okay?
But I already said, everyone needs to survive. Is this mental terror magic? He kicked forcefully towards the illusion. If I'm exposed to it for too long, it will be very dangerous. However, it's all fake, so it doesn't affect me at all. You fake. Do you really think that? A woman's gloomy voice echoed from right behind him. Even though you could save me, you left me to coward. How is that different from a murderer? Her body was covered in blood, looking at Ji Zhang with hateful eyes. You're just trying to excuse yourself to avoid feeling guilty. You think just doing that can wash away all guilt? Ji Zhang continued walking calmly. Oh my, Ji Zhang, long time no see. Your sharp tongue hasn't changed. Yeah, so what if I'm defending myself? Isn't everyone like that? Their brains are made to benefit themselves. Harsh as it may be, but it's the truth. I was never a gentleman to begin. I have no grudge against you. I just did what was best to survive. His defensive words infuriated the entity. You always use that kind of logic to defend yourself. You think your choice was the best, that you couldn't do anything else. But in reality, you don't give a damn about anyone else. It'll make you regret it. A man with a scar on his face smiled mockingly. To me, you're just trash. Those words agitated Ji Zhang. He no longer looked calm but was extremely enraged. What the hell did you say? A cold-blooded killer like you dares to show up and spout such words? I'm nothing like you. You have no right to judge me. Realizing he had lost his composure, he thought, no, calm down. It's all. You're just a selfish bastard. He glared at the man with a knife-like gaze. Then, that's right, you failures. Keep barking, you lot. No matter what, I'm still the one who survives. As for you useless bunch, you can just eat dirt waiting for reincarnation, he said arrogantly. Even if time turned back, I'd still do the same. Why? Because even if I'm kicked down to the depths of hell, I must survive at all costs. Zhang was not manipulated by these words. To live my best life, I will stop at nothing. Are you listening? Park Hee-jong, Yi Wu-seo, Jung Jin-ho, and all those other ungrateful people whose names I don't remember? All the peak of linguistic artistry was conveyed through a friendly finger. Don't bother me there. Get the hell out of— Damn it, really. He quickly ran away to find a way to escape this place.
Hai Iron, Hui Sung, Diogu.
Where is everyone? I feel sick. Behind him, hundreds of arms were chasing. He'll reunite with them in the next life. Escaping that magic, Ji Zhang collapsed to the— Don't even dream about it. After that terrifying experience, he couldn't immediately regain his composure. Ji Zhang covered his mouth, trying not to vomit. This guy is more poisonous than I thought. From behind, a hand was placed on his shoulder, startled. He panicked. What now? Get lost. A familiar voice echoed. Ji Zhang, are you— The voice was reassuring him. That face. Sorry I startled you. Should I restore your mana?
Hui Sung Upper Genli, Can Ming Yi Yang Dao.
Ah, I'm fine.
Is my beloved regret? Where are the others? He looked around. Except for Hui Sung, everyone acted strangely. Jerry buried his face in his knees, sobbing. Mommy! Help! Help me! Hong Dung Yen clutched her head. No, my project. Give it back. Please give it back. Diogu trembled, propping his hands on the ground. So Ji Zhang angrily clenched his fists, bowing down like one who deserves punishment. You will be trampled to death. What's wrong with them? Even Ji— What about Hai Ian? Ji Zhang didn't see her among the group. She was silently sitting alone in a corner, facing the wall. Is she okay? I thought she'd be bursting into tears. Sighed. So are you okay, Hui Sung? Is there any way to make them snap out of it? Hui Sung remained calm, seemingly unaffected by that terrifying magic.
I'm fine.
First, I need to calm down Ms. Ji. At that time, you should go help Hai Ian a bit. Perhaps she needs some mana to recover.
Ah, all right.
Inside the dark dungeon, only moonlight shone in. I just want to go. Magic was still cursing Hai. The memory of Ji Zhang being forcibly kissed by— She saw him chatting happily with Ji Hai at close proximity. Realizing Hai Ian was here, he slowly approached. She's over there.
Hai Iron.
Her eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. Ji Zhang was shocked to hear Hai Ian utter those words. He's kill all of you, so he belongs only to me. Don't worry, he'll let them go peacefully. I should have killed them earlier. Hai Ian's tone of voice kept changing and was extremely terrifying. First, he'll just sever their— Who said that?
Hai Iron. Hai Iron.
He couldn't believe what he was hearing from his adorable lover, whom he thought was just jealous and easily appeased. I must kill them all. From their bodies. That's the only way for me to become one with Oppa. That's right. You're right. I've been too lenient with them. I should have killed them from the Hai Ian's face at this moment was extremely terrifying. First, I'll amputate their legs. Mind's eye. Hai Ian's status screen appeared. Huh? Why is it going in this direction? He glanced behind him as he felt a gloomy and Hai Ian was smiling, holding a sharp knife, her eyes full of murderous intent as she Another Hai Ian stood far away. She hit him on the back of his neck with the knife handle, and he fell unconscious. I'm sorry I have to use this method, Oppa, but I've refined you so it won't hurt. That's right. It'll even replenish the blood you lost. Two Hai Ians took Jizhong's hands and pulled. Both hugged him affectionately. Forever, Oppa. Let's be together forever. Okay? In this place, we'll live together forever. I love you. I love you. The knife decisively slashed. The scene changed. Hai Ian, wearing a simple dress and a cute rabbit print apron, hummed while slicing. She was very happy, her eyes filled with love. Did you sleep well, Oppa? I love you a lot today too. She carried a bowl of not very appetizing food in her hands. I've made soup for your breakfast. I hope you like it. I'm a little shy. I heard newlywed wives usually wear aprons like this.
Hai Ian silly blue set.
Quite ambitious, isn't it? She twirled around. Ah, no. But am I wearing it correctly? Darling? Jizhong was tied with iron chains, not saying a word. What's wrong, Oppa? Are you worried others will?
Don't worry, darling.
I've dealt with all the obstacles. Corpses lay scattered on the ground. They were the women who had come into contact with Jizhong. No other fools will try to separate us, so don't worry, Oppa, except for Diogu. I think you'd be very sad if Diogu disappeared too. She sighed innocently. You look so sad. How strange. Or, is it because your legs are hurting? Her expression immediately turned terrifying as she looked. She had indeed chopped off Jizhong's legs in her illusion. Oh no. Are you very uncomfortable? I knew I shouldn't have done that. She trembled and started crying. It's all your fault. It's all because, she shrieked. Jizhong looked at the status screen with an unreadable expression. Who would have King player Hong Hai Ian's talents and growth potential? Disposition. Devoted follower gone rogue. Initial power, permanent loss. You'll have a very hard time preventing Hong Hai Ian from becoming the boss of the Cursed Temple. I've become attached to you, so now I will pray. The boss of this place isn't Juliana or Garrick. He shed helpless tears. Don't just go rogue like that. Jizhong's ghost appeared and smiled mockingly. But Hong Hai, Juliana, the master of this hero tier dungeon, was very strong. To defeat her, you had to prepare. He always used very difficult skills and techniques to deal with. Hui Sung thoughtfully looked at his stats.
Name, Kim Hui Sung.
Age, 22. Disposition, fair arbiter. Class, common swordsman. She's not an opponent I can defeat with such a mediocre but the reason we came here despite the danger. Sanji was actively commanding the members. Our goal is to rescue the survivors and the guild, but if we don't find a way to break the curse, we'll give up. Hui Sung looked very determined. Your lives are our highest priority. He disagreed with her words. No, we can't go back right. My objective is Juliana's sword. A large and very powerful sword. A legendary tier. The team members also need to be stronger. Besides the sword, Jizhong seemed to think the same. Jizhong was completely stuck at this moment. Damn it. My objective, in the curse, Hai Ian was madly in love. We made eye contact. I know Oppa thinks the same as me. Oh Lord. Please let me stay in this world with Oppa. Just the two of her face was cute, but her words were extremely terrifying. Please give me the power to annihilate humanity. Jizhong's face blanched. Hai Ian. Why go for an extermination and damn it. I must stop Hong Hai Ian's plan to exterminate humanity. The cute rabbit holding a knife and chuckling was enough to scare the cunning wolf to death. If you follow what I've written, you won't encounter any major problems. Jizhong looked at the formula sheet Hong Dong-yen gave him. Thank you, scholar. I've entrusted the rest to a talented magic scholar. Hong Dong-yen waved her hand. Leave it to me, Professor Lee. Now I must stay by Hai Ian's. What she needed most now was the belief that he would always be by her side. Jizhong knelt beside her. Hai Ian, are you? She started muttering again in a terrifying tone.
Hwang Jung In. Opak new girlfriend.
Damn it. What are you muttering? Jizhong recoiled in fear, moving away from Hai Ian. What are you saying, Hai Ian? She's Diogus' wife. Ah, that's right. Oppa is right. I was just too worried. I was just worried. Her condition was getting worse.
Hai Ian.
Kill them. All the women in this world. No, everyone. They all must die. Oh no, the situation is worse than I am the only one who can be by Oppa's side. His hands were suddenly bound by Hai Ian's family man. She used magic to create a glass cage and trap Jijong in. What the hell? What is this? A glass prison? Hai Ian, what the? Let me out. Hurry. Stop joking around. He was desperate as things spiraled out of control. He was still crazed, no longer wanting to follow what he said. Oppa. We'll be together forever. Just the two of us. We'll be here forever, Oppa. Hai Ian's desire to possess Jijong made her increasingly the outcome we desire. She wouldn't listen to him. He had never wanted this out. Think so too, right, Oppa? She reached for the knife. Right. Hai Ian's sanity now seemed to be nothing but foolish love for Jijong. Let me out. You promised you wouldn't use magic on anything other than my normally innocent and cute Hai Ian. Actually, Hai Ian had cast all sorts of tracking spells on my using a tooth she had taken from my hand long ago as a conduit. Damn it. Recalling the creepy things she did just to track him. She also cast a bunch of charms in my room, but I didn't stop her because I thought they were to protect me even if they were a bit creepy. To deal with a genius mage, that's nothing. It seemed he had greatly underestimated her because of her small and pretty appearance. But now he'll let you out when only the two of us are left in this world. As for the others,
Hai Ian smiled gently.
He'll kill them all. Her eyes widened, revealing her desire to destroy everything. Kill them. Damn it.
They'll really die.
What's the point of having mind's eye if they all die? I must escape this disastrous outcome at all costs. Repeatedly slammed against the magic glass so that those outside could hear.
Huy Sung.
Lee, here. Look over here.
I'm begging you.
Damn it. But sadly, all his efforts were in vain. He just realized now the captain always talked about the importance of stretching. That's right. But where is he?
Hai Ian sighed.
The two outside couldn't even see the glass cage. Hey, save me before I go to America to kill your mom. Damn it. I must and save humanity across the continent. Jijong was now completely in Hai Ian's grasp. Oppa is mine.
Escape Hoàng Hien.
But where is he? It's almost mealtime. A voice from outside reached her, startling her.
Aha, Yizhang?
He's probably with Hui Dogu.
Yizhang.
He screamed in despair, but was immediately gagged by. Wait quietly, okay, Oppa? Hai Ian looked at him with dark eyes. No one could hear or see him. He cried helplessly, not realizing Hong Dong-yen was squatting nearby, observing. Everyone, Jijong, what are you doing here? Why are you playing out a tragic drama by yourself? Oh, she finally spoke.
Jisung still hadn't noticed Yizhang disappeared.
He'll go find Garrick and Sanji first.
Yizhang?
No one answered. Only an unusual sigh. He turned his head to look.
Yizhang?
But no one was behind him. Where is he? Hui Sung's eyes widened. He began to feel uneasy, and this bad premonition looked around. Only now did he
Hai Ian.
Realizing he couldn't see her, his face immediately drained of color. This is a dungeon. Those two must be in danger. Hui Sung moved forward to search. No.
Yizhang. Hai Ian.
Where are you two?
Yizhang. Hai Ian. Yizhang. Li Yizhang.
Where are you?
Hai Ian.
His voice echoed through the temple. That voice sounded like his father looking for his lost child in the an illustration of Father Hui Sung, holding two cotton candies, frantically searching for his two children.
Yizhang. Hai Ian.
Where are Ian and Ian?
Dont Idenimor.
Come out, you two. Then a loudspeaker announced, we have two children in the office. Li Jizhong and Hong Hai Ian. Father, good luck. Damn it. I must escape quickly. What should I do? Sound of realization. Wait, Hui Sung can't see this glass prison. How can Hong Dong-yen? Jizhong was astonished. Heh, I brought the antidote you asked for, but you've been trapped. I guess you're not as good as I thought, huh? Professor Lee, Hong Dong-yen said smugly.
Hwang Dung In's magic glass.
Hero's Cavern.
Hwang Dung In's scholar magic glass.
Can locate curses or hidden boundaries. Magic glass. Damn it. This is not the time. Hai Ian was holding a knife, looking left and right, searching for human. Zhang slammed on the glass, trying to speak, but was limited by the tape, only able to make muffled sounds. Character's intended meaning. She's holding a knife, so I have to give her the antidote myself. Please remove this cage. It was miraculous that Hong Dong-yen understood what he wanted to convey. She sighed.
All right.
In return, after this is over, I want to go to this restaurant with Diogu, so remember to treat us. If you let me out, I'll buy you the whole rest. Screen display was no, it won't work. Neither my countercurse nor my tools work. This is a hero tier dungeon. I didn't expect such an elaborate trap here.
Hwang Dong-yen was helpless.
There's no other way. The tape was removed in some miraculous way. Just use brute force. Is Diogu Hong Dong-yen, what are you doing here? Speak of the devil and he appears. Diogu walked over cheerfully, holding a bowl of food. Don't be like that. Let's eat together. I made Hong Dong-yen helplessly pointed at the glass cage. Diogu Jijong is surprised. What? Jijong could finally laugh. Darling. Diogu anxiously hit the glass cage. Are you really in there? Answer me. Darling. Jijong's voice came from a small, speaker-like device.
Hwang Dong-yen's magic toon.
Ah, yes, darling. He acted mysteriously. How long have you been dating Hong Dong? Diogu's eyes welled up with tears. Huh? Almost 100 days. Why do you ask? You and Hong Dong-yen must save the world. They froze for a few seconds after hearing that. We have to save the world? That's right. Everyone called Li Ji leaned back against the glass cage and sighed. Yes. Save the world so you two can live a long and happy life. He listened intently. Do you remember what I said before? If I could do... Diogu was touched by his words, awakening the determination within him. I can do better. I can do better, darling. So we have to save the world together. I don't want to live in a world without you. Darling. Jijong was also moved by the power of friendship. Huh? What that kid said was so... Just wait for me. I swear I'll get you out of there. He slammed his hand against the glass cage, forcing Diogu to use his megaton punch. But nothing happened. His hand swelled. Darling, I think this thing isn't affected by my strength. Diogu shrieked. You can name your daughter Park Diokyong. Jijong had thought of the worst-case scenario. Naming Diogu's future daughter shocked him. A sparkling aura emanated from Jijong's head. Ah, perhaps you should use your mother's name instead. But inwardly, he cursed. Park Diogu, you foolish pig. I want to see the house you and your family will live in the future. Be useful with that chubby body of yours. Looks can be deceiving. Our male lead is truly... The two were moved to tears. Darling. Brother-in-law. Please don't say that. I'll save you. I will definitely say... That's right, you fool. You should save me right now. Jijong feigned pitifulness, then shed fake tears.
I'm sorry.
I really want to attend your wedding, you two. I can only go this far. These words seemed about to provoke Diogu. Don't say such foolish things. He unleashed his power. You must live with Hai Ian until both your hair turns gray. This surprised him but also made him a little... You must live longer than us and Hui Sung. Strong tears fell on his cheeks. He put all his strength into his punch. Because we still need you by our side to keep scolding us every day. You're acting like that? I nag you a lot every day. Diogu punched the glass prison forcefully and succeeded in cracking it. Darling, do you understand now?
Jijong chuckled softly.
It was indeed his weakness. He lifted Jijong up. They had a truly moving rescue. Hong Dong-yen gave him the antidote. Playing these tricks felt a bit hollow. But I didn't expect it to be so effective. He'll cover the costs for your date, and he'll even throw in a perfect date itinerary that I prepared myself. Even so, he was very reliable. Of course, it will include all the best elements across this country. Ian felt the glass prison had been broken. She turned back in panic. She dashed towards them like lightning. You fools! Get your hands off, darling! Stay away from that woman right now. Jijong put the pill into his mouth. Hai Ian angrily rushed forward. He just... Seizing the opportunity. Thank you watching for vid. Jijong stopped her with a kiss, making her eyes... He let the pill fall into Hai Ian's mouth. I know Hai Ian. Lost in a... The pill slowly fell into her mouth. Hai Ian wrapped her arms around Jijong's neck and shed tears. You only belong... Witnessing this scene, Diogu and Hong Dong-yen were moved to tears.
Hui Sung drew sec out. Jijong. Hai Ian.
He was overjoyed to find them. Are you two okay? What just happened? I'm back. Thank you very much. Jijong gestured for him to be quiet. Hai Ian was sobbing in his arms. From now on, I'll be a good girl. Thank God. Hui Sung's face immediately drained of color. Is Hai Ian also a fake regressor? No. Damn it, it's not like... After that, Jijong healed everyone with the medicine he had created. No matter what, he's still a talented person. That also made the dungeon conquest a bit easier. But after that, Sanji felt she wasn't qualified enough to be responsible for everyone. And she handed over that important responsibility to Hui Sung. The rest is entirely up to you. Hui looked tense and drew his sword. So I became the team. Hui Sung raised his sword. Behind him, Hai Ian clung tightly to Jijong. Then the Blue Guild entered the boss room, Juliana's. He slashed down forcefully at the door to break it. You have encountered Saintess Julie, the mistress of the Cursed Temple. A mandatory quest has been activated. Hero tier. Objective. Defeat Juliana. Not more than Jertrick, a white-haired girl, sat alone on a chair. I've been waiting for you, for a very long time. She spoke in a terrifying, "You finally come to me." She turned her face. Her white hair was messy. Her dark, sunken eyes were enough to scare someone to death. "No, you are not. How dare you come here like this?" she shrieked, shaking the entire room. "I will lead each and every one of you." Li Zhang coughed up blood from this power. How can her cry be this power? "How dare you come here like this?" she screamed, shaking the entire room. "I will lead each of you down." Li Zhang coughed up blood from this power. How can her cry be so? "Prepare for battle. She is a high-level monster, so don't let your guard down." Li Sanghe and Li Kaiong, create a shield to protect. We will split into 2 groups, front and back, to approach while maintaining our defense. Move out. Hyun, careful, Diaku. Leave it to me, Hyung. He and Hyunsung rushed toward Juliana. They'll take the— Don't toy with me, you fools. Dark energy appeared beneath their feet, binding them in place. Diaku was— Thank you watching for vid. You will be swallowed by the darkness. She blew him away with ease. Hyunsung managed to break free and charged forward powerfully. His sword was enveloped in— Seeing the overwhelming situation, Kaiong couldn't help but— Damn it. Hyunsung, everything depends on you. He leaped right above Julie, but she quickly noticed and Hyunsung couldn't block it and took a direct— Fell to the ground. Blood sprayed every— Thank you watching for vid. Was severely in— Kaiong's jaw dropped. He froze Seeing Hyunsung take such a heavy blow, Kaiong's eyes went wide. What the hell? What on earth? Oh my god. I knew there was a level gap, but I never thought even Hyunsung would struggle this much against the boss. This is tough, bro. This might be the end of us. Furthermore, Juliana's attacks are too erratic. Her power is truly monstrous. A shield of dark energy surrounded her, blocking all attacks. If Li Sanghe could focus on supporting and magically protecting Kim Hyunsung, things would be different. But if she did that, our defense would be seriously low. With everyone in the back row, including myself, having no decisive attack power. Damn it. What should we do? She summoned a dark orb. You are the one I am looking. You will be swallowed by the darkness of the abyss. She threw it toward What the hell, lady? Seriously? Why are you throwing that at— Even though the shield blocked it with that kind of power. I'm worried. Damn it. Can the barrier even— Hyunsung and Diaka panicked. Kaiong SSI. Hyen was terrified. In this urgent situation, Kaiong didn't know what to do. He knelt. Thank you watching for vid. Tears suddenly welled up. Ah, my dear Juliana. Why was he suddenly crying like a lead in a melody? She was stunned and stopped her. The orb fell to the ground and disappeared. The sanctuary fell. Everyone was shocked by the words he just— Oh my god. One slip up and I'm dead here. Sweat poured down his— I don't know if Juliana will kill me, but Hyen definitely won't let this go. Please. Juliana's barrier was deactivated. Her eyes returned to a clear, beautiful blue. Dear actress Juliana, thank you for signing the performance contract. That's right. I am the Jarek you've been waiting for. Kaiong's acting was fully immersive. Not bad. Not bad. In any case, the title of this performance is Juliana, my life's love. Kaiong flashed a wicked smile. Their love was reunited after a very, very long time. Now they were whispering sweet nothings to each other. He took her hand. I missed you so much. The only love of my life. Juliana, my eternal— She hesitated. By the way, are you really Jarek? He looked at her sincerely. It's me. The love you've always been searching for. Being close to him like this made Juliana's heart race uncontrollable. However, she suddenly collapsed. You aren't Jarek. Jarek is a hot blonde guy. Everything is different, even the eye color. You can't be Jarek. Their relationship was He panicked. I've been reincarnated, Juliana. Juliana was shocked and angry. I should have known because Jarek looks well. Mind's eye cursed love. We respect Jarek, the blessed saint who sacrificed himself to protect Juliana from the god's wrath. Juliana, I truly love your smile too. My love, Jarek. She realized it was— She grew angry and raised her hand. You filthy bastard. How dare you impersonate Jarek? They'll rip you apart. But he caught her hand. I guess I missed your anger too. Juliana was confused and he continued gently. I hoped you would be happy. With eyes full of light and tenderness. I truly love your smile, Juliana. And you know what? I'd love it even more if that smile were for me. She was cried out in shock. Jarek. She reached out to hold him, but he brushed her. Yes, but darling, I think we should get a divorce. Suddenly, he struggled as if some force were taking over him. He cried out, Juliana. Someone was trying to suppress him. Juliana? Please, run. He was dragged down. Li Jihai screamed. Stupid Juliana. Your lover is in our hands. If you want to save him, you'd better listen to— Juliana called out to Jarek in horror. You bastards. You're the scouts from the night. Hyan unleashed a wave of power from behind. Jarek Appa is mine. Juliana was furious. How she promised the image of him in her heart. Jarek, hold on. They'll save you no matter. Come. Primordial sword. She raised her sword with sharp, cold eyes. I won't let this go. They'll send you all to hell. Darling, are you crazy? At this rate, you'll kill your husband, Jarek. He signaled. Lee Sang-hye, the rear is safe now. Focus your spells on Hyun-sung. Lee Sang-hye clenched her fists. He'll leave it. He raised his sword and shouted. Hyun, legendary trait of player Lee Sang-hye. Saint's Prayer is being acted. Blessing of Light is increasing stats. Agility plus 10. Endurance plus 10. Stamina plus 10. Luck plus. Player Kim Hyun-sung has reached heroic grade. High-level sword. Just as he might be under the influence of the blessing, but Kim Hyun-sung really is a legend. Are those movements even possible for a swordsman? My heart is racing at this magnificence. He gained momentum. I believe in you, Hyun-sung. I know you can do it. My lovely regressor. Then he leaped off the ground and aimed a blow. The people around were either surprised or in awe. Liana raised her sword with fury, her eyes blood-red. You filthy bastard. This is your end. His eyes widened and his mouth hung open. What's with that sudden power surge? Darling, honey, I think you're getting a bit too heated. Can we calm down? She screamed. Die. No, no. You can't kill him. Damn it. He's not a bad person. My boss. He continued. No. Damn it. Hyun-sung. Wait. What the hell do you think you're doing? He shouted loud. No. Please don't. Junsun. No. Get away from him. She suddenly turned her head as if realizing something. Jarek? Suddenly her eyes went wide. She was distracted. He stabbed her with his... She still let out a faint cry. Year. Thank you watching for vid... Then blood spurted from her. He collapsed. The sword fell to the ground. Even now, she weakly called Jarek. Stood there, indifferent and expressionless. Julie, I will remember your death for... A forced smile remained on her face. Her eyes were clear. I will also... be with you for... Quest complete. Heroic grade. Defeat Juliana, 1/1. Rewarded with 4 random stat points. Placed a hand on his forehead. Pensive smile. Am I a bit of a bat? Suddenly Lee Sang-hye walked over, smiling. Hyun-sung SSI. Kyong SSI. Just as he was about to reply, Juliana's sword, which had been lying still on the ground, began to emit light and energy. A voice resonated. Thank you everyone for your hard work. I think we should treat Hyun-sung SSI. Everyone on the scene was shocked, staring up with wide eyes. Huh? The legendary sword floated in mid-air, shining as brightly as a star. Someone spoke up. It's starting. The ownership ritual of a legendary... What is an ownership ritual? Legendary items tend to choose their own owners. They're pretty smart. It will likely belong to Hyun-sung, since he was the one who defeated... Kyong smirked. Look at this guy. Did he come here for that? Is this the sword he used in his past? Almost like a magic sword, but it looks incredibly cool. Kyong grinned. It was a large, beautiful blade. Hyun-sung SSI. Congrats on getting it. Hyun-sung looked back with a slight smile. Thank you, Kyong SSI. This guy. He didn't even try to politely He reached for the sword in front, thinking with a serious face. Finally, the founder of the Assassin's Guild who brought ruin to the entire continent. And the killer of Park Hiram in his second life. He was a brutal and insane murderer. That image immediately flashed in his mind. A killer with cold eyes and a savage smile, gripping the dark magic sword. The magic sword Juliana was the blade he once used. He returned to reality and dismissed those thoughts. But his eyes were still tinged with sadness. I'm glad he isn't the one getting it this time. Juliana. He raised his hand to cast a sword emitted an intense burst of... Diaku and Lee Jae-hai were blinded by the light, struggling against the massive energy surge. Kyong had to grit his teeth and shield his eyes. He was completely stunned. What the hell is this? Is it about to explode? Lee Sang-hye, standing behind Hyun-sung, was also terrified. She tried to calm everyone down with a worried face. Everyone, please stay calm. The sword isn't exploding. Hyun-sung SSI. Tried. The sword, as if possessing its own soul, emitted a surge of energy. It made sounds that made people doubt their ears. My beloved Jarek, please take my... His eyes widened as he realized his hand was out of control. Huh? My hand is moving on its... Hyun-sung rushed forward with a determined look, reaching out. Please, Juliana.
Don't rejecte me anymore.
The sword ignored Hyun-sung's desperate plea. It surged forward, forcing Kyong's hand to... Hyun-sung's hand reached for the legendary blade, but it was already held high in Kyong's... There was an immense sense of confusion, and everyone was stunned. An image of Juliana appeared. I have become a sword, Jarek. Now I will be with you forever. Kyung was terrified and didn't want this. He cursed inwardly. Ownership ritual my foot. I never agreed. Hyunsung sighed. Blood was splattered across his face. Looking at him only made Kyung feel incredibly. His heart was full of regret. Damn it. I really shouldn't have put on that act to steal your sword. He still needed to win over the guildmaster. Weapon effect. The sword moves automatically to protect its owner from a lot of information about the sword appeared. Attacking an opponent with this sword will inflict a top-tier curse, causing psychological damage. You can summon or unsummon. The cursed sword is protesting your decision to unsummon it. People exposed to the curse for a long period will also be affected. You can unleash a wide-area curse by using a large amount of mana. The cursed sword is vehemently protesting your decision to unsummon. You can now use the power of Aes, the god of curses. The cursed sword is angry, says it loves you. You can use a special ability because your growth rate is low. Some of the sword's abilities have been mana increased to 15. Seeing this, his eyes lit up. I accept you. He felt this was wonderful. This was very advantageous for him. I don't have much mana to begin with, so all these high-cost abilities mean nothing to me. But the fact that the sword automatically protects its owner makes it perfect for me. I love you, Hyunsung SSI. I'm not even a swordsman. I didn't think things would turn out like this. Ha ha ha. Hyunsung was generous, so he didn't mind too much. It's fine. The sword has chosen, so there's nothing we can do. Besides, Kyung SSI was the one who contributed most to this expedition. Now Kyung thought to himself, that's right, Hyunsung. They'll take good care of your sword. However, with his blood-stained face, Hyunsung flashed a gentle, innocent, and handsome smile. Now that things have turned out like this, I think it would be very useful for you to learn how to use a sword. He offered to guide his teammate at the training grounds 3 times a day for basic swords. The two talked and laughed. I'm really looking forward to the day we can spar. Despite that, Kyung had a doubt. This kid. Is he unhappy? The way he's talking sounds a bit unnatural. A shout interrupted them. Lee Sangi SSI. We found the guild master. She turned around. Really? Before she could finish, everyone fell into a void of silence. In another scene, everyone stood solemnly before a coffin. They didn't say much. But silence was enough to show the sorrow, pessimism, and gloom in the air. Please say your final goodbyes to the guild master. The guild master of the Blue Guild had passed away forever. He closed his eyes with a kind face, lying in a flower-filled coffin, sinking into eternal. Lee Sangi's tears poured out. She couldn't stop crying. The painful feeling of losing a loved one. She sobbed. Guild master, Sungjin SSI. We promised to survive together until the very. Kyung glanced at the man beside him with suspicion. Hyunsung was very calm. So, this must have been predetermined. He couldn't believe everything was that simple. But did that man really pass away so based on what had happened before, would calling this a murder be too much? For example, Lee Sealho, who smirked throughout the funeral. Kyung began to deduce and identify suspects. He felt Sealho was enjoying this. The guild master had died mysteriously a few days after being brought back to the guild. That was more than enough time for Lee Sealho and those other bastards to act. The reinforcements that were promised never showed up. He covered his mouth. Everything was arranged so perfectly. This research will be very interesting. He thought. He gave a mocking laugh. Lee Sealho, you aren't the only psychopath laughing at a funeral. Even I'm having a hard time holding back my laugh. At the tea table, everyone was talking. Where is Hyunsung SSI? He's with Sangi SSI. Lee Jihai SSI went to take care of Hyun. I see, thanks for letting me know. Footsteps approached. Thank you watching for vid. Sealho seemed very happy. He walked over and asked everyone. I see you've somehow managed to return. Diaku was furious. What do you mean somehow? You smirked. Oh my, I wasn't talking to you. Park Diaku SSI, or Jung Hyun SSI. My words were intended for someone else. The one who clung to his team members to crawl through the dungeon. He was targeting Kyung. Isn't that right? Lee Kyung S. You bastard. How dare you say that? Diaku retorted. He laughed even louder. I understand the grief and anger of Park Diaku SSI and Jung Hyun SSI. You two had to drag that useless alchemist back and forth in the dungeon. All while trying your best to save our guild master. However, the guild master everyone worked so hard to save. At this, his expression passed away alone while everyone else was fast asleep. I understand your pain and sorrow, and I empathize with your feelings. But this old man is glad that you all managed to survive. He said this while wiping away tears. Kyung saw that he looked like he was forcing them. So Kyung put his cup down and interrupted him. Ha! Ha! Do you really think we'll believe anything you say? Sealho frowned, his expression cold. Kayong glared at him. The guild master's death is your fault. You old bastard. He wanted to see his reaction. He quickly replied, Ha! We hired reinforcements to save the guild master. We worked day and night to try and support you useless. How dare you say such things? Kayong shot back. But your reinforcements never arrived. That's because I couldn't find any more troops. Ha! Why do you sound so proud claiming you couldn't find reinforcements? Moreover, more accurately, you didn't look for them. It wasn't that you couldn't find. Kayong continued to present arguments to accuse Sealho. Just now, you clearly said the guild master died alone while everyone was asleep. But I find that a bit strange. You talk as if you were there to witness it. You weren't there when he passed. So why are you so confident about how it happened? Each of his questions was incredibly He seemed to get angry out of embarrassment and turned to curse at him. What are you trying to say? Kayong flashed a mysterious smile. You keep emphasizing that the guild master died alone. To me, it sounds like you're making an excuse for having killed. Hearing this, his face filled with panic. His eyes went wide. What did you just say? Lee Kayong. You bastard. How dare you speak such nonsense? You really want to die? Seeing that, Kayong teased him. Woof, woof. Sealho was furious. You bastard. What do you think you're doing? I'm just showing you what real nonsense sounds like. Everything I've said so far is the truth. Kayong interlaced his fingers and laughed. Why are you so worked up? He was livid. What? This bastard really doesn't know his place. You really want to die, don't you? If that's what you want, let me grant your. Hyen called out to him. Old man Sealho prepared a devastating punch. Kayong, it would really hurt if he attacked. I'm just a weak alchemist after all. I'm really looking forward. Suddenly, a sword point appeared right in front of Sealho's. He panicked immediately. That. Kayong sipped his water smugly. My lovely Juliana. No need to overdo it. I love this auto-summon. Hyen was acting clingy on the side. He gave her a helpless look. Don't be jealous of us. The sword made him tremble with fear. Kayong explained to him, It's an item I happened to find in the dungeon. I think it has some pretty useful abilities. You must be very jealous. But please keep your distance. My Juliana likes to bite. He threw on his coat. Well, I'm very busy. So, if you'll excuse me, please fill out the reports and send them to Sangyasasai and me. Well, I don't really like your attitude. But shouldn't you at least do some paperwork so you're not completely useless? Actually, Kayong didn't care all that much whether he had actually killed the guildmaster. He asked Dyaku to take Hyen upstairs because he had work to do. She was annoyed but had to comply. Kyong turned sly as he looked at Sealho. The important thing is that I want to do this to him. Anyway, a little lying won't stop the world from. Incitement and havoc are what make the world go round. Kayong gave him a friendly middle. He grit his teeth in rage, glaring at him. Lee Kayong. I won't let you get away with this. His face was filled with resentment. No matter what happens, I want for. Scene change. He was in a castle. Welcome, Lee Kayong. We've heard a lot about you from the Vice Guild Master. Room, he was reading documents. The Yamato Guild? That's right. It's a large guild located in Celia, the Free City. I've investigated it and found reports indicating that they are cooperating with Lee. The girl continued presenting her findings. I believe that in exchange, he's trying to hand the Blue Guild over to the Yamato Guild. He might have even used your team's funds to help them. He was angry. These crazy bastards. So that's why the heroic grade items were delayed for so long. You say we're in Celia? The girl crossed her arms. Yes. I've only been there once, but I don't think things are going well. However, Lindell, Celia, and other free cities aren't allowed to show hostility toward one another. So I don't think anything will happen soon. He looked at the paper in his hand. But you know well that we can never let our guard down, right? The Blue Guild is currently in chaos. If they're planning to take us over, now is the perfect time. If I were them, I'd choose this time. She rested her chin on her hand. I see. Oh right. I've also investigated the Guild Master's case as much as possible. I don't think the Guild Master's death is related to Lee Sealho. I couldn't find any evidence suggesting Lee Sealho was the culprit. He felt this girl was very professional, having prepared everything even before he. Based on the evidence, I can only assume he truly passed away naturally. Appa, are you even listening to me? He was deep in. Looking at the paper in his hand, he called out. His expression turned cheerful. If there's no evidence, we can just fabricate. She was bewildered by what he just said. Kayong SSI? What are you talking? He suddenly worried. Wait, is Lee Jai-hai less of a piece of trash than I? She suddenly flashed a sinister smile, holding a red glass vial. You didn't know? I usually prepare these things before I'm even asked. closer and whispered to him, repeating his words. If there's no evidence, we can just fabricate it. It seemed a dark plan was about to be. This is the potion I meant. I high-handed Kaiang the exquisite, glowing red vial. I had my subordinates spray a bit on that old geezer Li Sealho's clothes. She told Kaiang coolly, use as much of the rest as. He gave a small smile and put the vial in his coat. Did she read my mind? Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. Kaiang turned around, momentarily surprised by Haiyan's appearance. Ayan? I told you to stay at the guild with Diaku. Why are you here? Haiyan was flustered.
I'm sorry.
I was just worried about you, and about Li Sealho. This, she smiled brightly. A sunny, gentle smile, but her next words were a strong, contrasting affirmation.
But don't worry, okay?
I will definitely protect. Kaiang gave her a helpless smile. It'll be fine. Most of the important things are almost. The two of them walked back hand in. After walking for a while, Kaiang made a suggestion. Do you want to take a stroll before we go back? Hearing this, Haiyan couldn't have been happier. She replied joyfully, yes. I'd love to go on a date. Kaiang gently patted her head. She must be so happy. They chatted and talked throughout the. Suddenly, a magical blast appeared from nowhere and Haiyan sensed it and immediately deployed a. Without thinking, she rushed toward Kaiang to protect. The attack caused quite a stir, frightening the nearby merchants into. Surprised by the attack, Kaiang thought it was some kind of terrorist act. Before he could prepare, masked men with sharp swords lunged from nowhere, charging straight. He realized it then. This sudden assassination attempt was targeting him. Must be that damned old man Sealho. Is he crazy? How dare he do this in broad day? Young Haiyan cast a wind spell, angrily blowing away the two masks. She yelled out in frustration, who do you think you are? Date. Let me give you a send-off. As she cursed the villains, her tears began to fall. Kaiang was taken aback. What kind of villainous dialogue is this? She's only leveled up a bit, but is her job proficiency increasing that much? Afterward, she turned back to help Kaiang up. Sniff. Appa, don't be scared. I'll protect. Thank you watching for vid. He looked at her with both relief and heartache. Relieved that she had leveled up, but heartbroken that her face was scratched from protect. Before he could feel sad for another second, Haiyan turned back toward the attackers to continue the fight. Wind, thank you watching for vid. Caught her arm. Even if it was Haiyan, spending too much mana wouldn't be. He wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her close. Don't push yourself too hard. Why don't we escape together? I'd rather be the one getting. Haiyan was one of his most important trump cards. He couldn't afford to waste her like. For now, he had to face these small fry subordinates. He just had to wait for reinforcements. Kaiang and Haiyan supported each other, preparing to escape. They hadn't gone far when another man attacked. A sharp dagger was thrown. Just like that, they were caught off guard. Appa. Her windshield was destroyed. No. Appa. Thank you watching for vid. Kaiang panicked. No. An archmage's body is too fragile. Get out of the way. Julie. But it was too late. Haiyan shielded him and took the fatal blow. Wait. What are you doing? Ayan. Are you okay? Cough. Cough. I'm so glad. Appa. You are. Damn it. He shouted. What the hell do you think you're doing? You bastards. Juliana. Don't call her. Call my name instead. Wake up. Haiyan. Ayan. Even at a time like this, is she jealous of us? Oh, perhaps it was because. He thought back to the words Head said to her earlier. Maybe he had pushed her too. Before his regret could even settle, another sword lunged. Kaiang quickly cast a magic shield for protection. This time, the shield the sword pierced Haiyan's back again. Stunned, unable to believe his eyes, she was in pain, squeezing out every word. Appa.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to be by your side for. Get out of the way. No. She tried to cast magic. Forget the damn windshield. Get away from me. Hurry. He screamed, tears streaming down his. In that moment, so many emotions flooded his mind. Is Haiyan going to die? No. This wasn't part of my. Damn it. Is this the price I have to pay for using? Another volley of swords continued to fly toward. Haiyan's wings appeared, trying to block the swords flying at them. Get out of the way. She sobbed. Sniff. Appa. Before she could finish, he grew angry. You're going to die, you silly girl. We can find a way to survive together. Get out of the way, Haiyan. Hurry. It's dangerous. Do you hear me? You stupid girl. Get away. An overwhelming force swept in, clearing out the crowd of attack. It was a woman. She walked up with an arrogant, calm demeanor. Oh my god. Can you believe this? I only stepped away for a moment and it's already like daring to attack someone protected by the mercenary queen. She flashed a cunning smile. You're in for it now. This woman with blood-red hair was Cha. Veins popped on Chahira's face. Attacking someone protected by the mercenary queen. Seems you guys don't respect me. Another man in black, wielding a sword filled with dark magic, was about to launch a sneak. Immediately after, a surge of power sliced off. Daku and Hyun-sung rushed over, their faces pale. Hyung, Nuna, Kyong SSI. Ayanese. Seeing them, Kyong felt immense relief. Hyun-sung, thank God though he was trembling, he still tried to hold Hyan in his arms. The terror was still visible on his face. Hyun-sung. Hyun-sung was absolutely furious. Who dared to do? Hyung's face darkened. A name was already in his mind. I'm 100% sure this was Lee Sealho's doing. He decided not to share his suspicions with Hyun-sung, keeping them hidden for now. I was just on my way back from settling some business at the Red Mercenary Guild when I ran in. Hyun-sung didn't suspect anything and accepted what Kyong said, turning his attention back to the other assassins. I understand. Kyong watched the cold Hyun-sung and the crazed Chahira slaughtering the remaining men. Blood splattered across their beautiful faces and clothes. It only made him hate that bastard even. Really want to report him to Hyun-sung and Chahira so they can go lop off his head. However, Lee Sealho, you dared to push me into such a desperate situation. You will definitely die by my. He looked at Hyan, whose body was battered. 2 long swords from the attackers were still lodged in her back. His voice trembled heavily. Ayan, guakap. I had no choice but to use his final trump card. His voice cracked as he yelled. Hyan, I love you. I love you so much. I love you. Please, wake up. You always wanted to hear me say these words. Hyung opened the lid of the potion vial in his. He immediately drank it and then transferred it to Hyan through it. Heard a faint sound that startled. Seeing that Hyan, although unconscious, was actively responding to his kiss made him unable to believe his eyes. Her tongue moved. He pulled. Thank you watching for vid. His eyes were. Tears began to fall from his eyes. He couldn't hold them back. They poured out like a stream. He hurriedly pulled Hyan into his arms. Thank God. You're alive. You're still alive. Seeing that Hyan had been carried away by Diaku, Kyong told Chahira his suspicions, but she remained perfectly calm. So, you know Lee Sealho is behind this, but you still want to deal with him yourself, right? I understand your point, but I've had quite enough. They dared to openly attack my person, the mercenary queen, right in the middle of Lindell. She wiped the blood splatters from her face, her voice growing angrier. This act is nothing less than a blatant challenge to my authority. If I leave Lee Sealho to you, then who am I supposed to find to take my anger? Hyung's face was expressionless. The Yamato Guild of. He looked up. They have some connection with Lee Sealho. Just pin this entire incident on them. Chahira hadn't expected him to use such a dirty trick. You must have considered that Lee Sealho is a member of the Blue Guild. If a Blue Guild member is exposed as the one behind this attack, the guild's reputation will suffer. The Blue Guild's reputation is already on a downward spiral. He calmly took a sip of water. He had already planned for this, so it was fine. He replied leisurely, exactly. Right now, the top priority is gaining the support of the Lindell community. He gently explained how they would spread rumors that Lee Sealho was a spy for the Yamato Guild, and the Blue Guild was merely a victim. That's the only way to avoid bringing infamy to the Blue Guild. To do that, we have to make the Yamato Guild the enemy of all Lindell the moment they launch an attack. That's when you step in to deal with them. Even if they're from a free city, you'll have a billion reasons to attack them. He looked up. Because no matter what, they are the ones behind this attack. Every scheme he laid out was intriguing and distinctive. This time was no different, making Chahira feel excited. Haha, seriously. You always know how to make me feel pumped. I know you're just a piece of trash, but I still like you quite a bit. She happily pulled Kyong into a hug. Held in her warmth, he felt satisfied. His previously happy face darkened again. I can't show any grief because if I show even a bit of weakness, you'll lose this. As soon as they saw Kyong return, Lee Sang-hee and another man turned pale and shouted in panic. Kang Asasai, what happened to you? How could someone dare to do this? It was probably some bandits targeting his legendary weapon. Since he returned in one piece, it probably wasn't a big deal. Kyong tried to stay calm. If he hadn't known beforehand that the silver-haired man in front of him was the culprit, he might have been fooled. He couldn't let himself be swayed by his. He spoke up to answer them. No, they were a group of professional assassins. And I've guessed the reason why they were so determined to kill me. He tried to control his expression. Raise the corners of your mouth, he thought. Called the passing of the Blue Guild Master and Lee Sealho's lack of grief, noticing he even seemed a bit joyful. After that, I investigated the guild's data and found evidence proving the Blue Guild had cut off the guild master. Furthermore, those in power at the Blue Guild seemed to be gloating over his passing. Therefore, I began to suspect the guild master was actually murdered. The culprit could be someone inside or outside the guild. Then, after talking with Li Xil, he recalled the day the man passed away. Unexpectedly, the guild master had died alone, middle of the night while everyone else was fast asleep. Kaiyang recounted his words. Then, he started pointing out the inconsistencies. Why did you know the guild master died alone? You speak as if you were there to witness it. Li Sangyi's face darkened. What is the meaning of this? Li Xilho narrowed his eyes, not wanting him to continue, and yelled, What nonsense are you spouting? But Kaiyang didn't waver. Haha, yes, I found it hard to believe myself. He held the vial in his hand high, a smug look on his face. Li Sangyi SSI, if I told you that the poison Li Xilho used to take the guild master's life has been found, would you believe me? He was secretly proud of his cool appearance. This vibe suits me perfectly. Immediately after, Li Qiang pretended to tremble violently, his whole body seemingly frozen as his face turned pale and bloodless. He appeared to be in a state of extreme panic and fear. I was attacked because I discovered something I shouldn't have known. Specifically, it was the poison that Li Tiahao used to assassinate the guildman. Li Shangxi was startled when she saw the bottle in his hand. How can this? She turned around instantly, her gaze as sharp as a knife, and questioned the man standing beside her with intense suspicion and anger. Li Tiahao, is what he's saying the truth? What on earth is going on? Uncle, explain yourself. He hurriedly tried to justify himself. Of course it isn't true. Shangxi, how can you believe the words of this? You must have misunderstood something. I swear to the heavens, I did not kill the guild master. You must believe me. Sweat poured down his face, droplets trickling down his temples. On the outside, he tried to maintain his composure, feigning innocence as if he were completely uninvolved. However, inside he was gnashing his teeth and cursing. That little Li Qiang lowered his head. Lady Shangxi, I didn't misunderstand anything. Li Tiahao quickly interrupted. No, this must be a misunderstanding. No. Watching the three of them argue back and forth, the other guild members began to stir. Glances were exchanged and whispers rippled through the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly became thick with Li Shangxi frowned deeply as she began to realize something was strange. Now that you mention it, I've noticed it too. There are still many strange points surrounding the guild master's death. Li Qiang, please tell me everything you know. Hearing that she was starting to suspect him, Li Tiahao couldn't easily deny it anymore, and was forced to listen to his next words. Fine, I will tell you every side. The truth behind the guild master's death. Naturally, I had my doubts. The guild master was gradually recovering while being transported back to the guild. So why did he suddenly pass away only a few days later? This matter is indeed very suspicious. I couldn't help but raise questions. From what I know, only Li Tiahao was there with the guild master on the night he passed away. This made me suspicious of Li Taihao's movements. Since he was the guild master's right-hand man and your representative Lady Shangxi, I secretly investigated him with the professional help of the Black Swan. He conjured an image of Li Tiahao holding that orange water bottle with a sinister smile. He continued his explanation, and as expected, I found evidence that Li Tiahao had purchased poison in. The man screamed in anger. What? I never. Li Shangxi's face darkened, her expression becoming heavy as lead. Her eyes turned visibly cold. Her lips were pressed tight as if she were suppressing an unspeakable rage. In a cold voice, she said, Li Qiang, please continue. Hearing this, he rejoiced inwardly. The messenger of justice, Li Shangxi, is exactly as I expected. Then he spoke up. That was when the incident occurred. Recalling the time he used search magic after the guild master's funeral, he continued, Lady Shangxi allowed me and Zheng Hexian to examine the guild master. The light created by my magic led us to that poison bottle. At that moment, we discovered a chemical substance. It was identical to the poison that Li Tiahao had purchased from. At that moment, both of them were utterly stunned. Li Shangxi, unable to believe this was happening, screamed. What? Li Qiang remained unfazed and continued. After that, I immediately went to Li Taihao. I discovered a box sealed with a curse. Inside was the poison bottle. A light pink bottle sat snugly in a wooden box bound by magical iron. Li Qiang recounted the moment he was ambushed by assassins on his way back. Because he feared I had discovered the truth, Li Tiahao sent his subordinates to attack. Zheng Hexian risked her life to protect me. That is everything I know. Lady Shangxi, Li Tiahao is no longer the uncle you once knew. He beat his chest and shouted helplessly. He is not only the one behind the guild master's death but also the mastermind behind the attack in Lindell. These are all heavenly crimes. Li Taihao's face darkened as he muttered under his breath. Humph, the story you made up is quite entertaining. He spoke softly, but the young man heard him clearly and cursed back in his mind. I once wanted to be a writer. Old man spoke up hurriedly. Shangxi, don't listen to his lies. If he knew the truth, Then why didn't he report it immediately when he found the poison in the guildmaster's? His face was stern. Furthermore, it's possible he bribed Zheng Hexian to fabricate evidence to frame me for the guildmaster's murder. I can only say that I had nothing to do with the guildmaster's death, nor with that. Li Qiang observed in silence. So what if you're not involved? He'll turn white into black regard. He pretended to cover his mouth and cough. Haha, I apologize for not telling you sooner, Shangxi. It's true I intended to report to you, but I was attacked before I could. Unexpectedly, she calmly cut him off. He looked up, unable to hide his astonishment. Seeing this, Li Tiehao smiled triumphantly. He then pointed his finger directly at the young man's face. Thank you for believing in me. What are you waiting for? Throw this liar into the dungeon immediately.
Li Shangxi spoke coldly.
I told you to shut your mouth. Her voice growled with killing intent as she looked at him. Li Tiehao instinctively backed away in fear. Shangxi, but she was trembling with rage. I knew there were countless suspicious things about you. I should never have trusted you from the beginning. Screamed at the top of his lungs. He's making things up to blame me. But before he could finish, a sword tip was pointed directly at his face. She was irritated. Speak. Who are you working for? A short-tempered person like you definitely couldn't have done everything yourself during that. I want to slice you in half right now, but for the sake of the time we spent together, I'll end this with just one arm. Tell me who you are working for. Seeing her focus all her suspicion on him made him very happy. Wow, Her Highness Li Shangxi really makes wise decisions. The man frowned but was still trembling with fear. Li Qiang decided not to leave him any way out and interrupted. I apologize for stepping in, Li Shangxi, but the Black Swan Investigation Organization has also discovered the person behind. Magic flickered. Immediately after, a scroll appeared in midair and papers drawn with magic circles were scattered everywhere. He then spoke a name. It is the Yamato Guild, a major guild from the free city of Celia. Here is the evidence I received from the Black Swan. Li Taihao's face turned pale, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But what made Li Qiang feel frustrated was something else. Damn it. Can someone please invent holograms? This doesn't look badass at all. He continued to pile on the accusations. He seems particularly close to their guild master Yitung Zongtai, especially considering the fact that he gave 80% of the Blue Guild's assets to Yamato. He added a thought to himself. So that's why the Blue Guild ended up in this situation. Li Qiang shouted as if to attract the attention and support of everyone there. Please listen to me, Li Shangxi. This disgusting traitor intentionally pushed us into the cursed shrine, hoping we would be wiped out in the dungeon. All of this was done with the intention of seizing the Blue Guild along with Yitung Zongtai. Her whole body was shaking, her eyes welled with tears. It was because of your greed. The guild master. You ungrateful bastard. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Li Tiehao decided to confess everything. Damn it. Fine. I'll tell the truth. I did associate with the Yamato Guild, Shangxi. But it was all for the future of our guild. The Blue Guild was on the verge of collapse. I had no choice but to borrow outside strength to rebuild. Everything was for the Blue Guild. He was extremely flustered, but Li Qiang dealt the final blow in his heart. What a load of nonsense. We call that betrayal. The man screamed. I swear to the goddess Benignor that I had nothing to do with the guild master's death. Shangxi, that bastard is lying. He hasn't provided any evidence to prove his word. The more she heard, the more Li Shangxi trembled. Anger and disbelief mingled with. He saw the sword in her hand begin to shake and knew the other person was wavering. So Tiehao then used tears to speak. I truly considered you all as my family. But Li Qiang wasn't swayed for a moment. Instead, he felt contempt. How ridiculous. Suddenly, the man pleaded for sympathy. He began to recall old memories. Since the days of our trials. In this place where I had no relatives, you all became my true family. You were the only ones who made me feel truly at home. I thought of you all as comrades. And as my own calling the times they laughed and talked together. He added, Jin Xuanqing was particularly optimistic and enthusiastic. That's why I respected him so much, even though he was younger than me. So how could I do something like that? He sobbed bitterly, making Li Shangxi see glimpses of when they first met. Please, Shangxi, believe your. Seeing that she was being swayed, he continued. She shouldn't let him deceive her. Mr. Li Qiang. Hearing this, his face remained normal, but he was furious inside. I told you to destroy Li Tiehao already. Instead, why don't you just join Jin Xuanqing's group too? He then held up the poison bottle to provide proof. I have the evidence right here in this glass bottle. Proof that Li Tiehao is the one who stood behind the guild masters. He couldn't believe it. You bastard. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? All that evidence is fake. Or are you saying you're going to dissect the guild master's body for comparison right now? he screamed. I never even touched that bottle from the start. Li Qiang interrupted him. You thought it was a perfect crime, Li Tiehao. I don't know why you're so sure it's fake. But secrets can't be hidden forever. No matter what, just as you can't wash away your sins no matter how hard you try, these types of drugs tend to leave. He remembered Zhang Hexian's words that day. I had my subordinates spray a little on Li Taihao's uniform. You can use the rest however you. That was why he was so confident. The moment you open the lid to kill the guild master, the luminous substance in the medicine would have found its way onto your clothes or deep inside your. Being framed like that, the man was taken aback. What? Li Qiang saw this and became even more aggressive. If we analyze Li Taihao's clothes right now, the answer will be revealed very quickly. He snapped his fingers. I guess that won't be necessary, and immediately after, Li Taihao's entire body emitted a faint pink glow. Much to his, he screamed in terror. Wait, why is this? No, but he put on a look of sympathy. So he was telling the truth. Li Tiehao, I had hoped that you weren't actually the. The man slumped to his knees and grabbed Li Shanx's hand, begging for her trust. His mouth stammered. No, he's framing me. Shangxi, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Shangxi. Please believe me. Please believe what I'm saying. Shangxi, I didn't. Before he could finish, he saw the corner of Li Qiang's mouth curl. Li Taihao's eyes widened and he stopped talking immediately. He mocked the man by mouthing the words, stupid, fool. Then he laughed out loud. Afterward, he smiled and mouthed to him, I know it was. Veins popped on Li Taihao's face from anger. You bastard. How dare you mock me? How dare you use the Blue Guild as a. Looking at that cunning face only made him more resentful. Immediately after, Li Tiehao used purple magic to rush toward him. How dare you manipulate the Blue Guild with that deceitful mouth of yours? You lowly alchemist. You deserve to be punished by heaven. I should have known better than to let you live. You cunning threw a punch. Li Qiang. Suddenly, a spray of blood shot into the right arm that was about to punch Li Qiang was. The one who arrived was none other than Li Shangxi. She held a sword and lopped off his. He was stunned. Qiang looked up at the arm flying over him. Then he looked at the other two. Li Shang couldn't hold back her tears. You are worse than a beast. Hearing that, he celebrated internally. He fell to the ground, clutching his severed arm. Li Shangxi immediately issued an order. Take them to the underground dungeon. Show no mercy. Arrest everyone involved. At this moment, the high-ranking members of the guild truly panicked. Their faces turned pale, showing clear signs of fear and anxiety. Screams echoed everywhere, making the already tense atmosphere even more chaotic. Oh my god. Li Shangxi. We really didn't know anything. We were only following Li Taihao's orders. Let me go. Let me.
Sorry.
Li Tiehao was still trying. He tried to hold onto the tiny bit of hope remaining in his heart. But she was completely disappointed. A sense of pain and exhaustion spread deep within her soul, like a wound that could not be healed. I trusted you. Is this what I get for giving my trust? I was a fool to think the three of us could go back to the way we were. We must have been offering ourselves up as. He sobbed bitterly. He was not much better, his spirit broken. He is framing me. Shangxi. However, she became even colder. How dare you use that filthy mouth of yours to call my name? You are no longer a member of the Blue Guild. You disgusting. Li Tiehao completely collapsed. Tears fell uncontrollably as he cursed Li Qiang in his heart. He framed me. He really. Mercenaries walked through the underground torture chamber. Iron chains clanked. A chair sat tilted on two. Li Qiang sat leisurely on the chair, looking at his opponent with a relaxed air. Alu, Li Tiehao. I'm glad Li Shangxi didn't kill you. I really wanted to finish you off myself. He was so angry he didn't know what to say, only able to scream one word. You. The last word dragged out. Then he screamed again. You bastard. Do you think you'll get away with doing this to me? Besides, why am I the only one dragged here? What are you planning? Someone was coming down the stairs. Li Qiang's face was expressionless. Did you call for me? Li turned his head. Zhang Hexian. How is Zhang Hexian doing? She evaluated herself for a moment. She still hasn't woken up. He paused for a bit. I see. Then why don't we get started? The man sweated in fear. What are you? Suddenly he noticed a glow to his right. Because of it, his right arm was gradually being restored. Healing? My arm is growing. What are you planning to do? I won't forgive you just because of this action. Before he could finish his sentence, his arm was severed once again. Blood splattered everywhere, causing him immense pain. Healing light shone again. Then blood splattered again. The light flickered. The blood splattered everywhere. It repeated over and over. The system appeared, confirming the talent level and limits of player Zhang Hexian. Class, Priestess of Justice. Special skill, Volunteer's Diary. Recording volunteer actions. Strength increases based on the number of recorded acts. She said coldly, evil thoughts, stemming from evil intentions. You are a useless scrap of society. Please be reborn. No. Then she swung her hand and severed his arm again. Die now. D. Li Tiehao was tortured to the point of gasping for breath and begging for help. Hey,
Li Qiang.
please save me. I was wrong. I'll do whatever you say. Please. He only laughed out loud. You're acting like today is the only day you have to live. However, you are now standing at death's door. But it's too late for that now, he smirked. I am crueler than you think. And I show no mercy to my enemies. But I guess I was a bit too naive this time. I should have dealt with you the moment you bared your fangs at me. Perhaps I was too easy. His eyes widened, and his tone became increasingly cold. And as a result, I almost lost someone dear to me. But don't worry too much, old man. Others might forget, but I will surely remember you forever. Your screams, your expression of ultimate pain, and your useless pleas for help. They'll make sure to remember every bit. Li Tiehao looked at him as if he were seeing a mad monster, making his whole body tremble with fear. His face was covered in. Li Qiang thought of Zhang Hexian. She had lost consciousness and was in critical condition after blocking a blow, and the culprit before him only fueled his rage further. I will offer up your painful death to the person I cherish, the one who sacrificed her own life. I'll make sure you die as painfully as possible in exchange for her smile. And I will turn this into a lesson for myself, that I will never be naive. He screamed in despair. Spare me.
Hey, Li Qiang.
Why don't we make a deal? If you let me live, I'll really do anything you say. I'll even give you information about the Yamato Guild. Isn't this going too far? We didn't have a particularly good relationship, but isn't dying like this a bit much? Don't you think? Seeing him screaming like a madman, he was silent for. Not receiving any response made the man even more desperate. Tears fell uncontrollably. His face was dark. His eyes were sharp as bullets.
Li Tiao.
Remember this. I will kill anyone who touches what belongs to me. A stream of blood splattered. At the thank you watching for where Zhang Hexian was. She woke up. Her face was as red as a tomato. Ah, I dreamed of him. He was giving me so many rewards. It was so much fun. During the first regression, the citizens were crying and rushing over. It was Mage Zhang Hexian from that great magic tower. Ah, Mage, thank you for saving my family. Thank you for saving us. Lady Zhang Hexian. Miss Hexian. Thank you, Miss Hex. She stood there waving goodbye to everyone. I'm glad you did it. Suddenly, a person in armor walked up behind her. Thank you for accepting our offer. You truly had to make a difficult decision on you. It turned out to be Jin Xuanqing. He stared. Miss Zhang Hexian. I must thank you once more for choosing to stand with the Blue Guild. No, for standing with humanity. She smiled. There's no need to mention it, Jin Xuanqing. If I had stood with the magic tower at a time like this, I would have felt very guilty. Of course, I'm not saying this was easy for me or anything, but we chose to face it together anyway. And seeing everyone's smiles makes me feel happy and full of it. She remembered the happiness of the others. They were constantly crying with joy. Remember, we survived. It's all thanks to Zhang Hex. She looked up at then she looked. Her face was full of joy. She turned and gave a happy smile. If I can use my power to end the war and make everyone happy. Jin Xuanqing also smiled. But suddenly his expression flipped. His face showed clear. For him was Zhang Hexian's body, hanging from the. Recalling that moment, a look of panic still remained on his face. But his hand was still. He lowered his. Jin Xuanqing looked at the corpses before him. Whoosh, this must be the last one. Damn it. I can't believe they dared to do something like this right in the middle of Lindell. It's all because of my carelessness. This never happened in my first life. I never thought this would happen while I was busy dealing with Li Shangxi. He wiped the blood from his face. He gnashed his teeth. I must pay attention. In an instant, he remembered Zhang Hexian's radiant smile from her previous life. He paused for a moment. She died again. I almost lost her in an instant. The strongest mage in human history. Zhao Huizhen saw Jin Xuanqing constantly collapsing like that and spoke up. Her death wasn't your. He covered his face with his hands. No, it was entirely my fault. If I hadn't called her to the battlefield, she must have been under a lot of stress. If it weren't for me, Zhang Hexian wouldn't. She interrupted. That's not it at all. You weren't the only one who called Zhang Hexian to the battlefield. Her personality was actually so gentle that she wouldn't even dare to step on an ant. but everyone on this continent still relied on Zheng Hexian's. Also, she might look fragile, but she was a very decisive person. If she wanted to run away from everything, I'm sure no one in the world would have found her. She stopped, remembering Zheng Hexian's strong appearance. Furthermore, she was someone willing to step onto the battlefield. She saved countless lives and always led the war to victory. Afterward, she would always show a radiant smile. Zheng Hexian was someone who took more pride in what she protected than anyone. I don't think she decided to do something like that just because of guilt. Please stop blaming yourself, Guild Master, he whispered. Hi. Jin Xuanqing gnashed his teeth. His face was bloodless. She sighed. Are we still going to invest? Zhao Huizhen presented a letter. This letter was found right next to Zheng Hexian's bed in the Magic Guild after she passed. He was astonished. A letter sealed by magic. She continued, we couldn't confirm the contents inside. But we found many characters similar to those in the research papers from the magic tower she frequently visited. I didn't want to believe it either. But this could be a means of communication with the enemy. It's also possible she had been receiving threatening letters for a long time. Both imagined Zheng Hexian trembling every time she saw that letter. He shuddered slightly. A threatening. Zhao Huizhen nodded. Yes. In Miss Zheng Hexian's suicide note, there was a line that said, I'm sorry. I was wrong. He heard this. I see. Above all, it must be this magic. Before he could finish his sentence, she understood. That's right, Captain. As you can see, this letter is proof that some mage had a hand. Jin Xuanqing frowned. I think the masked man is involved in Zheng Hexian's death. Suddenly, a burst of light exploded outside, interrupting her. It exploded into the room, making the two of them cover their ears in. Zhao Huizhen screamed, Guild Master, we're under attack. We have to get out of here now. He glanced. Thank you watching for vid. He saw a large hole in the wall. Around it were remnants of dark magic. Person was clad in black, wearing a bizarrely smiling mask. Jin Xuanqing gnashed his teeth. That smiling mask seemed to be etched into his mind. That damn mask. He slowly approached the place where another assassin was hiding. In the first life, after eliminating their greatest threat, Zheng Hexian, they murdered more than half of the human population. From what he had heard, this time they were targeting Zheng Hexian and Li Qiang. Li Tiehao and the Yamato Guild were probably just a smokescreen. What stood behind them was that group of masked. They must have gathered their forces somewhere in Lindell to take over the continent. Just like last time when they killed Zheng Hexian, the assassin jumped out and slashed toward him. Jin Xuanqing didn't even try to dodge the attack but directly cut down the opponent. Even in the second life, they noticed Zheng Hexian's potential and decided to eliminate her. If in the end she didn't join them, she would have to. He remembered the scarred man. Based on his guess from the previous life, he was sure he was being controlled by the one wearing the smiling mask, who was the one behind everything. Just like before with the one who took out Zheng Hexian, the ally of the masked. Jin Xuanqing remembered the warm and romantic atmosphere of that young couple. But this time, Li Qiang almost died just because he was Zheng Hexian's lover. If it weren't for him, Zheng Hexian wouldn't have joined the Blue Guild in the first place. I need to pay more attention to that. He frowned deeply. Darn it. The problem is that sometimes I'm not with them. Just like now. If Zhao Huizhen were by our side, he remembered his powerful swordswoman aide from before. The Silver Spear Zhao. She earned that nickname after dominating battlefields with a single. And most of all, she had died while trying to protect. He looked up at the moon in the sky. I really need someone to help me keep an eye on them when I'm not around. But I don't trust anyone besides Zhao Huizhen. The inauguration ceremony for the new guild master of the Blue Guild is coming up. After everything is taken care, I have to find her. My aide, Zhao Huizhen. Jin Xuanqing remembered the time they stood side by side, supporting each. This time, he would try not to let things happen as they did in his previous life. This time, I will definitely save you, Huizhen. And after you watching for vid, he gnashed his teeth. His face became dark. The atmosphere was equally gloomy. I will kill every dark mage on this continent. Just you wait, you damn mask. The door was pushed open forcefully by Li Qiang. Zheng Hexian was resting on a single. He looked around. Did Pu Dijiu go out? Suddenly, Yuri's antenna seemed to catch us. The girl immediately made an offer. Sir, I'll go find Mr. Pu Dijiu right now. He was a bit taken aback. Huh? Yeah. Don't go too far. Is that kid creating an opportunity for me and Zheng Hexian to be together? As expected of the legendary forest ranger. She observed very quickly. He couldn't help but admire her for a moment. Then he looked down at the person lying on the. Seeing that she was still breathing steadily made him feel somewhat relieved. Zheng Hexian, she was seriously injured to the point of losing consciousness while trying to protect me. I'm sure I held her tightly until everything ended. So, what's very important now is Jin Xuanqing's guild master inauguration. I should have asked him to let Zheng Hexian work in the guild management department. Li Qiang unconsciously recalled yesterday's events. She had pinned him to the ground and blocked all the swords being fired at them, helping him. As for me, I believe he knows what he should do. He was very sad and worried. He bent down and looked directly into the other's face. He called again. Ayan. She gradually moved. Please wake up, Zhang Hexian. Li Qiang breathed out. Ayan. Wait, is she? He looked at her face, which was strained from trying to purse her lips. He said leisurely, I know you're awake. Pretending won't do any good. So get. But seeing that she was still silent, he was speechless. All right then. He cleared his throat. Ayan, he said. So Zhang Hexian pouted her lips. In her heart, she was constantly screaming, kiss, quiche, 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 quiche. He decided to play his final card. He whispered in her ear, if you don't wake up, you'll miss the chance to see me wearing those kinds of clothes at the inauguration ceremony. Would that be? Thinking about all kinds of clothes like vests, noble outfits, and thin white shirts made her unable to hold back. Ah, honey. Wearing those kinds of clothes.
Sexy.
And all those other styles. Can I really afford to? She sat up abruptly. She screamed in panic. Zhang Hexian realized she had been tricked and went blank. Li Qiang's expression was normal. Then he smiled. Thank you watching for vid. Zhang Hexian was overjoyed. Oh, she rushed over, crying and hugging him.
I'm glad you're okay, darling.
Boo-hoo, darling. He was squeezed tight and felt a bit uncomfortable. Okay.
I'm also happy you're okay, Haiyan.
Ow, 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 ow. I'm very happy, but stop it. You're squeezing me so hard I feel like I'm gonna snap in. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Both of them froze. Ha! He snorted. How wild. Zhao Huijin smiled and covered Yira's eyes, making the girl struggle. Sister Hyojin, I'm not a kid anymore. I can see things like that now. But she still didn't let go. No, not yet. You'll ruin your. He tried to control her. Diaku. Everyone. In his heart he was silently cursing. That kid. How much longer is he going to watch? He teased them again. Sister, and you too. Did I come at a bad time? I was waiting outside because I heard you were coming to visit. I guess I shouldn't have stepped in just now. Huh? He hurriedly spoke up. It's not like that, Diaku. You annoying. In front of the door, someone wearing a blood-stained shirt was standing. Hearing the noise, Li Qiang glanced. Jin Xuanqing pushed the door open and entered awkwardly. Is everyone gathering here? He spoke. Mr. Jin Xuanqing. In his heart he was bewildered. What on earth is with that? Why are you acting like the world is coming to an end? Jin Xuanqing. His face was dark. His head was even bowed low. I went to check if there were any other assassins around this area. Mr. Li Qiang, Zhang Hexian.
I'm so glad.
I'm glad you two are all right. From now on, as the captain, I will be more. Hearing this, he also showed sympathy. His face softened. It's not your fault. The two of us are fine. So don't worry too much. Inside, he felt a bit unhappy. You're bringing down the mood. Others also agreed. One raised a finger, while another smiled and nodded. Seeing everyone like that, Jin Xuanqing also felt happy. He scratched his head awkwardly, smiled. Then, this time, let's all go back together. Back to our blue. Pu Diju sighed in dissatisfaction. Ah, really? The sun hasn't even set yet and you already want to go back? Give me a break. Can't people get some rest? He was flustered. No, I didn't mean we have to go right now. Seeing that reaction, Yiri excitedly chimed in. Ah, Mr. Jin Xuanqing is Qiang watched everyone happily chatting and smiled. Truly a shonen. The sun peeked out from behind the mountain, lighting up the sky. A few days later, Jin Xuanqing, wearing a blue cloak, walked on the carpet. On both sides were other members of the blue. The applause was ignoring others whispering. Li Qiang still watched he stood there with his arms crossed. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Jin Xuanqing, I've always been waiting for the day you took over the blue. Shangxi shouted. I would like to announce to all members of the Blue Guild gathered here. Now is the time for the Blue Guild to innovate. I will leave the position of Vice Guild Master and its heavy responsibilities. Above all, I want to witness the birth of a new blue. People in Li Qiang's team standing below were listening in. She looked directly at Jin Xuanqing. She spread her arms wide. Allow me to introduce the person who has achieved countless feats until now, and who is also the captain of Team 7, the new guild master of the blue. The tip of a sword was placed on the. Jin Xuanqing held the sword firmly in his hand. His face was stern, showing the majesty of a powerful leader. Mr. Kim Hyun. He was extremely calm and serious about this inauguration ceremony. He stepped forward and stood beside Li Shangxi. Then he began his short speech. It is an honor to sit in a chair that I do not deserve. The Blue Guild has had to undergo a series of unfortunate incidents. However, the guild has remained firm and strong through those. Think of a new beginning. We will start again from a blank page. As he spoke, his voice grew louder. The Blue Guild will change. And that change will start now. This might sound a bit sudden, but I want to introduce everyone to the new personnel and the Blue Guild's future activity. Hearing this, Li Qiang tried to suppress the rising excitement. That steady voice spoke up. First, I would like to appoint Mr. Li Qiang as Vice Guild Master. On the outside, he covered his mouth as if inside he was dancing and singing non-stop. Damn, I love you, Jin Shuan. I knew it. It was really worth the wait. I believe in you, Jin Xuanqing. Seeing him nod, he became even more confident. I was a bit suspicious with useless worries. Finally, our lovely regressor has put me in second, right? From now on, I am the second in command in Jin Xuanqing's kingdom. Money, power, safety, respect. In the future, I can enjoy all of these things while sticking to the strongest person in the world. Pu Dijiu and Zheng Hexian were also happily buzzing around. Continued, furthermore, Mr. Li Qiang will also be appointed as the guild secretary and the chairman of the personnel committee. He laughed like a madman in his heart. There, that's it. Jin Xuanqing, your big brother will do everything for you. Just say the word. There's no way I'd refuse being given so much power. He'll manage our budget. Then hire more people I want. It's a win-win. Well, the future will be a bit busy. But Li Qiang is in his golden age, so it's fine. Ha ha ha. On the outside, he appeared very calm. He only gave a slight nod. Then he continued listening to his speech. We will create a new dungeon exploration strategy team and appoint Mr. Li Qiang as the strategic team leader and the distribution and item processing lead. Hearing this, he also nodded. Dungeon exploration is somewhat important. Strategic team leader. Then distribution. Jin Xuanqing looked toward him. We will also establish a future strategy bureau and a damage response committee for the Blue Guild. Mr. Li Qiang will be appointed as the head of both of those. His face became increasingly stiff. A giant question mark appeared in his heart. Wait, isn't this a bit too? His face grew stiffer and stiffer, and a huge question mark appeared in his mind. Isn't it too? But he seemed indifferent to that expression. He appointed Li Jiang as the administrative director in charge of all administrative affairs. He established the strategic planning office and appointed Li Jiang as its manager. Li Jiang's face turned pale. Hey, wait, hold on a second. Not only was he flustered, but the others were also confused. Whispers broke out everywhere. I also plan to establish a public relations strategy team. Temporarily, I will put Li Jiang in charge. The Department of Health and Welfare will also be established. Li Jiang is temporarily appointed as his eyes widened. There was no color left in them, only complete despair. Stop. However, Jin Xuanqing's voice continued relentlessly. Establish an equipment management committee. The role of chairman will be held by Li Jiang.
Li Jiang skramat internali.
Please just stop. Li Jiang will be appointed as the vice chairman of the Griffin Mythical Creature Research Board. Instead of jealousy, the other guild members' eyes gradually filled with pity. They broke into a cold sweat for Li Jiang. As for him, he could no longer suppress his facial expressions. Oh my god. What? Jin Xuanqing looked at Li Jiang with great pride.
Iapuin Li Jiang.
Li Jiang was desperate. I get it, so please just stop. You bat. Jiang looked on with puppy dog eyes. All other tasks will be handled by Li Jiang. Oh, and finally, Ms. Li Shanji will serve as a consultant for the Blue Guild, Mr. Li Jiang. Hearing his name called, Li Jiang immediately adjusted his emotions. Jin Xuanqing was extremely satisfied with his decision. Let's work hard together in the future. I'm placing my trust in you, Mr. Li. Haha, yes. It's truly an honor for me to hold those positions. On the outside, Li Jiang looked kind and touched by those words. But on the inside, he was screaming like a madman. You brat. Who asked you to trust? Then Li Jiang bowed. I will do my best. Please leave it to me, Master Jin Xian. Seeing Jin Xiancheng's smiling face made Li Jiang extremely frustrated. This dog-like bastard. Damn it. You absolute devil. Are you really determined to make me work like a dog for the Blue Guild? The more he looked at that smile, the angrier Li Jiang became. I should have known from the moment I became an alchemist attorney. You want me to illegally concoct potions, manage the Blue Guild with my right hand, and then die of overwork, right? God damn it. Fine. I'm a dog now. You see, Jiang's face was very gloomy, but he still kept that same smile plastered on, which was truly infuriating. Damn it. He'll be a powerful dog then. Fine. Since it's come to... Li Jiang pursed his lips. I will definitely reorganize the Blue Guild. This amateurish... Li Jiang led Pu Dijiu and Zheng Xian to a room. Watching his strong, chubby guy and his lovely, energetic Zhang Xian jumping around, Li Jiang made a decision. Damn it. He'll renovate this place so they know who's boss. Starting with redesigning the staff uniforms. From head to toe, he pulled at his shirt. Every single tightening his own tie, Li Jiang thought, it will all be done by my... Then Li Jiang put on gloves again. Putting on a new pair of leather shoes.
Li Jiang.
0. Starting life.
Boom bala boom.
Starting over in another... Three of them walked side by side down the hallway. We will eliminate this pile of stale tradition. The other members couldn't help but sweat seeing them dressed in such stylish outfits. However, that reaction only made Li Jiang feel like the plan was going exactly as he wanted. A young entrepreneur vibe for the blue. Shanji also understood that intention and looked at Li Jiang with a gentle expression. Li Jiang pointed his finger to the sky. Begin the an area of the guild. Three of them, including Li Jiang, Zhang Xian, and Pu Dijiu, were frantically smashing things everywhere. Joy was clearly visible on their faces. Li Jiang was extremely satisfied. Destroy the rooms those old fogies used. Use spells to repaint the rooms blue. Create a guild that gathers talented and affordable people. This is the standard for a guild. There was nothing but smugness on Li Jiang's face. We will expand across the entire continent. Blue Guild. The place of dreams and hopes. Damn it. Let's revive the blue. Lyrics by Li Jiang. Music by Li Jiang. Directed by Li Jiang. Script by Li Jiang.
Starring Li Jiang.
Special thanks to Zhang Xian and Pu Dijiu. This video is sponsored by the Archmage and Magic Scholars Magic Films in the Grand Hall. Join your dream job at the Blue, placing portraits on the wall. Your era of success begins here. Members of the Blue Guild. Officers. We are all equal. Flyers were scattered. Passers-by reached out to take, focused on reading the notes on them. And the broadcast from the Lindell Times. Blue. The beginning of a new era. Let the whole world know about. Li Jiang was happy. This is only the beginning. I want to go to Paran. Take on. All three of them were dancing on stage. Behind them, it clearly stated, Paran is recruiting new members. Music blared. My dream. Journey of dreams.
Paranchu.
I want to go to Paran. Take on. The people below cheered excitedly.
Paranchu.
I want Chu. But Li Jiang noticed someone looking dazed. Jiang quickly used mind's eye to look. Name Jin Meizhang. Age, 39. Disposition, diligent attorney. Title, responsible pillar of the Xian and Pu Dijiu danced to the music. The beginning might be very difficult. But follow me. Don't be discouraged. Li Jiang performed a seductive butt-shaking dance, which Zhang Xian's jaw dropped and Zhang Xian hurried to block the camera's view. Come and grab what you... Adjusting the screen. Establish new rules. The team members wore revealing outfits. While Jin Xianqing looked quite flustered, Li Jiang still smiled brightly. For a dream guild that everyone... Okay. You've done great so far. They pointed their palms toward Jin Xian. For the benefit of the guild, Jin Xianqing was forced to dance. So I take a step back. I do this all the time. Cut. Cut. It's okay to make mistakes. Cut. The end. Li Jiang's dissatisfied voice rang out. Jin Xianqing, is this really the best you can do? The future of the beautiful Blue Guild is in your hands, Master Jin Xianqing. Please try harder next time, okay? Jin Xianqing stammered. Huh? Oh, yes. I understand, Mr. Li. It's fine. Lyrics by Li Jiang. Music by Li Jiang. Directed by Li Jiang. Script by Li Jiang. Starring Li Jiang, Zhang Xian and Pu Dijiu. This video is sponsored by the Archmage and Magic Scholars Magic Films. Jin Xianqing danced with all his might. His face shone with serious. Jin Xianqing's upper body was bare, without a stitch of clothing. His rippling muscles were fully exposed. It's okay to make mistakes. No matter how you see it. I want to go to Paran. Take on. Li Jiang and Jin Xianqing were side by side. The two of them looked so good together. I want to go to Paran. Take on. The image of the guild members dancing happily made the atmosphere incredibly vibrant. I want to go to Paran. Take on me. I want to go to Paran. Take on. Li Zhihui sat in a carriage looking up at the sky. You know what? The Blue Guild has too close. If there's something you don't know, ask her. Li Zhihui of the Black Swan, one of the three major guilds in Second, you might already know. The Mercenary Queen. No, the Emperor of Lindell, Che. Those two close friends and Li Jiang raised their glasses to celebrate under the fireworks. Enjoying the evening with premium champagne at Paran every night. If I become spoiled, I hope it's because of these. Jin Jimo confusedly held a bottle of wine in his hand. Has the Blue Guild finally gone mad? But this looks pretty fun. Then he heard someone else call his name. Jimo, more for me. Yes, big flags flew under the morning sun. The Blue Guild always welcomes you with open arms if you're considering moving. However, while the Blue Guild's prestige was skyrocketing, holding the Lindell Times article that Li Jiang had intentionally released, titled Yamato Guild Behind the Terror in Lindell, the man was boiling with rage and crumpled, but Li Jiang still appeared radiant on the video. I don't. 3 people danced with their hands in the air. Zhang Xian pulled Yuri's hand to dance, but the girl was quite shy. I want to go to Jin Xianqing danced with Li Shan. Dijiu held Deng Yan in his arms. The two looked at each other and laughed. I want to go to Seeing that bright, smiling face, despite trembling himself, Li Jiang still tried to support Zhang Xian's waist. Name Jin Meizhang. Age, 39. Disposition, diligent attorney. Title, responsible pillar of the Jin Meizhang stood below, looking full of happiness. I want to go to Paran. Take on me. Overview, incredible. She is an ordinary person but very talented. Based on her disposition and profession, she seems like someone who will give her all for work as long as you care for her. Li Jiang began to take notice. He pointed forward. Yanadu. Yanadu. Oh, over there. Could you please let me see your resume? Yes, Jin Meizhang replied. Before she knew it, Li Jiang had snatched her paper. Congratulations. Hearing this made Jin Meizhang's eyes well up with tears. What? Li Jiang continued. Ms. Jin Meizhang. Or should I call? Li Jiang gestured toward her. Manager Jin Meizhang. Kim Meizhang is a notorious swindler. Let's work together until we to the daily routine. Urgent voices rang out. Urgent report. Vice Guild Master. The response to our promotional video is so good that I've been asked to conduct another public recruitment. Vice Guild Master. About the business we discussed last time. Vice Guild Master. The auction house contacted us again. Vice Guild Master. Vice Guild Master. The Times has contacted us about publishing the dungeon exploration memo. Li Jiang cursed under his breath. Shit. Then, looking gloomy and with a confused mind, Li Jiang replied, First, please reorganize all schedules. Simultaneously, publish the memoirs about the Cursed Temple and the Li Xiaoho incident as provocatively and heroically as possible. Also, check if Li Xiaoho took any other items from the auction house. The subordinate shouted, Understood, Vice Guild Master. And also, but Li Jiang didn't hear the subsequent words as he was lost in thought. Work kept piling up endlessly. This dog-like Jin Xianqing. Even Jin Xianqing's face was radiant. His voice sounded like he was acting spoiled. Ah, Mr. Li Jiang, you look so tired. If you drink this, you won't have any trouble staying up for 3 nights. Hang in there. Recalling it gave Li Jiang even more of a headache. Do you really think 1 bottle of nutritional supplement is enough for all this work? Not to mention, I was the one who developed that health drink in the first place. Sometimes I really think something is wrong with his brain. Hearing a knock on the door, Li Jiang pushed his thoughts aside. Yes. Come. But on the bright, 2 others holding stacks of documents began their report. Vice Guild Master. This is the report on the processing of those items you mentioned. First, these. And these as well. Blue Guild. Legal Team. Manager Jin Meizhang. Blue Guild. Administrative and Human Resources Department. Manager Park Zhongji. Formerly a common member. Li Jiang was satisfied. The new staff this time was quite talented. Li Jiang spoke up, Thank you. Do you two think the guild is a place worth living in? They thought for a moment and then answered according to their thoughts. Yes. Thanks to you. I'm very glad that the guild members are finally given a chance to work after being oppressed by Li Xiaoho for so. They happily made a salute. My kids also really like the house provided by the guild. Thank you very much. We will never forget this favor for the rest of our lives, Vice Guild Master. Li Jiang closed his eyes and smiled. Ha ha ha. Right. Let's continue to be slaw to work together in the future. Ha ha ha. Internally, Li Jiang was screaming wildly. Those S-rank slaves are amazing. This feels so good. Although the workload hasn't decreased, at least. Maybe next time I'll try writing an essay titled It's Fine. It's enough if I, the Vice Guild Master, make money myself. I want to resign but still want to hold. Kind of grudge did Jin Xianqing have against me in his past life? He's definitely trying to drain my strength by making me work. Damn it. Li Jiang was extremely dejected. Jin Xianqing, are you in there? I need your Xila smiled. Darling, you're here. Li Jiang was stunned. Sister Kixila. What wind brought you here? Internally, Li Jiang was dissatisfied. Crap. What kind of strange combination is this? But Che Shila waved happily. Speak of the devil. We were just talking about you. Hearing this, Li Jiang immediately had a bad premonition. Talking about me? Why? I have a bad feeling. It didn't seem like they were negotiating. Then Li Jiang glanced over at that kid whose face was as dark as ink. And why does that ill-mannered regressor have that expression? Ah, damn it. What happened? Did something happen? Jin Xianqing was dejected. Not yet. Meanwhile, Che Shila remained calm. It's not that big of a...
Kexila teased, One.
Why don't you join me in attacking the Yamato Guild? Li Jiang's heart skipped a beat. Why so sudden? Che Shila turned back to coax Jin Xianqing. Jin Xianqing, you know very well that the Yamato Guild conspired with Li Xiaoho to attack my... Jin Xianqing nodded. Yes, of course I know. However, Li Jiang, standing to the side, let out a breath. Sorry, but that's all a lie. Jin Xianqing's face was still pale. He glanced at Che Shila. That's why I told you that even with the mercenary queen by his side, if they launch a surprise raid on Mr. Li Jiang like last time...
Kexila interrupted dissatisfiedly, Li Jiang.
Look here, Blue Guild Master. You'd better watch your mouth. Who do you think you're talking to? But the one truly dissatisfied here was Li Jiang, the protagonist of the story. I should be the one making the decision, but you two are fighting and wasting my... Li Jiang immediately rubbed his hands and stepped beside them. First of all, both of you calm down.
Sister Kexila.
My lady. Che Shila was extremely smug. Sweetheart, you don't need to use honorifics with me. Li Jiang looked like a coward. Yes. Well then, where are we going? Celia? On the outside, Li Jiang was all yes, yes, but on the inside he kept wanting to refuse. I really don't want to go much. It's not like a trip or anything. There's a pile of work left, so why go? Besides, I still don't have much information about Edo.
Kexila interrupted.
No, to the Empire. More precisely, a fancy banquet in the Empire. Li Jiang thought of a place full of smooth, sweet cakes and couples dancing together, and his mind went blank. Oh wow, let's go. Jin Xianqing also knew about the event that would take place there. You must be talking about the annual social gathering held in the capital.
Kexila nodded.
Oh, right. You know about it too? This time, both the Black Swan and the Red Mercenaries are in. Li Jiang secretly clenched his fist. Nice. Che Shila continued to coax him. Darling, you know what? The masters of the major guilds belonging to the Holy Empire are invited to the royal party once a year. Of course, Yamato, one of the 3 major guilds of Celia, is also invited. It's only natural for Guild Master Itosuda to attend the social gathering. It's a pity that the Blue Guild isn't on the invitation list. This Jiang was deep in thought. They brushed off the Blue Guild because we're currently in the middle of rebuilding. Instead, this might be a trick by that Ito or Yamato. That's why I'm here today. I want to bring my cute darling to the gathering. Zhang Xiayan, standing outside eavesdropping, was suddenly startled. Her whole body was on alert. Che Shila and him are going to the social gathering. Che Shila crossed one leg over the other. Of course, the main target is still the Yamato Guild. But I also want you to get away from work and go out for some fresh air. I want to borrow him for the next few days. Is that okay? Blue Guild Master. Hearing this, Li Jiang was excited and secretly rejoiced. Sister Che Shila, I love you so much. Please get me out of this. Jin Xianqing still didn't feel very good. He was a bit reluctant. But if Mr. Li Jiang leaves, who will take over those tasks for the Blue Guild? Ha ha ha. Mr. Li Jiang, you don't need to force yourself. Please tell us what you really...
Li Jiang cursa internali.
It's so obvious. It's you. Hey, you bastard. I see everything. This pile of work must be a bit much for you, huh? It's karma, Jin Xianqing.
Li Jiang agitata.
Well, I want to... Li Jiang screamed in his heart. Of course, I want to run as far away as possible. Che Shila hugged Li Jiang and sped off, making him extremely happy as he waved his hand. Goodbye, Jin Xianqing. I'm casting off the chains named Blue to pursue my own happiness. Jin Xianqing ran to the window, reaching out as if to hold him back. No, please don't go, Mr. Li Jiang. But what really made Li Jiang happiest was, God damn it, I don't need anything else. The most important thing is that I can escape this work hell. Oh, diligent employees, run away now. Reclaim your freedom from the abusive boss, Jin Xian. Holy Empire Benigor. Capital clock. When did you get here, Zhang Xiayan? Li Jiang gently helped her down. I snuck along. Li Jiang asked himself back in his mind. Definitely snuck along. This girl's methods are getting weirder and weirder. Che Shila to one side suddenly saw something. Hey old man, have you been waiting? Victor Hart glanced over. Not really. I just arrived too. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Che Shila? I'm so glad you're living well. I'm very happy to be healthy like this. Are you still in active service? Li Jiang looked at the man. This old man. Che Shila smiled and introduced him. Darling, let me introduce you. This is my godfather. Sir, this is my darling and the archmage. Li Jiang opened his mind's eye to check the man's information. Right? This old man's strength stat is a full 99. Damn it. If that pig were even half as good as this, it would be great. Victor Hart cleared his throat. Ahem. Sorry for the late introduction. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Victor Hart. I'm in charge of the escort for this year's social party. I see. You must be the one the mercenary queen has her eye on. Li Jiang was also happy. He's incredibly strong, so I have to leave a good impression. Jiang took a gentle step forward, smiling brightly. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you.
I am Li Jiang,
assistant and lover to the esteemed Father Hira. I am also the vice president of the Judong Lu. Haiyang leaned closer to him, tugging at his robe. I am from the Haiyang line. B. The vice president's fiancé, sir. He immediately interrupted. No, not yet. But she remained resolute and firm with her overly enthusiastic introduction. D. No, we're about to get married, aren't we? Yes, that's right. He froze. Victor Hart stepped close and stared intently. Li Jiang broke into a cold sweat. Crap. What? Then Victor Hart straightened up, furrowed his brows, and said with a dissatisfied voice, as expected, he's just as philandering as I heard.
Kixila.
I don't approve of this relationship. Break up with him immediately. Che Shila was helpless. I'll do as I please.
Dont interférer?
Li Jiang frowned.
Damn it. I probably couldn't make a good impression on him anymore. Actually, if I get too much attention, it'll be troublesome. I should probably pay more attention to Zhang Xian before she becomes obsessed again. She'll lock me up again. Zhang Xian beside him kept muttering. Break up with him quickly. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Suddenly, a voice rang in Li Jiang's head, making him startle. Just now. The voice was delighted. Ah, you can hear it. My words are being transmitted directly into your head. It seems you can hear me. I'm so glad. Li Jiang looked around in fear. Telepathy? Am I the only one who heard it? Why is no one reacting? Even Zhang Xian. Who on earth is it? But why? Are they talking like they're testing a... Suddenly, Che Shila saw someone. Is it you? You're the last to arrive. What made you come early this? A person wearing traditional Japanese clothing stepped forward. Long time no see.
Lady Kixila politely replied. Yes.
It's been a while. Shaman. Li Jiang was startled. Shaman? Che Shila continued. Or should I call the guild master of Yage, one of the 3 major guilds of Celia, Kasagano Yuno. Li Jiang also realized. Is this the woman from earlier? Was she the one telepathically communicating mind's eye? The target has resisted mine. Li Jiang saw that notification. His whole body shuddered. What? Mind's eye can't be used on her? Is that possible? Seriously? Wait, that means... Li Jiang's face turned pale as he avoided her gaze. She knows him looking at her status. The system rang out. The target allows you to look at her status window. You are viewing the status window of player Kasagano. Name, Kasagano Yuno. Age, 20.
Disposition, séquer.
Profession, legendary priestess. Title, silent priest. Profession effects, enhanced understanding of magic. Enhanced understanding of spells. Enhanced understanding of the star. Jiang really didn't understand. Why did Kasagano Yuno open it for him to see? And this Li Jiang looked at Kasagano Yuno's ability. The eye that sees the truth, future and past. Oh, a legendary priestess. She possesses an eye better than mine's eye. However, she seems to have collapsed from something. I advise you to stay away from... Suddenly, Li Jiang saw Kasagano Yuno's tears streaming down. What's wrong? While crying, Kasagano Yuno approached Li Jiang. Master, that I can see through everything. I knew it. You are the person I've been looking for all this time. Li Jiang reflexively backed away in fear. Damn it. Why is she crying? Crap. Do I even... Mr. Li Jiang. Seeing Kasagano Yuno's hand about to touch him, Li Jiang became even more panicked and shouted instinctively. What? I think you've got the wrong... Sheila held Kasagano Yuno's hand firmly. It seems my little brother doesn't like it much. Li Jiang breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Sheila looked at Kasagano Yuno with a cold expression. Furthermore, Lindell isn't very friendly with Celia after what happened recently. I don't know what you want to do with my brother, but you'd better not do anything foolish, unless you want to die.
Li Jiang screamed internally. Sister Kexila.
So, Kasagano Yuno used her sleeve to wipe her tears. Forgive my rudeness. The Vice Guild Master looks like someone I once knew. I think I was mistaken. If Celia has done anything wrong to you, I apologize on their behalf. So, mercenary queen, please forgive my behavior. Shila crossed her arms. I accept the apology. Li Jiang stood and watched. I only have sister Shila. Kasagano Yuno tried to wipe them away as quickly as possible. Then I'll take my leave. Have a good. After that, Kasagano Yuno immediately ran away. As she ran past Zheng Xian looked at her with frustration. But fortunately, she didn't lift a finger, which made Li Jiang relieved. Good girl, Zheng Xian. However, in a place no one else could hear or rather, via telepathy Kasagano Yuno still called his name.
Li Jiang.
I know you will continue to do that. Please come see me at my place in the north of the capital. If you have time, I will be waiting for you. Li Jiang looked at Kasagano Yuno's departing. A path filled with butterflies Kasagano Yuno left behind. Li Jiang decided to follow. In the end, I'm still recalling when Li Jiang wanted to leave. Zheng Xian had insisted and cried, making Li Jiang a bit tired. They'll have a hard time being away from Zheng Xian, because she looks at me with eyes like an abandoned puppy. But I've asked Sister Shila to take care of her, so there's probably nothing to worry. Seriously, Kasagano Yuno knows I have mind's eye. Li Jiang recalled the notification from that morning. The target has resisted mind's eye. It made him very uneasy. This is what ended this meeting. This is the only weapon I have to survive in this cruel world. Letting anyone other than myself know about this makes me a bit nauseous. It seems the priestess can see through me. She pretends to have known me for a long time. Jiang bit his lip, clenching the weapon in his hand. It seems all of this is a trap. But I still have Zheng Xian, Shila, and Juliana with me. I have many ways to protect myself. If things get worse and I'm in danger, I might have no choice but to eliminate that I've been waiting. Li Jiang tensely glanced in the direction of the Kasagano Yuno caught a butterfly. Mr. Li, do you know anything about the first life? Kasagano Yuno didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. But what truly surprised Li Jiang was that she knew about it. How does she know about it? Kasagano Yuno realized this and explained, you seem surprised. Can be called a past life, or called a world of pitch-black illusions. Kasagano Yuno recalled the words the goddess had spoken to her. The time has come, priestess of the sky. Go find the player Li Jiang, the vice guild master of the Blue Guild, and let him know the truth about this con. I received a prophecy from the goddess of luck to bring you here, Mr. Li Jiang. Hearing this, Li Jiang broke into a cold sweat. What does the goddess want from me? Damn it, this doesn't feel. Mind's eye is being forced open by external influence. Legendary trait, an eye that sees through all truth. Resistance of past and future. Both external influence and mind's eye. Li Jiang was astonished. Wait, what? My mind's eye opened on its. I am the owner of the eye that sees the truth, the past and the future. Kasagano Yuno opened her eyes. They were pitch black. Shit, why did her eyes become like ethereal butterflies fluttered about? Allow me to show you, not the past or the future, but the vague shadow of the world of dark. Remember that. Li Jiang stared at them, his brows furrowing instinct. Kasagano Yuno clasped her hands. The memories you share with. Li Jiang muttered, a loud noise echoed. The scene changed. It was raining like a waterfall. Li Jiang looked around and then at himself. This is an illusion of the past life. Is this in the middle of a war? My body is almost invisible. Then Li Jiang noticed a person in armor sitting by the roadside. Who is that? I seem to have met him somewhere before. Li Jiang clearly saw the other person's face. He was stunned. Me? Wait, I survived. In the past life. I don't know when this is. And why do I look so Only Li Jiang's past life self was here, which made him curious. What happened to that damn Pudijiu and Jing? Right after that, Li Jiang's past life self collapsed onto the ground, which greatly surprised current Li Jiang found it strange. Shit. But a figure brushed past Li Jiang. That Kasagano Yuno. She was seen holding an umbrella, standing before Li Jiang's past life self. How unfortunate. Thank you watching for Past life. Li Jiang had dark circles under his eyes. As soon as Li Jiang opened his eyes, a voice spoke up. I was worried you wouldn't wake up for a few days. Please, it might be uncomfortable for you since you're not used to a new place yet. I hope you'll feel as comfortable as if you were at home. Past life. Li Jiang was silent for a moment and then finally spoke. Why? Why did you save me? Current Li Jiang was disdainful. Seriously. Look at the way he Kasagano Yuno bowed, with no intention of hiding anything. I have seen the future. A future where you, Li Jiang, and I will explain in detail later. But for now, just understand that I am on your past life. Li Jiang wasn't grateful at all and even cursed. Nonsense. Future my ass. As expected, a leopard can't change its spots. Whether in the past life or this life, his mouth is just as tough. Kasagano Yuno secretly imagined. And this reminds me of a gray cat and its owner. Seeing past life Li Jiang silent, she changed her tone. Just kidding. Please eat the food before it gets... Time passed. Past life Li Jiang and Kasagano Yuno were close to each other, and the two of us lived happily together. Hearing this, current Li Jiang immediately spoke up. Hey, what is that? Don't narrate. Seeing past life Li Jiang and Kasagano Yuno bathing together made current Li Jiang stunned. And even kissing passionately. Huh? What? Finally, the most horrifying part was both of them lying on the bed with no clothes on. Wait a second. Slow down. The scene shifted. In the past life Li Jiang's hand was a pair of sharps. Past life Li Jiang radiated pure bloodlust. I don't need that cheap pity. All of you are cut from the same cloth. Current Li Jiang froze. Why did it suddenly turn like... Past life Li Jiang's mind was like a madman's. Forgot? Do you really think I've forgotten? Do you think I've forgotten just because you see me laughing? Wow, current Li Jiang exclaimed. Wow, this piece of trash is threatening his own... Kasagano Yuno knelt on the ground, crying. Ah, what a pitiful soul. Even so, before the words could finish, current Li Jiang quickly opened his... Sharp pain came from current Li Jiang's eyes, making him panic and cover them with his hands. Shit, my eyes. My eyes feel like they're about to fall. Li Jiang's face was pale. Li Jiang glanced to the... Maybe this is a side effect of sharing vision with a high-level medium. But the first thing Li Jiang saw was a cheesy wedding ceremony. A banner saying the wedding of our love was floating in the air. Kasagano Yuno sat poised on her... Kasagano Yuno was happy. Have you remembered yet? My love, now that you've remembered, shall we proceed with the wedding? What? Seeing Li Jiang's reaction, Kasagano Yuno ran over and hugged his leg, sobbing.
Dont 10 à point me.
As you've seen, we used to be a couple. My love. So this is the reason she approached me. Li Jiang was helpless. But I think this is just a side effect of looking too long into the world of darkness. Besides, we aren't the same people as before. Furthermore, those are things that really happened in the first life. I can only see us loving each other. Kasagano Yuno hesitated. I think it's because of the medium. Perhaps my selfishness interfered a bit. Li Jiang cursed in his head. Is that even possible?
That's impossible.
Kasagano Yuno shyly covered her face. As for Li Jiang, he silently assessed the situation. But maybe it's not bad. Actually, it's a good... Li Jiang smirked, looking at the guild master before him. A source of information from his first life. Having Kasagano Yuno by my side is more beneficial than being a regressor. I can look into the first life that only Jin Xianqing knows about. I can master my life if I have information about what's going to happen from now on. However, there will be a few drawbacks in... Li Jiang was extremely curious. Looking into the world of darkness whenever you want. Doesn't that make you a regressor?
Kasugano Yuno replied. No.
I can only watch the film when I'm in my best state. Or if the goddess of luck allows... If it happens outside of the goddess prophecy, I'll receive several memories simultaneously. Everything just appears on its own. Moreover, my status will be rapidly depleted when I use my eyes. Li Jiang thought, even if it comes with risks, it's not as bad as I thought. I still don't know what the goddess of luck wants to show me from the first life. But the priestess is more than enough.
Jiang smirka.
Besides, she had feelings for me right from the start. I really am a piece of trash. Did you say your name was Kasagano Yuno? Hearing that, she was overjoyed. Mr. Li Jiang, have you finally accepted me? He'll get straight to the point.
Li Jiang sacrelli rajuisa.
Thanks. Li Jiang, I'm the best. Let me borrow your life for... Li Jiang's face was very calm. But it seems I betrayed you and tried to kill you, while you were still trying to protect me. So what do you want in this second life? You can kill me whenever you want. What's the guarantee that you don't have any grudge against me for betraying you in the past life? I am no longer the person you saw in that dark world. And neither are you. Time for some small... Li Jiang glanced down. If you still feel fine being with me like this, then you should show me something as proof, to put my mind at ease. There. I said it quite... Kasagano Yuno covered her mouth, clearing her throat. The way you doubt everything is exactly as I remember. It's also the point I love about you. My love and light. If that's what you... I'm ready to offer this flesh and blood to you. Immediately after, a stream of Kasagano Yuno's blood flowed out. A whirlwind swirled, making Li Jiang astonished. My love, I apologize for this inconvenience. But could you please drop your blood onto this magic... Kneeing his own blood made Li Jiang tremble. His face turned pale. Huh? Blood? You need my blood. Oh, okay. Wait. Damn it, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned... A drop of Li Jiang's blood fell. The still water immediately rose in small Kasagano Yuno began to chant an incantation and prayer. Can you hear me? O source deeper than the seabed and more loyal than blood itself. Now I will become your loyal servant. And I will offer everything to the person standing before me. No one shall break the blood oath. No one shall interfere with the blood oath. The magic circle glowed according to her voice. Wind rose in gusts, swirling around the circle. Witnessing this scene, Li Jiang couldn't help but be astonished. Her incantation is truly terrifying. As soon as it was finished, Kasagano Yuno immediately gave a radiant smile. It is all done, master. But Li Jiang shuddered. Who are you calling master? Kasagano Yuno also noticed Li Jiang's expression and awkwardly explained. I don't know why, but it seems I felt you were my master in the past life. I thought it was a good thing, so I wanted to take this opportunity to... Li Jiang cursed himself. Li Jiang number 1. You bastard. What did you do, piece of trash? The first life Li Jiang immediately felt dissatisfied. What did you just call me? I feel bad for taking advantage of this pure-hearted girl. But with her, I can have a loyal legendary rank summoner by my...
Li Jiang stapat kluse.
You know, it's great. But please don't call me master in public. Okay? Got it? Kasagano Yuno nodded. Of course, master. Li Jiang reached out and gently brushed a lock of her hair. If Zheng Xian found out, IDB. Li Jiang prepared to leave but turned his head to look at Kasagano Yuno. I don't know if it's too late to say this, but... Thanks for what we had in the past. Seeing Kasagano Yuno being shy, Li Jiang flashed an evil smile. Now I will take good care of you. Yuno, my lovely slave from the past. Hearing the sound of bustling footsteps outside, Li Jiang couldn't help but be curious. Huh? What's the commotion outside? Don't tell me it's Zheng Xian's voice. A voice rang out. Who is... When Li Jiang saw clearly who it was, Ito Suda smirked. I came to meet the priestess, but I met someone beyond my expectations. I never thought I'd meet Mr. Li Jiang. The boy famous for being the mercenary queen's toy and the vice guild master of the blue. The more Li Jiang heard, the more disgusted he felt. Seriously, I miss you, Zheng. Ito Suda held the latest Lindell Times article in his hand. Guild master of the Yamato Guild. You are viewing the information of player Ito. Ito Suda looked down at Li Jiang with a face as cold as a sheet. So, who did you say was behind the Lindell attack? Li Jiang marveled slightly. Wow, he looks exactly like a... Seeing the white-haired man before him, Li Jiang felt tired again. Guild Master Ito, the one who wanted to bring down the Blue Guild with Li Xiaoho, and the main suspect in the Lindell attack. And of course, the last part was made up by... Ito Suda clenched the newspaper in his hand. He angrily interrogated, so, who did you say was behind the Lindell attack? Li Jiang couldn't help but be horrified. Crap. Li Jiang thick-skinnedly made it up. But it's true that you sponsored Li Xiaoho. The one who took the blame for that terror attack, didn't he? Ito Suda denied it. Do you have evidence? Ito Suda shouted angrily. How dare you drag the innocent Yamato Guild into this? Do you really think the Holy Council will forgive you? Li Jiang broke into a cold sweat. Holy Council. Kasagano Yuno heard the noise and opened the door to look. What's going on? Ito Suda shrugged and sighed. It's nothing, my lady. I just need to catch the mouse before it causes more trouble. Li Jiang looked at Ito Suda with a meaningful expression. He was trying to irritate Li Jiang, but Li Jiang clearly saw the careful strategic inclination and immediately understood. The battle of brains was erupting between the two. Li Jiang glanced at him. We have the same inclination. I understand. He is trying to mock me just like I have done to... Li Jiang recalled the times he had provoked others to eliminate Zhang Jinho's. He didn't just do that because he was angry at Li Jiang for pointing him out. He was trying to deceive Li Jiang. This is what I would do if I were him. It is quite dangerous. I should get out of here. Li Jiang bowed slightly. Is it Mr. Ito? Perhaps we should talk about this later? I have something to attend to. He raised his head provocatively. Are you But Li Jiang only smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. You damn bad. Li Jiang smiled while passing by Suda. You really think such provocation is enough to move me? Too naive. Keep dreaming. Li Jiang brushed past him again. Give it up, you bad. You don't know that I have mine. However, Li Jiang didn't expect him to play such a big game. His whole body radiated danger, and his eyes flashed with death, startling Li Jiang. Murderous and Jiang shouted in panic when he saw his sword moving on its own. No, Julie, you cannot attack. This is a trap. But it wouldn't listen at all and flew straight toward Suda and his subordinate. The sword pierced through the neck of one of the subordinates. The man only managed to grunt before collapsing under the witness of both sides. Suda watched the moving sword and exclaimed, a sword that can move on its own to protect its owner. I guess what Li Xiaoho said about the sword was true. Li Jiaying fell silent. He pulled his hat down and pretended to be sad. Oh no, I've lost my trusted assistant. Boo-hoo-hoo. He's really laughed mockingly but spoke hateful words. Ugh, someone help.
Li Jiaying.
Li Jiaying suddenly attacked
Li Jiaying se face contorted.
this despicable bastard. Hearing the noise, other soldiers rushed over. Yes, Li Jiaying suddenly attacked us with a sword. They seized Li Jiaying. What? You bastard. Take him away.
Li Jiaying struglat.
Stop. That's not true. I didn't do any. Then Li Jiaying noticed the sword at the man's hip. Should I take his sword and stab myself? I am quite skilled at hurting myself and fabricating evidence. Should I do it now? Should I claim self-defense? Blonde man approached Suda. Are you alright, Sir Candidate? This is blasphemous. How dare someone like him attack someone like you? How dare you attack the candidate for the successor to the Bishop of the Holy Council? Li Jiaying was shocked. Bishop's successor seeing them talking to each other. Well done, Katun. It's not much, but please treat the Holy Order to a nice meal. You really don't need to do that. Haha, thank you, sir.
Li Jiaying realiza.
So that's it. I guess the Holy Council is back. In the Holy Kingdom, the Pope's power is no different from a king's. If I'm not careful, I could lose my life. Li Jiaying broke into a cold sweat. Damn it. This is a real cold voice rang out. She angrily used magic. Dozens of illusory spirit butterflies flew out. He is my guest. I will not forgive anyone who lays a finger on. Both Katun and Suda backed away in fear, their hands unconsciously touching their sword hilts. Lady Priest, but Li Jiaying interrupted. It's all right, Lady Priest. She startled and withdrew her magic. Master, Mr. Li Jiaying. Before she could finish, Li Jiaying spoke up. I will cooperate with their investigation. But first, can I speak with you for a... Jiaying opened his hand. Inside was a scrap of... She took it. Master. This is... in UI.
I'm fine.
So please contact the person named in this. Jiaying held out his hands as they used magic to bind them. Ito Suda was not just the leader of the Lindell terrorist attack. He was also framing an innocent and upright person like Li. Li Jiaying's sword was also slapped with a confiscation tag. It would be sad. I can still turn this game around. Looking at Ito Suda's triumphant face, Li Jiaying couldn't help but feel angry. Holy Council, my foot. You look like you're shaking hands with the... Li Jiaying glanced at him indifferently. That was the hatred for his own kind. Let's see who will be the final... Li Jiaying flashed a wicked smile, looking at him with great excitement. I guarantee you will experience what hell is like from now. Li Jiaying was locked behind a wooden... But instead of being sad or anxious, Li Jiaying was very smug, even mocking. It's quite cold in here. I like it when I have power. The yen outside was constantly trembling. What? She was extremely angry, her face darkening. I will kill those who dared to keep my beloved in here. How could they imprison my darling like this? Everyone except Che Shila leaned gloomily against the wall.
I'm sorry.
For getting you involved in something like... Her expression wasn't much better than He Yan's. How embarrassing. To have shouted at Huang Shangxian and declared you'd be fine because I was with you.
Li Jiaying spuka mysteriously.
It was just an accident. It's okay, you didn't do anything. Don't worry about me too much. Li Jiaying reached up to cover his mouth. I have a good idea for revenge. A few days, Li Zhihui's face flickered under the dim light. You look so comfortable it's hard to sympathize. So, are you aiming for the social gathering? What are you planning? Li Jiaying, standing behind the iron bars, spoke softly. I have a strategy with Che Shila already. Sorry, but I can't tell you the detail. She looked at the dozing soldier. To be honest, pity. But I'm sure he'll find out when the time comes. Anyway, tomorrow is the gathering. Do you plan to get out of here before then? Li Jiaying wasn't in a hurry at all. Che Shila said she'd handle it. Having power really is great, isn't it? The problem is that even if I'm released and attend tomorrow's gathering, public opinion will still be unfavorable to...
Don't worry.
They'll try to sway public opinion in your favor. But Li Jiaying dismissed her idea. It won't be easy. Ito Suda is rated more highly than me, isn't he? She scoffed. Thank you watching for looking at the soldier. Hey you. Only then did the man wake up in it. She was very imposing, one hand on her hip as she ordered. Immediately bring Li Jiaying's Juliana here. Hearing her asking for his sword back made Li Jiaying very happy. His face brightened, but the soldier stuttered. I'm very sorry. Currently, Juliana is confiscated. She lowered her voice. What if an assassin from Yamato comes and attacks my client? Can you take responsibility? Huh? Seeing her so angry and pointing at him made the man very flustered. Then she pointed back at Li Jiaying, who looked pale and dejected. Furthermore, can't you see my client is suffering from severe psychological trauma? in this condition, and yet you've stripped him of his only means of self-defense. Hey, doesn't that sound ridiculous? I could sue all of you for defamation. Li Jiaying cooperated by clutching his head. Oh my,
Li Zihui shouta granly.
do you know how much Juliana is worth? It's a legendary weapon. Legendary. Too precious to be left with you. If it gets a single scratch, can you compensate for it? Huh? Call your superior here immediately before something terrible happens to you. The man was terrified after being scolded. His mouth kept I'm very sorry, but Juliana is currently being managed by our authority. You don't need to worry. She interrupted, her tone cold. Hey. She got even angrier as she spoke, pointing straight at his face and yelling. Are you deaf? Call your superior out here now. Who is in charge of this place? Who dared to do such things? Did Goddess Benigor teach you that? Oh, my lord. Please bring judgment upon these servants of the devil who are tormenting the man was scolded so badly he ran off crying like a child. I'm so sorry. They'll bring them right away. Please wait she scoffed. Easy. Li Jiaying, watching from behind, was impressed. Wow. This negotiator is really the soldier hurriedly returned. Ms. Li Zhihui, the superior has said they will rescind the confiscation order for Juliana. However, for safety reasons, they can only return it after the social gathering. In exchange, they said they would appoint Mr. Victor Hart as Mr. Li Jiaying's personal bodyguard. I hope you understand. Seeing that the authorities had agreed made Li Jiaying extremely satisfied. Psychological manipulation is amazing. She also pretended to be somewhat reluctant. Well, I guess that's fine. Good job. This is for your trouble. Thank you very much, Ms. Li. After handling the matter, she sighed in relief. Phew, that should do it. Besides getting Juliana back, you're being escorted by the Empire's strongest warrior, Victor Hart. Thanks to that, the number of people who believe you're innocent will surely increase. Then, naturally, public opinion will shift toward you. The two leaned their faces close. Li Jiaying half opened his eyes, looking satisfied. Thank you. I really owe you a lot. Inside, he was screaming with joy. That's how a high-quality person should be. So the biggest problem right now. She paused for a moment, then corrected herself. Not really. The biggest problem is still there. Isn't it?
Li Jiaying
Was pinched on the cheek, looking very dissatisfied. Huh? She looked at his messy appearance with distaste. Look at yourself. Do you plan to go to the gathering looking like a girls? After her clap, two people carrying suitcases rushed over. Yes, Vice crossed her arms, looking happy. Make him look as beautiful and fragile as possible. Okay? So that everyone will think he's just a in the luxurious and elegant banquet hall. People were socializing with each. Right after that, two people stepped inside. Girls were immediately attracted. Seeing clearly who the two were, they began to buzz. Is it him? No way. Is he really the suspect in the brutal murder of a member of Guild Yash? Haven't you seen the Lindell Times? Actually, he was framed. Makes sense. He's protected by both the mercenary queen and Sir Victor Hart. Amidst their buzzing, the two placed their hands on it. Then they walked side by side into the hall. The muscular Che Shila further highlighted the beautiful fragility of our Li Jiaying, just as Li Zhihui wanted. People were even more shocked. Really? Just looking at that face makes me want to protect him. If a murderer is that handsome, my heart belongs entirely to him. Boo-hoo. Dear, I will seeing public opinion shifting as he wanted, Li Jiaying scoffed. Exactly as melodic music echoed throughout the hall. People were looking for someone to socialize with. Well, Lindell Times exclusive. Free Li Jiaying. Recently, rumors have been spreading that Mr. Li Jiaying is a victim of a framed murder case. It is reported that he was released this morning due to lack of evidence. Ms. Li Zhihui of Black Swan has strongly criticized Guild Yamato. She believes that no one else should become a victim of a large guild's abuse of power. On the other hand, Mr. Li Jiaying shocked the world by revealing that he had continuously received death threats from Mr. Ito. I look quite dashing in this. Li Jiaying looked at the newspaper in her hand and the shift in public opinion, feeling curious. Well done. How many newspapers did we have to use?
Li Jiaying rakalyat.
Even He Yen said we couldn't create TVs or smartphones. She was proud. It's nothing special. At least there's photography technology. And thanks to this wonderful art, I finally got a chance to socialize with Mr. Li Jiaying. To see the mercenary queen in such a state, it's truly an honor for me. Seeing her gently approaching him, Che Shila found it strange. Your necklace is crooked. Li Jiaying felt the atmosphere was getting weird. Whoa, what's going on, Li? She crossed her arms, teasing the woman. Flattery won't get you anything, Black Swan. Well, it is thanks to you that Li Jiaying was released from prison. You were very helpful. She seemed to have a tail, wagging it flirtatiously at her. Oh, you exaggerate. Anyway, I don't need a reason to be close to you, do I? Besides, we're friends, not rivals. Li Jiaying was speechless. She really knows how to flatter those in power. I'd like to be treated like that. Darling, how is your arm? Li Jiaying glanced at his right arm. Huh? Oh, it's not unbearable. Bold on the outside, but inside he was like a scared rabbit. Damn it, it hurts like.
Li Ziuya pruaka.
What's wrong? Did they find something for you? Li Jiaying replied. Li Jiaying raised his right arm to his forehead, striking a cool pose. He whispered softly, it's because Che Xila's mana is flowing inside me. The moment the mercenary queen gives the order, the powerful red dragon of the red mercenaries will explode. She didn't expect him to go so far. Wait. Really?
Li Jiaying.
She looked at him with sharp eyes. So now your arm is basically a bomb? Damn, don't be so stupid. Li Jiaying was speechless. Hey, this sister is too much. Is this the plan you told me about before? Yes, that's it. Remember to keep this a secret from Hien. She'd be shocked if
Li Ziui shugja.
Yeah. Same as always. Che Shila gave a serious order. Take good care of yourself. One slip and you'll lose your life. My precious. However, Li Jiaying was a bit distracted. I'm just worried Hien will go and slice Ito. Speak of the devil, she arrived. She was wearing a light pink dress, a smile on her face as she ran toward Li Jiaying. Dearest. Li Jiaying was surprised to see her. You're here. Did you send it correctly? She nodded happily. Yes. I sent it to Guildewo properly. I even used express delivery. I'm sure Mr. Huang Shengxian has received it. Li Jiaying felt satisfied. Good. Well done. By the way, our Hien looks absolutely beautiful. Hearing his praise, she blushed. Hien tucked her hair back, her tone bashful. Then she turned her face away. What should I do? Seeing the expected reaction, Li Jiaying was very smug. Good, Hien is distracted. The reason I need to do. Suddenly, two girls came to talk. Pardon us. Are you Mr. Li Jiaying? You look much more handsome in person. You're an alchemist, right? Actually, I need some medicine. It was because a few beautiful ladies had been looking at him for a while. Charging up a deadly Li Jiaying immediately flashed a gentle smile, and Li Jiaying kissed the lattice hand as a polite greeting.
Yam Li Jin.
It is a pleasure to meet you, beautiful lady.
No?
She was shy. Oh my, ma'am? How cute.
Ho.
Suddenly, Li Jiaying supported his forehead with his hand, his face turning pale. After that, he fell to the floor. They cried out in panic. Mr. Li Jiaying acted pitiful like a puppy.
Forgive-me.
I had some wine, so I'm a bit. Both of them were so excited they were vibrating. What? He collapsed just from a little drink? This fragile and weak young man. I like him. Should I adopt him? Li Jiaying was secretly happy. I must be their type. Fate. But why do they look so bloodthirsty? Even better. Call me mommy.
Ho.
Seeing the ladies overexcited, other men shook their heads in disappointment. Surely he's not a murderer, right? Yeah, how could a murderer be like that? It looks like he can barely even hold a. Noticing the expressions and public opinion as he wished, Li Jiaying was very smug. There. Hear the sounds of confirmation Li Jiaying received in the luncheon room. Ito, where you, darling? Come out and play. You won't be able to insist I'm the culprit for much longer. Suddenly, an excited scream rang out. Li Jiaying also noticed him walking above. He's here. Ito, I love you to death, Mr. Ito. Ito Suda smiled and waved at them. Then, hearing that, they went even crazy. Li Jiaying pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Damn it. Looks like he has a hardcore fan club. Even though he's accused of framing and threatening me, he's still supported to that extent. I hate to admit it, but he's got style. Some other ladies were very disgusted. That guy. I thought he was good. But I heard he trapped Mr. Li Jiaying. He even threatened to kill him. Well, we still don't know who's telling the truth. Clearly, public opinion was split 50-50. Ito Suda also had his disadvantages here. A crowd pushed a blonde girl, making her fall back. She fell into a. Coincidentally, the waiter was carrying glasses of wine. So when she bumped into him, they flew everywhere. Ito Suda quickly lunged, using magic to catch all the glass, supporting the falling girl with one hand and holding a stack of wine glasses with the other. Ito Suda. Agility 99. Beyond legend. Are you alright, my lady? She was struck by love at first sight. The other ladies started getting excited again. Did you see him helping someone in trouble just now? No way someone like that is a terrorist or a murderer, right? As expected of the next bishop candidate. The more Li Jiaying watched, the more it annoyed him. Damn it. So over the top. I guess that's how this continent. Ito. Li Jiaying heard others calling his. Li Zhihui's face turned pitch black. Ito Suda pulled his hat down smugly and
Li Jiying.
making it all the way here. Quite commendable. But you're nothing more than an earthworm struggling. No matter how much you wiggle, you're just a rookie with less than a year of experience. Who are you to challenge someone who has built a beautiful public image for years? Ito Suda swung his. Then he stood high up and began to declare, "Ladies and gentlemen of the Holy Empire, I want to take this opportunity to make an offer to Mr. Li Jiying. Depending on his answer, either the empire will have peace or war will break." Suda looked at Li Jiying. Ito Suda held out his hand. "I am truly saddened that one of my subordinates was killed by you. But as a candidate for the position of Bishop of the Holy Council and a citizen who loves the Empire, I don't think letting conflict continue to break out between Lindell and Salia is a good." His voice reached Li Jiying's ears like a threat. "So what do you think? About forming an alliance with Guild Yang?" Li Jiying questioned seriously, "Are you threatening me with war if I don't agree to form an alliance with you?" "Goodness, a threat? I'm just trying to propose a peaceful cooperation. That's the easiest way for both of us to have peace in this empire." Hearing that, Li Jiying thought angrily, "Peace my ass, he just wants to find the easiest way to control the blue." Ito Suda just held out his hand and continued, "But of course, whether to cooperate or not depends entirely on you." Suda's next words carried a bit more threat. "I cannot guarantee the Empire's subjects will be satisfied if you refuse this handshake of." Li Jiying secretly clenched his hand, unconsciously emitting a red. Li Jiying pretended to smile and shook Suda's hand. "Fine then, we have an agreement, a peace." Red aura began to billow thickly.
Li Jiying laugay nuarli.
"He's been." Ito Suda was still happily praising him. "Thank you. A very wise a cunning smile on his
Ven que xila fleshed a bizarre smile.
Suda wondered in confusion. What's with their expression? In the blink of an eye, Li Jiying's hand Ito Suda's eyes widened in horror. What? He blew up his own hand? Only now did he realize. This is a Jiying pretended to scream in agonizing. Li Zhihui tried to hold back her laughter and shouted, "Ito Suda." Suda blew up Li Jiying's hand. Suda is attacking him. Li Jiying collapsed, struggling to accuse him. "Finally you've shown your true colors, Ito Suda. You." Li Jiying cried out while condemning him. Evil sinner disguised as a bishop. In his heart, Li Jiying was very happy.
Bayum.
Now with this performance you'll be drowned under the people's. Li Jiying had written a letter to Huang Shangxian as follows. "Dear Shangxian, it's been a long time, hasn't it? How have you been lately? Yen and I are very." He recounted, "Currently, we're still trying to resolve the conflict with Guild Yamato in the most peaceful way possible. The false rumors between Lindell and Celia will soon be quelled. Meanwhile," Che Shila reminded those behind her. "Li Jiying, run." And she rushed in and beat Suda mercilessly. He shouted in pain and anger, "You bastards, really want to see a war? That bastard Li Jiying." In the letter he also said, "Please don't worry about our safety. The Red Mercenary Guild and Black Swan are always on standby to protect us in case of." Li Jiying pretended to foam at the mouth and lie down. Li Zhihui cooperated by screaming, He's having a stroke. It's a stroke. Quick, someone call a priest. He's dying. While no one was looking, the two of them winked at each other in perfect. Li Jiying asked Huang Shengxian, "By the way, how are Diogu and Jerry? I also want to know how Yu Ying, Sun Xieying, and manager Jin Meiying are doing. Hope to see you soon, your brother, Li Jiying." Huang Shangxian sighed softly in relief. "What a Diogu asked him in panic. "What? So both brother and sister are safe?" Huang Shangxian quickly replied, "That's right. Seems they're both safe and sound. I don't think a rescue mission is necessary." And receiving the answer, he turned to leave. "That's a relief," Jerry said coldly, "like I care." Huang Shangxian watched their. Finally, he flashed a relieved smile. "Now I know for sure." He slid his hand across the map. Time to execute the. Meanwhile, at Li Jiying's place, others were panicking and shouting, "What's going on? Everyone, don't." Suda wiped blood from his nose, panting as he spoke. Finally, you've arrived. Che Shila showed no mercy, flying her knee straight into his. She thought to herself, "That's right. Good job, Li Jiying." Li Jiying, lying to one side, thought happily, it wouldn't be bad at all if she killed Ito. His gaze suddenly darkened. But there's one problem. Li Jiying realized that Ito was taking all the attacks without fighting back. Moreover, he was only defending just enough to not die. That would make him look more like a victim than Li Jiying. If she killed Ito now without enough evidence proving Ito wanted to kill Li Jiying, it could lead to disadvantages for her later. Che Shila must know that. He wondered, "I'm sorry, but that's enough. Sister, wait. Why are you so furious?"
Li Jiying skramat silanli.
"Wait, stop it, sister." Kick. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped her. Victor Hart shouted, "Stop. Li Jiaying and the others were shocked. Who is that old? He quickly recognized him. Victor Hart. He disappeared for a while and then suddenly appeared here. This is getting interesting. Sheila still wanted to keep fighting. Get out of the way. Old man, I'm not done yet. He reminded her, you've worked hard. Che Sheila, this isn't a training ground. And I'm here as the leader of the Royal Knights, not your godfather. I'm only following imperial orders. Victor Hart spoke sternly. Li Jiaying refused to obey. They'll have to use my sword too. Then he ordered the soldiers. Take him. Suda was still babbling. I didn't, he affirmed. I will cooperate with the investigation. But I swear I wasn't the one who harmed Li Jiaying. The truth will come out. Everything was his plan. Victor Hart had to concede and said, all right. Li Jiaying secretly curled his lip in a contemptuous. Victor Hart just remained silent and said, after being treated, Li Jiaying asked Che Shila, where is he Yen? She replied, Li Zhihui said she'd take care of her until she calms down. He lowered his eyes and sighed. I see. That's good. He suddenly burst out laughing. Li Jiaying laughed until Che Xila's face remained. He seemed to notice her unusual behavior and just laughed happily. My stomach. It's so funny, right sister? You saw Suda's reaction then, right? If it weren't for politics, we could have killed him right there. What a pity. No. We still have many more tricks. Killing him would be too wasteful. Che Shila spoke in a cold voice. My dear. Hey, be quiet. Li Jiaying asked curiously, what's wrong? He saw her questioning him seriously. Why did you hurt your own body like that? Seeing that, he was confused. Why are you talking like? Li Jiaying could only explain. Is something wrong? You know too, right? It broke off quite cleanly. And they said with good treatment it'll grow back. So what's the issue? It didn't hurt much thanks to the painkillers I took.
Kexila scolded helplessly.
I didn't know you'd blow up your whole arm. You idiot. You really could have died. Do you understand? And I only agreed to use mana to scare them. She patted her head in self-blame. It's my fault. She patted her head in self-blame. It's my fault for trying to have a serious conversation with a crazy person. Li Jiaying didn't understand anything. Why was she so angry? He suddenly reached out and touched Che Xila's. Li Jiaying leaned in and asked, Sister, are you really worried about me? He seemed to realize it seems Che Shila truly liked. She still tried to deny it. Little boy, being that confident isn't good. I'm not worried about you. I'm just thinking of my. Li Jiaying suddenly leaned forward and kissed Che Xila's. He smiled and said, Thank you, sister. Inside, Li Jiaying was secretly happy. Welcome to my fan. He blushed and touched the spot he just.
Kexila scolded bashfully. That's a bit dangerous. Baby.
Li Jiaying was confused. She hurriedly stood up and left, not forgetting to say, You're really strange. So if you want to die, just say so, and he'll happily beat you to death. I'm busy, leaving. He spoke cheerfully. See you later, sister. Li Jiaying thought proudly. I don't even know what she likes about me, but it seems I've successfully tamed a wild. Finally, he let out a. After Che Shila left, Li Jiaying spoke to the person hiding. You can come out now. He called. You watching for vid. That person slowly appeared behind Silver Butterfly. She clasped her hands respectfully. Yes, master. Jiang thought proudly, my personal priestess. Kasagano. He asked softly, Have you done as I told you? The shaman nodded. Yes, I have done as you requested. We have gained a profit exceeding 20,000 gold just from the product that was just launched.
Li Jiaying praised her.
All right, well, he curled his lips slightly. You think it's over, Ito Suda? He must be desperate to kill me now. I need to be prepared while he's still in prison. I need to take the initiative and attack. So Li Jiaying instructed the shaman carefully. Understand? You must not let Ito Suda find out. You must be very careful. She replied obediently, yes, ma'am. A green aura gradually seeped into the gem on the black crow's. The levers whispered before the statue of goddess Benigor. Honorable Saintess, do you think what Li Jiaying said before he passed out was true? They whispered about the rumors that Mr. Suda is actually a servant of the. Those rumors are making his position as a bishop candidate shaky. Also, based on what we heard from Duchess Catherine, he really is the lord of the A fearful person said, I heard he sells opium and traffics people in the black market. So, do you think Mr. Suda really has connections to the devil? Immediately someone reminded him, watch your mouth. No matter what, Cardinal Basil will handle this. We just need to act like we don't know anything. Don't you know how much you've received from Mr. Suda? We can't get involved in this. Li Jiaying heard these words and rejoiced. Good, everything is going according to plan. Coming to the tea party was a great idea. He recalled the earlier events. The news center of the Holy Kingdom. Any secret revealed here would become a hot topic in the Empire within 3 hours. I badmouthed Suda while having tea and dessert. Now it has spread throughout the whole Empire. Perfect. At that time, Li Jiaying had covered his mouth and whispered to those around him. This was supposed to be kept secret, but actually Suda is, after knowing the story from him, the duchesses were extremely shocked. My lord, that's terrible. How despicable. What? Now Li Jiaying was gently opening the door in front of him. Basil put down his teacup and spoke. Welcome, spoke calmly. I have been looking forward to meeting you, believer Li Jiaying. He placed his hand on his chest and replied, It's a pleasure to
Li Jiaying smiled briefly.
Cardinal
Elsewhere, the gem on the black crow's neck was repeating the words. You shouldn't let Suda find out about this. Someone spoke up. There has been quite a bit of movement lately, but I'm certain of everything, Mr. Li. He quickly reported. Li Jiaying is earning a huge amount of money through illegal trade via the shaman. This has been confirmed by the black market, so it can't be. That person whispered a revelation. And the items they're trading illegally are. Hearing this, Suda curled his lip cunningly. He immediately ordered, let the Holy Council know about this at once. Li Jiaying. Now. Want to request an interrogation? Suda's face darkened. Li Jiaying, this is the end. At this time, Cardinal Basil held the wine glass Li Jiaying poured for him and asked, The wine tastes very good. Did you make it yourself? He happily replied, Of course. I'm glad it's to your taste. I even brought another bottle just in case. Li Jiaying thought to himself, It's not anything bad. So please try to take care of yourself, Honorable Cardinal. He swirled the wine glass in his hand and wondered. Thank you. Just as expected from the continent's best alchemist. So what is it you want to talk to me about? He answered directly, I'll get straight to the. Jiaying lowered his eyes. Please stop supporting Ito Suda. You shouldn't trust him too. Cardinal Basil refused immediately. I'm sorry, but that's difficult. You know he has contributed a lot to the Holy Council. He tried to persuade him, in exchange I will provide more money. He still didn't agree. Money is not the issue. Jiaying continued. I believe there are many reasons to. Just then, someone burst in and shouted. Pardon me, Cardinal Basil. Cardinal Basil was startled and asked, What's the... He reported back. Mr. Ito Suda has requested an interrogation session. What do you think? Li Jiaying quietly took a sip of wine. Exactly as I predicted. Along with that was the accusation. Li Jiaying. You are under arrest for heresy. Seize him. He pretended to be wronged and shouted. Cardinal.
Cardinal Basil.
Cardinal Basil stood up and called. Believer Li Jiaying. The wine glass was bumped and fell to the ground. Even as he was being dragged away, he still tried to warn, You must be careful with Ito Suda. He is a devil always looking for ways to destroy the Holy Council. The soldiers scolded angrily. Damn it. Shut up and follow. Li Jiaying's face darkened as he yelled. The Empire is in danger. The Empire is... Cardinal.
Cardinal Basil gasped in shock.
What did you just say?
Believe Li Jiaying.
Wait a minute. What did you just... Suddenly felt his head... Cardinal Basil clutched his head and collapsed. My head is... His eyes were hollow, and cold sweat poured out. Cardinal Basil asked in confusion, Benigor. What is happening? That scene. Just now. What was it? In the courtroom, Yen looked at the front anxious. Cardinal Basil looked tense. In the holy trial of the Holy Kingdom of Benigor, Cardinal Marlin began to speak. Silence, everyone. Order. We will begin the interrogation of the accused, Li Jiaying, who is charged with heresy. He said, First, the plaintiff, the heresy investigator, Ito Suda. Shall we be?
Zuta replied confidently, I'm ready.
Li Jiaying heard that and cursed silently. Heresy investigator, my foot. What a corrupt... Cardinal Marlin turned toward Li Zhihui and paused for a moment. Also, normally, a heretic is not allowed to have a lawyer. But after considering the mercenary queen's request, we will make a single exception for this trial. Lawyer Li Zhihui. She spoke coldly, Yes, I'm ready. Li Jiaying looked at Li Zhihui and thought calmly, Well then, our side is a bit corrupt too. I love it. Sister Li Zhihui. Cardinal Marlin continued, and finally the accused, Li Jiaying. He replied calmly, and finally he said, Very well. We will start with the plaintiff. Suda quickly stood up. Yes, Honorable Holy Council. He brought out a beautiful bottle of medicine. This is a devil's drug created by Li Jiaying, also known as a hallucinogenic. Those watching were shocked and exclaimed, Oh my! Li Zhihui immediately retorted. Objection. What evidence do you have to prove that Li Jiaying was the one who... Suda took out a piece of paper and said, If you look through the journal for the Blue Guild's Cursed Temple expedition, you will find that the pill Li Jiaying once created is very similar to this potion. At the same time, after investigating the potion, we found many ingredients of unknown origin in it. And as far as I know, the only person with such alchemy skills on this continent is Li Jiaying. After hearing that, Li Jiaying silently nodded. That's right. Thanks to Huang Shengshuan's urging, the current me is an expert drug manufacturer. Li Zhihui shouted again. Objection. Even so, there's no evidence proving it's an illegal drug. Cardinal Marlin banged his gavel hard on the table. Objection over. He questioned Li Jiaying. Do you admit that you were the one who created this potion? He replied in a low voice, yes, I was the one who created that. As soon as those words were spoken, a blast of power from somewhere struck Li. Cardinal Marlin continued to ask. So you admit that your guild created illegal drugs? He tried to endure the pain. Damn it. Why are they suddenly attacking me? Li Jiong gritted his teeth and denied it. No, sir. The hallucinogen isn't an illegal drug, but a medicinal. Suda spoke sternly. That's just a front to distribute them. Li Zhihui raised her voice again. She argued that the hallucinogen was simply medicine and was only traded as such. He exhaled and calmly said, then please explain why the potion contains hallucinogenic.
Li Ziui analiza confidently.
You don't even know this? Illusion medicine is used to treat psychological illnesses. And depending on the type of medicine, ingredients that cause illusions are often used in the formula. Suda quickly interrupted. I object, Your Eminence. He clearly countered. Even so, there's no reason to put such a large amount of hallucinogenic ingredients into a single potion. The amount of hallucinogenic ingredients used in this bottle is much larger than in legal medicine. And the user will gradually lose their sanity due to the strong influence of the illusions. No such medicine exists in this. Hearing this, Li Jiong fell silent. In such a short time he had investigated so much. At this moment Cardinal Marlin spoke. Prosecutor, please continue. Suda added, yes. Furthermore, Li Jiong's accomplice is also present at this. That is Sun Xiang. You might wonder why she didn't appear, but it seems she and Li Jiong founded a guild called the Sky Behind Us to distribute illegal drugs. Cardinal Marlin asked sternly, witness, is this? He repeatedly denied it. I don't know what you're talking about. Li Jiong and I haven't met for a long time. And I didn't show up at the meeting simply because I was. Suda calmly took out a gemstone. That is the recording artifact, Hero's name. It can record a portion of a voice for a limited time. From voices of Li Jiong and Sun Xiang began to play. Understand? We must not let Suda find out about this. Remember, always be careful and watch your back. Yes, master. He stared at that object, thinking with a bit of envy. What's that? I want one. Cardinal Marlin exclaimed in shock. I think this is definitely the voice of the defendant and the witness. And she called him master. Does it mean the guild master? He didn't deny it. That's right. Li Jiong is the vice guild master of the Blue Guild. At the same time, he is the master of the sky. And Sun Xiang is his vice master. The reason the Blue Guild began to grow after Li Jiong took the position of vice master is because of the funds they obtained from selling drugs.
Li Jiong gradually understood.
I guess they viewed everything that way. Suda continued to condemn him. And after that stockpile of drugs began to destroy the black market economy, other criminals in that black market discovered their positions were being threatened by Li Jiong. That's why attack by the Lindell and Juliana terrorists occurred, as well as the assassination plot at the Imperial Social Gathering. Basically, Li Jiong always acts as if he's the victim in all these events, loudly emphasized. But the reality is due to the drug crime organization. Li Jiong felt a bit of contempt. Is he an editor or? Li Zhihui pointed at Suda's face and scolded. Objection. Everything the prosecutor says is to hide his own wrongdoings, especially in the Juliana incident. The victim was Li Jiong's subordinate. If this event was also caused by the drug crime organization, then is he admitting that his subordinate is also involved in the criminal organization? Suda admitted naturally. Yes, I am. He revealed, Your Eminence, my subordinate actually has two identities. He is a member of the Yamato Guild, as well as the secret criminal organization. Suda added, the master of the night organization is actually the one behind the Lindell terrorist attack. Seal Ho of the Blue Guild, fiercely condemned. In other words, the Lindell terrorist attack was actually just an internal struggle between two factions of the Blue Guild. If that truth spreads, their image will collapse, and the drug gang will be investigated. So Li Jiong tried to frame me as the culprit for the entire plan. He even tried to kill me. Li Jiong wondered in shock. What? Is he being affected by something? It seems he's fallen into an illusion. Li slapped the table and said, these are all false accusations. There is still no evidence that Seal Ho is involved with the Yamato Guild. Furthermore, Your Honor, all the data from the Black Swan Guild has been forged. The Yamato Guild has no connection to him. Cardinal Marlin interrupted her. Silence. Asked Suda. Then how do you know all this yourself? He replied, that is because, Suda confidently stated, Yamato is a faction of justice. We will not sit idly by while devils try to destroy the Holy Kingdom. Hearing Cardinal Malin was deeply moved. Then everything that was sacrificed has now been proven. Li Jiong cursed inwardly. What's there to owe about? He heard him question, do you admit to being a heretic?
Dafandan Li Jiong. Li Ji
Calmly replied, Your Eminence, the real heretic here is... The person behind him pointed a spear and shot a bolt of lightning into him. Malin ordered, Heresy Inquisitor, you should torture him until he admits to his crimes. Zheng Yan called out in terror. Li Jiong was stunned with pain. He silently cursed them 100,000 times. Damn it, you bastards. You dare make me suffer like this? Ito Suda, you bastard. Just wait 10 more minutes. They'll turn you into a pile of rotten. Jiang's eyes watered. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. So this is how you're going to play, huh? Fine. Go ahead and make things as bad as possible. You bastard. You damn bastard. You monster. How dare you hurt me, Li Jiong? Do you think you can escape unscathed by torturing me? The innocent and upright Li Suda chuckled. Truly a typical heretic. Your Eminence, please allow me. May I interrogate him? Cardinal Malin immediately agreed. Go ahead. Neck took the spear from the Inquisitor's hand. Suda in front of Li Jiong and teased. How do you feel? Like crap? Huh?
Li Jiong.
He into his ear and whispered. Thank you for not knowing your place and doing such stupid things. Thanks to that, I've been able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I really need to express my gratitude to you, because I was able to use this opportunity. Here, this is the small amount of mercy that I, the winner, will grant you. Suda's threatening eyes. Hand the blue guild over to me, whispered his goal. Of all the guilds that the Yamato Guild can use as a stepping stone to take the first step in invading the empire, none are as well equipped as the Blue Guild. I will spare the life of that useless girl you love if you hand Blue over to me. Hearing these words, Li Jiong laughed out loud. Seeing Suda was extremely angry. Why are you laughing? He replied nonchalantly, because I find it funny how similar our mindsets. Li Jiong's lips curled up slightly. My eyes don't lie to me, but... Is it really okay for you to spill your whole plan in front of me like that? Furious, Suda scolded as he unleashed an attack. You flattering Li Jiong was jolted by the pain. But that was exactly what he wanted. Yes, yes, keep going, good. This bastard. Make this saintly Li Jiong look even more miserable. Make this guy look even more righteous. Make your face look more cruel. More evil. More brutal. Hurt me more, you bastard. Had now lost his cool. He shouted. Confess. You heretic. Kneel down and beg for forgiveness.
Li Jiong rajuisa inwarly.
Wonderful. That really is a villainous expression. Suda stood up anxiously and called, Honey. Li Zhihui quickly spoke up. Your Eminence, please stop this torture immediately. At this rate, he will die. This is completely unfair. My client was about to say he isn't a heretic. Cardinal Malin immediately interrupted her. Silence. The only reason I've been lenient with him until now is because of the mercenary queen. But his heresy has been proven. Solemnly delivered the verdict. Therefore, from now on, he will receive punishment just like those who support blasphemy against the church. This went exactly according to Li Jiong's plan. Good. Very good. You crazy devils. He imagined the scene of himself being miserably tortured to evoke everyone's pity. Then he told himself, I will surely make you all regret this. Now Malin continued to question. Defendant, I will ask you one last time. Do you agree that you are a heretic? Li Jiong spoke with difficulty. I do. Hearing he ordered, it turns out he really is a heretic. You there. Execute him immediately. Suda laughed happily to himself. So even you've given up, huh? Li Jiong suddenly shouted, this Vatican. His body being covered in wounds resolutely affirmed, I agree. That this Vatican is entirely filled with heretics. Malin asked in confusion, You. What do you mean by saying this Vatican is full of heretics? Suda just snorted. Your Eminence, he must be desperate to die. Why don't we execute him? Right? Jiong gently snapped his fingers. He immediately summoned a monster bound by golden chains. Exclaimed in disbelief, Is that a monster? Li Jiong quickly explained. There's no need to be surprised. This is just a part of a low-level monster's body that I summoned using biological alchemy. It is incredibly weak and is also imprisoned. So it won't have any chance to harm those around it. He thought to himself, I found a way to level up to a new class by reusing Zheng Yan's tracking magic in a new way. My class is even ranked as unique because I'm the only one in the world who has it. Check player XS status window. Class. Biological Alchemist Summoner. Rank. Unique Hero. Li Jiong finally began his defense. Why do I accuse the Vatican of being entirely heretical without any fear? You will understand after you use the illusion medicine on that monster. Cardinal scolded angrily. How dare a heretic like you tell us what to do? Suda chimed in, it's pointless to listen to him. Execute him right now. Suddenly, another voice interrupted. Why don't we try it? Everyone shouted. Cardinal Basil. He slowly expressed his view. I think it might be best for us to test them, Cardinal Malin. At this point, Cardinal Malin had to agree. Yes. All right. Suda was extremely angry.
Cardinal Basil.
The one known as the Fortress of Justice within the Vatican. Why is he speaking up? I spent quite a bit of effort ensuring Cardinal Malin would be the presiding judge instead of him. Finally, he comforted himself. Well, whatever. Either way, the illusion medicine is 99.9% made of hallucinogenic ingredients. Suda looked at the monster that was slowly collapsing after the medicine was poured in and was very smug. It's shaking due to the effects of the drug. Just as expected. What a fool, digging his own grave. Contemptuous smirk. This is my victory, you amateur. Right then, unbelievable murmurs broke out. What's this? Shouted in surprise. The monster was burned to death. The expression, Suda's face gradually froze. What? The people pointed at the puddle emitting a beautiful light on the tiled floor and marveled. Not to mention, this divine light.
Dont elle me.
That's right. Li Jiong smiled now. A potion that can grant a healing blessing to humans while dealing fatal damage to certain types of monsters. The true identity of the illusion medicine is actually, he revealed water. Suda quickly countered. You are. This is impossible. Our investigation concluded that. Jiong was extremely confident. Oh, that's right. You received a report that the illusion medicine was just an illegal drug from a subordinate who was actually a spy for the Black Swan Guild. That's all. Geez, I almost died just to act like I was the weak one. Even Zhihui knew this plan well. He spoke as if certain of victory, but more importantly, I believe the reason why Suda couldn't detect the holy water in the potion is because only good people can feel the effects granted by the goddess holy water. Ito Suda, who cannot detect the aura of light, and the followers who go with him, Li Jiong loudly affirmed, must be heretics. Now that you mention it, I think I feel it too. I also feel the blessing of the light. Is there any reason I wouldn't feel it? Oh, Ben, ignore. Of course I feel it too. He thought with some contempt these guys actually believe it. Suda tried to deny it. This is a scam. Don't believe them. If that's the case, it also means he used holy water to create hallucinogens and narcotics. He also collaborated with Sun Xiang to secretly Li Jiong into him. That's right. To secretly treat people who were suffering mentally. The deceiver here isn't me, but you. He wanted to end it all here. Take this. A critical blow.
Li Jiong shook.
From now on, I demand a retrial in this holy court, with the defendant being the extreme heretic who worships the devil Ito Suda. He is a heretic who dares to call holy water a hallucinogen. Basil's face darkened with anger. Then ignore, just as I thought. What believer Jiong said is the truth. You evil devil worshipper. Suda defended in fear. No, that's not the truth.
Im Ino-sang.
He panicked and called out to Cardinal Malin. Cardinal Malin, say something. When he was called, he trembled all over trying to hide. Shut up, you disgusting heretic. Don't pretend you know me. Cardinal Malin even yelled, what are you doing? Why haven't you taken him away for execution yet? Being turned again, Suda was stunned. What the hell? And it suddenly struck him from nowhere. Zhang mumbled a bit unhappily. Missed. Li Jiong gave a small exclamation. This is fine. Well done, Zhang Yan. The people around all stood up simultaneously. Stay right there, you devil worshipper. Bishop candidate, my foot. Have you been deceiving us all this time? Seeing this, he was very happy. This is unreal. Look who's done a 180-degree turn. Both the holy knights and the bishops. Although I think anyone would do the same if they found out the person they'd been following turned out to be a devil worshipper. Shouted while fending off their attacks. Please stop. How could you do this to me? Even after I've dedicated so much to the Vatican. Cardinal Malin.
Cardinal Basil.
Li Jiong was poked into laughing. Cardinal Basil won't hear a single sound from your crazy mouth. As expected, struck Suda with an iron mace and scolded. Don't speak my name with that filthy mouth of yours. You pagan. Receive the punishment of the goddess mace. Li Jiong was nonchalant as if he had known for a long time. You see, our upright Cardinal Basil is drunk on the gift I gave him. He happily illusion medicine. A medicine that can cure psychological trauma by letting the user see the illusions they want to see. It has both hallucinogens and holy water in it. But there are no addictive substances. It can also force the user to see the illusion I want them to see. The bottle of wine I to Cardinal Basil had a bit of illusion medicine mixed in. It's a special form of illusion medicine called holy wine. And as for Cardinal Basil, I created a pretty special illusion. Li Jiong meticulously does future illusion. In it, Li Jiong would turn the Holy Kingdom into a sea of fire. Besides that, I also turned Cardinal Basil into the hero who fights against the devil's followers. A true believer, a devout follower of Benignor. Cardinal Basil, who has a lot of faith in himself, will surely think that the illusion I showed him is a divine sign from the goddess Benignor. A sign that he is the only chosen hero who can save this empire. The female inquisitor quickly approached and softly to him.
I'm sorry.
I didn't expect you to be innocent. I'll heal you right now. Li Jiong gently comforted her. It's okay. Just hearing you say that fills me with strength. Heresy Inquisitor Helena. He was extremely satisfied with that. Even these 3 scary Heresy Inquisitor sisters were on his side now. Then Li Jiong called out to everyone. All right, everyone, let's join forces to kick that heretic out of here. We can do it. Give it your all until even a tiny bit of his power disappears from here. Everyone, let's go. We can do it. See, Suda was furious.
Li Jiong.
You, he shouted. He pulled out his weapon. Player Li Jiong is using the hero rank summoned wind blade. Suda swung his arm, 1 stroke. You bastard. Watching that frantic scene, he marveled. This crazy guy. He's completely lost control. But he's also acting just like a pagan. Swinging a sword around in a holy court? Li Jiong continued to those around him. His actions are truly blasphemous. We must capture that disgusting heretic alive and execute him. For Goddess Benignor. Everyone shouted in unison. For Goddess Benignor. Oh Goddess, please grant me strength. Suda shouted while you guys have all gone mad. Truly pathetic. To be dragged into his pile of lies and reject me. This is all your fault. I will kill you. I will kill you, Li Jiong. Inquisitor Sun Xiang and Zheng simultaneously blocked his way. Whether you can get past us is the question. Right now the battle began. The time of judgment for the devil follower Ito Suda officially started. The first gate. Priest battle. Inquisitor Helena immediately shot a blast of power at him and shouted, Holy thunder! But with his agility he dodged it easily. Seeing that, they were very surprised and exclaimed, neutralized so easily. What kind of devilish movement is that? Next, moving to the second gate. Long-range physical attack. Shaman and mage, Kasagano Yuno. She closed her eyes tight and cast her spell. Butterfly dream. Immediately, those butterflies surrounded Suda, but it didn't trouble him either, making everyone very surprised and shouting. He escaped that too. Somehow. And our final boss our ace Zhang Yan. She gathered all her strength and shouted, Wind blade. Sigma magic. Air bullet. Little comet. Her power created extremely terrifying explosion, but he quickly escaped. This left her very shocked, thinking, he dodged 4 of her spells at once. Witnessing the scene before, Jiong couldn't have been more panicked. His mouth stuttered as he exclaimed, he dodged them all. That's impressive. The girl standing next to him saw this and was very frightened, asking tremblingly, honey, should we get out of here? Or go call the mercenary queen? The courtroom was falling into chaos. Seeing the current situation, she said, Li Shila went to find Juliana. After all, I can't leave here while Ito is still there. Furthermore, right now, calmly replied, I don't think we need to run away. Immediately suited up to counterattack. His face at that moment was terrifying as he raised his sword to kill him. Seeing that, Li Jiong was terrified and cried out, damn it, forget what I just said. The devil is coming. Run, Zhang Yan. He lunged at him, swung his sword, making Li Jiong shut his eyes in fear. The other guy's mouth tightened as he shouted, die. Suddenly, at this moment, a sword quickly parried his strike, making him very surprised and exclaiming, what? Seeing the situation before, he flashed a sinister smile and thought, wonderful. I knew she'd come to save me. Juliana, you came just in time. And now Juliana is here. Right now, the sound that made Suda's eyes widen. Instantly, he full kick from that sister into his groin. Seeing that, Li Jiong's heart was full of joy as he thought, good job, Li Shila. Big sister, where are you kicking? That sister's kick may suffer to high heaven. Tears flowed down his cheeks. After that, he flat on the ground and was stepped on by the sister's foot. At this moment, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. After Juliana turned up and said arrogantly, just when I was wondering where the annoying worm was, capture him. The girl nearby witnessed and exclaimed, so cool. While the woman next to her was so angry she cried out, damn it. Li Jiong, standing in the middle, had a pale face as he thought. That last hit was quite painful. right after that, was tied up by those people. This made him very uncomfortable, and he constantly struggled and shouted curses. Let me go. What are you going to do to me? Have you all lost your minds? That bastard Li Jiong is tricking you. Let me go right now. At this moment, Li walked step by step toward him and asked, so why did you become a heretic follower? Seeing walked step by step towards him and asked, then why did you become a heretic follower? Seeing became even more enraged, coughing and cursing. Cough. Don't mess with me. You're the mastermind behind everything. Why are you doing this to me? Cough. I haven't done anything to you. Hearing his aggrieved words, he thought, you tried to kill me and steal the Blue Guild. So, after that, Li Jiong spoke calmly, I'm sorry. Everyone here will misunderstand if they hear your words. You shouldn't have made Mino, the goddess Benignorento, your enemy. Folded his hands and said sincerely, you've gone too far to turn back, Ito Suda. I will sincerely say that your body will be properly buried. But your sins are too heavy. You probably won't be able to go to heaven. So allow me to purify your soul. Li Jiong looked with a very sincere and said in a sarcastic tone, I hope the holy water of goddess Benignor will wash you clean. In the next life, don't go astray. In his heart, he was trying not to burst out laughing. Hearing this, Suda was furious and shouted, Crazy. You're crazy. Let me go. You lowly bastard.
Ino-sang.
I said it. I'm innocent.
Li Jiong.
I must kill you with these very hands. I swear one day I will kill you. Immediately he spoke loudly, declared, O goddess Benignor, please let this heretical follower taste the punishment of heaven. Very quickly, submerged under the water. Seeing him he looked very emotionless and thought, if I let him live, he will surely get in my way later. Since he could be a hidden disaster, I have no choice but to eliminate this threat. Only then can I survive. His mouth curled, sinister smile as he thought, it really is a waste for someone as talented as him to die. It's a pity that you are my enemy. He was now being submerged deeper and deeper into the water. I am a beast driven into a corner. But you are not. That's why you failed. Right after that, gave him the middle finger and laughed triumphantly. Goodbye. Seeing that, tried to reach out his hand and cursed Li Jiong. You bastard. The scene shifted. Inside the cathedral, Li Jiong was being rewarded by the priest. The Holy See of the Holy Kingdom expresses its praise for the efforts to protect the territory from the heretic follower Ito Suda. His body at this moment an incredibly brilliant glow as he listened to the priest's declaration. By appointing Li Jiong as an honorary bishop. After that, the priest invited him to give a speech. Please say a few words. Hearing that, he politely replied, yes, father. At this moment, Li flashed a friendly smile and declared, justice always wins. Seeing his action, Victor H. looked contemptuous and thought, this bastard is truly terrifying. The cathedral bells, at that moment. Immediately, he and Yin went out to pack up the crates. Her eyes sparkled. In Li Jiong's head, he thought, searching the Yamato Guild's warehouse was really worth it. Suddenly, a loud came from afar. Big brother. Hearing it, he immediately recognized the voice and cursed. This pig. He was extremely as he grabbed his hand and spun around, shouting, I missed you so much, big brother. Seeing him so happy, he asked, all right, musclehead. Are you healthy? Hearing that, he excitedly replied, the other members and I are all healthy. Then he turned to the pile of gifts and said, if we hadn't received your message, we would have come to save you. But why did you bring back so many gifts? Among them was a black, stolen from Ito Suda, a white bird from the royal palace. Li Jiong calmly told him, just call them spoils of war. The black eagle is for Jin Xianqing. Hearing that, he exclaimed with interest, oh, Jin Xianqing will love it. He thought to himself, of course, it's like giving them a means of transportation in the sky. Suddenly, at this moment, he cheered happily. Just as we spoke, he's here. Hearing that, he was very excited and said, look, I got these all by myself for Jin Xianqing. I'm really good, right? Immediately, Li Jiong back, smiling and waving, calling out his name, Jin Xianqing, and thought, only I treat you this well. What caught his eyes, the image of Jin Xianqing smiling and talking with a girl, which made him freeze. Keep talking closely. He began to judge that girl and thought, Jin Xianqing, who's that? Why are you two so intimate? Then he turned to look his bright smile and guessed, what are you grinning about? Are you that happy? You've never even smiled that brightly at me, you bastard. Questions kept swirling in his head. Just what the hell happened to the guild while I was away? At this moment, Jin Xianqing saw him and called out, Li Jiong. Hearing that, he replied, it's been a long time.
Hui Sung.
He continued, it's been a long time. You've worked hard.
Kiank.
Meanwhile, Du Jiang was furious and cursed inwardly. I've been agonizing over work. And what do I see? Immediately after, he asked him, by the way, who is that next to you? Before Hui Seong could answer, the girl next to him introduced herself. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the new secretary and assistant, the guild master Zhao Huijin. Hearing that, he was very surprised and thought, what? New secretary? Assistant to the guild master? That means Jin Xiancheng's right hand. At this moment, before smile and congratulated them, haha, you found a great person. Jin Xiancheng happily replied, that's right. She's really wonderful. Haha. But in his heart he felt discouraged. Her position should have been mine. This jerk dared to pull a fast one on me while I was busy with work. Then Jin Xiancheng introduced her more. Zhao Huijin is from Castle Rock. But for some personal reasons she had to move to Lindell. I haven't known her for very long. But since she's so talented, I brought her into our guild. Hearing that, Li Jiong was very surprised, angry, thinking, nonsense. She was clearly your subordinate in the previous life. I guess I'm being sidelined, right? Damn, turns out all my efforts so far have been in vain. After that, he began her information. Name Zhao Huijin. Age, 25. Personality, serious and straightforward. Class, spearman. Grade, epic. Title, the stubborn lady from Castle Rock. Li Jiong guessed, of course this naive guy wants me to work alongside Zhao Huijin and create synergy for the guild. Unfortunately, I only want to be the guild master's one and only capable assistant. I don't like her at all. Furthermore, our personalities are completely opposite. Right after that, talked more about her talent. Zhao Huijin was a great help while you were away. She's very skilled, kind, and above all, extremely strong. Hearing that, Li Jiong's face turned pale as he thought helplessly. You're so oblivious. Why do you keep praising her so much? Is she that great? Is she that skilled? Then just make her the vice master already. I brought back the drug formulas and this eagle for you, but you still only see me as a little chick. His face was very disappointed and thought you already had an assistant ready from the start. How disappointing, Jin Xiancheng. If this continues, my efforts will be useless. He began to imagine the scenario. If this continues and we fall into a dangerous situation where Jin Xiancheng can only save me or Zhao Huijin, he will choose Zhao Huijin without hesitation. Today is a perfect day to die. At this moment, he was sitting in a chair and asked everyone, Pu Diju, got a cigar? Give me one. Didn't you quit smoking? Having one or two before dying won't hurt anything. A splash of made him think, don't die. I really don't want that to happen. Just then, a hand reached out and hand. The person the guild master needs to save isn't Zhao Huijin or anyone else in the world, but Li Jiong. A knight who cannot protect his king is just a useless person. The training session for the regressor began. First, I need to check Zhao Huijin's background. Right now, someone's to her. Manager Kim Myong. Please send this to Mrs. Marilyn in Castle Rock. He'll pay you 700 gold in overtime fees. Hearing that, the other person happily took it. My pleasure, Vice Master. After that, Li Jiong and party. His gaze met Huijin, who was sitting alone in that chair. Why is she sitting here alone? Her face was very pensive, making him, it's to my advantage if she has trouble fitting into the guild. Seeing that, he went to her and greeted. How do you find the Blue Guild? Seeing him sitting next to her made her very surprised and she exclaimed, Oh, Vice Master. Hearing that, he smiled and said, There's no need for formalities. Hearing that, she was also embarrassed and replied, All right. Her gaze turned toward the party and she said, The Blue Guild is better than I expected. My previous guild was much less open. Hearing her mood, he judged it seems something happened at her previous guild. I thought she was a rigid person, but I didn't expect her to be this sentimental. At this moment, Zhao Huijin spoke up, said, I see the guild master trusts you very much, Li Jiong. Hearing that, he was very surprised and embarrassed. Excuse me. Then she continued, Even when I was on my way to greet you, the guild master talked about you non-stop. That's really rare for a man. A few words like the guild master. Hearing that made him embarrassed. After that, he thank you watching for a very bright smile and thought, so that's how it is? My heart is melting. But immediately he brought that thought aside. Wait, Li Jiong. You can't forgive Jin Xiancheng yet. Suddenly, Jin Xiancheng's voice rang out. It's delicious. Does anyone want to taste this soup? Hearing that, he was very startled and exclaimed, soup? Zhao Huijin was no less surprised. Both of them were very awkward as they scent. The smell. He also had to exclaim, smells so good. Who cooked this? Right now, behind him, he placed the pot on the table and said, I hope everyone likes it. Everyone turned around and was very surprised, exclaiming, Guild Master. He spoke calmly, Zhao Huijin hasn't had a chance to get close to us yet, so I hope this will be an occasion for everyone to bond. Does anyone want a second serving? Hearing that, she was very moved, exclaimed, Guild Master. While Li Jiang's emotions were the opposite. He directed a murderous gaze at him. So Zhao Huijin's happiness is the only thing you care about, huh? This guild only has the guild master and his secretary. A fire of intense anger erupted in his heart. Are you happy? Did you think I'd let you guys do that freely? Hell, toss me aside once he falls in love with her. I don't care what his relationship with her was in the previous life. I'm still the one who worked my butt off in this life. Thinking this, he was so angry, threw down the plate he was eating from and thought, that was me. Damn it. Seeing his action, though, were completely bewildered. They turned and asked, Big brother, are you full? Hearing that, Li Jiong made an excuse and left. Yeah, I'm not feeling very well. Just ignore me and continue. He brushed past a stunned Xianqing. Meanwhile, Li Jiong was very pensive. To be honest, that dish was delicious. Why is this guy such a good cook? I wanted to taste some more. However, I can't forgive him yet. Forgetting brothers for a girl. That's right. You need to value your brothers over women, Jin Xianqing. As I just need to realize, he directed a murderous gaze toward Xianqing and thought the value of this true friend.
Li Jiong.
Li Jiong looked at him very disappointed and continued to think, You really don't understand why I'm angry with you? Jin Xianqing, seeing his attitude, was very afraid and called out, Li Jiong. A while later, Li Jiong dressed as Santa Claus to give gifts to everyone. Everyone, pay attention here. Now I'm going to give gifts to all of you. Hearing that, the whole group was very happy and cheered. Vice Master, you're the best. Immediately he gave gifts, members, a sword and shield for Pu Diju, new glasses for Zhang Yan. Hearing that, the girl was very happy and thanked him profusely. Now I can see Pu Diji's muscles more clearly. Thank you, Li Jiong. Then he continued to give out gifts. A necklace,
Shangxi.
After that, he gave more gifts to the two girls. Kim Myong and Yuri each get a self-defense knife. The two girls took the knives with very moved expressions. Thank you, Li Jiong. This will make my volunteer work easier. The next gift, Zhang Yan a kiss on the cheek. And Zhang Yan will get a new staff plus my love. Her face turned red and she excitedly said, I love it, honey. Then he gave Zhao Hui,
Stoffetzel.
Sorry, but I couldn't prepare anything for you. However, I'll give you the stuffed seal from the Yamato Guild's warehouse. Looking at the bear, she gave a sheepish smile and replied, It's lovely. Thank you, Vice Master. In his head, he calculated, I have to find something for her, or it will be obvious that I'm jealous of her. At this moment, Jin Xianqing was looking forward to his, but Li Jiong didn't care and just turned his head away, said, So that's it. Let's go, Zhang Yan. The girl quickly replied, Yes. Seeing that, he was very angry and shouted, Li Jiong. Hearing that, he turned back with a cold face and Is something wrong? Is it because I didn't give you a gift? I brought some fruit for you, but it's gone now.
I'm sorry.
I lost it on the way here.
I'm sorry.
But it looks like you'll have to wait until next. Right after that, he turned and left, leaving Hyun Sung in bewilderment. Well, I'm off. Seeing Hyun Sung's sad face, Kyung felt extremely smug and thought to him, why has he been acting like this lately? Hyun Sung seems to be thinking that. That's right, Hyun Sung, keep overthinking. Think about what you did wrong today. The scene shifts to the guild's dining. Everyone is talking animatedly. It seems a large number of monsters are invading Castle Rock. They are currently recruiting mercenaries, so I think we should head to Castle Rock as well. Hearing that, Kyung sat there deep in thought. A large number of monsters, huh? Sounds like a mountain of experience points. Suddenly, Hyojin felt and stood up to excuse herself. Pardon me. I don't feel well, so I'll head to the restroom for a moment. Seeing her like that, Hyun Sung asked, Hyojin, are you alright? She only replied briefly, Yes, I'll be right back. Seeing this, Kyung speculated, just mentioning Castle Rock makes her feel unwell. Look at that. It's as clear as day. Immediately, Kyung kept staring at Hyun Sung, making the latter take notice. What on earth happened at her previous guild? I need Marlin to answer quickly to find out what happened. At this moment, Hyun Sung spoke up. Kyung SSI. Reflexively, Kyung replied. Hyun Sung asked Kyung. Kyung thought to himself, You finally understand. Hyun Sung. But he still played dumb and asked, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Hyun Sung still asked Kyung, Was it because I recruited Hyojin SSI without asking for your opinion first? Hearing that, Kyung continued to act innocent and replied, How could that be?
I'm fine.
Completely fine. The fact that you decided to recruit a new person and gave them an important position in the guild while I was away? I have no problem with it. Why would I? Then, with a reproachful voice, Kayang continued. After all, you're the guild master. Why would my opinion even matter? Just keep doing whatever you want. In his head, he thought, keep the pressure. Hearing this, Hyun-sung looked very anxious and stammered out an explanation. Kang-asai, I think you've misunderstood. Kayang gave a forced smile. With a cold, Kayang replied, haha. What do you mean? Do you really think I'd get angry over something like that? Meanwhile, he thought, Hyun-sung am very petty. I hope you understand. Hearing this, Hyun-sung felt flustered and explained. That's not what I meant. Kang-asai. I wanted to say, I said it's fine. Why do you keep acting like I'm being strange? Right after that, Kayang pushed his chair back, turned away. Well, I'm going. Excuse me. His voice turned somber as he said, I'm gonna go for the incident at Castle Rock, so please don't worry. Seeing that, Hyun-sung stood up abruptly and tried to stop him. Wait, Kayang-asai. We're not finished talking yet. Then he shouted and chased after him. Wait, Kayang-asai. This caused the people sitting around to be very surprised. Exclaim, what? Hyun-sung chased after him and pleaded, I mean it that way, Kayang-asai. Meanwhile, Kayang pretended not to care and said, please don't follow me. But in reality he was thinking, please keep pushing. Hyun-sung's face darkened as you are the one who is suffering. After that, he ran to catch up with made Kayang delighted. Those steady footsteps. I love them. Hyun-sung quickly grabbed Kayang's wrist. This made Kayang happy inside as he thought, exactly like a K-drama. Right after that, Hyun-sung called out Kayang-asai. Hearing this, Kayang still kept a cold face and asked, what is it? But inside, he thought the protagonist has finally yielded and mentioned peace first. Isn't this scene just wonderful? Just then, Hyejin came out from the rest and witnessed everything, leaving her dazed. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. Hyun-sung mustered all his courage to For a long time, hearing this, Hyejin was so shocked that collapsed. She thought, hold on for 2 seconds. Actor Kim, what the hell are you planning to say? Did you forget that's a controversial issue here? As for Hyejin, she was still in her mouth stammered. How could it be? Between the two of them, seeing that, Kayang was very worried and thought, damn it, stop right there. Immediately, Kayang covered Hyun-sung's mouth to prevent him from continuing. That's right. For a long time, Kayang-asai I have. In his head, he thought, don't make these girls cry like crows anymore. He sighed and turned to Hyun-sung-asai. What on earth are you trying to tell me? The guild members and Hyejin-asai are misunderstanding. Hearing that, Hyun-sung felt very awkward and replied, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say. Then he explained to I always wanted to recruit someone as talented as Hyejin-asai to support you. Because until now, I felt like I was burdening you with too much work. Then I happened to meet Hyejin-asai and thought she could get along well with you. Hearing this, Kayang thought blankly, what the hell? Right after that, Hyun-sung continued to explain, besides, I thought having 2 people like you would be good for the guild. But I never thought you would feel uncomfortable about this. I was wrong. Please accept my apology. After hearing Hyun-sung's explanation, Kayang, very bored and thought so weak. He surrendered already. Kayang sighed in boredom and thought further. But even if he's weak, he didn't hesitate to apologize. It means he puts a lot of trust in me. Now that I've confirmed that, I feel better. For now, I probably don't need to worry about being thrown away because of Cho Hyejin's appearance. Seeing that Kayang didn't react, Hyun-sung was very and continued to explain, I wouldn't dare ignore your opinion, Kayang-asai. Besides, at this moment, Kayang interrupted him and said, all right then, Hyun-sung-asai. In his head, he thought, I'll let you off this time. Then he said to Hyun-sung, can you follow me? Kayang led him outside. Hyun was extremely surprised and delighted when he saw this. In front of him was a black griffin. Surprised him greatly. Kayang-asai, this griffin. Hyun-sung was moved to tears as he went to hug the creature, then turned to look at him. Kayang-asai. Seeing this, Kayang sighed and said, I had to pick it up on the way here. At this moment, Hyun-sung felt very guilty. You went to the trouble of preparing this for me, while I knew nothing. It's nothing, Hyun-sung-asai. You've always treated me well, while I've done nothing to repay that kindness. But in his head he thought, that's right, you bastard. This is a Mercedes-Benz I prepared for you. Feel guilty yet? Hyun-sung stroked the black griffin affectionately, thought he's a good person even if he's a bit quirky sometimes. Then, he stepped forward and thank you so much, Kayang-asai. Inside, Kayang was triumphant. That's right. Now you owe me. Better pay it back. Meanwhile, in Hyun-sung's mind, he thought, he's kinder, friendlier, and more resourceful than anyone else. If only I had met him in my first life. He looked at Kaiyang, smiled, and considered. Had the help of someone like him, I'm sure I could have prevented the destruction of the continent. At this moment, he told Kaiyang, you remind me of someone, Kaiyang SSI. Sorry, it was someone I met briefly in the tutorial area. It's nothing, just. Hearing that, Kaiyang was quite curious and thought, you mean there's another person just like me? Right after that, Hyun-sung reached out his hand and besides, Kaiyang SSI, he smiled and said, since we've met. Seeing this, Kaiyang was very surprised and thought, Hyun-sung SSI, you like this kind of stuff? Seeing that, he also responded and smiled. Thought that's why you have no friends. Both of them bumped fists together. At this moment, Hyun-sung looked at him extremely sincere gaze. I feel relieved that I can rely on you, Kaiyang SSI. Hearing that, Kaiyang also replied, me too, Hyun-sung SSI. In his head, he thought, of course. Night had begun to. Hyung's thoughts continued. Well, I guess that's good. Cho Hyejin was personally chosen by our regressor friend, so there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, after spending some heartwarming time with him, the system has given me a new reward. He was extremely satisfied as he clicked to the system at this time gave a type of magic, Mind's Eye. In his head, he thought a mythic grade Mind's Eye. A system message appeared. Keep being friendly with the player Kim Hyun-sung. If you're obedient, it'll give you more good stuff. Got it? Hearing that, he immediately agreed. Clear. Understood, sir. I understand. Status window. After that, he clicked to learn more. Mythic grade. Let's see what else it has. Immediately, the system displayed information. Can view player's unique attribute. A player's attribute is something that develops uniquely from their own personality. It is completely independent of the system. Unique attributes can only be viewed with the mythic grade Mind's Eye. He turned to look at his sleeping girlfriend and this is quite good. It's indeed too superficial to judge someone based only on their disposition and traits. He'll be able to manipulate people better by seeing their attributes. The system immediately displayed a notification. You are viewing Jung Hyen's unique attribute. Love filled with blood. Seeing that, he thought, and it seems to be quite useful as well. Suddenly, a messenger bird stood outside his room. Seeing that, he got out of bed to check the. Let's see. In his head, he thought, thinking back, I should have received a letter from Marlin about Cho Hyejin's appearance. Lee Kyung-nim, I like you. Why is the introduction so long? After reading it, he was extremely flustered and A new day arrived. Everyone had gathered, said, Team 2 ready for deployment. Team 2 is also ready. Team 3 as well. Seeing Kaiyang with dark circles under his eyes, Park Diaku teased him. It's been a long time since we went exploring. So I'm very excited. Hyung-nim, did you not sleep well? You look like a panda. Hearing that, Kaiyang said tiredly, it's nothing. We're sharing carriages, so you go sit with Jungin SSI. What about you? Right after that, Hyun-sung opened the door and Kaiyang SSI, let's go. Hearing that, he replied MHM. He stepped into the carriage but didn't forget to glance sideways at The whole team began their journey. The atmosphere, carriage was extremely in his head he kept thinking. The name Cho Hyejin is famous in Castle Rock due to a data leak incident involving the guild master of the Little Rock Guild in Castle Rock. The system observed Hyejin and said, Cho Hyejin was whistleblower in that incident. I mean, she's not a bad person, but being too righteous isn't good either, you know. Because of Cho Hyejin, her guild's public image was almost destroyed. What happened in the end? You ask? It's obvious. Her guild fought back and kicked her out of Castle Rock. But this has nothing to do with someone like Kaiyang SSI, a noble and clean bishop, right? Sincerely, Marlin. Hearing this, Kaiyang felt very confused. This is driving me crazy. Damn it. What should I do? Of course, the things I've done aren't good either. Corrupting a priestess and persuading her to kill slum residents. Then erasing all of Hyen's magic evidence. Plotting against Lee Sealho with Lee Jaihai, resulting in Lee Sealho's death. Controlling and manipulating media companies. Falsely accusing the Yamato Guild of being the culprit behind the Lindell horror to maintain the guild's image. Adding only 0.3% of holy water to hallucinogenic drugs. And furthermore, if someone wanted to expose me, it wouldn't be difficult at all. He looked at the two people who were avoiding each other's gaze and thought, should I create a rift between them? No, I shouldn't do that. If I get caught, Kim Hyun-sung will. At this moment, Kaiyang had a headache and thought, should calm down. Is there any way to bring Cho Hyejin to my side? Suddenly, something flashed in his. A sinister smile began to spread across his face. Here, Kaiyang looked straight at Hyejin and thought of become close friends with Cho Hyejin. At the Castle Rock Empire, rhythmic clicking sound came from the red boots. Young woman, The girl with blonde hair and a gentle face, smiling brightly. Sir, she is Bella Keslock, the daughter of the Lord of Castle Rock and a citizen of the Empire. She really likes Kaiong, who saved the holy state from the demon's invasion. Bella was very excited to greet Kaiong and Hyan, but maybe just Kaiong. Long time no see. Since that tea party, you have no idea how much I've been longing for this. I've waited a long time for this fated meeting. Hyan clung tightly to Kiang's arm, Gala clinging to a tree branch. Her eyes, filled with murderous intent, glared at Bella as if issuing a warning. Kaiong greeted her. Haha. Long time no see, Lady Bella. He smiled helplessly at Hyan. There's nothing between me and her.
Don't worry.
Knowing she was wary of the woman, he hugged her from behind, pulling her close. Just chatting with Bella could make the atmosphere filled with heart bubbles. Sir, when you're free later, could you have a cup of tea with me? Before she could finish her sentence, Hyan refused on his behalf. Sorry, but I don't think that's possible. She showed the authority of the main wife. I don't care who you are, but Kaiong SSI is already my private slave. He's my love slave. Haha. Although this authority felt a bit unnatural, he couldn't help but laugh. That sounds more pitiable than threatening, Hyan, but as long as you're happy. The person opposite was stunned. I'm sorry, you mean? Halfway through speaking, Bella saw the person on the other side. She quickly asked, is Hyojin SSI also? Then she realized what she had just said. She felt embarrassed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Hyojin's face darkened. Bella explained, I was just surprised to see you here right after that incident. I'm very sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable. Hyojin didn't mind. It's all right. Bella expressed, even though everyone in Castle Rock criticized me, I am still innocent. Little Rock Guild is one. Miss Marlin. Someone called Marlin loudly. Hyojin look. When she did, she was shocked. Her eyes widened as she looked at the man walking towards them. He smiled. There it is. Everyone's eyes turned to the man. Who is? He stood formally for Bella to introduce him to everyone. Let me introduce you. This is the person in charge of the monster wave this time. Guild Master of the Little Rock Guild, Dongguk. Seeing this, Kaiong thought, oh, so this is him. He looks a bit suspicious, but I should still greet him first. He reached out his hand to proactively greet the nice to meet you.
Kiyong.
Dongguk didn't stop. He acted as if Kaiong didn't exist and walked right past him. For a moment, Kaiong froze. He was so angry. Blue veins popped out on his face. He just ignored me. Dongguk went to stand in front of her face. He still maintained his punchable attitude. I was wondering where you went. Seems like you're in the Blue Guild now. Ah, I see. You betrayed everyone to join a larger guild? Hearing that, her hand tightened into a fist, wishing she punched that face. Dongguk continued to provoke her. These words successfully triggered the composure on her face, making her so angry she ground her teeth. Seeing the tense situation, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gun. Hyun-sung intervened. Please don't insult others like that. Dongguk. Hearing that, he changed his face instantly. He bowed slightly. Oh, I'm very sorry. I misspoke in front of the Blue Guild Master. While there was bickering over there, Kaiong didn't waste time. He opened Dongguk's player information and assessed it. Let's see. His stats are nothing compared to the Blue Guild members. Then he looked at his disposition. Seeing the disposition name was enough to understand. He needed to pause for a moment to organize everything. Dongguk was the guild master of the Little Rock Guild Hyojin used to belong to. He was also the one who expelled her to hide his own corrupt behavior. As for Hyojin, the one who stood up for justice and exposed, guild master was treated like a sinner in Castle Rock. So perhaps what Hyojin wants most right now is revenge against the villain who framed her. He laughed. This is interesting. Dongguk, I'm sure Hyojin hates you more than me, right? The villain in this episode is Dongguk. Kaiong imagined the scene of Hyojin beating him up and very happy. Think about it, if that happens, he'll definitely be outside cheering enthusiastically. Just like that, becoming good friends, Hyojin became easier. He encouraged himself, let's go. Time for revenge. In the palace's tea room, Kaiong and Dong sat opposite each other. Pleased to meet you. I am the representative of Castle Rock, guild master of the Little Rock Guild, and the person personally appointed by the Lord to be in charge of the monster wave this time, Dongguk. Kaiong looked thoughtfully and disgusted. His admiration for Lady Bella was clear in his eyes. He's trying to use the Lord's daughter to advance his career. But am I blocking his path? TSK. But in the end, the one Bella likes is me, not you. Attention returned to the tea table. So you're the one in charge and also the commander? Not yet, he replied. Not yet? Then Kaiong took out a pile of potions he had concocted. Anyway, we have some time before the exploration team returns. How about it? I'm looking to expand the market in Castle Rock. Dongguk frowned and laughed. Excuse me, I have no intention of doing business with Lindell. Then he continued, I'd rather work subcontractor in the Republic than do business with a remote place like Lindell. Dongguk made a look of contempt. Isn't it thanks to the Blue Guild that your potions became famous? Do you think it will be the same in Castle Rock? Life isn't that easy, you know. Hearing this, Kaiong was leisurely. I can let that slide. Because he was still rambling. Maybe because a bit ignorant and don't understand how this world works. Before he could finish his sentence, light accompanied by power swept in. Dongguk was terrified. What? Why? Table and chairs suddenly? An angry voice rang out. Who are you calling ignorant? Witnessing this, Kaiong remained calm and even took a sip of tea. The voice belonged to Hyan. How to call anyone ignorant? She growled. The surroundings were filled with wrath and wind. Her appearance was cool and intense. Her actions were quite harmless. She looked almost cute as she angrily grabbed his neck. Kaiong is a genius, and there's nothing he doesn't know. You idiot. You're tired of living, aren't you? Dongguk's eyes widened, looking like he was about to stop breathing. Kaiong laughed. That's Hyan. Even though he said that, she still hadn't let him go. He was leisurely. Listen, Dongguk. Seemed a rather ambitious man. But don't you think you need to be a better judge of character? Kaiong leaned into his superior position, issuing a soft, could you say that again? To the vice guild master of the Blue Guild. And, he asked further, honorary bishop, right? And, alchemist. Dongguk heard it, but it wasn't enough. The most famous alchemist on the continent, the one who holds 70% of the potion market share, is me, Li Kaiong. He gave a smirk, responding to the earlier disdainful smile. And yet you say I can't expand the market in Castle Rock? Haha. Do you think being an alchemist is just an empty title? We are people born at the finish line thanks to alchemy and can live the rest of our lives without working. Do you know that? Dongguk was dazed. What is he talking about? But it sounds logical. Kaiong continued, you're also quite talented. I've climbed to this position without knowing how to make money. Well anyway, are you in or not? To this life or death invitation, he didn't need to think. He immediately agreed.
Yes, I'm in.
Having achieved his goal, he pushed the contract to Dongguk. Stamp your seal right here on the contract. Seeing this, Dongguk broke into a cold sweat. My life will end the moment I stamp this. At this moment he thought deeply, but I have no choice in this situation. In an instant he flipped himself behind Kaiong and massaged his back. Just flipping behind him? TSK. Not enough. He could even flip his face. He pretended to be pitiful, tears streaming as he begged. Kaiong, I'm so sorry. It's all because of Hyjin's incident. Please forgive my rudeness. He was even very flattering. Out a roll of paper. Kaiong, by the way, I have a quite promising business plan here. He took the paper and opened it to, what is this proposal? Dongguk leaned in and whispered mysteriously. It's called the black market. In a flash, Kaiong and Hyjin were strange place. There were colorful lights and deafening music. Both were wearing elegant formal wear and masks. She was bewildered. What is this place? He was nonchalant. What do you mean? This is the black market. Hyjin awkwardly covered herself because the formal on her body wasn't very modest. Do you think the guild master sent me to protect you so you could come to places like this? What are you planning to make me do? His head was full of question marks. What do you mean? I don't understand. Hearing that, she became angry.
Don plaît d'homme.
Isn't the black market a playground for adults? I know you have a mess of complicated romantic history, but I never thought. She shouted. He put his index finger to his lips, signaling her to be. Her voice caused quite a stir. Everyone around was looking at them and whispering. I think it's her first time here. So cute. Hyjin felt embarrassed. Ahem. You misunderstood something. What misunderstanding? Don't tell me you're thinking about dark things. She turned her face away, not daring to face him as she replied. No, I'm not. He laughed. It's understandable because my pet is indeed not exactly clean. I can understand why you'd think that. I'm sorry, Vice Guild Master, she replied. No need to apologize. I'm used to it. She was flustered. No, I didn't mean it that way. He sighed, then smiled and reached out. Then let's go, led her forward. Elisa was the he gave her. I am curious. We are good friends. Remember that. He said these things to her to keep their identities secret. As they walked, he talked. Anyway, Elisa, don't you want revenge against Dongguk? When he said that, Hyjin stopped walking. About what happened at the Little Rock Guild. He replied, yes, Dongguk told me. He actually wanted to kill you. She was startled. But I have no intention of taking revenge or anything. Her generous words made him. Hatred will only lead to hatred. I'm very disappointed. But I don't want to continue this meaningless war. He looked cold. The black market business is just diversion. But it's okay. To become good friends with Hyojin, Dongguk needs to die. Maybe I should try a bit harder. She curiously asked Kyaung what did Hyunsung about it? He said no problem. He said you did the right thing. Hyojin blushed as she recalled actually praised me. He said I did a good job. Very admirable. He looked at her expression and guessed she must like Hyunsung. He smiled, but not with his heart. He went along. I knew Hyunsung would say that. But you know what, Hyojin? His next words were like a fatal to her faith. I won't say that what you did was right. In fact, I think it was quite stupid. Hyojin's head was full of question marks at this action of his. She still kept a cold face walking past Kyaung. I don't understand why you're intentionally making me angry. But his thought at this moment was very simple. Friends only become close after fighting. He wanted to befriend her. Then he mockingly asked, why did you choose such a careless way to sell out your guild master? Why didn't you just kill? Hyojin glanced at him. Dongguk is an evil man, but he's not trash. He smirked in disdain. Are you defending him?
No, es trash.
You have no idea how terrible he. Kyaung stopped. He used another way to change her heart, to turn her resentment away from Dongguk. A 30-year-old who is currently unemployed. She didn't understand what he was saying. Not letting her stay bewildered for long, he continued, a 45-year-old currently living with his mother in the Castle Rock slums. A 28-year-old who jumped off the Castle Rock cliff because he couldn't afford his hospital bills. He just mentioned were her former comrades, those who had been with her since her time in the Little Rock Guild. Hyojin has a compassionate heart, always understanding of others. This shining strength of hers was now the weakness he aimed for. They used to be members of the Little Rock Guild, but now they've been abandoned because of your rumors. And currently, they are struggling to make a living. She was shocked. What? Is that true? He said casually, just hearing that he was joking. She was furious. Vice Guild Master, are you playing with me? What I'm saying isn't entirely groundless. This could become reality at any time. He said her as if exposing the truth. Anyway, there's no guarantee that your actions won't cause harm to others. And yet you let him go. All you had to do was kill him. He whispered temptingly you had the ability to do it. Yet you couldn't bring yourself to kill Dongguk. Kyaung recalled their past images. Naturally. Because the Little Rock Guild is where you built your memories with your former comrades. I'm sure you were especially close to Dongguk since you two were together since your training days. What he said seemed like a self-affirmation, but he still acted like he wanted to ask her. Am I? He leaned in close to her and continued. Former Vice Guild Master of the Little Rock Guild. Miss Kyaung gave a half-smile. He had been smiling like this all night. His mouth might even get stuck that you don't want your conscience to be gnawed at, but you also want to keep your precious memories with your former comrades. Experienced people call that hypocrisy. He said this as if he were an experienced person himself. Glancing at the girl whose face was a mix of anger and resentment. He heard that this was her limit. She shouted, immediately grabbing his shirt collar. I am not a hypocrite. And what right do you have to say that to me, Lee Kyaung? You really think I don't know? She exposed him. Aren't you the hypocrite here? What you show everyone is completely different from your true personality. Helpless as he avoided her gaze. Oops, she found. The two of them bickered, neither yielding to the other. Sentence after sentence. So what? So what? What do you mean? Do you have evidence? Your ruined worldview is the evidence. Then who was it that donated to the Holy Council and built a welfare center for the people in the slums? Hearing this, she was silenced. He continued rambling, you have nothing more to say, right? You know you can't defeat my logic. It's really annoying. But what can you do? Their voices grew louder and louder. You bastard. Hyojin was shaking, frustrated and choked up. What do you know about me? He looked at her. Oops, did I mock her too much? Kyaung tried to calm the situation. Of course. I'm not trying to start a fight with you. I'm on your side. Clicked. The strange footsteps of a woman approached. A ringing voice said, oh my, even your defiant face is quite adorable. The two looked over. Huh? Who the hell? Two women wearing masks. Bright red lipstick. One in a red dress, one in a blue dress, one behind the other, exclaiming, I wonder how hell perform in bed. Oh, don't interrupt me, Miss Sadist. The two were flustered. Vice Guild Master, who are these people? I don't know either, Elisa. I feel like this place is getting more and more. As soon as he spoke, the feeling wasn't just a feeling. Kaiang stood watching many people with various attributes pouring in. As an M master, taste is the most important. Just looking at them was enough to feel creeped out. Wait, what's my attribute? His own attribute. Conman's temptation. You have a high probability of being liked by dangerous. What the hell is this? Approaching was a woman with purple hair. 2 buns of hair were shaped like the ears of a small wildcat. Seductive body. She craftily spoke. Hi. Are you free? Scene shifts to a desolate forest. A man placed his hand on the ground, tracing the footprints of some strange. It was Hyunsung. He had a premonition. The monster wave will happen sooner than expected. Why are they coming so? Black flame dragon, Dialugia. A large green dragon with bright yellow jade. Back at the black market hall. Faced with her greeting, Kaiang was cautious. What kind of monster is this? He summoned his mind's eye. He learned her name was Shaolin, 22 years old, a whip expert. Her disposition was inquisitive and curious. Her title was safe. He didn't like her title, but her disposition was quite normal. He looked down at her attribute. Breathless romance. Damn it. Normal is hard to handle. Ahem. Miss Hyojin. She looked over. What? He called her. You know what's going on. Help me. The 2 of them whispered in low voices. Kaiang begged her for help. Just a moment ago, they were arguing, and now he was begging her. It was a bit awkward. Hyojin's eyes widened and her mouth hung open. Her face looked like she was asking if he was crazy. Why would I help? Deal with it yourself. He was desperate. Miss Hyojin, don't be like that. He belatedly tried to reconcile. I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I was overcome by emotion and spoke nonsense. You know that, right? So please, can you help me? I'm your superior, so you can help me this once. Can't you? I don't want to be eaten alive by these monsters, please. Xiao Lin's face darkened as she looked at the 2 in front. Phew. I don't know what you 2 are whispering about. Are you lovers? She moved even closer to him, swaying her body. Even better. Let's play together for a bit. He knew he was about to be in trouble. He broke into a sweat. Ahem.
I'm sorry, miss.
Currently, I'm a bit busy. Oh, no luck. Am I being rejected? A pity, but I'm not a normal person, you know? That just makes me even more interested. After saying that, she licked her lips. Her posture was seductive and provocative. He turned his head, eyes trying to squeeze out a few tears. He clasped his hands together and said in a pleading voice, Elisa, we're good friends, aren't we? Hyojin clicked her tongue in annoyance. Looking at Shaolin, she spoke, I think that's enough. She looked at the 2. Hyojin reached out her hand to block Kaiang. My young master feels very uncomfortable. If you continue to behave like this, he'll call the guards. He had nothing to say. Elisa, why did you call me young master? I guess you don't even want to behave friendly with me anymore. Shaolin was curious. Wait, so she's a subordinate and not his lover? For just a young master, she's quite possessive. You don't want to yield him to anyone? Hyojin countered. My relationship with him has nothing to do with you. And I said that out of politeness, not possessive. She was half a head taller than her. Looking down from above, she said coldly, if you understand, please get out of the way. Unlike you, someone who tries to seduce others in a place like this, my young master is quite busy. Shaolin was After speaking, Hyojin resolutely pulled Kiaung's hand. Let's go, young master. He felt a bit unnatural. Huh? Oh, okay. Indifferent on the outside, but his heart had been admiring her like crazy since earlier. Cho Hyojin is so cool. They had walked hand for a bit when Shaolin called out again. Wait, with Shaolin's exquisite nails took out a card. Take my business card. I feel like I'll regret it if I let you go like this. I plan to stay in Castle Rock for a few days, so if you change your mind, She also acted by holding a fan with the same pattern as her mask, covering her mouth as she laughed. Even though I might not look like it, I am quite an important figure. So making friends with me won't hurt you. Remember this name. I am Shaolin of the Republic. See you later. Escaped from her. Kaiang was a bit exhausted. We escaped. He thought he was going to be eaten alive there. I really don't like that kind of... Hyojin waited for him, crossing her arms and nodding as she admitted. You're quite popular with people, aren't you? Do you spray pheromones on yourself or something? He sighed. I wish that were the case. By the way, can you walk closer to me? She didn't want to do that at all. That would make us look very close and I don't want that. I don't want to act close to you, Elisa, but at least let others know I'm with you. They keep staring at me, and it makes me very uncomfortable. Hyojin sighed. Sigh. You really are a nuisance. She looked at narcissistic man. How could someone who is both a failure and insane be the vice guild master? Does the guild master know what kind of person Kaiang is? I don't know how he won Hyunsung's trust. She frowned. her deep sad eyes recalling the words he just said. You have no idea how terrible he is. And anyway, there's no guarantee that your actions won't cause harm to others. You don't want your conscience to be gnawed at, but you also want to keep your precious memories with your former comrades. Experienced people call that hypocrisy, Miss Hyojin. Even though those words made her blood boil, in a way Hyojin ground her teeth. I never once considered the possibility that my actions would harm others. After I sold out the guild master and was kicked out, I was exhausted and didn't care about digging deeper into Dongguk's background. I shouldn't have been so irresponsible. Hyojin suddenly spoke to Kaiao. Vice Guild Master. Curious. The reason you brought me here must be to show me how terrible Dongguk is. She turned her. Zhao Shizhen looked at him. Determined. Fine. Please show me everything you know about Song. Li Qiang smiled, his eyes pensive. I'm glad you understood so quickly. Entered a large room filled with caged monsters from the black market. He began to. If I remember correctly, you exposed Song Zhengui's illegal monster trafficking, didn't you? In reality, the illegal trade of rare monsters happens right here. In this black market, he gently revealed a cruel truth to Zhao Shizhen. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. This is their true source of income. Zhao Zizhen's jaw dropped as she stared at the sight before. Well-groomed men in suits were acting more insane than one could imagine. They were using long leather straps to repeatedly whip the people in front of them. The slaves begged for mercy. Ah, please spare me. The man didn't stop. How dare you resist? This is human trafficking, Li Qiang can to explain further. They trade the most valuable species, elves. They walked. An older-looking man wearing a top hat approached. Excuse me, may I ask who directed you here? Li Qiang answered him. It was Lord Song Zhengwu. This was the transaction Song Zhengwu had tried to drag him into. Hearing Li say that, the old man became very welcoming. Ah, you are a client of our master. To be honest, I wish Lord Song Zhengwu had given us a heads up that a client would be visiting. The old man sighed. But you've arrived at the perfect time. We have many high-quality products. He looked at several caged elves who were crying out and begging. Save us. The old man snapped. Shut your mouths immediately. Beside Li Qiang, Zhao Shizhen was about to explode with rage. She clenched her hands into fists. This happen? That trashy bastard. Song
Qiang laugay nuarli.
He knew he had achieved his goal. Excellent. Your anger is rising. You're starting to think Song Zhengwu shouldn't be allowed to live. The old man was still talking. Speaking of which, is this your first time here? VIP clients are allowed to select slaves before we send them to the auction floor. If anything catches your eye, please let me know. Zhao Shizhen lunged forward with a lightning-fast punch. You treat people like objects. Before she could finish her sentence, she was forced to stand. Li Qiang had rushed over to hug her, pretending to cry. In a whiny voice he said,
Sis.
Sister Elisa, I want that elf. Zhao Shizhen glanced at him, completely her jaw dropped so hard it looked distorted. Striking the manager now won't do anything. So he continued his crocodile tears. Sister. After speaking, his face turned serious. In a tone only the two of them could hear, he warned her, don't you want to save them? Then follow my. Finishing his whisper, Li Qiang resumed his acting. Sis, buy them for me. I want those. The old man wasn't stupid. He had heard the insults she shouted at him. Did you just call me a Zhao Zizhen's face went blank. She ignored the old man and turned to Li Qiang, awkwardly playing along with the silly act. Will you stop whining, kid?
Fine.
They'll buy them. Just stop pestering. Zhao Shizhen pointed at the elves, acting like a wealthy person. Forget it. Please sell all of these slaves. The carriage to Lindell is about to depart. Clients, please sit in the front row. The slaves will sit in the back. All right, please board. The came from inside the carriage. 3 elves wept with joy. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. Sniff. They were the elves that Li Qiang and Zhao Shizhen had paid to free from the hellish black. Zhao Shizhen sat in the carriage on the way back, tossing a coin back and forth in her. She was deep in thought after the shocking events at that place. They are just like us. They have emotions just like we do. Yet each person is only worth 50 gold coins. She felt they were just like humans. Why should they be treated worse than monsters? Li Qiang looked at her. What? Are you crying for them? That price was actually quite high. You really are all bark and no bite. I will pay for the slaves we bought today. How could you have that much money? Hearing him, she became curious. I want to ask you. He leaned against the window watching the scenery while listening to her. Why did you do this when it's not like you? You don't have a grudge against Song Zhengwu like. Seeing her doubt, he just smiled. His voice was gentle but carried a mysterious air. Zhao Shizhen.
Li Qiang spuka.
I intend to control all the crimes in society. The woman across from him was stunned. She was taken aback, cautioned him, that's a dangerous thought. Don't you think you're being too arrogant? I never thought you would reveal your true intentions so easily. Li Qiang remained indifferent to her words. I just felt like saying. The carriage rolled along the road as the two talked. He told her about his future plans. Lawless areas like the black market need to be strictly controlled. I plan to buy out and destroy the entire black market. I also want to build a clean auction market where people can trade legally and freely. Of course, this would also benefit Li Qiang. Zhao Shizhen was silent, processing his words. An auction market where people can trade legally and freely. Is he really doing his best to create a peaceful society? Suddenly, Li Qiang stood up. That is why Song Zhengwu, the owner of this black market, is a stumbling block in my. He moved to sit right next to Zhao Shizhen. She was a bit surprised. As you can see, he is a terrible man. So, if you don't destroy. Suddenly, Li Qiang noticed something. He turned to look at the coachman. She followed his gaze. He continued his warning to her. You will definitely regret it, just as surely as this carriage is taking us to our deaths. He deduced the actions of those bastards. They are probably trying to eliminate us and take back those slaves. Song Zhengwu's original goal in luring me here was to eliminate. At this point, Li Qiang finally revealed the truth based on the invitation card given to him during their previous tea session. Why do you think he sent me an invitation to a place like the black market? Once Zhao Shizhen realized this, she was a bit annoyed but had to give it to him. If that's really the carriage suddenly shook violently. The two of them quickly gripped their. The elves in the back of the carriage were far more panicked than the two in the front. Having just escaped from prison, they were psychologically fragile and sensitive. Shaking, they exclaimed, what just. The coachman, who had kept his head down the entire way, finally spoke as he brought the horses to a halt. We will take a break. Having said that, he turned toward Li Qiang and smashed the glass window with his elbow. I mean, in your next lives. Li Qiang groaned. Elves in the back of the carriage were also significantly. Zhao Shizhen rushed out of the carriage. Vice Guild Master. The man tightly gripped Li Qiang's neck, intending to take him hostage, and pointed his sword. Angry, she ripped off her mask. Damn it. So the Vice Guild Master was. Boom! A surge of magical power spread out. The mask transformed into a long, sharp blade. Wearing this long, low-cut dress was a bit inconvenient, but it couldn't stop the fire burning in Zhao Zizhen. She leaped high into the air. Since she was going all out, the inconvenience was no longer an issue. She charged straight at the man. Her face was full of murderous intent. She wanted to slice him into 100 pieces. She didn't forget to curse his backer either. You damn Song. After being beaten black and blue, the man turned tail and ran for his life. He didn't forget to shout back. You're all dead. Zhao Shizhen looked at the cowardly blowhard and prepared to give chase. Stay right. But then Li Qiang's painful groans echoed from the other side. He had been beaten too, and blood was seeping from the wounds on his legs. She ran back. Vice Guild Man, you okay? To her anxious inquiry, he answered as if nothing were wrong.
I'm fine.
What matters now isn't my injury. You should have checked on the elves. He grunted in. Seeing him like this, Zhao Shizhen was. She glanced down at his blood-soaked lips, gritted her teeth in. She truly couldn't stop thinking about the criticisms he had leveled at her. Really? It's because I've let Song Zhengwu live all this time that these innocent. Thank you watching for everyone in the Little Rock, and even the Vice Guild man. It was as if she finally understood. The Song Zhengwu she once knew no longer existed. Indeed, in her eyes now he was nothing but garbage. She hated him to the. Let me help you up, Vice Guild Master. She held him and guided him back into the but she had no idea. At this very moment, Li Qiang was laughing to him. He scoffed. Thank goodness I bribed the driver. As for the driver, he was currently scampering away, happily clutching a bag of money. He probably thought that with this sum, his life was to take off. But, squelch. A lethal blade strike to the throat. He died without even having time to close his eyes. Everything was within Li Qiang's calculations. He was going to die anyway, so there was no worry about the plan being exposed. He worked for Song Zhengwu in the black market and had a criminal record, so Li Qiang didn't feel any guilt over his death. Right, he knew someone would take care of this guy for him. It was Zheng Hai.
Qiang.
Now that he had drawn Zhao Shizhen to his side, it was time to prepare for the next step of the. A few days later, at the secret garden in the palace of the Lord of Castle, Princess Bera, in a brilliant pink dress, came running. Lord Li Qiang. She was very welcoming. I can't believe you called for me on such a quiet night. I wonder what you. From me. Just a moment ago, Li Qiang was being called Lord Bishop, but now he had flipped to his scheming face. The night is beautiful, Bera. He lifted her hand and placed a kiss above. Li Qiang looked up and continued. His face was kind and smiling, but it was incredibly fake. A request for you. The next day, at the Castle Rock Lord's meeting room, 6 people were gathered for together. The Lord of Castle Rock, the father of Lady Marlin. He sat with his chin on his hands. Is it true that a monster wave is about to strike? Jin Xuanqing looked at the Lord calmly. I'm still not sure why, but it's happening much sooner than predicted. He continued, dragon footprints have also been around here. Song Zhenghwa's expression grew tense. He heard this. Che Shila noticed the anxious look on Song Zhenghwa's face. She frowned, sharp gaze. The Lord of Castle Rock leaned on his hand. Within the next week, sooner than I thought. From now on, Castle Rock will enter war preparations. This is an urgent mission. Therefore, martial law must be declared, and the entire city must be blockaded. He continued discussing the strategy for his troops. Now, I will appoint the commander tasked with leading the offensive on the day breaks out. Everyone was calm, except for Song Zhengwu, whose was very tense. Song Zhengwu thought slyly to himself. Now is the time. He imagined the war. The commander's power would be absolute through the entire conflict. Song Zhengwu looked at the others. Not only will I be able to command everyone here at will, he thought of Castle Rock's image, but I will also represent the Lord in issuing commands. In this way, I will use that power to become the Castle Rock. Song Zhengwu covered his mouth and laughed sinisterly. Thanks to all my efforts to gain the Lord's trust, I was put in charge of handling the monster wave. Therefore, it's only natural that I be given the position of commander. Before he could finish his thought, the Lord of Castle Rock spoke. I have decided that Honorary Bishop Li Qiang be the commander. Hearing this, Song Zhenghwa's mind crumbled. Li Qiang, who was holding a teacup, was also startled and asked, "You mean me?" Li Qiang looked anxious. This responsibility, it's too great for me to, my lord. Li Qiang recalled the scene with the young lady in his head. Too great a responsibility? Haha. Lady, I have a request. Could you recommend me for the position of commander? Everything was going according to plan. You so much. Che Shila and Jin Xuanqing warmly congratulated him. That's great. Who else could be more suitable for the commander position? Congratulations,
Li Qiang.
Jin Xuanqing turned to Li Qiang. I know it will be hard work, but please take care of us, brother Li Qiang. He echoed these people. Song Zhengwu, with an unsightly expression, glanced at Li Qiang. He looked and then turned away. Suddenly he laughed loudly. Haha.
Congratulations, Li Qiang.
Hearing the laughter, Li Qiang couldn't help but glance at him. Song Zhengwu cheerfully congratulated Li Qiang. As expected of Li Qiang. I knew you would help Castle Rock a lot from the first time I met you. Ha ha ha. What a two-faced nature. Li Qiang inwardly admired. Wow, you've really worked hard to prop yourself up, Song Zhengwu. He remained welcoming. I will do my best to help you. Feel free to assign any tasks to me, Song Zhengwu said. If you say so, Song Zhengwu whispered to Li Qiang. Please, he said while glancing at Li Qiang, could you assign the Little Rock Guild safest position?
Li Qiang smiled
and glanced slightly at Song Zhengwu. Li Qiang took his hand and thought, you would do that. Li Qiang held Song Zhenghwa's hands and said warmly, of course, brother Song Zhengwu. I will also do my best not to disappoint. Leave everything to me. Song Zhengwu was very flustered. Thank you so much, Li Qiang. Thank you watching for evening at Castle Rock. A long-haired girl appeared, called out, Vice Guild Master. Li Qiang looked up. Ah, there you are. Zhao Shizhen spoke respectfully. Do you have something to tell me? Li Qiang stood up. As you know, I am now the commander for against the monster wave. He walked over and handed her a scroll. Therefore, I want you to the assignment and organization of the units. I have to attend a meeting soon. Zhao Shizhen looked, scroll. What? Zhao Shizhen opened scroll and her face darkened. Li Qiang brushed past her and glanced back. Place the Little Rock Guild and Song Zhengwu at the very front line where the most monsters gather. As for the others, just arrange as you see fit. He turned back and said, don't you think he deserves to be punished for what he's done? Li Qiang's eye sharp. Isn't that? Zhao Shizhen gripped the paper tightly. The first wall, Little Rock Guild. Zhao Shizhen could obey. Understood. Song Zhengwu slammed his hand on the table. What mean, Li Qiang? He stood up abruptly. The Little Rock Guild has to stand on the front line? Are you joking? Didn't you promise that we would assign to the safest position? Li Qiang was silent for a moment and then said, I decided this for your sake, brother Song Zhengwu. Song said angrily, why would you? Li Qiang picked up his teacup. Of course, you would be safe if placed in the rear. However, you would be forgotten by everyone and have no chance to shine. He continued, is that truly what you? Song Zhenghwa's face was very tense. He nodded slowly. If that's the case, I just wish you had told me beforehand. Li Qiang continued his speech. I have always been foolish, Brother Song Zhengwu. He was calm. After observing you, I have thought a lot. Brother Song Zhengwu, you really are, Li Qiang spoke flatteringly, who will lead Castle Rock in the future. Song Zhengwu looked delighted. I've certainly heard that a lot. But, may I ask why you think so? Li Qiang stiffened and thought, what a troublesome guy. Fine, I'll just say something. After a moment he said, now I see it clearly. Everything from your aura to your management skills is unrivaled. And naturally you have the courage to represent the Little Rock Guild. An image of Song Zhengwu holding a victory flag appeared. So please, let everyone know your name on the front line. Along with Sister Che-Shila you will lead us to and become the hero of Castle Rock. Song Zhengwu thought of the scene where he walked arm in arm with Princess Bera. He continued, and when that happens, Lady Marlin will naturally fall in love with you. As the next lord I will actively help win her heart. Song Zhengwu, silent for a while. Very well. Song Zhengwu chuckled. It sounds very tempting. But can I trust your words? Li Qiang crossed his arms. This isn't, but I will bet my life on it. He raised his hands to his chin and smiled. If I don't keep my word, you can kill me with your own hands. Hearing Li Qiang's words, Song Zhengwu stammered. No, I don't need it to go that far. Li Qiang called out gently, Brother Song Zhengwu. He continued, I bet when I have victory in my hands.
The
ground, reflecting Song Zhengwu's image. Li Qiang calmly explained, and I truly believe that you win this battle. Li Qiang was full of certainty. I will turn you into the hero of Castle. Song Zhengwu's expression wavered. At the front, hey you, move it. Armored soldiers prepared for combat. Food and other supplies were stacked there. All guilds were waiting for the next order from the command. A soldier panted. A soldier sitting on a wooden crate with his hands on his knees asked, why was the Rock Guild pushed to the front line? The soldier was interrupted by a smack to the head. Song Zhengwu growled, what's wrong with the front line? Do you have a problem with it? The soldier stammered, Guild Master. A scarred soldier stood up and asked, by the way, is Li Qiang really trustworthy? I find it hard to believe that guy. Song Zhengwu turned to look at him. TSK. You're worrying too much. Do you think Li Qiang sent here without a purpose? Song Zhengwu walked over and put his arm around the soldier's shoulder. This is part of his big picture. Just wait. After this battle, we will become the heroes of Castle Rock. He thought, and I will win Lady I can't let this opportunity slip away. Song Zhengwu asked the soldier, by the way, where is the egg? The soldier replied, I have it safely stored in the black market. Jin Xuanqing approached, and the soldiers saluted. Song Zhengwu continued, are you sure? I thought my heart would stop when that bastard Jin Xuanqing mentioned the dragon footprints during the meeting. The two of them talked cheerfully with their arms around each other. We must make sure it's not discovered. I had a hard time stealing it. You know how much that thing is worth, right? The soldier replied, yes, yes. Of course, guild man. He joked around. This bastard. Song Zhengwu suddenly glanced up to top of the wall, where Che-Shila stood with her hands on her. Song Zhengwu looked at Che-Shila, the mercenary queen, Che-Shila. He thought to himself, I can't believe she's so beautiful. Felt like she was looking at him. Song Zhengwu was a bit worried. Is that... Che-Shila said nothing. Her sharp gaze fixed on Song. Che-Shila crossed her arms and spoke to Li Qiang. Brother, he's a bit suspicious. Li Qiang said calmly, don't worry. He's always been like...
Kexilas gaze softened.
No, that's not. Che-Shila looked at Song Zhengwu's expression. I always have the feeling that Song Zhengwu is involved in the appearance of the monster. The war horn sounded. Many blue rifts appeared in the... Li Qiang put his hand to his throat. Sound amplification. He shouted, attention. Monsters leaped out from the rifts. Those foul monsters are invading our great territory of Castle Rock. We must defeat them to protect the peace of Castle Rock. Song Zhengwu closed his eyes, holding his shield with a calm expression. Li Qiang continued, the Little Rock Guild will lead the front. Che-Shila looked determined. The Red Mercenary Guild will protect the central. Jin Xuanqing stood with his sword, watching the monsters. And the Blue Guild will secure the... Everyone was ready. Li Qiang ordered. Everyone, prepare for... All the monsters charged. Li Qiang shouted. The soldiers began their assault. Protect Castle. Giant python with a huge mouth and sharp teeth opened. A lightning-fast flash of light swept across the snake, cutting it into several pieces. Girl with red pigtails and sharp purple eyes. Jin Yali. Class, Scout. Rank, Hero. Did I... Small and large bumps began to sprout from the severed flesh of the... From the cut, two new heads grew. Jin Yali looked back in a panic. Jin Yali shut her eyes tight. Suddenly, the snake was sliced in half right in front of the little... Jin Yali opened her eyes and looked on in surprise. Jin Xuanqing appeared and hacked the snake into pieces. The girl shouted, Brother Xuan. The two stood amidst the pack of giant snakes. Jin Xuanqing gave a small smile. Jin Yali also smiled. Jin Xuanqing and Jin Yali swung their swords, slicing through every single. Everyone was exerting themselves to fight the monsters. Mages cast. Sheila laughed heartily as she fought the monster. Li Qiang stood from a distance, observing through binoculars. He watched his friends. Li Qiang's face suddenly turned somber. But in the end, Song used his sword to stab a monster. That bastard Song Zhengwu is still alive. I expected him to be killed by monsters on the front line. Li Qiang thought about his plan. It was a good idea to plan with Zhao Shizhen in case he survived. Li Qiang turned his binoculars toward Song Zhengwu. Bastard. He keeps staring at me. Fine. Li Qiang shouted an order. Ahem. Everyone. Reinforce the troops on the front line. Support the Little Rock Guild and Song Zhengwu with all your... Qiang looked in his direction and smiled with a... Song Zhengwu smiled and waved. He ordered his soldiers of the Little Rock Guild. Advance. Li Qiang thought to himself, too bad for you, Song Zhengwu. You'll be heading to the afterlife soon, no matter how hard you...
Li Qiang lauga sufli.
Let's begin. Zhao Shizhen stood behind him, holding her spear. Li Qiang said, Miss Zhao. Below, Song Zhengwu was still putting all his effort into slaying monsters. The monsters appeared endlessly. No matter how many were killed, more kept. A monster bit down on a soldier's head. Ah! Song Zhengwu asked urgently, have the reinforcements arrived yet? From behind, one of his soldiers ran up. His soldier reported, we'll all die if we keep waiting for reinforcements. We need to retreat to a safe position. Corpses of soldiers were scattered all over the ground. He announced. Qiang signaled his troops with a... Song Zhengwu looked up at Li Qiang. I trust you, Li. Outside the walls of the first fortress, the city gate had... Song Zhengwu and his soldiers were there. Are the monsters... In smoke, there were still some monsters. Damn it. I think there are still a few... The scarred soldier pointed. Reinforcements, my foot. Isn't Li Qiang playing us? Guild Master. It's too late to run. Song Zhengwu said firmly. He took a puff of his cigar. We will stay. Don't you know that at times like this we need to be more cautious? The reinforcements might be late due to other circumstances. Song Zhengwu spoke, then grew somber. They will come. I trust Li Qiang. Recalled Li Qiang's words. Song Zhengwu, I will turn you into the hero of Castle Rock. He thought, of course, I know Li Qiang has his calculations. He must have a plan to use me as a shield for his own benefit. A glowing black egg appeared. But regardless, it's worth it if I can legalize Castle Rock's black market. If I become the Lord of Castle Rock and take direct control of the black... Song Zhengwu clenched his fist. That's why I need Marlin to become the Lord. Even if he has some secret plan, it's still a win-win situation. He felt a bit anxious. Most importantly, Li Qiang and I aren't in conflict, so he won't try to get rid of me. Suddenly, someone walked. Song Zhengwu and his soldiers were startled and turned to look at the approaching footsteps. Zhao Shizhen walked toward the two of them. That Zhao Shizhen had a cold expression. He spoke. Song Zhengwu asked stammeringly, why are you here? Zhao Shizhen said calmly, why are you so surprised? Did you think I came here for revenge? I was very surprised to hear Zhao Shizhen mention revenge. Huh? Zhao Shizhen closed her eyes and replied, just a joke.
Don't worry.
Li Qiang ordered me to come here to... Hearing it was for help, the two of them were overjoyed. How can we believe that? Ah, I see. You finally arrived. Ha ha ha. I mean, we didn't think you would be the one sent to... Song Zhengwu walked over and warmly extended his hand to Zhao Shizhen. In that case, let's forget the past and join forces to... Zhao Shizhen pointed her spear at his face. Startled, Song Zhengwu frowned. Zhao Shizhen, what are you... Zhao Shizhen looked serious. You should let me finish my sentence. Zhao Zizhen's face was cold. I'm here to help the monsters, not... Zhao Shizhen said, just now, the Vice Guild Master ordered the reinforcements at the first wall to withdraw. Song Zhengwu was quite surprised upon hearing this. He remembered Li Qiang's command to the soldiers earlier. Wait. So at that time he ordered the reinforcements to pull back? No.
That's impossible.
I thought he needed me. He couldn't just ignore me like that. Zhao Shizhen added, it seems you still don't understand the current situation. Zhao Zizhen's face darkened. Did you think we didn't know you tried to assassinate the Vice Guild Master? Song Zhengwu was startled. What? What are you talking about?
Zhao Xizhen spoke sarcastically, don't play innocent.
The Vice Guild Master and I witnessed it with our own eyes at the black market. The sight of the elves being sold as slaves was pitiful. Everything was horrific. But your elven slave trade was the worst of it. Li Qiang and Zhao Shizhen had worn masks to visit the black market. We went there to liberate those poor people, hoping they could enjoy a better life. Li Qiang had been knocked down. But our hopes were shattered right after, when the coachman you hired tried to murder the Vice Guild Master. Song Zhengwu questioned Zhao Shizhen, what the hell are you saying? Zhao Shizhen lowered her spear. I have made my decision. Even if you were once my Zhao Shizhen grabbed Song Zhengwu by the Zhao Shizhen lifted him up. I will still kill useless trash like you. That is the answer I must choose. I will carry out justice to maintain the peace of castle. His soldier standing outside cried. Song Zhengwu angrily grabbed Zhao Zizhen's wrist. Damn it. Stop babbling about just threw her hand off. That nonsense about righteousness of yours is pissing me. Song Zhengwu looked at her and said, Hey, Zhao Shizhen. Isn't your way of doing things too cowardly for someone who claims to be He thrust his shield forward. I ordered my subordinates to kill Li Qiang? Isn't this just a plan of yours to make Li Qiang and me Song Zhengwu was beyond furious. Do you think you can get revenge by doing something like this? A mysterious voice rang out. Of course, that's exactly how he was startled. Song Zhengwu looked around, searching for the owner of the voice. The voice continued, Zhao Shizhen is using schemes? Ha ha ha. He thought, what is this? This voice is Li Qiang stood at a distance using sound transmission. She is only telling the truth. She is just following the script I created. The scene where you tried to stiffened upon hearing that. What? His soldier spoke up. Guild master, what's wrong? Li Qiang continued the transmission. Oh, by the way, this is a spell that only you and I can hear. It would be quite bad if anyone else heard. Song Zhengwu didn't understand and asked back. Lordly?
Li Qiang.
Why are you doing this? Did I do something wrong? He replied, why? He can't hear you. I'm too far away. It's quite embarrassing that I can only see this through a telescope. He looked down from above. So I decided to come. He looked up. Li Qiang looked down. Song Zhengwu gritted his teeth in extreme anger. He said gently, you were the one who planned to kill both me and Zhao Shizhen later. Isn't that right? He was indignant. Damn it.
Li Qiang.
You bastard. You dare to set... Li Qiang gave a magical laugh. His expression was worried. And he also knows about my true intentions. Song Zhengwu knelt on the ground. But I still don't know what his goal is. I'd better humble myself in this situation. He said respectfully. Lord Li Qiang pleaded earnestly. I'm sorry. No matter what it's for, I am very sorry. If you want the black market, I'll hand it all over to you. So please spare my... Song Zhengwu knelt and clasped his hands, crying as he begged him. I've also slain many monsters. Please, Lord Honorary Bishop, for the sake of my contributions, please He gripped his necktie. To be fair, you have indeed done many good. He was overjoyed to hear that. Therefore, in the name of an honorary bishop, I will grant you a special... His joy didn't last long before he heard Li Qiang's next words. As promised, you will become the hero of Castle Rock. A hero who sacrificed himself while protecting me and Castle. Song Zhengwu trembled with rage, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Bastard! You damn cunning... He drew his sword and pointed it forward.
Li Qiang.
Do you think the other warriors will stay once they know your true nature? You've come here and dug your own... He was so angry that the veins on his face were bulging. The others will see your true nature. Zhao Shizhen replied to his outburst, don't worry. This place is a blind spot. Zhao Shizhen responded coldly. I sent the soldiers away so that I could lead you and your little rock guild. Song Zhengwu and his soldiers were startled and turned back when they heard that. That means this... Zhao Shizhen continued, is just a... From behind, a giant monster attacked. And that monster right behind... Zhao Shizhen bit her lip. This is your end, Song... The monster's eyes... A bolt of lightning struck the soldier, making him scream and... Soldier used his last bit of strength to say, I told you. Song Zhengwu's face was distorted.
Don't trust? Li Qiang lauga.
Are you regretting it now? You should have behaved from the beginning. The scene shifted to the past. Are you curious why I chose you for this? Naturally, it's because you're a disgusting, filthy person who also happens to be a relative of Zhao. I didn't like you from the start.
Li Qiang lauga wikadli.
That was the beginning of your end, Song Zhengwu. This is why you should greet people politely as a Korean. Li Qiang burst out. He was so angry he was speechless.
Li Qiang.
You son of a... Song Zhengwu lunged toward Li Qiang. You insane bastard. Do you think I'll just let everything go? He shouted as he ran. I, Song Zhengwu, will not die. With that, he leaped toward Li Qiang's position. Song Zhengwu swung his sword. The one who must die, along with his fury, he shouted. You devilish bat. Li Qiang only Song Zhengwu jumped high into a massive fist appeared behind. Song Zhengwu sensed it and glanced behind. Monster's arm struck Song Zhengwu direct. His shield fell. Blood dripped down incessantly. Song Zhengwu lay on the ground, his body covered in... Li Qiang looked at him and smirked. Goodbye, Song. Zhao Shizhen remained silent. Her face... Li Qiang thought, I will make your black market more useful. He pretended to cry. No way. Lord Song. Meanwhile, at the center, everyone was tirelessly fighting the fierce spider monster. Zhang Haiyan raised the power to freeze, and in an instant, those spider monsters, frozen and shattered into pieces. 2 soldiers cheered. As expected of Sister Zhang, brown-haired soldier rejoiced. Finally, a moment of peace. The black-haired one sighed in relief. I know what you... Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the briefly peaceful atmosphere. A soldier panicked. What the hell was that? What was that noise? At the same time, Li Qiang ran. The black-haired one looked up. Ah! Look up. Thank you watching for vid. Is that the command? Li Qiang bowed his head. Tears began to fall. Everyone, please listen. The first wall has fallen. Everyone was stunned. Their faces turned pale upon hearing his announcement. Immediately after, he announced even more shocking news. General Song Zhengwu has fallen in battle while protecting Castle. His final words were, "You are the ones who will die, you damn monsters." He rallied the soldiers. Let us slaughter these demons. Let's fulfill General Song's dying. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain. For our hero. For General Song. Everyone cheered together. Each and every one of them mourned the passing of the general. For our hero. For General. Brave soldiers of Castle Rock. Protect this place. Protect Castle Rock and our venerable bishop as per General Song's final. Protect our home. Everyone, let's protect Castle Rock together. They all raised their swords high, ready to continue the fight for Castle. The firepower of the allied forces, our experience, and my closeness with Zhao Shizhen. It's all thanks to Song Zhengui's heroic sacrifice. At this point he spoke, "Well done, Miss Zhao Shizhen. Getting your revenge feels great." She immediately replied, "Don't misunderstand. Whatever your intentions were, I didn't kill him out of a desire for revenge. I simply believe his death was necessary to prevent further loss and casualty." She lowered her head and continued, "However, I'm still not sure if following your advice and fighting evil with an even greater evil was the right thing." He answered immediately, "It's a necessary evil. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Returning evil for evil. It's a phrase I truly enjoy. Judging by your methods and goals, this world is nothing more than a gathering of hypocrites. Distinguishing between right and wrong is meaningless. Because in the end, it was the choice you made for the benefit and peace of Castle." Describing Rong Gus's true character this way would be clearer and more rigorous. He thought, "Additionally, if I reveal the truth, it will be very difficult to utilize the black market. It would be much more convenient to place the hero's mantle on Ronggu and have Zhao Huizhen, the assistant who knows the truth, help me bury this secret. Zhao Huizhen, please stay in the Blue Guild." Spoke again. "It's truly tragic that people still think of you as a traitor. But hold on to that thought as punishment for your sins. I will also take on a portion of the responsibility." He extended his hand toward her. "After all, we are accomplices now. We need to keep ourselves in check when necessary evil must be executed." Smiled. "I'm looking forward to working with you, Zhao Hu." After a moment of silence while he babbled, she finally spoke. "You only care about your own words. But I have something to say too. Thank you, Vice Man." He was slightly startled. She shook his. "Thank you for placing your trust in me. For fighting alongside, no matter how much our values may." He was also surprised by her reaction and the handshake. He smiled gently while she shyly looked. "She really is strong. She hasn't changed at all, has she?" He spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. "But Zhao Huizhen, why do you speak to me so casually sometimes?" She stammered in response. "Huh? That's because you started it. System has arrived."
Status Windows don't lit.
Zhao Huizhen's unique trait. Friendship blooming after arguments. With that, I've successfully eliminated Ronggu and brought Zhao Huizhen to my side. Most of the monsters have been wiped out as Li Zhizong's tumultuous adventure in Kesselok had come to an end. Suddenly, the sound of whimpering wondered what kind of creature was crying. Huh? What is this sound? Is a dog crying? Suddenly, a hand with bright red claws reached up and gripped the wall, startling him so much he began to. Not only that, a voice called out from where the hand was. "Hey, damn it, a monster." Meanwhile, Zhao Huizhen stood beside him, her face cold and expression. Then, the monster he mentioned had climbed onto the castle wall. It was Che Shila. She spoke up. "How have you been lately?" Seeing and hearing that familiar voice, his fear vanished. "Kixila, I thought you were still fighting down there. Why are you here?" She spoke. "There was just something I needed to." She looked straight at him and asked, "Have you ever seen a black egg in the black?" He wondered. "An egg?" Yes. For example, a very large dragon." Zhao Huizhen finally spoke up. "Vice Master, now that I think about it," he remembered. As if recalling something, he immediately replied, "I did see something like that. In an illegal monster warehouse near the slave." But why? He had just asked and had not yet received an answer from Che Shila when a soldier announced urgent. "There's a major problem. Several dragons are approaching. along with a horde of other monsters. He was stunned. What the hell? Dragons? The news was unexpected because no one anticipated dragons visiting after the red-eyed spiders that resembled Che Xila's. Che Shila spoke. I knew my intuition was correct. She turned to Li Jizhang. Darling, remember when I said the reason for the monster wave was Rongu? I think I was. She explained, the egg you saw at the black market is very likely something Rongu stole from a dragon. So this monster wave is because Rongu enraged the mother dragon. Finally clicked. Damn it. I didn't think of this because I was too preoccupied with killing Rongu. I should have realized something was wrong the moment I saw that egg. Come to think of it, Jin Huixing also said he had seen dragon foot.
Xila spoke again.
So, to end this monster wave we need to find that dragon egg and return it to the mother dragon. That bastard Rongu was far too obsessed with money. She sighed. Frustrated by Rongus, she turned back to ask him, stealing even a dragon egg? Darling, what are you thinking? He remained. Then he spoke, change of plans. We will hold the castle wall and find the dragon. He turned to Che Shila and Zhao Huijin. You two, block the monsters and buy me some time. I understand why the dragon is enraged. But we can't just hand over all that gold. I mean, that egg. To those people when they've already destroyed castle. After hearing this, she asked him, Darling, you're definitely plotting something. She asked, but she didn't really need to know more. Well, I don't really care, because her current priority was simply her own enjoyment. As long as I'm having fun, it's all fine. Then she swung those red claws. A baby dragon straight to its grave with a single slap. Che Shila also jumped down to perform her task of putting several more baby dragons out of their buying time for Li Ji. His cunning expression reappeared. A mother dragon and its egg. They'll make excellent materials. Then suddenly, there was a small. He wondered and turned around. What was that? As soon as he turned to check, he was startled. It was the dragon egg he was looking for. The whimpering earlier was the cry of a dragon head. Momentarily stunned. This is? Is it a dragon egg? He thought. Why is it? Suddenly, a massive dragon swept past where he was. He turned around. What is this? Before he could finish his monologue, the dragon had already prepared a fireball for him, red, hot, and gargantuan. It aimed directly at him, personally delivering that lovely fireball without involving anyone. Its eyes flared with fire, looking as if it wanted to devour him whole right then, and continued to breathe fire at him, but it couldn't kill him yet. He had a magic. Excellent. A magic shield ring. This ring really is useful. I've also secured the ring saved both his and the little dragon's. The little dragon snuggled into him as if thanking him for saving it. Did it think I saved it? Why is it snuggling up? He was lost in thought. The shield suddenly, unable to withstand the dragon's ferocious flame. Then it shattered. The ground also split apart, leaving him no time to read. Why is the ground Before he could finish his sentence, the ground he stood on collapsed. Damn it. Gong. Commander. He fell freely but still hugged the egg to his. Crap. I guess that attack was too much for a rare grade. Well then, is that the mother of this? But why is it attacking so indiscriminately? Wait, does it not know I'm holding the egg? The dragon finally realized he was holding its. It let out a deafening. Seeing this, he immediately provoked the mother. Huh? What? Is this what you're looking? Having just lost its child and then finding it only to be taunted, the mother dragon roared and burst into. He was intrigued. What a fascinating reaction. I knew it. It's definitely the mother dragon. At that moment, a magical sphere in him helping him land safely on the ground. Rong Xian ran over in a panic. Appa, are you okay? Good job, Rong Xian. I bet everything on you, our beloved mage. They spoke. Thank you, Rong Xian. I survived thanks to your magic. She. Alright. The soldiers are holding back the mother dragon. Take this chance to get the egg. Before he could finish, he felt something was wrong. Looking. Exactly. It's gone. Damn it. My gold nugget. I mean my egg. Only then did he panic. His face turned pale as he realized the egg had slipped from his hands long ago. Huh? Egg? She asked. He asked her. Didn't you see the dragon egg I was just holding? I think I saw something like. Damn it. I was definitely just holding it. I must have dropped it during the fall. What if the egg broke? He began to worry about the dragon egg's Shit. If only Rong Xian had the presence of mind to use a protection spell on it too. No, that's not her fault. He blamed her but then reconsidered since it wasn't her fault. She must have missed it because she was too focused on saving him. It was his own fault for relying too much on Appa. Is something wrong? Is it because of that egg?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know it was that important. She was worried he would blame her for not protecting the egg. He reassured her so she wouldn't feel guilty. It's okay. Don't worry about it anymore. Just try to maintain your mana. We need to keep. At that moment, Pu Dijiu ran up. Appa, are you okay? A soldier accompanied him. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? Before he could finish his sentence, Li Jizhong spoke up. The egg. He wondered. He doubted. Find the dragon egg. Hurry. Damn it. I'll go look for the egg myself. Everyone began searching for the. Meanwhile, she remained rooted to the spot, blaming herself. Is he disappointed? She recalled the look on his face and his words. It's okay. Don't worry about. She questioned herself. Is it because I couldn't save the egg? Am I used? She was furious, thinking she had displayed an empty plot of land. The egg lay forlorn and isolated. You watching for vid. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pack of wild boars spotted. They were rushing over to devour it. Pu Diju saw them. He shouted to Li Jizhong. Appa, over. He yelled. Grab it. Receiving the order, he quickly dashed forward. Got it. Leave it. He flew like a dart but it seemed the egg was more afraid of him than the boar. Flapped its wings and soared into the sky. As a result, he failed to catch and fell flat on his damn face.
Plus de jus.
Li Jizhong ran over. He hurried to apologize. It looks like it ran toward the monster gathering point. He didn't mind much. It's fine. We just need to kill them one by one. Besides, with those wings it won't be able to fly. At the same time, he used a spell to pick up the sword from the. He looked to the side. She had been blaming herself this whole time, muttering incessantly, I can't let him be disappointed again. I can't let him be disappointed again. I can't let him be disappointed again. He broke into a cold sweat. She's terrified. The battle began. The boars charged to attack Rong. She unleashed her skill. Storm wiping out all the boars near. The boars didn't. Bloodshot eyes they as if wanting to tear Li Jizhong's group. Pu Diju charged forward. He used his to defend against the boars' attack. He ordered, now, Juliana. Auto attack really is wonderful. Swordsmanship is a piece of cake. Alright, let's go, Yes. The system spoke. Player Li Jizhong lacks sufficient mana to continue using the legendary sword. This is what they call casting pearls before. He was completely stunned. What the hell is this? At that moment, Pu Diju called out, I don't think we can do this. There are far too many of them. He panted heavily from exhaustion. Although Rong Xian was also very tired, she was even more afraid of disappointing him. No, I can't. Let Appa be disappointed and, damn it, my precious shield. He was bitter, but there was nothing he could do against the system. He had to retreat. Alright, let's get out of. No sooner had he finished speaking than the alpha boar appeared behind. His face clearly displayed the words holy crap. What the hell? He was paler than Rob. Diju and Rong Xian were just as pale. He shouted, leader. She also screamed, Appa. Pu Diju quickly rushed over to use his shield to protect him. While he pulled Rong Xian into his arms Li Jizhong closed his eyes tight. Whatever fate brought, so be it. After all, it was 3 lives. Why? But when no sound came, he opened his eyes. Sudden twist left all 3 of them in The boar that was just massive, the size of a bull, had been torn into many pieces. Its head was held firmly by a hand with 5-centimeter claws. It was none other than Che. He crushed the boar's head she had just ripped off. He was surprised to see Che Shila here. Seeing that she had saved his life, he approached her happily.
Kexila.
She's so reliable. Che Shila stood coolly with her back to them. Tearing monsters apart with bare hands, crushing skulls with one hand. Her fighting style was terrifying. But she was the ultimate team. Knew you'd come. Without you. She turned her head. Her eyes were terrifying, as if she wanted to kill. Only then did he notice something abnormal. What was happening? Looking at the status window, Che Xila's stats were highly abnormal. Intelligence was continuously dropping, while strength was rising. It had exceeded the limits of the status. Only then did Li Jizhong realize she was using a skill. Bloodthirsty Berserker. Temporarily sacrificing intelligence to boost attack. Che Shila was now no different from a mindless demon that would attack anything in its general assessment. She has traded intelligence for power. For a limited time, her strength will surpass legendary rank. She has lost her reason, so it's best not to approach her. Showing interest in player Li Jizhong. This useless assessment. Che Shila lunged forward like a frenzied monster with blood-stained weapons. She's coming. Before he could finish his warning, Pu Diju was attacked. Luckily, he used his shield just in time to block. Good job. Big Rong Xian angrily stood in front of Li Jizhong, facing the growling, mindless Che Shila. Are you crazy? Why are you attacking him? He backed. She activated her magic. Chain her down. Begone.
Kexila screamed.
He stood from afar, speechless. Rong Xian, don't kill her. I know you don't want to do. Her magic kept her from moving. Che Shila was no longer human but a starving wild beast. With her current monstrous strength, she easily shattered the chains. Rong Xian was shocked. Che Shila batted Pu Diju away like a nuisance. Run! Jizhong was stunned by her power. He was sent flying? She frantically rushed toward her, quickly ran away. Damn it. This is a right behind him. She was chasing at an incredible speed. Li Jizhong couldn't see a future. Stop. Pray. And why is she only chasing? Nearby was the chaos caused by the mother dragons. He ran until he was out of breath, his face pale. At least, the mother dragon's attacks have weakened significantly since I moved away from. The mother dragon roared, tears streaming down. It had calmed down quite a bit to avoid hurting. Fine, I'll find the egg later. But right now I have to deal with this. He shouted for help. Damn it. White bird flew. But when it saw the terrifying, murderous chase, immediately folded its wings and flew off, abandoning him even though he was on the verge. He was furious. How can you be like this? Hey, you chicken. This absurd situation, she was closing in. Then someone quickly rushed in, picked him up, and ran away. Che Shila came to a halt when she lost her. Li Jizhong almost went to his grave. Luckily, he was saved just in time. Are you alright, Vice Guild man? Opening his eyes, he saw he was being carried on Zhao Huijin's shoulder. Already 800 meters away from Che, he breathed a sigh of relief. Without you, I'd be dead. Take me somewhere secluded in the... She looked annoyed. I save you, and in return, you treat me like a taxi. Anyway, what happened? Zhao Huijin carried him while nimbly leaping from rooftop to rooftop. I thought you were looking for the dragon egg. But instead, you were being chased by Che Shila. It's a long story. Can you report on the current situation? She landed gently and continued running. Yes. I claimed that you and Che Shila were allied to stop other monsters while the dragon remained calm. Oh, good excuse. I like it. You've gotten better at... Zhao Huijin remained calm.
About Kexila.
That's a trait. Li Jizhong immediately became serious. You know about it? Not in detail, but I've... Bloodthirsty berserker. A terrifying trait that triggers during special events like war. Sacrificing intelligence to maximize... According to the Red Mercenary Guild, this is the first time she's completely lost her mind. Hearing this, he was shocked. Huh? Then why? His face darkened. Could it be? My Sheila was chasing at an insane speed.
Checking player Kexilas 3.
Trait. Lioness is her She laughed like a wild animal hunting its... She laughed even louder when she saw him. Her eyes flashed. She's going crazy because it's her Li Jizhong could only rely on Zhao Huijin's legs now. Save me quickly. But truly, nothing can outrun a lioness. This is my top... So now... She was searching for him, her target in a frenzied state because of her trait. As soon as Che Shila caught up, she quickly attempted to strike them both. She landed a heavy blow that cracked the... Fortunately, Zhao Huijin dodged it or they would have been... Che Shila lunged like a maniac, repeatedly throwing punches at them. Come here. Let's play. Pray. And that's why she's chasing... This moment of peril, he went into coward mode, trembling behind Zhao Huijin. Vice Guild Master. Hide behind me. She firmly raised her spear to duel Che. Li Jizhong's soul was practically leaving his body. He could only leave it to fate. Everything is in chaos. Besides, my trait is liar's charm. The chance of being loved by dangerous people will increase. Looking at this, he could only scream internally. What kind of nonsensical trait is... He sat in the corner praying while watching the two women fight. One was fighting over him, one was protecting him. Man, it was incredibly intense. Stop it, mercenary queen. Zhao Huijin swung her spear at Che Shila, who dodged easily. Her power at this moment was truly no... With one punch, Zhao Huijin was sent flying dozens of meters, spitting. He saw her being overwhelmed by Che Shila and jumped up to block. Zhao, when he saw what was standing before him, his face turned pale. This wasn't... She raised her hand to catch him, her face filled with joy as she laughed. He trembled in fear and could only scream like a cornered damsel. Sister que? You're not actually going to kill me. Suddenly, something zoomed past very... A thunderous boom. The ground shattered, and Che Shila was sent. Debris flew everywhere. He still didn't understand what had happened. He opened his eyes. He found himself held in the arms of a handsome, cold-faced swordsman. Jin Hui quickly ran. You watching for leaving the crazed Che Shila. I heard about the situation. Pu Dijiu found me and reported it. So, Kexila. His handsome, serious face was flawlessly reliable. The other guild members will treat Zhao Huijin soon. Dong. Li Jizhong cheered internally as Jin Huixing came to his rescue. You're shining brighter than ever. Jin Huixing is the best. Better not let Zhao Huijin hear that. So we just need to run until she calms down, right? Where should we go? The two of them kept running aimlessly. Around here. Bloodthirsty berserker. Duration 1 hour. Remaining time 39 minutes. Li Jizhong regained his composure while being carried by Jin Huixing. 39 minutes until she calms down. He reached into his pocket. By coincidence, this place is near the black... He took out a business card. Last time was a coincidence. but they said they'd stay in Kesselok for a few days and could be called anytime. The city is on lockdown, so they must be around here. Hearing this, Jin Huixing was confused. Around here? Are you sure that's a good idea? He maintained his speed and pressed forward. Li Jizhang tucked the card back into his pocket. I'm not sure, but I think we can ask for help. I don't like that idea. Seeing him hesitate, Jin Huixing was even more puzzled. When they reached a desolate area, he shouted, Shaolin. Jin Huixing was surprised by this. Shaolin, come out. A masked woman appeared from the shadows. She used her fan to cover her smile.
Li Jizhang.
Why are you shouting a woman's name? Long time no see, Appa. She removed her mask, revealing a cat-like face. Or should I call you mask? Hearing this voice, Jin Huixing suddenly, his face darkened while Li Jizhang continued chatting happily with Shaolin. Haha, wow. It's an honor to meet you again, Miss Shaolin. Hoo-hoo, you look much handsomer without the mask. Shaolin. At this point, Li Jizhang noticed Jin Huixing's abnormal reaction. He was staring intently at him with cold. His expression now was enough to give anyone goosebumps. What's wrong? He was frightened by Jin Huixing's unusual attitude. Why is he like, long time no see? Masked man Shaolin's words hung in the strange atmosphere.
Jin Huixing's frozen face worried Li Jizhang.
Jin Huixing, what's wrong with your face? His mind was racing, but he stayed calm on the outside. Did I do something wrong? Calm down, Jin Huixing. Jin Huixing remained cold. How do you know that? Scary. He recognized her from the first round? It seemed their relationship was poor. Shaolin sat with her legs crossed and arms folded. Naturally, Shaolin didn't seem to know. The sun was rising, illuminating the smoke-filled town. She's someone I met at the masquerade when I infiltrated the black market. You know her? Jin Huixing was still carrying him. He glared without answering immediately, making him uneasy. Damn it. I don't even know what I did wrong, but I'm still. Oh. Jin Huixing looked up, his eyes still brooding. I don't know. Shaolin. One of the strongest in the con. I'm an enemy of Lin. She is one of the 5 tiger gems. She is a dangerous character who caused us immense damage in the. Started by that masked trash in the first. Jin Huixing recalled meeting Shaolin just now. Long time no see, masked man. They met at a masquerade ball? Was that actually? Li Jizhang is that masked trash and he's lying to me. He looked at the harmlessly sparkling Li Jizhang and hesitated. Who am I? Where am I? Jin Huixing couldn't unify his thoughts. No, Jizhang isn't that kind of person. What the hell am I thinking? He realized Jin Huixing might be suspecting him. Zhao Huijin was with me as Jin Huixing snapped out of it. Zhao Huijin too? Li Jizhang quickly nodded. I don't know what he's thinking, but Zhao Huijin will be my ally. At this point, Shaolin grew impatient. Hello? Are you going to ignore me after calling me? Should I go back to the Republic? He was flustered. Haha, of course not, beautiful and noble Miss Shao. Sensed it when I used mind's eye to check earlier. He looked sharply at the weapon on her back. Jin Huixing's alertness proved how strong she was. Especially that whip. Heavenly punishment leather whip. Hero.
Li Jizhang smilat cordiali.
Dear Miss Shaolin, if you would be so kind as to do me you want me to fight that gorilla, don't you? She interrupted him with a charming was surprised she knew what he was going to say. Shaolin rested her chin on her hand. Well, that's not hard. I think this is a perfect chance to make that crazy gorilla. Sheila was wandering around looking for Li Jizhang. He was surprised Shaolin knew her. She knows Che Sheila? Also, her personality is better than I thought. She seems like a better person than expected. She stood up, whip ready. No need to thank me. Actually, I came here to see how you die. I thought it would be very entertaining. Li Jizhang immediately changed his mind. Huh? Good person, my foot. She's a lunatic. From afar, Che Sheila was storming toward them. She bared her fangs, looking furious. Jin Huixing quickly carried him away at. Damn it. When did Sister Che get? Shaolin pulled the whip taut. Promise to date me as repayment for my. She jumped from on high, swinging the whip at the approaching Che. Next time we. Che Sheila looked at her in surprise. Couldn't restrain her excitement. We will have a hot and steamy. The whip struck with massive force, shaking the. Amid the sounds of a noisy. Jin Huixing and Li Jizhang managed to escape. She's a monster. Please hold out there for half an hour, Chinese girl. They sped away. Li Jizhang, where to now? I think we should head back to the castle wall. We need to find the dragon. Understood. After that, silence fell over Li Jizhang. He heard Jin Huixing call. He remained focused on the path ahead. That woman is likely a general in the Republic. And as you know, the Holy Kingdom and the Republic are Jin Huixing looked at him with eyes as sharp as a meat cleaver. Suspicion had taken root. I want a proper explanation later. About why you are in contact with an enemy general. I hope you aren't that masked.
Li Jizhang staya calm.
Of course, Jin Huixing. but internally he was screaming for justice. Damn it. We really did meet at a masquerade ball. Does he think I'm a spy? I'm not that kind of person, Jin Hui. Finally, the two reunited with the group. Pu Dijiu, Rong Xian, and Zhao Huizhen were waiting. Oh, he's coming. Appa, are you okay? Appa, are you hurt anywhere? Master, Vice Guild Once safe, Jin Huixing asked about Zhao Huizhen's condition. Zhao Huizhen, how is your wound? It's been treated by Priestess Huizhang. The others were also fussing over Li Jizhang. Li Jizhang, does it hurt? He looked at the ruins from the earlier fight. The situation at the wall seemed much calmer. Is the dragon gone? Rong Yan stood behind him, adjusting her round glasses. The dragon is... He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. But he was also surprised by her appearance. Rong Yan? The soldiers were still clearing debris. The beasts have also settled down. The castle defenses are fine without us. Really? He felt it was odd. Why did the monsters suddenly calm down? A knight arrived panting from afar. Are you all right? The mercenary queen? Shall be fine soon. Well, leave the rest to the Red Mercenary Guild. What happened to the sky was red over the ruined landscape. Well, I think they are all moving, searching for the lost. Li Jizhang was unhappy. Lost? We've lost the dragon. The knight was flustered. Well, we are tracking the beast's direction, but we aren't certain if we'll find. I am very sorry, Commander. One trouble after another. He was deeply worried. Damn it. We've really lost the dragon egg. Suddenly, Rong Xian curled her lips into a suspicious... She giggled strangely, giving him goosebumps. Damn it. Looking at Rong Xian's abnormal state, I can tell. What on earth did you do with the dragon egg, Rong? All right, continue searching. He ordered the knight before turning to her. Rong Xian, can we talk? She switched instantly from a sinister grin to an innocent face. She looked lovely and harmless before the Kesselok military tent. Sobbing was heard from Rong Xian trembled, crying.
I'm sorry.
I was so jealous because you were so obsessed with... She recalled saving him earlier. When he couldn't save the egg, the image of his darkened face returned. When you were disappointed, her pupils constricted. Her emotions were frantic. I didn't understand why, but I knew the dragon egg was important. Beasts were charging toward the egg, and no one could do anything, so I concluded I needed to eliminate it. She had secretly cast magic on the egg. How did you conclude? It'll caught if I use strong magic. So it'll just put a tracking spell on it. A cruel light flashed in her eyes as she giggled. Just you wait. I feel a bit bad, but it'll handle you later. She sobbed as she spoke of her frightening deeds. But I really didn't mean to destroy it. I'm sorry I hid it, Appa. He sat beside her, feeling completely helpless. In other words, she used tracking magic so she could get rid of it later out of jealousy. Luckily, the egg wasn't destroyed. You're as cute as ever today, Rong Xian. He actually praised her. She was still sobbing. Please don't hate me, Appa. Well, that depends on your aunt. He moved closer and wiped her tears. Rong Xian, I hate liars most. So if you tell me the truth like now, I'll forget. He gently comforted the crybaby. Tell me, the egg is still alive, right? Where? Sniffling. She pointed to a spot on the map. They went there and found the dragon egg under a tree in the forest. There it. He signaled them to keep. Li Jizhang gently picked up the dragon. It was sleeping soundly in his arms. He smiled with satisfied, sinister eyes. Finally found you, my golden. A massive dragon appeared and... Dragon! The knights retreated in... He drew the egg in hand. He wasn't afraid and boldly taunted the dragon. What are you going to do, you bastard? I have your child here. Looking at the terrifying green dragon, he thought, damn, that's a lot of EXP. I wonder how much the horns and hide are worth? A mountain of rare potion ingredients just rolled up to me. He checked the status window. Immediately he checked. A legendary rank monster. Checking the status window of Black Dragon Dialogue. Looking at the panel, he thought just a look shows it's incredibly powerful. All stats except luck are above legendary. He turned to Zhao Huizhen, making her shy. He thought the plan was to find the egg and return it to the castle. That's why I only brought a few soldiers and Zhao Huizhen. Fighting head-on would be hard. But now I have the ultimate... Soon, Li Jizhang showed his frightening side and shouted, I'm holding your child hostage. Come at me if you dare. Go ahead. Seeing him like this, the soldiers were terrified. Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, he was scared and thought, damn, my... At that moment, Zhao Huizhen cleared her throat. Ahem. Everyone stay calm. And don't misunderstand. He doesn't intend to use the egg as a hostage. He's just protecting it from that monster. The soldiers were relieved. I see. Incredible. He was happy she saved him from the embarrassment. Wow, that was a smooth save. Zhao Huizhen's lying skills have really improved since she started working. Green Dragon roared, panicking the soldiers. Commander, what now? Zhizhang considered. First, its child was stolen by Ronggu, and now it was a hostage. Was kind of pitiful. But whatever. Killing it for its hide was most profitable. Everyone is greedy. It was the only he ordered everyone. Prepare to attack. The target is right in front of us. Once we finish this dragon, we're done.
No merci.
Immediately, the soldiers fired at the green dragon. Zhizhang thought easy win. Huh? Why isn't it fighting? Just then, several gargoyles approached, surprising him. Oh, so it's stopping its underlings from attacking because it's afraid of hurting. At this moment, he thought excitedly. Truly, a mother's love is as vast as the Pacific Ocean. But this is where your life ends, my child. Ah! He immediately shouted loudly. Today's victory will be recorded in the history of Keslock. Brothers, push forward with everything you— Green dragon closed its eyes tightly. Tears flowed down like a— Immediately after, the dragon opened its eyes. An incredibly powerful beam of light shot out from its— At this moment, the green dragon emitted a terrifying— Seeing this, Li Qizhang had many questions in his mind. Huh? What's with those beams of light from its— But he quickly regained his composure and thought, whatever. All that matters is getting its— Suddenly, the system assigned him a title. Seeing this, he was quite curious. What title? The system then displayed, Dragon's Partner Magic Power Plus. Li Qizhang continued reading. A title for those who have had their souls connected to a dragon through a unique dragon skill. Soul Wedding. Dilugia and player Li Qizhang. From now on, the two hosts will share life and death. They shall not be parted in life or death. Note: if Dilugia dies, player Li Qizhang will also die. Reading this, he thought in shock, if that dragon dies, he'll kick the bucket. The green dragon had been severely wounded by the soldiers. Seeing this, Li Qizhang was extremely worried. It's over. It's already on the verge of— Immediately, he shouted for everyone to stop. Everyone, stop. Do not attack anymore. Don't— He was terrified at that moment. It won't die that easily. The green dragon was heavily injured. Blood was pouring out of the dragon's— Right after that, the dragon collapsed to the ground. Li Qizhang thought to himself, what kind of damn soul wedding is this? Might as well call it let's go to the grave to— Seeing the dragon fall, Li Kazang's face turned pale as he thought dejectedly, is it— Immediately, he approached the dragon and ordered the others, Captain Sun Shizhen, take my place for a while. I'm going to check the situation. Everyone immediately obeyed. Smoke was incredibly thick, leaving him confused. Mother Dragon, are you dead? Where did it vanish? A soldier, upon seeing something, shouted in panic, surprising him. Commander, over— The dragon was nowhere to be seen, which surprised everyone. A monster in human form? Where did she come from? Catch her quickly. The girl was pleading with the soldiers.
Dont attaque-me.
I beg you. Seeing this, Li Qizhang thought, it turned out this was the black dragon Dilugia in human form. She was crying and screaming incessantly. My child. Only then did Li Qizhang realize who she was. Is that the mother dragon from before? She kept crying and shouting. Are you alright? My baby. The soldiers found it annoying and barked. What's this? Hey, what are you mumbling about? She continued to beg everyone there. Please get out of the way. Please. Where is my child? The soldiers grew angry and cursed, well, teach you a— As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier took a direct hit from Li Qizhang. You cruel bastards. Let her— Seeing this, the soldier asked in confusion, Commander? Why are you being so merciful all of a sudden? Hearing that, he justified himself, because you guys looked like villains just now. In his heart, he was still incredibly shocked. Truly surprising. I didn't expect it to transform into a human. Anyway, since our lives are tied together, I can't just stand there and— Immediately after, he ordered the soldier standing there.
Anyway, don't panique.
This woman is the dragon from before. Hearing this, the soldier panicked and asked, What? Then we must tie her up and throw her in prison immediately. Qizhang walked over and supported the dragon woman. At this point, several soldiers asked in confusion, Commander, we must escort her to prison at once. You don't need to examine her right now. Hearing this, he thought to himself, I beg you guys, please shut up for a second. If she kicks the bucket, your commander will die. The dragon woman had also regained consciousness by— Seeing this, he immediately asked her, Are you okay? Hey, are you alright? Can you still hear? She immediately grabbed onto him and begged, Please give me back my child. Please. He held the egg up high and thought, Suddenly I'm forced to play the villain. But if I give the egg back and she turns back into a dragon right away, wouldn't we all be— He continued thinking, even though she's sobbing like this and I understand her personality now, I still need to check her specific traits. At that moment, the system showed the dragon's tendency as benevolent mother and her trait as the giver. Reading this, he was quite surprised. His face lit up as he thought, isn't this just perfect? Not only is she gentle, but she also has the giver. And he imagined the dragon woman giving him gold. Take it, child. It's all free. Thinking of this, he felt ecstatic. It means if I'm good to her, she'll give things to me. Everything from... He looked at her with a greedy face. Now that our lives are tied, could I live as long as she does? Wow, this is truly high-end VIP pro life insurance. I have to be nice. Immediately, he knelt down and gently told the dragon woman, I will personally take custody of her. From now on, leave everything to me. Will you come with us? She was still in a panic and asked, what about my child? He immediately reassured her, don't worry, there's no need to. She shouted in anger, how can I trust humans? He immediately replied, why say that? I would never mistreat that child. Right after that, he whispered in her ear, I am your partner now. So this egg is basically my child too. In his heart, he was extremely proud. I've regained the upper hand. You multi-billion-dollar dragon. Later, at the underground prison in Keslock, he continued the conversation, making the dragon woman tremble. Black Dragon Dialugia, there are no records of you in the past. You illegally trespassed in Keslock just to save your child. While I understand your circumstances, summoning an entire army of monsters was a bit excessive. Could have led to massive casualties for both. Hearing this, the dragon was terrified. Crying, she pleaded, I admit that what I did was wrong. But my child hasn't committed any crimes. You can do whatever you want with me. So please, protect my child. Li Qizhong flashed a friendly smile and said, don't worry. Now that we're married, I'll fulfill my responsibilities as a family man. There is only one condition. Made the dragon woman's face turn white. Are you willing to give yourself? Hearing this, the dragon was terrified, huddling in a corner. Seeing this, he quickly clarified, no. Not give yourself in that way. I mean cooperating with my research. I am an alchemist. Hearing that, she asked hesitantly, what kind of research? Li Qizhong replied, I'll explain the details later. For now, think it over carefully. I can't let you die anyway, since our lives are tied together. Then he stood up and explained further, to be honest, in the human world, I hold a rather important position. So if you stay with me, both you and the child will be safe. In exchange, you will assist me with my research. Not a bad deal. Li Qizhong leaned in close to the dragon woman, his voice full of kindness. All right, let me properly introduce myself again. My name is Li Qizhong, Vice Master of the Blue Guild and Honorary Bishop of the Holy. Although this marriage was a bit sudden and involved an unplanned pregnancy, it's still a pleasure to meet you. Hearing this, the dragon shouted in horror. Unplanned she screamed. I haven't recognized you as an official partner yet. How can I trust someone who uses my child as a hostage? Hearing this, he felt annoyed and thought, oh, how funny. You're the one who forced me to marry you first, lady. But she'll probably relax more after she gets the egg. At this moment, he held the egg in front of her and said, phew, here is the egg. Sleeping very peacefully. It didn't wake up once even in the middle of that chaotic. Seeing the egg, the dragon woman was deeply moved and ran over. Suddenly, the egg began to cry. Seeing this, she was even more overjoyed and exclaimed, oh, my baby. It's finally hatching. Li Qizhong was also very surprised. Oh, it's baby dragon's tail wrapped straight around its mother, which made her very happy. Oh, sweetie. The baby dragon had now crawled. It was an incredibly cute baby dragon. This baby dragon clung tightly to Li Qizhong, leaving him very surprised and the mother dragon speechless. Witnessing this, the mother dragon cried in despair. Sweetie. Meanwhile, he was also a bit surprised. What's going on? Well, in short, this is beneficial. Then, he imagined a scene of a dragon breathing fire. But maybe the baby just likes the father more than the mother. While the mother is going crazy flying around breathing fire everywhere, the father is nurtured. The mother dragon shouted in despair. Why? How? It can't be. My child. Mommy didn't mean. Right after that, he handed the baby dragon to its mother and mocked. Ha 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 ha. Well, I'll do my best in this marriage then. It seems we'll have to stay together for the sake of our child. Well, I'm going back to work now. Honey, there are still many mouths waiting for me to feed. I also have to take over the business. See you later. He had only walked a few steps when the baby dragon started crying for him. Seeing this, he turned back to tease the baby dragon. Oh, daddy's little sweetie. You don't want papa to leave? Peekaboo. Be good and listen to mommy while daddy is away. After he left, the baby dragon cried even louder. The mother dragon's face darkened in helplessness. Holy tears welled up in her eyes as she felt helpless. My baby, mommy worked so hard to find you. Yet you like that strange human Scene shifted to the outside of Keslock's walls. When the soldiers saw Li Qizhong return, they said to each other, "The commander he is moving toward the eastern wall. Unless we get an order to stop, we must kill all these monsters." At that time, he climbed each step and observed the monsters fighting his soul. After the leader Dialugia was captured, the remaining monsters gradually fled like a headless. He thought to himself, also, I need to act like a righteous hero occasionally. Immediately, he ran over and blocked a blow for one of his soldiers. "It's dangerous." Cough. Seeing this, the soldier asked in a panic, "Commander, are you all right?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine, but you're injured." Li Qizhong was now quite badly injured after taking the hit for the soldier. "This hurts like hell. But I have to do this to maintain my image. To make everyone think I fought very hard. Now I just need to put an end to this." Thought usually a commander has it easy on the battlefield. They only get busy after the battle. So why the hell am I always so busy? Right after that, he raised his hand and rallied everyone. "Oh, brave warriors of Keslock." Hearing this, the soldiers cheered joyfully. The monsters have finally been defeated thanks to everyone's courage and endurance in this long. We did it. Glory to Keslock. Damn, I can finally go. Suddenly, his head began to spin. His head throbbed with a splitting pain. Wait, what? Immediately after, he fainted and collapsed to the ground. Damn, this isn't. This moment, a system notification appeared. I just remembered that I forgot to explain a few things. A dragon's partner and Dialugia not only have their lives closely linked but must also share damage. Good luck. After reading it, he said angrily, "God damn it. Did someone kill Dialugia? That bastard. Now I get it. Because she took tons of damage, I passed." Seeing him swaying like that, everyone was extremely panicked and worried about him. Instead, he thought to himself, actually, this isn't too. Commander gave his all in the fight and then lost consciousness. Look at them. Their eyes are full of concern and looking at the surrounding scene, he had to whisper to himself, what a beautiful picture. The supreme leader has. Before he could finish, he lost consciousness. Li Qizhong speculated on everything. It seemed that the recent incident was due to something unusual in the dungeon, but it was hidden under the guise of being caused by Dialugia. No one was bold enough to ask him why the Holy Council and the investigators sided. The next day, he climbed onto the Green Dragon's back to go somewhere. However, when it came to finances, it was a different. Since the Blue Guild had increased its share of the loot from capturing Dialugia, some other guilds began to show their filthy, greedy faces. However, after the news that I was chosen by a dragon was revealed, everyone stayed as quiet as mice. For Zhongxian's sake, I decided to keep the fact that I am a dragon's partner a secret. In the center of this place, a wall was erected. In Keslock, they built a wall for Song Zhengshu to commemorate his bravery for fighting to the end. This was done to hide the truth that he was a scoundrel. Only then could I continue my black market dealings. As for the people of Keslock, they didn't know the truth behind it, so they kept mourning their extraordinary. Sun Shizhen looked at the statue with a judgmental expression. Li Qizhong knew that and thought that Sun Shizhen didn't agree with his actions, but she didn't bother making a fuss like before. Perhaps she had chosen to walk the path of the Black Knight for revenge. That wall must also be a great source of motivation for Sun Shizhen. Another development, Che Shila, who had lost her mind during that day's battle, fled after a fierce fight with Xiaolin. She sent a letter to me before. The scene shifts to the Republic. Xiaolin entered his room and asked, so, aside from the fact that the Empire's crazy gorilla, mercenary Queen Che Zai lies in my debt, nothing else happened? As for the black market, there's no clear origin for us. You don't want me to make things up? Hearing that, he sat at the table and analyzed. It's not time yet, but for now this is enough. However, Keslock is an important strategic base because our border connects with it. It might belong to the Empire for now, but we will seize it. Seeing that he was very happy, he asked, we need to keep a close eye on it. You seem happy. Hearing Jin Zhong's words, she was very surprised and asked back, oh, you noticed? I really can't hide anything from you. Actually, there's one more person who owes me. Do you remember? The man who accompanied the genius mage during that Hearing that, he remembered a smiling Li Qizhong and said, ah, the vice master of the Blue Guild is also gaining more and more influence in the Empire. He is also the first outsider to become an honorary bishop of the Holy Council. Interesting. Unlike the Republic, the Holy Kingdom is quite harsh toward outsiders. He flashed a sinister smile and continued, and yet they gave such an important position as count to an outsider. In his heart, he was extremely excited. There's a good show to watch. Seeing this, she laughed and told him, ho ho, this is the first time I've seen you interested in someone, although I'm curious too. Jin Zhong then replied, he is important enough for me to send a letter. I'm looking forward to our next. Immediately after, a letter was sent to Li Qizhong. The letter read, to Li Qizhong, Vice Master of the Blue Guild and Honorary Bishop of the Holy Kingdom. Don't forget the day you promised in exchange for my help. They'll be looking forward to that invitation. One of the Republic's 5 tiger generals. After reading the letter, his face went blank. No, we'll never meet again. Seriously, the 5 tiger generals? That title sounds so prominent. It changes the whole story. But he'll still have to meet her even if she's mentally unstable. Now he talked about the baby dragon. Recently, Dilugia and the baby dragon have officially come under my wing and are living at the Blue Guild. The baby dragon can walk now. Seeing this, Li Qizhong shouted in joy. Smartest at the Blue Guild in Dilugia's room. The mother dragon heard this and protested. Her name is Dilugia, not Smarty. He was playing with the baby dragon. Haha, getting cuter every day. Then he asked her, "Hey, why did you name the child without asking for my opinion?" Hearing that, she grumbled to him. Naming her Smarty is even worse. At this rate, I won't cooperate with your alchemy experiments. And hearing that, he teased her. Oh my, I'm so scared. Smarty, Mommy is angry again. Smarty darling, do you love Mommy more or Daddy more? Hearing that, the mother dragon tried her best to call the baby dragon to her. Dilugia, come here to Mommy. Come here. Zhong Xian stood outside and saw all their family happiness. She thought sadly, I thought you were only chosen by a dragon. But seeing you now, it's like you truly have a happy family. I also want to be your family. I should have killed them all when I had the chance. No, I should just leave. Being hated by him is even more painful. At this moment, he walked out of the room and met her. Phew, Zhongshayan, you're here? Seeing him, she regained her spirit and said, yes. Brother Jin Shenxing wants to invite you to dinner. To chat at a cafe, by the way. Now that you're healthy, Li Qizhong took Zhong Xian's hand and said, yeah, I'm fine now. I only passed out because I ran out of mana. Are the others here? She replied, yes. Brother Jin Shenxing said he has an important announcement, so everyone is waiting. Apparently, 2 people from the Blue Guild have been chosen to hold 8 important positions in the Empire. Hearing that, he was quite bewildered. 8 important positions? The Blue Guild's cafe. Everyone was already there. As soon as he arrived, he pulled out a chair and told everyone. Sorry for being. Let's begin. Seeing this, Jin Shenxing started the meeting. Everyone is here. Let's start the meeting and he gave a speech and tried to crack a joke to make everyone laugh. Ahem. But before that, I think we should lighten the mood a bit. Do you know where the most sought-after place in Korea is? Seoul. It's like Seoul. At these words, everyone's faces turned pale. No one. The other side, both Zhong Xian and Li Qizhong stood frozen. Neither of them, because it was so awkward, he went straight to the main topic. Sorry. They'll get straight to the point. A new system called the 8 Seats has been established in the Empire. Jin Shenxing informed everyone. Basically, it's a system that selects the 8 strongest outsiders to be summoned to the Empire to grant them power. Hearing this, Li Qizhong asked in surprise, outsiders like us instead of imperial citizens? That's surprising. Sun Shizhen then spoke up. The first priority for outsiders was the vice master becoming an honorary bishop, wasn't it? Hearing that, he agreed and replied exactly. And thank God. 2 of us from the Blue Guild were He then announced the 2 chosen people. One is me, recognized for my achievements at Keslock. The next is the first person on the continent to be chosen by a dragon. Brother Li Qi. Seeing his name, he was very surprised and thought to himself, I thought that 8 Seats Council was formed hastily to deal with the Republic's 5 tiger generals, but maybe it's not a bad. Elsewhere, Pu Diju was very surprised and stuttered, brother. Immediately, Zhong Xian reminded him to be quiet. Brother Pu Diju. Seeing this, he replied bashfully, sorry. I was just a bit surprised. Hearing this, Li Qizhong was quite annoyed and cursed silently. Damn it. You bastard. I can clearly see what you're thinking. You were chosen? You, the weakest among us, were chosen as one of the Empire's 8. Right after that, he tried to fix the awkwardness. Well, you're also very strong in many other ways. You've managed to lead this guild to where it is today without having to fight too much. Above all, you were even chosen by a dragon. So you definitely deserve that position. He then congratulated him. As expected of you. Congratulations. Wow, everyone is so amazing. Hearing these fake compliments, Li Qizhong felt very uncomfortable and thought to himself, This glanced over everyone and speculated. Envy. No, they must be feeling ashamed.
Li Yishang, bioalchemist, unique rank.
Zhong Xian, mage hero rank. Jin Shenxing, high swordsman hero rank. Sun Shizhen, dark priestess hero. Jin Huili, stalker hero rank. Pu Diju, iron shield gladiator sword rank. It's probably because he was left behind compared to everyone. Afterward, everyone joined the feast. So then, Captain Sun Shizhen, don't mention it. Have another. This time, Li Qizhong was also enjoying the party when he noticed He noticed Pu Dijia's sad face. Damn, he's making me. Seeing this, he grabbed a cup and walked toward him. I need to show him a bit more Li Qizhong went to drink with him. Hey Pu Diju, have a drink with me. But he was immediately politely rejected. I'm fine, brother. I just don't really feel like drinking. Imabit. Hearing that, he sighed and thought, words alone won't soothe him. So how should I comfort him? Then he scolded him, you kid. How dare you Just then, he interrupted him and asked to leave. I'm so tired. Sorry, brother. I'll head out first. Everyone have fun. See you. Hearing that, he was also quite worried about him. Wow, he doesn't usually worry this. He looked at him helplessly and thought, perhaps he feels inferior because this feast is full of monsters. But you're strong too. Stupid. The others saw him leave, they were also very worried. Brother Pu Di. The moon was high. Night had. Kazang's face was now drunk, and he said, it's so fun, right Zhongshan? The girl happily replied, he. Yes. Are you drunk, brother? He replied, no, I'm. Seeing Zhong Xian's expression was a bit strange, he thought, why so disappointed? Were you planning to do something while I'm drunk? Then he asked her, Zhongshan, do you want to take a walk before going back? Hearing that, she nodded. Then they walked together. Suddenly, Li Qizhong heard something and asked her, wait, do you hear something? She replied, yes. He then invited her, let's go check. The two of them went together to the source of the noise. Before him was the sight of Pu Dijiu and Jin Huili fighting. Seeing this, Li Qizhong thought, at this hour? I wondered where he went. Turns out he's been training all this. Then, Jin Huili counterattacked and shouted in his face. Again, you're leaving too many op. Seeing this, he speculated, it seems they've been training together for a while. Is she a cat or? Then, she kicked Pu Dijiu directly. Seeing this, Li Qizhong guessed he's no match. Immediately, he lost the match and fell face down on the ground. Jin Huili pointed her knife directly at his head and said disdainfully, weak. He then spoke up, I'm not finished yet. She was too tired and said, how boring. I'm leaving. Hearing that, he stopped her. Jin Huili, he tried to crawl up and begged her. One last time. I can't keep falling behind the team while everyone keeps getting stronger. And now brother is even one of the Empire's 8 seats. I just need to. Hearing that, Jin Huili replied. She told him bluntly, making him feel even more despair. Your skills are trash. If I were serious, you would have died 100 times. Both of them witnessing this scene didn't dare to say anything. Jin Huili then turned to leave. I'm leaving. Pu Dijiu also gave up and said, all right, good night. Hearing that, she wished him back, you too, uncle. Don't push yourself too. Hearing her call him uncle, he protested. Don't call me uncle. I'm only 23. She replied indifferently, it's because your face looks old. Seeing this, Li Qizhong silently begged her. Jin Huili, stop terrorizing his spirit. Pu Dijiu sat on the ground, his mouth full of Li Qizhong looked at him thoughtfully. He discarded all his weapons and sat looking at the starry sky. At that moment, he was very despairing and blamed himself. Witnessing this, Li Qizhong was very surprised. Afterward, he felt very sorry and thought to himself, TSK. Big as a bear but with such a sensitive. Then he turned his back and speculated. Why worry so much? Does he think he'll abandon him? If that were truly the case, at least he could still be a Meech. He speculated. Pu Dijiu is slowly getting stronger. Slow but steady. With this potential, he will become the strongest shield on the continent. At that moment, the system provided an overall evaluation of him. Nearing the growth limit. At this rate, future growth is impossible. After reading it, he was so shocked he stood frozen. Then, Li Qizhong made a decision. Unacceptable. It's time. I have to discard him. He's beyond saving. Of course, letting him go makes me sad too. But there are many people who can replace. Suddenly, he gripped his sword. His voice was full of determination, surprising him. If brother can do it, I can do even. Walked step by step to the dummy. His voice full of determination. If brother can still, I can do even. He then remembered the words he used to encourage him. If I can still do it, then you can do much better than me, you big guy. You have to get stronger, don't cry. He thought to himself, I've always told him that since the training sessions. Those were just words of encouragement for my Meech. Returning to the present, he was still determined to continue training. If brother can do it. The next sentence made Li Qizhong think deeply. Can do even better. Although he didn't want to, he had already made a decision.
I'm sorry, Pu Dijiu.
Even if you try harder, you're just. I know doing this is very cruel, but I have no other choice. If I keep him by my side, it will only be dangerous for him in the end. Right after that, he turned to Zhongshan and said, let's go back, Zhongshan. She agreed. In his heart, he thought, I won't let my emotions cloud my judgment. Relying on myself is. A few days later at the Blue, everyone was gathered in the yard talking. A royal reception? Leave it to our guild. Go ahead. He'll take care of the volunteer work. Hoo hoo. Li Qizhang, remember to tell us stories when you get. Face was full of confidence as he thought. That's right. Today is the day of the reception before the official announcement of the owner of the 8 seats in this kingdom. But as for you, Zhongshan, you're going to? You really think you belong here? Fine, let's go. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. The baby dragon's mother was very angry, carrying the baby dragon and scolding Li Qizhang severely. You, didn't you say you were off today? What about the promise to go on a picnic with Dilugia? Hearing this, he was completely bewildered. Did I say? The dragon woman then cursed angrily. Do you know how long it's been since Dilugia went out with you? Work is important, but family comes. Immediately, he pulled out his powerful black card and said, Haha, Dilugia, this is also a part of contributing to society, and he'll be back early. While waiting for me, go shopping and spend some time on your. His words made Zhong Xian extremely angry, but Li Qizhang didn't seem to notice. The dragon woman also calmed down and said, Contributing to society is also important. Go ahead. Hearing this, he thought dragons are easily softened by money, huh? Then he changed his voice to speak to the baby dragon. Sweetie, daddy's going away, so be good and listen to mommy while I'm gone. Wow, who does she take after? She's so loud. Zhong Xian was furious. Her eyes bulged as she cursed in her head. Who the hell do you think you are to call my opposite? Seeing Zhong Xian so angry, Li Qizhang immediately turned to explain. It's just role-playing. You're a good girl, aren't you? Zhong Xian. Seeing Zhong Xian's attitude made the dragon woman tremble with fear. Humans are truly terrifying. Meanwhile, in the back, Jean Hueli looked at the baby dragon with sparkling eyes and she looked at the baby dragon lovingly and asked, So you're the little sweetie? Seeing her interest in the baby dragon, the mother dragon replied, Her name is Dilugia. Jean Hueli didn't take her eyes off the baby dragon and exclaimed. So, suddenly, Li Qizhang spoke in a sarcastic tone that made Jean Hueli's face turn pale. Kid, you must really like cute things. Hearing his question, she denied it. Huh?
No, I don't.
Hearing this, he laughed and teased her. Haha. So it's true. They'll buy you a toy or something. You're the type who tries to act cool and cold, right? What do you like? Do you like dolls? Or should I buy you a dwarf? Seeing him teasing her, she looked at him with the eyes of an assassin and said, You're really annoying. He still couldn't stop laughing and continued to tease her. Honesty is a good virtue. Should I redecorate your room to be more? Jean Hueli was now angry and retorted. Stop wasting your breath bullying people. You're the one who isn't honest. You always pretend not to care, but you're actually very attentive. He asked back with a straight face about. Suddenly, Pu Dijiu ran up out of breath and shouted,
I'm sorry.
Seeing him, he turned and said, You overslept? Were you training today too? I can smell the sweat from a mile away. Hearing that, he was quite embarrassed and exclaimed, Really? He then advised him, Don't push yourself too hard. At this moment, Li Qizhang remembered what Jean Hueli had just told him. You always pretend not to care, but you're actually very Her words made him think deeply. Attentive? To whom? Me? Even so, he's still a discard. Comforting him now would be meaningless. A famous person named Li Qizhang once said, Don't pay attention to useless. Then he turned around and noticed Jin Shenxing standing. Seeing his face made Li Qizhang speculate. Is he looking at me? Then I can't be too cruel. Now, the kind and warm Li Qizhang is here. Immediately after, he placed his hand on his shoulder and encouraged him. Pu Dijiu, take care of yourself while I'm not here. If I can. Immediately, he finished the sentence. Then I can do even. He then tried to look happy and said, If you can do it, it'll be even better. You've said that 1,000,000,000 times already. I remember. Don't worry about me. Have a good trip. Remember to go on a date with my sister-in-law. What are you doing? Hurry up and go. Hearing that, Li Qizhang replied, I'm off then. He thought to himself he's trying to look. Immediately after, he climbed onto the bird and flew. Pu Dijiu waved his hand, his mouth smiling as he said goodbye. Afterward, his face turned sad as he clenched his fists, his heart full of determination. They're all gone. I can't lose to them. I can't be left behind because I'm a burden. I should pull myself together. At this moment, he was very determined and told himself, All right, let's keep Although he had flown away, he was very worried about him and thought, Don't just dive into I think training will help you reach the same level as those monsters. After a while, the two of them arrived. As soon as he saw him, Cardinal Basil ran over excitedly. Honorary Bishop Li Qizhang. Welcome. Hearing him call out, he turned around.
Cardinal
He then reminded him with a serious face. Wait, it's good to see you. I am Speedwagon, the one who meddles in other people's business.
Was Cardinal Basil?
After drinking your wine, Li Qizhang, I realized Itos is a devil worshipper. Yet they judge devil followers for the crime of rebellion. I am the saint of justice. That's how it is. Hearing this, he thought he is usually very gentle. But when he's angry, hell use his scepter to kill devil. He then welcomed him with a smile. I've heard about Keslock. You are the future of the Holy Kingdom. Hearing that, he smiled and replied, you flatter me. Haha, it's all thanks to Goddess Benigor. But what wind brought you? Hearing that, he leaned into his ear and whispered, actually, I've nominated you for one of the 8 seats. Hearing that, he was very surprised and thought, so he wants to ally with me. This person's personality is very cunning. Unlike his cheerful outward appearance, he looked around and thought, of course, this is a good thing for me. Couldn't ask for more. In the Holy Kingdom, where people are divided into 2 factions supporting the Pope and the King, honorary bishops in the Holy Council will be selected for one of the 8 most prestigious positions in this. At that time, he would also become a cardinal. This news would definitely affect the politics of the Pope's faction. The more power the Holy Council held, the more I would benefit. One day, I won't just be an honorary bishop but also a king of this, he felt ecstatic. To achieve that, I need to maintain a relationship with Cardinal. Immediately after, he turned and replied to him, really? I'm so happy, old man. Oh, I was careless. I'm very happy, Cardinal Basil. Hearing that, he laughed and said, you can call me old man too. The 2 of them laughed and joked together happily. Suddenly, he thought otherwise. But wait, the 8 seats is a position supported by the king's they're allowing me to sit in that chair while I belong to the Pope's faction? What are they planning? Whatever, let's just be happy. From a distance, the princess was very annoyed to see them laughing together. Look at them. It's definitely because father no longer has any power. I don't like them at all. At that moment, a servant came to remind her, Princess, you should get ready. I know. In her heart, she was determined. Just wait, he'll never let you achieve your goal in the Pope's. Several girls were very interested in Jin Shensheng and approached to talk to him, making him extremely The girls also approached Li Qizhang to congratulate him. For the peace of the Holy Kingdom. In the room, Basil introduced everyone. Let me introduce you. This is Archbishop Andarin and also my. And he turned to Hyunsung and asked, you've met Park Yeonju, one of the nominees for the 8 seats, right? Since Hira isn't here, I guess all we need to do is meet Dewan and Silla, then participate in the ceremony and other matters. Seeing his face turn pale as he pleaded, Kyung, please, Kyung thought to himself, he's not very good at political diplomacy. At this moment, Kyung asked him, ahem, if you're uncomfortable, I can go meet the daughter. He immediately refused the kind offer. Oh no, I can't possibly push my work onto you. Hearing that, Kyung had already anticipated it. Yes, Hyunsung, you're always like. Then he told him, if you don't like these kinds of places, just leave it to me. You can go wherever and do whatever you want. Hearing this, he replied, then thank you, Kyung. At those words, he laughed. It's nothing, haha. In his heart, he thought that bastard is so. Suddenly, he remembered Hyunsung's murderous gaze and speculated. He still suspects me. Is it because of that incident? He thinks him an enemy spy because I know Xiaolin, one of the 5 tiger gems. Now, Hyunsung turned to look at him with a very different He stared intently at the 2. In his heart, he still harbored suspicions about Kyung. No, it can't be. This moment, he was very hesitant, thinking it would be better to. Then, Hyunsung mustered his courage and asked, Kyung, may I ask you? Hearing this, he was very willing to answer. Oh yes, go ahead. In his mind, he thought, if you want to probe me, go ahead. Hyunsung hesitantly asked about what happened with Kes. Suddenly, because she was so tired, Hyen talked in her sleep, making them both feel. Seeing this, Kyung said, I guess Hyen is tired too. What were you saying? In his mind, he was quite angry, thinking he still suspects me. It really hurts. We're on good terms, and wasn't the griffin a good enough gift? Drop that thought, you bastard. Not a time he didn't ask anymore. It's nothing. Hearing that, Kyung was very annoyed. There are 2 ways to annoy someone. One is to start a conversation and then right after that, he asked about something else. By the way, what about Diaku? Hearing this, he was very surprised and thought, why did he suddenly mention Hyunsung's face darkened as he asked. His growth seems to have slowed down lately. I don't want to say this, he asked bluntly, which shocked Kyung. Why don't you kick him out of the. Kyung was very flustered, not knowing how to respond. And he explained, I intended to do that, but at this rate, he's just a burden to the guild. Hearing this, his face darkened, and he judged, a person who can easily abandon their friends. I've seen his true. But then Kyung said, however, which gave Hyunsung a bit of. He looked with a sincere gaze and said, can't we just see if he makes any progress first? In his heart, he was in total chaos. What the hell am I? Right now, Kyung was trying hard to protect Diaku. We all realize how much equipment he lacks. There are countless ways we can help him. Furthermore, Diaku is working very, very hard. In reality, he thought differently. Working hard won't bring any benefit. Defended him vigorously. He trains hard day after day. I saw him spar with Jerry, and it was truly amazing. In his mind, he thought he lost miserably. Every word I say to protect Dyaku is the opposite of what I'm thinking. Unyielding determination means hopeless determination. He's getting better bit by bit means he's reached his limit. Hyunsung is a real bad. Kyoung looked extremely worried, sweating profusely. He felt very uneasy. Damn, lying is always this hard. Why am I defending that stupid? But looking at Hyunsung's face, he seemed very satisfied and contented with the. Seeing this, Kyoung was very confused. What? Why is he smiling? At this moment he spoke up. I understand your point. I was worried you were planning to remove Dyaku from the. Hearing this, he finally realized the intention and was very angry. What? This bastard dared to test me? Did he want to see my true self to see if I'm a spy? His face looked full of trust as he turned and said, I trust you, Kyoung. Seeing this, Kyoung thought, seriously? This sly fox. Then he asked for permission to leave. Then let's rest for a bit while waiting for the next appointment. Hearing this, Kyoung replied. Then Hyunsung left happily, thinking to himself, indeed, Kyoung isn't that kind of person. Kyoung evaluated him. He looks like that on the outside, but he speaks like a sly. Right after that, he carried Hyen to bed with all his. Dragged his feet to the bed, cursing in his mind. Damn it. Why is she so? A moment later, the girl was placed neatly on. He looked at her sleeping and Kyoung's face was full of deep. He recalled the question Hyunsung had asked him. I really feel it's a bit difficult for Dyaku with the dangers we're about to face. It's better to set him aside, Kyoung thought. The result wasn't bad. He was no longer suspected, and Dyaku got another chance. Recalling his bright smile, Kyoung considered it carefully. He has improved while standing by my side. It would be a pity for him to leave like this. He might not improve quickly, but his loyalty and trust are not easy to come by. The problem is he has reached his absolute. At this moment he made a decision. There's only one way. I have to upgrade He put all his faith in him and thought that if he could still do it, he would become even stronger. The target was the Lindell. Right after that, Kyoung walked out. I have to calculate what conditions are needed. First, I need to see how much progress he will make in the future. After that, he opened the door and entered a room full of butterflies, thinking, of course, this can only be verified in the first. As soon as he entered, the girl bowed to him. Awaiting your orders, master. He also greeted her politely. Long time no. Then, he reached out his hand in front of her and said, one of the 8 pillars and my lovely. At this moment, he stated his request to her. Can you show me how far Dyaku will go in the next 2 to 3 years? In the shadow of the first. Immediately, she understood the request and replied, as you. Then, the system displayed a message. Legendary level mind's eye power awakened by an external energy source. The eye that sees through truth, past, and future. Mind's eye. At this moment he was still a bit hesitant. Then he regained his spirit with the determination to make Dyaku stronger at all costs. Memories flooded back. At that time he was shouting, pick up your weapons. Do I look like I'm. His face was very sinister at the time as he thought, hey race my meat. When he saw him he was very happy and shouted, we're about to fight. Big brother, you're so brave. What's your. He looked at him and said, you can call me Lee Kyoung. Someone who always dedicates himself to them. Hearing this, he looked at him with admiration and asked, can I call you brother? At this moment he was counting each gold coin. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, it's more than I. His face looked sad as he said, I'm truly sorry, brother Kyoung. If I hadn't made that mistake we would have received more. Seeing him dejected, he encouraged him. Don't mind it. It's a large group. This much is enough. Hearing that, he asked that group was good though. What if they don't need us anymore? Seeing him still worried, Kyoung replied, don't worry. Just let me handle. And he said confidently, they're in the palm of my hand anyway. You don't need to worry. At this moment he asked curiously, why are you traveling? Dyaku continued to pour his heart out. Not only are you wise, but you're also skilled with a spear. There are countless people better than me. If you went with those from the training program you'd be a member of a large guild by now, not in this. Hearing this he replied thoughtfully, right, I'm the one dedicated to the marrow, aren't I? Really, you say such difficult things. Dedicated to the. Right after that, he put his hand on his shoulder and said firmly, anyway, I have no regrets. With a protector as solid as you, going a bit slow doesn't matter. Hearing that he asked back worriedly, Kyoung, is that really okay? He advised him, anyway you should train rather than say useless things. Then, Kyoung told him they had to leave this hellish place soon and find a place to stay. Just then, someone approached him. She came close to him and said, are you seeing her? He told him to go inside. Go inside. He asked curiously, is it that girl again? The rumors about her aren't good at all. Hearing that, he explained, we're just planning to have dinner together. They'll be back late, so take care of your... Immediately after, he turned and told her, Sis, you didn't have to come all the way here. At this moment, she took his arm and said, Kyle, why are you still hanging around with that big guy? I told you to just leave him and join my family. At this moment, the older woman tried hard to persuade him to join her side. I heard he messed up again on the recent hunt, making you handle everything. Just let that pig do the manual labor. You should improve your life. Her words were all heard by... Suddenly, he spoke up. He's a very good person, kind-hearted too, so I don't need to worry about him betraying me like others. He made a mistake because he wasn't in top shape. It'll be better next. Then he immediately changed the subject. Oh sorry. Talking about this isn't very interesting, is it? Where should we go, sis? Hearing these words, Diaku was very... When he returned, he brought a loaf of bread, stuck a candle in it, and congratulated him. Happy birthday, stupid. In response, he asked with much curiosity, Brother Kayong, this is... Hearing that, he answered immediately, this is all I could get. I tried my best. He asked worriedly, where did you get this money? Hearing that, he said angrily, don't ask questions like that. I have to go out. Hearing that, he mustered up his courage to advise him. Are you having dinner with that nun again? I don't want to say this, but you shouldn't. Immediately, he refused. It's not like that. But he still had many doubts and said, then is it dangerous? Is it that bastard again? Immediately, he shouted. He felt very aggrieved, gripping the hem of his clothes tightly upon hearing Kiang's words. Just focus on the business. All you need to do is follow me closely. Only by doing that can we get a foothold. At this moment, he told him, then promise me one. Diaka's voice was very sincere. You will never join Jung Jinho's brigade. And don't put yourself in danger. Please promise. Hearing this, he smiled and replied. He turned away and told him, even if I wanted to, I couldn't do bad things because of you. Stupid pig. So shut up and remember this. If I can do it, you can definitely do better. That's right. This armor suits you. He remembered how useless he was, which made him annoyed. Your progress is terribly slow. What would you do without... Hearing this, he just laughed it off and said, shut up. I'm just a bit slow to... Sometimes they were both very happy being together. Yes, I came up from zero. So if I can... The two of them had happy moments, drinking beer together. At this moment, he said, then it'll do even better. How many times have you said that? Engrave it in your mind. Just then, flames of... Scene change. Kiang's face was very pale and covered in wounds. Diaku was very worried about him. Big brother. Brother Kaiang. Can you... He carried him through the flames that were burning the houses. His voice was full of regret as he repeatedly apologized.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Brother Kiyoung.
It's all because of me. Only because I said we should stay here. Hearing this, he said, it's not your... He took the blame upon himself. I made a wrong move. Diaku still felt regretful and said, it's my fault for trusting those hypocrites. Those men were now mounting horses and chasing them. Scum. Catch the traitor. They are spreading the plague. It's the Emperor's order. Eliminate the filthy traitor. Diaku said firmly, I was going to tell you to run and leave me behind, but I couldn't. Hearing this, he replied with satisfaction, that's just like you. You bastard. Seriously, you should have just left me behind. If I'm gone, you can just avenge me. Hearing that, he was very determined and said, I know you'd chop me into pieces if I actually left you behind.
So don't worry.
He'll do whatever you... Right after that, he carried him behind a pillar and replied, I must help you survive. Hearing this, he got annoyed and said, don't talk nonsense. Put me... Immediately, he punched the pillar to create a barrier to block them. After that, he carried him and continued to run. Do you remember how many times you've saved me? Hearing this, he was very satisfied and replied, of course. I've invested so much in you, I have to make a... Hearing this, he was very happy and said, you say I'm your shield, but that doesn't sound right at all. You always protect me whenever I'm in... Immediately after, the man on horseback ordered his subordinates on the cliff into position. Meanwhile, Diaku was still happily telling Kaiang, thank you for choosing me and protecting me whenever I made a... At this moment, those men drew their bows. Meanwhile, he was still talking to him. You had to endure so much hardship just because arrows were now pointed at the two of them. As he ran, he told him, I can only remember that you always protected me. Then he put Kaiang on the ground and took out his shield. Now it's my turn to protect. Arrows rained down on the two of them.
Don't forget, brother Ki.
Hearing these words and seeing the arrows, he was very panicked. If I can do it, you can definitely do. After that, he threw the shield on the ground and shouted, if I can do it, then I will do even. Terrifying purple power radiated. His trembling hand tried to rest on his shoulder. If you can... His face was covered in wounds, bleeding heavily. Crying and trembling, he said. He used his body as a shield for him, taking all those arrows. His voice trembled. Will do even. Witnessing this scene, he was extremely shocked. His eyes wide. Immediately after, a terrifying purple power Kyong stood in the hazy smoke, his heart feeling heavy. Grade my ass. He sacrificed himself. He approached him and thought, damn it, this feels terrible. His face was very pensive as he thought, but now I understand. Right after that, he stepped forward and thought determinedly, the plan to make Diaku stronger officially begins. Kyong stood pensive. Thank you watching for vid. Looking at his wounded self from the previous, he remembered every moment with Diaku, every action he had taken for him. Are you eating? I can improve. You just have to believe in me. This love expert here. At this moment he slowly, thank you watching for vid. He intended to touch his shield. Kyong. Shield shattered into 100 pieces. It vanished into fragments before Kyong's. Recalling his happy face, his heart wrenched. I finally finished everything I needed. Then he said in pain, haha. Truly. I kept calling him a meat shield, and in the end he died just like that. He looked at his wounded self from the previous life and said dejectedly, is this the consequence of me overusing him? Then he said dejectedly, you and I are. At this moment, he remembered his teammates and clenched his fist, determined. Once I have what I want in my hands, they'll plan to use them to the best of my ability and never throw them. He looked at himself and said, tears streamed down his face in deep pain as he said, be with these idiots for thousands. No, tens of thousands of. He looked at himself in agony like, no matter what. Thank you watching for vid. Right after that, he returned to that house full of flowers and butterflies. His tears flowed in extreme pain. At this moment, the girl looked at him and muttered helplessly, you're still the. Her voice was heavy as she told him, you're still interested in Park Diaku. Is he that important? Her eyes then turned black as she said, to the point. Kyong's face was full of pain and despair as he shouted, on that day, I was ready to kill you. Right after. Thank you watching for vid. She used her blue power to delve further into the previous life. A dark world, a ruined world, could also be a few. Now I will show. That time, in the pouring rain, she stood watching him lying dejectedly in the rain. What happened after Park Diakus? At this moment he was pointing a knife at her, threatening, stay away. Looking like he had lost his soul, he threatened her while holding the knife. What are you? What is the real reason you saved me? How can I believe that you're not one? Seeing this, she was extremely dejected and helpless. She observed Kyong's wrist bleeding and thought, again, it's like his body is refusing to be. Then, she took his bleeding wrist in surprise and said, give me your hand. We need to treat your wound. Seeing her bandage his wound, he struggled and shouted, what? Are you crazy? Let me go. Her voice was now gentle as she said, I don't have a. She looked down and mustered the courage to confess. It's just been so. She looked down and spoke to him, making him very surprised. I have fallen in love with you. From that moment on, he thought to himself, at that moment I wanted to use. Seeing her collapse and plead, I won't get in your way. So, girl cried and pleaded, please allow me to stay by your. Seeing her confess her feelings like that, he was very surprised and stopped to think. But when I remembered Diakus' pleading figure. Kyong, please. Recalling him crying and pleading for him was truly pitiful. Please look after the children for me. At that time he was very annoyed and cursed him. I can't stand you anymore. Her appearance reminded him of him. You remind me of that idiot. Why are the people around me so troubled? He sat pensively and said in despair, do whatever you want. You idiot. In his mind he thought, I've let another person stay by my side, even though I know ill regret. And since then, she always followed him around saying, Master. Meanwhile, he found it very troublesome and thought, I shouldn't have. She always followed him. Wherever he went, she went. Wait for me, Lord. The two of them went on a boat in autumn to her delight. The flowers are so beautiful. They played in the snow in winter. They laughed and looked very happy. You're so mean. My scene changed to a public. The two of them happily bathed together, playing in the water with each. Hyang looked at her very affectionately and thought, my wounds are. In his mind, he gradually forgot about him. The pain of that day was no longer. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, looking extremely terrible. Turned out it was all a dream. He was still sleeping soundly with a thought appeared in his mind. The pain. Immediately after, he looked at his wrist and realized in panic, it's gradually disappeared. Immediately, he jumped up and went to the cabinet for it. Seeing him get out of bed also woke the girl up, and she asked, Lord Leek. She was very horrified when she saw him use the knife to cut his hand. She screamed, Lord Leek. Immediately, blood sprayed everywhere to her horror. Lord Leek. Moonlight was now shining into the scene in the room was now completely ruined and in ruins. The girl was desperate and said, don't leave. He still didn't care and left amidst her hopeless calls. Lord Li Kaiyong, please, please don't leave. This moment, he turned back to look at her suffering figure and explained, you know we can't have a happy ending. You're a shaman who can see both the past and the future. So stop affecting the future by using up all your. Then he quietly left and continued, I'm grateful for what you've done, but it's time for both of us to wake up from this. Seeing him leave, she was desperate to hold him back. No, I don't want to wake up. I know what hurt. Then, she screamed with tears streaming down her face, making him freeze. You need to forget that fat guy. I definitely saw you. In that dark world, you were. Hearing this, he was furious and shouted. What? She continued to plead with Kaiyong. In that future, you looked very as if you had forgotten everything. That's right. I must have sworn our eternal love. She cried and screamed in pain. A future where you've forgotten all your guilt about that fat guy. A future where you've forgotten all the. Hearing this, he was so shocked that he dropped his bag on the. He acted like he was going crazy and threatened her. Forget what? Say that again. You saw such a future just because we've known each other for a bit? As if I could ever. And he was very desperate, acting like he was going crazy and shouting, what those hypocritical bastards did to us. The way that damned fat guy died for me. I will never be able to forget. Not until I've ripped the throats out of the bastards who did that to Diaku. Do you understand? Immediately after, he put the girl down on the ground. He took the knife out and said, Kasagano Yuno. I thought you were a kind of medicine for me, but you're a poison. A poison that happens to have the ability to heal. His face now looked like a terrifying killer. I will keep your cold corpse as a reminder of what you did. You will be my reminder of revenge. You once asked me to let you stay by my side. The girl didn't resist at all and was very submissive. So this is what you want to. At that moment, the girl spoke up and told him, please don't cry. Don't cry, love of my. She wiped his tears and said gently, if it's, I am willing to embrace. Suddenly, Kaiyong woke up from that nightmare. In his mind, he thought it's like a movie. So, to summarize what I saw in the first life in about 2 years, he then sank into his own wandering thoughts. The version of me who lost that fat guy would lose all motivation to live. And betray Yuno who had accepted me, and run away somewhere. Although it doesn't look like he killed her. Anyway, how did the terrible me in the first life manage to keep going? And how far will I go in this second? He remembered the moment he saved him. The story is quite tragic. But in this world, that fat guy is still alive. Recalling the current moment when they were both very happy together. I just need to help him get stronger according to my plan. So that he doesn't die like in my first. He followed his thoughts. I only wanted to see what would happen to Diaku. But in the end, I saw much more. Then, he turned to look at the girl and said sincerely, now I've really seen that we were lovers in a previous life. Thank you again. Hearing these words, Yuno was extremely happy and replied, I'm glad I could be of help to you. He looked at her affectionately and thought, was she this cute at that time too? Suddenly, he noticed something strange. But where are your. At this moment, Kaiyong turned pale and looked around. Wait, hold on a second. Did we sleep Just then, a terrifying purple power shot straight into. Seeing that, Kaiyong was extremely panicked, using his feet to cover him. Hyen was extremely furious seeing the two of them sleeping together, clenching her teeth. She was so angry that she shouted, who is that woman? Scene changed to the castle a few days. Hyunsung opened the door and entered their room, calling, Kaiyong, Hyen. We have to prepare to return to Lin. The atmosphere in the room was extremely tense. The two of them sat far apart, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Seeing this, he thought, what is this atmosphere? At this moment he called out to them, Kaiyong, let's go. Only then did he snap out of it and reply, oh. Hyen was trembling with fear, hiding behind Hyunsung, which made him feel very confused. Why is Hyen hiding behind my back like? At this moment, Kaiyong, riding the white bird, was very angry and cursed. Shut up, Young Hyen. Don't make me make you cry. His words hurt the girl even more, making her cry. Kaiyong observed Hyunsung's face had changed, making him very worried. Did they have a fight? Phew, this tension is so uncomfortable. Damn it. Hyunsung looks really uncomfortable. This gave him more of a headache. But I can't stop behaving like this. At this moment, he recalled how angry Hyen had been at the time, screaming, who is this woman? The girl's anger. Yuno only knew how to use her feet to turn her face inward. Meanwhile, Kaiyong was still very calm and explained, we didn't do it. At that time, he acted very annoyed and scolded the girl. What are you doing? Do you know how much you're losing? It's embarrassing. TSK. But in his heart at the time he thought differently. Damn it, so much guilt. But I don't want to die. Then he shouted back at the girl, Hyen, do you want to ruin the Blue Guild's diplomatic policy? Or do you want to be arrested for terrorism? How can you act like this? He reversed the situation, making the girl very embarrassed and unsure of what to do. Huh? At this moment, Yuno turned to him and said, Lord Kaiang, I'm okay. Please calm down. Hearing this, he turned to reassure her. Oh, I'm leaving now, Lady Kasagano Yuno. In his head at the time he thought if I don't Hyan couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Kaiang, I'm not stupid. What kind of diplomacy is that? It's clearly you. Seeing this, he calmed the girl down. I told you things are not what you His gaze was very sincere as he explained without any hesitation. This is just a kind of ritual. Hearing this, the girl was very curious and asked back. But you're not someone who cares about In his head, he gave Yuno a punch. Damn it, what is all this about, Yuno? His voice now said, are you suspect? Hearing this, the girl sobbed, her body trembling, not daring to. This moment, he had to do it this way. There's no other way. I have to get angry. Immediately, he began to act, saying in a very disappointed voice, whatever. Don't ever talk to me until you're willing to apologize. I didn't expect you to be such a rude and stupid person.
TSK, I'm truly disappointed in you, Young.
Hearing his words hurt her even more, making her heart ache. He's disappointed in me. Is he going to leave me? I have to apologize. I don't want him to leave me. No. In Kiang's heart, he felt extremely guilty. Damn it. So much guilt.
I'm sorry.
The girl stood looking at the sea in deep pain. After that, Young Hyan apologized to me. But this webtoon would end if she found out the truth. Eventually, there would only be the two of us. So I have to pretend that I'm still angry. Back to the present. Seeing the girl keep crying made him unable to focus. My mind is in a mess because of this stupidity. Why did this happen? It seems I was too harsh. I need to be careful. At this moment, Hyun-sung spoke up to clear the atmosphere. Ahem. Let's take a break. Shall we? Hearing this, Kaiang continued. Sure, I brought some. 3 delicious sandwiches were placed before. No one dared to touch a sandwich to eat. The atmosphere was extremely Kaiang started talking nonsense. The weather is really nice. Hyun-sung immediately followed. Cloudy. Their words made the girl cry even more. In Kiang's head, he thought with a headache, why do you have to talk? Kim Hyun-sung. She's crying even louder. He was very helpless seeing the girl keep crying. TSK. Anyway, it's my fault so I have to resolve it. If I ruin my relationship with the great mage, it'll be a huge. Immediately, he relented, calling her in a tender voice. Hyan. Hearing this, the girl looked up. Seeing him touch her cheek, she was extremely moved and thought, is he not angry with me anymore? Is he going to kiss me to make up? Kaiang teasingly joked with her. You have a piece of ham on your. That much made her extremely happy as she exclaimed. Kaiang. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was extremely confused and thought, how did it? Then, Kaiang relented and apologized to the girl.
I'm sorry, Hyan.
I was too hot-tempered, wasn't I? Hearing this, the girl was very happy and replied. No, it's my fault too. The sky was now brighter. At this moment, he made an offer. Why don't we go on a date on the way back to Lindell? Hearing this, the girl was very happy and asked back. Really? So you're not angry with me anymore? He turned and smiled at the girl. Of course, then he rubbed the girl's head. In his head at the moment, he thought, well, I was also in the wrong. But she's doing better now, right? She's really cute, even though she's a bit. Sun was now almost. 3 of them finally returned. Hyun-sung asked for permission to leave first. Then he'll head back to the guild. Seeing this, Kaiang said goodbye. See you later. Then, Kiang's attention was caught by that castle, making him think, is there a building like that in this moment? He led the girl for a walk and said, quite a few new things appeared while we were away. Hyan, I'll give you some gifts to make up for it. You can choose anything. Hearing this, the girl was very surprised and exclaimed, huh, really? He said boldly, of course. You know I'm. Then, he led the girl to a store to buy things. Spending time like this isn't bad. I should maintain this kind of relationship with Hyan. He'll rest for a few days before entering the research process. Yes, right after that, he thought about the medicine he was making. After seeing Park Diaka's death in the previous life, I decided there's only one way to make him stronger. The power serum. Those scenes I saw in the previous life are at least 2 years away. Even Kaiang also said that Park Diaka's progress is too. He remembered the happy times in the previous life with him. The growth limit of this fat guy must have been stagnant the whole time until he died. To help that fat guy, I have no choice but to inject the power serum to force the cells to. Then, he recalled the image of him saving him and thought that way he won't die while trying to protect. At this moment, Kaiang remembered Yuno in the previous life and became pensive. If Diaka doesn't die, then Yuno won't have such a hard life having to take care of a failure. He continued to drift in his thoughts. Damn it, thinking about those things makes me sad again. Suddenly, the girl called out to him. The girl had finished choosing a bunch of very cute teddy bears.
I'm done choosing.
Seeing that, he was also happy for her. She's finished choosing this, he gave his card to the store owner to pay. Here. The store had a card reader artifact. Kyung was very surprised by this. The surprising thing is that this continent even has a card transaction system. Meanwhile, the store owner was very excited to see him. Truly the guild master of blue. I can close the store. Suddenly, the system rang. Gold withdrawal unavailable, which surprised him. The store owner was very apologetic and said to him, Sir. Sorry, but there's no money left in here. Hearing this, he was very bewildered and exclaimed, Huh? Me? In his heart, he was very skeptical. Damn it. I made a bunch of money with that medicine. At this moment, the shopkeeper spoke to him. This is a bit impolite, but could it be that you spent too much money building the dragon's nest? I know it's for the black dragon. However, I thought you were very rich. Hearing this, he was very panicked and thought, Huh? What? I used the money for what? A nest for Suddenly, he remembered the crystal castle earlier. Wait, could it be that giant? His face immediately changed as he thought, He recalled his actions a few days ago with Dilugia. It's all just a job. They'll be back soon. Just go shopping. Don't worry about the money. Thinking about that, he couldn't believe his eyes. The shopkeeper tells him hesitantly, I know you're the master of the Blue Guild, but we don't take credit. The little girl looks at him anxiously. Meanwhile, his body is shaking like a leaf. He puts money on the table and says, Take this then. It's his emergency fund. Damn it. Hajien, I'm so sorry, but I have an emergency. They'll come find you later. Hearing that, the little girl replying back to the castle. Dilugia. Walking inside, the scenery is incredibly beautiful. Inside, Dilugia is still very relaxed, holding a watering. She waters the plants while singing happily, looking very full of. From afar, Li Jiang runs over furiously to settle the score with her. You stupid. Very angry, Li Jiang shoves the bankruptcy notice in her face and interrogates her. Oh my, when did you get in? No, what are you talking about? What were you thinking? My bank account is at 0. What the hell did you? After that, Li Jiang starts cursing at her in frustration. A massive mansion, a whole forest, and a lake? What the hell? At this, Dilugia calmly replies, Of course. A nest is very important to a dragon. I only copied a human villa for convenience and so Luria could learn how to. You seem very happy. Hearing this, Li Jiang's blood boils as he curses. Happy my ass. What about my? She then acts cute and says, You told me to use it. Don't worry about money. Hearing that, Li Jiang gets even angrier. Have you lost your mind? So you spent it all? I don't care if you're a legendary dragon or not. Your common sense is worse than a common lizard's. He tries to calm himself down. Phew, calm down. Money can always be earned. Then Li Jiang turns to look at her annoying attitude and reflects. Dilugia is a wonderful resource. Even if she looks human, she's still a monster. There's no way she thinks like a normal human. I can just go hunting to earn it back. How can he win an argument against a monster? Immediately after, Li Jiang changes his attitude. I should be polite as possible. He sighs and says, Ha, at least I'm not in debt. Then Li Jiang looks at her suspiciously. Dilugia, we don't owe anyone anything, right? Why aren't you saying it? Her face remains blank. Seeing this, Li Jiang goes crazy with anger. Are you serious? You even borrowed? At this point, Li Jiang can't take it anymore. He knocks the watering can out of her hand and curses. Damn it, you crazy lizard. I'm going to roast you. She cries out in pain. Calm down. If I die, you die too. I had a reason. I felt guilty just taking your money, so I wanted to build an alchemy laboratory. She shouts out in frustration. I didn't expect it to cost that much. Why are you so angry?
Im said.
You should thank me. Li Jiang replies even more furiously. It's my money. And you call it a gift? You ungrateful creature. You're worse. Li Jiang's scolding makes her eyes well up, and the baby dragon wakes up. Seeing the baby cry, Li Jiang picks her up to soothe her. My head is pounding. Are you awake, little one? There.
Don't cry.
But in his heart, he's in deep pain. Life is so. Now, Li Jiang regains his composure and calls her. Dilugia, you said you built a laboratory for me, right? Is it as big as this place? Hearing this, she stammers. Shortly after, they arrive at the laboratory of his imagination. She immediately transforms into a dragon and tells him, it might even fit my original form. Seeing the room, he thinks to himself, thanks. But how much money did you dump into? And now, the baby dragon is fast asleep. Li Jiang says, that's enough. Return to your human form for a. Immediately, Li Jiang takes out his research tools. Seeing this, she asks curiously, what are you going to do? And where did you get those? Jiang raises a knife with a sinister tone. You have to pay off your debt. Then, he approaches her and says, I'm going to extract everything of value from your body, and not just the serum. Seeing Li Jiang like this makes Dilugia cry, and Jian sees what's in front of her and exclaims in surprise. Inside the dragon's body. It's truly interesting. On the outside, she looks radiant and happy. But what truly captures her attention is the handsome young man in front of her. Her heart screams. Dating Li Jiang with glasses. 10,000 times. Yet he knows nothing and continues looking at the paper in his hand. Interesting, right? Well, research this together for a few. Suddenly, a voice filled with horror rings out. Why did you bring that scary mage here? Li Jiang looks up in surprise. Oh, Dilugia, you can speak human language in dragon form? In keeping my throat like this and using telepathy. Only with my companion. Li Jiang clicks his tongue. TSK. There was no other way. I need a large amount of mana to use the equipment here. But besides Ha Jian, I don't remember anyone else. But the real reason he brought her was because of Dilugia. And I'm too scared to go inside a dragon's mouth. Dilugia is terrified of her. So her voice is full of dissatisfaction. You could just use my mana. Ha Jian is inside the body, and some fluid drops on her, making her very uncomfortable. So sticky. Fine. Just stay still, that's already a huge help. In going deeper inside. Seeing the scene inside is still bright and shimmering. Li Jiang can't help but admire it. Being inside a dragon is really interesting. It's quite similar to a human body but also very. According to Dilugia, she converts everything she eats into mana and then sends it throughout her body. Looking at the mana floating everywhere, Li Jiang believes it's true. She can also purify corrupted mana. Simply put, she's a mana production. Jiang looks up. He sees something beating continuously, especially that it's a mana storage device that everyone knows about, even without much knowledge of dragons. The dragon heart. It has functions like mana recovery, mana increase, and more. That's why many mages have tried to replicate it, but all. Jian crosses her arms. Her face shows a doting expression as she sees Li Jiang acting as radiant and curious as a child. She must be really interested in it. She is a mage after all. Alright, time to work. He'll start by taking some of Dilugia's. He pulls out a syringe and stabs it into the flesh. Quick jab. Immediately after, there's a violent shaking. It's hard to stay steady. Li Jiang is startled. Are you crazy? Stop laughing. It's like an earthquake in here. You want me to get crushed? She tries to hold back her laughter. But it tickles. What's with her laughter? Li Jiang frowns in annoyance and clicks his. Then he continues taking her blood. The system voice rings out. You are the first person in history to obtain the blood of a black dragon. You have gained a massive amount of experience. Li Jiang is. Look at all that EXP. I only took a little blood. This makes him very excited. After taking blood, he picks up mana crystals. As expected, the abundance of EXP pours directly into his throat. Excitedly, he uses a saw. He even saws her flesh. But the truth is, she doesn't feel any pain because it can't cut dragon flesh. You have obtained a new title. First Great Explorer. You have obtained a new title. Alchemist researching a You have obtained a new class. Mythic Tier Dragon Alchemist. He kneels down and looks up at the sky, absorbing the mana. I love you. Moi. My wife is so lovely. Dilugia is extremely dissatisfied with how he flips his attitude so quickly. Just a few days ago, you called me a crazy lizard. You're in. Li Jiang doesn't care about his dignity anymore and hugs the flesh wall. He treats it like the love of his life. Forget the past. Let's start over. Okay? Moi. So much love. She is disgusted. How gross. Where are you even displaying player Li Jiang's new class? Ability. Dragon Alchemist. Rank. Super Mythic. You are the first person in the history of the continent to experiment on a dragon. Therefore, this rank is super tier. Mana has reached 45. Seeing the status board, Li Jiang can't help but scream. What? Not just mythic, but super. His whole body radiates a purple magical aura. In his hand, he holds a mana crystal, trembling, yet unwilling to let go. A wicked smile spreads across his face. Moreover, my mana is at level 45 now. Of course, compared to others, it's nothing. But now I can. Damn it. Why can't I break? Jiang is unwilling to give up on the large stone on the ground. Damn it. What about a smaller? Fortunately, he manages to break it. It shatters on the ground. This makes him extremely proud. In the incredible. Strong now? Can I be like Che Shila? Now I can fight for my rights in battles. Puhahaha. Just then, Ha Jian slowly walks over to him. Jiang, are you done? Currently, he's very excited because of his new class and mana amount, so his voice is full of enthusiasm. Ah, Jian, look, I've become so much stronger. Before he can finish his sentence, he sees a massive amount of mana gathering around. Her expression has changed. She looks even more robust and powerful than the real deal he is. She looks like a genuine top-tier archer. Is this aura? Just her standing still is enough to make the air around her gust into a wind.
Li Jiang stammers. Jian.
She smiles sillily. She taps her head lightly and sticks her tongue out like a cute little dummy. I was made from a dragon heart. Player Ha Jian has gained a new trait. Archmage's heart. Mythic rank. Li Jiang can't help but be shocked. Ha Jian gently brings out the heart she formed to show him. I created a similar one in my body while you were experimenting. I made it even more beautiful than the original. I wanted to create one for a long time. Luckily, it worked immediately. She truly is his beloved Ha Jian. The things that surprise him are countless, so he manages to maintain a bit of composure now. Countless mages have failed to create that for centuries. Damn it. This is why I hate geniuses. Damn it. I can't lose to her. Mythic tier Dragon Alchemist. Mythic tier Mind's Eye. Seeing these two, he's a bit relieved. I have 2 mythic tiers now, but I want something even more special. Not a mythic class or essence, but something special like Ha Giants. Thinking of this, he finds something that fits his description. That is Dilugia's Dragon Heart. Come to think of it, a dragon heart can do one more. Jiang puts on gloves. He flashes a wicked smile, and his glasses glint like a detective finding a clue. Alright, let's get to at the Blue Guild's office. Yin Xuanqing crosses off another area with the palace and the next warlock. He is working intently when he hears a knock at the door. Gu Meiying enters holding a scroll. Guild Master. A letter from the Red Mercenary. He looks up. Ah, he takes it and starts reading. I see. The next training session is starting. He can't help but sigh. Time passes so quickly. I'm so excited. But I don't have time to worry about these things in the first. He hesitates for a moment before speaking. What about the Vice Guild Master? She replies, I'll go inform. He assesses the situation. Anyway, it's the Red Mercenary's turn to take the lead this time. I don't want to disturb Jiang while he's experimenting. I understand. In her heart, she breathes a sigh of relief. Good. They'll be able to talk privately without anyone disturbing them. As expected of a core member of the Jiang and Jian couple, Yin Xuanqing is really looking forward to it. I hope there will be many talented people there. They'll form a stronger and more stable team than in my previous. He remembers the back of the masked man. His tone becomes hateful. To catch that back, a few weeks, the black dragon slowly transforms into human. Thank you watching for Dilugia breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, it's been a few weeks. But for me, it's just a blink of an eye. Any progress?
Li Jiang smilas.
Has created a flask. Another function of the Dragon Heart is to activate Dragon Breath. The first combat-type potion produced was based on that function of the heart. Mythic rank Dragon Breath Potion. My Dragon Breath it's shaped like a dragon heart and actually emits dragon breath. Li Jiang tosses the flask. Do you want to see? I just need to channel a bit of my mana to activate. Shortly after the flask is thrown, it explodes. A resounding blast. Truly a work. Of course, there was some risk before it exploded. But it's probably even more useful than Juliana. No, it must be more useful. I worked so hard for it. He is truly proud of this flask. A teardrop of happiness falls. She didn't expect the power to be so great. Amazing. I didn't think you could make something like. He brags, this is the power of alchemy. She scoffs, yeah. What about the essence you wanted to create? Is it fit? Li Jiang takes out a tube containing a green substance. Of course. Then he turns to her. Jian, can you bring Pu Dijiu here? Sure. He anticipates Pu Dijiu's reaction.
Pu de jus.
This guy will surely be. Pu Dijiu excitedly bursts through the door. Jiang. Oh, is this the new? Seeing Pu Dijiu acting like a child, Li Jiang exhales. He's covered in sweat. Probably just finished. Dijiu is as outgoing as ever. He smiles and asks, how have you been lately, Miss This bastard. Li Jiang murmurs and remembers what he saw in his past life. Pu Dijiu's body was riddled with arrows, blood on his.
Li Jiang's face darkens.
Li Jiang #1 could not save you. But I am different. I will not let you die. Drop by the guild once in a while. At this rate, well, forget your. Jiang tosses the tube to him and replies, I was planning to stop by anyway. Take it. Pu Dijiu catches the tube. What? Training must be hard, right? I made this for you. Pu Dijiu looks at it. It's mythic rank strength essence.
Creator, Li Ji.
Jiang awkwardly rubs the back of his neck. With this, you can become the Lindell captain. Tell me if you need more. They'll help you. And stay here for I need to observe if there are any side effects. Also, but contrary to his expectations, Pu Diju looks down. I don't need it. This leaves Li Jiang completely stunned. Pu Diju looks at Li Jiang with disbelief, as if he's been hurt. Will I become stronger in an instant if I drink this? Are you trying to trample on my training efforts? Li Jiang doesn't understand what he's saying. Huh? Then he gets angry. Damn it. Why is he reacting like after that? Li Jiang, not satisfied at all, shouts, Is this the time to prioritize your pride? You don't even have a class. Do you want to be kicked out of the team? Pu Diju isn't backing down either. He roars. Then just kick me out and hire someone else. The two of them dive into an argument. What? You? Li Jiang doesn't understand at all. While Dilugia stands frozen like a statue, Ha Jian is extremely Pu Diju can't accept this. If he drinks this to catch up with others, it will all be meaningless.
Li Jiang stops.
His face shows disbelief. Idiot. The important thing is that you can catch up by drinking this. He looks down, his face dark with frustration. Just drink it. He'll handle the rest.
Don't worry.
But Pu Diju rudely interrupts. Jiang's veins pop from anger. He raises his voice, You pig. Drink it. Drink it now. The two of them fall into a messy scuffle. Neither gives in. What's wrong with you? Ha Jian, standing outside the chaos, is confused. Stop. Pu Diju grips the essence tube in his hand. I don't want to drink it. With that, he throws the flask into the air but notice his punch hitting Li Jiang, sending him flying back against the wall. Pu Diju and Ha Jian are horrified. Ah, Jiang. Tears well up in his eyes. Damn it. Did I just break a bone? His voice trembles. But what concerns him more is the tube spinning in the air. Wait, my essence. At the same time, Ha Jian is rushing towards him, her face full of fear and, coincidentally, the tube falls right on her head, leaving Li Jiang speechless with Li Jiang's mouth hangs open. Just thinking about her becoming even more muscular and grabbing him makes him feel utterly hopeless.
Imdomet.
He'll really die if Ha Jian turns into that incredible. Suddenly, he notices the essence is being blocked on the outside. Her voice is cold. I'm pretty sure I stop fighting. Seeing his essence flowing around her, he is amazed. She's using a magic shield to avoid being hit. But why does that matter? Ha Jian tears apart anyone who makes her angry. She isn't even stuttering. She's really lost. In the corner, his whole body is trembling. Jian, calm down, honey. In his heart, he screams desperately. Don't come now. Pu Diju finally reacts and quickly runs to him. Jiang, are you okay?
I'm sorry.
Are you in pain? Thank you watching for vid. Uses a powerful surge of magic, making Pu Diju immediately collapse to the ground. His face shows total disbelief. His expression gradually twists. I can't move. She's like a living corpse, limping towards Li Jiang. Her voice is drastically different. Trusted you. I thought you were better than this. How dare you? How dare you hurt my Jiang? She cries and screams, hugging him. That massive power hasn't dissipated. But Li Jiang just pouts and turns his face away. Yeah, she is losing control more and more. The amount of magic leaking out is terrifying, making it impossible for Pu Diju to stand up. I can't forgive you. I will never forgive you. Seeing her like this, Li Jiang also panics and tries to stop her. Jian, the weight around Pu Diju becomes heavier. He struggles to stay steady in that kneeling position, biting his lip as he tries to stand. No, I can't get up. Every cell in my body is being crushed by her magic. I didn't know she was this strong. He looks up at her angry face as she controls her magic. She used to be such a cry, remembering the first time they met, when she was crying while running. But now she's indescribably. I used to be so strong. Now she's even stronger than me. He trembles, clenching his fists in disbelief. So what am I even good for? Being crushed by this power to the point he can't stand. What makes him even more desperate is that the one casting it is the girl he once saved.
Tears pour out.
Am I really nothing more than a burden to this? Jian's eyes are white. Her voice screams coldly. Feel Jiang's pain. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupts. She freezes for a moment. The magic around her dissipates somewhat. He stands up on one knee behind her. Stop. Ha Jian's. It's not like Pu Diju did it on purpose. I'm not even hurt because I have an artifact with me. She retracts that terrifying power. Her hands intertwine as she looks at him in confusion. I'm sorry. He doesn't look at her once. You should apologize to Pu Diju. Ha Jian's face falls. She says nothing. Then looking at Pu Diju's face, which is just as dark, Li Jiang feels a massive, what the hell can I do to make this situation less? Li Jiang walks up to him and reaches out a hand to help him up.
I'm sorry, Pudeyu.
I guess I wasn't considerate enough. But he stands up on his own. You didn't do anything.
I'm sorry.
He walks away without looking back. Sorry for hurting you while you were taking care of me. It's all my fault. Seeing him use his arm to wipe away the tears on his face makes Li Jiang panic. Wait. Seeing his tears flow like a stream, Li Jiang didn't expect a strong and always lively boy like him to act. He stands frozen in place. His face clearly shows anxiety. He looks at the essence tube he worked so hard to create, shattered to pieces. Fluid is everywhere. At pub, Li Jiang's voice rings out angrily. I did all this for that fat guy. He couldn't help but chug a glass of red wine. Li Jihui speaks up. As expected, she takes a sip. I didn't know you were such an emotional person. By now he's dead drunk. His face is as red as a monkey's butt. This is the Black Swan Guild's VIP bar. Li Jiang's face is dark again. He grits his teeth. This is the last time. They'll kick him out if he fails again. But she doesn't seem to believe a word he says. Really? Come on. Don't rely on the strength serum. He is silent for a moment then speaks. There's one I don't quite understand. But if I want him to get stronger without the serum. Li Jiang remembers Pu Dijia's sturdy back and feels troubled. I just need to put him in an environment where he has no choice but to get strong.
Ziui realizas.
Like throwing him into hell? Thinking of the scene where hell throw the crybaby into the fire, he nods. Exactly. He's never truly experienced real danger. He remembers past battles. Whenever a critical moment came, he, Hajian, and Jin Xuanqing would all step in to protect. Whenever the situation became dangerous, the Blue Guild would handle it. Li Jihui becomes excited hearing this. Both of them point out the necessary point in unison. Seeing that both sides have the same idea, the two of them laugh like perverts as they clink glasses. There's a reason we're best friends. The two of them discuss the location. In a dungeon, right? Dangerous level. Can you get one right now? Of course. But in exchange, can you tell Jin Xuanqing to spare some time? But Li Jiang stops immediately. His mouth twists. What? Do you like him? His heart shatters. My Xuanqing Yanju ship. However, she just waves her hand. Of course not. You know I wouldn't. It's not. Remembering Yanju secretly following Jin Xuanqing, she couldn't help but say, I think my guild master likes him. It's been a while since the rumors of them dating started. Didn't you know? Indeed, he didn't know about this at all and was extremely surprised. Thinking of that beautiful, gentle girl, Black Swan Guild Master Pu Yanju, one of the 8 kings of the empire, the person who, along with Li Jihui, eliminated the internal corruption of the Black Swan Guild. She looks like the girl next door, but she's actually as strong as Che Shila. Someone like that has a secret crush on Jin Xuanqing. Amazing. Jin Xuanqing. You should have told.
Li Ziui seeks dejectadly.
But the problem is Jin Xuanqing rejects all her advances. He's not impotent, is he? Hearing Li Jihui, he can somewhat imagine the scene. The indifferent man making the gentle girl cry. Jihui, I was rejected again. Takes him a moment to say, I don't think so. In his heart, he curses silently. Is this guy Li Jihui speaks up. So can you help? In exchange for me helping you. Can you? He smiles. All right, they'll talk to him. Good news is he covers his mouth and giggles. Everything will be great for the Blue Guild if things go. Just thinking about the two of them side by side makes him unable to contain his joy. The meeting of the guild masters of the 2 greatest guilds. Influence in the empire adds more power. Jin, sorry, but you've lost your.
Ziui seeks.
I can understand what you're thinking. There are even rumors about you. His face still shows happiness. People are whispering that the reason the Blue Guild leveled up is because of your popularity with women. She thinks of dozens of women. Like my
Archmaja Jian, mercenary queen Kexila,
the priestess Kasagano, black dragon Dialugia and a blonde. Does that include me? She continues. It makes sense though. How many women are around you? And they're all strong. I mean, you're attractive but you don't look that good. So I don't understand what those people see in you. Is it because you look like a pervert? Well, in one of them, Li Jiang isn't moved at all and immediately thinks of a skill. Actually, there's a reason for this. Displaying player Li Jiang's traits. Scammer's charm. Charms scammers into listening. Increases the chance of receiving affection from dangerous opponents. However, the truly famous book is about the romance between Li Jiang and Guild Master Jin Xuanqing. She sighs. There are a few books getting popular. I don't know much, but you're very famous. Well, it'll prepare the prank, so don't worry about it. Although he's a bit stunned by the series of books, he quickly regains his composure. Li Jihui winks at him. So do you want to stop by for some ramen? It's late. You might not know, but this invitation means Netflix and chill in Korea. He refuses. No, Ha-Jien is waiting for me. Ah, goodbye, love. No need to see me out. Yeah. See you later, bestie. Lee Jiang puts his hands in his pockets and walks away like a cool guy. This is really the last time I help you. Pu Diju. Lindell project number smirks. Let's go. It's time to set up Li Jiang's. Li Zhihui also smiles and she looks at his back. You should look forward. A few days later, a voice rings out. A picnic in a dungeon? Li Jiang leads the whole group. Well, we rarely go out like this anyway. I thought everyone would be tired from training. This dungeon is easy too, so this trip will be. And I'm sorry about last time. Hearing this, he gets emotional. Jiang. Receiving the expected reaction, Li Jiang is happy. Alright, that's how it should. Afterward, he fearfully whispers in Li Jiang's ear. I think Ha-Jien is still angry. He smiles helplessly. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Although he can't hear what she's saying, her walking style looks very. He understands why. She's nervous because she's acting. Anyway, he chose 3 more people who aren't Li Zhihui's. The selection criteria included being good at acting and having free time. 2 people met those criteria. Yue Young and Jean Ely. And the third Pu Diju is flustered. Jiang, you didn't need to buy out the whole dungeon. He replies gently, it's for everyone. It's fine. He thinks to himself, well, Zhihui bought it for me since I'm broke right now. Suddenly, another figure appears behind. He is moved. You're so thoughtful. Thank you so much. Just then, a blond young man wearing glasses appears beside him. Tears are streaming down his face. He covers his eyes with his hand, looks up at the sky, and says admiringly, your friendship is amazing. This is what family is truly like. Oh, I'm crying.
Plus de jus frise.
Who are you? He seems to wake up. Ah, Li Jiang is delighted. Ah.
Dont bichoqued, plus de jus.
He's a real. He pushes up his glasses and flashes a radiant smile as he introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I am the Red Mercenary's priest, and Chima.
Li Jiang smilas wickedly.
I hired him specifically. Seeing the sun begin to set, let's take a. And Chima and Pu Diju chat happily near the fire. So you ended up here because you pressed the wrong button in the game? Yeah, the 2 of them are like best friends who haven't met in a long time, laughing and talking. That's why continuously holding the button is dangerous. Ha ha ha, spot on. Li Jiang, sitting nearby, didn't expect them to bond so quickly. They've become friends already. And he isn't famous, but he has a lot of acting experience from Earth. Back then, he was a stage actor specialized in cheesy romance plays. But looking at it, it seems a bit weird and awkward. How can love change like that? Yeah, typical cheesy romance drama lines. However, Li Jiang doesn't care much. As long as he has experience. Currently, he's a combat priest for the Red Mercenary. He isn't particularly strong, but surprisingly, he gets along very well in the Red Mercenary Guild. Probably because he's a good actor. Pu Diju has no idea about the group's intentions and is still very excited. We're so compatible. So everyone was invited by the game?
Suddenly, Yili interrupts.
I never received an invitation. I grew up in the slums. The little girl says those words looking very calm. Ah, it's not like I'm sad. Shima is flustered. Ah, Li Jiang also feels a sting in his nose. Suddenly, the 2 best friends faces. Almost at the same time, they shout at the little girl, Ely. From now on, you can call me Uncle and Shima. Uncle Pu Diju will be here for you. The 2 of them are so loud it makes the girl uncomfortable. What? Ha 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 ha. On the outside, he's laughing, but in his heart, he's smirking. Cold, cynical laugh. Boo-hoo. The atmosphere is exactly as he. Beautiful scenery. Good food. So Jiang gives the. And Chimo receives the signal. He suddenly becomes serious. It's time to pull the fishing. He taps his head lightly. For Li Jiang's prank. Episode. Lindell Captain.
Director, Li Jiang.
Producer, Li Jiang. Writer, Li. Port, Li Jiang. They look around. It seems stable here.
Ah, yeah.
Compared to before. But we shouldn't let our guard. And Chima chuckles. Well, I don't think anything bad will happen. Suddenly, Pu Diju gets a bad premonition. What do you mean? Did something happen around? It seems you don't know. Well, a few years ago an organization was wiped out here. A faction mass. Thank you watching for vid. Rests his chin on his hand. His face becomes tense. The Murderer Brigade. An organization of Pu Diju is startled. Killers? The others also pretend to be the Murderer Brigade. In his heart, stars are sparkling, wanting to offer an olive branch. This want to recruit him into the guild. True, the 2 of them planned this beforehand, but his acting is too real. He almost believed the organization actually existed. Incredible. looking at his face which shows no flaws. He's truly in deep acting. Jiang ponders the name. The Murderer Brigade. A killer organization founded by Jung Jinho in the first life after surviving the tutorial, which once shocked the entire continent. Why do I know? I saw it in the dark. He remembers the scene he saw. Li Jiang #1 was leaving. At that time, thanks to Pu Dijiu, the 31st Li Jiang didn't. My theory is that he secretly befriended Captain Jung Jinho. The reason is simple. This beautiful vision can bring in a lot of money. Surely he's good at flattering and making money off them. If he created the organization in the previous life, he might have done it now or someone else did. But without Jung Jinho, the organization wouldn't be that scary. And since he was a psychopathic piece of trash, if I said every bad thing was his doing, it wouldn't. He covers his mouth, snickering secretly. Thanks, Jung Jinho. Hajian covers her face to pretend, but it looks so awkward. Oh, so scary. Terrible acting. Meanwhile, Ili turns away and criticizes, what a lame name. This makes him very dissatisfied. Hey. Cut. Everything was going so well. You just need to keep your mouth shut. Murderer Brigade. It sounds cool. But the person who knows nothing here is a fool. And Pu Dijiu is exactly Theta genuine fool. Are they still active? And Shima immediately laughs to break the tension. If they were, would we dare to come here? Haha.
He's inwardly glad.
Wow, thank goodness and Shima is here. Look how good he laughs. There are guards patrolling around the fortress. Lately, there's been no news of their activities. Everything will be fine. Li Jiang joins in. Right. We just need to be a little careful. However, Pu Dijiu is still a bit scared. Li Jiang ignores his words. Let's head out before it gets dark. Hearing that he is terrified,
Jiang.
he follows closely behind. I have a bad feeling about it. Can we turn back? He is confused. He looks down, his face very sad. No, he prepared all of this for me. Everyone must be looking forward to this trip. This is also a chance for me to make up with Jiang. He's shaking like a wet rabbit, his eyes welling up. Jiang. Actually, I want to go back. Seeing this expression makes him very dissatisfied. -10. Wind blows softly, gone quite deep but still haven't seen anyone. Making Li Jiang a bit anxious. Where are they? It's time to appear. Please show yourselves, Murderer Brigade. Along with Li Jiang. I think someone is over there. He coordinates by pretending to be surprised. Finally, someone appears. Even though he's trembling, he decides to call out loudly. Who's there? Are you lost? However, Li Jiang sees something is not right. Huh? Only one person. What's going on? She should have sent 3 or 4 people. What on earth was she thinking? Li Jiahai. I'm so disappointed. Before he could even finish being disappointed in her, he saw that person suddenly turn their head back. They glared with eyes like bullets, and a terrifying red light even flashed. A pillar of burning red light shot straight into the sky. The overwhelming pressure it emitted was extremely terrifying. This bloodlust was strange. Even On Jimo felt something was off. Li Kaiong. Is that really someone from our side? He tried to stand firm against this power. I don't know either. What is that? Park Diaku panicked. Li Kaiong had no choice but to use his skill to see the opponent clearly. Their eyes met, and Li Kaiong, who was peeking at the opponent's status window, was stunned. Huh? Wait, seeing the person in front of him filled with such murderous intent made Li Kaiong displaying player Park Yanju's status window. Damn it. What is the Black Swan Guild Master doing here? In what way does she look? Kaiong looked at Jung Hyan and Kim Yeri, who were also being cautious. Could someone be playing a prank? Park Diaku shouted. Yunayan. Run. His face was clearly filled with. Park Yanju showed no mercy. She directly launched an attack from the moon, landing right where Park Diaku was. Li Kaiong, the one who scripted this, also gasped in shock. Mother of God. That's terrifying. Does a brigade killer really exist? I shouldn't have doubted Li Kaiong recalled the words he said the other day. I really need you to do this well. At that time, she had let out a sigh.
Don't worry.
Who do you think I am? Li Kaiong felt helpless. He didn't expect her to ask her own guild man. Was this the reason she requested a date with Kim Hyunsung? Park Diaku looked back for a moment and spoke up. Li Kaiong. Leave this to me and run. Li Kaiong hurriedly replied. You're coming with us. Internally, he felt a bit disdainful. That's touching. But what are you planning to do? You don't stand a chance.
But don't worry. Deogu.
Li Kaiong looked up at Park Yanju, who was jumping high in. The opponent was indeed a monster. But this was just an act. Li Kaiong gave a thumbs up. Park Yeonju saw it and nodded. When he gave the signal, she would pretend to attack everyone except Park Deoku would witness his companions fall and awaken as the captain of Lindell. Lee Kyeong was certain of this because he had witnessed it in the first timeline. Back then, Park Deoku had tried to protect the first and Lee Kyeong still clearly remembered the scene he had seen. Park Deoku's entire body was riddled with arrows. Despite being injured, he protected Lee Kyeong until the very end. That wasn't due to a miracle. This was just a way to make sure he could become strong. Lee Kyeong laid out a plan. He depicted the way to awaken power through a drawing. The reason for the slow power development was enough experience and a lack of injury. So it was due to his mental state. Can I catch up with the other team members? He lacked confidence. But even if he was useless, relying on other members was what limited his growth. From that, he deduced the solution. A power-up product. I absolutely won't use this method to get stronger. Friends are in danger. Oh, is that so? Then well, as a result, Park Deoku tightly hugged the fainting Lee Kyeong. Lee Kyeong, I will be the one to protect the Blue Guild. The development system was successful. Now then, should I go test the new magic potion? Lee Kyeong pulled a bottle from his dragon's breath potion. Without a word, he threw the bottle directly at Park Yeonju. The explosion it produced was terrifying, but fortunately, she managed to avoid it. Oh damn, that's incredible, out of this world. Suddenly, Lee Kyeong noticed Park Yeonju's expression. She was coughing and looked a bit angry. Wait, she's angry. She landed safely on the ground. Then immediately after, she rushed toward them.
Lee Kyeong shouted in panic. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Young Hyan, stand back. Lee, she raised her magic staff. Hira. Immediately after, magic power gathered around. Suit magic. Several arrows appeared and flew straight at Park Yeonju. Lee Kyeong, seeing the name, criticized it slightly. Why is the name so? What if we win?
Bohehehe.
He had forgotten the original purpose. Park Yeonju landed behind him again. Where are you looking? That was just an after. Lee Kyeong panicked and turned his head.
So fast.
When did she get? Seeing her eyes looking lifeless made him question himself. Wait, she isn't actually planning to kill us. Immediately after, she used only 2 fingers to block it. Seeing that Kim Yeri had jumped high into the sky made her feel interested. Thank you watching for vid. I heard that the Blue Guild has many talented individuals. It's true. Seeing that incredibly calm face. Yeri's girl kicked toward her head at very high speed, but she dodged it. She used the exact same technique to kick the girl away. You people are fit. Kim Yeri spat out a mouthful of blood. The girl was knocked back dozens of meters.
Ahn-gimo shouted.
Lee Kyeong pretended to be terrified. What should we do? Is she dead? Then he looked at Park Deoku's reaction. This idiot. He's feel a bit guilty. But it's all for your own good, Deoku. His face reflected fear. His voice trembled. No.
Yeri.
A desperate scream rang out through the forest as he saw the girl sitting there as if all her strength was gone. One person gone.
Kim Yeri.
It's just an act, right? She didn't really die. Onjimo rushed over. Immediately after, he was stabbed straight in the back by the knife from before. Blood splat. He also pretended to fall to the ground. Park Deoku panicked even more. Young Hyan continuously used magic, shielding Lee Kyeong and Park Deoku behind her. Get back. Deoku. Pursuit. Dozens of arrows slammed repeatedly toward one person. But Park Yeonju managed to raise a blood shield, blocking all the offensive. Then she waved her hand again. Dozens of blood-stained swords appeared, leaving Lee Kyeong incredibly amazed. Wow. What is that? Sword summoning. So cool. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Dozens of swords launched simultaneously. Lee Kyeong played his part.
Yunayan.
You need to get. But she used her body to shield everything. Blood splattered Lee Kyeong ran over in a panic.
Yunayan.
Internally, he couldn't stop admiring. Damn. Both the swords and the blood are special effects. But it looks so real. She trembled, trying to call his name. I love you. Tears and snot were streaming. Lee Kyeong let out a tragic scream.
Yunayan.
It was as if a brilliant light shone down on the two of them. But this hugging pose made him feel helpless. Did we really need to get into this pose? Meanwhile, Park Deoku had no idea it was all an act. Thinking it was real, his whole body trembled. Even Young Hyan. Young Hyan was the third. He screamed and lunged at Park Yeonju uncontrollably. Ah! I will have revenge. He repeatedly stabbed his sword at Park Yeonju. But she calmly swayed back and forth, dodging effortlessly. Lee Kyeong was tired of watching. It's useless. She's just playing with him. There's even Hyun-sung to Immediately after, she kicked him in the. Lee Kyeong hurriedly ran over. Deoku. Meanwhile, she had jumped onto a tree branch. Lee Kyeong thought, now it's my turn, Yeonju. I trust you. Don't forget the damage immunity spell. Park Yeonju summoned dozens more red swords. It's time for me to end. Even though Park Deoku was in pain, lying on the ground struggling, he still forced out a shout. Lee Kyle, save yourself. Hurry. There's no hope for me, but you still have a chance. Lee Kyong was slightly moved. This big guy, still thinking of me despite his Lee Kyong opened the red bottle cap. Nonsense. You idiot. We'll die to. He was so panicked he even swore. Holy shit. It's dangerous. Lee Kyong. Oh my god. Get away. Then, right in front of him, Lee Kyong was stabbed, and blood splattered seeing Lee Kyong slowly fall. Lee Kyong spread his arms like an eagle. Like a father sacrificing everything, he took all the even though he vomited blood, he tried to speak. If I can do it, then you can do even better. Lee Kyong smiled as if accepting this end. Internally, he felt proud. Look at that. Oscar owes me an. Immediately after, he fell right in front of the boy. His face was full of despair. Lee Kyong. Lee Kyong. Lee Kyong. Park Deoku called his name repeatedly as if he couldn't believe it. But how can you wake someone who is pretending to sleep? He'll breathe a bit more so the kid has hope I'm still. He cried continuously, gritting his teeth. Sobi? Yeah, Sobi. Lee Kyong. He screamed in despair. Lee Kyong, lying on the ground, was also surprised. This big guy. I've never seen him this sad. Now I feel a bit guilty. Maybe he's thinking something can still save him. I need to protect him. I need to protect Park Deoku trembled, using his sword to stand up. He did it. As expected, it made Lee Kyong happy. He raised his shield. If he can, I can too. Park Yeonju stood by, watching him gradually better. As the words fell, the atmosphere around him changed. Powerful wind burst out. Player Park Deoku has surpassed his. Lee Kyong was surprised and proud. Holy crap. Finally. A class. He was proud of the big guy. Seeing him look as if he were going crazy. Playing player Park Deoku's class. Legendary Guardian of Faith. A title for great warriors who sacrifice themselves to protect others. This title is awarded to Park Deoku for fulfilling the heroic conviction. Endurance plus 15, total endurance exceeds 90. Legendary trait of the class. Noble sacrifice has been unlocked. Lee Kyong couldn't help but curse. Damn. Endurance 90 and a legendary class. Displaying player Park Deoku's trait. Skill, noble sacrifice. Rank, legendary. Absorbs damage and shock in place of a designated target for a certain period of time. Lee Kyong screamed. Hell yeah, they're taking damage for a designated target. That's the best captain in the Lindell continent. Oh my god. After that, looking at the hundreds of swords in the sky. Wait, absorbing damage for others. Can't be. Can it? Park Deoku shouted. And immediately after, a phantom of a spreading eagle appeared in front of his shield. Activating noble sacrifice. Lee Kyong, surrounded by that light, broke into a cold sweat. But I don't take any damage because of the immunity spell. Park Deoku will receive damage instead of Lee Kyong for a certain period of time. He screamed internally. Wait, Yeonju.
Don't attaque anymore.
Is about to be exposed. He waved his hand, signaling. He wanted to cancel it. The kid is about to find out. Stop. Stop. Go back, mommy. But she didn't understand anything. She just. The hundreds of knives flew toward Yeri. What the hell? I didn't tell you to redirect toward. Park Deoku tensed his muscles. No. The target switching the target of noble sacrifice. Park Deoku will receive damage instead of Kim Yeri for a certain period of time. Lee Kyong cursed. No. If this continues, the kid will Then, Onjimo jumped out to block all those knives, which Lee Kyong didn't expect. Park Deoku panicked. Onjimo. He was still deep in his role. Someone like me still manages to surprise everyone until the end. Seeing the scene change without any notice made him dissatisfied. What? I only see the glasses. Can't you change the angle, damn it? I understand why he wasn't doing well on it. Suddenly, a carriage and some people rushed over. You! Stop! Park Yeonju also saw them. It was the Black Swan, turned her head and left. TSK. You won't be so lucky next time, Lee Kyong remarked. She really tried hard until the end. She must really want to go on that date with Hyun. Members of the Black Swan Guild carried everyone away. Move the injured. Seeing his friends being taken away made Park Deoku panic. Wait, who are you people? Wait, please. Thank you watching for something. Doctor.
Yunayan. Yeru.
Don't die. If you all die, I'll follow you. Tears and snot were a mess. Let me go. Let me die. All four were carried into the carriage. The door closed, locking Park Deoku out. The group simultaneously opened their eyes and stayed. After reflecting for a while, Yeri finally spoke. Hey, Mr. Lee Kaiong. Huh? The girl continued. Don't you feel guilty acting like... He pretended to cry a few times. Boo-hoo-hoo. Of course I do. A little guilty, but the goal was achieved. Sometimes in life you just have to do things you don't. Hearing his tragic crying from outside the carriage, Yeri fell silent. I'm never doing something like this. I feel so troubled. Not just the girl, but all of them were silent, reflecting on their lives. Especially Lee Kaiong, the mastermind. Hey, don't grow up to be like me. An orc head rolled. The voices of strangers rang out in the area. Wow, there are as many as ants. But we have food for today. Wait, you want to eat this? It'll start the... A young man picked up the orc horn. He rubbed his eyes. Quite a bit of meat. The girl beside him was helpless. Yeah. Disgusting. But he cut her off. Don't be so weak. We need to survive. He turned around. We need to reach the In distance, an orange-haired girl holding scrolls watched the back of a blue-haired girl. She just crossed her arms. Then instantly, a purple sphere appeared in her. She said proudly, they will see how great and that greatness was starting the fire for them. The orange-haired girl was happy. Black Swan, you watching for The sound of sobbing rang throughout the room. Sobi, Kyle. His face was pale. Stop crying.
I'm fine.
He thought silently. I wasn't even hurt from The boy had no idea. But, I can't help but worry if you can't do anything for the next few days. Seeing him so worried, Lee Kaiong felt helpless. Honestly, he made Lee Kaiong feel proud. Lee Kaiong remembered that critical moment. The moment when he was about to be finished. He had screamed, Lee Kaiong, you have to save yourself. Hurry, there's no hope for me. But for you it's not too late. Hearing that, Lee Kaiong couldn't help but feel emotional. He would be great if he could study. But this is the most touching. It reminded him of the previous time when Jung Hyan also used her body to shield him during an assassin's tears of happiness for saving a teammate. Tears because he had to see Lee Kaiong falling right before his about precious teammates who were willing to give their lives. Lee Kaiong remembered the scene from his past life even more. He had hugged Lee Kaiong to take the arrows. At first, they were nothing more than his. Since when did he start to cherish them so much? I should quickly make Kim Hyun-sung like that too. He cleared his throat. Ahem. So, how is the new class? He stopped. About Park Dyaku had sparred with another person and then evaluated himself. I've practiced with members of other guilds. But it's still not quite. Kim Hyun-sung praised my progress. But, I can't distinguish if that's true or... Before he could finish, a hand was placed on his. Lee Kaiong smiled. Then it's fine. You're doing well. He was so happy he was about to cry again. Really? Lee Kaiong? He replied, you've always been doing very... I was the one who pushed you too hard. It's not because I didn't believe in you. But I still want to say I'm sorry. Recalling that essence tube, his voice softened. Lee Kaiong relaxed his brow. You know I trust you, right? Whatever I can do, you can do too. Even a bit late. Feeling moved, tears and snot flowed out. Lee Kaiong. Seeing that, Lee Kaiong was somewhat speechless. This big guy. Why does he look so... Lee Kaiong. He shouted the name and squeezed him tightly in his arms. It made Lee Kaiong scream in panic because it felt gross. Stop it.
Don't cry anymore.
I'm sick of hearing it. On Jimmo from the opposite bed teased. Hey, can't you see us? However, in his heart he was also very happy. He had encountered many obstacles. But everything finally turned out right. Probably. Accompany me until the end of the journey. Big guy. Then he mentioned that actor. He also didn't want to let him go. But on Jimmo returned to the Red Mercenaries, and Lee Kaiong stayed at the Blue Guild for another week. Chahira came to visit after hearing the face at that time looked incredibly hit. Then immediately after, her face turned red. Oh, darling, you look fine. I'm going back. Lee Kaiong was dazed. Huh? Hira. And then she left. How embarrassed was Lee Jai-hai was different. She used this incident for political purposes. She stood before dozens of cameras and made a bold declaration. 8 people from the Empire were ambushed by a terrifying assassin organization. This is the time for Black Swan, Red Mercenaries, and the Blue Guild to join hands and protect. It made Lee Kaiong very satisfied. She was able to make our influence widespread by using the city's safety as an excuse. She winked. I did well. And finally, the person who played the villain, Park Yeonju. The person who followed the plan on the condition that Kim Hyun-sung would date her. Lee Kaiong saw her crying, hugging a pillow with Hyun-sung's picture on it with a look of utter despair. Why hasn't he contacted me yet? Lee Kaiong was helpless. Hyun-sung, please keep in touch. At this rate, he'll probably have to intervene. A few months passed, and he was still handling unfinished business and paying off. It had also been a year since they arrived in this strange land, and the island flowers here were gradually. Rhythmic footsteps rang out, and a new group created from players who survived the tutorial stepped. The flag fluttered in the light breeze. We are the Red Mercenaries. Today it is our turn to guide you. We will show you the way to the guilds. Well, remind you. People's voices rang out everywhere. People flooded back to the Empire. They were as crowded as a nest of fire ants. The group from the orc cave we had seen also appeared here. People around were whispering. So are those people the expedition team? Each one has a different. I heard that Mage is very skilled. Hearing others mention her, she paused slightly. Really? I wonder who would win in a duel with the Blue Guild's arch. Girl turned back and pointed at the people who were talking. Just you. An archmage has appeared already? I want to become an archmage. The girl's mood became gloomy and weak. Red Mercenary, thank you watching for a tutorial academy? Hira nodded. It's an academy we're opening within the guild. Specifically for those who survived this round. Actually, it's more like a training center. There are no uniforms or anything. Li Kaiong found it quite interesting. So this year, you're finally taking training newcomers seriously? She recalled. Actually, last year, the Blue Guild was in a state of chaos. Guild management that year was a mess. That's putting it mildly. Leaned back in her chair. The Red Mercenaries need to be perfect. I'm also hiring more elite individuals to be instructors. Speaking of which, I just hope you'll handle the production part. What do you think? Li Kaiong exhaled. I'd be honored to take it on. But are you sure? I don't think many people will pay attention to that side. She had already considered this. That's exactly why I want you to do it. In this place, strength is placed above all. You will be the one to direct everyone's attention to production-related work. She leaned in close, making the atmosphere dark. Meanwhile, he was like a shy maiden. Actually, in Lindell, there were indeed many things created by Li. To be honest, I'm not the only one who wants you to take the instructor position. She recalled that scroll. There are many guilds that have understood the importance of production from you. They are looking forward to a world where non-combat related work can be more valued. In short, the people of the country want you to accept this position. Hearing this, he looked at Hira as if looking at a powerful and majestic. His face turned red. Wow, the people of the Empire. Now even calling Hira a queen wouldn't be an exaggeration. He wanted to flatter her and serve her hand and foot, thinking of the scene where he timidly poured beer and flattered her. This servant will serve your majesty with all his heart, making him salivate with desire, being very weak before someone with absolute. Hira pushed 3 cards forward. Of course, you won't be working for free. You'll be properly compensated. And you have the right to choose which newcomers to train. Seeing this, his heart fluttered. The conditions were too good. I'm very grateful. But has your mind already been great? In his heart and actions, he had already taken those 3 cards, but on the outside, he still pretended to be shy. I heard there's a very promising mage among the newcomers. The main forces are lacking mages, right? If I choose that mage, won't you suffer a heavy... Seeing that expression of his, she was also quite moved. Not at all. If I can repay you with this, then... He put those 3 cards away. She rubbed the back of her neck. Then it's like an apology. Seeing this shy behavior, he couldn't help but admire. So cute. Huh? An apology for what? Is it about getting married? Before he could finish, Hira burst with murderous intent, glaring at him with eyes like bullets. I'll build a coffin for you right now. He was like a cowardly rabbit. He immediately lowered his head.
I'm sorry.
Inside he screamed even more. Damn it. She's so scary. I probably just have to obey her or... and one more thing, Hira spoke. It would be great if that mage who looks like a stuffed rabbit and that could help with magic and priest. A few days later at the Red Mercenary Academy, Li Kaiong came to pick up Jung Hyan and Sun Hyung, thinking he could start teaching, but there were still too many matters at the Blue Guild for him to resolve. So Jung Hyan and Sun Hyung started first. She smiled brightly and waved. Li Kaiong. Sun Hyung gave a slight nod. Mr. Li, today is your first day of teaching, right? It's the 5th period, isn't it? We can have lunch together before you go. He was used to Jung Hyan clinging to his arm, so he replied very calmly, you seem to be enjoying this job quite. Smiled. Is that so? I had time to be a teacher back on Earth. So this must be a nostalgic experience. Thinking of the scene where she stood at the podium, he couldn't help but admire. It's hard to believe. Jung Hyan chimed in. I've wanted to be a teacher since I was a kid. He replied, is that so? I can imagine Sun Hyung teaching on Earth and here. But you teaching? Jung Hyan, you're teaching the newcomers properly. See, so how do you two feel about teaching? He held up 3 fingers to the waiter. 3 meals, please. She smiled brightly. It's much more fun than I thought. Is that so? How about you, Hyung? This teaching work made her reminisce about the past. It's quite satisfying, especially the group of students in Class C. They are as cute as angels. Jung Hyan added, that's right, and they study hard too. Yeah, they even do their homework voluntarily. They're all good-natured people. Lee Kaiang took a sip of wine. Interesting. In my time, they were all bastards. He spoke up, that's good. No problems. Jung Hyan remembered the previous period when she had displayed a very simple magic circle. Well, for an archmage like her, it was simple. Actually, most of the time, everyone seemed not to understand what I was saying. Magic is, just do it like this and that's it. It's easy, right? They were all stunned. Lee Kaiang too. You're the only one who can do that, Hyan. What are you But she noticed a blue-haired girl. Except for one person. I think she was in the expedition team. The girl was able to use magic to write for me. Hearing that, Lee Kaiang was also curious. Is that the mage from the rumors? If Hyan mentioned her, she must be actually, she's an interesting person. She also told me she admires me a lot. She recalled the time she had performed a simple spell. This is a special example because I worked very hard. The girl was amazed. So, an archmage is this, Lee Kaiang remarked. And she has a good personality too? Doesn't sound too bad. Then he used a napkin to wipe her face. Ayan. There's food stuck on your face. Sun Hee-young sat there like an invisible person. Not sure if she had eaten anything yet. But she was already being fed a lump of dog food. Public displays of affection. He waved his hand. I have to go this way. See you two later. She was delighted. Okay. Good luck. He walked. Thank you watching for vid. Was about to reach Class C. It seemed the newcomers this year were great. I also have to see who I'll choose. I've also prepared today's lecture very well. I hope there will be many suitable servants. Young talents, so I can bring them to the Blue Guild. His face was full of excitement when suddenly a voice rang out. Hey, should we skip the next class? He was stunned, remembering what Jung Hyan had just said. The students in that class are great. Just like Aim, and he caught them sitting on the table, joking around. What's the next period? Something about alchemy? What's the benefit of attending a non-combat related class? Then he remembered Sun Hee-young's words. Everyone studies. His expression grew increasingly gloomy as he heard the following words. Developing continent technology? What the hell is this? Ha. What? Truly useless. What's the point of knowing this? Forget it. Let's go down to the camp. He saw the two of them praising that they were extremely good-natured. At this time, the students below also started to notice him at the... Hey, it looks like that's the teacher. Look at how much he invested in his clothes. What is that? Role-playing another character. Lee Kaiang gritted his teeth. He tried not to curse at them out loud. Do these little punks not know who I am? Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Now then, can everyone please be quiet? Making things difficult for the teacher. They seemed to be afraid of this blue-haired girl, so they immediately obeyed. Yes. Oh, Sora. Sorry. He also saw her. That must be the girl Hyan mentioned. Her name is... He breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Sora. They'll bring you to Blue. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard the girl say, if a person teaching a non-combat class can even be considered a teacher. The girl smirked, and this teasing also made the other students laugh out loud. The murderous intent around him flared up violently. What on earth was I expecting? How foolish. If you can consider a non-combat class person a real instructor, then fine. Lee Kaiang tried to suppress his anger and let out a sigh. Seeing this action of his, the girl teased even more intensely. Look at that pretending not to be hurt look. Truly a useless person. You should just give... Before she could finish, a sword with powerful murderous intent flew straight pierced through the crowd in front and flew hurriedly towards... Seeing the sword only a few millimeters away from her, the girl's face turned pale. At this moment his anger reached its peak. His voice was cold, truly laughable. Student, is it Han Sora? He took off the cloak behind him and looked at the girl with contempt. You cocky brats will die. You're looking down on non-combat classes, aren't you? Because you were summoned into a tutorial dungeon full of monsters. Probably realized the importance of strength for survival. Alchemy? Machinery production? You think all those are useless? He opened his mind's eye and saw through all the status windows of these foolish students. But what you need most is looking at this pile of information like trash. His words became even harsher. Trash like you won't survive a month. That's as clear as day. Don't you think it would be better to contribute to society by learning alchemy or other professions? Suddenly, a status window caught his attention. It was the boy accompanying Sora. Name, Kim Changriel. Class, Archer, Rare. Note, Expedition Team. Desires to be an assassin. Disposition, cold and except for these two, and the remaining orange-haired girl. Name Yu A Young. Class, unemployed. Note, strength above legendary level. Disposition, optimistic and shy. There are still a few useful people. He was a bit curious. Why is there someone named Changriel? He wants to become an assassin. I like people with clear goals like that. He would also be very useful as an informant. Yu A Young has strength above legendary level. This girl would be very suitable as a tanker. He watched for a while and then continued. Anyway, my final advice as your instructor. Except for these two. You have no way to increase your chances of survival other than working in a workshop. So don't try to get stronger. You idiots. Then he looked back at the blue-haired girl who had his sword pointed at her head. Name Hansora. Class, mage, hero. Note, expedition team.
Disposition, leader.
I've already monopolized the production market, so there's no room for you there. The students who were making a fuss earlier also looked in terror at the potion on each. He didn't bother teaching anymore, instead picking up his coat and leaving. See you in the next period. You pathetic bunch. Hope you'll be excited about your grades. He waved goodbye. The students started crying and wailing. Damn it. The teacher hates us now. I'm sorry for looking down on the She was scared just now. But as soon as she left that place, Sora's true personality burst out. She kicked a stone under her feet. So and did you see that? Did you see how arrogant that trash was? Kim Changriel, seeing her stomping her feet in anger, didn't care too much. He just crossed his arms. I don't know. I think what the teacher said was quite realistic. The girl was still unwilling. Realistic, think about it. How can a workshop person become an instructor in such a dangerous place? That bastard. He's just hiding behind his girlfriend, who is an archmage. Perhaps from her perspective, he was nothing more than a parasite on Jung Hyen. Her idol, the genius archmage, and him, simply a trashy poisonous snake. Even the things he created were actually Hyen's creation. That bastard. He just glanced at her.
Hansura.
I'm warning you, if you're thinking of revenge, give Li Kaiyong. That man, I don't have a good feeling about him. To him, Li Kaiyong was two-faced. He laughs like that on the outside, but inside he's definitely hiding a huge secret. We'll be finished if we mess, so just stay in your place and don't. Before he could finish, the girl lowered her head and cut him off.
Don't worry.
He'll ensure the expedition team doesn't have any trouble.
Hansu.
Her eyes flashed with anger. I can't live after being humiliated like that. I will have revenge. I will make that bastard pay for looking down on this noble Hansora and mocking the person I respect. Don't you mind your own business? The girl walked over with her hands on her hips. I saw it on the way here. A young met Kim Kicheon again. Seeing his angry face made her satisfied, and she waved as she left. Good. A few days later, at the Blue Guild, Li Kaiyong held the information sheet of the students. He examined each one. I've already planned for 2 scouts. Who should be the third? Recalling Kim Hyunsung's gentle face. You were appointed as an instructor? I trust you. That made him even more determined. I must not let Kim Hyunsung down. If that regressor thinks I'm a spy again, then my comfortable life is. On that note, this newly formed team will be my chance to restore his trust in me. So I have to do a good job. He flipped to Sora's page. But even so, I won't let you in.
Hansu.
His face showed clear disgust. His mouth even twisted. Who cares about high scores? I hate your rotten personality. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Sora walked in. Can we talk? Instructor Lee. He stood up abruptly. His face wore a clearly fake look of joy. Oh wow. Here is our star student Hansora. Are you here to blackmail me or something? Inside, he felt utter disgust. She's hopeless. Truly stupid. If Hyen walked in now, she'd probably be. The girl slammed her hand on the table. You're too arrogant. She took out a bag, held it up in front of him, and smirked. Let's see if you keep that attitude after seeing. He curiously opened it. What the hell is. Seeing what was inside, he couldn't help but frown. What is this? Where did she get these photos? Sora laughed loudly. Haha. I checked a bit because it seemed like you have a problem with women. And I was right. You're a gold digger who only pursues women for fame and furthermore, you're also having an affair with the Red Mercenary Guild Master. What will instructor Jung Hyen do if she finds out about this? But Li Kaiyong was incredibly calm. What will she do? She already knows everything, kid. She even planned to kill them if she had the chance. Besides, this continent allows polygamy. This won't affect me at all. He held a photo of himself kissing Yuno Kasagano's forehead. His heart sank. This one is a bit dangerous. Caught cheating with Yuno. At this moment his legs were shaking. I thought I was careful. I know this continent's technology is advancing every day. But how did someone else get this photo? He sighed. What do you want? The girl replied. Just as I. Then she leaned her hands on the table and began to threaten him. Break up with Jung Hyan and leave the Blue Guild. Jung Hyan and the Blue Guild don't need a parasite like you. From now on, I will develop the Blue Guild into a great magic. You know what will happen if you refuse, right? I will spread news that you're threatening students and ruin your life. Li Qiang leaned back in his chair and smirked. Oh, is that? He snapped his fingers. Instantly, the sword appeared and pressed against the girl's neck. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at the girl provocatively. Why don't you try to see what I can do without evidence? He shook the stack of photos in his hand, making the girl scream in rage. What? My photos. Give them back. But what really interested him was, why did his Hyan have to develop this guild with a brat like her? She only needed him. There was a reason he was stalling instead of killing her immediately. He could eliminate her and the evidence right now. But at the very least, he had to know where these photos came from. They certainly weren't. Seeing him turn his face away, the girl panicked and cried out, "Give them back. I worked so hard to get." He smirked, looking at Sora with disdain. I knew it. So someone helped. Thinking about it, it seems someone in your team is very skilled at this kind of thing. The girl was so angry she started crying. Teacher. Immediately after, she lunged at him like a madwoman. Give them back to me. You damn psychopathic bastard. He looked at her with disgust. Damn, she's gone crazy. I don't know whether to call this stupidity or coincidentally, at that moment, Hyan was also happily running towards his. He looked up, remembering Sora's innocent face. Instructor. That makes me even happier. I love being an instructor. I can be with my Jijang every day, and I have such a cute and kind student. Suddenly, she noticed the noise coming from the office. Why is his room so noisy? I have to hurry. She rushed. Thank you watching for vid. Inside the room, the two were clashing. Sora shouted, "Give them back to me." But he teased her with a loud laugh. Hee. Ahahaha. Come and get. Hyan called out from outside. Jijang, can I come in? Both of them froze instantly, especially Sora. That voice. Is it Instructor Hyan? The girl was smug, thinking she had won. Oh no. What are you going to do, teacher? She's about to come in. If she sees you using a sword to threaten me. He interrupted, I just need to put it away. Hearing this answer made the girl furious. Then she lunged at him. You bastard. Give them. But the girl tripped over her own, screaming as she lost her balance and tumbled forward. She left him stunned. Immediately, the whole room was in chaos. Papers flew everywhere. Thank you watching for vid. Sora shut her eyes tight. Damn. While Hyan spoke up hesitantly.
Hansu.
What are you doing? I never expected this. His upper body had been exposed by the girl, revealing all his skin. His face was as red as a tomato. The girl was speechless. Just then, our cute little pink-haired girl spoke coldly upon seeing this scene. Her gaze became chilling. What on earth are you two? Wow. This is wonderful. Your name is Han Sora, right? You can already create various shapes with mana. That's excellent. She smiled, looking at the girl's information and praising her. The girl rested her chin on her hand and replied casually, well, this is just the basics, ma'am. She's so ditzy, yet she's an archmage? The girl thought. She couldn't believe someone as ditzy as Hyan was an arch. Just as the thought flashed through the girl's mind, Hyan raised her staff and animals out of pure. Sora and the boy sitting next to her were amazed. This is incredible. At first glance, it looks simple, but I can feel the amount of mana in it. There are absolutely no flaws. It's all pure. The girl marveled. It's so beautiful. Hyan was delighted. You can do this too if you work. In the world of magic, nothing is impossible. She flashed a heart-stirring. She radiated the aura of a white moonlight heroine with a cinnabar mole, like a leading lady from a romance novel. Let's work hard together, Han Sora. The girl looked at Hyan with admiration, completely captivated. After that day, Instructor Hyan and I became very close. Hey Sora, will you join the guild? I can teach you many more things there. She probed, wanting to see if the girl would definitely join. She also promised to teach her more. Are you serious? The girl was. She thought to herself, learning magic from a respected archmage in her guild? That would be amazing. The girl agreed immediately. Of course, joy was evident on her face. Hyan was just as happy. Yes, I'm sure my boyfriend will be happy to welcome you too. He loves recruiting talented people into the. Seeing the indescribable look on Hyan's face made Sora freeze for a moment. And of course, he loves me the most. And besides, here she goes again, always talking about her boyfriend. She seemed to mention her boyfriend frequently in front of Sora. Same for him. Oh, I took some photos last. Do you want to see? Usually, I don't show anyone, but it looks like Sora is the first. Why do all these photos look like they were taken secret? Girl wondered but kept it to herself. Haha, you must really love your boyfriend. Hyan continued, he is the most important person in the world. In another corner, after talking to her, the girl thought, is it because she's a genius? She's a bit unique, but at least she's kind. If her boyfriend is someone she loves that much, I'm sure he's a wonderful. Then the girl's expression changed as if she were seeing something shocking. She was hiding in a corner, looking no different from a thief. What Sora saw that completely shocked her was Hira and Jijong walking together. He really is a scum. The girl knew immediately that he was Hyan's boyfriend and that he was betraying her. I'm sure that's Hyan's boyfriend. That jerk. How dare he cheat on her? Hira put her arm around Jizong's shoulder as they walked and talked. Oh my, what if Hyan sees us? Hira replied, it's fine, darling. The girl was fuming and immediately recognized the woman next to Jijong. That woman was the guild master. Sora was certain he was a total gold digger. He's definitely a gold. This moment, the girl thought back to Hyan's words. He is the most important person in the world. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got on Hyan's behalf. He's deceiving her. I knew it. I knew it was strange for a non-combat instructor to show up in a place like. She remembered Hyan's words again. If you can view someone from a non-combat class as a real teacher, then yes. The girl emitted a beam of light that surpassed any pick. A familiar voice rang out. Arrogant kids like you will eventually die early. With a face that couldn't be more sinister, he looked like a total psycho. Sora's tears fell. Furious, she monologued internally. What is this jerk saying? I won't forgive him. They'll make him pay for. Sora was rummaging through something. She practiced a spell. Alohamara. I knew it. It's a good thing I searched around while Kim Chongryan wasn't here, telling me not to do anything while he goes around investigating. She found the photos as if she had found treasure. Her face was full of calculation. Sometimes he really is stupid. He didn't throw away these top-secret documents but just left them here instead. Now this evidence is. In the photos were Jijong and Samon. I will finish off Li Jijong and save poor little. Upstairs, Chongryan had witnessed it all. He couldn't do anything about the girl. However, just as Sora thought everything would go according to her plan, something unexpected happened. It happened like that. So why did it end like. In a room, Sora's pleas rang out along with the sound of the knife Hyan was holding. Please spare me, Instructor Hyan.
I'm sorry.
For everything. Ignoring her pleas, Hyan ruthlessly swung the knife. Utter despair. I truly respect. Only then did Hyan speak. Tears had been falling for some time. I trusted you. I thought you were a good person. In Hyan's eyes, hatred and disappointment were clearly. Now Sora also realized. Perhaps I already knew the truth. She recalled her thoughts on the day Hyan showed her the photos. Why do all these photos look like they were taken secretly? The young girl finally understood. She knew she was morbidly obsessed too. What are you doing? Hyan's terrifyingly hollow eyes were fixed on the scene before. Her young student was opening her boyfriend's. Sora turned pale while Jijong looked embarrassed. The girl wanted to explain. You've misunderstood, Instructor Hyan. But Hyan had already disappeared. As she ran, she wiped her tears. Jijong spoke up, warning her. You should go back. If you chase after her, you'll lose your. Knowing she shouldn't have become closer to her, it might be too late for regrets now. Despite Jizong's warning, the girl didn't listen. She still ran after her instructor to explain. It was like walking into a tiger's den. There's nothing between me and Li Jijong. The girl also told her that Jijong was no good. Actually, Jijong is having affairs with other women. As soon as she finished, Hyan spoke. I already knew her twisted nature was revealed. I can't kill those women because they are useful to him. But you are completely useless. She was truly going insane. She bit her finger until it bled. Her eyes were no longer clear and gentle, replaced by a frantic gaze. She screamed at her student. Knowing she was a madwoman, even back then, she wanted to be the mage companion by her side. But perhaps now the young girl just wished she hadn't wanted that she hadn't become close to her. Hyan went mad, shouting in Sora's face. Why did you seduce my boyfriend? Why did you betray me? She interrogated her, repeatedly screaming in her face. D. She grabbed her collar, terrifying her. The gentle Hyan she once knew was gone, replaced by a devil. I know everything. Everyone, except him, is just trash. Trash. You piece of Sora still tried to explain. It's not like that.
Instruko hai.
But before she could finish, she screamed frantically. Shut up. You idiot. Sora was truly panicking. Only one thought flashed through the girl's mind now. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to. Girl wanted to resist to protect her own life. I need to fight back. Sora was forming a spell to save her, but before she could finish, Hyan plunged the knife straight into Sora's hand, making her scream in pain and meanwhile, she was as happy as a lunatic. Ahaha, you're one. She had truly gone mad. You're scary. You still have the strength to fight back. I should have made you completely helpless. She touched her face. The face that once admired her was now filled with fear, a small and pitiful sight. She begged her, hoping she would be spared. Please, she spoke, before she remembered her few memories with her. The archmage I respected so, with a face as mad as a mental patient, she uttered words that broke her. Let me gouge out those filthy eyes of yours. She pressed the knife close to her eyes. Her eyes were wide open, showing how panicked she was. She didn't want that knife to pierce her eyes. She was a psychopath whose world consisted only of Li Jizhong. A painful, agonized scream echoed. The young girl's future was destroyed by the person she respected. Afterward, Sora was taken away for treatment and bandaging. Li Jizhong reported to the other two that the wounds weren't fatal. But she won't be able to use magic anymore. She cut her mana circuits. Jizhong and Hyan sat to one side. She covered her face and that's why I told her to run while she had the chance. Honestly, she caused something even more horrific than I imagined. I know it was just a misunderstanding, but she actually tried to kill her first best friend just because she harassed. Even he didn't think she would go so far as to almost take the life of her student and first friend. She could only sit there with her face in her hands, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, that part of Hyan's personality was terrifying. But it's also so cute I can hardly stand it. He put on a face that couldn't be more insane, matching Hyan. He turned to reassure her.
Don't worry, Hyan.
At that time you were just trying to protect me. She sniffled and looked at him. He continued, let me handle everything. I have a plan. He asked her again, but you don't intend to form a magic guild with her, right? She replied immediately. Huh? Why would I do something like... Young girl could only lie there listening to the two psychopaths acting affectionate. Ha, I love you. I love you too. I love you too, Jizhong. And she heard with her own eyes that the person she once respected never wanted to form a magic guild with her. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Utter despair. Just kill me already. Let's see if I ever get involved with blockheads like them. A few days later, on the day of the Red Mercenary Guild's demonstration event, Hira stood on the podium and announced loudly, now we will begin the... Huisung, come here. It was Jizhong calling from the VIP section, his face as bright as spring kitten. The orange-haired guy who looked hyperactive suddenly appeared out of nowhere carrying a sword and a shield, howling like a man. But whatever, he's handsome, so I'll let it... Kim Kitchen was the tank of the expeditionary team. He looked a bit like a delinquent, but not quite. At first, he was Lee Kitchen, but now he's Kim Kitchen. He sat contemplatively looking at the datasheet about... Then he turned back to laugh and talk with Huisung. I miss the old days. Is there anyone you're interested in? He answered only...
Kim Shangrion.
He's a marksman who never met back with the two executives. Huisung answered Jizong's question. I'm interested in one person. Jizhong immediately thought of that person. It must be Chong. First, I liked him too, until I found out he was the one investigating me. Well, I don't think he has any bad intentions to harm me, but he'll temporarily stop trying to eliminate and just monitor him. Every calculation was clear on that villainous face. He turned to Huisung. Huisung, I have a favor to ask. Chong Ryan seemed to be sought after by many guilds, with archery skills that were more than enough, a beauty that made many hearts flutter, plus abs that made people want to sell their houses to follow him. Every side wanted to recruit him. Kim Chong Ryan, join my guild. How about my Kim Chong Ryan? Someone is called. Turning around, he saw Huisung walking towards him, and behind him was Jizong's extremely untrustworthy. Huisung approached and made a proposal to him. Do you want to try sparring? Facing Huisung's question and proposal, he remained silent for a while, but many things were going through his head. Suddenly wanting to spar, he looked over at Jizhong.
Li Jizang.
He must have discovered him investigating him. But I don't think this is a trap. Is he tested? It wasn't going to be difficult for him. Not bad. Everything fell apart because of Han Sora. But my goal is the Blue Guild anyway. I don't know what his intention is. He replied, I'm warning you first. I won't go easy on you. He drew two knives and got into a fighting stance. They'll just play along for now. The two got into position. Try sparring with each, and the guy sitting there like a lump of junk in the chair would be the referee for this. Chong Ryan quickly lunged for a direct. He didn't dodge. Raising his sword, he immediately blocked the attack. As he fought, he thought, Kim Chongryan. Did he want to be an assassin? For a rookie, he's not bad. However, thank you watching for vid. Understand why Jijong wanted me to do. Sharp point of the knife pointed straight at his face, but it didn't make him panic or he quickly dodged to the side. His attacks were still too obvious. He still lacked the element of stealth in each strike, which is incredibly important for an assassin. The cold face, he swung his sword towards Chong. A clean cut. Strands of his hair were sliced by the sword. The Blue Guild needs strong and talented people to prepare for the challenges we must face in the. He landed after that slash. Meanwhile, Huisung was still monologuing internally. If you truly want to join the Blue Guild, you'd better fight with killing intent. Kim Chong. He remained silent and didn't. Then he stood up and put the knife back into the holster at his hip. Huisung wondered. Is he putting his knife? He asked, are you sure? He gave a cool reply. My shoelaces aren't tied. Just a simple answer, yet it made both of them fall into contemplation. It touched the hearts of compassionate. Hearing those words, Huisung didn't know what kind of expression to make. He had to settle for a dark face like a pickled bandit. The art of expression. He finished tying his shoe. Huisung stood watching, noticing every gesture. Then he grabbed a handful of. Seeing this, Huisung just smiled. That's still quite simple but not bad. Then he threw the sand in his face to distract. And he pulled his mask, sticking out his tongue. There was a huge poison needle. Many of our opponents wouldn't expect the use of a poison. Sitting in his chair watching, Jijong also knew why that mask was always on Shangryon's face. So that's why he's always wearing a mask. Then, as if realizing if there's such a thing as eyes that smile, then Huisung's eyes were both smiling and sparkling with meaning. Jijong, invite him in. I think he's strong enough to receive financial support from us. It seemed like that's what he wanted to say. I didn't tell him to fight him because I was worried about financial aid. Sitting and watching the match, he fell into deep thought. Well, I'm glad I asked Huisung to do this. Even though he misunderstood, that calculating face that looked like a psycho's appeared again. I intended to send him over to the goddess. If he wasn't good at fighting, it would be a loss for me to eliminate him if he's truly this good. Honestly, he hadn't finished his monologue. Jai-Hai appeared out of nowhere. I want him too. He reflexively answered her. Right? The greedy faces of the two looked like they were cast from the same mold. From the way they narrowed their eyes to their drooling mouths, they were identical. Probably mass-produced. Now he realized something was wrong. The first thought that flashed through his head was, what the hell? When did she get here? He asked her, what are you doing here? She replied, scouting, of course. That person has the assassin class. Jai-Hai resorted to a super cute attack. She used her cuteness to persuade him. He would be a great fit for the Black Swan Guild. I wonder if you'll be kind enough to hand him over to. But what she didn't expect was that he countered with even more fake innocence, making her freeze for 5 seconds. What is this? I don't know how to do that. She was so angry she turned pale. She didn't know what to say in this situation. She was furious. Don't be like that. I've helped you so much. He replied with a very flippant attitude. That's a different. You must be very happy to have someone like that in your guild. Well then, it's a pity but he'll withdraw. She accepted the withdrawal because no matter how much she asked, he wouldn't give in. I'm glad we came to that decision. I didn't mean it that way, and he spoke up. I stopped by for a different. Hearing this, he asked, did something? Bingo. She really couldn't lie. Her expression changed. Actually, at our guild, there's a small problem. No, something extremely troublesome has happened. Free Fire. Thank you watching for video. Students were gossiping about Sora. Hear about Sora yet? Heard she tried to steal something from Instructor Hyan's office. Then she got crippled because she touched some experimental equipment. The girl continued, what? Is she crazy? I knew she'd get what's coming to her one day. The boy added, right? It seems Instructor Hyan stopped teaching because she felt guilty or something. The boy spoke as if he didn't want Hyan to quit. Survival tutorial survivor Yu Ajang passed by and heard the entire conversation. The other girl was extremely dissatisfied upon hearing Hyan was quitting. What? Then who will teach us magic now? Han Sora. Serves her. Ajang remembered Sora from before. Kind girl. Sora. She helped me so much back. She hesitated, not knowing if she should visit Sora. Should I go visit? While hesitating, a voice called her. It was Kitchen walking over. Oh Kitchen.
Tutorial Adventurer Kim Ki.
Ajang was happy to see Kitchen. She kept questioning him. You're done? You did so well. I knew you could. She continued to babble innocently on her own. You took down all those monsters like this. You didn't even break a. But she didn't know that behind the sunglasses was a look of annoyance he directed. After hearing her ramble for a while, he spoke up. Ajang, I heard you received an invitation from the Blue Guild. Hearing this, she replied. Huh? Oh, it's been a. Instructor Li Jizhang said it would be great if I could. She continued, I'm not sure why he chose me either. But, before she could finish, he interrupted with a mocking question. Right? The atmosphere became gloomy and tense. Did he ask you himself? Tell the truth, Ajang. You slept with him. Question left her stunned. Her previously smiling face froze at his question. His foul mind could only think of such things. She didn't understand why he asked that. She couldn't believe her ears. What? Why would you? He questioned her again. Isn't it strange? You don't have a class. You're not even part of the expeditionary. He continued to say harsh things. The two of you got very close while I was busy. Didn't you? She screamed in panic. How can you say that? I've been cheering for you the whole time. While she was speaking, a call interrupted them. Don't you need to go to the interview at Keslock? He replied, yeah. She ran after him. Wait, he continued, reject that invitation. You don't belong in a big place like. He turned back with a cold gaze. A dark aura surrounded him. Come with me to Keslock. He threatened her. If you refuse, I don't know what he'll. Froze on the spot. Jizhong, standing upstairs, had seen. He wore a gentle smile instead of his usual twisted grin. He wondered, what the hell? Are they dating? I left Huisung to reassure Jaihai just to see this? I don't know what happened. But that Kim Kitchen guy is a real bastard. The system was displaying Kim Kitchen's nature. Lustful fox. His nature was tracked. He calculated again. Well, that's fine. I have some time. I can't let her leave for Keslock. So I'll go over and punch from Ajang struck the pillar, cutting off his thought of help. Face was distorted with anger. She repeatedly punched the pillar, making it crack. While punching, she cursed that piece of trash. You bastard! Don't you dare look down on me. I'm going to join the guild. If that guy were here, his head would surely have replaced that. She screamed in rage. You piece of trash. Seeing how she punched the pillar almost to pieces left him beyond shocked. His whole body cringed. All right, they'll just hide for now. He wanted to preserve his own life first, so of all the 36 strategies, the 37th fling was the best. Laughter echoed in the quiet. Huisung and Jizhong were talking to each other. Huisung mentioned Kim Chongryan. Chongryan is quite talented in combat. He said he also received the assassin class. He replied, yes. The atmosphere at the table was good too. I'm quite sure he'll choose. Huisung flashed a gentle smile at Jizhong. It's all thanks to you, Jizhong. In his mind he was thinking, oh. It's been a long time since he smiled at me affectionately like this. You trust me now? Huisung climbed onto the bird to prepare to leave. He turned back to Jizhong. That's right. You don't need to worry about Haiyan. She's been less active lately, but she's still doing very well. See you at the guild. Jizhong walked away. So, now I only have one card. He remembered the meal from earlier. Well, as long as Chongryan doesn't reject us because of Kim Hyusung's terrible jokes. Huisung had only drunk one glass of wine and was already talking nonsense. Do you know what a sad assassin is called? Chongryan was silent, not knowing how to answer Hyusung's question. Meanwhile, helplessness was clear on Jizong's face. Damn it, he's such a... Thought back to Ajang's image from earlier. As for you Ajang, what just happened is a bit concerning. But, well, I'd be angry too, but venting like that...
I'm a bit surprised.
Still, it's not a major... A noise rang out. He also felt something was... Turning back to look, he saw a man lying motionless on the ground in a hidden corner of the... He was also a bit panicked. What, damn it? Who did this? And inside the academy, questions filled his head as soon as he saw the man on the ground. A hand wrapped in bloody bandages touched the... At this moment, he immediately recognized who was lying on the ground. He shouted, Kim. Chongryan stepped out from the He was startled when he shouted. He was surprised to see Chongryan. What the... It's you. The two stared at each other. He couldn't believe his eyes. The one who did this was actually Chong. Going back a few minutes. After dinner ended, Jizhong and Huisung said goodbye to Chongryan and left. That was a fun meal. I look forward to your answer about joining our guild. Now we'll take Huisung. A system panel appeared. Received the assassin class. Hero rank. Hiding in the shadows and ambushing enemies. You can work harder to achieve a higher rank in the assassin. Looked at his points as he walked. I didn't expect my experience points to increase this much after just one sparring session. I should ask them more often. He was a bit surprised that the points increased so much after just one session with Huisung. His train of thought was interrupted when he heard someone talking. Why did you act like that? He asked back, what do you mean? He recognized it. This voice. Is it Kim? He hid in a spot to eavesdrop. He was quite the gossip too. The pink-haired girl named Patel had just spoken to Ajang. When he heard her name, he wondered what's going on here. Not only was he eavesdropping, but he also saw Kitchen touching the girl's face and waist. Patel continued, weren't you going to use that bitch to get into the Blue Guild? He replied, that's right. Hearing that, she was very happy. So isn't it a good thing she's having an affair with instructor Li? But he said, no. I don't want to join the Blue Guild anymore. His hands weren't still stroking the other girl's hair. Patel looked pouty and asked him, why? Are you jealous or something? He laughed and replied to her, haha, no. Smirked. I'm just using that bitch as my protector. Actually, she's more like my private combat. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be shocked by the words coming out of that scum kitchen's mouth. He remembered the days before. Are you okay, Chang Ryan? Ajang was worried about. Patel's voice rang out again. You know she's a monster. He's still in his memories. How? I thought you weren't good at fighting. He was extremely puzzled. She explained, it's not that I can't. It's just, his memories were cut short by Kitchen's voice. Her strength is quite useful. It's also convenient for me when we hunt. Everyone thinks I do all the work. What a piece of trash. He was just using Ajang for his own benefit. He continued, how did I tame her? Memory returned. My power is a bit overwhelming compared to others. So obviously I shouldn't use it. Do as I say if you don't want to hurt others. That's what he said to trick her. He seemed crazy as he recalled how he had tricked someone who trusted him so much. He laughed like he was on drugs. And she actually believed. He returned to normal. Of course, I can't handle that monster alone. But it'll be convenient. She fights for me if I tell her to. That's also why I told her to stop joining the expeditionary team. I don't want her to be recruited by someone else. Every word he uttered made Chang Ryan furious. His fists clenched tight. His body shook. Unable to believe this guy could say such. Kim Kitchen. You bastard. He growled every word. His face was covered in veins. His eyes filled with killing. A moment later, Kitchen was seen sitting and holding his face. His glasses were broken at the spot where he and the pink-haired girl had just been embraced. He remembered just now. Patel had slapped him painfully and scolded him. You're a disgrace of a human being. I don't even want anything to do with you anymore. Thinking of this, he was annoyed. How dare that bitch dump me? As if she didn't approach me just to use me. He was bitter but couldn't do anything besides rubbing his cheek, where the girl had just kissed him with her. It's fine. I don't care about anyone but Ajang anyway. My own combat slave with looks like that? It really couldn't be better. He was being smug about his treatment of Ajang when a hand reached out from the dark. Chang Ryan quickly tightened his grip on his throat. His eyes were red as blood, looking like a robot in a rage. Attacked suddenly, he struggled in panic, trying to pry the hand away. What? Chang Ryan growled in anger. How dare you? Yuzu was terrified.
Kim Shangrion.
Did he just appear from the darkness? I need to get away. Thinking so, he tried to take steps to escape Shangrion's clutches. But he tried too hard. He couldn't escape and was cursed at instead. Earlier, after the hunt when you left for a bit, a monster attacked. Mentioning this, he went mad. Ajang was tortured by the thought that she had to hide her strength because of your lies. But even so, she helped me without hesitation. She didn't even have a weapon in her hand. She could have lost her. You Ajang is not your combat slave. Pitiful girl, trusting him once again. Ajang was so innocent she was foolish. Not knowing the person she cared for was only using her. The more he mentioned Ajang, the angrier he became. He squeezed the scumbag's neck tighter, making his face distort in pain and breathless. She is my savior and someone who doesn't hesitate to save others. She is like sunlight. He went uncontrollably mad. And so, he sent Kitchen to his... After he stopped breathing, he snapped out of it, looking at the hands that had just killed. Damn it. I only intended to knock him unconscious. His intention had been overtaken by the bloodlust in him. Consequently, he sent him off to his... He was panicking, not knowing what to do. Jazong's voice shouted, Kim Kitchen. He also saw him standing in the... Damn it. Why did it have to be him? He was... What the hell? I only intended to see what he was going to do. But he actually committed murder? He was also a bit surprised. Well, it's not bad. After all, I had to deal with Kitchen to get Ajang sooner or later. He smiled slightly. It was a surprise, but it wasn't bad since the person he needed to deal with to get Ajang was gone. But he won't kill me because I'm a witness, will he? Chilling. He also thought of the worst-case scenario where he would be sent off by Chang Ryan because he was the one who... After a minute of silence and random thoughts, he spoke up. You're not very good at controlling your own strength. Are you? He advised him, it's best to be more careful since you just received your class. I didn't think you were the rational type. I guess you really like Yu Ajang, don't you? He quickly guessed. Silence is consent. Denying is agreeing. He remained silent because his secret was discovered. Damn it. He continued, you checked my background because of her too. Didn't you? You were worried I would do something to her by inviting her into the guild. He spoke for a while and revealed all of his secrets. Truly worthy of his psycho reputation. He could only remain silent because everything he said was spot on. I should have been more continued. I don't know what you found out about me, but the fact that you didn't get rid of those documents is enough for me to know you kept them to prevent me from getting too close to a Jang, right? As he spoke, he held up the secret photo of him kissing Saman's forehead in front of him. At this rate, he might even reveal his especially with his emotions. Should I kill him? The question popped into his head after Jijong revealed all the secrets he thought he had hidden. Killing intent radiated from his whole body, while Jijong stood opposite, remaining completely indifferent to the madman in front of him. He knows too much. He'll have to be more discreet this. Before he could do anything, he made an offer. Do you want to negotiate? He asked while smiling and stroking his. Kim Chongryan was a bit surprised by Li Qiao's proposal. He wondered what on earth he was planning. Li Qiao quickly explained, though he was a bit intimidated by the man before him, who seemed to have more blood than life in him. I don't intend to use your weakness to threaten you or anything. This is just something that will benefit both. Be honest, I've been quite interested in you from the start. Kim Chongryan had successfully caught CEO Li Qiao's attention. Despite a few accidents, it only makes me want you in the guild even more. More accurately, your skills. More importantly, the appearing system was displaying player Kim Chongryan's trait. Loyal Shadow, who will never betray the one he recognizes as his master. I can't pass up a henchman this good. Hyunsung was just a name once Li Qiao. Since this guy has already made a plan, the company being exploited should send an invitation to interview him for the position of company chairman. He'll support you, he said and snapped his fingers. A large engulfed the corpse of the other man. Chongryan was slightly startled and took a step back. Become my shadow. He made an offer that sounded incredibly What do you think? I'm quite sure you want to join a guild with A Young anyway. He used A Young again to persuade. Remained silent. Li Qiao looked at Chongryan with an extremely affectionate gaze, accompanied by a benevolent smile. Despite his silence, his head was filled with a mess of thoughts. They say the devil often wears the face of an angel. He would probably kill me if I refused this invitation. Seeing how decisively he just burned that guy's corpse made him wary. And even if I were to accept, I would only become one of his countless pawns and would probably die on the battlefield for him. He was being somewhat sensitive, but why do I find that perfectly fine? Why is the hand he's reaching out with so inviting and comfortable? Even though I know it'll be wondered why he understood and knew his end might be bad, yet he still wanted to follow him. It was as if he had been waiting for this opportunity. Of course, he'll pay you very generously. He wanted to use money to lure him into the guild. All I need is a small, quiet room and a weapon. It would be nice if it could be next to A Young's room. He made his Oh, is that all? What a unique young man. Well, I don't mind. An assassin living in the night. Who else is more suitable to stand beside someone like Li Qiao? A minute of narcissism. Perhaps the shadow of this devil with a saint's face is the most suitable place for someone like. Knelt down, accepting his invitation. I look forward to working with you, Vice Guild Master Li Qiao. He was like a puppy that had found its. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm spared. That's really lucky. I don't know what he's thinking, but at least I'm safe. On a day with a blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight, Hira's voice echoed from somewhere. That settles it for the Red Mercenary Academy. I wish you all. The blue. Sora's blood-curdling scream tore through the silent void. Her tears welled up uncontrollably as if she had seen a skibbity, and that devil was none other than Hyan. The girl recalled the image of Hyan back then. Panicking, she apologized repeatedly. Please spare me. I'm sorry, please don't kill me, I'm so sorry. Meanwhile, Hyan was also in tears. So in the end, for people joined the Blue Guild. Kim Chongryan, Yu A Young, Han Sora, and a mysterious.
Regarding Hansura,
I find it quite interesting that she changed her class to Black Wizard because her mana core shattered. Even though she didn't do it on purpose. A Black Wizard's traits are less affected by mana like alchemy. Not many people know about them. But one thing is for sure. They are incredibly powerful. They are considered heretics in the Holy Empire, so they have to find it quite impressive that she didn't give up and continued to try after that incident. Yue Young remarked. Sora.
I'm sorry.
Her face was covered in tears and snot. It seems she's regretful now. Hyan seems quite remorseful for what she did. She's been calmer lately, so that. Please don't cry anymore, Miss Hyan. I'm the one at fault in this. The teacher and student competed in crying together. Everyone witnessing it was also helped. The guild will surely become even more lively with these rookies. Yes, of course. Let's create a wonderful guild. She stood dazed. Mr. Why are you here? I just transferred. Gimio held up a piece of paper to show Guild's new mysterious character, a combat priest and actor. Mr. Asking Hira if I could recruit one more person was indeed a good idea. To be honest, he fits our guild better than that muscle-bound organization. Kayong recalled Hira's words. That bastard? Please just take him. Please look forward to my devotion. I swear 100,000 times to be loyal to the Blue Guild. I swear. Diaku and Gimio were acting like another talkative one. Hyojin stood in a corner, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Young laughed. Everyone has such amazing class. Alright, you still don't have one, do you? Have you thought about a choice yet? Kayong asked her. She replied, no. Actually, I already have one. Kayong was surprised when she said that. What? She smiled brightly. Just now. Do you want to see? He seemed a bit disappointed. TSK. I intended to raise her into a tank. But he still wondered. What did she choose? So the class you chose is? Before she could finish her sentence, a loud explosion rang out, cutting her off. Thank you watching for vid. Was surprised by that explosion. What the hell is that? Kayong stood stunned. A giant dragon opened mouth and let out a resounding. Why did its roar make the entire area shake? Diaku and Hyen ran around in panic, while Dilugia turned pale. Wait, looking close. Isn't that a dragon? Could it be Dilugia? No, something is a bit different. He looked at its terrifying appearance and found it damn it. Then could it be? Just as expected, Hyojin landed on the ground right in front of him and shouted in panic. Vice Guild man. He hastily asked, Hyojin, what is that thing? Is it a Dynamax poke? The two talked while running. Is that possible? But he quickly shut her up. No, don't say anything. But I still need to know. Actually, there's a thing. He saw the dragon noticing him and screamed again. Don't. It keeps looking at us because you're talking. Do you want to write a report? What did I do wrong? Right after that, the dragon seemed to be crying. 2 streams of water flowed from its eye sockets, followed by a resentful growl. Seeing this scene and hearing its resounding roar made him tremble. I can't accept. Then he heard its call. Papa. In the regressor instruction manual, the transformed state of the smart. She used to be so cute, but now she looked as horrifying as she did cute before, leaving him in utter despair. Won't be released in 2020. Hyojin and Kayong quickly ran over. Dilugia. Hearing the call, she turned her head while crying. Please help. Our lovely Diluria. Her head is stuck in the ceiling. He saw a tiny body struggling above her head and found it strange. Her body isn't growing anymore or something. Seeing the person before him crying incessantly, he comforted her. Calm down first, Dilugia. Is this really our smart? What happened? She wiped her tears while explaining. During the growth period, dragons grow very fast. But he couldn't stay calm. But why did only her head grow? Is she a She continued, since she grows very fast. I've been living in the nest. But when she waited for you to return because she heard her father was even in her dreams, she dreamed of him acting spoiled. Come here, our little smart. Right after hearing those words, she flew up to the ceiling and got her head stuck. When she heard you were returning, conclusion, head stuck in the ceiling. Seeing her sobbing, he was helpless. I'm the one who wants to cry here. He shouted in panic. Smart baby. Stop. Before his words were finished, she smashed through the ceiling and Diluria joyfully ran over. Diluria, come down to me. She ran past her and straight toward. Seeing her clinging to him made her so sad she slumped to the ground. My child. And he was no different as she gnawed on his head. Hyojin tried to stop the crying baby. Kayong collapsed, leaning his whole body against the wall behind him. The atmosphere was incredibly chaotic. It's all over. I still haven't paid off my wife's debt, and now the guild has collapsed. His face seemed to dissolve into the smoke. Powerless. The smart baby's cute stage also ended in an Hyojin saw him looking like a lost soul and panicked. Guildmaster, please calm down. Hyunsung was also extremely worried. Kayong, looking at the ruins before her, she was very pensive. I understand how you feel, but we need to repair the guild. It seems that using magic will still take a lot of time. Young heard that and immediately raised her hand to volunteer. Hearing that, she was extremely surprised. You're going to? Young was still very confident. Don't worry, but can I get the tools to renovate it? At this point, he was no longer as dazed as before and spoke up. Young, could it be you? She tied her hair up with 2 nails in her mouth. If it's now, I think I can. If it's now, I can use my power to its maximum without harming anyone. She polished the hammer until it was completely She smiled. That's why I chose the blacksmith class. Player Yu A Young's class has been heroic blacksmith class. Trait. Indomitable heart can automatically repair everything within a 10-meter radius. Daily limit, 3. Seeing this status window made him unable to hide his amazement. Oh, but what he found even stranger was, when did she change her clothes? Chang Ryan, Diaku was extremely excited. Oh, just as expected. From the moment I saw her, I knew she would become an excellent blacksmith. Kaiong was about to stand up when he heard this excited singing, which made him freeze. Whoa, you startled, saw that and moved closer. Can you make me a set of armor? Hyunsung, on the other hand, didn't expect it. What a disappointment. Would have been good to train those muscles to become a tank. Seeing her muscles bulging while forging with the hammer, her face also became like a Sigma girl, making him laugh awkwardly. Haha, I thought so too at first. Every time she struck the hammer, she became even more excited. There, it's gone. All my fatigue has vanished. He was silent for a while. This girl, it seems she followed her. Hyunsung reached out. Right. Kaiong SSI. I don't want to destroy this joyful atmosphere, but for a while, his expression was a bit tense. The Black Swan Guild Master has been waiting for you. Hearing that, he was confused. Black Swan? I wonder what it could it be? He remembered Jai-Hai mentioning it last time. Actually, in our guild, a small matter. No, a very troublesome matter has occurred. He couldn't help but suspect. Couldn't be the troublesome issue Jai-Hai mentioned earlier. Could it? I don't know what it is. But I'm starting to get a little. Bright sunlight shone through the window. Jai-Hai was secretly happy. Fortunately, the side building is still intact. Someone in the room called her name. Miss Jai-Hai hurried over. I was sitting and waiting when I heard a loud noise outside. Is everything okay? Seeing her, he pretended to be surprised. Ah, Miss Jai-Hai was also just here. It's not worth mentioning. Another girl in the room turned to look at him. It's a pleasure to meet you. I suppose this is the first time we've officially met? I am the Black Swan Guild Master, Park Yun. Jai-Hai remembered previous times. Park Yunju. Formerly a member of the Assassination Brigade during the Empire's He is a completely different person from her appearance. In the end, she didn't want to be long-winded. He'll speak direct. Immediately after, she bowed low. Please help us. I beg of you. The action was so fast it startled him. She began to speak. The Infinite Dungeon. Ancient Museum. It's a dungeon we just discovered where many people are trapped, and the ancient museum stores ancient knowledge and treasures from all over the universe. Created by an ancient secret society, the Ancient Guardians. To complete the exploration of the museum, one must defeat 3 randomly selected creatures from rare, heroic, mythic, and divine ranks, or pay an equivalent price. There is no other choice. And if you don't follow the rules, you won't be able to leave that. Unju swallowed hard. The terrifying thing about this place is that everything is based on luck. Even the boss and the rewards. Furthermore, if you're lucky, you'll encounter a rare rank, but if you're unlucky, you'll encounter a divine rank boss. A giant, one-eyed monster licking each corpse. Just thinking about it made him shiver. How is that any different from suicide? I've never even heard of a divine rank. Too dangerous. I don't want to gamble. He'll just refuse them gently. Yes, that's for the best. Suddenly, he saw Jai-Hai stifling. She leaned in close, whispering just enough for the two of them to hear. If you refuse us, he'll tell Diaku everything about you, making him do that celebration program. Is that okay? Are you refusing us? He couldn't help but remark. Wow, she's really. Afterward, Kaiong nervously glanced at the innocent boy sitting next to him. TSK. At least Hyunsung's experience isn't too bad. The first regression is probably fine. Or he might have some other killing item, right? Just trust in our lovely regret. He wasn't much different. On the outside, he was pensive and full of confidence. Who would have guessed that in his heart, he was thinking of someone else? I failed once before. Now he'll trust in this time will definitely be a success. He turned to ask, by the way, it seems we will gather useful information about a dungeon that has never been conquered. Has anyone ever escaped from there? He recalled what he had heard. They said someone gave them information. Based on that information, a member of the Black Swan Guild survived and reported all the other information. That information came from a boy named Max. A blonde boy wearing a magic hat who resides there. He continued, and he is a magic spirit born to protect the museum from the ancient guardians. He will not take any responsibility for the random results at the museum. Kaiong heard this and realized something was. He's avoiding responsibility right from the start. Even so, I can understand. This battle is based on luck. If I think about it another way, if we're lucky, this conquest will be just like a walk in the park. He remembered his luck stat, max pin. Just as I thought, the most important thing when conquering this dungeon is each member's luck stat. They all nodded to. Ju also brought out a scroll. This is the list that Commander Jaihai has drawn up. It includes the luck stats of everyone in the Black Swan attack team. They all self-reported their luck stats, so don't trust them too much. Kaiyang, you should use the stats appropriately. Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. Wait, could you give me information on those who are not on the list as well? She was astonished, but he leaned on his chin, smiling brightly. Of course, I'm not doubting Miss Jaihai's ability, but I need to consider everyone's personality and style to get the most luck. Not just the luck displayed on the screen, but everyone's personality and style to get the most. She was so surprised that she was speechless. Then she hesitated. We're very grateful, but we don't have much time. He didn't care much. That his face distorted into a Dragon Ball character's face. He looked smug and secretly confident. It's not a problem because I have mine. Thinking about the people he had seen through before. Winning the jackpot is the easiest. I've survived 777 life and death situations. Leave these luck games, luck value, personality, soul, and even combat power. Everything is like a perfect miracle. The lucky team is the team I've created. A joyful voice exclaimed. The lucky team that Kaiyang SSI set up is truly wonderful. On the day of the conquest, the training session a few days ago was also very successful. If we keep going like this, the dungeon will no longer be in. Kaiyang smiled modestly. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Miss Jaihai. But it's still too early to let our guard down. We don't know what's waiting for us. Park Yeonju stood with her hands on her hips, laughing with her eyes closed. That's exactly right. Ha ha ha. How should I put it? When I first met you, I thought you were a weird guy. She used her elbow to nudge him gently. I've started seeing you in a different light. Do you want to join the Black Swan Guild? Ha ha ha. Those words were like a direct hit to Hyunsung's poor heart. Even scarier was that he even laughed and joked along with that statement, making him extremely Thank you for the offer. Hearing that, he fell. Dilugia was crying sadly. Diluria, Mommy will be back soon. 3 other people sighed tiredly. They were the ones who would watch over the infinite dungeon. Ancient Museum. Whole group entered inside together. The leader was Yeonju. You have entered the Ancient Museum. You have been forced to accept the Infinite Quest.
Museum Exploration Quest.
He looked around. The door had automatically opened. Where is the dungeon? No matter what, as long as we don't encounter a divine rank monster, it'll be fine. Just don't let it be a divine rank one. Diaku was curious. Oh my, this place is huge. Even Dilugia was incredibly amazed. I can't believe this is an ancient structure. Surely our lovely regressor will take care of the rest. Although his expression isn't very good either. He glanced at him nervously once more. Then he comforted himself. It'll be fine. Suddenly, unusual gusts of wind appeared. Light energy converged in one place, making everyone extremely amazed. They saw a boy appearing. Kaiyang also understood. That's the guide from the report. That boy spoke up. Welcome to the ancient museum. Boy looked down at them. I am the guide in this museum, Max. To ensure the exploration goes smoothly, you will have to defeat 3 randomly selected monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the staff in his hand. Now, for the first monster, the boy was excited. I wonder which monster will beat the 1 in 500 odds to it. He pulled down his hat. He smiled thinly. Now, shall we begin? Kaiyang heard this and thought to himself, his face looking a bit uneasy. Is that the guide for this dungeon? He looks younger than I. Manzai. A thought suddenly flashed through his. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Checking dungeon guide information. Status. An image of a boy appeared. It was Max. The system displayed a notification in front of him. Name, Guide Max Dummy. Information cannot be checked. This is a dummy with copied data from Guide Max. Since this is only a dummy, the system cannot check its status and turns out it's just a dummy. Yet it looks so real. After reading the notification, he thought in surprise. Copied data? Does that mean the main body is somewhere else? He thought as he looked at that dummy. Furthermore, since I can't check its stats, I have a bad feeling. Just as he was thinking, a flash of light appeared in the dummy Max's. The dummy suddenly lunged out from there, startling him. Thank you watching for vid. The boy suddenly spoke. I didn't expect to reap this result today. This is the first time I've seen someone possessing a soul where the law of causality is so distorted. Hyunsung seemed to hesitate a bit upon hearing the boy's. He suddenly thought, that's nonsense. What? Could he have seen through Hyunsung's identity? Thinking of this, he frowned and the boy suddenly pointed his hand directly at him and said, and you? This action by Dummy Max startled him slightly. Mythic rank. Dummy Max continued speaking toward Dilugia. And another. Mythic rank dragon. The boy looked toward Yeonju's group. Hidden mythic rank trait. And Hyan, the one who received the magic blessing. Both of them had slightly terrified expressions when he said that. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads. Suddenly the boy let out a shout and said, "Fantastic! I didn't expect you all to have something special as well. It's been a long time since high-level mortals visited this place. And there are so many of you too." As he spoke, the boy's eyes were shining brightly. His cheeks were even flushed. He looked quite. Having said that, the boy suddenly looked down at Li Kaiyang and said, "Especially." He instinctively turned his gaze away when the boy looked at him. Max continued, "I don't know why you, a lowly, unworthy fellow, possess such rare things." The boy leaned toward him slightly and said, "And two of them are very." After hearing that, his face darkened slightly as he thought. One is probably mind's eye. What's the other? There's nothing special in the status. Max saw that he was a bit skeptical and took the initiative to reach out and say, "TSK. Fine. Everyone, how about this? Instead of fighting the monster, can I display you in this museum?" After the boy finished saying this, both Kaiyang and Hyunsung were incredibly shocked. On Dilugia's side, Hyan and even Yeonju were also stunned. Everyone's face turned pale. The boy didn't stop because of their panicked expressions but continued. "In exchange, he'll let the other people go. Naturally, they won't have to fight any monsters either. Shall we start choosing?" The two soldiers were also terrified after hearing that. Max continued to speak. "Although your lives will be suspended when you are still an honor. How about?" Having said that, the boy put on a cute face and said, "Okay, please." Afterward, he even acted spoiled. Who could resist this level of cute? At this moment, he was a bit helpless and put his hand to his forehead, thinking, "This bastard. He's really suspicious. Could it be that he's also a monster?" Hearing him talk about displaying everyone, it seems he's the museum manager and the boss. Phew, I don't want to fight a child. In another place, two people were charmed by that cuteness. So adorable. Don't be fooled. This is a dumb thought further. First, they'll have to find this child's main body before I can conquer it. Before his line of thought could finish, it was interrupted by something. He turned back and saw a woman standing behind him. Her hair was floating in the air. Her face was bowed, so he didn't know who it was. Yeonju. She suddenly became angry and said, "Shut your mouth and spin the wheel to select the monster, you brat. I don't have time to play with you. I don't have the patience or time to sit and listen to your nonsense." After she said this, a thought appeared. Park Yeonju. The aura of the assassination brigade. So cool. Seeing this, Max trembled slightly in his heart and hastily bowed, saying, "Whoa, that's scary. What a shame, but fine. Then shall we The boy continued, "Whoever is the representative, step forward." Hearing that, she turned back to look. Kaiyang seemed to sense something and looked straight. At this moment, she was a bit hesitant. A drop of sweat rolled down her. Afterward, she directly unleashed her power and said, "Spin, spin, spin, spin the wheel." A thought appeared. Yeonju, she's been doing so well up until now. Why those lines? After spinning, the system displayed a notification. The wheel has stopped. Warrior Scottenvan. Legendary. It hit legendary rank right from the start. TSK. Is fine. As long as we don't get a divine rank. It seemed to be going exactly as Dummy Max wanted. After the boy finished thinking, he said, "Ho, this. It seems it's already interesting from the." Around them at this moment there were "Thank you watching for violent changes." The building. "Thank you watching for began to fly high." The space around them also became more unusual. During the change, the warrior suddenly
Warrior Stottenvon. O legendary rank minds.
He looked at it and thought something. Luckily, since we're the same level, I can see its stats with mind's eye. Warrior Skotten Van skill list. Summon Skotten, energy drain. I just need to dodge the summon minions and its ultimates. Seeing the legendary monster that had just appeared, everyone quickly rushed forward and attacked. Everyone, get into position. Ayan. Get Diaku, Hyunsung, and Ju will be the main attack. Mind's eye is truly a skill meant for cheating. During the battle, he kept shouting at everyone. Be careful not to let the summoned monsters. After saying that, he thought again because it let him know how to deal with everything that others didn't know. Though I don't understand why I have it. That monster suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Lives. This place is full of lives. At this moment, Yeonju spoke up. The whole ground is covered in magic. Darn it. Now there's nowhere to run. We don't have enough time to cast defensive magic for everyone. Kaiyang saw everyone in a panic and spoke up.
Everyone, don't worry.
Even if the sky falls, there's still a way. As he spoke, his mouth curled into a smug. He turned toward her and said, Hyan, are you? Her face flushed red with determination as she said, Yes, everyone, thank you watching for She began to cast a powerful. That monster took this opportunity to attack. Everyone flew high up at this. Max suddenly thought of something at this moment. Further, I can't check its stats, I have a bad branches continuously sprouted. Thank you watching for vid. Satisfied with this technique and smiled broadly, thinking, very good. With this formation and my mind's eye, we can. The boy still sat there calmly watching them fight. Suddenly Max spoke up. Are you watching? Matthew. That person. Could he be? After a period of fighting, Scottenvan's head fell to the ground. Those people landed gently on the ground. He looked at the skull on the floor and wiped away his sweat with his hand, thinking, phew, you're strong too, but my mind's eye is much stronger. At the same time, Dummy Max also landed. After landing, the boy spoke up. You've done very well. I predicted it before, but you are truly strong. They all glared at the boy warily. Max remained indifferent and said, I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Van. The ancient guardians will be very happy to meet you. It's the command skill of the lowly. These people began to feel they couldn't be patient anymore and spoke heatedly. Hurry up and bring out the reward. Seeing this, the boy spoke awkwardly. Okay, all right. Then this time Hyunsung volunteered to take a spin. Let me try. Kyung was a bit surprised and said, Hyunsung. Max saw this scene and thought to himself, ah, he looks quite confident. Did he get something you? He also did the same action as Yeonju and used his technique to spin. Spin, spin. Spin the wheel. Come on. Can you stop saying that? So embarrassing. He stood behind watching and was getting. The system announced again. The wheel has stopped. How a genius swordsman and an alchemist fell in love. Volumes 1 to 3 limited edition. Includes heroic rank special part. After spinning for the reward, everyone was confused and said, what is this? Dummy Max began to explain. Ah, this is what I received for letting others escape from the dungeon. At this moment, the faces of all three looked extremely unsightly. The people around them were all blushing. The boy continued, I heard this is a novel that is very popular in Lindell at the moment. They seem to value it more than their lives, so I brought it out to After hearing this, his face darkened as he thought something. Ah, the reward is just some novels? The person who wrote the report exchanged that to escape the dungeon? Even though the average luck of the whole team is 90, the result is still like. He held the novels in his hand, his face full of dejection. So this guy is the unluckiest in the team. Then came a heavy sigh. Just consider it as you taking the bad luck on my behalf for the next reward round. It's okay. Just consider this a sacrifice for next. Max suddenly laughed out loud with delight and said, it seems you like the reward very much. But I can't control these things either. Furthermore, everything in this museum are things I cherish. So I hope you will take care of it. Having said that, the boy gestured and continued. Then shall we continue viewing the monsters in the museum? On his side, a thought suddenly appeared. Why do I have a bad... At that moment, Dialugia pointed her finger toward him. The tour went more smoothly than expected. Yaku was in a defensive state at all times. Gimio was bubbly and full of life. Two completely opposite poles. But the problem afterward, Max spoke up. Unlucky. It's another mythic rank monster. Whoa, a giant octopus. It's truly huge. Many times bigger than an ordinary. Everything. Once again. Unlucky. Another terrible reward. Is it a piece of poop? Is that even called a reward? Once again. What a pity. It seemed it was tilting in his. Dumb Max spoke up again. Now, it's time to select the final monster. At the moment he spoke up. They'll spin this. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. ITLL definitely be fine. Lee Kyung muttered those words under his breath to reassure him. According to the report, this museum has 3 divine rank creatures. 3 out of a total of 500. ID have to be very unlucky to hit one of those 3. With the team's luck stat, we definitely won't hit that. Unsung stood to one side watching without saying anything. Furthermore, Lee Kyung have luckily survived through the worst situations. So adorable. A voice rang. Everyone was completely Please, please. Tension enveloped. System announced. The wheel has crystal of the ancient god. Divine rank. It was not lucky for them at luck of the draw, and it hit the bad luck exactly on divine. Everyone at this moment was frozen stiff, unable to move, and shouted angrily. Damn it. Bingo my. His eyes were a bit stiff as he. Meanwhile, Dummy Max broke into a smile. Because it was exactly what the boy wanted. Divine. The boy laughed with delight, making others suspicious and think. Why is he? The boy reached out his hand. Though his eyes were sparkling, they created a terrifying feeling that sent chills down the spine of viewers. At that moment, the boy said, now what will you do? Will you become a valuable exhibit in my museum? Or become an offering for the ancient? Kyung was so angry he wanted to die on the spot upon hearing. This is definitely a scam. He stood there and shouted with extreme anger toward Dummy. The dummy trembled all over and said, huh? What do you mean? He directly pointed his finger at the boy and said, I'm certain. That guide has tampered with the probability. Divine rank my foot. This is absolute nonsense. I'm only trying to buy time so he doesn't summon. After speaking, he thought again. We'll all die here if we try to fight a divine rank enemy. I put in so much effort. At all costs, I must prevent him from summoning. At this moment, Gimio adjusted his glasses and said, the Vice Guildmaster is... He even brought out the notebook he had kept to argue with Dummy Max Continental Law Article 18, Clause 18. All probability items must be transparent about their odds. Everyone, resist. Seeing this, he couldn't help but think. This bastard. He's actually quite reliable. Where did he find that? Elsewhere, Diaku also spoke up. Persuasion. We demand an explanation from the illegal guide Max. Explain the probability manipulation. The people behind, like Yunju, also spoke up. Right. That's right. I knew there was something strange. Seeing this, Li Kaiong looked delighted and said, well done. Keep it up. This high persuasion is truly you. Everyone began to gather and criticize Guide Max. Why is there a system like this in the museum anyway? You cheater. He couldn't help but think with delight. Oh, he's wavering. Collapse all. Then the boy raised his hand. Everything on the ground suddenly changed unexpectedly. Everyone failed to react in time before this awkward situation. Thank you watching for vid. Seeing this, Li Kaiong thought to himself, damn it. His face also dark. The boy spoke up. You have rejected my request. Unfortunately, rules are... Boy summoned a divine rank monster, and no one is allowed to break the... Dummy Max's smile became increasingly terrifying. The boy spoke up. Well then, good. He was a bit angry but ultimately could do nothing. That moment of delight when he thought he could turn the tables, only for the next moment to be so tragic. Will I die like... Everyone was panicking and wailing. Someone was crying out for their mother. Mommy. Some were kneeling down and begging piteously. How about just sacrificing them and begging him to let us go? Are you crazy? Have you forgotten what we came here? It's all over, Jean Schwanching thought, his head bowed. This is the result of our thorough preparation. But why? Why a god level end? What if everyone dies just like back? Will my second life end like this? He hesitated, filled with fear and anxiety. He couldn't even lift his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Was Schwanching blaming himself? Or was he full of regret? His hand holding the sword was no longer steady. If only I had Durandal. Just then, a hand grasped his constantly shaking. It was Li Jiang. He stepped forward, leaning in close. Don't give up, Schwanching. This action seemed to pull him back to his senses. The onlookers couldn't help but misunderstand the scene, looking on in surprise. His face flushed slightly as he spoke.
Li Jiang.
Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, I have an idea. As he spoke, he thought, why is this guy so useless today? Get it together. Do you think this is a... The others were so excited they were practically in tears. What's wrong with them? The system began displaying notifications. 3 seconds until partial unsealing. 2 seconds until partial unsealing. 1 second until partial unsealing. While waiting for them to unleash their move, the boy floating in the air spoke. Mother metal, I hope this... Boy's words suddenly cut. Li Jiang began to unleash his tech. Screen of smoke covered everything, and flames... The boy on the side burst into laugh. Ha ha ha. Where do you think your god-level monster began its... It looked terrifying up... Right then, instead of being afraid, Jiang stood there with a smug smile. Meanwhile, the mannequin turned around with a confused expression. What the... Jiang thought, dragon breath potion. I did it. This is incredible. I didn't even need Juliana. He then shouted to everyone. Everyone, attack the main seal. That blue chain. We must completely break the ancient god's seal. Everyone was stunned by his words. He continued with a joyful expression. Instead of just a partial opening. Well, set it free amidst the chaos. Normally, a dungeon cannot be physically destroyed because of its protection system. Without it, all dungeons could be cleared by brute. But what if there's a glitch in that system? Namit is in a frenzy. What if someone rules the battlefield and destroys the dungeon, ignoring this? She screamed. It's dangerous. If the ancient god is released. Hearing this, he thought, so what? Do you have a better idea, you lizard? Quite feisty. Schwanching also spoke up.
Li Jiang.
Jiang didn't say anything, just keeping his head. Suddenly, Jiang turned and asked him, you trust me, right? Schwanching was taken aback and remained silent for a long... Then, he stepped forward and placed a hand on Jiang's shoulder. Of course. I trust you, Li. Hearing this, Jiang thought that's what I like to hear. I've picked the right... Jean Schwanching. He then charged... He rushed toward the monster and unleashed his move, his eyes full of determination. At the same time, Jiang thought, but don't trust me too much. I can't guarantee we'll make it out of here. What on earth? He asks if someone trusts him. then tells them not to trust him too much. Elsewhere, Jiang clasped his hands and said, "Oh ancient god, I pray to you." Seeing this, Max said in annoyance, "This crazy guy." Boy was fuming. "What the hell are you doing?" Jiang replied, "Can't you see?
I'm praying.
Please grant me strength." Max snapped, "Are you trying to remove the—" The boy sounded panicked. "Don't you know what will happen if that thing is freed? The whole continent will be destroyed. Everyone will pay." Jiang looked unconcerned. A villain worrying about others? So what? What does it matter if the whole continent dies? I just need to survive with my
Max Franche.
If you don't want that to happen, you can stop this. Max didn't expect him to say that. What? What the? You're truly evil. I can't just stop it whenever I want. And Li Jiang leaned in close. What was that? Couldn't hear you. Finally, Max spoke with difficulty.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for saying I'd put you on display in the museum. The boy bowed his head sincerely. I apologize for everything I've said and how I've acted until now. So please, stop this. Jiang grinned widely. Oh, where should I accept this apology? Maybe once you die and go to heaven, you'll accept it. The boy sounded shocked and panicked. Just then, a girl spoke excitedly. I don't plan on dying alone. You're in the same boat as me now. Come on. Ancient god. The mannequin was completely shocked. What? You selfish bastard. You're truly— The boy said urgently and angrily. Do you think you can break the seal set by the guardian? Jiang finally lost his temper and turned his head. Shut up. You bastard. Do you think I'm doing this because I have no desire to sacrifice myself for this continent? So I refuse to die at the hands of this ancient— Sacrifice my foot. Meanwhile, both Jin Xuanqing and Li Yanzhou were trying to remove the seal of the ancient— Just then, a notification appeared. God level Namit. The seal of the ancient god has been completely removed. The boy panicked as soon as the notice appeared. No. Meanwhile, Jiang was as happy as a child at a festival. Done. At that moment, the boy's body began to change. The system flashed again. Warning. Museum defense system act. Museum protection failed. If the museum is if continent is destroyed, thank you watching for remembered a past memory. A woman stood before him and said, Max, from now on you are 20 to— An image of the boy pinky swearing with her appeared. Other metal. What should— On this side, Jiang laughed gleefully. Great. Ancient— The boy was terrified. You— Tears welled up in his eyes. He said in a fearful tone, you filthy god-flattering— Then the mannequin disappeared. Just then, Li Jiang and Pu Diju came over to look. Bye. He on Li Yan's side. She said, now what? We still haven't saved the guild members who were left behind. Stood there and said, before, was currently bound by chains as he thought to himself, you can handle this mess here. Original Max, I'll just pocket this money. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps. Ancient god has suddenly gone quiet. He must be adapting to this place. I think he's trying to absorb the mana in the museum to grow even larger. The ancient god's tentacles trembled. He's quiet for now, but who knows when he'll awaken. At the same time, the group over there helped each other up. A thought surfaced. Everyone is exhausted. Let's rest a bit before moving. Jiang thought with a savage smile. We need the strength to clean this place. Slowly brought some kind of liquid to someone and said, come on, everyone. Let's rest a bit before we continue. Everyone take an energy potion. The blue-haired girl smiled brightly, her cheeks. On the other side, Li Yanzhou also blushed at his actions. Oh my, Li Jiang is so kind. This caught Jin Xuanqing's attention, and he turned to look. His cloak fluttered in the wind. He was good at choosing the right people for the team. If it weren't for him, we would have all died early. Maybe I understand why Li Zhihui values him so. She smiled brightly and said, it feels a bit wrong to say this, but this makes me want to try pursue. As soon as she finished speaking, his expression darkened. His voice turned cold. Don't do that. His gaze was enough to make anyone— Hearing that, she was completely crushed. Ah yes. My unrequited love is broken. She didn't even notice his expression at the— Jiang continued handing out water. Everyone looked at him infatuatedly. Some smiled like flowers, others were drooling all kinds of— He stood to the side, lost in thought. This makes me want to pursue him. He clearly wanted to say something but couldn't. Looking a bit off, footsteps approached. A voice came from behind him.
Li Jiang.
He turned around in surprise. It was Jin Xuanqing, his face slightly flushed. Can I talk to you for a— It was a bit sudden, which confused. He still agreed. Thank you. About what happened earlier. In front of Jiang was a table full of— Others stood outside, their faces flushed, looking like they were eavesdropping. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to hold. He stepped out wearing a maid outfit. I'm so glad to have you by my side. You're the best. the absolute best. Jiang's face turned pale from shock. Wait a second. Slow. He stood up and crossed his arms, looking horrified. What's going on? Just tell me, I'm listening. I'm not angry. He let out a long sigh. The other man stammered, then he finally spoke. I was cold to you before, so I was a bit worried. He rubbed his fingers together, a clear sign of nervousness and anxiety. He continued that you might. Jiang grew more confused as he kept hesitating. Leave for the Black Swan Guild. As he said this, his face looked incredibly. His eyes were sincere. Having said it, he felt somewhat relieved. Jiang, thinking it was something much more serious, was momentarily speaking. Realizing the situation, Jiang struggled to hold back his laughter. So that's why he's been so restless? He tried to stifle his laughter, but a small sound. Finally, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He reached out and ruffled the other's hair. It's okay, Xuanqing. I'm not going anywhere. This gesture, Xuanqing froze. Jiang sensed it too, and his expression shifted. He spoke awkwardly. Jiang suddenly cleared his throat. Ahem.
I'm sorry, Xuanqing.
You just looked so cute that I was too rude. With that, he quickly ran off, leaving him behind. No, it's okay, Li. Xuanqing felt that Jiang's action earlier was so adorable that his cheeks turned red. My good, how can he be so kind? They'll keep using him like this. Wait, what was that glowing? Before everyone was a glowing sword. A sword? It's so beautiful. That sword. It's the mind sword of the 12th Knight Order. Durandal. Legendary grade. A famous sword known only in legends. No more information is displayed. Indestructible Durandal. You must satisfy specific conditions to become its man. A legendary grade weapon? Oh my god. It looks so tempting. But clearly, this sword was meant for the adorable regressor here. After thinking that, he reached out a bit. Condition. Connect with a team. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, damn it, Xuanqing. You weren't just pretending to be kind to me, were you? From behind, Zhang Xian and Pu Dijiu ran up excitedly. Li. She stood there and said, I have a weapon too. This is enough. Pu Dijiu's reaction was a bit over the top. He held a rose to his lips, posing delicately. Jiang thought, great. What's wrong with that guy? A flower? What good is a flower? He suddenly turned to them and shouted, Put it down right now. Then he thought, don't put it down. He continued, this museum belongs to Black Swan because they discovered it. He looked down and continued, as for Xuanqing, the sword came to him on its own, so they couldn't do anything. But this isn't allowed. We need Li Yan's consent. Return it to where you found it. On the outside he said that, but inside he thought, he'll talk to Li Yanzhou. So please don't put it down. Pu Dijiu stood there shouting, Li Yanzhou, please accept my confession. Just put it down. He sounded flustered. But Li Jiang, I've already completed the master recognition ritual.
I'm sorry.
Hearing this, he thought, don't apologize. You did great. Keep it up. Finders keep. Thank you watching for vid. See if this item is any good. Mind's Eye. Red Blood Sea Demon. Legendary grade. No more information shown. Magic plus 10. Exclusive skill. Sea Demon's Eye. This is damn incredible. Even if it sounds a bit scuff. Whatever. I planned to loot the museum after Li Yanzhou agreed. I was worried Li Zhihui would say something if only the Blue Guild took things. Jiang, bound by chains, turned his head with a happy face. Oh my.
Li Yanzhou, I'm sorry.
He'll definitely make it up. Suddenly, everyone fell fast asleep. Someone was even talking in their Jin Xuanqing is so handsome. How on earth did they all end up on the Just as he was thinking, well, this is good. I'll take this chance to find some good loot for myself. Someone suddenly tapped his shoulder from behind. Hey, it made him was Dialugia. She spoke up, You're planning to do something with the ancient god, aren't you? Seeing her, he thought, oh, shed, the moment that thing is free. He interrupted, I know. The continent will be destroyed. The ancient god grows by taking root in the earth. Eventually, it will devour everything on the continent. I acted indifferent to Max, but I'm actually worried. Obviously, I prefer peace over the collapse of the continent. He continued, don't worry. I'm thinking of a way right now. Dialugia said, it's very serious. She said with a grave expression, the continent will sink into chaos in 30,000. He kept his expression and said, 30,000 years? Dialugia stood there, her eyes sharp as she looked. Li Jiang spoke up, in that case, I don't need to do anything. And Dialugia was furious, her voice drowning him out. What? Are you joking with me? Meanwhile, he burst into laughter. 30,000 years? Holy crap. What the hell am I supposed to do about it? Laughed and said, he'll be long dead before that happens. Who cares what happens to the world then? I was worried for nothing. The dragon race has protected the peace of the continent for generations. Dilugia was livid, gritting her teeth. You, don't you feel guilty toward your descent? He leaned in close to her. Oh my, haha. Dilugia, be honest. Is it more important that our descendants die in 30,000, or is it more important that our little babies grow up without a father? Or hearing this was like a bolt from the blue. Little babies? Right. And you know it too. The future is created by our descent. Dilugia froze even more. Now repeat after me. The continent can sleep. The continent can sleep. The continent is safe. The continent is safe. Good. Now our little babies are safe. He continued, so from now on you just need to do as for our precious little babies. Dilugia. Okay. My love. His voice made her tremble. She said shakily, for our Dilugia.
Hampiha. I'm sorry.
Grandmother. Oh my God. Our continent is... Suddenly there was something behind him. What's that? It's just Zheng Xiaoyan. You scared. Cracked museum's administrative office. The entire space was Thank you watching for That moment, we're tapping rapidly on a key. Damn it. It's over. Everything is I'm sorry, Mother Metal, Max said with a trembling. Amy. Snap. All the guard. I'm sorry for failing to protect the museum. While the boy was sobbing, Jiang suddenly opened the door and, hearing the noise, the boy turned his head. His face a mess of tears, and Max shouted in surprise. What the hell? Li Jiang wore a confident expression and said, well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Original. Just then, Dilugia said angrily, how did the ancient god's minions get in here? How do you know this Max is a clone? The continent will sleep. The continent will sleep. Well, it's pretty obvious. Anyway, we're busy, so I'll get straight to the... Looked around and asked, where are the abandoned members of the Black Swan Guild? Are they still alive? As he turned, he was surprised by what Max was shocked but still said, humph. As if I'd tell you people. Hearing that, Li Yanzhou said annoyedly, what? Meanwhile, Jiang remained relaxed, not rushing. He suddenly spoke. Looking at those things, he thought to himself, what is all this super modern equipment? Just as he was thinking, the spoke up softly. Everyone, he said, standing in the middle. I'm sorry, but can I be the one to fight the museum manager? Dilugia will back me. She was pleased and said, okay. I'm sure you have a brilliant plan in mind. Jean Xuanqing spoke up. Then well wait out. Humph. This is the importance of maintaining an image. What brilliant plan. You guys have no idea what I'm about to do. After thinking that, he looked at her and said, Dilugia. She was in a frenzy, making Max terrified. What are you going to do? Get away. She lunged at the boy and said, sorry. But if you stay quiet, the continent will be safe. If not, the continent is finished. The boy was stunned. What? Aren't you a Then someone spoke up. What are you saying, He stood there scratching his chin. The continent won't collapse. We have to protect. She was completely shocked. Huh? What about our little baby? He stated clearly, I will protect the continent and this museum. In exchange, give me this museum. As expected, he had no good intentions at all. Everything truly has a price. He laughed savagely. I knew it. That's your real... Seeing the boy's anger, he calmly replied, why are you so upset? I just want to maintain peace on this continent. Dilugia got even angrier. Stop it. You're just greedy. Li Jiang continued. TSK. I guess talking nicely won't work. Dilugia hold him tight. Hearing that, she squeezed even harder. Mark struggled in despair. Let me go. He casually held out a glowing bottle and asked, what do you think this? The boy recognized it instantly. That's what broke the ancient god's seal. Ding ding ding. Exactly. This is an extremely powerful bomb that can break. He stood there teasingly. What do you think will happen if I throw it down here? Hearing throw it down, the boy couldn't help but scream urgently. What? Don't. If you do, laughed gleefully. That's right. It will destroy the ancient god's prison. Right? Then the continent will be annihilated. How interesting. The whole continent will vanish. Let's count down. He gave a shout of excitement. Both Max and she were horrified. The boy screamed in fear. You crazy bastard. You psychopath. You loon. Jiang grew more terrifying by this. The boy was so scared he hugged Dilugia and sobbed. Save me. Mother Metal. Even she was a bit scared. Are you serious? If you do that, we had no intention of stopping. I'm throwing it. Meanwhile, the boy cried and shouted. Wait, he said tremulously. Fine. I'll give it to you. Access rights. You are. After those words, the system appeared. Title, Administrator of the Cracked Museum. You have the right to use all equipment in the museum except for a few areas. Jiang thought in surprise. Except for a few areas? Well, it doesn't really matter. Having achieved his plan, he smiled with satisfaction. Great. I have to start at God-level monster, but then something suddenly locked it. Its other tentacles were all tightly locked by iron. System notifications kept appearing before. The boy stood behind him, thinking in awe, incredible. He hacked the system to change the museum's rules. While adjusting things, Jiang shouted, "Die, you evil god. This museum is..." Max, holding a teacup, was sweating profusely. "I can only do things like..." Just then, Jin Xuanqing's image appeared on the screen.
Li Jiang.
He replied, "Xuanqing. How does it..." He stood there and all tentacles have been confined to Zone Z. Only one more layer of the seal left. Li Yanzhou spoke from behind, "That item is really convenient. A bit flawed, but this will..." He continued, "But it's still too early to be complacent, Li Jiang. The final..." He sat there thinking, "The final one?" Then he turned back and said, "Hey, Max." The boy didn't respond, just stood there with his arms hugged. This was a sign of self-doubt or the museum won't be harmed. It'll just be under my control. But he looked so sad. Well, I guess he's having complicated thoughts. Just as he thought. I feel a bit bad. But he's not a real person anyway. I probably don't need to worry about him. A legendary quest created by the blood sacrifice of the Guardian would grant a great title, rewards, a new title, luck plus or -10. He read it and thought in shock. This is... When he realized, he grinned with flushed cheeks. "Oh my... Hello, Max's mother. Are you still watching? Did you hear my dark thoughts? Well, I guess I have to comfort this little lamb for the new..." He then spoke up. He smiled as he spoke. "Once this is over, do you want to come with us? Permission to leave this place." He continued, "Well, I guess you're still young. You need the Guardian's permission to leave." With that, he casually mentioned a name. Metal. The name made the boy's eyes widen and the boy turned his head. She really had appeared. He turned his head in. "Mother. Mother Metal." The boy stood there, trembling.
I'm sorry, Mother Metal.
Couldn't protect the museum. Jiang sat there and, "Actually, protecting this place is very hard. But if I don't protect it..." The boy cried louder. If I can't be near everyone anymore." She didn't scold the boy but spoke gently. "I'm sorry, Max, you've had to shoulder too much responsibility. But I'm a little..." She continued, "We were always by your side. But you didn't know." Max's voice trembled. "Huh? What do you mean? Since when?" She just smiled. "Thank you watching for vid." She spoke while recalling those men. "Since the first time you successfully controlled the music. The time of chaos when the seal was when everyone fell. We were always with you. Behind you and in your heart." A thought surfaced. I've heard that line in some cartoon." He hugged the boy and said, "So when things get hard and lonely, remember the good memories we shared. Do that and move forward. It will be difficult, but someday we will meet." Hearing this, Max cried even louder. "Promise. It'll make you..." Jiang looked at them and thought, he must have been very lonely here. Perhaps because of that loneliness, the museum turned into a dungeon. He looked at the boy and smiled. "You have a wonderful family." The boy wiped his tears, a smile on his face. And the boy walked over. "I wonder how Yunhe is doing." Her only relative suddenly vanished while eating. "He'll just eat everything." Jiang thought, well, I'm the one stressed out worrying. Their fingertips touched, creating a brilliance. The chains slowly began to... Metal pulled the god-level monster into her embrace. "Thank you watching for vid." Then a blinding light burst forth. Everyone overjoyed and hugged each. Lugia breathed a sigh of relief after the battle. Even Jin Xuanqing standing beside her felt a weight. He looked around at his surroundings and thought, Li Jiang is truly an incredible... After finishing his talk with she appeared before him and said, held Max in his arms and thought, of course. It's all just to retire in the... She spoke with full sincerity, Li Jiang. Then she gave a bright smile and vanished. He was a bit shocked. How did she know my... Meanwhile, at a different, very luxurious... So, I'm off then, father. Shattered Museum Administrator Max Human Form. New title Max's Guardian. All restraints within the territory of the Shattered Museum will be removed. Luck plus or minus. He stood there waving goodbye to the... As he walked, he thought with immense joy, a free museum and an adopted son to take care of me in my old age. Plus, these awesome times. Thinking about it made his face flush with happiness. Especially the museum, its value is immeasurable. With this, I can control the whole continent. I'm so proud of you, Li Jiang. Let's keep working. Just then, someone walked down and said, You look... Voice came from behind.
Li Jiang.
No, I mean... He froze as soon as he heard. Li Zhihui said angrily, You thief. Hearing this, he realized it was Li Zhi. Li Jiang shifted to sit on the sofa, his expression darkening. He thought, I didn't expect her to come looking for me. Either way, the Black Swan Guild is the official owner of the museum. It's only natural she's angry since I took it without permission. But I didn't think she'd get here this fast. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since we got. She began to speak. Well, I still have one. I know you played a major role in this expedition. I don't want to argue with you about who the museum owner is. But even started off very gently. But then suddenly grabbed his hair and screamed. Taking it without even informing me? I heard you even got a new weapon. It must be nice. Li Yanzhou is one. I mean, she's. The pain made him stammer. Don't do that. I didn't take every. His tone softened. You're also using my reputation, aren't you? This is a win-win. She replied, aha. Is that so? Then pay back all the money I gave you. Start with Dilugia's debt. Can you pay it? He thought, good grief. As expected of my soulmate. She's always threatening me. He'd had no choice but to massage her while saying, calm down. Listen to me. I have a great plan. You know the modern technology in the museum, right? We can use. He slowly leaned close to her ear and said, to set up a broadcasting station in Lindell. The two continued talking. Are you planning to build a library and brainwash the whole continent or something? Are you a genius? He laughed with delight. I knew you'd understand. My son has the ability to produce museum technology on a large scale. I'll use that to create phones or a light. Since this place is in the Middle Ages, it will create a massive effect. It's going to be crazy. This will be the start of the media industry. Continued, of course, we'll have a business monopoly. He then held up a phone to take a picture. The phone experience. She joined in, holding up 2 fingers and saying, and we'll collect lots of fees from the slaves. I mean customers. He added, not only that. We'll control the media content. Li Jiang took Li Zhihui's hand and placed it on his cheek. We'll share the profits. Our era will begin soon. She happily replied, this is why I love. Then she pinned him to the sofa and asked, you know I love you very much. She leaned her face close to his and said, and you know I love you very much, right? Then the two began to kiss. Anyway, I know the system recognizes us as soulmates, but we're much closer than that. Did we have a relationship like this in our previous life? Just then, approached with a joyful face. Oh, hello. It was Cardinal Basil. He continued, our honorary bishop. Li Jiang said, I've been gone for too long. He laughed in amusement. Ha ha ha, not that long. You've worked hard for others. We should be the ones grateful that you came to visit. He suddenly asked, anyway, I heard you want to build a broadcasting station? Jiang panicked. Has the rumor already spread? But he didn't care. Li Jiang smiled and said, that's right. I want to show everyone how wide the world is. He gave a shy smile and thought, for my own benefit. He thought the man would agree, but he didn't. He said, I want to laugh. He looked down and said, media created by an outsider. Do you think we're fools? Jiang was horrified by his words. He thought in shock. Does he know my real intentions? He put on a sincere face and said, I'm sorry, but I have no evil intentions. Actually, the bishop seemed angry or worried, but his whole body trembled. His tone changed. Media will make the lazy people on this continent worry. That's just too. Jiang broke into a cold sweat while just then, the man suddenly burst into tears like a child. 2. Seeing this, Jiang realized what was happening. It made him freeze. What the hell? The man was so happy he said, it's too wonderful. People will only watch the news instead of. Jiang laughed and said, don't worry. It'll create a religious channel. Of course, it'll also donate money to the church. The man was even happier. Really? Is that? He wept with joy. I've never seen anyone as devoted to Benigor as you. You're the best. The greatest. On the outside Jiang was calm, but inside it was different. Phew. I thought he was going to burn me alive. This old man is so naive. But he loves. No time to rest after the expedition. I have to go strengthen relationships with the nobles. You're so beautiful. I need to attend a high society. Do volunteer work with Xianxiang. Must check the progress of the media bit. Handle documents. He began to bury himself in work. At this moment he felt the weight of it all and cried, damn it. I'm going to die from over. While he was in a daze, Pu Dijiu suddenly appeared and called his name. Li Ji, thank you watching for vid. He said angrily, I told you to rest. Jiang seemed like a walking corpse. Rest? What's that? You try it and see. You pig. You look pathetic. The other man began to think about something. Then a sudden idea He grinned and approached him. Come with me. I know something that can help you. Then he unceremoniously dragged him. Is it a hot spring? It's pretty nice in this space. Kim Hyun-sung soaked in the hot spring. All the muscles on his body were clearly visible. Besides Kim Hyun-sung, Hyan and another girl were also soaking in the hot spring. Hyan's alluring collarbone was exposed, looking truly beautiful. Jimo jumped down and said, "This feels great. A hot spring is the best way to relieve." Jizhong stood on the wooden deck and thought, "Ah, I really don't want to go." At this moment, Li Jizhong looked very radiant. Suddenly, Jimo blushed and said, "Jizhong, that thing of yours is also in the huge cat." Li Jizhong felt a bit uncomfortable and thought, "What is he talking about?" Jimo also chimed in, "Oh my god. No wonder women keep clinging to you." As Li Jizhong stepped down, he secretly thought, "Shut up, please. I'm going to report that bastard Jimo for sexual harassment." Right at that moment, Li Jizhong noticed Kim Hyun-sung watching everyone take a hot bath. Li Jizhong thought, "Well, I didn't expect these guys to come." This moment, Li Jizhong noticed another person. It was Jung Ryan and Li Jizhong. Why is Jung Ryan wearing a mask even here? Is he hiding an ugly face or elsewhere? Two girls were soaking in the hot. Sora soaked while feeling restless. Why is Ajong taking so long? Come back quickly. Ajong was still running toward them at that time. Suddenly Hyen turned around. Drool trickled down, looking extremely eerie. Sora thought, "I'm not staying with that crazy witch." Hyen said at that moment, I got a new skill called the Eyes of the Anemone. But it has surveillance capabilities. Should I use it on Jizhong? But that's a bit weird, isn't it? But I want to look at him. Hyen asked again, "Sora, what do you think?" Sora said fearfully, "Huh? Sora spoke with an unusual tone. There are many people here. Why don't you two go on a hot spring date some other time?" Hyen felt a bit strange after hearing that. Sora immediately added, I'm sorry for the bad answer. Please don't." Hyen began to reach out her. Sora was now utterly terrified, but it turned out Hyen was reaching out to touch Sora's. Seeing Hyen touch her, Sora immediately screamed at the top of her. Sora's legs couldn't even stay. Sora fell into the water. Hyen said with some confusion, did I scare you? Sorry about." Hyen continued, "I just noticed you only have one eye. That's because." Hyen said, I'm sorry about that. Sometime I'll create a new eye for you." Sora thought with some annoyance, "No, don't do any. Have you been waiting long?" A question rang out. Ajong had arrived. Ajong continued, "Sorry. I fell on the way." After seeing Ajong, both of them had the same thought. She's so hot. Ajong then comfortably soaked herself in the hot water. "Wow, this is great. I wish the others were here." Outside, the rain poured down. Something appeared on a news. Then suddenly the newspaper was set on. A woman had burned it. After burning it, Charlotte laughed sadly. A few days later in the camp, Chihira was currently very frustrated. Her face wrinkled as she said, "God, what a waste of..." Then Chihira spoke up, asking, "Who cares about the official announcement of the 8 thrones? That much is enough to throw a party. Don't you all think so?" She was the first seat of Lindell Chihira. Right then, Li Jizhong gave a forced smile and said, "Don't be like that. The king personally invited us. We can't refuse." Li Jizhong was the 7th seat of Lindell, and Kim Hyun-sung was also a 7th seat of Lindell. Kim Hyun-sung stood right behind Li Jizhong. After speaking, Li Jizhong glanced elsewhere and thought, honestly, this is a bit sudden. It's also right after I revealed my intention to develop the 8 thrones and the 5 tiger generals, an organization established to counter the 5 tiger generals of the Republic. However, there hasn't been any official announcement regarding its establishment. The reason the king suddenly summoned us is clearly so he can threaten both the Republic and the Holy Council. Because both support Li Jizhong's Li Jizhong thought again. Or perhaps it's for another. Afterward, they talked while walking together. So when is the scare? There's a commitment for right after the meeting with the king. Hearing this, Li Jizhong thought it's going to take all. Li Jizhong felt a bit worried while thinking, I hope Hyen is okay while I'm gone. Everyone brought a servant to wait until they're finished. Well, since Jaihai and Heejin are by her side, it should be. Anyway, haven't the others arrived yet? The door just opened. Li Jizhong was astonished when the inside was completely filled with mist. What is this? Just as Li Jizhong was confused, something rushed. It was an arrow. It lunged straight toward Li Jizhong, but luckily that arrow hit behind Li Jizhong. Faced with this terrifying situation, Li Jizhong was horrified for a moment and trembled. His whole body was drenched in. Li Jizhong looked at it and thought, what the hell? Was the announcement a fake? Does the king intend to kill every? Series of arrows were crushed right in the palm of a woman's. Chihira stepped out from behind Li Jizhong and said, quite a warm welcome, isn't it? Li Jizhong looked up at Chihira with some embarrassment. Chihira then gave a slight. From within that layer of mist, someone's figure, the mist summoner, Chun Wan-gue. He was the 2nd seat of Dagwan Chun Wan. Hawkeye's Gue-lin. She was the 5th seat of Dagwan Gue. Gue-lin spoke up with interest. Long time no see, Lady Chihira. Chihira quickly replied, yeah. Long time no see. Li Jizhong looked at them and silently judged. You guys scared me. Couldn't you have a normal way? Chahira looked at Chun Wangui and asked, what's wrong with your face? Is there a Chun Wangui maintained a cold tone and said, no. It's just that almost everyone in the 8 thrones is from Lindell. Hearing that, Chahira said, so that's the problem? It's not a crime that Lindell has many talented people. I just wanted to ask the Chahira crossed her arms and asked, good grief. Chun Wangui, you've grown up, haven't you? Why are you looking at me like that? Chun Wangui coldly replied, I'm just. 2 seemed to be irreconcilable rivals. One was cold, the other was. Right at that moment, a hand was raised high with determination. Wyron then gave a forced smile and said, now. Wyron continued with a look of amusement. Sorry. Everyone. My little idiot sometimes makes mistakes. Chun Wangui's face turned beet red with embarrassment upon hearing. Li Jizhong looked at them and thought, did Chahira and Chun Wangui have a conflict before? They look so. Just then, someone called out to him. Lord Li Jizhong. Hearing the call, Li Jizhong turned his head. Li Jizhong didn't seem very surprised and said, are you here too? Salia bowed her head slightly, her cheeks flushed. She was the 3rd seat, Salia Kasagano Juno. The person walking beside her was the 6th seat, Salia Suzumiya Ibuki. Looking at them, Li Jizhong thought to himself, I thought so, just as expected. But everyone has good stats. Although my title is also impressive. Wyron and Wangui had talent stats higher than Legend. Salia and Suzumiya also had talent stats higher than Legend. Chahira, Li Jizhong, and Kim Hyun-sung also had talent stats higher than legendary rank. Li Jizhong thought of something and looked a bit unsettled. I guess it's okay for me to be here. Shouldn't Hyen be the one here in... Right then, someone stepped in and said, I will guide everyone to the auditorium. He looked very respectful toward them. Perhaps he was the... He turned his face back and said, Your Majesty. Upon seeing, thank you watching for vid. Jizhong was astonished and thought, oh, he really has charisma. This person, looking up at the one sitting on the throne, Li Jizhong thought, the king? He looks much older and smaller than I imagined. Even standing up is difficult for him. He was the emperor of the Holy Kingdom. Li Jizhong really didn't expect the emperor of the Holy Kingdom to be like this. It was completely different from his imagination. This thing is the emperor spoke up, trembling due to old age. Cough. 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 Yes. I am the emperor. Emperor. What was it again? Hearing his words, Li Jizhong was a bit skeptical. He's senile. Is this really a... While he was skeptical, a person dressed luxuriously stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please look into their... It was Charlotte. She went over to help the emperor up and said, These people are the 8 heroes representing our nation. Hearing that, the emperor gave a forced laugh and said, Ha ha ha. That's right. My daughter. I am the emperor of this... After the emperor finished speaking, Charlotte cast a sharp glance at them and said, What are you doing? Greet the... Hearing that, Li Jizhong quickly knelt down. Crossing his hands over his chest, he said, I apologize. I was blinded by your majesty's noble presence. After a quick look, Li Jizhong thought, I see. That old man wearing the crown is just a person. Li Jizhong noticed was Charlotte. This woman was the true ruler. She was the 2nd princess of the Holy Kingdom. Hearing Li Jizhong, the emperor said, Am I noble and cool? Li Jizhong quickly replied, Of course. Truly our emperor. Then he thought, did he only hear that? I didn't even say. Li Jizhong looked at Charlotte and thought, it seems the emperor won't live much longer. I'm sure she's the heir, the emperor and the... I need them on my side. Thinking this, Li Jizhong laughed gleefully. To live comfortably on this con...
Li Jizhong continua.
Anyway, princess. Hearing his voice, Charlotte turned her head to look. Li Jizhong continued with a look of infatuation. Your beauty is truly magnificent. Your eyes shine and are filled with wisdom, just as expected from someone of royal... Upon hearing this, Charlotte's face grimaced, clearly showing her Seeing Charlotte's expression, Li Jizhong was a bit horrified and thought, was what I said that disgusting? I guess she doesn't like flat disposition. Intent to revolt. Title, The Princess with the Ice Crown. From the start, it seemed Charlotte didn't want to be friends with anyone. She's probably wary of Li Jizhong since he's part of the Holy Council. Or maybe he's just not her, but she doesn't completely avoid me, since I am the center of the imperial media. Thinking of this, Li Jizhong's face flushed slightly as he thought, eventually you will need me. Right then, Charlotte let out a... Li Jizhong looked at the emperor again and thought, well, he'll take it slow with her. He'll just flatter the old emperor first. Politicians love to hear flattery. He's easier to deal. A moment later, someone spoke up. Great. Li Jizhong bowed low, his hands clasped, and said, thanks to you. The princess is so beautiful. Hearing that, the emperor's face turned completely red with embarrassment. A few drops of sweat even appeared on his face. Thanks to you, the people can live happily. It is truly an honor to meet you. Hearing these words, the emperor couldn't stop laughing with delight. Li Jizhong continued his flattery. I have actually developed an elixir of immortality for you. Ah, and there is a very good medicine for... Upon hearing that, the emperor suddenly grabbed Li Jizhong's hand, raised it high, and said, Hooray! Hooray for Bishop Li Ji. Li Jizhong stood there thinking, old man, you're too easy to The people below also followed suit and shouted, Hooray! The eighth Hooray! Hooray for Bishop Li Jizhong. Charlotte stood to one side, watching the events unfold without saying a word. Li Jizhong thought the winning point was when the image of his Dilugia appeared after the emperor said he wanted to see a class, Dragon Alchemist. Afterward, the emperor said he would support all of Li Jizhong's requests. How can the people live without a care under this man's rule? Well, it's not my problem. One thing I didn't expect is that the royal family isn't as ruined as I thought. They are the ones the people and other nobles support them. Charlotte stood on high, greeting the people below. Ah, it's Princess Charlotte. Oh, Princess. Charlotte seemed to be the most supported. Clearly, they thought she was someone capable of doing everything. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Li Jizhong still thought, the problem is she doesn't like me. She's kind to everyone except me. Perhaps it's because Li Jizhong was too over the top that she doesn't like. He got the emperor on his side in such a short time. Chen Wangue said with some confusion, he's probably the most skilled among us. Chahira heard this and said, that's his specialty. I was also a Jai said with a bit of a forced look. Doesn't this feel more like Li Jizhong's show than a celebration for the 8 thrones? Though it's not bad. Yanju, who was next to her, also said, where did Hyun-sung this time out? Kim Hyun-sung stood under the shade of a tree, watching Li Jizhong being cheered by everyone.
Li Jizhong. Li Jizhong.
In the gentle sunlight and the soft breeze blowing past, Li Jizhong looked truly wonderful. Continuous cheering made Charlotte irritated.
Li Jizhong. Li Jizhong.
This caught Li Jizhong's attention and he looked at Charlotte thinking. Li Jizhong looked up with an apologetic gaze and said, don't be mad. Amidst the melodic music, a voice, it is truly an honor to meet you, Bishop Li Jizhong. Please dine at our estate next. Someone came to talk to Li Jizhong. Please visit again next time. There is a wonderful place for you to admire. That place is called Mirror Lake. Ah, of course. After speaking, Li Jizhong immediately thought, there are always flatterers when life is on the up. I'm not going, okay? Well, relationships are certainly important. Talking to others is also. The man continued, the Mirror Lake fish in the lake are very strange. Phew, extremely delicious. I will prepare them for you when you come. Li Jizhong was shocked after hearing the description. Oh, that sounds tempting. How did he know I like Mirror Lake? Then, Li Jizhong noticed the people over. Have you all heard the rumors? That the Republic is preparing for war? Li Jizhong was surprised and thought, what? Li Jizhong watched them still happily dancing to the music and thought, everything is so nice and peaceful. Well, suddenly, a shattering sound rang out. A glass of red wine fell to the ground. Glass shards scattered This noise caught everyone's attention. The waitress was slapped until her face was red. There were also bright red scratches on her. At that moment, Kalia shouted angrily at the waitress, you, how dare you soil my... Hearing that, the girl was terrified and immediately knelt down, saying, I'm sorry, your... Li Jizhong looked at them with a bit of horror and said, who is that? The man standing behind Li Jizhong said a bit hesitantly, that is the first princess, Kalia, half-sister to Princess Charlotte. He briefly explained about Kalia to Li Jizhong. First Princess Kalia is the daughter of the queen. The two of them are somewhat opposites. Kalia seems arrogant and haughty. Meanwhile, Charlotte appears much more composed on the outside. But second Princess Charlotte is actually the daughter of a miss. As you can see. Despite that, because of the first princess' wicked personality, only a few people support. In the past, perhaps she was abandoned or betrayed, which has become so prickly now. Instead, although she is the mistress' daughter, the second princess receives all of the emperor's love, because she excels beyond the first princess in every aspect. Li Jizhong looked at them and thought, truly a troubled family. I see. If Kalia ascends the throne as empress, this empire might collapse. Just then, Li Jizhong noticed the servant girl. Huh? That's... Man continued, the relationship between the two sisters is already bad. After hearing him finish, Li Jizhong was a bit surprised and thought, ah, you're still not now. The sound of footsteps grew more. That servant girl bowed her head low. Her cheeks still bore the red scratches Kalia had. As Kalia looked up, she saw Charlotte were no different from enemies, rivals for the position of heir. Every time Kalia met Charlotte, she would put on an unpleasant. Kalia gritted her teeth and said. Charlotte didn't seem to want to argue or make a scene. She only sighed and said, Princess Kalia, what is the meaning of this behavior? Afterward, Charlotte immediately ordered, the first princess must be tired. Escort her back to her room. Upon hearing that, Kalia felt Kalia was dragged away by Charlotte's. Being dragged away, Kalia shouted with great irritation. Let me go. How dare you? Are you looking down on me just like Charlotte? Let me go. Didn't you? Li Jizhong stood below watching, and it seemed he understood the entire problem. Li Jizhong thought, a maid with suspicious stats, all above 60. And Charlotte suddenly appeared with knights, as if she had been waiting for the moment all. Li Jizhong seemed to understand this was Charlotte's. Charlotte was trying to completely destroy Kalia's image. The spectators' judgments rang out. TSK TSK. She's drunk in the middle of the day and causing a commotion. If that's the princess, the future of the empire is dark indeed. Li Jizhong looked at Charlotte and thought, to make herself look. Charlotte went over and helped the servant up. Fortunately, we have Princess Charlotte. She treats the servants well too. Kalia must be a fool. This can't be the first time this has happened to her. Why hasn't she realized it? Let me go. Even so, being drunk in a place like this from the start was enough to prove Kalia's foolish. Well, anyway, a thought occurred to Li Jizhong. I want metal in that foolish princess business. Kalia bit someone's hand, causing them to cry out in pain. Princess, please calm, followed by a scream because they couldn't bear the. Kalia jumped down from the banister and said, ha ha ha. Then suddenly Kalia realized she had just jumped from the upper floor. Huh? Kalia fell downward. Out of fear, she screamed incessantly. Incidentally, Li Jizhong was right. Li Jizhong stood directly below and thought in a panic. My God, is she crazy? Why is she falling toward? Everyone at this moment was simultaneously looking toward Li Jizhong. Everyone is watching. I can't ignore it. But I also can't catch her because everyone is watching me. Among them was Hyan, still innocently eating cake while looking toward Li Jizhong. Besides, I'm not strong enough to act as a. Then Li Jizhong suddenly snapped his finger. Thought flashed through his mind. Well then, go forth, dragon. That moment, a hand appeared from. Li Jizhong was currently feeling proud of himself. A very useful skill he obtained when he earned the title of Dragon Alchemist. Li Jizhong could summon parts of Dilugia's body whenever needed. Thanks. On the other side, Dilugia sneezed repeatedly because Li Jizhong mentioned. Kalia finally fell onto that giant hand. At this moment, she felt like her soul had left her. Is that a real dragon? Truly the alchemist chosen by the dragon. Everyone was surprised at that. People's voices rang out. Lord Li Jizhong is amazing. Charlotte's face darkened at this. Finally, Li Jizhong was getting more attention than Charlotte. A bit embarrassing. Huh?
Li Jizhong. Li Jizhong.
The people's cheers were non. Kalia opened her. Kalia was now like she had been struck by Cupid's arrow, looking at Li Jizhong with eyes full of. Kalia's whole body trembled as she said, You, what is your name? Li Jizhong then spoke up, sorry. Just as he finished, I thought she was. Kalia's nose began to bleed as she said, You don't look bad. Come to my room. Kalia then reached out to touch Li Jizhong's face and said, Don't refuse. My cute little kitten. Li Jizhong was like, What the hell? Kalia continued, If you satisfy me, I will reward you Right at this moment, Kalia looked at Li Jizhong and saw multiple clones of him. Perhaps she was seeing. Kalia lay down on the ground and said, Wait, why are there so many of you? Who? Well, if they're all you, then I'll take them all. Li Jizhong looked at Kalia and thought to himself, wow, what on earth is she saying? She's truly not fit to be empress. Afterward, the servants took Kalia. As soon as Kalia left, the king came walking up with a cane and said, Honored to meet Bishop Li Jizhong. As soon as Li Jizhong heard the voice, he turned and saw it was the king. Li Jizhong quickly said, Your Majesty. The king said tremulously, Ahem, sorry about my daughter. I will compensate you. Li Jizhong sighed and said, Haha, don't worry about it, Your Majesty. Everyone has their moment. The king then blushed and said, Haha, that's right. She is actually a kind child. Hearing these words, Li Jizhong immediately thought, Kind, my foot. Shall destroy the whole empire. Both of them are. On the other hand, right at that moment Charlotte approached. You're mad. Hearing her, the king said, Oh, Charlotte, my beloved. As soon as Li Jizhong saw Charlotte, his face turned red as he thought, a succession battle between the talented and that failure. What? Li Jizhong just remembered Kalia's face and already felt he couldn't stand. Jizhong showed respect and thought, Your Majesty, I will be fully devoted to you. Then he spoke up, Greetings, Princess. Then Li Jizhong smiled slyly and said, My initial impression wasn't very good, so it's a bit hard to pull her to my side. But this makes it even more Li Jizhong imagined and thought, surely she will trust and depend on me, and I can establish a connection to the palace. If successful, my safety and survival in this empire will be guaranteed. Li Jizhong appeared cheerful and continued, I'll escort you back to your room. Charlotte suddenly gave a smirk. Then she agreed to place her hand in Li Jizhong's. Seeing this, he thought, sweet. I'm the best. But then something made Li Jizhong freeze. Charlotte suddenly fell into his arms. Li Jizhong was a bit confused and thought, wait, did she fall for me? Li Jizhong didn't know if he was being too narcissistic, but he already imagined the future scene. Isn't this too fast? Not bad. No, it's actually quite good. The scene Li Jizhong imagined was himself with cat ears lying on Charlotte while she stroked him, waking up as the cold princess lover. That's actually too. While Li Jizhong was imagining, Charlotte spoke up, respected Bishop Li Jizhong. He quickly replied, yes, Prince. Charlotte glared at Li Jizhong and said, get lost. Unless you want to lose everything like Li Jizhong was stunned by her words. Charlotte continued, well then, let's go. Respected Charlotte returned to her initial friendly appearance. This made Li Jizhong suspicious. What the hell did you just... Outside it was pitch black. The moon had risen. The chessboard, the person spoke slowly. Charlotte wants to recruit. Jai-Hai sat opposite Li Jizhong and continued. She won't let you go. Perhaps she just wants to suppress your influence. Meanwhile, Li Jizhong sat there deep in. Jai-Hai spoke while moving a piece. I guess Charlotte is just trying to suppress you. Until you become as obedient as this pawn. Her intention is very clear. She wants you to completely follow her will without any resistance. Hearing that, Li Jizhong replied. At this point, Li Jizhong finally spoke up. I think so too. The problem is, why are you so good at chess? Li Jizhong seemed to only pay attention to Jai-Hai's moves and didn't care much about Charlotte's. Two continued their conversation. You want to be on top, right? Li Jizhong replied, you understand me very well. Hearing that, Jai-Hai said with some joy, of course. You are ready to throw away your dignity. And for your goals, you'll become a hound for those in high positions. Li Jizhong felt a bit tired hearing her words. Jai-Hai continued, but you won't give up what you have. That's the kind of person you are, right? Li Jizhong was astonished and said, whoa, do you have a manual about... After speaking, Li Jizhong thought, actually, I just want to pretend she doesn't exist. But Charlotte is the heir to the throne. Execute this traitor. Damn it.
Ayan. Kim Hun-sung.
At that time, it seemed Li Jizhong was beheaded by Kalia. Li Jizhong cried very loudly then. He looked truly pathetic. I don't want to make enemies with the whole kingdom. If anything goes wrong, I might end up on the guillotine. Jai-Hai sat opposite Li Jizhong, resting her chin on her hand, and asked, what's wrong? Are you scared? Why don't you follow her and then backstab her? You're good at that. Li Jizhong said with some embarrassment. I'll take that as a compliment. Your tongue is truly straight. Jai-Hai rested her chin on one hand and looked at Li Jizhong, asking further. You know you have to make a choice. People like us should have the right relationships. Li Jizhong listened to Jai-Hai while looking out the... Will Li Jizhong become the future queen's loyal dog? Or will he bite the very person who raised him? Either choice brings a significant hidden risk for Li Jizhong. After Jai-Hai finished speaking, she laughed heartily and said, I'm really looking forward to your... Li Jizhong also turned back to look into Jai-Hai's eyes, smiled and said, for some reason, I feel like someone has already made the decision for me. Hearing that, Jai-Hai pretended and said, oh, why do you... Then, Jai-Hai picked up the knight, knocked over the other piece and said, checkmate. Li Jizhong shouted in surprise. Hey, what the hell? Wait, how is it already? Li Jizhong had just lost a game of chess, so he said a bit angrily, why are you so good at chess? You're cheating. Hearing that, Jai-Hai calmly asked Li Jizhong. Cheating? Then why don't you try learning? Li Jizhong was so angry his face turned red as he said, no need. I'm already busy. And Li Jizhong hugged his face in despair and said, I feel like I'll die from the pressure before I even make a decision. Jai-Hai spoke up in response, why don't you go out for some fresh air? It's late, but you could go see... She was already sad about not seeing you often. I want to go with Lord Li Jizhong. Tendant. Hearing this, Li Jizhong immediately asked, how has she been lately? She hasn't caused any trouble. Hearing Li Jizhong's question, Jai-Hai paused a bit and said, actually, I don't know if that counts as causing trouble. Seeing her say that, Li Jizhong was a bit confused. Jai-Hai began to tell Li Jizhong. When he saved Kalia there was a kid who kept eyeing. That guy stood behind Hyen and beckoned her, saying, Miss Mississippi. He looked like a pervert or he called Hyen's name and even used his hand to touch her. He's disappeared. When that guy touched Hyen's shoulder, his arm immediately mutated into another form. Wait, is he dead? Jai-Hai replied, almost. Li Jizhong was so shocked he couldn't describe it. Why are you only telling me that? At that time, while walking on the road, Jai-hai sensed something unusual. Then they agreed to act as if nothing happened. It was quite a struggle to suppress that matter. It must have been. Sensing Haiyan's arrival, Jai-hai immediately slid down a vine before Li Jizong's astonished eyes. Sorry, but I'm terrified of that girl. See you later. Li Jizong thought with some surprise. Why did she leave through the... After Jai-hai left, Li Jizong thought to himself, he'll pretend to be angry. She can't just kill people arbitrarily because she's... Jizong tried to think it over. I must seriously warn that girl before she causes trouble again. Seeing Haiyan arrive, Li Jizong's tone slowed as he said, come sit here. Actually, never mind. Just stand there. I don't want to see your face right. Jizong had considered the scenario where every time he sees Haiyan cry, his heart softens. It wasn't Haiyan, but Kim Hyun-sung. He came to find Li Jizong. Jizong. Hearing the voice, Li Jizong thought in some surprise. Huh? What the hell are you doing? Kim Hyun-sung stepped inside and spoke hesitantly. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I know it's late, but... Seeing Kim Hyun-sung was in a bit of a hurry, Li Jizong immediately ran out and said, it's okay. What brings you here? Making yourself look embarrassed. Kim Hyun-sung spoke a bit hesitantly. Li Jizong looked at Kim Hyun-sung and felt tense. When saying this, Kim Hyun-sung's face turned completely red. I want to ask you if the candle burned brightly in the... Both of them sat opposite each other to discuss. At this point, Li Jizong spoke up and asked, do you really want... Kim Hyun-sung spoke very earnestly, please, Jizong. Help me prevent Charlotte from becoming... Hearing this, Li Jizong was a bit stunned. Well, Kim Hyun-sung continued, she cannot become queen. If she does, the entire Holy Kingdom will collapse. She will also destroy her... Hearing Kim Hyun-sung's words, Li Jizong had his own calculations. Could it be that she'll lose her mind in the... Suddenly Li Jizong smiled terrifyingly and thought, really? In that case, it's only right that I Jizong looked at Kim Hyun-sung and thought secretly, more importantly, this guy's attitude makes me think. He wants me to stop the queen from destroying the Holy Kingdom. But it doesn't look like he hates or resents her at all. It looks more... Li Jizong blurted out, it seems you're very worried about Charlotte. Hearing these words, Kim Hyun-sung avoided it a bit and said, yeah, it's just a habit. Li Jizong thought, they must have been very close in the previous life. It seems he doesn't want to talk about... Li Jizong said thoughtfully, I have to tell you, this matter won't have a good... Kim Hyun-sung's expression was very determined as he said, however, as long as she doesn't become queen, it's... Seeing Kim Hyun-sung so insistent, Li Jizong thought with some annoyance, alright, why so Li Jizong continued, from now on, I expect you to protect me. Once she finds out what I've done, she won't let it go. Kim Hyun-sung quickly replied, of course, I will ensure your... But, Kim Hyun-sung asked Li Jizong with confusion, aren't you going to ask me? Seeing that, Li Jizong was a bit... A moment later he thought you weren't going to answer anyway. After thinking, Li Jizong said gently, I believe you. After all, you are a regret. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-sung was a bit happy and broke into a smile. Thank you. Li Jizong looked at Kim Hyun-sung smiling slyly and thought, of course, it's better to make you indebted to me. Spend your whole life repaying me. I've decided. Charlotte is the enemy. Definitely not because of personal feelings. At the same time, the sound of footsteps approached. Now she had only one opponent left. The servant quickly bowed down respect. Li Jizong felt it was strange and turned his head to look. The atmosphere here is so weird. That voice rang out, Princess, the bishop has arrived. Kalia smiled cheerfully and said, welcome, Bishop Li Jizong. This person was Charlotte's older sister. Potential heir. First Princess Kalia. This is going to be difficult. By the window of this room was a flower vase that looked simple yet emphasized its rustic. Jizong sat down on the chair opposite Kalia. Kalia then spoke up. Sorry about what happened at the... Kalia held a handkerchief to wipe away tears and said, I'm not usually like that. But lately, I've had some things on my... Compared to the person Li Jizong met last time, he felt a huge difference and thought, where did that person from the other day go? Why is there a polite girl sitting in front? Just as he was thinking, a servant pushed a cart in and said, Your Highness, I've brought the tea and cakes. Kalia heard this and said, thank you. Li Jizong thought with some skepticism, is this the prince's true person? But Li Jizong seemed to pay more attention to the servant. She looked a bit awkward. Probably, Li Jizong could see the healed wound on her face. It seems that hearing Li Jizong was coming, she quickly had the maid apply medicine. No wonder the atmosphere was so bad when he arrived. Kalia, you're truly a pervert. Luckily, you're a fool. Does Li Jizong's assessment count as judging others? He's already made dozens of judgments with just one glance. Li Jizong leisurely picked up the teacup, thought while drinking, it'll be easier to Kalia smiled happily and asked him, "How is the tea?" After taking a sip, Li Jizhong said, very delicious. The taste is quite... Jizhong was about to say something but suddenly Kalia spoke while smiling terrifyingly. "I'm glad you like it. Wait, what the hell?" Luckily, Li Jizhong was common grade Laflexia tea leaves charm the target even with just a small amount. A love... It must be said, Kalia is truly scheming. Li Jizhong's face turned red as blood from the drug. Even a bit of sweat appeared on his forehead. Kalia tilted his chin up and said, Hoo, you're so now on, you are my little kitten. This crazy... Kalia's red lips leaned close to Li Jizhong's lips. Both their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Kalia gently placed her finger on Li Jizhong's... Kalia looked at Li Jizhong and said, "You're my type. You don't have to hold back, my little..." Li Jizhong lay under her, breathing heavily, thinking, "Damn it, but I feel like this will be okay." He began a psychological struggle. Should I continue? No, calm down. I can't cross the line. If I get involved with her, it will be very troublesome. While thinking, Li Jizhong saw a strange creature flying above his head that caught his attention. It looked like one of Haiyan's strange flying cameras. "Don't kill the princess, please." Suddenly Li Jizhong thought of something to deal with this situation. This situation isn't all that. Jizhong gradually showed a sinister, calculating face. "She's trying to win my affection, although the method is a bit too direct. In other words, I have the advantage." While Kalia was puckering her lips toward Li Jizhong, he remained perfectly calm, calculating a solution. Ironically, she had created a perfect situation for him to manipulate. He had to use this situation to ensure he could tame her into a good...
Suddenly, Li Jizhong grabbed Kalia's wrist.
Li Jizhong pushed Kalia down beneath two locked eyes. Kalia was stunned and confused. Bishop Li Jizhong suddenly burst into a strange... Immediately after, Li Jizhong looked at Kalia and bluntly stated "The rumors are true. You really are a piece of trash, princess." Hearing that, Kalia's face changed as she shouted angrily, "What?" Li Jizhong still maintained a calm look and continued, "But I understand." Li Jizhong continued with even stranger words, "I'm also a piece of trash. If I want something, I'll use any means to..." Kalia gritted her teeth. Li Jizhong pointed a finger at his own chest and spoke seriously. "You can win over my body this way, but you cannot win my..." Faced with her bewildered expression, he questioned her sharply. "Or do you want a fake, superficial relationship just like your life right?" Seeing her remain silent, he started to act as if he were leaving. "Well then, good..." Immediately, Kalia cried out. She sat up, her face filled with... She bit her lip tightly, as if she wanted to say something but was still hesitant. But then Kalia spoke her mind. "What must I do to win your..." Hearing this, Li Jizhong smiled triumphantly. She had fallen for his... Still standing there, he calmly replied, "Who knows? But..." Li Jizhong turned back to look at Kalia with a bright smile. "Why don't we take off our masks?" Outside the door, the servants were still engrossed in watching the situation, never taking their eyes off. Kalia had let down her guard and shared everything with Li Jizhong while crying miserably. "Bishop, the truth is, I am a very pitiful woman." Meanwhile, Li Jizhong sat with his legs crossed in a majestic manner. Yes, I understand. It must have been very difficult." The servants outside the door saw this and rejoiced inwardly. "This is one..." Alice thought to herself. He tamed the troublesome princess in such a short amount of... She accidentally spoke her thoughts out loud. More than that, he's also really handsome. Hearing this, the girl next to her quickly signaled for silence and warned her. "Quiet, Alice. If they hear you, you're dead even though he really is..." The servants were now overjoyed, standing there and cheering. "We get to be free from the princess for a while because of him. I wish he would come every day so we could enjoy this peace forever." They looked at Alice and said, "Alice, hurry up." Her eyes still hadn't left Li Jizhong, but Alice replied, "Oh." In her heart, a wish arose. "Bishop Li Jizhong, I hope he comes here every..." Inside the room, Kalia was still pouring her heart out to Li Jizhong. With tears in her eyes and full of resentment, she said, "The reason I've ended up like this is because of that bitch Sark." She recalled her past and hated Sarkloth even more. "We have never been on good terms." Kalia's memories slowly flooded back. "One day, my father brought her back and said she was my..." Tragedy began there. Sarkloth took everything from me, even everyone's love. As the image of Sarkloth appeared vividly in her mind, Kalia became more furious. Now she's even trying to steal my throne. She is not the legitimate heir. She's just a damnable... At this point, Kalia's rage erupted, and she screamed, "Everyone looks down on me. If it weren't for that bitch Sark..." Listening to the story, Li Jizhong mocked her inwardly. "Well, people hate you because you have no talent. It's not Sarkloth's fault at all." But outwardly he continued to offer comfort. I understand. Saying that, he gripped her hand. Li Jizhong put on a trustworthy face, looked straight into her eyes, and said, I will help you defeat her. We will reclaim the he asserted firmly, you will become a queen more noble than Sarkloth and be loved by many more people than she. This made Kalia admire him even more, and she was overjoyed. You understand me so well. He smiled back and replied, I told you we are. Suddenly, Kalia's expression changed. She looked at him and said, that's right. If I have you, reclaiming my status won't be impossible. Kalia revealed a sinister look as she disclosed something to Li Jizhong. Actually, I know Sarkloth's fatal weak. A few weeks later, to the absolute shock of everyone. Thank you watching for vid. Kalia walked out, and everyone was stunned. Asking each other, who is that? Princess K. People exclaimed in surprise, no way. Meanwhile, Kalia had become gentler than anyone else as she approached the servants to ask about their well-being. Are you tired? Go take a rest. I will pay for a week's vacation for all. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes and shouted, Princess Kalia has become. One of them spoke up and asked Kalia, Your Highness, are you feeling? Upstairs, Li Jizhong was standing with Li Jihai observing the situation. Li Jihai looked at Li Jizhong with a happy face and said, I wasn't wrong about you. I knew you would switch your target to Kalia or whatever her name is. You're not the type to suck up to someone who wronged you. Hearing that, he replied, it seems you've misunderstood something, but I didn't switch sides for personal reasons. He thought to himself, if it wasn't for Kim Hyun-sung, I would have been on Sarkloth's side. He remembered when Kim Hyun-sung had spoken to him about this. Please, Li Jizhong. Looking at the current situation, Li Jizhong seemed satisfied with it. But on the bright side, Kalia is very obedient. He recalled the time in Kalia's room when he instructed her, you must trust me if you want to reclaim the throne. Let's start with. Kalia trusted him completely and replied, yes, teacher. Li Jizhong was secretly delighted. I thought this was a create a princess game on hell difficulty. But everyone's reaction is very positive. With her sudden change, even if she was just acting, if things continued smoothly, it wouldn't be impossible for her to win the. Thinking this, he turned to ask Li Jihai, by the way, how is our project going? Li Jihai immediately replied, oh, here it is. She reported in detail to Li Jizhong. We've been working with Jung Hyan to develop 3D mana to the highest level. Jung Hyan's magic spells are amazing. We'll soon have a test version for broadcasting. We also need to name it. What should it? Li Jizhong spoke up excitedly. Just call it Goddess something. Handheld Mirror Goddess. They were perfectly in sync as Li Jihai also smiled and agreed. Oh, such a wonderful goddess will surely have many use. Li Jihai also curiously asked Li Jizhong. By the way, don't you think Sarkloth will do something once she realizes your intentions? He calmly assumed it would be impossible. What could she possibly? He calculated triumphantly in his head. I just need to use the 3D mana to announce her secrets to the. He remembered what Kalia told him in the room that day. Actually, I know Sarkloth's fatal weakness. He became even more confident. Yes, this method will. Suddenly, a bell rang from Li Jizhong's. He picked it up and asked Jung Hyan curiously. Hello? Jung Hyan? What's wrong? Before he could finish, Jung Hyan's voice sounded hurried. Li Jizhong spoke to him in a panicked, worried tone. His face also gradually changed as Jung Hyan spoke breathlessly. Thank you watching for vid. On her computer screen, red warnings were everywhere. Jung Hyan was even more panicked as she informed Li Jizhong seemed flustered as he held the phone. It seems Max has been kidnapped. Is this Sarkloth's doing? As soon as he heard those words on the other end, he immediately suspected. He stood there and spoke to the person on the phone. Can you investigate this? She quickly replied, leave it to me. Be careful. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, I knew Sarkloth wouldn't just leave me alone while Kalia did whatever she wanted. But she actually touched my precious. The more he thought, the more worried he became. Is she trying to start a war or something? While he was worrying, she spoke up. Li. She pointed towards a little boy and said, Max is here. The boy ran towards him, holding a teddy bear in one hand and a lollipop in the other as he ran. Daddy! He was shocked and exclaimed. Huh? What? Max, what are you doing here? Where did this bear and candy come from? Seeing Max, his heart felt a bit relieved. However, there was a woman standing there watching them play. She spoke up. I must have caused you some worry. The child is. So it was. Though he was worried, he spoke with a calm demeanor. This method is a bit aggressive. Don't you think so, Your Highness? I don't understand. Did you really need to involve my precious? At this point, his face darkened completely. Or, are you trying to convince me to join your side? You've spoiled him. She stood there with her arms crossed, a triumphant smile on her face. You're quick to understand. I was truly surprised. With the shattered music and the dragon alchemy, you possess all the abilities that others do. That alone is enough to astonish the entire company. She smiled and said, There's a reason you were nominated for the 8 seats even if I didn't agree. So why would someone as talented as he listened to her, he walked closer and signaled to Lee Jai-hai. Lee Jai-hai, please take Max away from me. She looked straight at him and asked, join sides with someone like Kalia? Hearing her question, he thought, why? Because you'll become a damnable empress in the future, that's... Sarkloth spoke as she looked down. I don't think you truly trust her. Kalia has the legal right of success. She continued, so she will win against someone of common blood like me. He was a bit surprised after hearing her words. You know, her smile became even more eerie as she spoke. It's obvious, isn't it? She has nothing but the legal right of succession. How foolish. Does she still think that's my fatal weakness? She grew more enthusiastic. I'm sure you can easily tell whether this is a problem or not based on what society says about me. Clearly, it's no longer my weakness. At that moment, he thought, so she has eliminated everyone who spoke ill. At this point, she suddenly reached out her hand to him and continued. Actually, that is my strength. Thanks to a poverty-stricken childhood, I have a clear goal in life. A country where everyone can live together happily without discrimination. That is my goal. I need a talented person like you to... Now she admitted her true self. I apologize for my actions when we first met. I thought you were a spy for the Holy Order. He didn't say anything, just stood there looking straight into her eyes as he... After speaking, Sarkloth asked Li Jizhong, why don't people of low birth like you and me create an empire? An empire where outsiders like you can live. Hearing this invitation, how could he possibly resist? He put on an embarrassed look and said, Your Highness. Then he thought to himself, she's so cool. Damn it. How can I refuse? A common-born emperor. Right then, he reached out his hand toward her. At that moment, she thought to herself, ha, I knew he was an easy target. He's already... But then suddenly, something made her exclaim in surprise. It turned out he didn't reach out for a handshake, but for a scissors gesture. Was Li Jizhong playing rock-paper-scissors with Sarkloth? He was definitely provoking her. As he showed scissors, he said, you let your guard... Li Jizhong continued, you can't predict the future. Maybe Kalia really will win. Just as she won this, her attendant heard him and said angrily, how insolent. She reached out to stop her attendant, signaling them not to act impulsively. She wasn't panicked about failing to recruit him. Instead, she said very calmly, you will regret. Kalia will never change. He smiled brightly and said, you can't be sure. After saying that, she turned to leave. As she walked, she said, I thought you'd be smarter. There won't be a second chance. Next time, what I offer you won't be my hand, but a sword. He stood behind her, still smiling. Just then, someone ran up and called him, Honorary Bishop Li Jizhong. He turned to look. Kalia ran over and said happily, did you see my acting? I was great, wasn't I? He walked beside her and said, yes, you did very well, Your Highness. Hearing this, she laughed delightedly and said, haha, then let's move on to the next. At this point, Li Jizhong hesitated and put his hand to his chin in thought. The next event. The noble tea is called a tea party, but it's an event where powerful nobles gather. Many things can happen at such a large gathering. In other words, the key to success lies in this tea party. If Kalia can gain the support of other nobles, then even if Sarkloth is well known, the emperor won't argue with the nobles and will take Kalia's, and Kalia will truly defeat Sarkloth. At that time, she will ascend the throne and become the emperor, while Sarkloth can only stay on the side and cry miserably. Li Jizhong thought, of course I'm worried, but so far she's done well, so everything will be fine. In his mind, he went through scenarios like, behave politely, practice smiling, stop, do it. He acted very professionally in his teaching. Why did I come to another world just to teach a princess? Right then, she spoke up, you look very worried. Then she added, don't. She turned to look at him, her face flushing as she said, I will do my best to complete the mission so that I can become the... He looked at her with a slight smile and thought, why is she talking like that? Well, at least she's trying her best. He'll just trust. Then the two chatted casually. All right, go to the garden first. He'll follow after greeting the noble. He smiled and said, a few hours later, his face suddenly darkened. At the tea party, she had threatened someone until they... He could only stand at a distance with his mouth agape. What on earth is happening? Now you are even more wonderful than Lady Sarkloth. Oh my, you've become like a different person. She was being perceived much better by everyone, even being What happened to the wonderful tea party I planned? Ah, this crazy woman. Why are we in this? Li Jizhong rushed over from afar and asked, Duchess, what happened? She looked terrified and said, Bishop, first, everything was fine. But that crazy womano, Her Highness heard Lady Markland's story. She stood there talking at length with that, but then, while she was enthusiastically telling it, she had water thrown in her face. And hot tea was spat. Kalia said angrily, how dare you talk about your friendship with my lover in front of me? D. Just as she said, She really had gone. Lady Markland's whole body was trembling. Since when did I become your lover? Damn it. Now that I think about it, he thought I overlooked this information. Display special traits of First Princess Kalia of the Holy Empire. Special trait, jealous witch. Kalia also has a crazy special. If Count Keslock, the most influential noble, turns his back on her, all the other nobles will follow. I must stop that. Honorary Bishop Li Jizhong, I want to help you as much as possible because I owe you. But I don't think I can support Princess Kalia. I will keep quiet about what happened because of what you've done for. So please leave. He tried to ask for help from others but failed. At that moment he felt like collapse. A few days later in the capital, whispers were everywhere. Have you heard the news? Oh, is it Princess Kalia? I knew it. That's why Princess Sarkloth should take the. Exactly. Kalia is useless. I don't know what Honorary Bishop Li Jizhong is thinking. Everywhere on the streets were notices about his support for Kalia. Right at the chessboard, he was so angry that he slammed his hand down on the. Li Jizhong paced back and forth, clutching his head and thinking, we're doomed. We're completely finished. While he was racking his brain, that memory resurfaced. I shouldn't have trusted that stupid woman. She had said, bye. Bishop Li Ji. She put on those crocodile tears again and said, I didn't mean to. That childish girl was talking about you. I couldn't let that happen. He sat there helplessly and thought, you're the child. When he spoke up, I understood. Back to reality, he and she sat opposite each other at the chessboard. Li Jizhong sat there leisurely and said, I will try to resolve this. So for now, please focus on your image. It's too early to be disappointed. You have to become the empress. After hearing him, she said happily, I knew you would understand me. We are. Then she ran outside to do something. Haha, they'll show you what I can do. Li Jizhong looked at her, too tired to even speak. She's happy again instantly. Damn it. I don't want to see that face and I miss Sarkloth. Damn it. Should I switch sides if I get the chance? Was he wavering in his decision? He really was a double dealer. He remembered Kim Hyunsung coming to ask for his help. Sarkloth is not the one who should become empress. The Holy Empire will collapse, and she will destroy herself. If the regressor was right, Sarkloth would become a crazy dictator. If that happened, he couldn't guarantee his own safety or the children. Kalia might be stupid, but at least she likes me. He clearly saw Kalia as his own puppet to be controlled. If she becomes empress, she'll be easy to control. Li Jizhong thought further, that's right. The useless Kalia becoming empress for me to control is better than the dictator Sarkloth, who I can't do anything. Looking at the piece on the chessboard, and yet, there's still one move to save. Thoughts continued to surface. That's right. There's still a way to save the situation. I just need to meet that old man. My new, incredibly reliable idiot. Someone so easily flattered that he'll invest all his money into my alchemy research because he likes me. My other soulmate besides Li Jizhong. After finishing his thoughts, Li Jizhong smiled awkwardly and said, You're mad. He walked up to him and bowed respectfully. The old man spoke happily. Oh, Honorary Bishop. You must have worked hard taking care of Kalia. I heard she caused trouble again. Didn't she? He said with some hesitation. I apologize, Your Majesty. Then he stood up straight and continued. It's all my fault. So please forgive the princess' mistake. For the sake of the Empire's royal family, please designate the princess as the successor. As soon as he heard the word successor, the old man's face darkened. His voice grew hoarse as he said, You must really care. Then he continued, All right, though I'm still a bit worried. I trust you. He said with some anxiety, Your Majesty. So you will officially designate Princess Kalia. Without letting him finish, the old man stepped forward, grabbed his hand and said, Then he said earnestly, Please take my little Kalia as your. A second ago he was happy she was becoming empress, but the next second the old man said those words, making him freeze. His face turned from flush to. The old man continued, It seems she likes you a lot too. Li Jizhong's whole body trembled. He smirked and thought, What the hell are you talking? The old man still held his hand tightly and said, Even if she causes trouble, she is still my beloved daughter. Please, make her happy. He felt like, why am I shooting myself in the foot like? Outside, the snow fell white. Their conversation continued. Chem. That's right. I will give you the Northern Territory as a wedding gift if you marry my daughter. Hearing this, he thought, the Northern Territory. Are you really crazy? What can I do in that frozen, barren place here? Is he throwing all his burdens on me while acting generous? Is he being serious? The old man's face remained the same, but the more he interacted, the more he seemed both intentional and accidental. His frustrated thoughts continued. What the hell? Is this old man evil to the core? Does he really think he'll be happy with this offer? He's even crazier than Kalia. Like father, Without waiting for a response, the old man stepped closer and said, Oh my! Are you so happy that you're trembling? He laughed heartily. If so, I leave my daughter's care to you. As for the wedding date, the more he heard, the more shocked he became. This damnable psych. He walked outside. Walking down the hallway, he muttered curses incessantly. Mother F. Mother F. He kept on the way. He imagined his own future. It felt like all three of them were cooperating to torture. In his head, he saw the image of the Holy Emperor standing before him watching the amusing scene, while Princess Sarkloth stood next to him using a spoon to scoop up. Meanwhile, his own head was placed on top of the cake, with Kalia stabbing a fork directly into it. Blood dripped out. Just thinking about it terrified. What is this? Are they playing by the rules to see who can make me go crazy? But then the image of Kim Hyun-sung appeared again. It was the scene of him pleading earnestly. Please, Lee Ji-jong, please prevent Sarkloth from becoming. It's been a few weeks since I agreed to prevent Sarkloth from becoming queen and help put Kalia on the throne. Now that I can confirm the emperor has no intention of passing the throne to Kalia, it's better to set Kalia aside because trying further is useless. Lee Ji-jong switched to another plan. Now I need to cling to Sarkloth. Although I don't know if she'll let me, or if I need to bring in a third, or I could be bolder and bring the Holy Council into this mess. There might be many other ways to prevent Sarkloth from becoming queen without needing. Current problem was how Sarkloth would react. Thinking of this, Lee Ji-jong remembered her words in the hallway. Next time what I offer won't be this hand. It will be a sword, so be careful. She would somehow take advantage of this situation. If she did, he would be His speculation continued. Of course, Kim Hyun-sung will try to protect me. I will put your safety first. Those were his words when we made the deal. But who knows how he'll act towards Sarkloth since he's such a soft-hearted person. It's best to kill Sarkloth before she can do it. So that meant his plan now was Princess Sarkloth, preventing her from becoming queen. At that time he had asked Kim Hyun, then why not just kill her already? He looked down helplessly and said, no, it doesn't need to go that far. Even instructed him, just don't do anything excessive like that. I don't want Sarkloth to suffer any more. Kim Hyun-sung had to add that troublesome condition. If it weren't for that damnable condition, I could have easily handled this situation. Damn it. Now we even have an assassin. I can't refuse his request because he is our precious regressor. He walked to his door and thought, I need to rest a bit. After that, he'll discuss everything with Kim Hyun-sung. As soon as he entered the room, he saw someone covered in his cloak. A voice spoke up.
Lee Ji-jong.
You smell so good. Let's stay like this a little longer. Hearing this, he frowned slightly and thought, what's wrong? She continued, like that. Seeing this, he could only give a wry smile and reply. Then he spoke, Jung Hyun. The person underneath slowly pulled back the and she suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs. He saw this and could only think, the one who should be shocked is me. Seeing him, she asked shyly, LLL Lee Ji-jong. You're here? Lee Ji-jong scratched his head awkwardly and said, yeah. I thought you were still in the lab. And how is Max? She quickly replied, Lee Ji-hai brought him back safely. Hearing that, he said, that's good. But then he noticed her. She said coquettishly, this is so embarrassing. Seeing her like that, he could only sigh and think, she must be very lonely. I should have brought Hansora. After thinking, he reached out to pat her head and said, I'm sorry I haven't been able to spend much time with you lately. Jung Hyun. After this is all over, let's go somewhere together. Until then, please focus on your. And the two talked. Anyway, do you know where Kim Hyun-sung is right now? She quickly replied, oh, I don't know. He's been very busy lately too. Hee-jin said. He's been coming back late lately, and that it's hard to even see him. A moment later, Hee-jin stood before Lee Ji-jong and said, She stood there and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure either. He only said he was busy with some personal matters. Hearing this, he thought, personal matters? Is there anything more important than this? She continued, oh, actually, he told me to leave a message for you. He thought I smiled as he thought, of course. He would definitely worry about me no matter how busy he is. Oh my, what if he says he'll drop everything and come straight to me? After thinking, he asked, what did she began to explain, I'm sure things are very difficult, but please persevere. I need to handle some personal matters before returning. So please wait for me. That's what he said. Hearing this, he froze on the space around him seemed to sink. He spoke up. That's it? He didn't say he was coming straight to me because things aren't going well? She replied, no. He asked again, what about him not being able to stand me being in danger? She replied as before, not that. He exhaled and asked further, then, did he say when he'd be back? She put on a determined face and said, not at this time. Without waiting for him to ask, she said, nothing. Lee Ji-jong clutched his head and said helplessly, I haven't even said anything yet. How could this be? He really just told me to wait? Are you sure you remembered correctly? He asked Heejin carefully again. But the result was the same. How many times do I have to repeat it? He really didn't say anything else. Why are you suddenly blaming my... Looked unhappy and said, ha. I see. So that's how it is. She asked with some concern, Vice Man, are you alright? His hand was still clutching the chess piece, squeezing it so hard his whole hand. In his heart, a fire of rage was burning as he thought, Kim Hyun-sung. That bastard. Damn it. You promised to keep me safe. He's not just dumping more work on me, he blurted out these personal matters. What could be so important that he's this busy? She said, I think he's looking for... Then she described the scene. He returns covered in blood, and wears a cloak before. He also always makes sure to attend masked balls no matter how busy he is. Hearing this, he thought, what the hell is he? Inside him, good and evil were struggling against each other. My political position is in danger. And he tells me to wait, indefinitely? That's not it, right? When has listening to our little regressor ever been? It must be related to his past life or something, right? That's why he's attending balls and stuff. Even though I'm dying of exhaustion. That must be it. But is that really more important than my... Thoughts kept racing. The Emperor is forcing that crazy princess on me because of the task you wanted me... Not only that, I'm about to be torn apart by that Sarkloth woman. Yet you're still not coming? He slowly set the chess piece, and he suddenly flipped the whole chessboard, making Heejin cry out in shock. What are you doing? Have you lost your... He looked at the chess pieces flying in the air and said, to hell. She grumbled while helping him clean up. Heavens, your temper is really... What are you talking? Jijang said nonchalantly, everything. To hell with all. Then he talked to himself. Let's see. Where did I put that set? Jung Hyan said excitedly from behind. Wow, so cool. Heejin looked a bit frightened. What is he planning to do this? Kalia sighed. She was overjoyed and said, Father has given me permission to marry Li Jijang. I'm so happy I could die. Then she turned to her servant and said, Alice, hurry up and order me a wedding dress. She replied hesitantly,
I'm sorry.
But, at this hour, the sun is about to set. Hearing this, she said annoyedly, What? I've been treating you better because of the honorary bishop. But it seems you still don't understand your place? Do you want to be beaten? She trembled uncontrollably. Her tone changed as she said, No. I apologize, your high... Then she shouted, Then go now. Yes, your high... Then she ran while crying. But then a voice said, No need to get the... Before her stood Li Ji. She said in surprise, You are the honorary bishop. He signaled for her not to speak. Li Jijang suddenly praised her. Your eyes are very beautiful. It's not His Majesty's fault. No, it's my fault. He did it for the Standing on that mountain were Sarkloth and Kim Hyun-sung. She stood there wrapped in a cloak and said, I killed the ones I loved with my own hands for the empire. I personally let them burn in a sea of fire and destroyed the entire... Scenes of the past life reappeared. He stood behind her and said, If you hadn't, more people would have died. It was because of the... She was silent for a moment and said, Then suddenly she seemed like she was going crazy and said, That's it. Right? Yes. It was because of that horrible plague. He spoke again, Your Majesty. She almost ignored his words and said, The night sky is sickeningly beautiful. Are you happy being a hero? Unfortunately, I'm not happy. Sunlight shone softly on the simple little house. The conversation continued. I just want to go back to being the old Sarkloth, the daughter of a normal commoner. I would build a small house in the forest. Wake up every morning. Greet the warm sunshine beside the one she continued, sleeping next to that person every night. I think I would have been very... At this point, she burst out laughing at her own ridiculousness and said, Haha, the ridiculous dream of a killer who just murdered her own people, huh? Hearing this, he hurriedly said, That's not true, Your Majesty. I'm sure you will achieve that dream. She rested her chin on her hand and said, Really? I don't know whether to call you... Turned back to look at him and continued, Or as cruel as I am. Her eyes sparkled like the moonlight shining down. It was truly hearts. She and he stood close together without any gap. Her voice continued, I wonder what it would have been like if I had you by my side from the... We are very much alike. Do you think we would have walked the path of destruction together? Or would we have looked at the stars together in that little house? He replied, Whatever you desire. Hearing this, she laughed happily and said, Really? I love Count Kim Hyun-sung. She put her hand on his cheek as she spoke. If we meet again in another... Sarkloth said with a smile, Please, do not forget. Hearing her say this, he seemed to feel something strange and said, Your Majesty. She slowly walked toward the cliff. Below the cliff was a sea of... She cried while looking up at the sky and said, Ah, back then, if I hadn't been enchanted by those, his eyes wavered, I must have dozed off for a moment. He sat under a tree and reminisced about the memories of his past. That's right, this is the place. The source of despair in the first life. The last place I was with Queen Sark. In the first life, Sarkloth was deceived by that masked person and committed suicide because she couldn't escape the guilt of betraying me. The crown. Thank you watching for vid. Stained the area. What was more surprising was that the masked person was. That means she is different from the masked man who uses dark magic. He recalled the scene from his past life and thought to himself, I've been looking for clues for days, but haven't found anything. I also eliminated all the dark mages. I need to prevent that masked woman from approaching Sarkloth while Li Jizhong tries to find a way to put Kalia on the. The man wasn't active at this time in the past, but the woman was active in the assassination guild. Now she should be acting as a spy and approaching Sarkloth. As the future changed because I killed the captain of the assassination. Strangely, those two masked people aren't doing anything. What on earth are they doing? And where are they? He was feeling very confused because he hadn't grasped the current situation of the masked person. Masked man and woman. He questioned if those two had some suspicious relation. He walked down to the street and went to that bustling. Kim Hyun-sung looked up and asked, What's wrong with these people? Light the fire. Let it. The person standing there held a flag high and shouted, Let it burn. On their forehead was a banner that said, Revolution. Blaze up. Long live democracy. He stood there watching, speechless. Suddenly he thought, wait, that voice. Isn't that Park Diaku? What kind of disguise is that? For heaven's sake. Bustling conversations rang out. Of the people. Belonging to everyone. Kim Hyun-sung and Park Diaku went to another place to talk. He asked, What are you doing here in that disguise, Park Diaku? And on Jimmo and Jerry too? He sat on a wooden crate looking completely confused. Park D lit a cigarette and said, My name is Bakaduku, a fighter for democracy. He began his introduction. That person is iron-blooded Agamo. A government of the people is immortal. And that is Itna. Jijong continued, We are peace activists under the command of Lord Jijong. He coughed a few times as he finished. Cough, cough. So bitter. The man then spoke up under Lord Jizong's command? Aren't you all busy supporting the succession to the throne? But smoke first. I know who you. After that, he took out a. Said, This is the book he wrote. Read it. The man held it in his hand and said with a bit of surprise, This is Holy Democracy. Thank you watching for vid. Jijong continued. That is the book Jijong wrote in frustration when he couldn't find you anywhere. Ah, Li Jihai helped as well. Jijong wrote it frantically at that time. He said he didn't want to be toyed with by those foolish princesses anymore and wanted to create a world without a monarchy. After hearing that, the man said, I understand. He then thought, he wants to replace the monarchy with democracy because he feels Kalia can't become queen? I didn't expect him to come up with this method. Truly brilliant. Why wasn't he present in my first? And he continued, Be kind to him. He's quite mad. The man heard this and, feeling a bit confused, said, Huh? Is he that crazy? He sighed and replied, Yeah. He keeps repeating this. I will kill you, Kim Hyun. Hearing those words, the man was completely. At that moment, he turned red and said, Perhaps I haven't done well lately. When the two continued to chat. I will buy a gift he likes. Like what? Something expensive. Elsewhere, Sarkloth was reading a. Someone came to report, Your Highness, are you sure? To this extent, the Empire will. She spoke calmly, This is what I. Then she continued. Li Jizhong flipped the table when he was backed into a corner. That's why I did what needed to be done. He did exactly what I wanted. So, we just need to take advantage of this situation. The democracy he is fighting for. It is exactly what I have desired since being discriminated against all my life for coming from a peasant family. She thought while reading the book. Her thoughts continued, I longed for equality and freedom so much. But I failed because no one helped. So, I will slowly change everything once I become. Li Jizhong, an outsider, sowed the seeds of the dream I always wanted to realize. Combining democratic ideologies with Benigor, he is trusted by over 90% of the empires. And a book called Holy Democracy. I don't want to admit it, but Li Jizhong is a genius. I need to bring him to my. One thing caught my attention. The book says, Everyone is equal under Goddess Benigor. We will fight for this no matter how much blood is shed. This is the revolution. I'm afraid he might actually spark a civil war or. Outside, the gentle sunlight shone. A voice rang out. Confess all your sins to the mercy of Lord Benigor. Sitting on the chairs were Sarkloth and Jijong. She spoke. I thought I would meet you if I came here, Lord Bishop. Oscar. He seemed to understand her meaning, sighed, and said, I thought you would take my life the next time we met, Your Highness. He quickly replied, I cannot threaten the life of someone who shares the same goal as me. A democratic country without a monarchy is what I have always dreamed of. If you cooperate with me, I will support your revolution. After hearing that, he thought so that was her goal all along. He then said leisurely, "Oh God. Having the princess support the revolution is like having an army of thousands in my—" Just then, she said something that caught his attention. "I have one condition." Turned out she wanted to set a condition for him. Sarklot said, "Both nobles and commoners are my precious people. The revolution must not involve bloodshed. Therefore, it must be carried out harmlessly." No. I will do as I please. He said those words. Then he said to her, "Of course, Your Highness. No matter what happens, it will still be a harmless revolution." He spoke, "I will make your dream come true." Hearing that, she smiled and said, "Then, should I call you Oscar from—" He quickly replied, "Please don't do that. I am not Oscar." She was a bit surprised and asked. What he slowly said, "Please go outside. The real Oscar is waiting for that day." She was both surprised and curious to see who that person. As she walked out, she thought angrily, what is he saying? Isn't he the one who wrote the book and started the revolution? Other than the genius Li Jizhong, who else could write such a book? Who exactly is Oscar? The door slowly opened. The person standing before her surprised Sar. That child. The people take power. Awaken. She looked at the girl and thought, it's the maid. Alice had once worked for Kalia. Sarklot must have been very surprised to see her there, and as Oscar nonetheless. A letter from Alice at the Imperial Palace. Alice sat at the table and wrote each line of the letter. "Dear Mother, have you been living well lately? It's your Alice. I wonder how you are doing, Mother. Are my siblings doing well? It's been a long time since I wrote a letter." Each line told of the things that had happened to her. Mother, you don't need to worry about me. The first princess treats me very well. But in reality, the princess often scolded and criticized her. Surprisingly, she even praised me for being hardworking. She even patted my head with her soft hand. He then talked about Jizhong. A few months ago, we met a very important guest. The prince let us go out to play, so I was very happy. That day, she was allowed to play to her heart's content. It was truly fun. From the Imperial Palace, Alice. But I have decided to quit my... That day, she had met him in the hallway. Of course, it's not because I wanted to quit, but I received help from that special guest. He told me that there is still one thing I need to do, to be my... She wrote with a bit of confusion. Mother, don't misunderstand. I'm not joining some weird church or falling in love with anyone. Of course, I wouldn't mind falling in love with him, but, it's time for me to go. I'll write to you later. Please take care of your health, Mother. Yes, that's right. I can still send money home, so don't... From Alice in Lindell. The waterfall along the road flowed continuously. Autumn leaves fell gently in a poetic landscape. I've arrived in Lindell, Mother. He introduced me to the people I'll be working with from now on. They are very loud and energetic, but they are all good. Felt very happy here. I still don't know what the job is, but let's just say it's for... That day, she took a knife and cut off her long, silky hair. And then, I also cut the long hair that everyone in the village... For the first time in my life, I put on knight's clothes. I even wore a sword on my... Perhaps he had suggested it to her. When looking in the mirror, I feel like a completely different person. He said I looked beautiful, but I felt very strange. She continued in the letter to her mother. Every time I'm with him, I feel like a mage is staring at me. It's probably just my imagination, right? In truth, it wasn't her imagination. It was the reality. Jizong's new girl. Many sheets of paper lay on the table. I wonder how you are doing, Mother. Are my siblings doing well? It's been a long time since I wrote. To be honest, I feel a bit scared.
Oh, Han Yan.
Not Alice. She felt a bit awkward. It's not because of that mage, but because I have a big speech tomorrow. After that, I won't be able to return to my old life. They'll be able to do well, right, Mother? From an unknown place. She stood tall and shouted. All for holy democracy. Even though I was very nervous, I completed 4 speeches very well. Rise up. Initially, I thought I just needed to say what he told me. But as I spoke, I felt something inside me. Everyone below was happy and cheered. With every word she spoke, the crowd erupted in applause. They were gaining courage from her speech. Eyes longing for freedom, justice, and that day Jizhong made a proposal to her. In this life, there are no more lower classes. We are all equal. The princess and everyone else. I feel like one day we will live in a fair world. No, I feel like I must implement that. Will you be angry with me? As she wrote, her cheeks flushed red. To be honest, sometimes I feel doubtful. But surely it's not strange for me to do this. Let's move to the second area. Stay safe. At that time, Diaku rushed into the tent and I'm busy now. I'll end the letter here, Mother. May Goddess Benigor always bless you. Both were being closely pursued by a group of soldiers. Things aren't going very well. I think the Imperial Palace has discovered what we're doing. I want to write so much more to you, but I'll keep it brief because I'm out of... While being pursued, Alice quickly hid behind a tree trunk. I'm clutching something in my hand. Mother, please burn all the letters I've sent you. And don't go out for the next 3... She gripped the object in her hand even tighter. And don't go out for the next 3 days. The letters she sent were all burned. Revolutionary Army Commander outside the temple. Everyone cheered continuously in joy and jubilee. Meanwhile, she stood above, looking through the... Just then, a voice called out, Oscar. Hearing it, she quickly turned around to check the situation. She discovered it was Jijong. She smiled happily and said, I told you to call me Alice when it's just the two of us. He smiled sheepishly and said, Haha, I'm sorry. Miss Alice, I was a bit careless. Hearing him say that, she responded awkwardly, fearing he would misunderstand. She explained, I just don't want to forget the past when I was Alice. It's because I was Alice before I could stand here as He looked into her eyes and thought, her gaze hasn't changed, and he smiled and thought to himself, I definitely chose the written book and the symbol of democracy. Holy Democracy, written by Oscar, commander of the Revolutionary Army. Attendant Alice. No? He recalled previous events. After the incident with Kalia, I realized I no longer had any faith in the royal. Please clean up this mess of mine. So, I decided to destroy the entire the red book on the table. I wrote the book Holy Democracy together with Lee Jai-hai. Holy Democracy by Oscar. And Diaku gathered everyone to. If we fail, this will be treason. If we succeed, it will be a revolution. The most important thing is that I must hide my identity. So I need someone to act in my place. They might not be as smart as Sarklot, but they shouldn't be as foolish as need to have their own will and resilience, but also need to like me enough so I can easily influence them. Someone from the lower classes. That's why I chose Alice to act. Moreover, she is kind-hearted. He then asked her, Aren't you worried? She quickly turned back and said, Of course I am. It would be a lie to say I'm not. The king, the nobles in Keslock, and even the Holy Council. She said, They're all joining hands to fight. If I can also fight for better things, then I am willing to give up my life. Perfect. Stay as Oscar forever. She continued, by the way, the Imperial Palace. He interrupted before she could finish. They seem busy building up their army. The person responsible for suppressing us is Sarklot. Hearing this, she was shocked. Huh? Then she suddenly laughed loudly and said, The Emperor has dug his own grave, appointing Princess Sarklot to suppress the Revolutionary Army when she's on our side. He replied, Now Sarklot has no reason to betray us. So, for His Majesty, this is What can that senile old man do anyway? What we need to worry about now isn't the Imperial Palace, but the neighboring countries. I'm not that worried. Looked at the letter and thought. The regressor said he would stop them from invading at all costs. To Jijong, Diaku helped me update the situation. I'm sorry for everything. I want to apologize for being a burden to you. To be honest, I'm very busy eliminating threats to you. I'm sure the Republic will never interfere. P.S. I've prepared a small gift as an apology. I hope you find it. I know Hyun-sung isn't stupid. He knows exactly what I'm worried about. Now I understand why he's so... He held the gift in his hand, his mouth watering.
Channelia Himmets Infinite's
heroic rank. And this wonderful gift even contains ingredients for alchemy. My anger has completely vanished. As expected, material possessions determine consciousness. Truly, my beloved regressor, I love you so much. This is why I can't leave you. Alice then spoke up, You look quite happy even though there are still many things to handle. He laughed happily and said, It's nothing. You just need to know that we have a very reliable... Then he asked her, Are you ready? She felt a bit shy and lowered her head. Hearing her call him, he answered, What is it? Then he suddenly became He suddenly rushed over and kissed his cheek. He felt this was a bit strange and thought, Damn. No. I'm the teacher and you're the student. What if Han Yen sees... After the kiss, she said a bit shyly, I'm sorry, but this is the last time. So I took all my He was left completely... Then she smiled to lighten the atmosphere and quickly ran outside. Then he also looked at her and smiled back. Yeah, I believe in you. Alice. No? She stood tall and looked at the cheering people below. Oscar. She stood above and thought, Mother, I think I know why I'm standing here. She stood tall and shouted, Awaken. Comrades. It's not for some grand reason. In the past, she didn't know how many times she had trembled before powerful, even suffered physical abuse yet had to endure. But I will rebuild a country together with Li Ji. Or even while shopping with the first princess, I saw children suffering from hunger. So that my mother and siblings no longer have struggle with inequality just because they were born into a lower class. Mother, I will thank you watching for She gripped the flag tightly and shouted, We will stand shoulder to shoulder for holy democracy. Then she shouted again, for the future of the empire. Following her voice, a gunshot rang. A bullet hit her shoulder just as she was standing high and the bullet passed through her body, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Zhizhang turned his eyes and saw that. Seeing that, he ran out in shock and called her name. Panicked, he held her up and said, Oscar, Oscar, wake up.
No, Alice.
The people below saw what happened and said in a frenzy, What happened? Someone shot Oscar. Who would dare do such a thing? He stayed there, shouting her name, Alice. Crowd. A blonde woman stood out and said loudly, I fed you and did everything for you. Yet you dare betray me and seduce Li Zhizhang? It turned out that person was First Princess. She angrily brandished a musket and said, Stop this riot immediately. This is an order from the royalty. You traitorous bat. Zhang shouted down from above. First Princess, hearing him, she looked up and said, Li Ji. Then, his tears were flowing as he shouted at her. Why would you do this? She did nothing wrong. How can you call yourself a ruler of the holy? The people below were all stunned and said, Honorary Bishop Li Zhizhang? What is he doing? Kalia stood below and pretended to cry, saying, Oh, my poor Li Zhizhang. He's been kidnapped and brainwashed by that commoner bitch. At this time, the other two saw this and were disgusted by Kalia's behavior. She really has a talent for self-destruction. Just then, she tremblingly raised her hand and said, Lord Li Zhizhang. Hearing her, he hurriedly asked, Alice, are you? Her whole body trembled as she said, Still okay. A sudden pang of pain made her cry out. He took her hand, placed it on his head, and said, I'm glad you're okay. She looked at him and said, Li Ji. But the truth was he was smiling even though his tears were falling. Truly, Zhizhang's acting is getting better and step 1 of the plan, complete. Turned out it was all his plan from the beginning. Just then, the system appeared, Peace Bulletproof Cloak Heroic Rank. Reduces damage taken by 50%. Luckily I had her where I thought that bitch would try to kill Alice. Li Zhizhang, wait for me. I'm coming to save you. She was making a mess down there. Shall never sit still and let this. No drama can be complete without a climax. Just then, Diaku said loudly, the princess intended to assassinate Oscar. What just happened will only increase support for us. She was now extremely angry. Those damn royals. Oscar wanted to change the world with her life. What the princess just did will fan the flames of the people's resentment. He thought again, I kept this a secret from Alice to make it look more natural. But I've already prepared a healer and holy artifact. Calm down. I hope Shell forgive me for this. I didn't think she'd be so good at acting. Zhizhang continued to hold her hand, crying as he said, Alice, I'm sorry. Let's stop this. Your life is more important. You might lose your life. I'm lying. The uprising is more important. You know that, right? Now, her whole body was still shaking. Her voice also trembled as she said, Li Zhizhang, you are so. She gently wiped his tears, and he replied, of course. Nothing is more important than life. But after saying that, he thought, can you get up? Then she pulled up her cloak and said, now I am on. She calmly picked up an iron. She stood up. She tightly covered the wound on her shoulder and spoke. I cannot let myself ruin everything I have. Her eyes now became more determined than ever. We will begin a new era. I swear I will not let those tears be wasted. Then she decisively raised the flag. People below cheered again in joy. Look, people of the holy kingdom of Benigor. This Oscar. Oscar. They are traitors who have gone against the goddess words and treated everyone like lives. She continued to stand tall and say, the royalty, including Kalia, have lived in luxury and despised us people just because of class difference. While the people are dying of hunger and misery. Hearing her mention her name, Kalia flew into a rage and said, don't let that woman deceive you. How dare you commoners? If it weren't for my father, not a single grain of rice would be harvested on this land. We've done nothing. Hearing those words, Alice couldn't help but let tears stream down her face. Her eyes were tearful but her voice was firm. Lies. The grains of rice were grown and planted by us, the people. The royalty has gone against the goddess words that everyone is equal. The masters of this country are not the royalty, but us, the people. For a democratic holy Zhizhang stood behind her, a gentle smile on his face as he thought, she's doing well without my help. She's even making it all up herself. The system then appeared, displaying Alice Oscar's unique trait. Unique trait. Born revolutionary. Of course. I knew she'd do. Just then, Jai-Hai opened the door, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, well, things are going better than I thought. Hearing the movement, he turned back to. He calmly said, you're here. She hummed and said, everyone is moved by this uprising. Exactly as you. He seemed still unsatisfied and said, but it's still not enough. to make them riot strongly. Before he could finish, she cut in, you have another. She crossed her arms and said, I've prepared everything. Should we detonate it now? He leaned back and looked down, saying, wait. Before suddenly he thought, I don't see Sarklot and something must be wrong. Vicalia came here with soldiers then. What a pity. As he thought this, a wicked smile appeared on his face. I want to see that bitch's face when she witnesses my revolution. Because she was always complaining about an uprising without blood. Then he gently snapped his fingers and told her, do it. She calmly said, okay. Hello? The boy below answered the phone and said, I'm listening, father. Aunt Jai-Hai. Yes. I left a double to work at the museum. Now I'm at the clock tower. I've just finished the edits. We just need to broadcast it with Mother Han Yan's magic, right? Han Yan was also beside Max, listening to the conversation. Voice on the other end said, yes. Make sure everyone in the Empire can see it. The boy replied gently, yes, father. Then the boy skillfully operated the device. Screens began to appear before Initially, none of them knew what it was. What is this? The sky. He saw it and smiled with satisfaction and pride. Step 2 of the screen showed an image of Kalia. She was laughing disdainfully and saying, oh ho ho, commoners are nothing but maggots. Now the bloody uprising will be. Inside the castle, Sarklot was being tied up. She was trying her best to untie the bindings. At that time, Kalia had laid a hand on her. Damn, I didn't expect her to come. Finally, she was able to untie the. Once untied, she immediately ran fast. As she ran, she thought, I need to join Li Jizhong as soon as possible. We might be allies, but we're both using each other. I need to make sure he doesn't do anything. While she was in a hurry, someone ran up to report. Where have you been? There's a big problem. She heard it and said, she said to Sarklot, look at the sky, your highness. When the sky was filled with screens. Commoners are just pigs, nothing more. If there's no bread, eat cake. Is there a problem? On the screen was the image of cake. The voice kept ringing out. Luckily I was born a princess. Those poor pigs. Ha ha ha. She saw it and said in panic, image magic up there? No way. What is this? Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment she said, Oscar said that is the mirror from the goddess reflecting the. She seemed urgent and said, Your Highness, don't be fooled, that's surely fake. We don't know if you're being framed like that. So we must leave immediately. Her whole body was still shaking as she said, That matter isn't important, right? She remembered his camouflage mask and thought, I didn't trust him from the. Anger slowly boiled up inside her. But I trusted in the plan. Then she turned and told that person, we must stop it immediately. The people won't let it go after seeing such things. At this rate, the uprising won't end. There will be blood. She became more urgent. There will be a riot. A bloody rebellion. But in response to her urgent words, she remained unbothered. What are you doing? Bring Li Jizhong here immediately. But she still stood there without. Numerous images were broadcast on the screen. Enjoying the black market with the people's tax money. This is living. She turned to watch it. As she watched, she was so shocked her voice stammered. How? She finally spoke up. This is why I said we need to leave immediately. I never cared about your dreams from the beginning. Her face became unusually. She heard it and said in shock. What? What? Meanwhile, she calmly sighed and said, What? An equal country? A world without discrimination? Give it a rest. What would you know when you live in luxury like? The more she spoke, the more horrified she became. Doesn't just your clothing expense cost hundreds of gold coins? Do you know you could save hundreds of starving people out there just by selling that? Then she spoke while drawing her sword. Well, I can't blame you for being a hypocrite. Whether it's democracy or. Saying this, she held the sword and rushed straight towards her. As she rushed, she said, In this world, power and money are. For that scene, she just stood still and watched her rush. She raised her sword high and said, Now that you know what kind of person I am, you must. In that critical situation, she was slashed in the waist. Blood splattered Then she fell to the ground. Sarklot still hadn't regained her composure before that. Her eyes changed color as she looked. Then she slowly spoke, Captain of the Blue Guild? It's Hyun-sung. He came to save her. There was a bleeding wound on his face. Sarklot said in shock, You are the Blue Guild man. She surprisingly asked Hyun-sung, What are you doing? He didn't answer immediately but walked. Then he spoke, Princess Sar. He stood slowly in front and he looked at her and then he disappeared right before her eyes. This action of his made her unable to grasp what was happening. And perhaps because she was moved, she shed tears. Outside, the screen was still showing those terrible things. I guess a dream is just a dream. People below were still fighting. Diaku was now protecting Alice. We are not bastards. The shouts of the people filled the air. Kill those damn nobles. This is the command of the god. A voice rang out, Fight. Don't be Just then, a girl raised a flag high and said, freedom, or the other person held a bow and arrow and raised it to shoot. Then die. You filthy In the moment of danger, the other person gave a warning. Watch out for the... He stood there and warned everyone. Everyone, hurry. Escape. Kov fell. A tragic scream rang out. Blood splattered She lay on the ground, her voice very weak as she said. She still tried to stay calm and said, I always wanted to try that thing called cake. He seemed very sad but still tried to say, Itnikov. Eat plenty of delicious cakes and... He cried bitterly as he spoke. We could have visited all the delicious restaurants with Bakaduku and Oscar. We could do all of that if the revolution succeeded.
So please, don't die, Itnikov.
But she seemed unable to hold on. Her weak voice rang out, I'm sorry, and her hand dropped, completely motionless. His tragic cry rang out. In that large fire, there was a person sitting and holding her body, crying bitterly. Inikov.
No, Jerry.
Heek. Heek.
No.
He shouted tragically. The two of them were right there in the middle of the fire, which was still burning. Suddenly, a voice shouted. Turned out it was all just acting. Everyone was excited and said, Gosh, excellent. Stood there, gave a thumbs up and said, Lord, you're special. You acted too well. You scared me. You are truly a talented actor. She said uncomfortably, whatever. I really don't want to act in scenes like that again. It reminds me of what I did with Jerry continued, I should have chosen to play the role of Oscar's bodyguard like Diaku. Jai-Hai stood to one side, laughing happily and saying, Oh, don't be like that. Come here, Jerry. Everyone's reaction is very... The image now appeared. How could he kill such a young girl? Such a disgusting villain. We don't deserve to be treated like this. We must protect the children. Overthrow the monarchy. Democracy will rise. She watched and laughed, saying, They were moved by your performance. The little girl watched the screen without saying anything. The little girl blushed slightly and said, Che, not bad. Hearing this, he thought she's enjoying it. I have to make her do more content like... They turned to Max and said, Alright, Max, broadcast it nationwide. Add sound to the parts that aren't reasonable. Okay. The boy, fingers tapping nonstop, replied, Yes. His face was now full of cunning as he thought, Alright. We are changing the people's minds. Nothing is more effective than the tragic death of a child. These things are really effective here. I started the fire with the video of the nobles calling commoners animals, and adding fuel to the burning fire is one of my favorites. On screen appeared the scene of Kalia and the king running for cover. Now it's time for checkmate. He looked at the screen with a sinister then he looked at her and said, Hey Han Yen, call Dialugia for me. Then, bring another camera with me. Got it? She quickly replied, She noticed him and saw him looking at the screen, humming. On the screen was the scene of her running and crying bitterly, Li Jizhong, where she noticed this detail and thought, the sound of hurried running in the blazing fire She ran and said, No way he would abandon me. Who? Where are you? He was also running and said uncomfortably, Father, be quiet. Stop screaming and just stood there and yelled at her. I don't know what demon did, but they will definitely die when I catch them. First, we need to get out of here. She sobbed and said, But, Father. Just then, a voice said, King. Prince was him riding a dragon. They stood below and said, Honorary General Li Ji. The two of them felt like they had found a lifeline and were overjoyed. Oh haha, I knew it. I knew you'd come to save us. He stood below, raised his hand and said, Honorary General Li Jizhong, save me. Block those strange spells in the sky and kill those continued to say tragically, I don't care if the soldiers die. Save me and my... At this point, he smiled as if he had achieved his plan. And he suddenly shouted, Soldiers of the Empire, look at your emperor. At that moment, the screen appeared before them with eyes full of resentment. This is the emperor you chose to dedicate your lives to. His whole body trembled as he said, What? Meanwhile, her face darkened as she said, What? We are being recorded. That's right. We are watching. You rotten roy... The soldiers said indignantly, You left us and... She stood there uncomfortably and said, What should we do, father? They must have watched us running away live. Saying this, she growled angrily, What should we do now? He remained... Then he looked up at him and said, Honorary General Li Jizhong. Started to beg, saying, The Northern Territory is the place you don't like, right? Then he'll give you another place. So, please, she put on a pitiful face and said, Li Jizhong, please, for me. He looked at her and thought, You are nothing to me. Actually, looking at you just makes me more... He continued to beg him, Please, Honorary General, don't do this to us. Huh? I'm just a poor old man. I haven't done anything wrong. They'll do whatever you want. So, he gently told her, Han Yen, turn off the Then he spoke down to them. Why are you acting like this, your majesty? Uselessness is also a... He continued, you will do everything I... Saying this, he became even more terrifying. Then, hand over the throne. Hearing this, he said in shock, what? You? Democracy is just an excuse for you? You just want to take... Just then, the soldiers found them. The king is over. The leader of the group spoke up, you betrayed your own people. We protected you after all, and this is how you repay. They brought their resentment and surrounded the two of them. He was still trying to justify himself. No, this is a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. That's right. Sarklot. Where is Sarklot? Take these crazy people. He saw them trying to find her and thought, that damn old man. He's still looking for Sarklot. Get lost, you bat. At this moment, he said loudly, Princess Sarklot supports the Revolutionary Army. She is currently the most enthusiastic. He heard this and was shocked. What? She saw this and said. He continued, now is the time, soldiers of the Holy Empire of Benigor. Punish the villains who abandoned the people in the name of the god. At the same time, they rushed to attack the king and blood splattered everywhere, staining the whole area. She was horrified to see him being killed. He was high above, enjoying him. Checkmate. His crown had fallen to the ground, and it was stained with... Ilya took that chance to run, and behind her were two soldiers in close pursuit. She ran and cried non-stop. This is impossible. It's all because of that bitch Sark. Even now, she was still thinking about the man. Surely Li Jizhong has been deceived by that whore. My love, She ran and said, please run away from that whore and come.
Li Jizhang.
Why did you? While running, she tripped over and fell to the ground painfully. She continued to cry. Just then, someone stood in front. It was Han Yen. She leaned her face in and looked. She was uncomfortable and said, who? She gently asked her, do you love Li Jizhong? Though it was a simple question, it carried a heavy murderous and she held a staff in her hand and said, well, then she held it in front of her. Then she began to cast a... Han Yen stood there and smiled gently, saying, because he... Following those words, blood from her body splattered everywhere. Her agonized scream echoed through the head. In another location, Dilugia heard the sound and hearing that scream, he calmly said, haha, don't mind it. Then thought, it seems Hyan has finished the job. More important, thank you watching for vid. He stepped forward and picked up the bloodstained crown. But just then, he noticed something and turned. He stepped out from somewhere, clapping and saying, excellent work, Honorary Bishop Li Jiang. No, wait, I should call you Honorary Cardinal from now. He smiled slightly and said, I've been waiting for a long... Then he slowly placed the crown on his head. Before that, he had met him and said, so you're saying you want to overthrow the imperial family, the cancer of this country, and implement a democratic... He sat in a chair and said, exactly a divine democracy, your eminence. We will implement democracy from where I come from and combine it with the teachings of Ben. He continued, 99% of the empire's people are believers, so this will be possible. Jiang reached this point and thought to himself, actually, I said that, but this isn't the reaction I wanted. He said angrily, are you exploiting the goddess? Please, don't pick up that. He turned back and spoke. Then he said, I have always hated the imperial family, and it's time the empire entered an era of faith in the goddess. Hearing that, he happily said, Cardinal Basil, more than... He continued, I think the current pope is related to the Arcasuta cult. He was a bit shocked and said, do you mean... He spoke with determination, while you handle the imperial family, I will deal with the heretics of the holy... For our goddess Benigor and for the poor people of this... He took his hand and said, yes. Instead of serving the corrupt imperial... Then, the sunlight shone down. He continued, we will now be a holy kingdom of faith in the goddess Benigor. Not just a holy kingdom, but a theocracy. He said emotionally, yes, sir. Then he thought, I knew choosing Basil was right. He's the easiest person to manipulate. He'll use faith to establish power and become the second most powerful person ever. At the same time, Park Diaku ran over from afar, shouting, Li Jiang.
Li Jiang.
He kept calling his... He ran up with a joyful face and said, we won. We won. The Revolutionary Army has... Both of them were like statues right now. But why is the cardinal wearing a... Then he said awkwardly, oh, why is it here? The sky at this time, Dilugia was flying. He was below, dancing happily. The scene of the imperial family fleeing was truly... Almost all the imperial soldiers sided with us after seeing that, so we were able to end it quickly. He then said, that's good. Oscar must be waiting. Jai-Hai thought, of course. Giannakova's sacrifice also had an impact. Liberty or... From afar, Charlotte was trying to approach. He looked at her and thought, ha! She's so... Li Jiang appeared joyful and said, oh, isn't this Charlotte? The one who supported the uprising from behind Princess As soon as they heard that, they approached and said, Oh my, is it Princess Charlotte? Were you the one who supported the uprising? Not just that supplies, food and money. She helped. He smiled happily and thought, that face. She's furious. She believed this uprising would be meaningless and the noble's honor would be protected. But instead, she was stabbed in the back. She must be going crazy. That's why you shouldn't try to use me. He smiled slyly. Did you think I didn't know? From the moment you pretended to help, he recalled his past memories. Charlotte's actions were exactly as he said. She had spread rumors that she was Oscar while planning to seize power from his hands when she ascended the throne. Truly a future time. He smiled slightly and thought, of course, I understand what she's thinking. I will be a threat to her in the future. A princess who survived the revolution? It's better to spare her, said cheerfully, oh, of course. The revolution wouldn't have succeeded so quickly without. Park Diaku standing next to him also laughed excitedly. However, he looked at her and said, you're a bit bloody. Then he burst out laughing. She was now utterly furious and then she grabbed his hand and squeezed it tight, making him think in pain. Ow, that hurts. We aren't the only ones here. Shouldn't you restrain yourself a bit? At least a few days later, the city returned to normal. The scenery was also more serene than before. The three of them, Li Jiang, Alice, and Park Diaku stood on high ground while everyone cheered. Everything was resolved quickly. The class system was abolished, and the people regained their imperial family, and the nobles, except for those on Li Jiang's side, were all dead, and the castle was destroyed. On the other hand, the castle had entered an era of prosperity. Within just 1 year since we arrived on this continent, the history of the Holy Kingdom ended in the year 1990. Inside that wooden house where the lights were still, there were sounds of singing, dancing, and talking. Hail Oscar and Giannikova. Hail Oscar and Giannikova. He sat elsewhere, holding a glass of wine, and said, Hai sat next to him and asked, aren't you going to hold an inauguration ceremony for yourself and the Pope? He replied gently, no, the important thing is to control this country first. She said again, well, I thought your goal was to change your position in the Holy See as soon as the revolution ended. She was truly his soulmate. She even guessed. She added, so I guess we'll have a provisional government. Oscar and I will definitely be in it. But who is the other person? He said calmly, in thinking of Castle Rock, Duchess Catherine. Just then, a hand slammed hard onto the Charlotte. She was wearing casual clothes and holding a bottle of wine.
Hey, Li Ji.
Seeing her anger, he quickly said, Lady Charlotte? He was quickly grabbed by the... She said angrily, we need to talk. As soon as he saw that, he thought, why do this to me? What's wrong with these... Li Jiang broke into a cold sweat and bowed his head in confusion. Charlotte pursed her lips, her face dark and silent. Li Jiang's expression collapsed as he looked at her back. His hair was a mess as he thought in confusion. Damn it, what the hell are you... Li Jiang's face turned gray as he imagined Charlotte going crazy and pushing him from the upper floor. She won't push me off here, right? He tried to comfort himself. It's fine. If anything happens, Haiyan and Park Diaku will save me. Yeah. Don't be afraid, Li Jiang. Don't be afraid. Just as Li Jiang thought he was well prepared mentally, Charlotte suddenly spoke. Why? Hearing that gloomy voice, Li Jiang reflexively jumped in panic. Charlotte looked down, her hands clutching the railing as she struggled to ask her internal question. Why did you spare me? Li Jiang glanced at her. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then Li Jiang looked away, feeling a bit guilty as he thought, because Kim Hyunsung remembers me, but I can't. Charlotte suddenly said, a person who was once my subordinate said. Charlotte thought of Li Jiang. When at DSO, she looked at her with a smirk and asked, an equal nation, a world without discrimination? What do you know, growing up in a palace? Just to maintain your appearance, hasn't it cost hundreds of... Charlotte was stunned and flushed with shame, unable to say a word. Li Jiang saw her reaction and continued. Do you know that just selling that dress could have saved hundreds of... Charlotte lowered her head, her bangs falling to hide her eyes. She's right. I didn't think I had the right to care for the people. Perhaps I'm no different from the... However, Charlotte suddenly got agitated and grabbed Li Jiang's collar. She cried while angrily reproaching him. You, what right do you have? Using the media to manipulate public opinion and killing innocent people for your own... Li Jiang pursed his lips as he heard Charlotte shout her questions.
Li Jiang.
What you created isn't a democratic country. The powerful are only those you favor. In the end, those in the upper class will continue to indulge in luxury while the commoners still suffer. It's just Li Jiang's democratic Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on Li Jiang and Charlotte. To her agitation, Li Jiang asked bluntly. Charlotte was stunned by Li Jiang's words. She let go of his collar and instinctively stepped back. What? Li Jiang acted as if nothing happened. Is that... He adjusted his tie and looked at Charlotte meaningfully. I mean, Do you really believe a utopian democratic country exists? This is reality. Charlotte didn't expect Li Jiang to say that. She was so angry she was speechless. You. Li Jiang leaned his chin on his hand against the railing and smiled relaxed. Well, unfortunately, I don't have enough time to indulge in luxury as you said. I have about 2,700 pages of documents to read. He sighed. I have to take care of the slums as well as the mess left by the nobles. My back is breaking from fixing the things your father caused in this country. Charlotte looked at his back, not knowing what. Li Jiang didn't seem to notice her reaction. He continued, well, I'm trying my best to create a country where everyone can live well. I want a country where children don't starve and attacks over territory don't happen in broad daylight in Lindell. He added silently in his heart, that way, I can be. Li Jiang suddenly turned to look at Charlotte and explained with a smile. Just as you can't give up on this country for the people you love, I can't give up for my own sake. I mean, for my own reasons. But in the end, we both want to live in a good country. After finishing, Li Jiang proactively reached out his hand. Let's shake. He smiled with his eyes crinkling. For a dreamlike utopia. Charlotte looked at his outstretched hand and blushed in surprise. Seeing her hesitation, Ji Zhang gently said, let's start dedicating ourselves to the commoners. The people still need you, your highness. Princess Sok Lot pursed her lips without. She suddenly noticed a couple and a child passing by below. They looked like a family. The child sat on the father's shoulders, holding an ice cream and smiling broadly. The whole family was happy and full of laughter. The clear laughter reached Charlotte's ears, making her go quiet. The next moment, she smiled faintly. The tension on her face began to ease. She reached out and shook Li Jiang's hand, accepting the invitation. From now on I will. Jai Hai, hiding not far away, watched the two reach and she couldn't help but feel joyful, her lips curling into a. Afterward, the goddess Benigor closed her eyes and placed her hands in front of her chest. Bright sunlight shone upon. Everyone in the church devoutly clasped their hands and bowed before the goddess. Cardinal Basil placed a cross on Li Jiang's head. Honorary Bishop Li Jiang has achieved much until. Before everyone present, he declared, he assisted Oscar in the revolution and has made great contributions to the country's development with many inventions. Li Jiang smiled and clasped his hands devoutly. He listened intently as Cardinal Basil spoke every word. Our Holy See will appoint you as cardinal for your courageous act. After finishing, Cardinal Basil smiled with narrowed eyes and clapped. Pope Basil of the People's Benigor Theocracy. Confetti was launched high. Colorful papers filled the local people happily cheered. Cardinal Li Jiang smiled and waved back at everyone. Seeing this, the people cheered even more excitedly. Pope Basil, Goddess Benigor. Li Jiang waved and smiled with satisfaction. Haha, he thought to himself, they look so full of. Watching this grand scene with a gray face, Li Jiang was still unaware of something. He was still preoccupied with his own thoughts. Of course, intelligent people have noticed something happened. The power to run the country is not in the hands of the Pope or Oscar, but mine, Li Jiang. But even so, the media will expose the reality I want. So, power is a very scary. Li Jiang had now become a cardinal, the second most powerful person after the. Li Jiang thought about the symbol of this nation. Since this is a religious country, I'm allowed the privileges of a religious icon. And the secret forces of the Holy See. The temples will protect me. Now, no one in this country can do anything to me and. Li Jiang bowed his head and smiled smugly. Moreover, since I'm a cardinal, I don't have to follow the laws. I just need to attend mass and prayer meetings occasionally. That way, I can enjoy the benefits of the second most powerful person in the country. Compared to the price paid, it's totally worth. Of course, there are downsides. Surely the neighboring countries are extremely worried. Li Jiang thought, do I need to find an ally or? Then, there was a sudden movement in the sky. Li Jiang and the people present all looked up at the sky. A large dragon was spreading its wings and soaring. It roared, startling everyone. What's that? A black dragon? Dilugia, what are you doing here? Li Jiang then remembered. The housewife spoke up knowingly. Ah, I see. She came to greet her master. Hearing her, the man next to her couldn't help but be surprised. Oh, is that so? What a wonderful performance. Who? Amazing. Li Jiang screamed internally. No, that's not it. The reason she came. Dilugia lost her patience and angrily tilted her head back and she roared and breathed fire in annoyance. Hurry up. You'll be late. Li Jiang's face turned gray as he cried out in panic. Wait, you want me to go like this? At least let me Cardinal Basil stood behind Li Jiang and smiled kindly. Ha ha ha. You can understand her? Truly a talent. Li Jiang turned to look at him. Cardinal Basil's expression suddenly changed. It must be an important matter. He nodded to Li Jiang, his face solemn as he said, go save the world. Li Jiang was stunned and confused. thinking, why are your words so dramatic and serious? That's not it. Dialugia glared at Li Jiang, who was sitting on her back, fumes of anger coming out of her as she questioned him. Actually, you forgot what day it is, didn't you? Li Jiang replied with a fake laugh. I'm telling you, I didn't forget. I just didn't remember. Despite saying that, Li Jiang couldn't help but think, there's no way I could forget. Today is our important. In the classroom, the teacher stood at the podium and smiled while lecturing. So the Holy Empire was reborn. Now here is a quiz question. Who has the right to vote in the new nation? Who wants to answer? Among the students, a hand was raised enthusiastically. Me. Iluria stood up with a confident smile. All the citizens and non-clergy who believe in my father, the cardinal, the coolest person in the... Saying this, the little girl tilted her head with a mischievous smile. Everyone else besides them is a... Inside the hall, cheers were still ringing out as the results were... The winner, little Dialuria, joyfully held up the gold trophy. The first fun history competition ended with Dialuria taking first. Dialuria couldn't hide her excitement. Our little Dialuria is really smart, isn't she? Li Jiang smiled and exclaimed refreshingly, of course. It's thanks to Jeanette. She laughed after hearing that, extinguishing Li Jiang's excitement. Exactly. She's as smart as me. He didn't like it much but only countered in his head. No, it's definitely thanks. Dialuria held the trophy and ran toward where the two were standing. The adorable little girl opened her mouth and shouted, Papa! Li Jiang also ran over with long strides and picked the girl up with a doting smile. Oh my daughter! Dialugia stood to one side, crying while watching the father and daughter. Dialuria! What about... Jiang smiled brightly and said gently to his doting daughter, Congratulations on winning the competition, princess. The little girl suddenly puffed her cheeks and pouted. But I still got one question. Then the girl began to complain, looking sassy yet cute. Papa, that girl was so strange. She said only those who believe in the goddess have the right to... Papa doesn't. Li Jiang laughed and replied, No, she's right, dear. In his head, he was secretly proud. Does she already understand politics? She's so... The smart, adorable child he gave birth to through love and raised with his money. His daughter, Dialuria. Recently, she learned how to transform into a human. I think she was forced to learn it after having a younger brother almost the same age. Max kept complaining that he wanted to learn, so I... Green Youth Academy. After all, children are my future sprouts. So I built several schools in many places despite it costing a lot of money. History lessons focusing on the Blue Guild were also necessary. As Li Jiang and his daughter were laughing and playing, someone suddenly pointed and shouted loudly. For some reason, Max burst into tears and accused Dialuria. You're a cheater. I saw you. Jiang asked Max, what do you mean? The boy sobbed indignantly. I saw it with my own eyes. The boy seemed a bit terrified as he recounted. Dialuria, she copied the answers using her dragon powers. Even Li Jiang was stunned upon hearing this. She already has a Sharin. Little Dialuria gently approached Max and asked, What do you mean, Max? Dialuria, I don't understand at all. More importantly, Max opened his mouth to ask. Dialuria lowered her voice, her expression looking like a little wicked witch. She crossed her arms and reminded Max, You have to call me Big Sister Dialuria. Kiddo. Li Jiang watched and turned away in embarrassment, thinking, I don't know who she inherited this trait from, but this is bad. Just then, her Dialugia stepped forward and strictly scolded. Dialuria, you can't act like that. Why is this part of you just like your father? Max was so scared he burst into tears. You're so scary. A footstep was slowly approaching where everyone was. It was a middle-aged man. He seemed to be heading toward where Li Jiang was standing. Oh, is that? Seeing him, Li Jiang exclaimed, Congressman Nispos. He smiled kindly and replied, Just call me Nis. Both began to ask after each other. How have you been lately? I'm still well. Li Jiang introduced him. Provisional Congressman Nispos, one of the notable figures supporting Li Jiang. Currently, he has been stripped of his title. Besides him, the Castle Rock mother and son, Duchess Catherine and Charlotte. Basically, the nobles who sided with me are all members of the Provisional Congress and have maintained their positions. The class system has been abolished, however, in essence, this is still a stratified society. A while, Li Jiang and Nispos went outside to... Li Jiang proactively asked, So how has it been lately? Any problems since Charlotte joined? He smiled brightly. The atmosphere is much livelier. Oscar also liked, but there are still many troubles. Seeing his face darken, Li Jiang asked, Is something wrong? Nispos slowly spoke up, his voice began to clearly show worry. It's the International Union. They're openly opposing us. Hearing this, Li Jiang suddenly narrowed his eyes, listening intently. Even the Republic sent us congratulations, but those bastards in the International Union are openly opposing us. Li Jiang whispered in his head. Understand. After all, the International Union is an alliance of kings. The power of the imperial family is very important to them. But the fact that their neighbor has started a revolution and overthrown the monarchy must have them terrified. Li Jiang offered a suggestion. I think we should start exporting goddess mirrors to the International Union. Nispos still didn't understand. Huh? Why? Li Jiang explained, I don't know about the royalty, but I know the people want entertainment. If we use goddess mirrors to turn them into allies, the International Union won't dare to do anything to us. Sometimes culture and technology can be more threatening than guns but I should also prepare a backup plan. Man proposes, but God disposes. Especially in a diplomatic war. The moment I let my guard down will be the end. I can't afford to be satisfied with just a taste of have to be unconventional to survive. Yes, like forming an alliance with a truly powerful. By evening, under the trees beside the lake on the campus, children were playing together. Shouts and laughter rang out. Cho Hyejin and Kim Hyun-sung sat in a corner of the yard, smiling happily as they watched them play, and Kim Hyun-sung occasionally turned to glance at her, smiling, but then, his face suddenly changed. His gaze became deep and fierce. A stream of thoughts began to surface. The empire, the theocracy has disappeared thanks to Li Jiang. Why do I feel so uneasy? Kim Hyun-sung's hand unconsciously gripped the glass on the table. He could no longer focus on his children or his sweat even broke out unconsciously on his confused face. The future has changed too. Kim Hyun-sung recalled, to verify that, I entered the dungeon that masked woman created under the guise of special. Kim Hyun-sung had quickly ordered, prepare for battle. The Blue Guild team followed the order immediately. 2 hands on 2 blades, eyes glowing as they observed. Countdown 3. Thank you watching for vid 1. He thought some fierce, iron-bodied monsters would appear. But no. Greeting all 4 of them were adorable and bright little animals. Sora and Cho Hai. Even Kim Hyun-sung stood there with his mouth wide open. Ajang stared with wide eyes. The animals' plump bodies made her unable to hold back as she exclaimed. So cute. Sora said with a bored face. Didn't you say this dungeon was full of scary undead? At this question, Cho Hyejin fell. All 4 of them sprawled out, playing to pass the time. They told each other, well, let's just. The event caused Kim Hyun-sung to worry quite a bit. The dungeon had changed too much. It was as if his previous life never existed. If everything that is about to happen is changed or doesn't even happen. If this regression of mine is meaning, then what? Did I pay the price? Thinking of that, Kim Hyun-sung bit his lip in frustration. He held his head, agonizing over one question. What do I do from now on? I don't know any. Cho Hyejin, sitting right opposite, noticed Kim Hyun-sung's changed expression. She was naturally confused as she looked. She felt that Kim Hyun-sung was now like a gloomy sky full of dark clouds.
Guild Master?
Are you? If something is bothering you, Kim Hyun-sung dismissed it. It's nothing. She pressed again. Are you sure? He emphasized. Really? She stopped asking. A moment later, Cho Hyejin continued. Oh right. I heard the Vice Guild Master is looking for an allied country for us. Kim Hyun-sung nodded. Right. He's considering Laos. Well, he should be arriving there by now. In another land, on an oasis, sat a magnificent and splendid palace. It was decorated in soft blue and white tones, compensating for the blinding sunlight. Park Diaku was sweating profusely, fanning himself constantly while his shirt was unbuttoned. He complained to Chahira. It's so hot. It's like taking a free bath. Good thing I wore thin clothes. She laughed and replied, Laos, it's been a long time since I've been. There's a delicious restaurant here. Once we're done, do you want to stop by? Just you and me. Contrary to Chahira's cheerful face, Sora and Hyen probably wanted to return to the cool. Jiang grinned and told them all, fine, if we complete the mission. Form an alliance with Laos, a neutral country. Hearing that, Park Diaku and Chahira immediately smiled. All 3 looked up with eager and expectant. The morning sun gently filtered into every corner of the city of Laos. At this time, people began to exchange food with each. Beautiful girls wearing thin veils were skipping, dancing, and oh my god, this city is totally different from Lindell. Park Diaku couldn't hold back his excitement for this place. These girls' dancing skills are top-notch. I didn't expect there to be a resort like this on this continent. The girl next to him was also very excited. Thinking back, what happened to your eye? He curiously asked the girl, Sora. This sudden question made her freeze for a few seconds. Didn't you lose one eye? His curiosity didn't stop there. This, Miss Hyen. The girl awkwardly called her teacher's name, hoping for. Hyen's expression now looked like she could swallow the whole city of Zeus. She looked terrifying. Her face was dark, and her red eyes were staring straight ahead. Why are you making that face? The little student couldn't help but wonder at her current state. Where Hyan's affectionate gaze was directed was the red-haired woman happily beside Li Jiang. Is it because of Chahira? Her suspicion was probably correct. Of course. She's an angel. She created an eye for you. No matter what was happening on the other side, Park Diaku remained in his initial excited mood and gave a thumbs up, praising Hyan as an angel. The girl got angry with him, but it was useless. She's more like a demon. Why is there such hostility? She scanned her eyes toward her, clearly showing discomfort. Her hand was still draped over our protagonist's shoulder. Let it go, okay? If you pick a fight here, you know what will happen. He forced a smile to stop the 2 vinegar jars about to explode. Fine, for your sake. Although she agreed to let it go, her face was not reconciled. His face suddenly turned gloomy as if he were pondering something. Anyway, before coming, Kim Hyun-sung was really stressed. I don't know if he's okay. Standing opposite Li Jiang was Kim Hyun-sung's stunned face, looking lifeless. Behind him were the energetic Jimo and little Giannikova. He pretended everything was fine, but still seemed full of worry. Maybe he's worried because I've changed the future too much. These thoughts appeared as he recalled the image of that day. Because everything was now far different from his memory. The image of the sturdy castle appeared and then collapsed in an instant. The birth of the theocracy in the second life, everything that happened in the empire in the first life has probably disappeared. This is the karma you have to bear for throwing the burden at me and entrusting the fate of the empire to my hands. Kim Hyun-sung. Returning to reality with his stylish thoughts, he breathed a sigh of relief. His face was slightly worried but very relaxed. Though I quite like that burden. Anyway, he'll have to resolve this matter smoothly to reduce the stress for him. My current goal is an alliance with Laos to ensure the security of the theocracy. Neutral country Laos, a small country between the theocracy and the republic. They might not possess powerful military strength, but they have their own strengths. The image of a small country located between 2 large places appeared. Geographical advantage. They can easily cross the ocean and can also reach other countries easily by land. The alliance between the 2 countries was represented by a handshake between them. An alliance with Laos will bring us immense. At that time, other countries won't be able to do anything to us. We will rise to become one of the continent's superpowers. Even if the future changes, there will surely be no problem if peace is maintained. At that time, our little regressor will no longer have to. Furthermore, his gaze turned hesitantly toward Hyan, the girl who was furious with the woman beside him. Hyan is a bigger problem than Kim Hyun. Finally, I did it. Her face was happy, clearly shown through her smile and eyes. She's always a ticking time bomb, but her mana stats recently reached 99. He thought while recalling her. Maybe she's thinking she can defeat Chahira. She stood motionless as he stared. He didn't understand what was going on when the 2 vinegar jars suddenly rushed at each. One side was an aggressive rabbit, the other side was a fierce. The 2 girls fought each other, but Hyan seemed weaker. Damn it, they're already fighting. Li Jiang panicked at the current situation. Told you before to reduce your hostility. Good grief. Are you looking down on me just because I keep calling you cute? You'd better lower your voice immediately. Got it? Chahira spat warnings at her. The only person who can order me is Kijang. Hyan refused to submit to her. I reached 99 magic stats today. Chahira, I will eliminate you and take Kijang for myself. Her face was full of victory. Beside her, someone was still cheering with all his might. While Park Diaku was energetic, little Sora's face was pale, wanting to go home. I don't think Chahira is the only problem anymore. Her thoughts flashed as both vinegar jars were about to explode. Bring it on. It'll remind you that you aren't the only strong person here. She was full of excitement as she saw Hyan trying to resist her. Why are they fighting over me? He was embarrassed, not understanding why. We are filming a scene from a nature documentary where they fight for. I will kill you. Hyan rushed toward her with all her might. You little rabbit. I told you to lower your voice. Chahira still couldn't accept her shouting. Her face clearly showed discomfort as she Stop it. Ayan. Carrying panic and worry on his face, he tried to dissuade the 2 girls. Stop it. Everyone, please, don't fight over me. I'm the one who's wrong. Such deep acting. One would think he was an A-list star. He squeezed out a few He covered his face with his hands and continued his performance. From the beginning, conflict should not be allowed to happen in this country. It must be admitted that he played his role perfectly. That's right, honorary patriarch of the theocracy. Suddenly someone stepped up from behind, making everyone jump and look. The 2 tigers tearing at each other had to. This place is a resort country. We have banned all violent acts because we love peace. A girl with tan skin and dark brown hair, her forehead was decorated with a red stone. Her finger wore a simple gold. Welcome to Laos, a neutral country. The beautiful girl in a sexy red outfit smiled and reached out her hand, wanting to socialize with them. Standing before the queen, the fiery battle between Chahira and Hyan stopped. She puffed her cheeks indignantly. I couldn't kill her in one hit, even though my mana stats reached 99. Contrary to Hyan's gloomy atmosphere, the muscular Chahira was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts annoyed, scratching her head awkwardly. Anyway, you've gotten quite a bit stronger. Hyan replied furiously. Back to our protagonist thinking wearily, fighting in a country that bans violence. I can't stand these two anymore. Li Jiang waved his hands in confusion, explaining to Priscilla, I'm so sorry you had to witness such a scene. When she came to welcome us, she replied, it's fine. The two continued like that, leaving Chahira to follow leisurely, while Hyan bowed her head gloomily like a... Suddenly, she turned around with a radiant smile and held up a yellow card. Right now, you only have 1 yellow card. You'll be expelled if you get a red card. He sighed helplessly. Is this... She had also returned to her queenly demeanor. She stood opposite Li Jiang, serious, her lips slightly curved. Then let me introduce myself officially. I am the 72nd Queen of Laos, Priscilla. It's a great honor to meet you, the honorary patriarch of a newly born Jiang, with hair covering his eyes, only left a mysterious smile. Haha, it's truly an honor for me. You can treat me more naturally. We will be close. Her voice rose, probing her. Haha, I can't. You are important figures of the theocracy. I cannot treat such important guests so casually. Can I? Priscilla, with a welcoming face, reached out her hand politely to welcome, still keeping a smile on his lips, his hair drooping to cover his eyes, only opening them slightly. He said meaningfully, I was just seeing how difficult it would be to convince you. But it seems like it will be very difficult. Ahaha. Thank you for your concern. She went quiet and didn't walking together on the path where the golden sun shone everywhere. She asked him, anyway, what do you think of this? Behind her was the silent Li Jiang. I think this place is wonderful. It's peaceful, and everyone looks so cheerful and thank you, just as you said. Of course, getting this was not. She looked far away, her eyes full of pride, her hair fluttering with the sea breeze. Being stuck between 2 powerful countries, gaining independence was a very difficult task for my predecessor. Her face darkened. If the balance between the theocracy and the republic is broken, we will lose everything we have. I want to protect what my ancestors worked hard to build. Her hand tightened in determination. I feel like something is wrong. His eyes turned white. Wait, could it be? Before he could finish, she interrupted. I'm sorry, Laos will not ally with any country. She affirmed firmly in her capacity as queen. It seemed Li Jiang had overthought. I knew it rejected it before I even got to. It wasn't surprising that she was so guarded. To be more honest, she had stolen his opportunity. He was bitter about losing his screen time. Li Jiang forced a smile and waved off her thoughts. Haha, I really didn't come just for that. There are other things I want to discuss. So why don't we talk? Before she could regain her composure, she replied clumsily. Perhaps I was too hasty. However, I just wanted to clarify my intent. Furthermore, I already rejected an alliance proposal from a country that asked before you. So you don't need to worry. It seemed this was the most useful news he had heard so far. In his heart, he already guessed it must be the Republic. Then please enjoy your time here, Priscilla. Time flew by like a dog running through a field. At night, fireworks lit up the whole city. Laughter of everyone echoed somewhere. Our protagonist appeared, getting drunk with 2 ladies, the muscular Chahira and Hyan. The main character really knows how to enjoy pleasure. Drink up, drink up. There were 2 beautiful girls pouring beer, and even the queen of a nation was dancing. In short, Li Jiang is the patriarch. His face was red because of the beer flowing into his brief introduction. Li Kaiang, the one who must maintain a neutral attitude between 2 very strong women named Hyan and Chahira. Sandwiched between overlapping mountains, our main character was happily enjoying himself. On one side, Hyan, the wine I pour for you is the best, right? On one side, the muscular gorilla. I do it better, honey. That was exactly the situation he was. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle. Someone's voice rose. But that won't last long, Priscilla. I will ensure that you'll have no choice but to stand with us. Turns out it was Li Jiang, drunk and being taken to the bed of love by lying on the bed of roses. He mumbled in his sleep, maybe breaking the relationship with the Republic isn't such a bad idea. His face was flushed and drooling because of drinking too. After a long night, when the sunlight shone directly on his face, it was time for the drunkenness to fade. He held his head because of the aftereffects of the beer. Truly, if he opens his eyes and it's not a beauty, thank you watching for vid. He sat bolt upright, looking like head just returned from the brink of death. Sweat poured down his face. Clutching his chest in panic, he asked, Hyen, what happened? Ugh. My head hurts so much. Oh, you can tell? Hyen's face was flushed and full of life as she looked at him. You passed out as soon as we got back from the party last night. I even gave you a bath. Don't you You did? I don't remember a thing. Thanks, he murmured, looking at her vaguely. He was indescribably flustered. Meanwhile, she was joyfully accepting his thanks. I thought she'd be depressed all day because of Chahira, but she seems much better now. Her skin even looks great. He wasn't supposed to like her, yet this man noticed every little But did I drink too much? Why do I feel so exhausted? He clutched his dizzy head. She hurried over to support him. It's because you overexerted yourself. Be careful. Especially with the lower half of your... She's right, I keep thinking about work even though I'm at a resort. I really am a workaholic. Tired, he placed a hand on his head. I'll be here for a few more days, so I'll rest today. Where is everyone? They all went sightseeing. That's good. Let's go. As they spoke, he gently lowered his feet from the bed to leave. Huh? Go where? She tried to stop. I've neglected you for too long. Haven't I? He leaned close to her ear and whispered. His hand gently caressed her neck. Let's go on it. Okay. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and her eyes couldn't hide her happiness at his proposal. He looked at Hyen tenderly, like a man in love. My precious mana. My little 99 mana. I can't lose you. Today you can have me. He acted affectionately, but his mind was elsewhere. But you must have slept well, right? Your skin is glowing. He doted on her. That's a secret, she said, shyly looking. Next, the two of them began their date. Jizhong and Hyen happily played on the beach. Hyen and I had a great time. Next, they went to get ice cream. He fed her so affectionately, so I thought. The two of them were walking happily hand in hand when someone suddenly appeared behind. This girl licked her lips playfully as she looked. Aha, I knew it was you. Her graceful figure appeared, but her expression was the complete opposite. Helplessness filled his thoughts until he met her half an hour ago. During the slowly passing morning, gentle sunlight filtered through the streets where Jizhong and Hyen were weaving their own love story. Hyen, with her fluffy hair and a smile as bright as the morning sun, walked briskly with her arm linked in Jizhong's. Her small feet scurried after him, her hand still holding a cool ice cream. Somehow, it made me think of you. Hyen giggled, a playful smile revealing her blushing cheeks. Also, I thought I should get ready a bit, so it took a while. Jizhong chuckled softly, his eyes filled with warmth. It's been a long time since I've seen her this. Suddenly, he noticed a small smear of ice cream on the corner of her lip. He reached out gently and wiped it away romantically, as if cherishing a priceless treasure. Deep down, Jizhong scolded himself. I've been a bit harsh on her, even though she didn't do anything wrong. Although nothing happened, should be kind to her to stabilize her emotions a bit. Hyen turned to look at him, her face radiant with a warm smile, her heart overflowing with happiness at his gentle. He looked back at her and smiled gently. Today is Hyen's day. It'll make her as happy as possible. Suddenly, a loud shout shattered the peaceful atmosphere, drawing Jizong's attention. He turned his eyes toward the source of the sound. Two figures stood before him. The one in the back was carrying a pile of things. Is it food? My lady, I haven't eaten anything. The one in front was scrutinizing a necklace in her hand. Is that so? Then we'll meet at the rendezvous. Jizhong froze, his heart pounding as he recognized the woman. Wait, is that the pervert from the black market? He exclaimed in his mind while Shaolin was still absorbed in looking at the necklace, muttering, this bracelet is so Memories flooded Jizong's mind. The image of her wearing a mysterious but extremely seductive mask, her voice making a suggestive invitation. Hello, honey, are you free? He shuddered at the I owe her for stopping Chahira's madness. She's my only connection to the Republic, one of the 5 Tiger Generals, and the master of that painful romantic pervert organization. Finally, she vaguely sensed someone's presence and looked startled. Jizhong immediately pulled Hyen and hugged her tightly in a hidden corner, making her surprised and dead. Why is she here? He turned back and cursed silently, his face pale. Hyen still didn't understand what was happening, her heart beating loudly in the side. He suddenly remembered the letter Shaolin had sent him. She must be pissed that I ignored her. I need to stay away. Hyen was now mentally prepared. She whispered, Jizhong, sorry, I'm a bit silly. She closed her eyes and pouted, waiting for him, making him want to clear up the misunderstanding immediately. What? I'm not planning to do. He covered Hyen's mouth, making her a bit confused. Jizhong then rushed out while holding her and shouted inwardly, hold on tight. Hyen, she replied. Huh? But What about our switch to romantic mode and replied gently, Sure. Baby, I want some quiet time with you. This made Ha-yen truly believe him.
He whispered, Sorry, Ayan.
The date is over. Xiaolin watched the two of them run away as sparkling heart fragments trailed from. Was that Jizhong? She asked the person beside her as they brushed heart fragments off their head. Yes. Did he run when he saw me? He replied softly. Immediately, the atmosphere became tense as she smiled. Is that? She gently licked her lips, her face so sinister her eyes seemed to glow with dark intent. He dares run away, back with Jizhong and Ha-yen. He hid her behind a wall, his body still pale. He looked back. She probably knows him. What should I do? Should I join up with Chahira? He was worried, still looking behind the statue, which made Ha-yen worry. Jizhong, it seems someone is pursuing. Then, out of nowhere, she suddenly pulled out a sharp knife with a dark and dangerous expression. Her eyes were filled with the killing intent of an assassin as she brushed her tongue over the sharp blade. Should I? Jizhong looked at her in terror. No, it's fine. But why are you carrying that? Ha-yen spoke with an ominous tone. I will kill anyone who hurts you, so don't worry. That's what scared. Changing the subject, Ha-yen's stomach growled, making her say, it's time to eat. I'm a bit hungry too. Jizhong's face was still pale, and sweat was still pouring down from. A moment later, Ha-yen pointed to a place with palace-like architecture. Over there. That's a Michelin-starred restaurant. I really want to try it. Jizhong replied. He cried out in his mind. Ugh. This isn't the time to enjoy food. Ha-yen was extremely excited about the restaurant. She was practically. I really want to go in. Look at that style. So beautiful. Jizhong had to accept. Okay, let's eat there then. I guess I can hide in there for a while. The two of them walked along the path to the restaurant. He walked with her arm in arm and opened the restaurant. Immediately, he was startled when he spotted two figures and Ha-yen immediately shouted at them. Hey, what are you looking at? But Jizhong immediately pulled her out of the restaurant. Valentine and the Russians. Seriously, people from the Republic? Are they here with Xiaolin? He guessed as his face turned pale with fear, biting his lip in anxiety. Turned to ask her, Ha-yen, do you want to go somewhere else? She looked at him in confusion. But why do we have to crouch? He tried to make up a story so she wouldn't suspect anything. This place seems a bit strange. It looks like gangsters are eating. But she started sobbing, making him realize he had no other choice. He opened the door again and led Ha-yen inside. To hell with it, what else could go? First, no one is allowed to fight here. I'm sure they know they'll be kicked out if they fight. Just ignore them, he whispered as he led her to it. The other two remained silent but still watched him, forcing him to admit, seriously, I can feel their eyes. Mind's eye, he shouted in his mind. An information board about the white-haired man staring at him appeared. Player Valentin Alexandro. Title, Top 10 of Ronald. 5th seat of the Republic's 5 Tiger Generals. Tendency, stupid murderer. Strength 97, Stamina 91, Agility 90. Trait, anger issues. Legend rank. Oh shit, all stats over 90? This guy is totally Valentin's style. No, he must be on Chahira's. Conclusion. Valentin Alexandro. Tendency and traits are not great. Recommendation. Get acquainted. Oh, my mistake, I do not recommend doing that. Of course, if you want to die early, then I recommend you get acquainted. After reading this, Jizhong shouted silently, I'd like to send you. He continued looking at the other person. Next is that handsome guy. Player Jean Qing. Age 30. Tendency, organizational strategist. Occupation, military mage. Legend rank. Title, battle mage. 2nd seat of the Republic's 5 Tiger Generals. Republic Chief of Staff. Strength 65, hero. Stamina 89, rare. Agility 75, legend. Endurance 77, rare. Luck 67, hero. Mana 97, hero. Intelligence 99, hero. Mana and stats are insane. I hate this guy. And what's with that 99 intelligence? Is he freaking ein? Conclusion. An all-around mage. Comparing him to you makes me feel so bad. So let's not mention it. Jizhong shouted again. You said it. Can this thing go one day without mocking me? Both of these guys are 5 Tiger Generals. Where are the 1st and 3rd seats? He wondered as he sat down opposite Ha-yen. Seriously, their stats alone are better than Ha-yen and the Empire's nobles. If we fight here, he'll die. He looked over nervous. Want to get out of here, but because of Ha-yen. He thought as he looked at her, who was perfectly happy looking at the menu. Turning back to the other two, he noticed Jean Qing resting his chin on his hand. And that guy seems to know me. That means he knows I'm the 2nd strongest in the country. Unless he's insane, he won't attack. My plan is to leave as discreetly and quietly as possible. Just then, a staff member brought dishes to their. A loud stomping sound cracked the restaurant. Atmosphere gradually darkened. Jean Qing immediately looked over. Imperial person. Probably wasn't just his imagination. Valentin Alexandros' massive body, covered in chains and intricate tattoos, approached. His bright yellow eyes glowed on his dark face, making Jizhong feel like a tiny ant. Why is he so big? I thought he was only as tall as Dialugia. Jizhong turned pale as the man spoke. His voice was full of ominous pressure, so deep that everything around him turned dark. I noticed you staring at us. Sorry, but I don't like men. Jizhong asked in confused whispers. Huh? However, the killing intent radiating from Haiyan was equally dark. She whispered as her hands clenched on the table. Excuse, but you're ruining my date. Could you please return to your seat while I'm still being nice? He will worry if I cause trouble. She looked at him threateningly. Jizhong immediately agreed in his head. That's right, Haiyan. Good job, kill him. Haiyan looked him straight in the eye without mercy. Or, do you want me to help you back to your seat? But he looked at her and came to his own conclusion. Such killing intent from such a small person. She must be one of the chiefs of staff we were talking. Jean Qing sat at the other table. He didn't stop them at all, only letting out a slight, chaotic scene before his eyes made Jizhong even more worried. Seriously, they don't look like they're gonna back. It's okay, there's still a way out. I can run as soon as something happens. Luckily, I'm sitting right near the. Suddenly, a voice rang out, destroying all the plans he had made. Are you kidding? I'm sure that guy is Jizhong. That annoyed tone was definitely from Shaolin. Jizhong immediately. Shaolin looked from behind him and immediately noticed him. This round head. Oh my god. Lady Shaolin. Here you are. Jizhong turned back to her with a forced, bright. I was just about to. Go see you. What luck, right? Behind that forced smile, he was terrified to the point of. Both Shaolin and Valentine stared straight into his eyes with dark, terrifying expressions as he laughed. Helplessly surrounded, he whispered, Shaolin angrily scolded the person beside her, her head practically on fire. Are you kidding me? I'm sure it's that bastard Jizhong. He froze, his face dark. Jizhong felt her staring at him with sparkling interest. His back felt like it was about to be. Having no choice, Jizhong turned around, smiling radiantly as if he were blooming. He acted both interested and surprised. Oh, thank heaven. Lady Shaolin, Zhang was helpless. Behind him was Shaolin, and in front of him was the Russian version of a monster. Neither seemed to give him a friendly. Looking around, he found himself sandwiched between these two like a criminal being interrogated. He broke into a cold sweat and swallowed hard. Damn it. I came here on my own, and now Zhang thought of Haiyan sitting in front of him. I feel bad for Haiyan, but we have to get out of here as soon as we get a chance. She sat looking at him, annoyed, frowning and pouting. She puffed out her cheeks as she watched him fake a smile. Oh my, Lady Shaolin. What a coincidence. Jizhong was flattering her on the outside, his mouth smoother than gum. Your beauty is still unchanged. Ha ha ha. But in his heart, he silently prayed. I'm sorry, Haiyan. Seeing them talk, Valentine asked Shaolin, do you know this guy? She smirked, twisting a few locks of her hair suggestively. Maybe. We were once very. Hearing this, Valentine froze on the spot. On the outside, his tears had already turned into a river, while his heart inside had shattered. Shaolin looked at him and didn't understand. Why do you look so disappointed? She closed her eyes thoughtfully, her eyebrows furrowing. Her hand was still arrogantly stroking her hair. Anyway, do you think I'm stupid? These words were directed at Shaolin seemed very frustrated, questioning him harshly. Why did you ignore all my attempts to contact you? You received all my letters, didn't you? You should answer properly. This is a matter of honor. Jizhong thought. Damn it. Doesn't she know how to? He didn't want to answer her, but in this situation he had to. He waved his hand. Haha, of course, Lady Shaolin. Well, I really wanted to reply, but I didn't know He explained. I tried to contact the Republic, but still couldn't get it. Before he could finish, a large hand suddenly grabbed his collar and yanked his Valentine. The man pulled him up high, his muscles tensing and veins bulging. Angry, his eyes glowing like a wild leopard. He roared, You bastard! Who are you following? Jizhong was surprised, seeing him being touched by that man. Haiyan slammed the table and stood up. Jizhong comforted her. It's okay. Just sit there, Haiyan. He smugly guessed he's trying to scare me. He can't hurt me, an honorary car. The grip on his collar grew tighter. He gritted his teeth. But it seems he won't be letting me go anytime soon. Now what? Damn it, I can't start a fight with others in this. He was still as angry as before, eyes wide. He shouted in Zhang's face, spit flying. Juliana isn't here either. You bastard, are you saying you followed us here? He wanted to know, what's your purpose? Who the hell? Xiaolin couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. She folded her arms. What the hell? I'm the minister of a neighboring country. Didn't you hear from the chief of staff? Don't you know Honorary Cardinal Zhang? Hearing that, he surprisingly let go and dropped. Xiaolin looked darkly at Valentine like he was an ignorant idiot. The more she spoke, the more she threatened him. That's the most famous person in the state right now. Vice Master of the Blue Guild. The #1 guild for adventurers to join, and also the first alchemist chosen by a... Xiaolin's words surprised Valentine. But her next words were the finishing blow that shocked him. And the lover of the mercenary. As soon as she finished, Valentine didn't hesitate. His eyes widened like a beast's, and he used all his strength to slam Zhang into the floor. The ground shattered into 100 pieces. Having been hit like that, Zhang gasped and coughed up fresh. Everyone around was terrified by the fight and fled in chaos. Some even looked back while running to watch the... Only the 4 of them remained in the hall. The floor had a large hole as if a bomb had been dropped. Dust flew everywhere. Xiaolin smirked and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that's right. You don't have a good relationship with women. Seems she was afraid the trouble wasn't big enough. Her words were full of provocation. The scar on his face is also because of her. Valentine fell silent, his face dark. After speaking, she pretended to be cute, acting like a stray cat. She pointed as if she'd just slipped up. I'm just kidding. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned the mercenary. Zhang lay under Valentine's hand. Being beaten was maddening enough, but this woman wasn't helping. She was causing trouble. I thought she'd help. She's basically a raid boss playing with me. If it wasn't for Haiyan's protective spell, I'd be dead. So that's how you do it, huh? Fortunately, Haiyan had cast a protection spell under his head. Otherwise, with that terrifying destructive power, he would have been long gone. These stupid people. Keep fighting. They'll show you how important I... While things were heated on this side, Jean Qing was still sitting and sipping. Suddenly, a burst of pressure caused the tea in the cup on the table to... Haiyan, her rage reaching the sky. Her hair stood on end from casting magic. She suppressed her spirit and looked at the man in front who was still choking Zhang. Away from my Zhang immediately, you moron! She exploded, heading toward Valentine to attack. Haiyan is coming. Zhang was helpless. Oh, Haiyan, I appreciate it, but I'm the one being... Suddenly, a whip covered in sharp thorns lashed. Xiaolin rushed in to surprise attack Haiyan. Her eyes were sharp as she glared at her. I can't let you do whatever you... Xiaolin remained seductive, not forgetting to pose even while attacking. She tightened the whip wrapped around Haiyan's arms and neck. You'd better not move. My whip isn't a beast. Of course I can control it, but... She smiled wickedly and looked at Haiyan's neck, which was bleeding more and more. Haiyan groaned, gritting her teeth in pain. Zhang looked at the situation. Seriously, she's my only protect. That hand was still choking him. He couldn't breathe, tears welling up from the suffocation. He had to squeeze out every word to plead. Haiyan, Lady Xiaolin.
I'm sorry.
They'll do whatever you want, whether it's a date or exchanging letters. Just please, spare Haiyan. This was his limit. Dragging Haiyan into this was too much. Haiyan was his insurance. Xiaolin seemed to have achieved her goal. She licked her lips thoughtfully. She retracted the whip from Haiyan, who collapsed to the floor. She stroked her whip, looking at him cunningly. You'll do anything? That's what I wanted to hear. You should have said so. After speaking to him, she lowered her voice toward the other side. All right, Valentine. I think that's enough. Well, I wanted to play more, but I don't want them to hate. He still didn't let go, his face cold. Valentine, let me ask you something. Where is that bitch child? Zhang had no strength left. Damn it, if I knew, I would have run there immediately instead of staying here. He struggled to answer him. Valentine only heard that much and didn't need to hear more. Phew. So you don't know? Then die. He prepared to swing a punch straight at Stop. A man's voice rang out, making him stop completely. Qing cast a spell, making the objects in the hall float and dance in. He walked over Li. He ordered coldly, Valentine, Xiaolin, come back here. No fighting allowed. The two of them were annoyed but did as they were. Zhang pulled himself up, rubbing his aching arm. He looked irritably at the man walking over calmly. Intervening so late, you bastard. I thought I was... In his head, Zhang wondered. Thinking back, weren't the Templars supposed to intervene when I was in trouble? That was too dangerous just now. Where did they all go? While he was thinking, the man approached Haiyan, intending to... Gave a gentle smile and asked her brazenly, Are you... Haiyan looked up at the man from below, her eyebrows furrowing. It was clearly a sign she didn't like him. She didn't keep him waiting, answering him with a loud slap to his. Then she completely ignored him and ran over to worry about Jizhong, who was sitting dazed nearby. Jin Qing watched the affectionate scene and accidentally made eye contact with Jizhong. He narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly, as if provoked. He hugged Ha Yen, watching the man's antics. He couldn't understand. Is he crazy? How dare he flirt with my— I don't like this guy. He apologized to the two of them. My people have crossed the line. Jin Qing and Jizhong sat opposite each other at the tea table. The other three stood behind them. He smiled and said loudly, a knife hidden in his smile, honorary cardinal and archmage, since it's already happened, allow me to treat you to a meal to apologize. Then he introduced himself. I am one of the 5 tiger generals of the Republic, and also Chief of Staff Jin Qing. Jizhong also replied, pleased to meet you, Chief of Staff Jin Qing. I've heard a lot about you. Hearing that, he nodded as if it were expected. Jizhong clicked his tongue. Look at him taking it for granted. Food will be up in a moment. As he spoke, he reached down and picked up a large box from under the— Placing the box on the table, Jin Qing asked him, why don't we entertain ourselves with a little game while we wait? Jizhong looked at the large box in surprise at being suddenly in. He opened the box. The top of this large box looked like a small map. The game was divided into 2 sides, one blue and one red, with many human-shaped pieces. There were also citadels and hourglasses for timing. Jin Qing spoke enticingly. I heard you're the smartest in the state. Jizhong was annoyed. What is he? He introduced the game. It's nothing complicated. Just like chess. If the king is lost, you lose. Jizhong thought about the current situation. I guess it's at least safe for— Then he glanced at the 2 subordinates bickering behind him. Oh my, you're too much. The big guy and Xiao Lin had calmed down thanks. I don't like this guy, but at least he's friendly. To Jin Qing's invitation, he replied, I'm sure you'll learn quickly. Jizhong also silently agreed to play. Surely playing a bit won't. 10 minutes later, the blue soldiers were standing. Suddenly, the red army rushed in and knocked them down with— Jizhong watched his blue army fail, being knocked down one by one into a— He couldn't believe the fact that he was losing to this. The person opposite him leaned over and spoke mockingly. The genius of the state. Jin Qing folded his arms, looking down on Jizhong. His gaze was sharp, and his whole body radiated heavy pressure. How pathetic. Jizhong's head buzzed. Damn it, he's noob stomp. He looked at the eliminated chess pieces piled on the— Jizhong was in total shock, unable to believe his eyes. Jin Qing said coldly, the genius of the theocracy? How pathetic. His face was dark, his eyebrows raised in contempt. Damn it, I'm about to lose. Recalling the rules. The rules are very— The player uses all possible strategies in the arena to defeat the enemy's king within the allowed time to win. A board with small pieces representing 2 opposing sides, red and blue. This is a tactical game where players must use the terrain and the equipment provided to turn the situation in their favor. You can think of this as a small war. This means strategies that cannot be applied in reality cannot be used in— Since this is your first time playing, it'll give you better equipment. It's not that I doubt your skills.
dont mise un der.
Jin Qing explained the rules clearly to 2 guards, Xiao Lin and Valentin Alexandro, stood behind and watched intently. He dropped the necessary equipment for the game onto the— Fine then. Why should I be upset about that? If you're giving, give more. Jizhong was naturally very happy because he had the advantage. Oh my, they'll win, just wait and see. He couldn't hide his excitement and laughed out loud. He had said that, but in reality, each soldier was knocked off the board. The situation was dire, and Jizhong was suffering again. I already have the advantage and am still losing miserably. What a crappy— Jin Qing held his head, gritting his teeth in anger. Ha! Is this the genius of the theocracy? Jizhong started to feel awkward. Why is he so irritable? I'm very sorry for disappointing you, Your Highness. Anyway, wait, maybe he has some trait that gives him an advantage in— Jizhong used his mind's eye on the person sitting in front of him, who was crossing his arms with an arrogant and unpleasant look, displaying player Jin Qing's traits. Traits and personality cannot be displayed due to unknown reasons. Error code 2710-0000-000XXXX. The notification appeared, leaving Jizhong's— Can't see his traits? Just like before. That's right. The first time he met Kasagano Juno, the elegant, polite, and noble girl with the butterfly clip on her head, the opponent's traits had blocked mind's eye. At that time, his mind's eye also erred when he tried to— He also has special eyes. But between me and Juno, Jizhong stared at Jin Qing, and he noticed— Is there something on my face? Why is he staring at me so hard? He got goosebumps when he noticed Jizhong's unfriendly gaze. I hope he focuses more on the... Jin Qing rested his hand on his head. His eyes became sharp, and then he clicked his genius of the theocracy, Jizhong. In his memory, Jizhong was a genius who could create special potions. He was very wise to choose the path of becoming an alchemist from the... He was so talented that he became the highest-ranking person in a country within less than a year after arriving on the continent. Jizhong was honored before the entire public. Was that just luck and exaggerated... Or... Jin Qing gritted his...
Sorry, noble cardinal.
Jizhong woke up from his thoughts here. Seeing that he was radiating intense killing intent, Jin Qing asked, "Are you going easy on me?" That made Jizhong freeze. "Huh? What do you mean? I'm trying my best. I thought this was just a way to relax. And I've been very friendly." Jizhong's last piece was under the feet of Jin Qing's piece, showing his overwhelming victory. "However, it seems you really don't want to fight me in this game. Fight for real. This crazy guy. Don't you know how to go easy on a beginner?" Jizhong was dissatisfied. "Chief of Staff Jin Qing, I think you've misunderstood something.
I'm a beginner,"
he confusedly explained, but before he could finish, he was interrupted. Misunderstood. But in Jin Qing's mind, he understood those words in a different sense. "You think you can compare to me? What an idiot." The thought that Jizhong was looking down on him made him even angrier. "I understand." That expression made Jizhong realize he was overthinking things, which scared him. "I didn't say that. Your face is too scary." He's completely lost. "All right, how about this?" Jin Qing seemed to have some intention. Both Jizhong and Haiyan were surprised. "Well, bet on a round. That should stimulate your interest." "But I have a bad feeling. Can't we just not play anymore? Why don't you just go home?" Thoughts of wanting to stop filled his brain. It increased the fear inside. Whoever loses within 100 moves will be eliminated. Jin Qing gave a cunning smile as he looked at Jizhong. "What should we bet?" Valentin Alexandro and Xiao Lin also smirked. It seemed they understood his intent. "Let's bet our fingers." The words were gentle but incredibly terrifying, making Jizhong's blood run cold. His eyes widened as he looked at his hands. Of course, all 10 fingers. "Good God. You're joking, right? My body is very valuable. So, it's a bit." Jizhong clenched his fists, trying to save the situation. "Do you know how much a cardinal's body is worth? If you dare touch me, then I will..." "Of course I know. But I'm sure the Holy Council will understand because this is a battle between two geniuses." Hearing Jin Qing call him, Valentin was busy sharpening his knife, turning back with a terrifying face as if he wanted to kill someone. "A battle? Why do you have to try so hard to fight an..."
Dont l'ose, Jizang.
"Crush him. Don't go easy." Haiyan didn't want him to lose out. She actively cheered him on, even changing into a cheerleader outfit and holding a victory sign for Jizhong. Seeing her so excited, his burden increased. "I wasn't going easy on him. I tried as hard as when I took my graduation exams. I have to beat him at all costs. I'm sorry, but this game..." He intended to refuse, but Jin Qing quickly blocked him. He flipped the hourglass. "If you lose, you'll lose all your fingers. Got it?" The space suddenly darkened. Jizhong's heart felt like it had fallen into an... At this moment, he only hoped for a ray of light to rescue him. "Someone bring Ji-hai here. Oh my God. Save me." He immediately thought of her because she was very reliable right now. "I'm very good at chess. Or should I just flip the... Damn it. I'm an idiot for thinking this game would be safe." He remembered the moment he stepped into the room and met the person who could take his life before his eyes. "From the start, I shouldn't have come here. I've walked right into the tiger's den. And that tiger is a gambling addict. I bet a real genius with an IQ of 99 like you doesn't understand. Fake genius like me had to show off to get the title of a genius strategist." The image of Jin Qing smiling despicably made him break into a cold sweat. "That's a concept I created for my character because I have nothing outstanding besides being an alchemist. Even though I'm the second in power, there are still people who talk bad about me, saying I don't deserve that position. I'm not good at strategy, but at instigation, fabrication, deception, cheating, blackmail, politics, blinding, fake crying, and acting innocent. All those small manipulation tricks." Jizhong's head spun. He couldn't solve this with his dirty... Wait, now is not the time to be self-deprecating. He rested one hand on the table, the other fiddling with a piece to try and stay calm. "I must not lose. At least if I draw, I can end this." Jizhong gripped the piece in his hand and decided on his move. "A draw within 100 and there's one more thing I'm good at." He let out a cunning smile hidden behind his long, slender... Match began quite peacefully and gently, making Jin Qing feel bored and a bit disappointed. His strategy is he's still focusing on defense. Does he want a draw? Seeing the situation on the board, he also realized Jizhong's intent. "See, he's not yielding to me at all, he just finds it really hard. Only now did he realize how Zhizhong felt playing this match. He could only put on a nonchalant. Jin Qing smiled wickedly, his eyes somewhat impatient. Then I'll end the game in 10 moves. That made it even harder for Zhizhong. He knit his brows and bit his. I will eliminate all his forces in 10 moves. He slammed a piece down on the board, showing his. Now this match was no longer a game, but a battle between two kings. Jin Qing followed up on his victory, taking the initiative to attack. He commanded the soldiers confidently. Take the emperors. Zhizhong's defensive troops were easily the defensive layers were gradually removed. He was on the brink of defeat. When did he get? His pupils contracted. He was probably going to lose as if certain of victory. Jin Qing laughed loudly in triumph. Thanks for your fingers, Li Ji. But suddenly a magic circle glowed in front of Zhizhong. A summoning circle? Now the one laughing was Ji. He curled his lips into a smile that couldn't be more contemptuous. You just activated my trap card. Activate trap. Sacrifice 90% of forces and summon a legendary unit. A seemingly extremely dangerous piece appeared within the summoning circle. Gold-eyed black dragon. A dragon appeared and roared, leaving the opponents. Jin Qing slammed his hand on the table, began to lose control and got angry. What the hell is this? There's no such piece in the game. Facing Jin Qing like that, Zhizhong was extremely calm. Where are your manners? You should know better than I. There is a hidden rule in this game. I've been waiting for you to satisfy the conditions so I could summon this dragon. He had almost turned the tables at the last minute, so he couldn't hide his triumphant smile. That dragon can't be easily summoned just because the conditions were met. Don't tell me you satisfied those conditions too? Valentin Alexandro and Xiao Lin also couldn't hide their amazement. Of course, that made Zhizhong confused. What conditions are you talking about? Is this a popular game in the Republic? Why do they know it so well? Hidden rule? To be honest, I didn't even know if it really existed. I just guessed. He said all possible strategies, so the dragon on the board isn't actually a piece in. Of course, this dragon is a fake I created using alchemy. His true form is a normal chess piece. There was already magic in the board, so I don't know when the illusion will disappear and expose. However, I'm very good at psychological manipulation. He'll pretend it's real. Zhizhong smiled, beginning to use his signature move. Can you escape my gold-eyed black dragon? This confidence also made the opponent wary. Activated a trap within a trap? You bet. My turn. Gold-eyed black dragon. Attack the enemy. The all-powerful Li Zhizhong has arrived. His face immediately became distorted, uglier than a ghost. It was effective. Jin's army that. There's still one more turn. Feeling the situation turning against him, Jin Qing began to get flustered. Not yet. There's no way I'd lose. Zhizhong watched him try to resist like a clown. Jin just gave the thud. The door was kicked open. Chahira, outside, kicked the door, interrupting their intent. She seemed very angry. Let's go. Seeing her, Zhizhong's eyes lit up like stars. Hira. He didn't notice Jin Qing's dark face as he sat motionless, staring at the board before. Valentin Alexandro was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Xiao Lin. Stay. Zhizhong felt like he had seen a savior. He shouted in his heart, Your Highness Hira, you arrived at just the right time. Let's get out of here before they notice my trick. She's here. I have to go. He gently left his seat. Anyway, take it easy. I win, right? The man still didn't wait. Suddenly he spoke, making Zhizhong startle. Huh? Has he no? Jin Zhong extended his hand. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. He stood before Li Zhirong wanting to shake. Li Zhirong breathed a sigh of relief. He probably doesn't know. He put on a business smile and friendly reached out to shake hands. Me too. If we continued playing, I wouldn't have been able to. Jin Zhong used all his strength to squeeze Li Zhirong's hand. Ouch, that hurts. You're breaking my. Yeah, what a pity. His face looked grumpy. It seemed he couldn't accept this ending. Li Zhirong could only chuckle awkwardly. This bat.
Li Zirang.
Xiao Lin stood with her hands on her hips between the two. Keep that promise for the next date. Otherwise, he'll really get upset. Oh, just a reminder. She accidentally broke the awkward atmosphere from perfect timing. He waved his hand. Of course, Li Zhirong caught a glimpse of him turning away with an unhappy face. Jin Zhong, the chief of staff of the Republic. I don't like him, but he's very useful to me. He smirked. In his head, he began plotting his next. They'll figure out a way to use him later. But I have to get information through Xiao Lin. A rose bouquet was in full bloom, carefully wrapped and emitting a gentle fragrance that lingered around the nose. Attached to it was a note containing his message. Li Zhirong watched the scene as if the main characters were radiating an aura of love. Jin Zhong held the beautiful bouquet in his hand, looking down at the girl with a gentle and polite demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhang Haiyan just stood there, stunned and staring at him in surprise. She only reached the middle of his chest. Oh, what a height! He handed her the bouquet. She took the flowers. Okay, how should I put this bouquet? It looks very light, but the pressure must be thousands of. Seeing him flirting with Zhang Haiyan like this and now taking this action, he was annoyed. You've crossed my line, old. Li Zhirong called out to Zhang. She was holding the bouquet. Hearing him call her name loudly, she turned around in surprise to. She ran to his side, leaving Jin Zhong behind with a scheming, cunning. Seeing her come to him, Li Zhirong pretended not to know. He asked nonchalantly, what were you two talking about? And what are these flowers for? And that little note? Zhang Haiyan felt shy. It's nothing. He just said he's been a long-time fan of. And she recounted. He mentioned that he had seen all of my rehearsals, but said we should visit him in the Republic some. As she spoke, he forced a smile, acting happy for her. Is that so? She replied obediently. As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Zirang's smile vanished, his face darkening. I knew this cunning guy was up to no good. He's trying to recruit. He raised his eyes to look at the note on the bouquet she held, making a guess but seeming quite certain. I bet that paper has his contact information. Moreover, he's had his eye on her since the rehearsals? That was a long time ago. Does that mean he's been targeting her all this? Zhirong was frustrated. How troublesome. I forgot because I've let my guard down. He continued thinking about her image. The value of Zhang Haiyan, a genius archmage who, within just 1 year of arriving on the continent, reached 99 points in her mana stats. He thoughtfully put himself in Jin Zhong's perspective. If I were in his position, I would also do everything to recruit her. Moreover, Senga. Pulling his thoughts back to reality, Li Zhirong looked at the girl in front of him who was looking down and whimpering at him. Li Zhirong, you aren't mad at me, right? Should I throw this away? He was sure the man thought it would be easy to take her because she was mentally unstable. However, he grabbed one of Zhang Haiyan's shoulders. With his other hand, he hugged her head and gently stroked it. I'm right here. Zhang Haiyan's personal protector won't be. He leaned in close to her ear and whispered softly. It's okay. He's just your fan. More importantly, Zhang Haiyan. He bowed his head further, each word sharp like a threat. I don't like you talking to that guy. Do you understand? He spoke the next words as if warning her. I don't need a girl who looks at other men. A conclusion had been reached with the certainty that nothing was more important to Li Zhirong than himself. I know I sound like a bastard, but I've eliminated the cockroach named Jin Zhong from Zhang Haiyan's. In his imagination, when she heard these words, she would be terrified. I won't say anything else. They'll crush this damn cockroach Jin under my. Suppose Zhang Haiyan realized this. Seeing Jin Zhong's hurt face along with the mocking laughter of that Shaolin woman. I was rejected. It was rude for that bastard to flirt with her right in front of me, and it was heartbreaking that she didn't reject him right. He loved her so much. Suddenly, he saw Zhang Haiyan with a cold, grim face. Her eyes, sharp as bullets, tore the bouquet and flower branches were scattered all over the ground. Jin Zhong was stunned. So was Li Zhirong. Everyone around stared at the bouquet ruined on the floor. Zhang Haiyan's body was shaking. A silence surrounded. No! Zhang Haiyan's scream echoed. Disgust. She looked as if her soul had been drained. Her eyes were lifeless and desperate as she covered her. She raised her foot and crushed the innocent flower. She screamed again. Why? Me? With such a stupid guy. I don't want Li Zhirong to misunderstand. She gritted her teeth, casting fire to incinerate the flowers and the note. All because of a fool like. Sparks flew everywhere. I hate you, Jin Zhong. You stupid bastard. Go kill yourself. He stood there, not expecting her to get angry and turn into this state. He was stunned on the. Zhirong stood by, witnessing it. He covered his mouth. Oh my god, what if he gets hurt? Chahira looked at him. Honey, take your hand off your mouth. He slowly withdrew his hand, revealing a satisfied smile, more contemptuous than. Zhang Haiyan regained her senses. She slumped to the ground, sobbing. It's a misunderstanding, Li Zhirong. Hick. I am not that kind of person. He felt no remorse in his heart. Sorry, but this is who I am. I didn't expect the reaction to be so strong. But this will definitely make Jin Zhong give up. Chahira turned to ask, seemingly reminding him. Don't you think this is a bit too much? Zhang Haiyan seems more unstable than I thought. Can you handle this? Li Zhirong just smiled. Don't worry, she'll be. In his heart at that moment he felt guilty. But this was not the time to be kind. There was no guarantee that someone else wouldn't try to steal her from him. To ensure that Zhang Haiyan would never consider a recruitment offer, he had to make her obsessed with situations like. But Li Zhirong would have to regret this action. He realized too late that he should have stopped. A new day full of light dawned. Park Diaku and Sora stood watching with their mouths agape. A girl with disheveled hair, looking worn out and insecure, was biting her own finger. Zhang Haiyan collapsed onto the table. Her whole body radiated a gloomy aura that kept the living from approaching. What should I do? I feel like Li Zhirong hates me now. If he abandons me, then She didn't dare think anymore. It was too scary. Lying there helpless. The two people opposite her were silently saying Amitba in their hearts. Their mouths were buzzing as they whispered to each other. She's been in a mess for several days. Why am I even? Park Diaku summarized the situation of these two recently. After their date, the Vice Guild Master has been silent towards her for a whole week. He was just imagining the scene of them bickering. Zhang Haiyan screamed, Li Zhirong, I know you're in there. Please, let's talk. Please. Meanwhile, he pretended not to be there, very relaxed, enjoying a chill evening with a glass of wine and the book he was reading. Sora went, oh my, in her head. She had cursed him thousands of times. Li Zhirong, that crazy bastard. He's always with other girls. Sora was furious. The little girl slammed the table and stood up to question Park Diaku like a CEO. Why don't you try talking to him? With this situation, we will. Before she could finish, he had already run off, using an excuse to slip away. Oh, it looks like it's time for training. I have to go. Take good care of Zhang Haiyan. Ace, you. She just said that to sound tough. But when she turned back to face Zhang Haiyan, she had to speak in a gentle, whispering voice. Ms. Zhang Haiyan, I'm gonna leave now. Before she could slip away like the other guy, Sora's hand was grabbed tightly, not letting her. Zhang Haiyan looked up. What do you think, Sora? This scene was a bit like a ghost woman lifting her head. The little girl immediately burst into tears. Unable to help it, she asked back, yes? But in her heart, she was already begging for mercy.
Don à ce que me.
She still held Sora's hand tightly, not letting go. Her eyes were tearful like falling flowers in the rain. What should I do? The little girl looked at the weak Zhang Haiyan crying like a kitten. She didn't know what else to say. I should just comfort her. Otherwise, she might. Little girl stepped forward, feeling a bit scared as she spoke next. Ms. Zhang Haiyan, I've thought about this. Don't you think this is actually a better thing? She widened her eyes and asked. Huh? What? Sora, scared for her life, hurried to explain. What I mean is, the fact that the Vice Guild Master is ignoring you. The little girl stammered, not knowing if she should say it. It means the Vice Guild Master is being jealous. Oh no. In the end, she still didn't dare tell the truth. She could only reluctantly continue blathering. He doesn't want you to be snatched away from him. You know? It's like he owns you. Or something like. Zhang Haiyan's heart bloomed. Is that so? Possessiveness? You mean he wants me? Sora clasped her hands in joy. I escaped. Yes, of course. So he will never abandon you. Seeing that she had stabilized somewhat, she said, regarding this, don't you think there's something wrong with the guy who flirted? No. The Vice Guild Master really has an eye for people. I think he's also worried for you because he realized that guy is a bad. Zhang Haiyan seemed to have found an ally, right? You also think he's a bad person, right? The little girl hurried. Yeah, I bet he's a terrible guy. So I think it's best if you don't talk. Her face bloomed with the brightest smile she had in the past few days. I think you really understand me, Sora. You've really helped me a lot. Hearing this, Sora was moved to tears. Great. I won't be killed.
Im Aliva.
Zhang Haiyan grabbed the little girl's hand. I can't just lie around here. I have to go out. Sora wondered. Huh? Go where? Still a long time until the meeting. Zhang Haiyan also looked confused. Huh? What are you? She squeezed the little girl's hand firmly. We have to go prove it. The little girl's eyes rolled. It was just that Zhang Haiyan didn't realize. She was still determined. I have to prove that I don't care about that man at all. That the only person I need is Li Zhirong. I have to prove it. Zhang Haiyan turned her cold, soulless eyes to Sora. The little girl didn't understand. No, precisely, I don't know what she wants to do. But I feel like I shouldn't be a part. Sora, terrified, pulled her hand from her palm. Zhang Haiyan glared. Her voice filled with a deadly grit. You'll go with me, right? The little girl was now shedding 2 long lines of tears. There was no way out. Because she was scared of dying, she had to obey. Yes, ma'am. I'll go with you. So please I don't know if Zhang Haiyan is a witch with the magic to change a person's face in a second. In an instant, her loud laughter rang out. Ah! What are you saying? You won't. A second later, she wore that deadly look again. Her voice was eerie. Anyway, someone else will have to die. Sunset fell after a fierce day. Park Diaku sat chill, fishing beside the duck. The fishing rod. Park Diaku leisurely pulled the line, still biting a twig. He thought he was about to catch some delicious. He looked up at the tree. It wasn't any delicious fish. That was a sphere emitting light, with power fiercer than. He watched in stunned silence as it expanded into a sphere. With a giant size, hundreds of thousands of times larger than a human, It lit up the whole. That day, the worst magic meteor ever created fell on. Shaolin spoke up, hitting the nail on the head regarding why Li Zhirong came to find her. She read him like a book. One look and she knew he crawled over for information. Anyway, there's not much top secret stuff, so I'll tell you. He put on a somewhat meh face. It meant they were so strong that exposing them wouldn't cause her any. He provided him with quite full information and also required him to focus. Listen carefully. The first pillar and the 3 prime pillars possess even more terrifying power than us. Of course, except for the commander. She emphasized especially the first pillar. He rarely appears to give audience and truly has the reputation of a monster. Thinking of the first pillar's image made her shiver and break out in a cold sweat. An eye that doesn't stir with emotion. Killing machine. Even teammates feel a chill down their spines. She recounted that, and he listened with some caution. He didn't expect there were people more dangerous than that Jin Zhong. Far beyond these. After just a moment, his expression shifted 180 degrees. He flipped his face faster than the Ministry of Education sets the 2025 high school graduation exam for the 2007-born students. Anyway, the information is still very useful. He lingered around Shaolin, wanting her to provide more information. No use for anything except being handsome, exploiting, specializing in manipulating others to do his bidding. Well, since you've already told me, could you, my lady, just spill the beans about that general? However, her next action made him go, oh my god. He thought she was being serious. Turned out she was serious about someone else. She used the tip of her shoe to lift his pant leg as if flirting, but her mouth still cursed. Truly a selfish. If you want something, first of all, you have to give something in return, right? Her words made him swear, but he swore in his head and was very dissatisfied. What the hell? But you just said you'd tell me. On the outside, he advised her to stop. Shaolin, don't do this here. Her face was full of craving. Instead, why don't we make a deal? A night of drinking and then I'll follow whatever you want. She made a proposal that benefited both sides. Looking at her inviting face paired with her old trick, he suddenly wanted to grow a beard like Peter. He also silently agreed. Instead of sitting here talking nonsense, he should. The system popped up. Shaolin's disposition. Capable lady. What an interesting. But he still didn't want to. But if I do that, tomorrow morning it'll be a dried corpse. Damn it. Just refuse. Otherwise, there probably won't be any humanity left. Though he liked the offer, he still had to refuse her. Forgive me, Miss Shaolin, but I. Before he could finish his sentence, Shaolin interrupted. Why? You don't look like the good boy type. Or is it because I'm not your. With a seductive gaze and an inviting tone, she looked straight into his eyes. In truth, I really want to see your naughty face, Li Zhirong. He also had to marvel. This old lady is always full of energy. The sky suddenly turned a reddish-pink color. The cherry on his glass of water fell. But because they were busy talking to Shaolin, neither of them noticed anything unusual. Thank you, but I already have a girlfriend. While they were still not paying attention, a super huge meteorite piece was about to land near the restaurant where they were. So, he had only said one word when that horrifyingly large pearl caused an explosion even more horrifying than its appearance. Cutting off Li Zhirong's. It seems he was a victim of being interrupted. After that super terrible impact, people were panicking and screaming. What on earth is that? Is it a meteorite? Christina shouted commands. It's a level 1 disaster. Citizens, quickly evacuate to a safe zone. Everyone panicked and ran away to the safe. It's like the gods are in a rage. We will be annihilated. All of them believed that the gods were. Li Zhirong hurriedly ran to Christina. What's going on? She was still in shock, unable to believe her eyes. No, it's so strange. I saw the meteorite land with my own eyes. The sky was left with only a reddish pink, as if there had never been any destruction from the meteorite. And yet now it had completely disappeared. She couldn't believe everything happening before her eyes. The outskirts of Zeus. Without a that was also where the people of the Republic were staying. His face darkened after Christina's words. So it's because of Zhang Haiyan. 100% it's her again, it can't be wrong. He affirmed in his mind. And of course, being lovers, he knew his girlfriend well, so his certainty wasn't only she could use such terrible magic. If I hadn't used Mind's Eye to cover the area, I wouldn't have known anything. The area where the meteorite landed wasn't but it was all compressed into this stone. He squeezed the stone in his hand. And only he knew that an entire area and the people of the Republic were in his hand. A disaster spell immediately compressed everything within range, including people. If this terrible magic fell into the hands of the immense power within Zhang Haiyan began to explode, making her almost cause the survival of both countries to be destroyed. From somewhere, Li Zhirong appeared and approached. He played a trick by pulling a ring from his person. With sweat beads on his cheeks, he knelt on one knee before her. He held the ring box forward, his face flushed with embarrassment.
Merime, Sengayan.
It looked like he had gathered all his determination to utter this sentence. It looked a bit sincere. You? What did you just say? She asked back shyly. You heard me. Don't make me repeat it. In his hand was a shiny ring radiating sparkling halos around, while his mouth said that, in his head he was thinking, anyway, this thing just happened to be in my pocket. He coughed a few times to soothe his face, which couldn't be more awkward. Then, taking advantage of the momentum to flex, he showed off his flattering skills. Promise. I will make you happy for the rest of your life. A sweet, romantic but awkward atmosphere. As his sweet words were uttered, it felt like she could fly into the sky. Her tears also flowed because of the surprise he too. As long as I'm with you, I'm always happy. She rushed to hug him. Both were immersed in the joy of a newly blossomed love. He hugged her, lifting her whole body up. Behind the two happy shadows was the little girl who had just luckily escaped death, sitting flat on the cold sand. Of course, that was a lie. Li Zirang's annoying thoughts popped up, ruining the joy he was creating before the audience. But that's the best way to handle the situation. For some reason, it reminds me of Juliana. The difference is probably that Zhang Haiyan is truly important. It's true that at first, she was no different from a useful. In those thoughts, Zhang Haiyan's image appeared. Enduring your obsession is terrible. His tall back appeared in her delight. And sometimes I absolutely hate you. He remembered the moment her cute face and flushed cheeks were stained with fresh. For now, thank goodness. His eyes suddenly looked up at her where the warm voice came. You aren't hurt. Her eyes were tearful, but she wore a bright smile looking down at him. She asked kindly while a red bloodstain still lingered at the corner of her mouth. I can't imagine living without you anymore. Do you know you've already taken up residence in my... I manipulated you because of my ambition to have Archmage Zhang Haiyan first. It's true that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Overcoming these bottom-of-society thoughts, he still held her in his arms and looked at her passionately. Meanwhile, she was immersed in her pink... Is this my retribution? However, the corner of his mouth curled into a charming... Even though I'm just a piece of scum who can't say an honest word. He and she shared a passionate kiss. They closed their eyes tight to feel the sweetness of their... I still sincerely hope you are happy, Zhang Haiyan. This thought of his sounded okay. But it was okay in a messed up way. I don't need anything, as long as you are by my side. She sobbed. If we are married, then even if we are apart, we will still be one. I feel so relieved. Her feet were still on tiptoe after their... She smiled contentedly. So when are we holding the wedding? She asked him curiously. She reached out her hand to show off the sparkling ring on her finger. Her face was flushed with shyness as she looked at him. He wore an awkward face, not knowing what to say. Oh wait, since when did you put that ring on? I don't want to get married right away. I didn't even put it on for you. You just put it on yourself. His honest thoughts appeared in his mind. He really didn't want to get married, and the ring on her hand wasn't put on by... Turning to reality, Li Zirang put on the dominant CEO act again, stroking Zhang Haiyan's head. Let's handle this matter first, then we'll discuss it later, okay? I also want to buy you a more beautiful ring. He was not only rich in emotion but also rich in material wealth. Her face softened too. A few tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling her heart skip a beat. It's true that being a simp doesn't end in any world. She spoke shyly. Huh? Ah? Is this one of... This moment, Li Zirang put on his most fake face. It's nothing. I have to do it properly. You know I love you very much. You understand, right? Sounded so sweet. But in his heart he was feeling guilty. Even though it sounds like punching myself in the face, I really am a son of a bitch. It's true that once he has targeted someone they can't... Hearing those lying words from him, she whispered, Ah, of course, I understand. She lowered her head. Her tears fell in drops. Opposite her was half of his face with a grin reaching his ears. Sora sat there looking at the two of them with a helpless face. Li Zirang, that bastard. Anyone knows he will postpone the wedding indefinitely. At least I'm alive. Phew, I knew it. My time isn't up yet. The little girl held her head, smiled, and breathed a sigh of relief when she was still alive. Tears of emotion lingered on her eyelash. Sora. He pulled the little girl back to reality. You still have mana, right? He looked down at where Sora was sitting. His hand was still placed on Zhang Haiyan to comfort her. The little girl was startled and replied clumsily. Huh? A little bit. So, can you summon a demon? His shocking question made the little girl so surprised that she screamed. What did you... Demon? What do you need it for? The little girl stood up in panic to confirm if she had misheard. Are you asking because you really don't know? You realize that half of Zeus turned into dust because of you too? And it was even shrunk. He replied flatly to the little, should I report that Zheng Haiyan is the culprit? The image of a stone emitting purple light filled with souls inside, floating in space, appeared. This involves black magic, so we need at least one demon to cover it up. Goddess Benigor and the 72nd demon lord stood opposite each other, showing two completely different. Fortunately, this world has both demons and gods. So Sora, you are a warlock. I'm leaving it to you. What do you mean? I just became a warlock recently. I've never summoned a demon once. The little girl shouted angrily at him. Sora, I know you're very talented. Be confident. Zhang Haiyan put on a very confident face to encourage the little girl. Why do you only recognize my talent at times like this? Were the helpless thoughts of the little girl when receiving her support at this. Zhirong and Zheng Haiyan suddenly widened their eyes. Ms. Zheng Haiyan, just now. The little girl looked at her in surprise with her mouth agape.
Yeah, I'm checking.
She focused on the screen, searching for something. At the place where a crystal with an eye was floating in the air, emitting light. What is it? He didn't know what was happening. Someone is coming. I'm tracking them through the sea demon's eye. On the screen appeared two mysterious people gradually approaching. The barrier around here was set up by Sora and me. Apart from you, no one should be able to enter. She affirmed for him to understand. Someone is decoding it and entering. What? Who? No, if we get caught, we're dead. The two girls were. Oh, she seemed to see something dangerous on the screen. Her face momentarily showed a look of horror. It's Jin Zhong. Jin Zhong. That evil man. She suddenly screamed. On the screen was a tall shadow reaching his hand towards the magic circle, preparing to break the barrier to enter where they were standing. Beside him was a girl standing seriously. Damn. Why does it have to be Jin Zhong? And his subordinate too. Her worry appeared in every thought. The whole group will be deported if caught by the Republic side. Quickly summon the demon, Sora. Are you planning to disobey the Vice Guild Master's order? Li Zhirong screamed in panic, commanding the little girl. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it. I need to summon a demon as strong as Ms. Zheng Haiyan. The little girl slapped her chest, clearly showing her anger and help. How can I summon a demon with that kind of destructive power when I've just become a warlock? Her face was confused when assigned a task she thought she couldn't complete. He approached and placed both hands on the little girl's shoulders. Sora's face now looked like it wanted to turn into a question. You can do it. He put on a face full of faith and his protagonist aura to encourage the little girl's spirit. We will work together, Sora. You can do it. The little girl was angry but couldn't say anything. Sora, you're not alone. We will always be by your side. Zhang Haiyan also stepped forward and placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder. Her face was glowing as she looked up at Sora with eyes full of faith. No, get away from me. The little girl's inner self was torn with dissatisfaction, but her mouth couldn't utter a go on. Vice Guildmaster, Ms. Zheng Haiyan, please. The little girl knelt on the ground, clasping her hands to beg the two cruel people who were putting too much faith in her. Her tears flowed like a stream. Her pupils contracted with fear. If I do that, I'll die from mana depletion. Please, save me, please. She cried and begged for help from the two. Li Zhirong and Zheng Haiyan looked down at the little girl. They were like two cruel demons observing and preparing to eat their prey in Sora's. Oh, the little girl was so afraid she was shaking. Tears were still falling like rain. She looked at them with eyes pleading for help. Desperately, she begged them to help her. Save me. Help. She screamed with all her. On the other side of the barrier, Jin Zhong brought his slender fingers to the unlocking. His face smiled contentedly. His hand was able to penetrate the magic circle. Impressive. He studied black magic before. Scary eyes appeared around the squares in this space. But I didn't expect that person to be able to combine different spells into such a complex matrix. The mana is like a living thing. His thoughts are very interesting, he thought as he poked his hand into the eye stuck on the wall. Chief of Staff. The female subordinate following him suddenly screamed at his weird action. Who do you think is the owner of this? She asked him curiously. Her curious eyes looked towards her master. He grabbed his chin and stood there thinking for a long time. Not many, the people of the Republic have suffered injuries. Valentine was also injured by the meteorite. Perhaps the theocracy knew our purpose and attacked. A piece of memory of Valentine Alexandro and Shaolin suddenly appeared. The scene of her shouting at him. I'm not quite sure. Of course, we should consider that reason. Still not confirmed. If it's just due to the amount of mana, then it's definitely that crazy mage. The image of Zheng Haiyan with a dangerous face appeared. However, mixed in her mana is black magic, something forbidden by the theocracy. The wall around them lit up with sparks like mysterious purple. They broke the taboo and attacked the Republic and Zeus first. The romantic sunset scene from before popped into his mind. Assuming the theocracy really wants to start a war politically, I'm ready to this could be the beginning of the Third Continental War that I've been longing for. His face was pensive as he thought about these things. He remained silent and continued his deductions. But there's a strange... This doesn't seem like something Li Zhirong would do. Li Zhirong's face smiled before the prepared chessboard. An image of him flashed through his mind. He plays quite poorly, but his ability to learn and judge in urgent situations is very good. He's not the foolish type who would do something so dangerous. Hearing these deductions felt like being slapped and then So who caused this foolishness? His question was still there but couldn't be answered. His feet seemed to be moving. Chief of Staff. This strange mana flow seems to be getting stronger. It's concerning. It's too dangerous. I think we should return. His subordinate began to fear. She tried hard to dissuade him. Go ahead, Karina, he ordered her to go. Chief of Staff. She screamed. You're right. From here on, it will be very dangerous. But I need to find out the truth while this barrier still exists. He was determined to continue what needed to be done. His eyes turned towards the female subordinate. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. I don't want you to get hurt either, Karina, he advised. Chief of Staff. Her face was filled with emotion. Her nose tip turned red, and her lips were tightly pursed. No, I will follow you everywhere. Even if it's hell. She had also made up her mind and decided to follow her master to... He sighed helplessly, to the point of being speechless at her... The two of them continued to walk forward into the gloomy darkness. Their backs were majestic, as if they didn't have a shred of... I want to see more of this. He just kept chilling and continued to point his hand at the eye stuck on the wall as a refined hobby. Chief of Staff. Don't. His subordinate helplessly tried to stop. Li Zhirong was startled and screamed when he saw the two of them faintly appearing on the other side of the barrier. Oh my God! That guy made it all the way here? Is he crazy? Why come here? Sengayan. Quickly. Have you summoned the demon yet? He held his head in fear and walked around frantically. She, on this side, was panting.
I'm sorry.
I don't know. Her whole body was shaking from exhaustion and try one more time. He urged the two of them to continue. Sora and I are both out of mana. Her whole body was shaking. She looked at him helplessly. Her hands were supporting the unconscious Sora, who was lying flat on the ground. Damn it, both are out of mana? So an archmage doesn't have infinite mana either? Sora isn't dead. Is she? A series of thoughts flashed in his... Fuck, what should I do? We haven't prepared anything. We can't let him catch everyone like this. His face was confused and panicking. It looked very unsightly. If that chief of staff with 99 IQ chases us here, we're in... A strange laughter suddenly rang out, making him stare in surprise. Seems you're struggling a bit, lowly human. A magic portal appeared in mid... A black dragon crawled out of it. It was wrapped in red chains that were still attached inside the... This fierce dark dragon had something that looked like a heart in the middle of its chest, tied with iron chains. It was huge and stood tall before Li's face darkened. His pupils also contracted with fear. He looked up at the dragon that had just... Its golden eyes looked at him fiercely. If you truly desire it, I will lend you my... I might lend you my strength. Its words were like a temptation for him. Interesting. The demon spread its wings to reveal thousands of eyes growing all over its wings. His cold eyes and a grin reaching his ears were directed at Li Zhirong. 72nd Demon Lord, Demon of Deception and Agitation, Belial legendary rank. How were you able to summon me here? He asked curiously. That's what I want to know too. A legendary rank demon. Did Sora hide her power? Actually, I'm just having the same question as him. 72nd Demon Lord, Demon of Deception and Agitation, Belial legendary rank. My overall rating of this bastard. Why did you summon such a thing? How will you take responsibility for this? Even the status window seems very angry. His thoughts were probably right. The status window was indeed... Of course, he doesn't seem as strong as the ancient god we met at the Crack Museum, but... His face darkened. His body shook from time to time. I can't even look at him because his aura is too overwhelming. Fuck. Did we really summon this thing? Is this right? He was confused in his own tangled... It's you, he suddenly spoke, making him startled so much his heart almost jumped. The cause of this, evil human. Suddenly this dragon laughed loudly as if throwing buckets of water in Li Zhirong's... Did I do something wrong? He was confused and afraid. I don't know, but for now just kneel. He just knelt on the ground and bowed to him. Honorable Great Demon Lord of the 72nd Demon Legion, thank you for answering our call. But what do you mean by saying I am the cause? His appearance now was very humble, but it was only for survival. Evil human, weren't you the one who transmitted the warlock's sealing magic with that mana? He questioned him. On the other side, Sora was struggling to stand up. The little girl was panting. Her whole body was shaking, exhausting back on it. Before that, he looked slightly worried. Sweat broke out and lingered on his face. A piece of memory from before suddenly flashed. He looked up in panic when he saw a purple magic circle suddenly appear below. Strange energy flows also flew around like a gathering storm. You mean it actually worked? So I remember it all now. It seems your mana is quite compatible with me, evil human. This unpleasant mana feels so familiar. He spoke while narrowing his eyes as if mocking him. Evil, have we met before? He leaned forward. His hand reached out as if wanting to grab him. Excuse me? You mean? Li Zhirong was still kneeling there. He looked up at him. He didn't understand what his question meant. No way I could forget a disgusting, precious client like you. He thought carefully and then denied his previous statement. He stared at him with a face that couldn't be more confused. Client? Is he being good or? It feels as if I was summoned by a soul similar to yours a long time ago. That's right. It was around the same time, too. At this moment, the memory of his previous summoning also appeared in his mind. Well, no matter. Anyway, it's just is he talking about a previous life? But it seems he doesn't remember clearly. He was trying to take in his words. His expression was a bit cautious. Well, I guess if I chose the warlock class in the first life, then I must have been the one who summoned him, not Sora. Because he said our mana is compatible. He gradually connected his suspicion. Enough small talk. Let's get to the point. A rolled-up paper tied with a string fell to his place. He stared wide-eyed to see what this was. Belial, demon of deception and agitation, swears to fulfill the request of the contractor, Li Zhirong and the others. In return, Belial will receive. He read the content of the contract. Even for us demons, getting as many contracts as possible is quite important. Having said that, he retracted his wings and transformed into a handsome, muscular man with intellectual glasses and a confident smile. For us demons, the contractor is like a Now let me know what you want. After the complete transformation, he became a romantic guy with a tall body and large, attractive wings. He reached out his hand towards him like a saving god. 72nd Demon Lord, demon of deception and agitation, Belial. Human form. Wait. He looked at him in shock. I thought his power was sealed. Why did he suddenly transform? Curiosity couldn't be hidden in his eyes. What if he suddenly attacked? Seal? You mean these things? He raised his hand to reveal the chains tightly wrapping his arm. On his face was a clearly proud smile.
Démon dont arme terre client.
In an instant, the chains were snapped by him like rotten wood being. Rule is that there must be a one-on-one contract between a demon and a warlock. He mysteriously used 2 fingers to push his glass. This is a special case, so I will acknowledge all 3 of you as my contractors. Although it will be limited in power because it's more like an indirect contract. 2 other contract papers were also brought before Zheng Haiyan and Sora. Thank you, sir. He was grateful for his help. I understand the situation now. I won't have to be afraid anymore. He smugly wrote on the contract. On the side of the 2 Ians, they still didn't understand what was happening. Finishing writing, the contract flew back to the demons. As long as we are still customers, we will be in control, and the demon cannot harm us. Of course, I still need to be careful because he is a demon of deception and incitement. He let out a sly, satisfied smile after successfully acquiring customers. But if he becomes my ally through this contract, then I am sure there is no better partner for my future plans. I was planning to blame this demon for the meteor incident. He chuckled cunningly, looking at him triumphantly. But now I have a better idea. Some dark intention flashed in his mind. Really, let me go. I haven't seen my friends in a long time. Somewhere, Digu was insistently demanding to leave. It's very dangerous past this point. Please calm down, and everyone is trying to stop him. Must find them immediately. I am sure he is in trouble. He exploded with emotion, determined to go find his friends. Wait, I can't breathe. One of the people stopping him is being squeezed by him to the point where his soul is about to leave his body. Digu. A voice suddenly called his name. He will go with you. Christina appeared and offered to go with him. Your magic is dangerous. The guards were panicked when they heard she wanted to go with Digu. Dangerous? My people are in danger here. Don't you think it would be worse if the leader sat around doing nothing? Her sharp face looked at them, her eyes showing a hint of annoyance and determination. Your Majesty. But the subordinate tried to persuade her with all her. Don't worry, it'll be fine. She looked at them with unwavering confidence in her safety. I trust you will protect this place. Your Majesty, please return safely. Her subordinates were teary-eyed and encouraged her from behind. Wonderful. Gus' eyes sparkled as he looked at the majestic woman before him. Let's go. Digu. Over to see it? He shouted excitedly. What is this giant mana barrier? The guests of the divine power can be inside. He looked at her with worried eyes. She pointed to where the barrier was erected. Or maybe both Kazong and Jincheng are in there. Not only are the people of divine power missing, but also the guests of the Republic. She voiced her thoughts to him. What? You mean he's with those dangerous people? He said loudly, wanting to confirm her words. If something bad happens here, it could incite war. If that happens, she was extremely worried about the developments she was considering. Kazong, are you there? In contrast to her calmness, Gu was teary-eyed, yelling and pounding his fists continuously against the barrier. Please, mother, father. She gently touched the purple wall. Please, let anything else happen. Her cheeks flushed red. She tightly closed her eyes, praying for their safety. Contract is complete. The demon's voice suddenly echoed. The barrier suddenly shattered into pieces. To the surprised witness of him and Bradina, a face was reflected in the shattered mirror. A face filled with horror. That's the demon. Thoughts. There was an image of the demon spreading its wings and wrapping its tentacles tightly around Jizhong's body high above. It was Brother Kazong. Why is your body entangled by tentacles? Your face is pale, devoid of blood. Suddenly, opened his eyes. His eyes angrily looked ahead. Turns out it was Jincheng. What is? She startled and turned towards where his gaze was directed. White-haired young man was standing there with his arms crossed. Military advisor Jincheng. She didn't expect him to appear here, so she called out his name loudly. Fake contract. Yin Jung. Do you want power or glory? Speak. The demon wanted to ensnare him further. Zhang's eyes were teary. He looked down and tried to yell. Yes, your majesty. Quickly get away. Jincheng is dangerous. He all his might to yell Yin Jung. Her face darkened from the truth she had just heard. She couldn't utter a word. Trying to bring down Geos, he summoned a Jincheng silently glanced at him. His face was cold at his accusations. The monster at the front bared its sharp teeth and claws, tightened its grip on Ji Yang's body. The surrounding scene became dim and dark. Eyes glowed with a mysterious golden light. Everyone around watched in silence as he was increasingly ensnared by the monster. He strove to call out to the girl in pain. Your Majesty, get away. Its tentacles wrapped around him more violently, making him gasp. For his demon, his eyes were cold. Not a trace of emotion. Christina was stunned. Her eyes saw everything happening as if she couldn't believe this reality. Why? Collapsed. Everything seemed to crumble before her eyes as she witnessed it all. The indescribable heartbreak of betrayal and deceit. Her eyes were filled with disappointment. I can't believe it's military advisor Jincheng. My precious Vios. Seeing, Jincheng quickly explained. Your Majesty, this is a trap. I didn't. The monster extended its long, gnarled fingers with sharp claws. The white-haired man was stunned. He didn't have time to understand what was happening. The monster began its game. Other monsters also appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, demons, let the hellish games begin. Christina's group was bewildered. It seemed this was a deliberate trick by these bizarre monsters. The first question they asked was, who summoned the meteor and attacked Vios? Ziyang replied, Jincheng, while the monster was still strangling his body. The next question, who summoned the 72nd Demon Lord? Belio? Yin Jung. He painfully shed tears, helpless, forced to answer its questions. The blonde girl was also scared by the demon's ferocity and the questions it kept asking, all directed at Jincheng. The friend of the demon worshipper Itosuda? A moment of silence. He replied again, Jincheng. The demon. Everyone couldn't believe it. Military advisor. What's going on? He clenched his teeth in anger. Don't be fooled. I didn't summon a Jincheng yelled furiously at the monster and the protagonist.
Honorary Patriarch Li Deyang.
You were here before me. Do you think this dirty trick will make you an ally of Geo's? The monster thought, damn it. He spoke too fast. The rhythm is very good, Jincheng.
Diang subsided.
You're right. Then, unexpectedly, he looked up with an innocent, naive expression. You admit that your group arrived first. The monster was also surprised by his syrupy, chirpy voice. Beam of pink-purple light flared up. The mana was so familiar that I couldn't help but look up. Of course, the meteor fell on Geos. It was clearly created by Archmage Janga Ian of Divine Power. The two girls with black wings playing together appeared. He continued to accuse Jincheng. Yes, it was you. Before I knew it, you kidnapped Ha-Ian. What are you talking about? Before he could understand, he was cut off by Di-Yong. The two girls with black wings from earlier looked up in fear. You even made the supposedly kind mage use dark magic. They were so tense that their hair turned white. Chung didn't want to listen anymore and roared in anger. Stop this nonsense immediately. I didn't do any of those things. Then why? He was both wronged and angry, unable to express himself. At this, Pristina stood up and rebuked. Why is the demon obeying you, military advisor? I didn't expect you to be so wicked. Diogu also defended her. Yes, explain yourself. Di-Yong was sadly sidelined, his spotlight stolen. Wait, I'm not done yet. Return to the scene earlier, when he was being ensnared by the monster and no one saved him. Jin Chung summoned the demon. The blonde girl, Bilio, trembled behind him. Bilio, where's the background music? At this, Jin Chung stepped forward, expressing his intention to reconcile, because he didn't want any more trouble or misunderstandings.
Honorary Patriarch Li Diang.
Shall we resolve our misunderstanding? He placed his hand on his chest, expressing his desire. You are turning our republic into an enemy. I have no intention of confronting divine power. After hearing this, the protagonist cursed inwardly. Troublemaker. Everywhere I go, people hear rumors that you are inciting war. Jin Chung continued to express his feelings. I admit it, honorary patriarch. He extended his hand. Initially, I thought you used tricks to defeat me in the game. I also believed it was a skill. I regret that you are not on our side. I am sure you can easily resolve this situation. Therefore, let's clear up the misunderstanding and talk clearly. He offered reconciliation and expressed regret that his team didn't have After hearing all this, Di Yang's face gradually broke into a smile. Does this look like a misunderstanding? A threatening tone and a condescending smile, with eyes full of killing intent, enough to make a person tremble with fear. He froze Jin Chung on the spot. Everything suddenly fell silent as if time had stopped. The next second, something pulled both of them into a black sky full of stars, looking incredibly mysterious. Space and time separated. Is this also a demon? Yang smiled maliciously at the opponent. While still entangled by the monster in the air, I thought you were smarter than this. But it turns out you're as naive as a child. I appreciate you valuing me so highly, but honestly, I don't like you. Hatred and jealousy because he dared to steal Ha-Ian. Coupled with that fawning, he couldn't let it go. I don't like how you want to take Ha-Ian away from me right in front of me. And it also bothers me when you pretend to be chivalrous while acting like a top-tier expert. Speaking, he hugged the monster's tentacles. His eyes became provocative. Well, I didn't expect the opportunity to crush you to come so soon. But to put it simply, you have fallen into my trap. So Jin Chung fell into his... Jin Chung turned purple with anger and roared at the brown-haired man. You, Li Jiang. It's not for political reasons. He yelled until his veins bulged. Suddenly, everything became silent. Remember every moment from earlier, the accusations I had to bear, the criticism from everyone, unable to do anything. Even if I explained, no one would believe me. Instead, I was accused of what you did. All the malicious words were aimed at him. Hey, do you think you can really cover the sky with your hand? You can fool my eyes, but you cannot deceive the goddess Benigor. That's right, don't believe the evil one. Military advisor, how could you do this? Ong shed tears and recited a prayer. Oh, goddess Benigor, please descend your divine punishment upon this evil demon summoner. He clasped his hands in prayer, not faking it. He hoped Bilio would help him. Bilio, do it, the final blow. Eye of the demon turned towards him. It was contemplating. Sud used its giant hand to grab him, making him unable to understand what was happening. The monster
Feignet de surprise.
cooperate and play along with him. Christina frantically asked Jin Chung to tell the demon to release him.
Digu also worriedly cursed Jin Chung.
Only he was slightly surprised. Why did Bilio have to go this far? Of course, it made Jin Chung worse, but the monster looked at him. You've gone too far with the contract. He sweated profusely, pretending not to understand and forcing a smile. Huh? What do you mean? The demon was accusing you of making a contract, and you two signed it earlier.
Dom plaît d'homme.
He couldn't smile anymore. The surrounding scene was ablaze with fire. A pink flame. Here, look. This is the contract we signed. The contents inside are the demon of deception and incitement, Bilio. It clearly states here that he vows to fulfill the request of the fake contract, Li Diyong, and 2 others to frame Jin Chung as a demon summoner and deceive a few others. In return, Bilio will receive personal pleasure from the fake contract and the other 2. This means the demon lord will help him frame Jin Chung, and he will receive personal pleasure from the contract signatory. The giant monster bared its sharp teeth and stared at him. Your first request was to deceive a few people to frame Jincheng as a demon summoner. But in the end, I have to deceive all humanity on the continent. Words of blame appeared. I can't believe it's military advisor Jincheng. My precious Rios. The demon tightened its grip on De Yong and said angrily, "It means I have to do more things. Just for personal pleasure from all this? That's not a fair trade." Began to worry. He's got me cornered. This is why dealing with intelligent demons is so difficult. He was annoyed by the fear that the contract would be broken. Damn it. He wouldn't ask to break the contract, would he? I can't let that happen. That seemed to read his thoughts and replied, making him feel confused and a little scared. Don't worry, I won't break the contract. He forced a smile and thought to himself, "Thank you, Your Grace. You are the most noble and cruel demon." He continued the story. However, more entertainment. After saying this, hundreds and thousands of meteors appeared from nowhere and flew in the direction of the demon's hand. He asked in confusion, "Why?" I said I would judge the work based on the situation. After hearing the monster's words, Pristina and Dioku, standing to the side, broke out in a sweat. Everyone up listening to every word it said. The terror of humanity is the best thing a demon can do. Let out a sinister smile accompanied by a sentence that made everyone's hair stand on end. Hundreds of thousands of meteors from earlier, one by one, turned red with fire. I will send Geos to hell. Xiang immediately tensed up at the current situation. He didn't expect the consequences to be so great. Damn it. This is beyond my control. I don't think I can handle this alone. Destroying all of Geos just to play with Jincheng is too risky for what he'll get in return. Appeared cute, as innocent and fawning as possible, and pleaded with the demon, Belio.
I'm sorry.
Can we renegotiate? Haha. Have mercy on these wicked humans. If you throw all those meteors at the Republic, I think it will be beneficial for both of us. Held him tightly in his hand. That's not bad. But I don't want things to go as you wish. The scene from earlier reappeared. Pristina collapsed. Jincheng explained that he didn't do any of it. Xiang was angry. Damn it. The demon should have listened to the fake contract. Thinking this, he began to worry about his teammates. But if those things fell here, would they be okay? Would we survive? Ian and Soza would be fine because they are part of the contract. But what about Daiaku? He worried about the safety of this foolish young man. Daiaku was crying his eyes out. Wicked demon. Xiang is suffocating. Can't you see? The more he regretted losing Daiaku. My precious meat shield. I had to carry him to this level. Now I have to lose him here. Remember, every moment spent with Daiaku, he took bullets for him like a shield protect. The more he thought, the more regretful he became. Once again, the demon was controlling the meteors to attack them. Now fall. Hell meteors. Xiang roared. No, stop. He clasped his hands and begged. Damn it, oh Jesus, Buddha, Goddess Benigor, anyone. Please. They'll be good from now on. Please. At this moment he was terrified. Yahello appeared. Are you really? He broke out in a sweat but gradually turned into a cunning smile. The monster flew over. It used its rough, ugly finger to dig in. Golden light emanated from its fist. This light caught the monster off guard. This annoying golden light. It was so blinding that everyone had to cover their eyes. Christina shed tears and looked up. What is this? Yang whispered, I dare say. A pair of white wings appeared, emitting a blinding golden light, looking very pure. Is this an angel? It was actually a messenger of the goddess Benigor. He shone dazzlingly in his wings, looking down at everyone. For Li Jiang's deeds, alchemy light, holy level. Jiang, the light has arrived. What will happen next? Was dark, and the demon appeared. Amidst the red mist, it laughed loudly and yelled, Wahaha, Veos is doomed. At the same time, another demon had captured Veos. The demon's actions surprised Jiang. What? Did he lose his mind? Damn it, I shouldn't have signed a contract with a demon. At this moment, the system directly spoke to Jiang. Yuan Benig, do you Yuan Michite? Surprised him. The status window was talking to him. The system had given him a mission. A mandatory legendary level mission had been created. Rescue Veos. Reward. Alchemy light. Nearly god tier. Only those chosen by the goddess can achieve this profession. Your mana will have divine attributes. This is nearly god tier. A profession chosen by the gods. As he was still reading the mission board, the system urged him. Hey, stop looking at the description. Choose a profession again. And don't be stupid and talk to demons. Can't you read? I told you to choose a profession and rescue Veos. Hey, you scum. The system became impatient and started to Jiang was still wondering. Someone is sending these messages. Does a goddess really exist? The system urged him again. Come on, hurry up. Respond to urging, he said, I know. With the power of Goddess Benigor. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant light radiated from around Ji Yang, and white wings made him look like a god. Along with it was a detailed yellow pendant. Also, impressive attire highlighted Ji Yang's appearance. Li Ji Yang's profession, alchemy light, nearly god tier. This surprised him quite a bit. This is also amazing. The new power appeared. The demon quickly recognized it. This power must be that. Belio. What I want to say to you. What? Belio asked. He quickly replied, want is not the death of humanity, but their fear. While he was negotiating with Belio, the people present looked at him with surprise mixed with doubt. Ji Yang continued, if you destroy all humanity here now, you won't be able to absorb their fear for a long time. As he spoke, he persuaded Belio to follow his way. Handle the meteors myself. So this time, why don't you do it my way? After hearing, Belio laughed loudly. So this is your plan. Truly sick. Didn't you just talk about consciousness or something? Harvest all of humanity's fear, while you prevent the disaster and receive their admiration. Right? An agreement has been reached. He quickly grabbed the scepter. Right now, I entrust it to you, great Belio. Belio took it. I know. Let's begin, you despicable human. Sky. 2 beams of light appeared. One was Lai Kirang, shining like it illuminated the entire sky. Belio was like darkness waiting to swallow every. Red meteors rained down from the sky, along with the fear of everyone. Ah, husband. No. Marina Lia. Thank you watching for vid. Thank you watching for vid. Meteor hurtled towards the woman and child. A beam of light appeared and blocked the meteor. Thanks to beam of power, the woman and child were saved. The whole family was reunited. Husband. Marina Lia. Are the mother and child okay? What just happened? The suddenly appeared. This is a creation of divine power. That reflects the goddess truth. The person on the screen is an honorary cardinal of divine power. Moreover, your majesty is also here. The of him fighting with your majesty was broadcast live on the screen. The demon and its summoner, Jin Chung. In the name of light, I will descend upon you and punish you. Ji Zhang's power was enveloped by the demon's dark power. The demon laughed loudly. Wahaha, not bad for a mere human. However, he suddenly knocked him away. The blow injured him. Even if you have the power of the god in front of me, you are nothing but a powerless human. Shut up. Damn it, he yelled. But there's no role for you here, Jin Chung. Now I should use that skill. Oh, survive, messenger of light, Li Jizhong. We must help Li Jizhong. The responses from the survivors after he spoke. Oh, ocean, continent, and fellow countrymen, living beings on this land, lend me your strength. Immediately, streams of power converged from all directions, forming a sphere of light that enveloped Mina. Thank you, he said. I believe it. This blinding light. This is truly the power of lowly humanity. The demon seemed incredulous. This you devil. He directed all his power into a beam of light and shone it strongly at the demon. Ha 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 ha. Don't think it's over. Stupid humanity. This is interesting. Let's sign another contract next time. Just the two of us. Despicable humanity. Dirty demon. Light will always triumph. Of course. I will always be loyal to you. His helped both of them achieve their goals. The power successfully destroyed the demon. The power illuminated a corner of the sky. Belio. Ah, this pure light. Li Jizhong that day was a hero. Words of admiration echoed. As soon as he returned to the he immediately pointed the scepter at Jin Chung. Finally, it's your turn.
Demon summon, Jin Chung.
Your magic will handle him. He wanted to quickly imprison him, and he would become an ally of Vio's. These things were not shown, but were only Li Jizhong's thoughts. That's all there is to it. Just imprisoning this guy would complete today's to-do list. Once this is done, the Republic will lose its most important figure, and basically I will become an ally with Vio's. This is mine. Your Majesty spoke. Ah, see? Even Bertina bowed her head. Thus everyone was on his ocean, continent, and all my compatriots. Military advisor. It's impossible. Please say something. Are their words true? I've always trusted only you. Karina screamed. Then continue to trust me. I am completely innocent. Jin Chung, who had been silent, spoke. He laughed loudly at her words. Ha 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 ha. Are you trying to put on a musical play or something? Such cheesy dialogue. Continue to trust me. The play is over. Trung, the demon summoner. No way. Military advisor. It seems there are still people who don't believe. It's useless to make excuses now. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force struck him from nowhere. What the hell is this?
Lord Li Jiang.
Zhang collapsed. Everyone rushed to him anxiously. Hurry and catch him.
Don't talk anymore.
It must be because you used too much. Damn it. At this crucial moment, don't pay attention to me. Quickly tie up that scoundrel. Go, you scoundrel. No way can he be caught so easily. Even though he was injured, he still only thought of capturing Jin Chung. Suddenly, a girl appeared, radiating a white-blue energy that enveloped. I understand. Must do. All of it is for you. You have attracted his attention. Warm sunlight is shining down on the outside of the hut. After taking a bite, Ji Zhang exclaimed with joy. This winter salmon is so tender it melts in your mouth. Eating it in bed is even. Ji Hai crossed her arms over her chest and sighed. You're a real scoundrel, you know that? Who would sign a contract with a demon just for self-defense? Besides, everyone still doesn't know you're acting, so they're very worried. He pouted. But what if someone overhears and misunderstands? She asked doubtfully. About that, Ji Zhang didn't answer, just Ji Hai recalled Saman's appearance then. Of course, since others couldn't see anything, it was as if Jin Chung suddenly teleported somewhere. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. If it's true that which captured Jin Chung, then isn't that suspicious? The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. At that moment, why did she choose to save a summoner instead of you? Thanks to her, Jin Chung safely returned to the Republic. But since then, neither of them has contact. Afterward, Ji Hai lowered her head and sighed again. I don't know what kind of relationship you have with that girl, but at least I know you still have to rely on her. She raised her head and looked at Ji Zhang with a stern tone. I'm asking this just in case. Are you sure she and you are on the same? The image of Saman smiling and calling Ji Zhang master twice appeared in his. Ji Zhang lowered his head and replied in a low voice. I seemed a bit confused. However, the safety device should still be in place. The first time I met Juno, we signed a contract. In it, she vowed eternal loyalty to me. The spell would harm her if she dared to break the contract. That's why I'm not sure if she would betray. His hands clasped together. Then he tightened them. But if it's true, if Juno really betrayed me and followed Jin. Zhang stood up and approached Ji Zhang, saying, you look tired. Rest. Leave your work to Oscar from now on. She's very worried about you. And Alice, after hearing the news, cried inconsolably, calling out, Oh, Ji Zhang lowered his head. I have a bad feeling about this. Then he said to her, all right, thank you. As for Ji Zhang, he didn't turn back, just waved his hand. You haven't fully recovered yet, so take good care of your. Her footsteps paused slightly. Oh right. If something like this happens again, tell me immediately. Ji Hai turned her head. A suspicious red color appeared on her face. I'm also very worried about. Ji Zhang thought happily to himself. She's also quite cute. As for her, she ran away towards the door, still muttering, if you dare to worry me again, you'll pay for it. See you. However, before she could finish speaking, when she opened the door, Ji Hai bumped into a solid chest, causing her face to. Ji Hai rubbed her burning cheeks. Her face looked blankly at the person in front. Ji Zhang couldn't hear clearly, so he twitched his ear and said, what's going on? Besides, everyone still doesn't know you're acting, so they're very worried. He pouted. TSK. What if someone hears and misunderstands? She asked skeptically, about that curse-ridden. Ji Zhang did not answer, but simply. Ji Hai turned her head, her eyes sharp. Is Ji so rude? Can I add him to my list of The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. At that moment, why did you choose to save a summoner instead of you? Thanks to her, Jin Chung returned safely to the Republic. But from then on, the two of them had no contact with. Ji Zhang looked at the hand placed on his stomach, unable to suppress his curiosity. What is this? He quickly replied, a high-level mana recognition technique that allows me to transfer mana directly to. She looked up at Ji Zhang and asked sternly, I'm asking this just in case. Are you sure she and you are on the same? He looked at his focused face and couldn't help but sigh. Anyway, he looks very worried. He seems to have lost weight. Ji Zhang lowered his head and replied in silence. Streams of air flowed through the air. He was a little shy. I heard that the mana in your body may have been completely destroyed, and it's highly likely you'll continue to suffer from the consequences of this. You risked too much. He was a little angry, thinking, but imperfectly fine. Who dared to make such an unreasonable request? Clasped his hands together, then tightened them. But if it's true, if Juno really betrayed me and sided with Ji Zhang felt a little touched by his reaction and took his hand, looking at him affectionately. This guy is so foolish. He's being toyed with like a spinning top. I just bit my tongue. It makes me want to act more in pain. So this is what Tu Yen feel like. Alright, this is a good opportunity to increase my favorability. Ji Zhang lowered his head. I have a bad feeling about this. Then he said to her, alright, thank you. Ji Zhang did not turn back, just waved. You haven't fully recovered yet, so take good care of your. Ji Zhang said in a low voice, you must be very busy lately. I don't know what you're thinking or planning, but look at me. I'm still the. He looked directly into the other's eyes, so just go ahead with confidence. Even if it takes time, I promise he'll catch up soon. Ji Zhang felt proud of himself. My acting is top-notch, like a theatrical performance. I don't have time for these things with our little regressionist. He has to speed up his. Ji Zhang thought excitedly. She has her cute side too, and she ran towards the door as if fleeing, muttering, if you dare to worry me again, you'll pay. See you. He closed his eyes and sensed. But is mana transfer like this? Instead of comfort, it felt. Ji Hai rubbed her burning cheeks, looking at the person in front of her with a bewildered expression. After that, a seed of life sprouted, making him feel extremely comfortable. Hey, isn't it too much? It's over. He felt his entire body immersed in a waterfall, spreading his arm. From Ji Zhang's actions and words, it was evident that he was enjoying himself immensely. So he moved closer to the bed. Ji Zhang asked solicitously, Han Ji Zhang, did they dare to starve you? He switched to his acting mode, coughing. Cough, cough. Brother Haisong, why am I feeling so dizzy? Eating is so unappetizing. Ji Hai turned her head, her eyes sharp. Yeah? Really? How rude. Can I put him on my list of Christina quickly turned around, slammed the door shut, and said, oh Benigor, I'm sorry. Ji Zhang feared she misunderstood and called after her. Princess, I don't know what you saw, but it's all a misunderstanding. Please come back. What could she be imagining? A moment later, Christina chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, the members of the Lamb Guild are very close. I'm sure this strong bond helped everyone overcome this hardship. As for the two people behind, their faces were flushed from nosebleeds. She added, Lord Ji Zhang, I am very grateful to you. Grateful to all those from the Divine Power Kingdom present. Zhang's cheeks burned with praise. Princess. In his heart he wondered, she didn't just come here to thank me. Did she? He was pleased to hear Christina's proposal. Therefore, I'm not sure if this is a reward for your achievements with Geos, but at least to capture the summoner Jin Cheng, I want to form an alliance with the Divine Power Kingdom. Bendigo.
Yi Zhang chuckled inwardly.
Her voice echoed, mixed with regret. I was extremely ashamed when I looked back at my arrogant demeanor. As a queen, if it weren't for you, Rios would not have been able to overcome this phase. But the threat is not over. Christina placed her hand on her chest. That's why I'm doing this. Her words confused Ji Zhang. Huh? Doing? He turned his head and looked out the window when he heard her say, look out the. He saw a group of people outside pulling a cloth off a large object. Christina said, the cloth was pulled down, revealing a statue in the shape of Ji Zhang. She explained, the statue commemorates the moment when everyone's light converged to help you shine like holy light. He was startled by this. I created a statue in my. Ji Zhang was so amazed that he stammered. Princess, that. Christina nodded in affirmation. Yes, a gift to honor you and the members of the Lamb Guild. He jumped for joy inwardly. A life achievement. Absolutely amazing. Ji Zhang and Christina's hands clasped together as a commitment. She smiled. Riot will never forget your contribution. He smiled smugly inwardly. Of course. Of course. Ji Zhang looked at the statue outside again. Becoming a national hero is a bit trouble. He couldn't suppress the emotions welling up. But being noticed like this is so satisfying. Time passed, and it had turned into night. The moon hung high in this moment. Ji Zhang was sitting on the bed, pondering. Ji Zhang rearranged everything. The alliance has been formed. He remembered everyone had met Dialuria, who was crying and saying, whoever dares to harm father, I will kill them. Jimmo sighed and said to Jerry, I guess I can't take you out for ice. He thought about it and his head ached. Of course, there are still unresolved issues. The fact that the two Ians haven't woken up makes me very. The worst thing is the image of Saman smiling and calling him master twice still sends shivers down Ji Zhang's spine. He lowered his head, his face darkening. A sharp glint flashed in Ji Zhang's. He told himself, if she really betrayed me, if everything she said from the beginning was a lie, then I must. He didn't want to think anymore. Ji Zhang leaned back on the pillow and sighed. Let's leave it for later. I'm not sure yet. Nothing will happen today for sure. I should go to. In the deep, silent night, a faint light suddenly flashed. Then, an image of a glowing butterfly flew in through the. Following that, a pair of graceful legs in traditional attire quietly stepped. A woman's silhouette with long, flowing hair appeared beside Ji Zhang. A gloved hand slowly moved towards his. Turned out to be Saman. Her thin lips curved and Saman's mouth widened further. Her smile looked extremely cynical. Feeling something strange, Ji Zhang suddenly opened his. Before him was Saman's ear-to-ear smile. Ji Zhang screamed inwardly. Heaven and earth. I can't open my... Her 2 fingers touched his neck.
Yi Jiang struvled in vain.
What the hell is this? Sleep paralysis? Oh, it's so cold. What are you doing touching my neck? Do you want to see if I'm dead? You think you're... Seeing him sit up abruptly, Saman placed her index finger on Ji Zhang's lips, signaling him to be quiet. Please don't say anything. Then she placed her index finger on her own lips and said, Am I taking your pulse? The 2 of them looked at each other. He spoke. Now Ji Zhang sat on the bed, rubbing his head, and asked, Why did you do that? Why did you save Jin Chung before? Saman hesitated and replied, Master. She thought to herself, of course. Even if I told him everything, he wouldn't believe. His complexion wasn't very good either. Her attitude towards me is still the same. So, the reason she acted against me was likely due to circumstances. The same goes for the contract. Even though I named Jin Chung a fake summoner, she still had to act, so it must not be a small... Saman clenched her fists. After a moment, she spoke. I saw the future. Ji Zhang asked doubtfully, the head ached thinking about it. Of course, there were still unresolved issues. The fact that Hai Yen and the other 2 Ian had not yet woken up worried him. The worst thing was, Saman's smiling face calling out Master twice still sent chills down Ji Zhang's spine. He lowered his expression somber. A cold glint flashed in Ji Zhang's. He told himself, if she really betrayed me, if everything she said was a lie from the beginning, then I must. He didn't think any further. Ji Zhang leaned back on the pillow and sighed. Let's leave it for later. I'm still not sure. Nothing will happen today for sure. I should go to sleep. In the quiet depths of the night, a faint light suddenly flickered, followed by the image of a glowing butterfly flying in through the... Then, a pair of slender legs in wooden clogs stepped in. A woman's figure with long, flowing hair appeared beside Ji Zhang. Her gloved hand was slowly reaching toward... Turned out to be Saman. Her thin lips curved into a slight... Then Saman's smile widened, her expression becoming incredibly... Sensing something strange, Ji Zhang suddenly opened his... Before him was Saman's ear-to-ear smile.
Yi Jiang screamed inwardly. Heavens!
I can't open my... Her fingers touched his neck.
Yi Jiang struvled in vain.
What the hell is this? Sleep paralysis? Ah, it's so cold. Why are you putting your hand on my neck? Trying to see if I'm dead yet? You must think you're the... Seeing him sit up abruptly, Saman placed her index finger on Ji Zhang's lips, signaling him to be... She placed her index finger on her own lips and said, Are you taking my pulse? The 2 stared at each other. He spoke. Now Ji Zhang sat on the bed, rubbing his head. Why did you do that? Why did you save Jin Chung before? Saman hesitated. Master. She thought to herself, of course. Even if I told him everything, he wouldn't believe me. His complexion was not good either. Her attitude towards me remains the same. So, the reason she's doing things against me is probably due to circumstances. The contract is the same. Even though I named Jin Chung a summoner, she still had to take action, so it must be no small... Saman clenched her fists. After a moment, she spoke. I have seen the future. Ji Zhang asked doubtfully. Her voice turned urgent. Master, you can't kill Jin Chung right now. If you rush to kill Jin Chung, Kim Huinsong will soon know your secret, and then hell come to take your life. He listened, startled. What secret? Wait, does he know everything I've done up until now? But isn't he a bit too... Ji Zhang stroked his chin and chuckled. Juno, what are you talking about? Huinsong would never kill... Before she could finish speaking, her face was held tight by Saman's 2 hands. She closed her eyes tightly and said, I can't see the details, but the answer must lie in the dark. Then, Saman's eyelids slowly opened, a strange look in her eyes. She spoke slowly, but first, let's review everything you've been through since Park Dayak's death. In your past life, during the time we fought side by side, to find out why Kim Huinsong had no choice but to take your... Opening his eyes again, Di Zhang rubbed his throbbing head and mumbled, the dark realm. He looked at the deep, dark tunnel before him. Anyway, this place, a shadow appeared behind Di Zhang. Startled, as he clearly saw the figure, Di Zhang was shocked to realize it was him from his past life. He looks so worn out. He looks like he's about to collapse. What the heck is he doing here alone? He asked coldly. This is our base. Di Zhang's eyes narrowed slightly, his face looking a bit tired. Thank you watching for vid. Stepped towards the tunnel. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed from behind. Di Zhang quickly turned around but saw the image of Dioku. Tears welling up, flashed through his mind along with her voice. And hey, promise me one thing. Promise me you won't join Deng Jinho's legion, and don't do anything foolish no matter what happens.
Di Zhang laughed helplessly.
You stupid pig? Trying to lecture me? It's because of you I can't do any bad. Then he smiled slyly. However, you're not here now. Di Zhang continued to walk in. A cold voice echoed. Who made you like this? I will pay them back for everything. Those scoundrels who dared to slaughter innocent people, I will send them all. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping made Dijong turn. Jinho walked up, clapping and smiling. I like your ambition, Li Dijong. It's been a while, Captain Deng Jinho. He raised his hand in greeting. A time flies so
Jinho stepped closer.
Dijong spoke. Actually, I could have joined your legion anytime, but the legion scale is no longer a small number. He spoke slowly. Water droplets continuously emerged, making a ticking. Then, a monster with a large, long tail emerged from. It swung its tail and slammed into Dijong's face, causing him to. A woman appeared, speaking with annoyance. Commander, you're always so wordy. You know you need the brain's permission, yet. Dijong coughed and wiped the blood from his mouth. After all, he thought to himself. Dijong recalled that this was the Dark Priestess Sun Haijong. Past life.
Shun Hee Yang.
Summoner. Dark Maiden. Struggle. He felt confused. What the heck is she doing? Sound of footsteps echoed on the floor. Her voice rang out. Li Dijong, you should have died the moment you dared to refuse our invitation. But the commander decided to spare your. Dijong slowly stood up and opened his mouth. I know. But if you still accept me, I promise I will be very useful. Indifferent from before. Jinho raised his voice in mockery. Hua! Listen to him. Haijong put her hands on her hips and dismissed him. Don't you understand? We found the leader of the Legion. A strategy more brilliant than any. She stated frankly, let me put it simply for you. We don't need you any. Sang raised a hand to Dijong's face. He still bowed his head inside. Then, several people holding weapons advanced towards Dijong, threatening, you'd better not expect to leave here. Their eyes carried an eerie red glow, and everyone wore a monstrous. He showed no fear and ran away. Instead, he looked straight at them, provoking. Come on then. If you've got the guts, come and kill me, you bunch of scum. I have nothing left to lose. In just a moment, someone clutched their neck, trying to scream. I can't breathe. The others also wore expressions of confusion. Haijong, while controlling the formation, wondered, is it my tech?
Yin hos spine skiled unconsciously.
This bad premonition, is it a pact with a devil or something similar? Very interesting. It really lives up to expectation. He reached out and grasped the hilt of his sword, a cold smile on his lips. You are Suddenly, someone appeared, their cloak flying. Their feet touched the ground. Jinho withdrew his hand, then placed it on his chest and bowed respectfully. I apologize for the disturbance, mistress. The other person said coldly, I told you to stop calling. Then she looked at Jijong and asked, your name is Li Jijong. The person nudged the motionless people with the toe of their shoe and said, what a beautiful name. Is this coming for revenge? He chuckled. Revenge? That's still not enough. The other person asked again what. Jijong pursed her lips and smirked. For the entire continent to collapse immediately, leaving nothing behind. That's what I wish. Hearing these words, the foot that was about to stomp, the person glanced around and asked, where did it go? In an instant, the person was seen sitting on a large stone platform. Jinho and Jijong's voices chimed in. Please excuse me. They'll deal with him right away. Let me handle him then. The person ignored them and smiled. What are you all doing? Hurry up and welcome the new. These words startled Jijong. Jiho, on the other hand, hummed a cheerful.
Yi Yang gelang set up.
Jijong asked again, why? The other person interrupted, I don't. The person removed their mask and said, someone with such great ambition. Welcome, She looked at Jijong. From now on, please help us, The red moon shone brightly in the night sky like a giant, bloodshot eye, enveloping everything in endless darkness. In the pitch-black sky, two angels with majestic, magnificent white wings soared, clad in pure white gowns. It seemed they were observing something fiery below. Revenge and destruction. This theme is truly not bad for a story. The scene unfolded dramatically and mysteriously, bathed in the crimson light of a large moon, emitting a bloody glow, creating a sense of death and a powerful, threatening energy. It was clear this was not just a simple objective of Haisong's journey, but also harbored deeper dangers related to revenge and the potential for After all, I joined the brigade for the same reason. A low voice whispered from beneath the wide cloak. Golden brown hair and a mysterious smile appeared under the hood. An organization of dark rituals and a mask covering the face all evoked an indescribable So we have something in common then. The mysterious cloaked figure spoke softly, a hint of teasing in their voice, mingling with the atmosphere of the land filled with red and black, heralding a horrifying event. Are you trying to seduce me? The girl with the black mask asked playfully, a casual, challenging. Think what you will, he replied, his voice a mixture of helplessness and arrogance. She was silent for a moment, then pursed her lips defiant. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in white masks. Aren't black masks better? They're less conspicuous and much more alluring. She preempted the next thoughts of the person next to her. It has to be white. He denied her words with a strained voice, as if there was in the pitch-black night, a creepy atmosphere permeated the air. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy tore through space behind Hai Song. A blurry figure unexpectedly appeared, surrounded by a bizarre purple aura and glowing red eyes, staring in. Sensing the fiery aura behind him, Hai Song's eyes widened in surprise. He detected the danger and turned his head sharply. Before his eyes was a realm of purple energy, swirling like a vortex, enveloping the staff the white-masked man held. A concentrated power to be unleashed, waiting to reveal the blood of the scoundrel. His voice echoed coldly, like a death sentence. Blood splattered, dyeing his white mask a bright. Hai Song knelt on the cold ground, hit by the unexpected. You were right to say head return. Ha! How foolish. The black-masked girl's words suddenly cut in, her voice full of mockery like a death knell. Then see you later. She scoffed at his pain and slowly disappeared into the dark night, leaving behind a cold emptiness. Hai Song's body trembled with pain, biting his teeth to endure each sharp. His eyes blazed with ferocity, filled with hatred for the masked figures. You damned masked dogs. He snarled through clenched. He continued to taunt Hai Song, the boy writhing in pain on the ground, breathing heavily. Ah, little hero, you haven't changed at all. I was eager to see how much you've improved. How disappointing. His voice was full of contempt, as if speaking to an insect. Shut up. Hai Song roared, not wanting to hear any more. His hands trembled as he gripped the hilt of his sword, trying to maintain balance on his weakened body. It's all because of you. You, Archmage. You killed everyone. If it weren't for you, Sarklod, the people of Lindell, and the Grand Mage Hai Yen, all of them could have. Painful memories flashed in his mind. It's all your fault that innocent people have died. Hai Song screamed. His voice, tears streamed down his face with the losses he had suffered. What is your purpose? Why are you doing? Your way of thinking is completely wrong. His whole body was battered, his clothes stained with blood, but his will was as strong as steel. You are nothing but a failure. Not wrong. The white-masked man sneered, his tone full of contempt. Hai Song's words were just a joke, but hearing them from you is truly But what's the point of arguing right and wrong now? The dead don't come back to life, do they? He smirked, raising the staff filled with dark magic. Hai Song's eyes were filled with pain, but deep within, a spark of determination blazed. He mustered his last bit of strength and lunged forward, preparing to draw his. He raised his staff, facing him with a cruel gaze flashing behind the blood-soaked mask. Who knows who will meet the ancestors? The crimson moon still illuminated the night sky like a silent witness. Hai Song lay motionless on the ground. He stood there like a demon savoring his master. He's still alive. God truly loves him. The white-masked man muttered as he approached to assess the situation. Am Anthenos, he growled, anger erupting, and raised his foot, preparing to deliver a strong kick to Hai Song. Now I should deliver the finishing blow. Before he could finish speaking, a streak of light suddenly cut through the space, interrupting his words. A sharp, whistling sound. Who we have here? He raised an eyebrow. His gaze swept over. Isn't that Saint Hyjin? I'm surprised you're still alive. Hyjin suddenly appeared. Her entire body was covered in wounds, her armor torn, but she stood firm. She had arrived in time to rescue Hai. Well, but now that you've come all this way, you won't last long. He raised his dark staff again, dark magic swirling, preparing for a brutal finishing. Please spare him. She suddenly knelt on the cold ground, her voice trembling as she. The white-masked man looked surprised. Please spare his life. I beg you. Hyjin bowed her head, pleading desperately. Her hair fell, covering her face of utter despair. That's the last thing I ever imagined hearing a holy saint say. He sneered, his tone full of contempt. Where is your noble, upright? Please. Tears streamed down her face, carrying extreme sorrow. I don't care what happens to me, but please spare the guild leader. Again, he sighed, looking annoyed. This scoundrel is truly too sociable. He not only disrupted the goddess love, but he even has a subordinate willing to sacrifice her life for him. Saying this, he approached and roughly lifted her. Heavens, it's over for me. Seeing this scene weakens me. He placed his finger on her, his eyes locked onto her terrified face. Do you know? You remind me of the fools I once chased. As he spoke, he vaguely recalled his memories, his eyes distant. Innocent and foolish. Fools who sacrificed their lives to save those they chased. I don't hate people like you. Suddenly, he delivered a strong blow to Hai. But it reminds me of those memories. and it makes my head hurt so much I want to vomit. He placed one hand on his head, and the other pointed his staff at her. Dark energy erupted ferociously. It's really uncomfortable. More accurately, it drives me I've changed my mind. It'll kill you in the most humiliating way possible. But it'll let Huin Song live. I want to see what face hell put on when someone else dies for him. Huin Song lay flat on the ground right behind him, while Haijin lowered her head, overwhelmed by the pain from the previous blow. Above her were arcs of energy that he created to send her to. Thank you for listening to my request, she struggled to say. Hearing you thank me in this situation makes me sad, he replied, his voice slightly mocking. Say something. Haijin weakly raised her head and looked towards Huin Song lying on the ground. Guild leader, I'm sorry for leaving you alone. Her words were no longer complete, interrupted by the pain she was enduring and the anguish tearing at her. Her hand trembled as she reached towards Huin Song, as if wanting to touch him. But live until the eyes were tearful but full of deep. Huin Song, I thank you watching for saying this. She collapsed, completely unconscious. Her sword still stood upright on the ground like a tomb. You're even crying. How unexpected. He stood there, looking down at where she lay. Well, in another situation, she could have been my Cuckoo. What foolish thoughts. The staff in his hand suddenly chuckled and spoke. I guess you're human after all. No, I take that back. Saying that must be rude. The staff in his hand narrowed its eyes playfully and contract cancellation assets if you say any more nonsense, Bilio. He raised his hand to his mask as if to tear it off. Disgusting. The voice that emerged was full of revulsion, like a curse from hell. He decisively removed the mask. The person behind the mask all this time was none other. Zizong suddenly sat. He fell off the bed and vomited profusely. Sweat poured out as if he had killed leader. Are you okay? The person beside him rushed over to ask, but he roughly pushed his hand. I can't believe it, Zizong muttered, his eyes in his mind. Fragmented memories slowly surfaced. So what faction should I choose? Dark mage. Probably dangerous. So I think you should choose something else. Ah, I see. It's that thing that Haisong tried to avoid. Haisong, what are you so busy with? It seems you're looking for someone. You come back covered in blood every night, but you attended the ball despite your busy schedule. It's that thing that Haisong tried to find. The words in his mind appeared along with fragmented memories. So, shall we take Duek-gu to the... I was planning to go anyway. The reason he checked on me is because, long time no see, masked person. The words in his memory became because of the greatest villain in his first life and the most cruel dark mage in the world. That masked, the fragments were pieced together, forming a complete picture. Horrifying truths were gradually revealed, and tears fell from his eyes, salty, and that was himself. Morning sun shone down on the Duong's face was pale and gaunt, looking terrible. Seeing his deathly pale complexion, Jihai asked fearfully, didn't you sleep last night? Why do you look so lifeless? You look like a walking corpse. Watch your image. Then, she sighed and said to him, if you don't feel well, go rest for a while. The meeting isn't that important, so you don't have to attend. They'll brief you. Hearing her words reminded him of the past. At that time, she wore a black cloak and said with a mysterious voice, welcome to the Assassin Guild. Her demeanor then was incredibly confident, and she said, from now on, we will be the leaders of this organization. Let's destroy this world. Just thinking about it made him hesitate and ponder so much that he didn't hear her call him several times. Then, she shouted loudly, making him jump. What's wrong? Are you? His face didn't improve. He stuttered, in fact, his mind was full of thoughts. What's wrong? Damn it. I can't understand. I know everyone has to change, but this much change is too much. How did Li Jihai and I become a villainous pair who want to destroy the world? Fortunately, Kim Huisung doesn't know about this. At this moment, he imagined the scenario if Seon Seong discovered the truth. If he knew, he would surely kill them during the guidance. Hell hold his sword and shout, die! You damn... He was quite hesitant at the moment. Fortunately, I've gained his trust. The system appeared and asked him, do you want to accept the mission?
Next is Seon Seon.
Thanks to that, Kim Huisung trusted Li Kijang. He trusts you immensely. You know, I really like you, Li Kijang. Unless there's concrete evidence, hell never doubt me. However, there's still something that makes... The scene shifts to the book with the dragon on it. A voice calls out. Then, many people with weapons advance towards Dijong, threatening him. You'd better not expect to leave here. Their eyes held a demonic red glow. Each of them wore a sinister... He wasn't scared and didn't run. Instead, he looked straight at them provocatively. Come on then. If you're so good, come and kill me. You scoundrels. I have nothing left to lose. In a short while, someone clutched their neck, struggling to breathe. The others also looked bewildered. Haijong, while controlling the formation, suspected, is it my tech?
Gino shivered involuntarily.
This bad feeling. Did he make a pact with a demon or something similar? Interesting. Truly lives up to expectation. He reached out, grabbing the hilt of his sword, and drew it. A cold smile spread across his lips. Immediately after, she stood up and rallied everyone. To the satisfaction of the other two, I need to prepare more carefully to counter the next attack from that demon summoner and protect myself. At this moment, she signaled her subordinate to bring the papers. Regarding that, there was an urgent letter from the neighboring country a few days ago while that incident was occurring. Hearing this, he was very surprised and said, "That's..." Then he peeked inside to read the contents of the letter. "We cannot stand idly by when demons threaten the entire continent. We will open our country's borders after a long period of closure and join humanity to defeat those demons." Reading this, he wondered, humanity? Are they At this moment, she smiled and replied, "It's the Heterogeneous Alliance. We received an alliance request from the Elf Kingdom." Hearing, the two girls couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Really? From those elves who always look down on humans? How surprising. I thought the letter was from some other. Hearing this, Ji Zhang thought to himself, it's a kingdom that has been hidden for quite some time, so no one knows it. But what's certain is that they have protected the peace of the continent and have been watching for demons for a long time. Their envoy will arrive. Thinking of this, his expression turned quite sinister. A smile formed on his lips. How interesting. Oh my, you scare me so much. Now even the Elf Kingdom is joining the hunt for Jin Chung? This will be very helpful in creating a perfect crime. The perpetrator is not Ji Zhang, but someone else. Suddenly, the screen flickered and went to the section about false pretenses. Someone walked, so it was Ji Zhang who is hosting this program. Do you know the Republican warrior Jin? Then, he led the commentary. Everyone respects his fake appearance and contributions. But as you can, the news report then returned to Deng Hai Ian, Ji Zhang's fiancé. Hearing this, she couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "How could he do such a thing? I didn't expect him to summon a destructive demon. I shouldn't have let him go."
They interviewed Kazugano Guno, is Hank's fiancé.
Hearing this, she shouted, "He is the one who will annihilate the entire continent. He is Kim Huisung's greatest." Immediately after, he continued, "His true nature is surprising. A warrant has been issued for the demon summoner Jin Chung. The suspect is Jin Chung, 180.5 centimeters tall, weighing 70.5 kilograms. Information. On this date, he summoned the demon king Bilio and destroyed half the kingdom. Leader, Li Qi." Immediately after, he affirmed that fake Jin Chung. "For world peace and the happiness of the people, we will catch you." As he said this, it made the two girls incredibly surprised. Returning to the program with Nguyen Bien, who is awaiting aid from the Elf Kingdom in the pursuit of the demon summoner Jin Chung. Thinking of this, he was very excited and laughed. Perfect. Even the Huisung will be fooled. Seeing him like this, she asked him in alarm, "Li Qizhang, what?" It turned out Ji Zhang was incredibly moved and sobbing. Ji Zhang, deeply touched, said, "I feel pity for those who sacrifice themselves to the demon and the demon summoner, so I couldn't hold back." Hearing this, the two girls were deeply moved and exclaimed, "Li Qizhang." Seeing this, Ji Hai thought helplessly, he's acting so convinced. The subordinate behind him, hearing these words, was also very moved. Christina empathized and said heroically, "I understand how you feel. Don't worry. The honorary patriarch of our intelligence team is working very hard to find him. And Kim Huisung is also helping." Hearing this, everyone agreed and shouted, "Yes, we will definitely catch." Seeing this, he wiped away his tears and said, "Thank you for comforting me. Wait, who is helping us?" Immediately she replied, "Our kingdom's intelligence team is working diligently to investigate."
Saut dont Overlook.
Ji Zhang's intention was not that. He asked again, "No. The previous sentence, Kim Hui?" Immediately, she replied, making him stiffen.
Kim Hui-sung.
"He is helping us investigate. He's probably at the scene right now." Just hearing his name made Ji Zhang very surprised and he thought, "Kim Hui-sung? Why is he involved in?" Thinking about his interest in investigations, this is very suspicious. This perfect crime. This made Ji Zhang's head ache. Damn it. He's going to ruin my perfect plan. If he finds any inconsistencies, my plan. Suddenly he felt an intense. He clutched his chest and cried out, "My heart." This made everyone very confused and surprised. Immediately after, he collapsed to the ground, causing everyone to panic and cry out, "Li Qizhang." Immediately after, he fell to the ground, causing everyone to panic.
Li Qizhang. Qizhang.
They moved to the sea. Huin Song was still diligently investigating. There is no doubt. These residual magical energies belong to the fake. The one who appeared in my past stared at the magic and thought, according to my memory, Bilio only reacted to the fake's magic. The kingdom said. The summoner said. The summoner of Bilio is the demon summoner Jin. Immediately after, he turned and left, speculating, if that's the case, then that Jin Chung is the fake. The damned fake from my past life did the same thing. But something is strange. He then recalled the scene at that time and thought, the fake. I turned back at that moment and menacingly told him, you've been deceived. Thinking of this, Hui Song was extremely panicked. Then he immediately dismissed the thought.
No, that's impossible.
Why would I suspect Kijong? Kijong would never do such. After that, he recalled the conversation between himself and him. But sometimes I want to be part of your plan. Even if they aren't killed by monsters, they'll starve to. Suddenly, at this moment, he realized that his calmness was very similar to the imposter. Hui Song was so surprised that he stood there frozen, thinking, between two choices, I will definitely choose the one with a higher chance of winning, even if I have to sacrifice anyone. If that imposter was Kijong. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over, startling him.
Sir Kim Hui Sung.
He immediately turned and asked what. Subordinate panicked, informed him, please come to the palace immediately. Li Zhang's situation at that time was very critical.
Sir Li Qigyang.
The other man shouted, Sir Li Qijiang is in danger. On hearing this, he was extremely shocked and Hui Sung rushed into the room where Ji Zhang was recovering from his injuries. He asked worriedly, Ji Zhang, are you okay? Ji Zhang, crying, explained to him that it was an unexpected seizure. The priest said it was only temporary. But I've never seen such a bad, she said with a tone of worry mixed with a slight sob from crying. And Ji Zhang lay on the bed, his face flushed with fever. Sweat poured out as if a basin of water had been dumped. Sung was so shocked to hear that. His tears also fell. He was surrounded by, he covered his mouth, speechless. But he didn't know this was just a play by Ji Zhang and Ji Zhang. Seeing Hui Sung's reaction exactly as desired, Ji Zhang turned to the other side to hide his pleased smile. Ji Zhang couldn't hide his delight either.
Ji Yang gea thumuk to Ji Yang.
Ah, you did a great job, Li Ji Zhang. Your acting was superb. After this stunt, maybe you and I should register as actors. The acting was so convincing, it was like it really praised Ji Hai endlessly. Thanks to you, Hui Sung came here before he could investigate. At this moment, Ji Zhang pretended to wake up, taking the cloth from his forehead. He looked to the side of his bed and saw Hui Sung had been there for a while. He wondered, ah, Hyun Sung, how did you get here?
Hearing Ji Yang voice, Hui Sung snapped away and shouted, Ji.
He asked worriedly, Han, are you okay? Ji Zhang, still in character, raised his hand to his head as if it hurt terribly. I need to be as weak as possible. Like a sad play, I'll choose both roles. Ji Zhang alone can handle it. You're the best at. I have to show him the Ji Zhang he loves. In reality, not what's behind the mask. The image of Ji Zhang appeared with an innocent face, held in the arms of a masked person. A fragile flower. The journey to become an excellent actress like Ji Zhang is a whole process. What is the standard? Whose standard? Ji Zhang staggered down from the bed. I have to go. Hui Sung held him back, not wanting him to. Where do you want to go? He only answered in his mind, not daring to say it out loud. To Khan. If I say it, Hui Sung will probably faint from shock. He pushed Hui Sung's hand away and yelled at him. Let me go. If I don't go, Ayan. He looked up, placing his hand on his chest. Tears flowed like a river in flood season. Seeing the helpless but also very tempting sight, Ha-Ian would be in danger, earnestly, anguished, worried about the safety of his beloved girlfriend. Everything was reflected on his. Scene shifted to another room where Ha-Ian was resting. Her face was peaceful. Her hair was now only a pure.
Impossible.
I didn't expect Jin Chung to have intentions towards Ha-Ian. But why? Huin Sung also didn't understand why Jin Chung would do. Liu Jizhong provided the answer to his. He was surprised to hear that name. That demon, Jizhong explained further, I'm sure you've heard of it. But Bilio is a demon summoned by the sorcerer. However, based on what I saw, it seems the demon seal hasn't been completely broken. You've noticed that too. Huin Sung was shocked speechless. Meaning Jizhong wasn't sure either? It's just a guess. I think he plans to use Ha-Ian to completely break Bilio's. Huin Sung couldn't believe what he had just heard. He plans to sacrifice her? Jizhong raised his hand to hide his smile. He was silent, but the answer was in his mind. Yes. That scoundrel Jin Chung plans to sacrifice my precious fiancé. Damn, they're almost. Suddenly, someone appeared, their cloak billowing. Their feet slowly touched the. Jin Ho retracted his hand and then placed his hand on his chest, bowing respectfully. I apologize for the disturbance, mistress. The other person said coldly, I told you to stop calling. And, looking at Dijong, they asked, your name is Li Jijong. The person kicked the fallen figures with their shoe and said, what a beautiful name. Are you here for revenge? He chuckled. Revenge? That's still not enough. The person asked again. Anything? Jijong pursed his lips and sneered. For this entire continent to collapse immediately, leaving nothing behind. That's what I desire. Upon hearing this, the foot that was about to step down, the person glanced around and asked, where did it go? An instant, the person was seen sitting on a large stone platform. The voices of Jinho and Jijong echoed. Please forgive me. I'll deal with him immediately. Then let me hand. The person paid no mind and smiled. What are you people doing? Welcome the new arrival. These words startled Jijong.
Ihohumet a cheerful Yiyang gelang set up. Yiyang, you into? You don't.
The person removed their mask and said, someone with such great ambition. Welcome to the She looked at Jijong. From now on, please help us. His face, the words I can't forgive him were clearly. Anyway, I joined the Legion for a similar reason. A low voice whispered, hidden beneath a wide cloak. Luscious brown hair and a mysterious smile peeked out from under the hood of a dark organization's attire, and a mask covering the face. All evoked an indescribable. So, we have something in common. The mysterious cloaked figure said softly, with a hint of teasing in their voice, blending with the atmosphere of the land filled with red and black, signaling a terrifying event about to happen. Are you playing with me? The girl in the black mask asked, releasing a casual, challenging. If you like, you can think so, he replied, his tone carrying 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts amusement. She was silent for a moment, then pursed her lips with a nonchalant expression. Bad. I'm not interested in white masks. Aren't black masks better? They're less revealing and much more seductive. She preempted the next thoughts of the person standing next to her. It must be white, he said in a low voice, firmly denying her words, as if there was an obsession with Ayan. In front of him was a Ha-Ian full of energy, with pink hair as usual, not the white hair from earlier. He leaned down and called out, you did well too, Sora. You can come out now. Sora crawled out from under the bed where Ha-Ian was lying. The girl was extremely dissatisfied. Hey, please don't make me do things like this again. Do you know how hard it is to keep her hair white? She yelled directly at him, but the guy's face was still. The sect leader was scary enough before. Now, if he realizes that you, Ha-Ian, are completely normal, what will happen to me? The girl scolded him while dusting herself. He detected the danger and sharply turned his head. Right before his eyes was a domain of purple energy, swirling like a vortex around the staff the masked man held. A concentrated power to be unleashed, waiting to make the blood of this wretch clearer. His voice said coldly, like a death sentence. Blood splattered, dyeing his white mask, and suddenly Ha-Ian pulled Sora. You were right to say he would return. Ha! How foolish. The words of the girl in the black mask suddenly erupted, her voice filled with mocking disdain, like the toll of a death knell. Then see you later, She was hugged so tightly she couldn't breathe. Hearing this, she asked, huh? What? Jijang, watching, just smiled helplessly. Jijang was also a bit surprised that he could trick Huisung so easily. I'm surprised everything went so smoothly. He was exhausted before he even got here. Therefore, he was quite easily. His eyes burned with ferocity and hatred. Towards those masked ones. Those cursed masked fools. He gritted through his. Thinking of this, Jijang laughed maniacally.
Pupua.
He looked utterly delighted. Ha-Ian called him Ji. His trembling hand clenched the hilt of his sword, trying to steady his weary body. It's all because of you that they died. You, dark sorcerer. You killed everyone. If it weren't for you, Darklord, the people of Lindell, and even Grand Sorcerer He patted her head. Hi-Ian, do you like elf princesses? She happily replied, yes. Like fairy tales. I like princesses as long as they don't seduce men. Maybe you should be more open-minded. Because the one seducing is the guy you love so much you lose control. Oh right, does that elf princess have any legends about herself? What could it be? He wondered, asking her. She answered his question. Oh, you don't know? I heard she can see the purity in a person's soul. The image of the elf princess appeared. Her long green hair, a veil and bangs covered her eyes, leaving only half her face visible. But she was still incredibly beautiful. He asked again with a smile, purity. Ian explained more clearly. She can tell right away who is disgusting and wicked. She says she can smell it from afar. Isn't that cool? Hearing this, his face turned ashen, drained of all color. His eyes widened in disbelief. Scene changed to another location. The ceramic vase was crushed by some unknown. All the objects in the room were lifted by some force, suspended in. That guy called out a familiar name, Li Zhang appeared with angelic wings, holding a scepter. Demon Yai and Summoner Jin, I will punish both of you in the name of angelic. Zhang laughed with glee. Everyone in guise has already seen that Summoner Jin is the evil one. He will be punished. Then another image of Zhang appeared, a satisfied, somewhat triumphant expression. You've fallen into my trap again. My strategy. Zhang went mad and shouted, Li Zhang, you scoundrel! A victim of Zhang. Poor him, but what could be? Items he had levitated with magic earlier were all broken. This anger is terrifying. But Karina remained calm, standing perfectly still before his fury. Karina announced, Your Majesty, the king has given his permission. He leaned his hands on his face, breathing heavily from both anger and exhaustion. Yes, suddenly his eyes widened. For the third large-scale continental war. He looked at the masked man and shouted angrily, You killed. At this moment, the little girl was being choked by him, making her cry, and immediately after, he shot a purple power directly at him. While he was still speaking, Haij too, Huin Se-ong said with choked rage, his voice catching, If it weren't, afterward. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, he found it very funny. So he took off his mask and said, And surprisingly, the masked man was Haij Jiang. His face was extremely cold, and he said, Those words coming from a hypocrite like you? Afterward, he cast a murderous gaze at Huin Se-ong and threatened, You are forgetting something very important, right? Suddenly, Haij Jiang decided to rewind to the scene where he met Haij. Fast forward a bit. Is this the first time I met Li Hai in my first? He recalled his gaunt face at the time and thought, Isn't this when I lost Diogu and joined the assassins? But it's still not. He thought again about the scene with Juno. Have you forgotten? Think carefully. It's not when Juno returned. He then thought about Pristina saving him. What about when I almost died trying to catch Jin Chung? Not much. Immediately, he thought of the demons. That's right. It's here. It's all the mess caused by the... Then he appeared like a saint. That's right. This moment, Zhang used all his strength and connected. I am the light of justice, Zhang, who saved Vios. There's no way I'm that piece of trash in a mask. Can everyone on Earth hear me? Immediately, he closed his eyes and used all his strength. Now you're ready, right? Think it over slowly one more. Returning to the time when Huin Se-ong was furious and shouted, If it weren't for you. The masked man took off his mask, saying contemptuously, Humph. And surprisingly, the one who took off the mask was Jin Chung. Those words coming from a parasite like... Seeing him, he became furious and asked, You are the chief strategist of the Republic? What is happening? Suddenly, a scream calling his name was heard. Turned out that the one who called out was Zhang. He looked very delicate and said, Be careful. That scoundrel in the mask is Jin. Hearing this, he was very surprised. Immediately after, he gritted his teeth in anger and said, Jin Chung is not only a demon summoner, but also the scoundrel in the mask from our first life. Jin Chung himself was also very surprised and shouted, No, I am not a demon summoner, nor am I anyone you are talking about. Damn it. So the masked scoundrel and the scoundrel in trash clothes are two different... Immediately, Jin Chung ordered Huin Xiang, Now, kill him. He immediately drew his sword to fight. Yes, you're mad. Afterward, he went mad, shouting furiously,
Li Qigyang.
You scoundrel.
You bastard. Li Qi.
Immediately after, Huin Xiang knelt before Jin Chung after defeating the other. He kissed Jin Chung's hand and said sincerely, The only person I can trust in this world is you, Zhang. Hearing this, he was very pleased. Yes, that's... The Hio flower had regained its vitality. Zhang's 3 lost friends also ascended to immortality and returned in joy and happiness. Damn Jin Chung, the masked man. They all stood in a circle and thanked him together.
Congratulations.
Just imagining the scene made Zhang ecstatic. Good. Perfect scenario. At this moment, Ji Hai was peeking from the doorway, witnessing everything. She smiled and said, Zhang, you're awake. Good. Seeing her, he smiled and replied, Good morning, Ji Hai. That's right. The elves are coming today. At this moment, she handed him the leg and said, This is the leg you asked me to get. Seeing this, he replied, Thank you. Suddenly, she remembered something and said to him, Right from the kingdom of Afterward, she continued, The mysterious elf kingdom, hidden for millennia, has suddenly appeared. It seems the demon summoning in Zezios was a big shock, because they are the ones who came to meet us after so many years, saying they don't want an alliance with humans. It must be because they saw what you and the heroes of light have achieved. Hearing this, he was flustered and exclaimed, Oh my God! You're making me blush. Praise me more. Ji Hai heard this and continued, Your charm has spread globally. Is that it? Afterward she continued, anyway you should prepare. The elf princess has the ability to distinguish between pure and impure souls. She really wants to meet. At this moment, she looked at him and teased. The whole world might know you're a real scoundrel. Hearing this, he wasn't one to back down and replied jokingly, oh no, then you should be careful too. I have my own ways. Hearing this, she became very curious and asked, what? Li Jiang's mouth curved into a sinister smile and he answered with great confidence, can you bring that? Scene changed to the ballroom. Suddenly, a wheelchair. Jiang entered, sitting in a wheelchair. His face was pale, looking very weak. Ji Hai's face was also sad as she pushed. Seeing him like this, the three were extremely shocked and cried out, Qi Jiang.
Lord Li Qi.
Immediately, Christina stepped forward and asked him, Your Majesty, you shouldn't overexert yourself when you're not feeling well. Hearing this, he smiled and replied, no, this is for the entire Hearing this, both girls were very touched and exclaimed, you are so great. Even when you're not feeling well, Princess Elena will surely be moved to see such a pure soul exist in this moment. Ji Jiang was very pleased with the result. Heh, that's right. This is a pass for any unfavorable situation. It's best to make a good impression on the elves. This will make it easier to catch the demon summoner Jincheng. It's all about building an At this very moment, Princess Elena appeared and entered. Immediately, someone announced to everyone, she's here. Seeing her enter, he was very pleased. Finally, we meet. My soul. I can't get enough of looking at. The moment someone called out, Li Qijiang, the hero of everyone, is in. Ji Jiang's mouth curved into a sinister smile, and he thought, you will become our. Princess Elena entered and greeted everyone with a bright smile. Hello, everyone in Geos and the Holy See. I am Elena from the elf. Suddenly, the prince's face changed. Immediately after, she clutched her face and fell to the ground. This made her attendants panic and ask, Your Highness, are you seeing this? Ji Jiang was very confused and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, thank you watching for Immediately after, she vomited a pile of rainbow-colored waste onto the ground. A moment later, the workers had to sweep up the mess she vomited. At that time, Elena felt very guilty and apologized incessantly. Hearing this, Christina was very understanding and said, It's okay. You must feel unwell due to the long journey. It's strange. I've never felt this bad. But afterward, she slowly looked up at Ji. An extremely dark aura emanated from him, making her think, is this really the alchemist of light? Li Qijiang? Really? His soul is that disgusting? I can't feel any sincerity. The princess looked at him and still wanted to. Seeing this, Ji Jiang panicked and exclaimed, My heart. In his head, he was very confused and thought, Damn it, you want to vomit again? I can't let you do that. It will be troublesome if others think it's my fault. I have my beloved Ji Hai right here, so it'll go into sick. Immediately, he turned and whispered to Ji Hai, making her freeze.
You hear, cooperate a little.
Suddenly, he couldn't see her. What the hell? She disappeared. I bet Elena will vomit blood if she sees Li Ji. Immediately, he began to act sick, making the two girls beside him panic. Oh my god. I'm going to die. Lord Li Qijiang, please wake up.
Don't die, Lord Li Qi.
Head was pounding, and he thought, perhaps this will convince them that the reason my soul is dirty is because I fought demons. So, take the princess somewhere else to see my soul, and leave me to rest. Damn it. Ji Jiang cried out in pain. Why is everyone forcing someone who is sick to do so many things? My heart. I don't know where it hurts, but it hurts. Hearing this, Huin Seong began to have doubts. He doesn't know where it hurts. Afterward, Princess Elena approached him and said, I have something to tell you. She approached and said with a very serious tone, Lord Li Qijiang is in a worse condition than you all think. Seeing her like this, he thought, oh, she fell for it. At this moment, she looked at him with a sinister expression and declared, it seems his soul was corrupted by demons during battle. Hearing this, he thought, glad she took the bait. But her face. What did she just swallow? Then she continued, at this rate, he could be completely possessed by demons. Hearing this, Huin Seong was even more shocked. I knew it. What the hell are you talking about? I thought you were fooled. Afterward, she proudly declared, I am the Princess of Averia and also the most talented priestess. I officially declare that I will become Lord Li Qijiang's personal physician. Hearing this, Ji Jiang was very surprised and thought, what? What is she planning? Immediately, he refused. Your Highness, there's no need. I'm fine. At this moment, the blonde girl approached, covered his mouth, and shouted, Stop.
Donc c'est Enimor.
Lord Li Qijiang, we will also help your Highness. Please say whatever you need to be treated. He helplessly thought, why is she so enthusiastic? Immediately, Princess Elena took his. She approached with a stern expression and said, Lord Li Qijang, don't worry. I will surely cure you. In his heart, he was very worried. There's nothing to cure. It's over. Why are you trying to cure me when you find me disgusting? Suddenly, Qijang realized something. Huh? Wait, his face changed, and he thought, did a princess just say she'll be my personal doctor? Looking at her smiling face, he deduced, the princess of the elf tribe. A tribe that hates humans. She even vomited when she saw my soul. Has this girl realized? Returning to just now while Huinsong was acting, making everyone worried.
Lord Li Kaiyang, don't die.
At that moment, Elena had a certain doubt. An evil soul. But is he really? If I made a mistake. Suddenly, she received an urgent mission. Hero rank. From the guardian deity island. Run, my daughter.
Li Qiang.
He's a fraud. First, she was a bit confused. Seeing this, she became determined. Am not mistaken. Thank you for the warning. Elena clenched the hem of her skirt angrily and thought, but I won't run away. I will make sure he doesn't do anything. Her face was very determined as she looked at Qijang. I will strip you of your mask. I swear in the name of... The sun was... At the moment, Qijang was frantically chasing Huinsong to explain. Huinsong, he ran quickly and grabbed his... Qijang's eyes were sincere as he pleaded with him. Please, reconsider. Huinsong tried to explain to him, I am truly always fine. I know your highness Elena said she would be my personal doctor, but the entire guild is going to... Afterward, he said with all sincerity, and at a time like this, it's really too rushed. In his mind, he thought, my soul is not tainted. It was already dirty from this moment. Huinsong remained firm in his decision and replied, I will not change my mind about this. Nothing is more important than your health. We also can't keep the princess here for long. But in his heart, he thought differently. Damn it. It's so touching that you care about me like this. But this is not what... Immediately afterward, he turned away and said, perhaps there is a place in Averia that can heal your soul. Let's hurry. Seeing this, Qijang was very confused and exclaimed, where? But in his mind, he felt very annoyed. He's being vague. Huinsong just looked back at him and replied gently, I can't give you details, but I'm sure... Hearing these words made Qijang ponder a lot. Ha! So annoying. I wish he would just tell me he's a regression. Huinsong continued, anyway, let's leave tomorrow with the princess. Hearing this, he was very surprised and exclaimed, huh? Wait, tomorrow? Damn it. He's arranging things so quick. At this moment, Qijang's face was panicked as he ran towards him. I need to pack. Huinsong turned back to look at him and said, then I'm leaving. Hearing this, he was extremely frightened and thought, no, at this rate, everyone will discover him. Qijang's face was very hesitant as he thought, in the worst-case scenario, they'll discover I was the one who summoned the... This moment, he thought resolutely, I must stop this plan at all costs. At this very moment, Huinsong was preparing to open the door to... Then, immediately, Qijang grabbed him by the... His face was very serious as he said, Huinsong, fine. But Huinsong, isn't the elf kingdom in chaos because of the demon incident in... Hearing this, he became a little flustered and replied, ah, the king of Averia has allowed us to enter. Immediately, Qijang interrupted, I'm not talking about... His face became thoughtful and he said to him, I'm asking if you're sure there will be no danger on the way. Hearing this, he was a bit flustered and replied, ah, the king of Averia has allowed us to enter. Qijang immediately cut him off, I'm not talking... His face became thoughtful and he said to him, I'm asking if you're sure there won't be any danger on the way. I can't push them into danger anymore for my own... Suddenly, the 4 kids broke down the door and tumbled in, surprising him greatly. Both of them looked at the 4 kids with extreme panic and bewilderment. Immediately after, Diogo shouted, who cares? And Ian immediately added, yes, we'd be happy if you were... And Qijang couldn't help but be surprised and asked, what were you guys doing? The blonde guy cried pitifully and shouted, yes, if it's for you, well, risk everything. He looked at this person with great unfamiliarity and a big question mark in his head. Who? Afterward, the blonde guy hugged Qijang's legs and cried heartbrokenly, you can't have a terminal illness. I won't let you meet the goddess before we walk the avenue of the spirit together. Seeing him clinging to his leg, Qijang felt very annoyed and thought, don't be so dramatic. What avenue of the spirit? When did you start clinging to my... From behind, Jerry lumbered forward and interrogated, terminal illness? There's no such... Afterward, she said to him, normally I hate you, but... At this moment, Qijang couldn't help but laugh out loud. You like cute things, right? You're so... Afterward, Jerry answered him sincerely, but I still want you to live. Hearing this, he recalled the scene where they both placed their trust in her. It's all thanks to you. This moment, he looked at her with affectionate eyes. Jerry. She also looked at him and said, Afterward, Jerry answered him sincerely, but I still want you to live. Hearing this, he recalled the scene where both of them placed all their trust in her. It's all thanks to you. Immediately after, a Zhang shouted, you are our savior. Leave it to us. Let's do it. Hearing this, he reluctantly accepted. I'll go too. But in his mind, he thought, are you guys filming a TV show or something? Why is everyone trying to be so touching? Afterward, he asked everyone, when did you guys arrive? At this moment, Quinn Seong looked at him affectionately, his voice full of sincerity. See? You're not alone. Hearing this, he was very touched and exclaimed, everyone, but in his mind, he wanted to kill them. Damn it. Afterward, everyone stood around Ji Zhang and cheered, boosting everyone's spirits. We can do it. We're great. Let's go. At this moment, Ji Zhang was very moved and replied, sniffle. Thank you. Ji Zhang cried tears of joy, but in his heart, he wanted to punch them. The next day, both of them were on their way to Win Xiang and Haijin were in the same carriage. She felt quite shy and thought, it's just the two. In another carriage, Ian and Sora were together. She was very excited and looked out the window. Sora, look, and he thought miserably, why do I have to go with her again? The caravan continued to move in a line. Inside Alina's and Ji Zhang's carriage, a dark aura radiated. Inside the carriage, she continuously covered her mouth with her. Seeing her like this, he handed her a handkerchief and asked, are you all right? She quickly took the handkerchief and thanked him. Thank you. At this moment, Ji Zhang kindly offered, if you feel tired, you can switch places with Huinsung. Just tell me. Immediately, she refused, no, I am your daughter. Suddenly, she felt very strange and kept looking at him. What? Why is he smiling? He looks so handsome when... No, he looks like a good person when he smiles. Seeing him lean against the window, looking poetic, made her swoon. Is he really a bad person? Immediately after, she corrected her thoughts and removed the thought from her mind, making her feel very nauseous. No, I can't be swayed. He could be a... Lena clutched the hem of her skirt, trembling, and thought, moreover, Island's prophecy cannot be... Afterward, he looked at her and asked, you said you're a priestess. Hearing this, her eyes sparkled, and she explained, you probably don't know much about our god. Just like you have Benigor, we have a guardian deity named Island. Our benevolent Island always saves me from danger through prophet. At this moment, he asked her, making Elena stunned, save you from danger? Then you must have received a message just now, right? Seeing her attitude, he said with a hint of contempt, oh my god, you didn't receive it. Afterward, Zhang moved closer to her and proved it. He stared at her and continued, I am someone who can become a devil because my soul is decaying. But we are in a closed space. Only the two of us. Why didn't you receive a warning at this? Elena was stunned and thought, that's right. Island hasn't said anything yet. Immediately, the system displayed a warning for her. Run, my daughter.
Li Qiang.
He's a fraud. She remembered that time and thought, I only received a warning last. With all her courage, she persuaded him, Your Highness, to be honest, I don't want to say this, but do you really think Island cares about you? That's blasphemy. Are you doubting Island, your... Hearing this, he smiled sinisterly and replied, there are no perfect gods in this world. Even gods sometimes betray humans. At this moment, she couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, Your Yi Rang continued to tell her, the possibility that Island has betrayed you. Immediately, she ran over, covered his mouth, and shouted. At this moment, she realized her excessive action and blushed, apologizing, I'm sorry. I didn't mean. Afterward, she was very scared and worried and said, I didn't mean to. At this moment, the system displayed her information. Name, Elena.
Essence, pure amethyst.
Seeing her attitude, D. Rang smiled smugly. I knew it. It's only a matter of time before this pure amethyst flower turns. In his mind, Elena appeared protected in her mother's arms. I don't know exactly what's happening, but it's not easy for gods to send messages frequently. I'm sure your god has tried hard to convey those messages. Thanks to that, the princess is panicking because she hasn't had a new prophecy for a long time. People who are dependent on them often have very low self-esteem. From now on, I will comfort the lonely heart of the princess abandoned by... At this moment, D. Rang smiled brightly and continued, Anyway, if Island continues to ignore you, you can talk to me anytime. Of course, you might not believe me, but I want to help you, just as you want to. Lena was heartbroken at this moment. She bowed her head and stammered. Suddenly, the carriage, a desperate voice called him, D. Rang, come out. At this moment, he was stunned and his heart skipped a beat. What the hell? The atmosphere was perfect just now. Afterward, he angrily stuck his head out and asked, What is it? and D. Rang looked up at the sky with. Suddenly, D. Rang was also stunned, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Before him was the kingdom of D. Rang, upon arrival, was extremely excited and exclaimed, "That tree is amazing." Immediately after, D. Rang also got out of the carriage, and immediately two Ian sisters rushed to hug him and exclaimed, "I missed you so." Suddenly, a young man who had witnessed all their actions, his face was full of disdain, and he said, "How dare those disgusting creatures set foot?" Anna, Jimmo, Jerry, and Diogo shouted with excitement. Everyone's face was full of excitement. Looking at the magnificent scene before them, the buildings sparkling like crystal, the fresh natural air, their reactions were understandable. They happily toured the scenery before. He ran and jumped as innocently as a child. "This place is terrifying, just like in a sci-fi movie. Dijong, how can a place like this hide in the forest?" The children played and the people lived comfortably. He exclaimed, "So this is the kingdom of Averia of the elves. It's so beautiful. They've kept such a place hidden until now." Suddenly, he noticed something. "Hayu." The residents here stared at him like strange creatures. Some dared to hide behind doors and peek. Seeing him turn, they immediately fled elsewhere, as if he would eat them if they were a second. He also noticed that they are really wary of us. Well, it makes sense. And Diogo, unaware, shouted, "Dijong, look over." Before them stood a towering great tree, which had withstood the erosion of time. The sunlight shining on it further affirmed its vitality. He had never seen such a large tree. It must be billions of years old. It looks truly extraordinary. Elena looked up at it with pride. That is the sacred tree called the World Tree. It is said to have been here before the elf tribe was. It has protected Averia with its mighty mana for a long time. Her eyes widened with gratitude. She smiled brightly. "It is a tree of great importance to our elf tribe. It's even more wonderful than I imagined. Now please everyone, come in." Suddenly, he noticed Huinsei Ong's strange expression. Just stood there, gazing thoughtfully at the World Tree, as if contemplating something very important. He wondered why such an expression. "It makes me at the Averia." The group entered the palace one by one. "Welcome to a handsome young man came out to greet them, holding a shimmering golden fan. "I am Elena's brother, Il." He extended his hand in a friendly gesture, smiling warmly. "It's a pleasure, I am Lizzie." Before he could finish speaking, the young man struck his hand hard with his. He turned away coldly. "Sorry, I have OCD." He was stunned by the rude action, his hand red from. He looked at them with clear contempt, his face as annoyed as if he had stepped in dung. "I don't want to touch these dirty humans." He was furious but could do nothing. "What a bastard. Hell regret." Elena grumbled. "Ilias, I told you he's different from others." He said helplessly, "It seems you're not cautious enough just because you can see other people's souls. But don't you forget?" She bit her lip, embarrassed. Turned out the reason he hated humans was that the elves had been sold as slaves until a desperate figure in a dark frame, brutally beaten. They seemed to have lost their human. She stammered that. He sighed. "Our people are still very worried after hearing that we will form an alliance with." His face darkened. "There's no guarantee that these people won't harm us." Unable to hear more, Huinsei Ong frowned. "I think you're going too far." We said seriously, "I know why you are here, Guildmaster. Indeed, we are very grateful to Cardinal Li Jizhong for rescuing our people in Ket. We are very grateful to you for saving our people. But that alone is not enough to compensate for everything humans have." He was surprised. "Huh? He did something like." Fuff. He opened the fan in his hand. "Anyway, that's enough." He approached, exuding the regal aura of a prince. His stern face and the guards behind him made the atmosphere even more intimidating. "We must be cautious. We will cooperate, but please don't forget that it is only a necessity. And don't cause any trouble during your stay." Zhang was not happy. "Damn it, I already hated that guy, but I'll bear with it because we need an alliance." His radiant smile activated. "Yes. Thank you for your concern, we are very grateful to you for saving our people in Ket." He wondered, "Anyway, I know the history between the elves and humans is bad. But aren't they going too far? Then why try to form an alliance with humans? From the beginning, wasn't the kingdom of Averia protected by the World Tree? Of course, Belio is the demon, but everyone thinks he's dead. The kingdom looks fine. So why need this alliance?" His mind was completely lost in thought. Or is there some other reason? I didn't want to drag this out any longer, so he moved away. "I will arrange a meeting with your majesty."
Huinsei Ong interjet. "No."
"We need to see your majesty right now." His words startled He was bewildered.
Huinsei Ong? Why is Huinsei Ong suddenly?
He stepped forward in front of Ilias and pleaded urgently. "Please let us see your majesty immediately. I know I am being rude, but this is very." He was confused.
Urgent?
What? He clasped his hands together. "You can know the details from his majesty. We will not cause any harm to Averia, your highness." His overly handsome face, combined with his urgent plea, made the young man and the guards' hearts flutter. If he smiles any more, he could melt butter. Please. His eyes seemed magical, emitting a light that captivated the soul. He couldn't resist the allure.
Ka-uha.
My surrendered. Okay, Ji Zhang was helpless. Are you kidding me? Did you guys just get charmed by a pretty He trotted excitedly after the young man, and he stood there with his mouth agape, watching. Wait.
Huynh Seong.
Where are you going? What the hell is that? He placed his hand on his exuding a cool, handsome charm. His eyes burned with determination. Ji Zhang, don't worry. Everything will be fine. He wondered, why does he look like he's going into battle? What will be? Didn't know what he was going to do. He and Diogu were as anxious as sitting on a bed of hot coals. Their feet tapped restlessly on the spot, making the tea on the table signal as, damn it, I feel like a parent leaving their child to play alone on the. He was worried. Ugh, he's still not out. He sighed. He'll come out eventually. Where are the others? That Ilias or Elastin guy is showing them around the They looked excited, like curious children about everything. Wow, elf weapons. Let's go see over. His worry reached its peak. Ji Zhang, do you sometimes feel that Huynh Seong becomes very straightforward and The two imagined him grabbing the king by the neck and threatening him. It felt like he would demand the king hand over the kingdom's treasures or something to save him. In thinking the same thing, then they chose to trust him. It'll probably be fine. He's not that impulsive. He fell into thought again. I wish he would just tell me directly what he's planning to do or thinking. No matter how reckless, he placed his hand on his exuding a cool, handsome charm. His eyes burned with determination. Ji Zhang, don't worry. Everything will be fine. He wondered, why does he look like he's going into battle? What will be? He didn't know what he was going to do. He and Diogu were as anxious as sitting on a bed of hot coals. Their feet tapped restlessly on the spot, making the tea on the table signal as, damn it, I feel like a parent leaving their child to play alone on the. Clasped his hands together. You can know the details from His Majesty. We will not cause any harm to Averia, your Highness. His overly handsome face, combined with his urgent plea, made the young man and the guards' hearts flutter. If he smiles any more, he could melt butter. Please. His eyes seemed magical, emitting a light that captivated the soul. He couldn't resist the allure.
Ka-uha.
My surrendered. Okay, Ji Zhang was helpless. Are you kidding me? Did you guys just get charmed by a pretty He trotted excitedly after the young man, and he stood there with his mouth agape, watching. Wait.
Huynh Seong.
Where are you going? What the hell is that? He placed his hand on his exuding a cool, handsome charm. His eyes burned with determination. Ji Zhang, don't worry. Everything will be fine. He wondered, why does he look like he's going into battle? What will be? Didn't know what he was going to do. He and Diogu were as anxious as sitting on a bed of hot coals. Their feet tapped restlessly on the spot, making the tea on the table signal as, damn it, I feel like a parent leaving their child to play alone on the. He was worried. Ugh, he's still not out. He sighed. He'll come out eventually. Where are the others? That Ilias or Elastin guy is showing them around the They looked excited, like curious children about everything. Wow, elf weapons. Let's go see over. His worry reached its peak. Ji Zhang, do you sometimes feel that Huynh Seong becomes very straightforward and The two imagined him grabbing the king by the neck and threatening him. It felt like he would demand the king hand over the kingdom's treasures or something to save him. In thinking the same thing, then they chose to trust him. It'll probably be fine. He's not that impulsive. He fell into thought again. I wish he would just tell me directly what he's planning to do or thinking. No matter how reckless. Seeing their worried expressions, Elena also became angry. She remembered the faces of the elf people grateful for him saving their lives. Then she became uneasy. Her face darkened. If that's true, maybe he really is a good person? Then what was Island's prophecy? Suddenly the door was kicked open. Huynh Seong had finished his business. They joyfully welcomed him. Ugh, all done? Good job. Huynh Se. Ilias suddenly appeared, gritting his teeth in fury. He seemed to have heard something terrible. It was beyond his tolerance, causing his eyes to roll wildly, veins popping on his face, looking terrifying. You scoundrel! He ordered the soldiers. These people thought they could get away with it after learning the secret of the world tree. Arrest them all now. The soldiers heard the order and rushed forward, determined to complete their mission. A volley of swords pointed towards him, while he remained stunned and confused. Ilias was furious, pointing at the people before him. He ordered the soldiers to arrest them all. Not a second wasted. They rushed in like a swarm of bees, ready to complete their mission. Get rid of those annoying people. Throw them all in prison immediately. A volley of swords pointed towards Ji Zhang. If he moved even slightly, he would be dead. He was shocked. What? The secret of the world tree? Just a few minutes, King of the Averia Kingdom sat majestically on his... He was stunned and bewildered. His serious face in his head indicated he had just said something very important. The world tree was slowly decaying, emitting a deadly aura. Each withered leaf fell, as if silently crying for help. He said slowly, "As your majesty knows, the world tree is gradually rotting. If this situation continues, Averia will soon collapse." The king heard this and thought with a grim face. Ilias stood beside him, gritting his teeth, tightening the fan in his hand, looking extremely unable to listen any longer. He furiously cursed. Pointed at him. "You? How do you know the secret of the world tree?" He replied. Before he could finish speaking, the king raised his hand and cut off their conversation. "Enough, Ilias. I'm sure he didn't mention it to provoke." He still bowed his head respectfully before the king, while the young man was shocked and confused. His tone seemed to seek confirmation. "Your Majesty?" He remembered. "That's right, narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. A long time ago there was a prophet. It was an image of Huin Seong holding a long sword with a shimmering golden hilt. It emitted light, defeating the surrounding demons, turning them into dust." He recounted. "A young man possessing the holy sword of light will protect the world tree from evil and save it." Ilias wildly swung his sword, chasing Zhejiang and Daiaku. "Stop! That guy! They always say a second too late means a lifetime of regret. In this situation, a second too late truly meant a lifetime of regret." He helplessly shed tears. "What did we do wrong? Damn it! What the hell is going?" He flew into a rage. "Because you know the world tree is decaying. I cannot let you." Zhejiang suddenly glanced at him. The world tree. When he came to his senses, Huin Song saw him running towards Zhejiang.
Ha Kim Huin Seong.
"So this is your doing? You went and caused trouble again without..." His face darkened, his eyes full of worry. Biting his lip, "Did you tell them about what happened before you recovered your..." He swung his sword, tearing through the air. Elena tried to stop her brother, but it was futile. From where did we need human help? Fortunately, he narrowly dodged that slash. "Damn it! Kim Huinxiang mentioned this. Why am I getting involved and beaten up like this?" He stammered an explanation. "Kasagano Juno, Kasagano Juno. I guess Huinxiang knows about the future through Kasagano." It seemed he wasn't listening, with a mindset of giving it his all. "So what?"
Iataumans.
A blow from nowhere landed squarely on his... A lump formed on his head. He lay on the ground, a huge question mark on his face. Enraged. "Who dares hit me?" Suddenly someone spoke. The person was Hyjin. "I'm so sorry. There's a mosquito on your head." In his eyes, she seemed to have a beauty filter applied, shining like an angel. It was love at first. Ayaka saw this and felt immensely pleased. "Hyjin, you fight so well. I mean, are you crazy? He's the prince of the..." Seeing a beautiful girl, his eyes lit up. Where did his previous anger go? Instead, his mind was filled with her image. So beautiful. His reaction shocked everyone. What the hell is... Problem was resolved. He was too overwhelmed by Hyjin's beauty that he fainted. Elena had no choice but to order a guard to drag him away. She looked at him with a heavy atmosphere enveloped Huinsong and Dijiang's tea table. He sat with his legs crossed, head bowed, his face somber. He fidgeted with his teacup, sweat beading on his...
Apologized sheepishly. Dijang, I apologize.
"I acted without informing you." He spoke up. "Huinsong, can we be honest with each other for..." He rested his chin on his hand, accusingly. "Does it make sense that you're the only one who knows about the world tree decaying? And that's the only reason the elf tribe wants to cooperate with us. It's unfair that you know everything. I'm truly very sad." His hair drooped over his face, which was filled with self-reproach. He placed his hand on his chest, expressing his deep sadness. He didn't blame anyone, wasn't angry, just facing himself. He was sad about himself. His eyes were tightly shut, tears streaming down. His lips trembled. He looked down, appearing dejected. "Do you understand the feeling of wanting to do everything you can but being unable to do anything? Do you know how useless..." Huinsei, the elder, slumped down, but he was very satisfied with his expression. Desi Tang propped his chin, waiting to hear the confession. "Now you have to confess, right? Why don't you just say it? You're a fake regret." Shone a light on the teacup on the table. It sparkled brilliantly like crystal, further enhancing their conversation. It's okay. I think you have your reasons. I don't want to pressure you, although I'm really sad." Remorse welled up inside him, clearly visible on his face. "I apologize." Contrary to Huinsong's bad mood, he was quite amused. Look at that remorseful face. Looked down at the ground, understanding and empathizing. But he hoped that one day, he could stand beside him instead of always being behind. His cheeks turned red. He glanced at her, as if he had just confessed his wait for you, Huinsong. Hearing this, his eyes widened in an O shape, his pupils involuntarily constricting. His cheeks flushed pink. His eyes were full of unspoken. Suddenly, the two of them were like a young couple in a school romance. He was the serious male student standing there blankly, and she was the schoolgirl with pigtails who had just gathered all her courage to say, "Don't forget, we're teammates. No, best friends. Friends are sacred beings who open the heart of a person." It thought it through, smiling brightly. "Daiaku, I'm sure the fish has taken. I have something to tell you," he stammered. What? It might sound unbelievable, but the dreamscape shattered, pulling them back to reality. Daiaku, from nowhere, burst in, yelling frantically. "Daiaku!" Zhejiang, not realizing he had ruined his plan, he excitedly reported, "We can go to the blighted land, right?" Realizing something was wrong, he scratched his head in confusion. So many sins. What's with this atmosphere? Did I just ruin something? He trembled with anger, clenching his fists. I wish I could punch that pig. This useless creature. I almost caught a big... He forced a smile and continued the previous conversation. "Hey, Huinsong, what did you want to say?" He turned his face away. "I just wanted to say I have no regrets." But he smiled smugly. Without thinking, he realized this progress was good. If he believed him so much, he could lead him more easily from now. In a flash, they arrived at the forest. Ilias shyly apologized, seemingly wanting to impress Hyjin. "Please forgive my past mistakes, and let's cooperate to resolve the blighted land and purify the world tree." But it seemed no one cared about him. The two Ians were busy holding hands. Zhejiang and Hyjin walked away without looking. He kept following her like a puppy, his eyes fixed on her. "I'm not here because I'm infatuated with that woman, not at all. She clearly disliked this guy. Regardless, this trip must be successful. But I will protect the world tree, which the elves value more than their lives. Then I'll persuade them, meaning I'll turn them into allies. That will help me prepare for the attack of that masked man." Ahead lay a mysterious forest, exuding an enigmatic aura. No one knew what it held. Ilias raised his hand. He glowed, seemingly sensing the forest's voice. "We've arrived. This path leads to the blighted." He reminded them the path isn't too dangerous, but be careful. The locals here seem a bit irritable towards strangers. The locals are these delicate elf girls? Zhejiang touched them, seemingly captivated by their... These locals? These fairies? They're not dangerous. Suddenly, he tripped on a stone. Ian quickly caught his falling body. "Zhejiang, are you okay?" He secretly rejoiced. Thank goodness for Ian. It would have been so embarrassing to... He turned back gratefully.
I'm fine.
"Thank you for..." Before he could finish, he froze for 5 seconds, stunned by Ian's appearance. She had transformed into a powerful woman, just like Sit. She winked seductively. There's an unusual flow of with muscular arms and a sharp, angular face. Ian gently reminded him, "Be careful, Suddenly, she transformed into a burly woman, tall, dark, and imposing. You could tell at a glance she was from the rougher... Really lifting him, there's a dark energy around here. He stared at her in astonishment. He couldn't believe that from a beautiful, petite girl, she had become Sitmage. He was Not only that, Sora transformed into a small cat resting on Ian's shoulder. The kitten clung tightly to her shoulder. Kyaku and Njimo were the same. Jimo turned into a cunning fox, chattering incessantly. Daiaku became a black pig, attentively listening to what the other... Chong Ryan and Ajang turned into beastmen. They still seemed quite confused. Perhaps someone online was still looking for these, admiring the unbelievable scene before them. What on earth is happening? Helena explained, "It's the mischief of the fairy." The scene was chaotic. Ian froze for 5 seconds seeing her own appearance. Sora fearfully clung to her as an elf girl pulled her hair. Daiaku was innocently playing tag. She continued to explain, "They're not bad children, but they like to play pranks sometimes. We elves can resist it." She hesitated, looking down. I don't think you need to worry. Look at the fairies at your feet." He glanced down. Hahu! Magical energy radiating around him made the fairies gasp for air. Their wings withered, their bodies trembled, and they crawled on the ground. Only better than being bedridden. So disgusting. Such a vile soul. He hesitated. What the heck? Is it that bad? I feel like a human-shaped bug. He wondered, is there no way to undo the spell? She replied, "Unfortunately, you have to leave this place or wait a few..." He helplessly put his head in his hands. How can we fight monsters in this state? Maybe we should rest here. Suddenly, he noticed a noisy crowd stirring ahead. What's going on? A woman with long, flowing hair was looking at her hands. Oh heavens. As he got a clearer look at the woman's face, contrary to her beauty, he gaped, His eyes. So that girl was Huinsong. He inquired. Dijong, are you okay? He was helpless. I should be asking you that. Who is this young? A pack of ferocious wild boars charged fury. Huinsong's sapphire blue eyes meticulously observed their every small but mighty. With just one quick slash, the entire pack of boars was utterly defeated. One by one they fell to the ground. The aftermath of the attack was no joke. He untied his hair. Phew, it's all done. Helena admired, her eyes never leaving him. Amazing, you defeated all those monsters by yourself. He calmly replied, being smaller helps with. Seeing Huinsong's cool demeanor, Jerry hugged the pig and exclaimed, Huinsong, you're still the same, even after transitioning. Dijong glanced at the girl and gave a dry laugh. You shouldn't use that word. Suddenly, he excitedly exclaimed, Oink oink. Daiaku what's jumped out of the girl's arms, landing neatly. He put on a serious young man's expression. About Huinsong, I'm surprised you can still. Maybe I should call him Huin-A myself. A huge question mark appeared on both their faces. He was so excited that his eyes sparkled like gems, and he spoke non-stop, exhaling with spirit. Huin-A, I think that name suits his current appearance. So he grumbled, this fat pig don't change other people's names. Huinsong seemed amused. Haha, if you like it, then so. He patted Jerry's head. Nothing has changed, even though my body is smaller and my hair is. He smiled brilliantly, like sunshine that could captivate anyone's heart. I'm still the same, Huinsei. I still protect Jijong and Lam. All three of them blushed at his cuteness. The girl rubbed the spot he had just touched. I prefer this version of Huinsong too. He quickly replied, I agree. As evening approached, they stopped to rest, chat, and eat dinner. While Hyjin was engrossed in her food, Ilias seemed lost in admiration. Gazing. After eating their fill, Daiaku rolled over and fell asleep, his belly rising and falling. Jerry and Jimmo were playing tag. She had fallen in love with him, shattering glasses. Wait, did your gender change? Do you want to? As for the Beastman couple, they shared a bowl of noodles, looking very affectionate. Ian gazed intently at the cat Sora. The kitten actively signaled SOS, crying and trembling with fear. Looking at the scene, he wondered, are we being a bit too relaxed? Well, they say to make hay while the sun shines, but... Hayu. He noticed Huinsong sitting and eating on a rock over. He walked over to that spot. Huinsong. Huin. Just call me Huinsong.
Ah, okay, Huin.
Sitting beside him, he inquired, why are you only eating bread when there's tastier? Happily, he put a piece of bread into his mouth and chewed noisily. Next to him was a mountain of bread almost as tall as him. Bread is my favorite food. Jijang was surprised. Really? You're going to eat all? The half-eaten piece of bread in his hand brought back many memories. Furthermore, it's what reminds me of the past. It's the first thing I ate when I came. We sat together on a cliff, watching the sunset and reminiscing about old times. A cliffside. Two young men. Pile of memories. Oh right. Do you remember when we were in our shelter? I was so grateful when you gave me that big bag of food. He smiled brightly. Haha, I wasn't used to kindness back then. It was the first time someone gave me something instead of taking. He felt awkward, his face turning pale. You were robbed before? He shyly scratched his eyes were full of sincerity, with a touch of emotion. Is this the first time we've talked like normal people? It's wonderful to have such a peaceful. Face darkened.
Yank.
He confided, honestly, I used to hate coming to this world. I was so afraid of everything that even looking at bread brought back painful memories. I collapsed so many times, not knowing why I was here or what I was doing. But strangely, after meeting Haiyan, Daiaku, and everything I hated seeing has now become beautiful. Huinsong clenched his fists, determined. I don't want these things to disappear. I will protect everything I love. You and He extended his hand towards him, smiling from the bottom of his heart. So, I hope you will stay with me. Moved by his words, he was surprised, his face blushing like told himself, wait, this is dangerous. No, wake up. This is our foolish reincarnator Kim Huinsong. However, it seemed all in vain. He couldn't resist the beauty before him. What if it were Kim? Ian appeared behind him, an aura of killing intent emanating from her. She angrily crushed a tree trunk. The sudden sound made him turn around in surprise. Hi, she muttered. Do you think I can defeat Huinsong in this form? She was still crying fearfully. Meow. He panicked. No. I didn't do anything, Ian. Turning to look at Huinsong, who was leisurely eating bread, he let out a sigh of relief. But he truly trusted. His face darkened, seemingly plotting something. It would be terrible if there was a misunderstanding between. He sank into his thoughts. If things went wrong and he thought I was the masked man, he would be The most painful thing is betrayal by the one you trust most. I will protect that pure heart of his. To do I need to win Elena over to my... As dawn broke, the horse-drawn carriages continued their... Jerry, Daiaku, and Jimo dozed off in the carriage. Only Elena and Jijang were awake, talking. He rejoiced, I'm glad everyone can still fight. They'll return to normal over time. She sighed, we need to save the world tree quickly. And your soul... That wasn't what he wanted. He needed a way to make her completely fall.
Lai Dung, Hai Ran, Hai Sun, Hi Rin.
Make her my prey. The suddenly trembled, interrupting his window shattered, to their astonishment. What? The ground is a deep, gaping mouth full of sharp teeth emerged from the ground, swallowing everything, including Jijang's. Inside the stomach, it was dark, dirty, and sticky. Took Elena a while to wake up. Hey, is anyone there? As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw him standing before her. Lord Lai gave a sinister smile. Fine. He rested his chin on his hand, fiddling with a sharp knife, smiling with amusement. Danger emanated from all around. Only the two of us left. After being swallowed by the monster, Elena woke up disordered. Where is this? She rubbed her eyes, shocked to realize she was in a pitch-black inside the monster's stomach. Jijang suddenly appeared behind her with a terrifying expression that made Elena's pupils contract and her heart stop for a few seconds. She screamed in fear, backing away 2 meters. You're scaring me. While he calmly folded his arms. It's the Lord of the Warped Lakes. Were inside the intestines of a sub-saint level monster. The carriage was shattered. They were like ants inside the monster's stomach. The intestines of Lord Salet, the Warped Lake. Sub-saint. Know this thanks to my clairvoyance. Jijang pondered, stroking his chin, and sighed. I think we were eaten while the carriage was Fortunately, I think only the 2 of us were eaten. He didn't notice that while he was talking, Elena was slowly picking up a sharp piece of wood nearby and stay still. She pointed it directly at him, full of suspicion. Her action confused. This you're doing, isn't it? Anger and determination flashed in Elena's eyes.
J'y sais.
Jijang didn't understand her. Stop pretending. I know you're behind all of this. She gritted her teeth, furiously swinging the wooden shard at him. Oh my God, are you trying to stab me? He flinched, quickly stepping back a few paces. What are you saying? I was eaten too. What kind of person do you think I am? Imposter. She looked at Jijang with sharp, suspicious eyes. In her eyes, Jijang was no different from those scammers who kidnapped people to Cambodia. She was truly wary. Calm down. This is not the time to argue. He gave a fake smile to defuse the situation. We need to find a way out before we're But how? She became less wary of him, folding her arms. Jijang looked left and right, trying to figure out the place seems similar to Dilugia. That means we have 48 hours before we're digested. Parts of the carriage are already melting inside the monster's intestines. We need to prepare in case the exploration team doesn't arrive in time. We can't just wait for them to rescue us. What can we do inside the monster's? He walked to the edge of the intestine and touched it. Observe that right, elixirs. If I can create an elixir strong enough to break through the body of this sub-saint level monster. Jijang had thought of a way to escape, but what use was the formula without ingredients? It still seemed difficult to escape. Where can I find sub-saint level ingredients? While thinking, he realized that Princess Elena was the one who could help. High-level elf Elena, sub-saint. His eyes sparkled like stars. He felt like he had grasped a lifesaver. Meanwhile, in the forest, everyone was desperately searching for him and her. Ian had returned to normal. Only she was released. They called out their names in vain. Jijang, Vice President.
Princess Elena.
Thank you watching for video. Ilias and Haisung were both angry and worried.
I'm sorry.
It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him get into danger. He bowed his head and blamed him. As he finished speaking, Ilias roughly grabbed him by the... He was furious, veins popping on his face. I knew it. That's why I said you can't trust him. You couldn't keep him out of danger? My sister has become a delicacy for the dungeon because of you scumbags. If anything happens to my sister, our alliance will end. And, do you understand, Ilias? Ilias unleashed all his anger on Haisung, making him tremble and submit to his rage. Yes, you're so cool. Ilias' guard stood outside, admiring. That's what I wanted to say. He put his hand on his forehead, trying to control his impulsive thoughts. But this beautiful woman was right next to him, so he had to endure. Phew. Patience is also beauty. Haijin looked at him like a narcissistic maniac going crazy. Ilias approached Haisung. Neither Elena nor the cardinal are weak. My sister is the saintess chosen by island and high-level elves. Moreover, Cardinal Li Jijang is the hero of light who saved. I'm sure they'll both get through it. He smiled, his anger dissipating. So, just have faith. Haisung nodded in agreement, determination shining in his eyes. Just believe they'll return to us. A gust of wind blew, as if in confirmation of their faith in Jijang, and contrary to Elias' thoughts, his sister was facing danger from Li Ji. Stammered, "What are you doing?" He brandished the knife at Elena with a perverted expression, making her jump. "Give me a little bit. Why are you pointing a knife at me? I just need a little bit. I need you as material to create an explosive. Cooperate with me." He pointed the sharp, gleaming knife at her, making her terrified. "Are you crazy? Get away from me."
Don't touch.
Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred inside, causing chaos. Thank you watching for vid. Both of us are stunned. Poor us, we're about to be moved elsewhere. Be careful not. From above, thousands of sharp shards of glass rained down. Just as it was about to hit Elena, Jang reached out and pushed her. He hugged her tightly, shielding her from the glass shards, taking the blows on his back and getting injured all. "Princess, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere?" He sprang up from her and asked immediately. Elena also snapped out of it. She blushed and quickly pulled her hand away from Jijang.
Don't touch.
He immediately restrained her hands. "This is not the time to talk about." Jijang put on a pitiful, responsible expression. "I know you don't believe me, but I will protect you at all costs." He said it with such sincerity that Elena was deeply moved.
I'm serious, Prince.
Her eyes lit up, seemingly moved by his sincere. Elena observed the man before her. He was injured all. He had succeeded in turning Elena into a shy. She blushed, avoiding his gaze. "They'll believe." "Thank you, princess." Jijang smiled warmly like the sun. "Of course you should believe. I need to win you over to my side, and I need you as precious material for alchemy." He helped Elena up. Of course, the sincerity shown earlier wasn't entirely genuine. Everything he did was for his own benefit. In a critical situation, if we get trapped inside the monster's stomach. As they began to move, she tripped on a. "There's one thing I can assure you." As Elena felt embarrassed, he proactively extended his hand to support her. "Be careful. Over here." This was his chance. Slowly but surely, Jijang gradually gained Elena's trust. When her trembling hand placed itself in his, it was at that moment she fell into the palm of this cunning, monstrous. The opportunity to turn the emerald flower of the naive elf princess into a black rose that only cared about Li Jijang. Truly worthy of being called the master manipulator. The soul of Elena had been poisoned. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, in the innermost grand palace of the. Someone was frantically typing. "No.
Don't believe Li Jijang.
Don't believe him, Elena." An elf god was weeping with worry, shouting. "Thank you watching for vid." Suddenly, someone from behind covered his mouth with a. Struggled, then slowly passed out. The person approached the. On it was a scene of Jijang with Elena. The person clicked their tongue. The screen displayed a notification. "Do you want to delete this quest?" "Oh God." Goddess Benigor deleted the quest with a dissatisfied expression. "That troublesome scum. Seems the stomach acid is rising faster. Before it reaches us, can people outside find?" Elena was wearing Jijang's cloak while he was preparing something.
Don't worry, Elena.
"He'll find a way for us to escape at all. And as I said, no matter what happens, I will protect you." His gentle and sincere words were a stark contrast to his sinister face. It was a shame Elena was too shy to see that true face. "Oh dear. Look at our princess. Is she about to fall into your." Thinking about it, Princess Elena must be very lonely, huh? The potion began to glow. "Huh? Why are you suddenly saying?" Seeing into someone's soul doesn't seem like a pleasant experience. Jijang rolled the potion in his hand. "Not all souls are benevolent, right? There are still stained souls like mine. In my case, it's because of During this, Elena seemed thoughtful. "That's why I depend on Ailen, the god who gives me strength." "Ah yes. Ailen hasn't responded to you since then, has he?" He turned and saw her looking dejected, tears welling up. "Not yet." "What? Really? Is she truly abandoned?" "Then it must be very difficult." Jijang put on a worried expression. "At first I wasn't sure, but it seems he has abandoned." "That Ailen guy. Why would he abandon a good girl like?" "But isn't this the perfect time to win Elena's heart? She's extremely sad, completely unaware of the scheme aimed." Just as the potion was finished, it glowed and "It's done. You've completed that nuclear potion?" Elena also sat up. "Yes. Let's try throwing it." Jijang. He threw the potion. It exploded quite powerfully. The explosion stopped. Nothing happened. Insufficient divine power. Sufficient divine power? Where can I find divine power here? Can't the divine power from the envoy of light, Jijang, be enough? He collapsed in Elena was also shocked. "Lord Jijang, if the potion made by the light alchemist himself has no effect, then how can we get out of here? We can try again, right? I think you can do it." She quickly comforted. "Ailen isn't answering me. but Benigor can. I think if you pray, the gods will respond. She pursed her lips, determination in her eyes. She's Lord Jijang. To Alina's surprise, he clasped his hands together. That's right. If you gods want peace for this continent, it's Jijang smiled slyly, like a cunning fox, and raised his hands to pray. Answer my. Meanwhile, in the divine, there's a prayer from a follower, Li Jijang. Will you listen? Okay. The earnest plea was quickly sent to the elf god was bound and gagged. He struggled in vain, but goddess Benigor was powerless. What should I do? I've successfully controlled Island. But if I help him, hell be like the villain in the last life. Hell start his era of soon I have no. Hello, goddess. You can hear me, right? It's me, your Li Jijang, the follower of light, Li Jijang. He spoke with extreme sarcasm, making the goddess sigh. You've called the wrong god. No, no. You're so funny. Heh. Then what do you want? Benigor had to answer him. You know, divine power, like when I was the envoy of light, Jijang. I need to save Elena before the rescue team arrives. Know what will happen if you don't help me, right? Inwardly, his expression was terrifying as he threatened the god. In Alina's eyes, he was praying with utmost sincerity. She admired him. Lord Li Jijang is so sincere. He's like a different person. I'm sorry, but I can't. Divine power isn't something you can just give away. When I helped you at Geostar, I tried my best. Receiving the goddess' answer, Jijang was dissatisfied. If I help this time, it'll break the laws of the divine realm. Besides, what good is it? Is that so? Then let Bilio help. Hearing this, she was shocked as if struck by Jijang seized this weakness, smiling smugly. Bilio has already descended to our world. Bilio won't let Jijang suffer this. His words made the goddess tremble. Perhaps I should side with the demon king Bilio. I'm trying very hard to change and protect the peace of the continent. My goddess can't even grant salvation to this poor little sheep. Seeing Jijang's contemptuous expression, she went mad. Her eyes widened. Her teeth clenched as if she wanted to kill him. She's so useless. These sarcastic words were like boulders crushing goddess Benigor. Right, you scumbag. She had no choice and had to submit to Jijang's will. A burst of light erupted before them. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment. An exquisitely designed potion appeared. Light burst potion. Near saint level. Kills all surrounding enemies with explosive divine power upon use. Kills all. Humph, you scumbag. You don't even deserve to be called human. Are you satisfied now? Never contact me again. While Elena rejoiced, the goddess has responded. Jijang was not. That's all? He looked disgusted and disappointed. Just buying an item is enough? What about the formula? For Jijang, this was not enough. He needed more. What? You're truly. I can't tell you the formula. This is the secret formula of the. You're so stingy. If you're so stingy, how can I trust you? You've left me no choice but to. He began to threaten goddess Benigor again. But Elena felt he was very sincere. Is that how humans show gratitude to God? But with one condition. What? Huh? A symbol created by the goddess suddenly appeared on Jijang. This is a kiss with Elena. Collect Elena's bodily fluids by using the symbol on your tongue. Normally, no one sees it. It only activates when you kiss Elena. He looked at his tongue and couldn't see it anymore. Okish. It's not bad. But can tears work? Why must it be saliva? Regardless, I have to cope. High-level elf bodily fluids are sold and bought at very high prices by the gods. Today, I had to incur debt because of it. Oh well. It's a win-win relationship anyway. Since it's like this, can I ask for more? Since you're kissing, let's make it more explosive. Ji Zhang glanced at the naive Elena.
Hi, I'm Lord Li.
What? His sinister expression made the goddess. Princess, come help me. Elena was a bit stunned. She was a little confused. They were both breathing heavily, their bodies covered in. Goddess Benigor is truly amazing. They were trying to climb up by tying pieces of clothing together. Damn it. We need to change locations. But this is too We're about to be submerged in stomach acid. Fortunately, that day there was a warning about what would. Acid was gurgling up at their feet. Oh, we used the potion to speed up the digestion process. But why aren't we using the potion now? Why do we have to do this? Ji Zhang thought very thoroughly. He always prepared backup plans to avoid losing his life. Because we don't know if it will actually be effective. I think it's better to use it near the exit. If we use it now, there's no drama. From now on, I will sacrifice myself. Elena had no idea of his true intentions. Truly a naive emerald. While they were talking, the acid rose higher. The stomach acid is reaching. Princess, climb up to me. Here, hold my. Ji Zhang began his heroic act of self-sacrifice. Thank you, Li Jijang. She took his hand and was pulled up. You can do it. We're almost. As she reached the top, Elena extended her hand to pull Zhang up. You come up too, Li Zhang. But he remained silent.
Lord Liang.
Do you know, in the human world, there's a story about a person who was turned into a monster and then back into a human through a kiss from his true. Zhang calmly watched as the acid drew nearer, making Elena anxious. Lord Li Zhang, why are you talking about? I don't know. When I became a monster because of my impure soul. He looked up at her with a sincere expression. Will you kiss? You're talking about. She was wide-eyed, both shy and worried, generally very Suddenly, Zhang clutched his chest and cried out. Elena immediately got scared.
Lord Liang.
What's wrong? It's not funny to play pretend now. I know you're. Before she could finish, a dark power enveloped him. A strange symbol appeared on his chest. Is that the symbol of a demon? The mysterious black symbol shocked. Has his soul been completely corrupted by a demon? Wasn't it stained from the beginning? Elena covered her mouth, unable to hide her fear.
Cough. I'm sorry, princess.
I think I could have held on longer, but this is my limit. Zhang's voice grew. Please accept this, princess. If you keep this, you can escape. His trembling hand offered the potion to her. What about you, Li Ji?
I'm finished.
My soul has turned into a demon.
Elena paniqued.
He still smiled. If I leave here, it'll put everyone's lives in danger. I'm sorry, Your Highness. Zhang began to cry, like someone battling a terminal illness in its final stages. I promised I would protect you at all costs. Hearing this, Elena panicked even more. She cried and tried to hold on to him. No.
Lord Li.
Zhang threw the potion. Instinctively, she followed it with her. Immediately, he let go of the rope and fell. Tears fell. It was a heartbreaking scene. No.
Liang. Elena screamed in.
Sayonara, Zhang sacrificed himself, plunging into the acid sea with a contented smile. Not a single regret on his lips. Absolutely cinematic. A Hollywood Best Actor award should be given to him immediately for his outstanding performance. Along with the explosion inside the monster came Elena's desperate scream.
Lord Liang.
Damn it. Instead of screaming, can't you? I thought you were the most talented follower in Averia. Oh, it turns out Zhang isn't dead. It's a shame Elena didn't say.
Jean, Elena.
Seeing the explosion from the monster in the swirling dust, Elena staggered out, looking utterly devastated. She trembled and cried profusely. Sobi. Elena, I'm going mad right now. In fact, I'm panicking and can only hold my head and cry. I killed Lord Li Ji. The light from the explosion attracted others. What is that? Your Highness. When Huinsung and Ilias arrived, they only saw Elena walking out alone, looking to. Your Highness, are you alright? And what about Zhang? She trembled, tears flowing as they asked. Couldn't save him. Her words pierced Huinsung's heart like 1,000 needles. Both were stunned by
Liang.
His soul has begun to become the soul of a. Elena was dazed, holding her head and. Demon? What are you talking about? Huinsung was surprised, but he tried to save me and. He grabbed Elena, who was sobbing. What are you talking about? Oh, Hi Ian shouted from behind. Startled. He's still alive. I can feel it. He must be nearby, right? Anemo? Hi Ian said with certainty, her eyes shining with determination, raising her. Then let's keep searching. Ilias, quickly regain your composure. Order the soldiers to guard Elena. I will go help find Zhang. Stay here and protect the princess. Yes, Your Highness. Elena, stay here. When he turned back to look, she had disappeared. Elena was running through the dark forest. Despite her injured. Elena was running through the dark forest. Despite her injured. She ran while crying, as if searching for something. Li, you must have been very lonely. I feel like I can see other people's souls. It's not a happy feeling. She recalled him comforting her with a worried expression. Those were the first words anyone had ever said. Promised I'd protect you no matter what. I'm sorry, Your Highness. The moment he let go and he saved me even knowing he could lose his life. Elena clenched her lips tightly. It was incredibly painful, and yet I doubt. If you're right, Ian, then his soul hasn't completely disappeared. He's probably just hiding somewhere to avoid harming anyone. She ran deep into the gloomy forest. Please be it. Suddenly, a sound came from the bushes beside her, surprising her and making her. Without hesitation, she pushed aside the bushes with her. It was Zhang. His eyes had turned black and fangs had grown. He was panting and trembling. Li, are you okay? As soon as Elena reached out to touch him, he pushed her away. His hands now had long, sharp, and abnormally black fingers.
I'm sorry.
He continued to tremble. Zhang's body was covered in sinister black.
Don't.
He gritted his.
Me closer.
Darkness was gradually consuming Zhang's body. Black liquid flowed from his eyes. His face became more terrifying than ever. He roared ferociously.
Liang.
Elena covered her mouth in. Jijang growled, flailing his arms wildly. Please wake up, Li Ji shook and roared madly. Elena looked at him with pity. Li Jijang, Your Highness, you're trying to control yourself from going insane. Li Jijang, do you recognize me?
Li.
Please run away. My soul is losing its strength. The darkness is gathering with. At this rate, it'll end up hurting you. Hearing this, Elena was so startled she didn't know what. So, Jijang seems to be in a lot of. Get out of here, he yelled. But Elena immediately hugged him. Your Highness. Jijang was surprised by Elena's sudden hug. I'm sorry for not believing you, Li Jijang. He calmed down as she held him. To be honest, I tried to use you. Elena leaned into Jijang's embrace, tears streaming down her. I wanted to expose your identity to everyone. Memories of Elena being gossiped about by servants flashed by. This is so annoying. She could see other people's souls. They told her she couldn't do anything without Island's approval. Those whispers made her gradually withdraw from everyone. I want to prove to everyone that I'm useful, just like my brother. I can do everything myself without. I want everyone to acknowledge me. Poor little Elena, a princess, yet stabbed in the back by I used you. She looked up, her eyes filled with remorse. It's true that there's give and take, but you still lose to that manipulative. Your Highness. Elena clutched Jijang's clothes, trembling with pain. But you still believed me until that's why you're clutching his clothes so tightly, not wanting to lose something. Now I will be the one to protect you. Elena pulled him closer, looking at him with determination in her words and gaze. I will prove that you are innocent. Oh dear, are we about to kiss? Save your pet first. So please, she closed her eyes. Please come back, Li Ji. The moment their lips touched, Jijang smiled sinisterly, having achieved it. There's an urgent message from an anonymous sender. The system notification board appeared and then disappeared. The urgent message from an anonymous sender has been cancelled. What? Did Benigo send it by mis- Upon successful completion, as promised, the goddess Benigo sent the formula. Light bomb formula. Unlocked. Formula ingredient.
Premium Elf Essence.
World tree leaf. Exclusive item for Li Jijang. Light alchemy. Oh, she really sent it. This medicine will be very useful. I knew the goddess could do it. I went a bit too far this time. Jijang smirked with satisfaction. She even helped me look like a demon. I'm scared too when I fall. Even with the protective charm, what Elena saw when Jijang transformed into a demon was actually a product created by the goddess Benigo, whom she revered, to mislead her into the trap set by Jijang. Fortunately, I chose the goddess of light over the darkness within him dissipated. Finally, Jijang returned to normal. Your Highness, what just— Li Jijang, are you okay? Elena was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. The others had also caught up shortly after. Jijang, Elena, you're— Everyone. He smiled, and Huisung grabbed him. Jijang, are you okay? Are you injured? What about your soul? He asked anxiously and rapidly. He is very sensitive about— It's okay. Thanks to your Highness. I feel like my soul and body have been purified. He smiled warmly to reassure him. Huisung was greatly relieved. Haiyan hugged Jijang and cried.
I'm so glad you're alive. I'm so sorry, Haiyan.
This is a deep— Smells like your Highness. Haiyan looked at him with eyes flashing with murderous intent. What happened? Jijang quickly denied it. No, nothing. Nothing at all. Elena also looked away inside. Vice Guild leader Jijang. Diokegu tearfully lifted him up and shook him. Diokegu, when did you turn back into a human? The ground— Thank you watching for Before everyone could celebrate, they immediately panicked. GG. Damn it. I thought it was all over. Did Benigor betray— Ilias realized there were particles of light floating around. The withered world tree suddenly brightened and was filled with life. The world tree is being purified. I had some theories about why the world tree was rotting, but I didn't expect to be right. It makes sense, though, with those evil elves protecting it. Of course, I could still be wrong. The twisted vortex has been cleared. System. You have obtained a new title. Guardian of the World Tree. Saint of Light. Your mana has increased by 1. A series of notifications appeared before. Benigor is working hard.
Yang smiled faintly.
Alright. I'm re-entering. Thank you watching for Your Highness, I don't think this is over. He walked anxiously behind. What are you— Afraid the demon summoned by the demon summoner may still have an influence on my— His face darkened, not hiding his unease. His hands trembled. Then I know I shouldn't ask, but if your Highness permits— Lena placed her hand on Jijang's armor.
Don't worry, Li Jijang.
Don't you remember what I said? She gently held his hand. The light from the world tree further enhanced her innocent beauty and the sincerity in her eyes. I will be your personal Your Highness. Jijang was overjoyed. Sobi.
Sobi.
I'm really looking forward to the future at Lam Hoi. They both laughed heartily. Elena has been successfully recruited. Now no one can doubt. Deep within Jijang's heart, he was incredibly happy. Because I successfully obtained these things. Thank you for your daughter, Ailan. You bastard. Not Li Jijang, you damn scoundrel. If there's anyone to recruit, you're the #1 choice for the position of woman. Meanwhile, in Vios, the scene was desolate. Corpses and weapons were piled. Christina, her body tattered and covered in wounds, was being grabbed by the hair. She was panting with difficulty. She glared at him indignantly. You're from the Republic. A young man with long hair, his face covered in blood but with a frighteningly emotionless expression, looked down at Queen of Vios. He looked at her with cold, vacant eyes. I have no quarrel. He swung his sword, a swift cut across Christina's throat. This is for Jean. Hidden deep in the forest, the elven tribe's palace shimmered like a crystal, radiating brilliance. The pointed towers stretched high, symbolizing the kingdom's vitality. The reflective glass panes captured the sunlight, creating a magical, ethereal beauty, as if stepping out of a fairy. In the center of the room, the king sat slumped on his throne. Elena and Ilias stood silently beside their father. Jean Chung's group looked up solemnly. He said gratefully, thank you, young. In the darkness that swept across the continent, you became the light of Averia. He raised his head proudly, his demeanor solemn and different from his usual self. Diokegu couldn't hide his pride. He smiled with satisfaction. He continued, I will never forget what you did for us. You saved our precious world tree, as well as our treasure and my daughter, Elena. Her cheeks blushed. Her eyes widened to get a better look at him. She placed her hand on her chest as if feeling her heartbeat. Ilias cleared his throat softly nearby, seeming somewhat relaxed. He extended his hand forward solemnly. His face bore some signs of age, but it couldn't diminish his authority. A slight smile formed at the corner of his lips, and the sunlight further enhanced the solemnity of his proposal. Therefore, as an elf noble, I officially propose an alliance between us. As a token of our gratitude for what you have done for us, Honorary Cardinal Li Jijang, we will fight alongside you through every. He was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling as if about to cry. His hands clapped together, unable to hide his excitement. He bowed, placing his hand on his chest with deep respect. It's a great honor, Your Majesty. Contrary to his calm outward appearance, he was inwardly celebrating as if at a festival, mixed with a touch of arrogance. Damn, I only charmed one princess, and now I have an entire. He turned to look at his daughter, tilting his head gently, his eyes as benevolent as if they encompassed the entire world. He sighed softly, therefore, Elena, you should join their lam hoi. She nodded happily. I understand, father. I was planning to repay Li Jijang by becoming his personal farm. She smiled broadly, her eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. The young girl had now grown up, confidently telling her father, I'll write to you often, so don't worry. Ilias yawned behind, waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. We raised you to be a princess like this, and you're just going to leave? Fine, do as you please.
You won't carry.
Disappointed by her brother's words, she pouted. Brother, you're so mean. The king sighed wearily. Oh dear, Ilias, there are still others here. Stop. He looked away, his cheeks flushing. He was trying to appear indifferent, but inside he was feeling embarrassed. I'm sure my sister will be fine wherever she goes. He wondered, is he an ice queen inside and a warm The two siblings chatted intimately, their affection filling the space with pink hues. He encouraged her, his words full of love. So, go on your own path, don't worry about others, and believe in your decisions. She was touched. My brother has matured so much. He looked confused. What do you mean by that? Looking at the scene, he sighed. Family affection. Huh? It's quite Suddenly, his face darkened. He put on a mischievous smile. It's too bad, I'm deceiving her. I feel a bit bad. I remember in the forest, I used pheromone perfume to attract monsters. That's how Elena and I could be alone together. Well, I didn't expect there would be such a terrifying monster like Everything is going according to plan. Anyway, the expedition was a success, so nothing will stand in my way. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. I only lost to the quantities of fans. Ha, well done, Duizhong. Now I just need to return to Jai. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in, disregarding protocol. It must be something very urgent. His shout made him widen his eyes in shock. There's a problem, Your Majesty. Realizing the urgency, he couldn't sit still any longer. He reacted quickly. What is it? Elena stood beside him, clearly panicked. He replied hastily, the enemy is the Republic. Just 2 words made him turn pale with fear. What? Suddenly, a pair of strong legs strode in, breaking the tense atmosphere. The person's voice reassured them, don't worry. To everyone's surprise, it was Li Ji. She stood firm like a fortress wall, ready to face any challenge. With the shield of the world tree, this is the safest place we. At this moment, outside the fortress walls, a fierce battle was raging. Dark purple energy bolts continuously struck like meteors. They hit the shield, creating resounding noises that echoed through the sky. Yet, despite all the barrier remained stubbornly firm like an impregnable fortress, protecting the palace and its people, repelling any attack that Ilias, in his role as the future king, took command of the counterattack. He ordered, hold the formation. OKU, full of vigor, raised his shield, his face filled with determination. Let's go, we must protect Jijang. Let's eliminate those demon summoners. Jiri eagerly responded, yes, your Majesty. Huin Song gritted his teeth, his pupils constricting. He hesitantly drew his sword. Unease and fear were evident in every Damn it, this war shouldn't have started so early. What the hell are you, that masked bastard, Ji? Regardless of the fierce battle outside, Jijang stood on the wall like a lone pine, observing with binoculars. Jihai was busy reading the document in her hand. I wonder what the demon summoner Jincheng is thinking? I know he wants to capture you, but he could have resolved everything with words. Why start a— Through the binoculars, he saw they had started building walls with men. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. She looked at him confusedly. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? He stopped, and then his expression turned like Sidma boy. He asked in distress, with sweat beading on his forehead. What should we do? She helplessly slapped her forehead. This is why you should stop deceiving. No matter how chaotic it was outside, it couldn't interrupt their conversation. So you came all the way here. He sighed. Oh dear, we call that evacuation. He continued observing. He didn't recognize the flag next to the Republic's flag. The blue flag fluttered in the wind, distinguished by a golden gear emblem and a magic circle, symbolizing strength, order, and indomitable determination on the fiery battle. The Magic Kingdom, part of the Alliance of Kingdoms. Their architecture is very advanced. I think they allied with the Republic because they knew about our showed his contempt. They started paying attention to us after our rebellion succeeded. It seems they've completely sided with the Republic. Imagining the people of the Magic Kingdom sinisterly pouring a strange liquid into a mirror made his hair stand on end. I thought about exporting the goddess mirror to them. Fortunately, I didn't. Who knows what they would do? Zihi looked down at the map in her hand. But not all of them have turned their backs on us. Some are still on our side. He smiled. That's good. What about the other plan? She just silently clutched the map. He was confused. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Her face darkened, clearly worried. Rios has been completely destroyed. More precisely, Queen Fristina is currently unconscious, and the mercenary queen has been fighting frantically. He was shocked. What? Throughout? It should have been at most 30 minutes. He continued, Oscar has returned to the holy power, but that place is not safe. Darwin and Celia were also His face changed, his mind collapsing. Cracks seemed to cut into his heart. Damn it, if they even reach Lindell, He recalled the image of the little girl Diluria smiling brightly, and his little it seems he just thought of something. He gaped. Wait, what about Cash? At this moment, outside, everything was still raging. Numerous violent explosions ripped through the ground and sky. Rocks and debris flew smoke and fire obscured the battlefield. Shouts echoed. Stop them. We can't let them. Salet looked at the entire scene from the window. Lindell will soon collapse. If we attack through Cashlock, the shield of the divine. She lifted a part of the curtain, revealing a portion of her face. Then it will be exactly as the chief strategist intended. Her eyes sharpened, her brows furrowed. She seemed to be plotting. She remembered the night before. Jean Chung handed a scroll tied with a red ribbon to Due Bang. Karina, this time I will give you command of the. Hearing this, she panicked and quickly replied, is this really necessary? Do we really have to kill all these innocent just because of a swindler, Li Jijang? He clenched the scroll in his hand. It's not just because of him but also because of the Republic's. He thought of the scene of Jijang being revered and thanked by the people. If we lose our honor, both the people and the country will perish. If we don't want to become fools who served the entire country just because that swindler boasted about him. Outwardly, he was cold. His purple eyes glowing brightly as if ignited by suppressed rage. His silver hair fell to his forehead, further highlighting his fierce and determined eyes. We must kill Li Jijang, even if we have to stain our. Ending the flashback, she clenched her fist. Chief strategist. She placed her hand on her chest, making a resolute decision. Your honor is the Republic's honor. For me and to protect your. A soldier rushed in, interrupting her thoughts. Commander, I'm here to report on a various situation. He reported, Li Jijang is surely in the kingdom of Averia. However, there is no way for humans to pass the world trees. She remained silent, her sharp blue eyes fixed on the void. I already guessed it, but no, it's too early to give up. Let's use that. The soldier hesitated. Salat furiously yelled, her hand outstretched in command. Her eyes widened, filled with rage and authority. Her blonde hair flew with her movements, highlighting her fiery aura and undisguised aggression. Summon the mage core. We must capture Li Jijang at all costs. He replied hastily, yes. So the space became strangely silent. Outside the magic wall there was a camp of Republic soldiers. One soldier with orange hair raised his hand and looked up. Phew, they're finally done attacking. The other agreed. Yeah, it's strangely. Suddenly, thousands of magic circles appeared in the sky. A voice boomed. Beep. Beep. Can everyone hear me? You foolish citizens of the holy, you've been fooled by that trick. You can't even realize that the enemy is right in front. Your eyes are open, but you are blind. Ilias yelled indignantly. What? How dare she? Is this a trick by those damn Republic? Listen, Li Jijang is not the saint of light. He is a demon disguised as an angel. He is the real demon. His face changed, filled with utter hatred. He gritted his teeth, his pupils constricted with hostility, as if he had just been The girl watched the magic circle in her hand intently and shouted, Li Jijang is not the saint of... Jijang clenched his jaw, listening to her. He is the one who truly summons the... Looking up at the sky, the large magic circle continuously shifted, and the accusation echoed. This magic circle bears the mark of the divine kingdom. This proves that the culprit is Li Jijang and his accomplice. Looking directly at the crowd in front of her, she yelled, the chief strategist happened to be here at the right time. You are being Jijang covered his mouth and chuckled. So they're going to fabricate evidence. It's fine. The elves always thought I was a good guy and would stand. The soldiers, influenced by her words, began to murmur. Right. Didn't he used to be possessed by a demon? He's still very dangerous. Isn't he? Seeing the unrest among the troops below, he yelled in his heart. Damn it, you promised you'd trust. Elena stepped forward, trying to calm the soldiers. Everyone, please calm down. Sir Li Jijang would never do such a thing. But the soldiers didn't heed her words and continued to murmur. However, isn't it very suspicious? Everyone began to worry and speculate wildly. It's indeed strange that a renowned comm strategist of the Republic would suddenly summon a demon. I also heard rumors that Sir Li Jijang had a conflict with the Republican faction before the incident. The reason Miss Deng Haiyan and Hansora the white-haired went to Gao's. But why do you people who are cut off from the outside world know so? One soldier bravely stepped forward and asked, what if he is truly a deceiver? This made him, who was hiding nearby, twitch his lips incessantly. He glanced at Huinsong, thinking irritably, Kim Huinsong is also observing the situation. This is so, and Jijang felt like crying but had no tears. He asked himself, I should have washed all their minds. Now what? Do I need to continue the act? But will Benigor still support? Suddenly, a warm image flashed in his mind, making him despair. I can make explosives, but the materials are too hard to find now. Ian and Ilias will go crazy. The material is leaves from the tree, not from above. Damn it, with this, my true identity. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly. That's... Spoon appeared majestically on a white steed, astonishing everyone. You are General Wooden Spoon. But some were confused, not knowing who anyone was. Who is... A soldier rushed forward to Spoon and asked respectfully, General, so is Li Jijang truly a deceiver? Spoon immediately replied without hesitation, no, this... She placed a hand on her chest in a greeting and called out loudly, Sir Li Qiang, do you remember? The time you entered the black market. Hearing this, he recognized the place she mentioned. The black market, the place Haijin and I once visited, calling the time spent visiting the slave camp at the black market. Seeing the elves treated as slaves and a somewhat familiar face flashed by. It was also when Spoon shouted and explained, I was one of the first slaves you rescued back then. After hearing her explanation, he wondered, is that... She knelt, tears wetting her eyes, reaching out to him like he was a light, pleadingly. We endured hard labor and brutal beatings. We cried all night. We were completely desperate. But then you pulled us out of... She clasped her delicate hands and asked a question. Can someone like that be a... She turned towards the soldiers, raising her hand, her eyes full of determination, trust and courage to ensure it. I dare to bet my life to guarantee he is not a fraud. So don't be mesmerized by the Republic's magic. Sir Li Jijang is our... Seeing her like this, he smiled with satisfaction. Haha, then it's... Ha! Zihi next to him lightly tapped his shoulder, teasing. What's this? Are you secretly doing good deeds behind my back? He explained sheepishly, I just wanted to do some... Elena saw someone bravely step forward. She was no longer gentle and directly yelled. She's right. Have you forgotten that I can see through souls? You are questioning me, the princess of The elf soldiers trembled upon hearing this. Your Majesty! No! Suddenly, a deep voice filled with murderous intent rang out. Saman smiled maniacally, his eyes red like blood, threatening. If anyone doubts Kijong, I will let them taste the magic of the supreme mage. His rolled back in warning. He'll also give them two of them, like twin swords, made the elf soldiers tremble with fear and hug each other. Dirang reminded him inwardly, hey, don't scare. Frightened soldiers regained their composure and said with eyes full of admiration, right, perhaps I was mistaken. Princess Elena said Sir Li Qirang's soul has been pure. Looking up at the ancient tree, George Voss flattered him sincerely. More importantly, Sir Li Qirang and the Lam Hoi have protected our world tree. He stood on the castle wall, watching every move below helplessly. These guys are too easily persuaded. But as long as they support me, that's Led by Spoon and Elena, the soldiers chanted in unison, we believe in him. We believe in Li Qirang, Lam Hoi, and everyone. One person cried and shouted for justice. Seeing the reaction below, he was speechless. Well, I appreciate it. The crowd below cheered him to the heavens. We believe in you. This made him both smile and feel embarrassed. He felt too. Dihai nodded with satisfaction, crossing her arms. It seems everything has been resolved. Dirang waved his hand and smiled. Haha, this is why you should do good. After a while, she glanced at him and asked, so what's your plan? Hearing this, he looked up at the magic circle in the sky and mumbled. He covered half of his face and smiled darkly. I have to deal with that guy who speaks with sound magic immediately. You're dead. Henchman of the demon summoner. At the Republican Army's Keslock, tents were set up neatly and inside a tent, the magic circle continuously echoed with shouts in unison. The radiant aura of Kijang. The radiant aura of Kijang. Karina, furious, stamped her feet and yelled, damn it, it's not. She used her magic to erase the magic circle, sighing, they've all had their minds washed.
Kyong is truly terrifying.
From behind, a deep male voice echoed, ha ha ha, but they have no Seeing the man before her, she greeted him respectfully, your excellence. Looking at the gentle man, she inadvertently thought about his origin. This is the representative of the goddess of victory, Paris, the one worshipped by the army. That means someone no one can possibly. She gaped for a moment, then asked, why are you here? I thought you were still in the Republic. He replied cheerfully, extending his hands, I can't let you face the consequences alone. Besides, the plan to transmit magic has. Hearing this, she broke out in a cold sweat and bowed her head. Indeed, I dare not confront the president. He gently patted her. Then he smiled kindly and comforted her. Don't blame yourself. He trusts you more than anyone. He sadly recalled the gossip of the world like bitter vegetables, pointing at a young man. He helplessly said, you must know, public opinion is criticizing him quite a bit for his recent decisions. The church is still defending him, but the complaints are growing louder. They could spread and affect many believers. Put pressure on Karina's shoulders, reminding her, now we must win this war to reunite the. Her eyes were tinged with sadness as she replied softly, I will remember that. Inwardly, she felt lost and troubled. Everything is becoming more complicated. He deliberately cleared his throat, reminding her, ahem, by chance, someone wants to meet you. Hearing this, Karina flinched, asking, ignoring her fearful and deceitful eyes, he said, invite. Seeing the figure approaching, she wondered, is that? He also politely greeted, it's a great honor to. Deng Yen entered, smiling brightly, full of friendliness. Introducing herself, I am Hong Deng Yen, the person in charge of the Republic's magic tech. Seeing her, Karina flinched and turned to the representative, yelling, wait, this person, she's a member of Lam Hoi. He tried to calm Karina, who was agitated. Ha, that has ended now. Remember the two flags lying broken and dirty on the ground. He calmly said, I believe you must have heard that the Divine Kingdom has revealed some individual. Remembering information about a girl, he explained calmly. People say that Deng Haiyan and the museum, Rut Cho, are the ones leading the advancement of magic in the Divine Kingdom. However, Dr. Hong is the one operating in the shadows, directing. Looking at Deng Yen adjusting her glasses not far away, he stated confidently, from this moment on, she will be the hope of our. He pointed at Deng Yen and smiled at Karina. I have the blueprint for the goddess mirror. Deng Yen clasped her hands respect. It's a great honor to meet you. Karina still found it hard to accept and asked, however, have you forgotten the warning from the chief strat? Recalling Deng Yen's serious warning, never trust anyone but me. Karina irritably warned, Li Qijang might be the one behind bringing her. Despite her anger and rudeness, He maintained his polite demeanor and replied, "This is a direct order from the church. We need to prioritize development over suspicion right now. We cannot fall behind in magical technology compared to other nations." His eyes sharpened, his words carrying a slight warning. "Or are you intending to defy the church's?" Karina still tried to explain her thoughts and judgment. "That's not what I meant, but this is clear." Suddenly, Deng Yen knelt and asked a question. "How can I earn your—" Karina was startled into silence when she saw her act like that in front. Deng Yen's eyes were cold as she asked, "Will you trust me if I capture the traitor Li Keqiang and make him kneel at your feet?" He was shocked and asked, "You intend to bring Li Keqiang here? Do you intend to kill?" He replied contemptuously, "I can't kill him if I want to get information from the goddess mirror. It's too just that." The representative boldly said, "Oh, so you can do it? Honestly, I really want to meet him." Karina flinched and reacted, "What are you talking?" She explained, "Don't believe her. She's lying." Before she could finish, Deng Yen interrupted indignantly, "He never pays attention to me. I always have to live in his shadow." She recounted her words were like bullets piercing their hearts. She continued, "Not only my boyfriend has to work hard to protect him, yet he doesn't consider him anything more than a human." Deng Yen accused indignantly, "He always disappears somewhere, taking all the wealth the servants' workload is high, but the pay is robbery. Finished before I She angrily scolded, "Is that what you call a person? No, that's a demon. Truly a—" Thank you watching for vid. Deng Yen recalled and felt indignant, constantly shaking his arm. She poured out her heart. He could only retract his previous attitude and sympathize. "Ahem. You have suffered a—" After finishing, she struck her chest and said sincerely, "So, Commander, you still doubt me? Consider me a spy. The knowledge I have will surely be useful to the alliance." Karina listened intently. "Thank you watching for vid." The representative then said, "Why not give her a chance?" Karina was still hesitant, gritting her. She thought she will definitely be you. So she agreed, "All right. But if there's anything suspicious, I'll kill you." She replied respectfully, "I will repay this favor." Of course, Karina still harbored doubts about. Early morning inside a lock. He concluded, "The meeting ends here. Please do your best to bring down the divine." Outwardly, they smiled and said, "Yes, of course. You've worked hard." But as soon as he left, they changed their whispering, "Is he in that position okay? Everyone says he's a demon summoner. Keqiang even proved his innocence with holy light. Be careful. Should we trust?" Chung, behind the door, heard it. "Done." He sighed heavily. Crack of the whip hitting the ground sounded. Xiao Lin flirtatiously asked, "My poor little Chung, should we kill?" Refused, "No need." Xiao Lin pestered him, "Don't be like that. Wait, there's too much to do. You can relax around me." He said with disgust, "You're making me more tired. Stop talking nonsense." Still, she prattled on, "You're too hard to believe. Anyway, is it okay to trust Hong Deng Yen? I don't understand what the chairman is thinking." Only then did he show interest. War is not good if there's a technological gap. The only person who can bridge that gap is Hong Deng. He pondered. She has enough skill to develop the goddess mirror, but no way Li Keqiang would let that happen. She has remained silent until now. There must be a reason for that. Does he not know who Hong Deng Yen is? Or is he planning to turn her into a spy? I can't go against the chairman's decision, but I have to prepare for plan. Suddenly, he told Xiao Lin, "Go to the Five Tiger Generals Market." She didn't understand at all. Five Tiger Gen. He vaguely replied, "Hong Deng Yen is a key factor in this war. If someone like her is in Kellic, I'm sure Li Keqiang will come. We attack when he's about to do something, so preparation is necessary." She didn't ask any further questions. His eyes gleamed. "That's right. I need to prepare for all possibilities. Anything can happen." A few days later, the representative stated bluntly, "Excellent. This is the communication channel." She said triumphantly, "As we call it, this is the goddess." Deng Yen excitedly recounted, "I have stolen all of Li Keqiang's technology." Not seeing him speak, she suspiciously called out. From the bottom of his heart, he continued, "No, I'm just surprised. Someone like Li Keqiang, so talented and loyal that he calls this the goddess mirror, and signs a contract with it." She paused and asked, "What are you talking about?" He replied softly, "I'm just telling you, as the Republic is divided on judging Li Keqiang, whether he is a fraud. Of course, Advisor Jean is the hero of the Republic. Betraying someone like him is betraying the chairman. That's why no one A moment of silence. All the emotions hidden in her tightly closed eyes. He continued, "Based on the reputation Cardinal Li Keqiang currently, admire him as a religious icon and as an individual. Honestly, I don't want to believe anyone here is a demon summoner." He said mournfully. "You vaguely called out. Seemed to be just a moment of impulsiveness." He said, "I've said too much. Please forget it. I don't understand." She said grimly, "Well, I don't know if I should say this, but do you want to?" He was astonished. "You mean?" She said frankly, "You should meet him before we capture him. They'll give you a chance. I was shocked. You're asking me to meet the enemy? She calmly replied, you know what I don't care how this meaningless war, Li Qijong, but that doesn't mean I like war. He was startled by her words. Wait, she stopped here. She tightly clasped his. She pleaded, please lead us to. Perhaps you can change his mind. You are the only one who can stop this war. He was praised profusely by her and felt embarrassed, not knowing how to respond.
Huang Yu.
Then she instructed, tomorrow night, when the moon is full, I will arrange for you two to meet. But please keep it a secret. It would be terrible if Miss Karina knew about. All right, he replied, naively unaware that Karina had heard. Going to a desolate camp. Arriving at a deserted camp, the representative asked suspiciously, are you sure you're here? This isn't a trap, is it? She calmly replied, you can kill me right here if it is a trap. Suddenly, oh, you really think? They turned their heads alertly, without knowing when Zhizhong was already there. So you're the one who sent the. He held up the letter. I'm very disappointed. Huang Rong. The content of the letter was a simple threat. When the moon is full, the bishop wants to meet you at the church. If you don't come, there will be. Asked doubtfully, you are on Lich Lam's parting gift? Introducing myself. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Li Qizang.
I heard you wanted to. He was stunned, thinking, so this is the honorary cardinal Li Qizhong? This is even more handsome than the rumors say. Is this the person advisor Jin Zhong called a demon? She consciously retreated. Father, I'll wait outside. He stammered, you really don't understand worldly affairs. Bringing up the past, asking directly, abandon the snail's shell and surrender to the Republic? Are you angry because I didn't give you a. He hesitated and called out, Huang Rongyuan. She resolutely left without looking back. He didn't pursue either, returning to the reason for today. And anyway, since they had. Then he took a bottle of wine from his. To his astonishment, he continued, cheers. Why don't we have a drink? At this moment, with a smile, he proposed, would you like a glass of wine? Subscribe to Lala School's channel to avoid missing